It is now 2024, and the transfer of authority ceremony is taking place at Lijiang's Second City Academy. This is extremely important for the students, but even more so for this young man. A year ago, he transmigrated into this world as Chao-Ngi. Before he could adapt to his new identity, his mother passed away. Immediately after, Chao Van's younger sister suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. The cost of medicine kept rising, and her part-time job income was no longer enough. So, in this class change, Zhou Yi was forced to switch to a combat profession to earn money in the dungeon and take his sister to meet a higher-level priest. Fate was on his side, and during the ritual, Zhou Yi unexpectedly activated the system and received a beginner gift package with a hidden profession, a super VIP class in this world. After the goddess's blessing, Chao-Ngi received 3 choices: Light Mage, Holy Cleric, and Holy Knight. The Light Mage is a purely transport profession, emitting a lot of energy but with few protective skills. In this world dominated by monsters, it's very easy to get injured or lose your life. The Holy Minister has many protective skills and also masters the reverse resurrection technique. Unfortunately, the combat ability is too weak, too dependent on others, and not suitable for me. The Holy Knight is a well-rounded profession with absolute strength. Defense can endure, offense can strike. Although lacking any outstanding skills, the divine light and innate talent here make it the best fit for me. Thinking this over, Zhou Yi decided to choose the Holy Knight profession. Congratulations on your promotion to Holy Knight. Level 10. After Zhou Yi finished the ceremony, his classmates immediately rushed over to flatter him. Class president, that's great. Can I join the college entrance exam team too? I want to latch onto a powerful ally. I am a summoner. Our team can definitely score high. I'm a mage. Follow me. Don't gather here. Disperse. A former student pushed the students aside and then, with shining eyes, looked at Chao-Ngi and said, "Your performance isn't bad. Rest well today and come to the principal's office tomorrow." Back in the room, Chao-Ngi finally had time to study his individual stats more closely. Strength 20, Stamina 18, Agility 17, Willpower 15, and 10 unallocated attribute points. After changing class, not only do the attributes increase significantly, but there are also unallocated points, prioritizing strength then physique, with enough damage output to kill monsters more effectively. As Chao-Ngi thought and operated the system, his strength increased by 6 points, while the other 2 stats, physique and agility, each gained 2 points. You can feel a surge of power boiling inside your body. This is the change brought by the attribute points. After checking, the first attribute point allocation for the Fake class activates the Holy Knight's quest. The daily mission allows you to freely choose 2 rewards from the options below. Reward 1, gain an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2, receive a random Holy Knight equipment. Accept or refuse. With such attractive rewards, of course, Zhou chooses to accept. Randomly match the trial field with the appropriate level. Successfully matched, eliminate the level E Golabi beast. Please take this trial seriously. If defeated in the trial, they will also disappear from reality. After the notification, Zhou Yi was teleported to a different space. Are you watching the mineral mine with caution? That makes sense. The textbook says that Golabi monsters mainly live in mineral mines. Although they are not carnivorous monsters, like other beasts, they become bloodthirsty and violent when they see humans. Feeling the danger behind him, Zhou Yi quickly leapt into the air, easily avoiding the surprise attack from the Golabi beast. Since it's his first time facing a monster, Zhou decided not to use any skills to see if he could handle it with basic attacks. His body became much more agile, and his explosive power increased thanks to the boost in his 4-dimensional attributes. As Chao-Ngi was feeling proud of repeatedly dodging Gulabi's attacks, he suddenly got stabbed in the stomach by its sharp tail like a blade. At that moment, Chao-Ngi finally calmed down and immediately used the level 1 C-grade healing skill. Within 30 seconds, it restores a certain amount of health to all team members within a specific range, and even low-level monsters should not be underestimated. Seeing the monster charge again, Chao-Ngi sequentially uses the pure white sword and the level 4 D-grade tiger armor to counterattack. After being hit by the attack, the enemy is damaged by the light magic attribute and enters a stunned state. The D-level tiger armor at level 4 grabs a target in front of it, runs forward a distance, and then throws it. It can deal more damage to enemies it hits while running. Finally, after Chao-Ngi's combo punches, the Gulabi monster officially disappears. Defeating the Gulabi monster completes the trial. Achievement A, please choose your reward. Reward 1, you receive an additional 10 attribute points. Reward 2, you gain the Holy Knight skill. Reward 3, receive a random Holy Knight equipment. Attribute points and skill points are the source of power for the profession of the Fake. For now, I don't need to level up my skills quickly. Free attribute points are the best choice. A suitable weapon will also greatly assist me in future trials. Luckily, the weapon reward system is available. Otherwise, with my current financial ability, I wouldn't be able to buy weapons. Choose attribute points with random equipment. Received 10 free attribute points as a reward. Gained a basic sword as a reward, left the training ground, and Zhou Yi returned to his familiar room. Just as the phone rang, the screen displayed a preset notification. 17th Hospital. Meanwhile, Chao Van was sitting on the hospital bed watching the news when the TV suddenly turned off. The head nurse raised the remote control, holding up the bill, and loudly demanded that the payment for the medicine be made. 10,000, 10,000. Chao Van tremblingly takes the bill. Why is it so expensive? Weren't they all 5,000 before? Is there some mistake? My brother only earns 5,000 after working 3 places in a month. Where else could the rest of the money come from? The head nurse angrily replied, "You've been taking a lot of medication this month, including suppressants and stabilizers, and you've had 3 episodes in the middle of the month, causing all the night shift nurses to be busy taking care of you. How can someone like you speak so rudely? If you think there's a problem, check it yourself." Zhou Wan hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean it. Don't misunderstand. Let me tell you, if you're not from a wealthy family, don't get the diseases of the rich. The poor should accept it. If you can't handle it, then don't bother." "Nurse, I think I heard you insulting the patient." A middle-aged man smiled faintly as he spoke. Standing next to him was a tall, dark, and sweaty bodyguard that made the nurse a bit wary. This person doesn't seem to be a good person. I think she's quite perceptive to leave, and before she goes, she reminds Chao Van that today's medical expenses must be paid. "Who are you?" she asked cautiously, secretly thinking, "Are you here to collect a debt?" The man pulled out a business card and smiled, saying, "You must be Miss Chao Van. I am a friend of your brother." A moment later, Chao Nungi, holding the hospital bill, pushed the door open. "Chu Van, I just went to pay, and the hospital system shows 100,000 in the account. Do you know what's going on?" Chao Nungi looked away from the bill, raised his eyes to Xiao Vuan, and seeing 2 unfamiliar men, he asked cautiously, "You are the middle-aged man who introduced himself." "Hello, Mr. Chao Nungi. My name is Zhao Wenbin. I am the mayor's secretary, and I would like to discuss something with you." Then he extended his hand forward. The mayor is the top figure in Kwangtae City, and sometimes the mayor's secretary can even represent the mayor himself. How could someone like that come to see me? Chao Ngi politely shook hands with Triu Vanban and said, "Let's move somewhere else. It's not convenient to talk in the hospital room." Zhao Wenbin happily agreed and carefully reminded his bodyguard to stay with Zhou Yun before leaving. News about Zhou Yi obtaining a hidden profession has been repeatedly covered by the media, so it's not hard to find people discussing him now. For example, 3 female students sitting in a coffee shop not far from Zhou Yi. "Have you watched Hot Sea?" The second academy has revealed a hidden profession. It seems his name is Chao Ngi. There's a picture of their school circulating here. He also looks pretty handsome. Zhao Wenbin chuckled and said to Zhou Nuo, "Mr. Chao, congratulations on receiving an S-rank talent, the protection of a divine angel, and being promoted to Saint Knight. It was just luck. Receiving an S-rank talent through a normal transfer ceremony cannot simply be considered luck. The mayor values it greatly and specifically instructed the media not to bother you." At this point, he took out a box containing a key and continued, "Even arranging some cultivation resources for you to prepare for the college entrance exam. The resources are stored in the Citibank's safe deposit box. This is the only key to the safe. If you have any other requests, just let me know. It seems the mayor sees great potential in me and is willing to invest heavily to help me succeed. So it would only bring benefits, not harm. But in this world, nothing comes for free. The mayor clearly hopes that one day I can repay him." Seeing Chao Ngi remain silent, Trio Van Ban immediately pulls out his trump card. Starting today, a team of professional caregivers will serve Lady Chao Van 24/7. In addition, the mayor has contacted the second-level preacher at level 36, who will specially come to Kwangtae City in a month to treat Lady Chao Van. Hearing this, Chao Ngi immediately agreed to accept the subsidy from the mayor. After talking with Trio Van Ban, he returned to Chao Van and told her everything. After hearing this, Chu Van couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "So that means I'm already on my way to heaven. Can I make jewelry for your feet?" Zhou Ngi teased Chao Van affectionately, always saying random things. "Now you need to recover well from your illness." At this moment, Chao Van asked curiously, "Each profession has its own specialized skills, so what is yours?" Hearing that, Chao Ngi suddenly remembered something. After changing class, the 3 specialized skills of the Holy Knight appeared: the pure white blade for attack, the healing skill for recovery, and the blessing weapon for support. The healing skill can restore health points and can be tested on your sister. Chao Ngi placed his hand on Chao Van's head, then tried to activate the skill. It felt so relaxing, like being in a hot spring. Then he massaged her entire body. "Little Van, do you feel better now?" Chao Van, who was immersed in a feeling of relaxation, suddenly snapped out of it and excitedly said to her brother, "I don't feel pain anymore. My hands are warmer too. You're so amazing." Zheng Chaoyi looked at his sister with a firm expression, secretly choosing the Holy Knight profession, partly because of her strength and partly due to Chao Van's mysterious illness. After all, the Holy Knight is still a caregiver profession. Although I can't completely cure Chao Van, helping her suffer a little less is also good. The next day, Principal Lahang personally came to Chaoyi's office, happily recounting on the way, "Yesterday, dozens of universities contacted me for direct admission. My phone almost exploded. Today, in just a short while, 4 teachers from the top 10 schools called. Show your best. Seize the opportunity to get the best resources. These teachers are all second-level transfer teachers with a level of 35 or higher. If you can be directly admitted there, you will definitely receive top-tier training in the future." "Principal, which schools are those?" Chaoyi asked. "Vine Duong University, Xuan Nam University, and Cat University, and Hancheng University." "Aren't the top 3 universities supposed to be contacted?" "The top 3 universities have always based their admissions on exam results, not talent or background, so they don't have direct admissions." As soon as they arrived at the office door, Chaoyi and the principal heard voices arguing inside. "Old Zhao, Xuan Province is more than 4,000 kilometers from Guangxi City. Aren't you the one using a dedicated fighter jet?" "A fighter jet is nothing. I use a teleportation array for extremely long distances. Each time I activate it, I consume a level 30 magic core. You actually dared to use it? For a genius, there's nothing I wouldn't do. Chaoyi, our Zhuannam University has definitely accepted you. Then, let's see what both sides can do." At that moment, Lahang pushed open the door and proudly announced, "The admissions teachers, genius student Chaoyi has arrived." Then he turned to introduce each person to Chaoyi. "This is teacher Chu Thien Pu from Vin Duong University, teacher Lai Bang from Xuannam University, Miss Chung Gach from Hansung University, and teacher Gach Uyen from Encat University." Chaoyi immediately bowed to all the teachers. This action pleased them greatly, yet he remained humble and composed, not arrogant or hot-tempered like a well-behaved child. At this moment, Zhao Tianfu directly addressed the conditions, saying, "Let me state the requirements of Vin Duong University, just 200,000 mid-tier coins and 3 specialized skill books from the saint." Looking at Ungi was a bit surprised after hearing this. An ordinary family only earns about 6,000 a month, but Vin Duong University offers 2 million at once, along with the Saintly Knight's specialized skill books that ordinary people can't even touch. Even the mayor wouldn't give me resources of this level. Ha ha ha, is that all? Vin Duong University is still as stingy as ever, huh? Lai Bang chuckled mockingly before making a suggestion. Chaoyi will receive 3 million when enrolling at Suyan Nam University, along with 3 specialized skill books from Saint Knight each year, personally taught by Saint Knight Tam Truyen at level 56. Level 56, that is almost the highest peak in Lam Tin. If I could become his disciple, the future would be incredibly bright. Lahang secretly admired. But as soon as Mr. Chu Yu heard her, he was even more shocked. They still haven't shown enough sincerity. Paying for admission to Hancheng University costs only 2 million, but as soon as I enroll, I will immediately give you a Level B cultivation resource. Level B cultivation resource? Lahang couldn't help but exclaim, then turned to stare at Chaoyi intently as if to say, "Hurry up and agree. B-level cultivation resources can't be bought with money. Those heavenly treasures and divine artifacts, even a pig can be trained into the strongest demon beast with a single strike." Despite the tempting direct admission offers from the 4 universities, Zhou Yi refused because he wanted to take the entrance exam for the top 3 universities. Among the top 10 universities, the positions of the top 3 are Tohang University, Qingjing University, and Mado University, which are the most extraordinary and are called the 3 leading universities of Zhangxia country. They only recruit 1,000 new students each year, and their enrollment quotas are not limited to humans. Non-human races like elves and giants can also apply to the top 3 universities. Their strength is already greater than humans, and with the vast land and abundant resources of Zhangxia country, along with countless geniuses, getting into the top 3 universities is truly as difficult as reaching the sky. So, when he heard Zhou Nuo's reason for refusing, Zhao Tianfu unleashed his power, angrily scolding, thinking he was a good seedling, but turned out to be someone who doesn't know the heights of the sky and the depths of the earth. "I've also reviewed your files. 18 years ago, you were severely lacking, with no good resources to compensate, weak strength, and low attribute value. Just relying on your current abilities makes it very difficult to get into the top 3 universities. Even if you do, you'll be among the lowest ranked, and without strong and precise training, that's all you'll have for your entire life." Zhou Yi tried to stand firm, secretly admiring how powerful the aura was. If it had been me before, I probably would have fallen to my knees already. At this moment, Li Heng stepped in front of Zhou Yi. also unleashing his strength to counter Trio Tianfu's aura. Teacher Zhao, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to bully my student right here on my turf? Chungok watched Chaoenggi from the side, secretly assessing that he could withstand Trio Tianfu's pressure for more than 3 breaths. This child is indeed extraordinary. Trio Tianfu, realizing his overbearing attitude, withdrew his pressure and left. Admissions not only consider potential but also character. Someone like that, even if admitted directly, would find it hard to succeed. I'm leaving now. See you again, Principal La. Student Chaoenggi is ambitious, so I shouldn't stay too long. The 2 teachers also followed Zhao Tianfu as he left. Lahang saw this and quickly chased after, speaking up for Chaoenggi. Suddenly, only you and Teacher Chungok are left in the room. You are very brave, but Teacher Zhao's words are not without reason. In Zhonghua, there are countless geniuses and even some extraordinary beings born with power stronger than humans, so getting into the top 3 universities is truly as difficult as reaching the sky, Ngi replied confidently. I will use my university entrance exam results to prove my strength. With a month left until the exam and the support of the system, you will definitely be able to improve your abilities beyond imagination. By then, the top 3 universities will be up to your choice. It's been a long time since I've seen such a determined and profound gaze, as if I've returned to those days of fighting on the front lines back then. In the peaceful place for a long time, my way of thinking has become centered on stability, thus creating a generational gap with the younger ones. Chungok looked at Chaoenggi for a long time, then turned and walked out the door, smiling as he said, "All right, I look forward to your performance in the college entrance exam. See you then, classmate Chaoenggi." Time flies like a dog running across the field. A month has passed in the blink of an eye, and the college entrance exam is here. In the hall, students keep discussing that this year the exam questions were set by the notorious Duong Daima were doomed. A few years ago, it was him who set the exam questions, and our province's average score dropped to the lowest in history. Did you all hear that? Zhou refuses direct admission and wants to take exams for those 3 top universities. No way. He's also so arrogant, even a genius from the province or the city wouldn't claim they could definitely pass. What does he rely on? He is arrogant because he has a rare, hidden profession. This time, he's going to fall flat on his face. If I were the one paying over $1 million for tuition, I would have agreed long ago. What a pity. Just then, Zhou appeared, and the young man who had been boasting behind Zhou back suddenly froze and looked at him, then said in a slightly strange tone, "Why does it feel like Zhou is not quite the same as before?" He has an aura of a strong expert. Unlock the dungeon. After a loud shout, the dungeon information appeared immediately. The secret dungeon is deep in the dark, gloomy forest, with levels from 10 to 13, ranging from easy, normal, hard, to nightmare. The required number of people is 1 to 5. Beware, the depths of the dark forest are filled with demon cats and minotaur monsters. They are inherently evil and enjoy eating people. Damn it, and it's in the dark, gloomy forest. There can't be swampy terrain inside, right? The agile cat demon and the thick-skinned minotaur are not here to let us live. The maximum number of people needed for the dungeon team according to the difficulty level. Previous exam requirements capped at 3 people, but this time it's 5. As the contestants lament, Lai Huangduong steps forward and loudly reminds them, "Remember to act within your abilities. If you face danger and die, immediately use the scroll to return. Dying inside the dungeon means you will die outside as well, just like failing the university entrance exam means you must still protect your own life. It's time. All contestants prepare to enter the dungeon." As soon as Lai Huangduong finished speaking, the contestants here turned into light and were teleported into the instance. At the same time, the large screens began displaying images of the contestants inside the instance for everyone to observe directly. Class 1. Tan Kuang, Profession, Warrior, Nightmare Difficulty, Team Size 1 Person. Class 1. A Tomb Raider with the Profession of Assassin, Nightmare Difficulty, Team Size 1 Person. Class 1. Long Viking, Fang Zunjian with the Profession of Elemental Archer, Yu Bright Mage, Nightmare Difficulty, 3 people in the team. Class 5. Holy Knight with the Profession of Holy Knight, Nightmare Difficulty, 1 person in the team. Everyone was discussing excitedly when suddenly a girl excitedly pointed at Chaoenggi's screen and shouted, "Look, that's Chaoenggi, clearing the nightmare dungeon alone." At the same time, in a VIP row, Deputy Director Dao from the Education Department was staring in shock at the screen. He slammed to the table and turned angrily to Lahang sitting beside him, shouting, "The support ability of the Holy Knight is extremely strong. No matter which team he cooperates with, he will devastate. Why does Zhou Nuo have to clear dungeons alone? and still choose Nightmare difficulty with a higher than 40% death rate. Principal La, this month, the city has provided Chaungi with many resources to help him achieve the best results. If he dies in the dungeon, the reputation of the entire Lijiang city government will be severely affected. What he's doing shows he doesn't truly value the government's training at all. Director Lahong quickly forced a smile and said reassuringly, "Rest assured, Director, Zhou Yi is not reckless. He must have some trump cards." Turning back to Zhou Yi, who was moving, he suddenly noticed a shadow swiftly gliding across the high branches. Chaungi, with a serious expression, drew his weapon, ready to fight, wielding a copper blade. After equipping a long-handled axe, his strength increased by 7. Agility decreased by 2. In an instant, a monster swooped down from the high branch, claws reaching toward his Chaungi. Just in time, die. He shouted loudly and swung his axe to split the monster in 2. Strength 45, physique 51, agility 43, intelligence 52. Ning looks satisfied as he closes his character sheet, thinking to himself that in just 1 month, even though he's only level 10, the average of each attribute has reached 47 points, equivalent to a level 13 professional. Looking across Tuhang province, he can now be considered among the top contenders. Then Zhou Yi smiled and said, "Not daring to come closer? Then I will launch the attack. You charge forward towards the monsters hiding behind the bushes." The weapon in your hand is now covered with a golden aura. The level 4 C-grade blessing weapon, condensed with holy light, can increase the weapon's power, physical attack, and critical hit rate for allies within a certain range. Zhou Nuo, like a tiger encountering a flock of sheep, takes down each monster without exception, with every strike. Under the influence of his S-rank talent, the protection of the Holy Angel, the blessing effect of his weapon, and the exclusive skills of the Holy Knight are all enhanced. The power of the one-blade spear has increased by 21 points. With such a strong buff, other contestants would surely envy it if they knew. After all, the secondary dungeon in the university entrance exam limits weapons to 3-star bronze, but with the power boost from the one-edged spear, its effectiveness can rival 5-star bronze. In the university entrance exam, every attribute is extremely valuable, and this is enough to create a huge gap between me and others. At this moment, another group of monsters attacked from behind Zhongyi. Ungi sheaths his weapon, turns around, and softly mutters, "The white sword." A cross-shaped ray of light shoots from his hands, slicing the monsters into pieces and dropping them to the ground. The pure white dagger has been upgraded to level 5, now wielding a strong light attribute damage, and with the protection of a divine angel blessing, it can directly kill low-level monsters. He muttered to himself, casually grabbing a clawed, mutilated limb of the monster, then forcefully throwing it at the distant creature, the lucky monster that narrowly escaped his skill attack. The sharp, clawed limb sped toward the monster, piercing its belly and dragging it into the tree behind. At the same time, outside the dungeon, through the large screen, spectators watching Zhongyi's performance are all excitedly cheering. Wow, that was really dangerous. The timing of Senior Brother Joe's skill release was perfect, as if he launched the white dagger the moment he was attacked. After transforming, this move was instantly shattered. That was amazing. Senior Chow is truly mighty and imposing. I've seen this axe at the mall. It's really heavy. Why does it look like Master Joe is just playing around when he uses it? Could it be that he has added all the free attributes to his strength? Hearing this, Dong Tianjun frowned again. As a teacher, his observation skills are better than these students, so he can see more things. No, everyone look carefully. Chaungi's speed is even faster than the demon cat. Not only is the speed extremely fast, but skill casting is also rapid, and the power of magic is incredibly strong. Among the free attributes, intelligence is definitely not low. His swing angle, attack range control, and force of strikes are all perfectly managed. Truly a battlefield genius. After finishing, Dong Tianjun cast a jealous look at Li Xiangyang and muttered, "Why was such a good seedling placed in the 5th class at the beginning?" Elsewhere, Jia Dao spoke with a serious expression. Zhou Niji has a strong fighting spirit, but what he did was really unwise. Dealing with the first wave of cat demons only wasted his energy. The Nightmare Dungeon not only has powerful monsters, but also a huge number of enemies. Even the best mages can fail due to exhaustion of their magic power. The weight of the battle axe is a heavy burden for the profession of a warrior. If you only swing the axe once or twice, you might not feel it. But swinging it hundreds of times in succession will leave you completely exhausted and unable to hold your own battle axe anymore. In the end, he was torn to pieces by those cat's demons. At this moment, a new wave of monsters suddenly charged at Zhou Nuo, causing an immediate commotion among the audience. It's already the next wave of cat demons, not even a moment to catch your breath. That's too cruel, at least over 100 cat demons. Can Senior Brother Chaunyi do it this time? All the viewers are focused and full of anticipation, watching his performance. In the dungeon, Joe Ngi also did not disappoint them. He skillfully combined weapons and techniques to quickly deal with this wave of monsters. As the last monster falls, a small vortex appears in front of Chao Ngi and gradually expands. "This is the entrance to the next level," he whispered, then decisively stepped into the vortex. As he emerged, a large group of monsters was already waiting for him. On the outside, the host points to Chao Ngi's screen, broadcasting live to viewers. "Welcome to Ava's live stream. I am your favorite host, and now live is the performance of the most talented student from the Second Institute. The S+ gifted Holy Knight, shining brightest, Chao Ngi." He used incredible efficiency to complete the first stage of the Nightmare Dungeon in just 3 minutes and 17 seconds. Everyone, what is this supposed to mean? 3 minutes and 17 seconds, 29 seconds faster than last year's provincial champion. Because he was so enthusiastic, Big Brother almost pressed his face against the camera lens, making the cameraman helplessly say, "Please, don't block the lens anymore." Nearby, a female audience member squealed in admiration. A guy running and slashing all the way until the last one finally takes a deep breath. "How high do you think his stamina really is?" Tuang Fifai twitched her fingers and said, "The fake instructor said it wasn't wise to exhaust too much stamina in the first wave of monsters, but now it seems we can't predict anything." Li Huang Duong in the front row reminded her, "Tuang Fifi, watch the competition quietly. The fake instructor's words might also be false." Tuang Vaivai covered his mouth teasingly. "Teacher Li, I think your smile is also very happy. Don't talk nonsense." But even so, Li Huangdong was a bit unsure, squeezing his face and whispering, "Is my smile really that obvious?" Senior Joe has entered the gate. I don't know who shouted, but everyone stopped talking and focused on the big screen. In the dungeon, thanks to the appraisal spell, the information about the monsters became clear to Joe Nuo. The monsters, the Minotaur, level 14, with silver-grade talent, berserk skills, savage and brutal, charging into battle with destructive force. The first obstacle is facing the soldiers of liberation, but the second is confronting a well-trained army. The threat of death suddenly skyrocketed hundreds of times. Without giving Chao Ngi much time to think, the monsters began their assault. The melee fighters immediately charged forward, while the mages stayed in place, casting spells. Suddenly, black hands sprouted from the ground, grabbing onto Chao Ngi and immobilizing him. It forces him to face the monsters head-on, just as fireballs are about to strike, and outside the spectators gasp in horror, calling Chao Ngi the cursed cat lover. "Oh my god, this is dangerous." In the dungeon, Zhou Yi faced this perilous situation and smiled as he spoke. The vanguard soldier, the bishop boosting the status, the mage casting support spells, their coordination is quite seamless. Ngi waited until the claws of the leading monster were just a short distance from him before raising both hands to invoke the holy cross light. Immediately, a large cross-shaped light appeared, emitting a golden glow that engulfed the entire horde of monsters. The level 4 B-ranked holy cross light gathered into a cross-shaped halo behind him, causing enemies within a certain range to be continuously burned by the light attribute for several seconds. Loud screams echoed as the golden light faded, revealing a forest of corpses lying on the ground instead of a horde of snarling monsters in front of Zhou Ngi. Outside, Fake Dao gawked and said, "That was so powerful." All the low-level monsters were killed instantly. Who told me that the Holy Knight is a support class and that the B-level wide area attack divine skill is like a talent, with skills also divided into 7 levels from low to high. The higher the level, the more powerful and rare the effect. Moreover, Jia Dao also had some doubts in his heart. The main government resources mostly consisted of C-level skills, so how did he get a B-level skill? This kid, Chao Ngi, is not simple at all. Back in the dungeon, all the monsters are dead. Only the last Minotaur remains standing. Chao Ngi points his weapon at the creature and taunts, "Come on, it's just you left." Immediately afterward, everyone saw the Minotaur instantly use 2 berserk and berserker skills on itself. Then, it employed the war spear technique, stomping forcefully on the ground to create a crack that led straight to where Chao Ngi was standing. Chao Ngi reacts quickly, jumping high to dodge. While he is airborne and unable to evade, the Minotaur uses a savage charge to attack him. Because it is in a berserk state, any damage cannot break its charge mode. Ngi also shows no intention of fleeing. He uses a skill to cut through the air directly at the Minotaur, successfully knocking it back, then crosses his arms and unleashes a white blade light in a cross shape while rushing forward. The white sword sheathed into the bull-headed monster's body made it cry out in pain, its massive body falling backward. Softly, Chaoyi decisively swung down, splitting the body of the Minotaur in two. The Minotaur was still alive, lying in a pool of blood, eyes wide open as it looked at Chaoyi. Chaoyi's face turned cold as he stepped forward and kicked the bull-headed monster's head directly. This time, Chaoyi was certain the bull-headed monster was defeated because he saw the familiar vortex appear beside him again. Seeing the vortex, Chaoyi whispered to himself, "The next stage is the boss stage." Outside the dungeon, the audience is already boiling with excitement, many unable to contain their enthusiasm and standing up to shout. Wow, an axe beheading a 4-meter-tall Minotaur, absolutely shocking. Don't forget this Minotaur is in a berserk state and this power is almost unbelievable. Your continuous combo is so handsome. Senior Ngi, I love you. The MC looked at the clock and exclaimed that the second stage only took 59 seconds. Even Jia Dao had to stand up and applaud. You're so skilled, so precise with your skill shots and in control of your power that it's hard to believe you're just a new student who was promoted only a month ago. Then Jia Dao turned to smile and said to Lahang, "Congratulations, Principal La. The Second Institute is about to produce a genius." Lahang also happily replied, "The river has its bends, people have their turns, and now it's our Second Institute's turn to have a talented individual emerge." In his heart, he secretly hoped that since the school was founded, the top-performing student in the Second Institute ranked 72nd in the entire province. Maybe this time, Zhongyi could elevate the Second Institute to a new level. Suddenly, someone pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "Senior brother, why is he not resting a bit longer and has already entered the boss's dungeon?" Everyone quickly looked at the screen, and when they saw that Chaoyi had entered the boss fight without resting, Jia Dao angrily scolded, "Dumbass, if you haven't recovered to your best state and lose your advantage against the boss, that's a big loss." Lahang hurriedly advised, "Tongnyi must have his reasons for doing that. We just need to be patient and wait." In Lahang's mind, Tuhang province is densely populated with talented individuals, and he only aims to be among the top 100 students in the province, mainly choosing to clear nightmare-level dungeons alone. With the same difficulty, to become the champion, one must pass the levels in the shortest time. Back in the dungeon, as Zhou Yi entered the third stage, he saw the boss monster sitting nearby, so he used appraisal magic on the boss. The Minotaur King level 16, with a gold grade talent, skills unknown, a huge level gap that makes it impossible to investigate. Note from the Minotaur clan: "Human, if you dare enter my palace, you must be prepared to die. Lamin Truk blesses courage. The divine grants favor and protection." A series of skills are used simultaneously by Chaoyi. Then Chaoyi appears behind the boss in full armor, waving his hand and saying, "Hey kid, I'm here." All buffs increase the basic first-level Holy Knight form. The boss angrily turns around and Chaoyi also charges forward to attack. Despite Chaoyi's attack, the Minotaur King simply raised his hand to block, and even with 4 buff skills active, it couldn't harm his body. Feeling incredulous, Chaoyi dodged in front of the Minotaur King and struck again, but it was like hitting a piece of metal, sparks flying everywhere. King Bullhead roared in anger, swinging his weapon down at Chaoyi's position, causing a shockwave and clouds of dust to rise high. Chaoyi narrowly dodged the attack and, emerging from the smoke, saw a flash of purple light. 1 second later, Bull King suddenly appeared in front of Chaoyi and swung his weapon down. Chaoyi couldn't dodge in time. His body was knocked away and pierced through 5 large pillars before finally stopping. Luckily, thanks to the Holy Knight's protective armor, my bones didn't shatter. Well done. Our first battle. Now I know what to do. The spear just now was not wasted. He softly said. Chaoyi slowly raised his right hand and shouted, "The victorious spear." In an instant, numerous small yellow whirlwinds appeared around Zhou Nuo's body, followed by sharp yellow spears protruding from within the whirlwinds, shooting straight toward the Minotaur in the distance. The level 3 C-grade Victorious Spear, which channels divine power into the enemy, deals immense damage when thrown. Seeing this, the Bull King brandished its weapon to block, unaffected by any number of spears thrown by Zhou Nu. After a while, a notification appeared in front of Chaoyi. Warning: magic power is decreasing. Please replenish magic power. Chaoyi just glanced and then ignored it, continuing to maintain his skill while quickly thinking of a countermeasure. The king is really strong, both physically and in power. Using brute force to suppress it is impossible. Usually people would choose to loosen the kite string to kill it, but doing so would not guarantee victory. Considering the purpose of the person who set the challenge, they definitely wouldn't let the students be in danger, so there must be many ways to handle it. While Do Qian and I sensed that its agility attribute was very low, attacking from multiple angles continuously would make it difficult for it to counterattack. Thinking so, Trong Eungi directed the spears to attack from various angles. The effect was immediate, with a few spears successfully piercing the knee of the Minotaur King. Warning: magic power is low. Please replenish magic. Trong Eungi clenched his fist and detonated the spears, causing the Minotaur to kneel on one knee. Apart from being less agile, the bull-headed king also has a weakness in combat. He has high endurance and health stats, but is easily affected by attacks and can suffer serious damage. So in a short period, you must continuously use high-damage skills. But to do that, you need to precisely time and limit the number of skill releases. If he doesn't drain his magic before killing the bull-headed king, he'll lose his qualification to compete. Having calculated everything carefully, Zhou Nuo knows his chance has come. You take advantage of the fact that the bull-headed man is still kneeling on the ground, unleashing all your strength to control the flames from all directions and detonate them immediately. Warning: mana levels are dropping low. Please replenish mana. He wanted to unleash a powerful move, but ran out of time. Whispering softly, Zhou Nuo charged straight at the bull-headed king, drawing his weapon to deliver a decisive blow, splitting its body into two halves. Congratulations on completing the Samlam Dungeon Challenge Nightmare level. Your time was 9 minutes and 24 seconds, and your run has been recorded. Your score on this level is SSS. Congratulations, you have been confirmed as the top scorer in this dungeon run. Hearing this announcement, Zhou Yi was momentarily stunned and whispered, "Could it be that the top scorer has already been confirmed as me in this Tuhang County exam?" But Chaoyi quickly reacted, happily clenched his fist and whispered, "Great, I did it." Inside, he thought to himself that in the year of traveling here, his mother had passed away from illness. His sister was seriously ill, his foreign debt was sky-high, and also of Tuvan's medical expenses had overwhelmed him and left him breathless. But in that harsh environment, I chose not to give up and couldn't increase my attribute points, so I trained my fighting skills and hardened my fighting spirit. The appearance of the system has given me a second chance to change my life, but it also holds my fate in my hands. I must seize this opportunity and try harder than anyone else. I have decided I cannot waver, so I turned back. With that, I took a moment to adjust my mood. You remove the armor on your body and step toward the vortex, the system announces. Congratulations, you have gained 5,121 experience points, 20 free attribute points, and 20 skill points. Your level has increased to 11, then to 12, and now to 13. Congratulations on receiving the Tropical Rainforest Belt with plus 10 physical attribute and plus 7 strength. Level 10 required. The set bonus during jungle combat continuously boosts based on your stamina. With resurrection speed tripled, stamina recovery tripled, and mana recovery tripled. Congratulations on obtaining the Tropical Forest Ring equipment, requiring level 10. The set bonus during jungle combat will provide continuous buffs based on your own stamina. Revival speed x3, stamina recovery x3, mana recovery x3. 10 strawberry items dropped. Note that after use, it will restore a certain amount of mana. Gold level bullhead card x1 item. Beware of the necromancy materials. After successful necromancy, the power can be used to enhance equipment by plus 20. Yi Chao just stepped out of the vortex and was greeted with a series of cheers. Welcome back, Senior Chao. I love you, Chao School. You are my god. Senior Chao is so talented. He is so powerful. Second god, second god, second god. Chaoyi was startled and almost jumped out of his skin. Before he could even adjust, he heard the clicking sounds ringing in his ears. Seeing Yi turn around, he saw a group of reporters pointing their cameras at him with flashes going off constantly. Alongside them, two people are approaching, Principal Lahang and the fake director of the education department, with Lahang leading and smiling as he speaks. Spending 10 minutes alone to pass the nightmare-level dungeon is something that hasn't happened in 100 years of glory. With years of experience studying the exam, Zhou Yi can easily become the top scorer in Tuhang County. The future looks bright. Chaoyi smiled and replied, "You're too kind." At this moment, a car arrived, causing everyone to stir. Whose car is this? Why did they drive directly into the exam hall? Isn't this the S400 magic artifact that can switch to flight mode? Huh? Is this the S400 that can be transformed into a house in the capital? Yes, it is. The car stopped not far from Zhongyi, and Jiadao voluntarily opened the door and told him, "The results will be ready within 3 days at the latest, and we will inform you immediately then." "Thank you, Deputy Director." Then Zhongyi followed Lahang to the S400. Lahang also spoke, telling him to go rest and wait for our good news. Not long after, Chaoyi arrived at the hospital to visit Tuvan. After their last conversation, Zhao Wenbin quickly kept his promise and arranged for Xiaoyan to be placed in the most luxurious medical room in the hospital. The professional medical team monitors Xiaoyan's condition around the clock, and as Zhongyi steps into the elevator, a nurse greets him with a smile. "Mr. Chao, you're here." Chaoyi nodded and responded, "Yes, I came to visit Xiaoyun and have some good news to tell her. I heard your exam results were probably very good today. As the nurse pressed the 26th floor button, the elevator ascended, and suddenly the two inside felt the temperature dropping rapidly. The nurse trembled slightly and asked, "Why is it so cold today?" Is the air conditioning set too low? He noticed the cold air seeping in from the door gap, his face turning serious. When the elevator reached the 26th floor and opened, the scene before the nurse made her scream in horror. What is going on? What happened here? Everyone in the long corridor is covered in ice and turned into ice statues with terrified faces. Xiaoyan silently called out. Zhou No hurriedly ran to Xiaoyan's side, leaving the nurse behind. Zhou Qian, the nurse, tried to call Zhou Nu, but before she could finish speaking, she too was turned into an ice statue. Chao Ni broke through the ice wall in Xiao Van's room and shouted her name. But a second later he was stunned by the terrifying sight before him. Tiny Van is lying in pain on the hospital bed, with a continuous stream of spiritual energy emanating from her body, forming a large ice dragon in the air. Next to the bed, a person is maintaining a spell, seemingly healing Tiny Van. Seeing Chao Ni about to attack the ice dragon, the girl performing the healing spell suddenly shouted, "Yi, stop, don't attack." Hearing this, Chao Ni had to abandon his plan to attack the ice dragon. Chao Ni approached the girl and asked, "Miss Tin, please explain. If you heard it carelessly, Tu Van's meridian might be severely damaged or shattered." Chao Ni then asked, "Why is there a dragon?" Sister Tin replied, suddenly worsening her cold, "Everyone will be frozen into ice columns. I can only suppress the cold air here for now. You should leave quickly." Chao Ningi looked worried and called out, but Chi Tin interrupted, saying, "Tio Ningi, without a high-level priest, there's only so much I can do." Chao Ningi briefly calmed down. "I understand." Then Chao Ningi silently gave the order. All skill points gradually heal from level 4 to level 10, gradually restoring the team members within a certain range while increasing stamina and mana, with effects lasting for a certain period. Immediately after, Zhou Ningi uses the gradual healing skill on Xiaoyan, and Sister Tin exclaims in amazement at the power contained in the Holy Knight's healing ability, which is so strong that it even surpasses her level 23 priest stance. Zhou Ni maintains the skill while protecting her and says, "Sister Tin, I am here to support. You need to go inform Secretary Zhao to insist on inviting a senior priest." Sister Tin replies, "The schedule of the senior priest is full. Secretary Zhao has already scheduled her for next week, so there's no time even if we leave now." Zhou Ni turned back, his serious expression saying, "Tell Secretary Zhao that as long as a senior priest can be invited, I will unconditionally agree to anything he asks in the future. I will never lie." Sister Tin looked at Zhou Ni silently for a moment before agreeing, then turned around to find Secretary Zhao. Chao Ni continues to treat Xiaoyan as the cold aura has been affecting her every night for the past year. Under the influence of cold yin energy, her whole body is in intense pain, feeling worse than death. Recently, the cold yin has become more severe, and I never expected that the cold energy could affect the outside. He silently gritted his teeth and continued the treatment, even as his hands showed signs of being invaded by the cold energy. As time passed and night fell, just when Chao Ni's magic was about to run out, a green sphere suddenly flew into the room. It was like a rubber ball bouncing repeatedly, causing Bang Long's body to crack slightly. Seeing Tu Van's pained expression, Nahi shouted, "Wait, don't touch her." Suddenly, the green sphere hit Zhou Ngi, knocking him backward. Then, a girl with a large pen like a staff appeared in the room, waving her hand provocatively at Bing Long. "Whoa!" Bing Long roared and charged at the girl. The girl swung her pen like a club, striking Bang Long's head forcefully, then repeatedly waved the pen tip, drawing special symbols on Bang Long's body. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with a blue light, and she slammed the pen down onto Bang Long's body. A formation appears, and Bang Long is struck towards Tu Van. Its body shrinks until it finally turns into a snowball merging into her body. Seeing that Xiaoyun's expression had relaxed and no longer looked pained, Zhou Ningyi quietly suspected and said, "It's fine." At this moment, the girl, Sister Lu, turned to look at Zhou Ningyi and asked, "You're Zhou Ningyi, right? I have heard of your reputation for a long time. I am Thoi Liet Na, a level 35 second-tier bishop from Kan Van City." Chao Ngi greets her, and Thoi Liet Na says that the fake supervisor begged her to come and treat your sister first. Watching Zhou Yi, Thoi Liet Na thought to herself that if the fake chief didn't say this person's name could mean he's a top scholar of the province, she wouldn't break the first rule. If he can withstand Han Chi for so long, the fake chief isn't deceiving me. Ning opened his mouth to ask her what exactly was wrong with my sister. "Can it be cured?" Thoi Lietna replied, as Han Ki burst out and coalesced into a shape. "This is a sign of bloodline awakening." Zhou Ningyi gasped in surprise. The bloodline awakening. You know that when the Eternal Game appeared, many players chose races like elves, giants, and demons. After the game and reality merge, players of different races also display the characteristics of their respective bloodlines, such as elves having green eyes and longer, pointed ears. Those with giant bloodlines can reach a height of 34 meters. Over 200 years, intermarriage between demonized races and humans caused their bloodlines to dilute, and their appearance and abilities to gradually fade, except in rare cases where the bloodline awakens. And if it fails, at best it leaves you paralyzed, at worst it kills you. Your sister is suffering from intense cold energy because she is too weak to withstand the power of her bloodline. If I'm not mistaken, she has awakened the ice-cold bloodline, a rare type of bloodline. To endure this rare bloodline, the body must be altered. As far as I know, only a rare treasure of extreme cold, the cold ice link, can change a person's physique. However, this thing is very rare. It last appeared in a 30-year-old auction, where a mysterious person bid 13 billion. 3 months later, the cold energy in your sister's body will fully activate and become uncontrollable. Another method is to use a great sealing spell to directly seal the bloodline of the alien race. After you make your decision, use the token to contact me, but the price is that your sister's future can no longer be upgraded. After Thoiliet Na left, Joningi held the token in his hand, lost in thought. 5 days later, Joningi had just finished his daily tasks. A system panel appears. Squats 200, 200. Push-ups 200, 200. Sit-ups 200, 200. Weapon swings 200, 200. Completing daily tasks, I choose my rewards. Chaungi speaks about attribute points. Most of the time, I choose free attribute rewards for daily missions. For the Holy Knight, physical and mental attributes are extremely important, but other attributes should not be overlooked either. Normally, distributing attribute points in a 2-3-3-2 pattern for balanced development minimizes weaknesses. And as Chaungi was lost in thought, a system interface suddenly appeared before him. The exam results have been announced. The achievement mission is complete. Congratulations on becoming the top scorer in Dahang Province in this exam. Based on your achievements, the reward will be granted. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Level SB skill, Divine Beast S. Congratulations on obtaining the S-Rank Holy Item Resurrection Cross. Congratulations on acquiring the Divine Level 1-time technique, Divine Form S. Congratulations on obtaining a rare skill, Bright Light Shines Everywhere. Congratulations on earning 30 free attribute points. Congratulations on earning 30 free attribute points. Since the college entrance exam ended, news about Zhou Yi has been everywhere in the newspapers and media. When Zhou Yi changed his class to become a Holy Knight, I knew he definitely had a bright future, which is why I suggested to the city council to strengthen his training. It's all thanks to my keen eye. A group of students listening to Jiadao being interviewed on TV couldn't help but be amazed. The top scholar of the province becoming a Holy Knight. Doesn't that mean heavy support gear? I don't know much, don't fool me. The Holy Knight is very slow at running dungeons. Level 10 is playing a nightmare dungeon. Are you joking? Is there cheating involved? A female student immediately took out her phone to defend Zhou Yi, saying I recorded it at that time. There's evidence to back it up. Even the students who doubted Chauni's strength had to admit their admiration. The ferocity is incredible. The Holy Cross Light's power feels even stronger than high-level fire magic from a mage. Trukfuk weapons, blessings from the gods, blessings of courage. Can someone help me count how many buds this province has in total? Elsewhere, the red-haired young man sat in a luxurious apartment, attentively watching Zhou competition and commenting. The 9-minute 24-second mark was even 20 seconds faster than him. Chaungi is quite interesting. However, at this point, the red-haired man pointed with his hand to a spot not far away, causing it to explode. Then he smirked maliciously. Daring to steal his glory, there is only one way out. The next morning, while on his way to visit his sister, Chaungi suddenly received a message on his phone saying he had received a large sum of money from the government and the Lijiang City Education Bureau. Chaungi immediately called Secretary Zhao and received a reply. Because of your outstanding performance in the exam, the government will reward you with 5 million in cash and a luxurious villa. Do you like any particular neighborhood, or should we choose one for you? It seems they also received news that you are the top scholar of the province. I think you should choose for me. I heard that the admissions officers from the top 3 universities are coming soon. Do you need me to send a car to pick you up? No need. They have arrived, Chaungi replied, then looked at the man in front of him. I'm a staff member at Vinduang University. Vinduang University? Chaungi was a bit surprised when a strange voice spoke up. I remember that at first Vinduang University said student Chaungi was too arrogant and criticized him for being reckless, so why is it different now? The admissions officer from Vinduang University looked up at the muscular man standing on the helicopter's cable. Zhao Tianfu's words truly show he has no eyes to see Mount Tai. He has already been expelled from the school beforehand. Then the Vinduang teacher looked at Chaungi in confusion. Chaoningi, if you want to come to our school, Vinduong University is willing to pay 40 million. No matter what conditions Vinduong University offers, Mado City University will double them. Mado University is sure to get Chaoningi, so you should leave while you still can. The muscular man landed and spoke with a confident tone that made teacher Vin Duong want to slam the table. At that moment, a voice of a girl echoed in Chaoningi's ear. Have you asked Thonkin University yet? Then the girl with purple hair and angel wings embraced Chaoningi and flew into the sky before the muscular teacher could grab him. After monopolizing Chaoningi alone, the purple-haired teacher whispered in his ear, "You may not have much else besides your classmates from Thonkin University, but you have enough cultivation resources. 4 years of university, each year providing level A cultivation resources." As soon as the purple-haired teacher finished speaking, a sudden formation appeared behind her and pulled her in. At that moment, a female teacher wielding a black staff stood in front of Chaoningi, and the other female teacher slowly threatened him. Stealing the top scholar requires risking resources, finances, and reputation. If Thonkin University can do it, Tahang University can do it too. Stealing someone directly, what's that supposed to mean? If you don't let him down, don't blame me for being rude. The muscular teacher has already flown up to join the fun. That's right, ripe melons aren't sweet. Chaoningi, at Budo University, I not only provide A-level resources once a year, but also give you a full set of gold-grade equipment. The purple-haired teachers, though furious, wisely gradually lowered Chaoningi, and then smiled kindly. I'm not kidnapping him. I just want to have a private, friendly exchange with classmate Chaoningi for a moment. Chaoningi, you choose to go. I'm Tamini, a student from Tahang University. Tahang University values strength above all. As long as you can rank on the local and national charts within the school, you'll have access to A-level resources, even S-level resources. Moreover, Tahang University has maintained its first place in the freshman exchange competition for the past 4 years, showing that its student training capabilities are also top-ranked. The purple-haired teacher said angrily, "Tamai, what do you mean just winning a few competitions makes you arrogant?" Tahang University's victory is an undeniable fact. Ms. Tan should still encourage the teachers and students at Tiankin School to try harder. While the two teachers were passionately arguing, Chaoningi was seriously considering which school to choose. The special enrollment benefits offered by the 3 schools were roughly the same. Choosing any school freely already offers limitless prospects, but after some consideration, I want to develop stronger practical skills in the university that best suits me. Finally, Chaoningi decided to attend Tahang University. Tamini immediately pulled out a scroll and said, "This is Tahang University's special survival contract. Take a look. If there are no issues, sign it." Professor Luke Luong was disappointed to lose talented students, but they had already been taken by Tahang University. Ms. Tan still didn't give up and said, "If Tahang University isn't a good fit, you're welcome to transfer to Thonkin University." Tumini immediately shot a deadly glare at Tan, saying, "This is a technique only high-level mages can master." Chaoningi, reading the contract in shock, then asked Tumini in confusion, "May I ask, what is Miss To's rank?" The second-tier mage is level 42. Ingi looks even more confused, but she doesn't seem to be over 30. The outside world is vast, and after entering university, Tahang will be able to see many younger, powerful individuals. "That's great," Ingi replied excitedly. "Anyway, lately you haven't had any rivals your age, so entering Tahang University might give you the chance to meet someone to spar with and improve faster." After signing the contract, Tamini put away the agreement and advised, "All right, you have 1 week to pack your belongings, and I will come to pick you up for enrollment in a week." "Huh? Is the registration time for Tahang University really that early?" Tamini blinked and replied, "Of course, students who are not yet special need to arrive early for advanced training, which will help improve their skills faster, so they can perform even better in the upcoming National University Freshman Exchange Competition." A week has passed, and after Chaoningi and Chaovan moved into the new villa, it was also time for Chaoningi to enroll. Before leaving, he asked Secretary Zhao to take care of his sister while he was away. Then he gently reminded Chaovan of everything in the world before getting into Tumini's car. Seeing Chaoningi turn his head to look back at his sister, Tumini smiled and asked, "Is this your first time leaving home?" "That's right, so you need to prepare well." Ngi hadn't even had time to understand Tumini's meaning before the car sped through the space gate. "The security at Annin University in the city of Annin immediately appeared before you. We're not in a hurry. There's no need to use the teleportation magic array." Then Ngi Simai looked around and was amazed to see magic vehicles flying out of teleportation arrays everywhere. Normal teleportation arrays are controlled by the military, and even small teleportation arrays used by priests require approval from the city government. Tahang University has a cooperation with the military district, so they built a large teleportation array near the school, which is very convenient and safe. Tamini explained, then tilted her chin forward, saying, "We've arrived." Ingi looked at everything unfolding before him and couldn't help but exclaim, "That's way too showy." "Let's go. I'll take you to meet the authorities," Tamini said to Chowengi. As Jongi was still looking around, he suddenly felt something pass by him. Turns out it was a young man who had just been kicked away by a girl with white hair, her eyes blazing with warning. "I told you I don't want to get to know you. That kick was a warning. Don't provoke me. I won't hold back anymore." After saying that, the white-haired girl left. The crowd then gathered around to look at the beaten-up young man and burst into mocking laughter. This time Dang Tu has met Lady Sat. Every year at the start of school he tries to seduce the younger female students, and now he's finally met his match. Heaven has eyes. He looked at the white-haired girl and thought to himself, "Mavan, she has the bloodline of the demon race." Tamini remembered Ngi's background, and, seeing his current expression, decided to give a kind reminder. Many students and teachers in the university city carry bloodlines of different races, so if you encounter them in the future, you must not show any abnormal reactions. Don't worry, even if everyone is a different race, as long as they stand on the side of humans, I won't hate them. I am not so irrational as to hate the entire demon race because of my father's death. Then that's good. This is your student ID card. Tamini produced a card and handed it to Chowengi. Joey quickly glanced over the information on the ID card. I will explain the rules within the school. First is the ranking system. Each academic year has its own ranking, and the stronger your ability, the higher your position will be. The ranking of new students is based on their university entrance exam results. You are in first place, so you are the strongest new student, but that's only a temporary ranking. In a month, a competition among new students will be held, and the rankings will be adjusted, based on the results. From today on, you will become everyone's target, as everyone will want to take your spot. If I am already the top student now, I won't let this position slip away, Chunungi replied proudly. Tumini smiled and continued to show Jongi around, explaining as they went, followed by the credit system rules. New students will use their series number to get a basic number of credits. Credits can be used to buy food, equipment, medicine, skill books, and so on. As long as you have enough credits, you can buy everything you want, including S-rank skills and resources. And besides the ranking order, there are two other ways to earn credits. One is through credit missions, where you can use your student ID card to register and search for missions on the website, accept suitable tasks, and complete them to earn the corresponding credits. The second method is to receive fixed credits based on the monthly ranking in the Underworld and Celestial rankings. The university has about 1,000 students. Those who want to enter the Earth and Heaven tables as crowded as the Mongol army cannot be arrogant. In addition, this university also has 3 secret dungeon instances. The first dungeon is the Underground Goblin City with a level cap from 17 to 21. The second dungeon is the Twisted Forest, with a level cap from 23 to 26. The third dungeon, the Hellfire level, has a limit of levels 28 to 31. Besides meeting the level requirements, you also need to spend a certain amount of credits to enter. Before reaching the required level to train in the training area, the training targets can be either real people or robots. The strongest possess absolute authority and the most resources. This is the path to survival here. A group of students walking in the opposite direction of Jongi and Su Mini. The young man leading the group greeted Su Mini, and then continued leading the students onward. As they passed by Jongi, a few students stared at him and whispered among themselves, "Who is he that the teacher is taking him along? Huh. We're all being taken on a tour by the seniors in groups of M people. Could it be a backdoor for Wang Li?" A knowledgeable young man in the group said, "So you guys didn't know. The top scorer of the entrance exam will be specially assisted by the admissions officer, both to help them quickly get used to the new environment and to attract future top scorers when choosing schools. In that case, he's the top scorer of this entrance exam. Bak Hyu Sin. What's his background? Tell me more." The new students there include a white-haired girl eagerly waiting for an answer from Bak Hyu Sin, Chowengi, the top scorer of Tuhang Province. Level 13 Holy Knight. Just like everyone else, when they first heard about Zhou Yi's profession, they couldn't help but be surprised. Are you sure that's correct? Holy Knight is just a support profession. I remember you said that the second ranked is Tom Lin Fong, a level 14 Berserk warrior. How can someone like him, an assistant, surpass a level 14 Berserker? Hey, what are you guys talking about? You don't believe me? Bai Xiaosheng's reputation is not just for show. A female student can't help but gush about her passion for beauty. He's so handsome, he could easily become a star. The white-haired guy also couldn't help but look at Zhounuo with an evaluating gaze after hearing his impressive profile. He's the top student among the new students. Liu Jing, the level 13 knight ranked 38th, saw the scene of the white-haired CR intently watching Zhou Yi and deliberately mocked him loudly. I think this top ranking is just a name without real strength. Sure enough, Zhou Nei heard it and immediately turned to look in the direction of the voice. Liu Jing stepped forward in front of the students and issued a challenge to Zhou Nei. Liu Jing, level 13 Night Enforcer, ranked 38th. I doubt you have the strength to hold the top spot. I want to challenge you to a duel, classmate. Issuing a challenge is your personal matter. Don't waste everyone's time. The senior student pats Liu Jing on the shoulder and mutters to himself, Idiot. Guiding new students, I will earn a credit, so why are you causing trouble here? Liu Jing pushed his hand away and replied, Sorry, I will keep it moderate. The leading student became even angrier. This idiot's ranking was decided jointly by the principals and teachers of the major academies, so it can't be wrong. The new students, hearing Liu Qin's challenge, started to gather and watch the show. There's a good show to watch now. Wait a little longer, and then go ahead. Is Liu Jing trying to use a challenge against the leader as a stepping stone to boost his reputation? So what do I have to rely on to accept your challenge? 100 credits. If you beat me, it will belong to you. If you lose, you won't lose anything. Seeing Liu Qin's uneasy expression and the group of new students, Ngi silently thought that for the peace of his future, he had to accept this challenge. But since he only wanted to scare them, the price he would make him pay would be even heavier. If that's the case, they'll remember it well. So, Zhongyi set the bet at 300 credits, and I will fight a match with you. Liu Qin's face immediately changed color after hearing that, and the student started whispering again. I'm ranked 40th with only 400 credits. Liu Qin at 38th probably isn't much better. Losing that many credits would be disastrous. If he dares to stand out right at the start of the semester, he won't be the kind of brainless side character in a comic, right? Liu Qin was a bit nervous at this point, but as soon as he saw Kuar still staring intently at Chaoyi, envy clouded his judgment, and he finally accepted Ungi's terms. 300 is 300, let's go to the arena. You're a bit brave, but you don't need to step onto the arena. In 3 moves, if you don't kneel, I'll consider myself defeated. In the end, everyone still gathered at the arena, with Tomi Ni personally acting as the referee. After a 3-second countdown, Liu Jing immediately charged forward. He secretly calculated that both the Punisher Knight and the Holy Knight belong to hidden professions. Punishing Knights rely on brute strength, while Holy skill users focus on support. By quickly defeating them without hesitation, especially when they use potions, you can easily win. At that moment, Liu Qin involuntarily looked at the white-haired girl standing beneath the arena, knowing she would be watching him. Regaining his composure, Liu Jing swung his sword, using the Blood Vitality Slash skill to strike at Zhou Nuo, but Zhou Nuo easily dodged and then kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fall to the ground instantly. Vo-vi! Zhou Nge said, feeling a bit disappointed, thinking he had some tricks up his sleeve but had already fallen. The male student led the team to check on Liu Jing's injuries and then reported to Tuo Mini. Ma'am, Liu Qin has 5 broken ribs, internal bleeding, and is in a coma. Yes, send the priest to treat him. Tomini said as she used Liu Qin's and Chaonengi's student cards to operate the system, then returned the cards to Chaonengi. 300 credits have been transferred to his student card. The intense battle left the new students in awe. The bloodthirsty strike of the punishing knight is hard to stop, so all he needs is one kick to break it. Is this the power of the number 1 ranked person? They are on completely different levels. The strength attribute of the two must differ by at least 20 points. The white-haired girl could no longer sit still and stepped forward to challenge Chaonengi to a fight. When I saw her at the door, I realized she not only has the bloodline of the demon race, but also inherited equipment. It was my first time seeing inherited gear, and I wanted to see how powerful it was. Jono used appraisal magic to check information about the opponent: weapon, moonshadow, ancient sword, quality, 3-star inheritance, race, human, profession, swordsman, effect unclear. After a while, Zhou replied, All right, another match is about to start. Since the opponent doesn't seem easy to deal with, Zhou decided to use the mystical light war flag to confront the white-haired girl. Weapon: Mystic Light Battle. Truncheon grade 3S gold quality, physical attribute. Pla 118. Intelligence. Pla 124. Enhances all level B light system skills or lower by 1 level. System reward, draw source. Even the second-year students from Class 53 have come to watch. The new students just arrived at the school and are already clashing. It's just a chicken fight. Lai Dongthang, one of the ministers of the Ultraviolet Society, a level 29 village archer, happened to pass by, saw Tomi Ni and approached to greet her, then casually stayed to watch the fight. 3, 2, 1, start. The signal just sounded as both sides charged at each other. While the white-haired one used the extreme shadow slash to strike at lightning-fast speed, Chao Yingyi employed the method of violent blood thrust to lift the giant beast and slam it onto the ground, causing wide area damage and pushing back the enemy. And as soon as their moves collided with a loud explosion, both were pushed back by each other's techniques. Impressive. Truly, a monster. He secretly thought that the white-haired fighter would intensify her attack, using dark attribute shadow/magic on her weapon and unleashing a powerful shadow slash toward Chao Yingyi, who, seeing the enemy strike, was not afraid at all and even shouted excitedly. Excellent, at last someone who can face me head-on. Keep going. Lift up, can perform an attack from below to above, lift up the enemy. Enhance the consecutive attack and perform a second strike forward. The 3 slashes unleash a powerful attack ahead and release the 3 slashes. Light Ba will deliver multiple strikes to the enemy, knocking them back. Bang Sun Keech jumps a short distance forward and strikes the ground with its weapon. There are many instances of attacking, and the final blow could knock the enemy down. Both sides continue to skillfully use their techniques to attack each other, but the outcome remains undecided. The audience watching from below the arena stare in amazement as 2 figures move at lightning speed across the stage. Can it really be 2 students fighting each other? Lai Dongthang, after a moment of contemplation, then spoke. A spirit swordmaster will lose quickly if they don't have a trump card. The male student leading the group looked a bit skeptical. Really? I think it's hard to tell who will win between those 2. Li Dongthang analyzed. The enhanced block absorbs all enemy attacks. At first, the 3 strikes of the Holy Knight, she only needed to block 1. Now the Holy Knight swings 2 strikes, forcing her to block with her sword. When using large weapons, both in attack and defense, it's common to swing only within a certain range to conserve stamina. When he spots an opening in his opponent's defense, Zhou will suddenly strike to suppress him. Moreover, he has no intention of conserving his stamina. Either he's foolish or he completely trusts in his own strength. From start to finish, Qian Chui kept Ngu Ling Qiemci restrained, forcing her to use her sword to block Qian Chui's attacks. Watching Chao Yingyi land each strike with precision, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "Such a beautiful woman, and yet her strikes are merciless. This Holy Knight is truly ruthless. The activation is complete." After finishing, Zhou immediately activated the Divine Blessing Point. With the Divine Blessing Point's courage, the Blessing Weapon, Leming's Blessing, and the Protective Blessing Point, a huge light immediately enveloped him. This oppressive feeling is really strong. Is this really his best state? While the white-haired one hesitated, Chao Yingyi used the victory spear and then pointed with his arm. White-haired, taking advantage of the time needed to cast a skill, used Ghost Shadow Slash to close the distance and strike to defeat Chao Yingyi. Unexpectedly, Chao Yingyi smiled smugly and said, "I knew you'd use this move." As he finished speaking, he swung his truncheon to strike the white-haired girl, who could only helplessly close her eyes and wait for the blow. But nothing happened for a long time. "Do you want to keep going?" White-haired person opened her eyes to see Chao Yingyi had already withdrawn his skill, standing there with his truncheon, looking at her. "No more fighting. Your attack is almost crushing. Continuing would only be the same result. You haven't used your full strength," Chao Yingyi reveals. You knew that in this battle, neither her powerful sword skills nor her shadow attribute strength were used. The white-haired girl smiled brightly like a flower and asked, "Got caught? It's just a test of my limits once. I won't use my trump card. Besides, you didn't use your full strength either. I've watched your exam video. Let's be friends and compete again later." The first day of school not only earned 600 points but also made all the top students eligible for special scholarships. This freshman batch is about to go crazy. The freshman dormitory is located on the small mountain peak, while the regular students' dormitory is at the foot of the mountain, facing the back of the school. The dormitories for students selected through a special process are located on the mountain peak, and the dormitories for these students are luxurious villas with differences in luxury and amenities based on their ranking. "From now on, you'll live here." Tomini gestured towards the enormous house in front of them. As she swiped her card and entered, Tomini suddenly remembered something, and immediately told Chao Yingyi, "Yes, I heard you're looking for Kukan Lian Hoa. A small team once saw Kukan Lian Hoa in the Storm Mountain Range, but high-level magical beast protected it, so they gave up harvesting. This was 6 years ago, so I can't guarantee its accuracy." Based on the information provided by Tomini in the following days, Chao Yingyi threw himself into researching information about the Storm Mountain Range. It is known to be a large mountain range that has existed since the integration of the Eternal and Lam Tin games. The area is vast, filled with countless geniuses, rare treasures, exotic herbs, and monstrous beasts, and even those with a third profession change dare not venture deep inside casually. With Chao Yingyi's current strength, if he encounters a high-level monster, he can only run away to save his life. Fortunately, after completing the college entrance exam achievement, the system rewarded him with a life-saving skill, so even in danger, he can survive. There's nothing to hesitate about. Buy some more skills and equipment, then let's go. Ngi looks for suitable skills on the computer while receiving a notification. After checking, you are a top-ranked student in the special admission process, and the skills of the Holy Knight below level A can be learned for free and provide complete physical damage immunity. Very effective, so I'll buy it. Long-range star skill purchased. Free is really too much, Pepsi. Therefore, all the powerful skills available for free are purchased by Chao Ni, except for one thing he still has to use exam reward points to collect, the Forest Ranger outfit. Preparation is complete. Chao Ni immediately heads to the Storm Mountain Range to find the extreme cold lotus to cure his sister. While wandering through the furious mountain range searching for the extreme cold lotus, you see a massive explosion not far away. Curious, you immediately grab your pants and rush over to check out the situation. Meanwhile, after adding Chao Ni on WeChat, Kwang So Nian took the initiative to message him and start a conversation. But ever since Chao Ni said he would go to the Kwangfong mountain range, he went completely silent, making Kwang So Nian feel bored and call her best friend to share her youthful feelings. I met a very special boy yesterday. I challenged him to a duel, and during the fight he released some demonic power. He was completely unfazed, not even a look of infatuation. After hearing that, your friend couldn't help but be amazed, so his willpower must be incredibly formidable. Kwang Su Nian casually responded, and then decided to go to the Windstorm mountain range just like Chris. Somewhere in the mountain range, a fierce battle was taking place between demons and a 4-person team, including Engineer Chu Niu, Summoner On Tien Shun, Artillery Master Chu Dan, and Swordswoman Tathan Lian. First, Chu Niu drove the tank while throwing a few small discs with bombs attached toward the demons. As soon as they stepped on them, the discs automatically exploded. A few escaped monsters continued to frenzy and attack the tank. On Tien Nuan used her summoning skill to create an ice wall blocking the monster's advance, without noticing another one jumping at high speed on the trees, aiming to approach from behind at 9 o'clock, so Chudan immediately fired her gun to make the creature behind vanish. Finished, she continued to sweep with the machine gun and shouted, "It was..." At this moment, immediately, Tathan Lian used her supreme swordsman skill to deal with the remaining demons. "We did it," Chu Niu laughed happily. On Tian Ruan turned to look at Chu Nuo celebrating, and suddenly her face turned pale. Then she pushed Chu Nuo aside, quickly cast a spell, and created an ice shield by the window of Chu Nuo's driver's seat. "Are you all okay?" Tuthan Lien hurriedly ran over to ask, but On Tien Nuan shouted a warning, "Watch out behind you." The other three all turned to look behind Tuthan Lien and saw a horde of demons like furious devils rushing toward them, ready to burn them with fire magic. "Squad, we had to use all our trump cards to kill 4 demons. Is today really the day we die here?" Just as the 4 girls are about to give up and accept their fate, Ngi rides in on a white wolf from the forest, unleashing a divine storm to sweep the demons away. The gathering of light and windstorm arrives, and as Ngi finishes speaking, a giant sword descends from the sky, piercing the heart of the tornado and directly destroying the demons. The entire area suddenly burst into flames. Chaungi gently pats his pet beast, and the white wolf immediately opens its mouth, quickly extinguishing the fire. "Thank you, Junior Brother Chow. I didn't expect you to know me. The Thonlone Squad is the second-ranked team in the entire school. I obviously know that, which makes me feel even more ashamed." Tathan Lien replied shyly with a smile. Then her expression turned serious as she made a suggestion. "Junior Brother Chow, your light attribute skill can counter demons, but demons are very dangerous. Let's return to the base together. I have explored the entire outer area over the past month, but still no news of extreme cold ice lotus. In 3 days, the freshman competition will be held, so I can only wait for it to end before continuing to look for Kukan Bang Lien. I think Ngi will understand." Tathan Lien turned to look at Chu Niu. Chu Niu nodded understanding, and then began chanting the metal spell. With a roaring sound, a burst of speed, eerie growls, and fierce energy shining brightly. As the spell finished, a giant robot car emerged from the magic circle created by Chu Niu, drawing admiration from Zhou Ningyi and White Wolf. Without time to explain, "Get on quickly." Chu Niu quickly urged them on. Tathan Lien, seeing her teammate M. Seer, said nothing, but secretly admired her. She really played her part perfectly. On the way back, Zhongyi asked, "Tao Shuitai, is this Kuangfong mountain range originally the habitat of demons?" Tao Than Lien honestly replied, "Our squad has been in Kuangfong mountain range for over 2 months, and this is the first time we've encountered them. Yi then deduces that these demons come from deep within Kongfeng mountain range, or from a recent rift in the otherworld, and that they have escaped through it. Yes, we need to return to the base quickly to inform the military district. Yi was a bit taken aback. Isn't there a mage overseeing the entire area? This place, Kwangfong Mountain Range, is home to many monsters, and to prevent them from attacking the mountain and breaking into the city, there is a supply trading base built by the army at the entrance, with mages from the military base constantly monitoring the movements of the monsters within the range. Tuthan Lien frowned and replied, "If they exist, they do, but these monsters are too low level." Chao Ningyi became even more confused after hearing that. A level 30 evil beast like the White Silver is not exactly low level. Sensing Chao Ningyi's concern, Tuthan Lien explained that the mages mainly monitor the deep areas of Kwangfong Sanmak, and the movements of high-level demon beasts, legendary level, and their aura are below the thresholds set by the mages, so perhaps they can't even be detected. At this point, a few questions arose in Tuthan Lien's mind, but if it was a dimensional rift, why would low-level demons be allowed here? The troops from the base would immediately eliminate any demons they found, and since the rift could accommodate level 30 monsters, it could also allow level 50 monsters to pass through. The way the otherworld operates not only risks our lives, but also reveals the location of the rift. Forget it. This isn't something we should worry about. Just bring back the news. Just then, everyone suddenly heard the loud shouts of many demons. Food! Food! At the same time, a beam of light shot down from the sky, causing an explosion not far from Zhou Engyi's convoy. Demon! Someone is surrounded by demons over there? This aura is what I was thinking. Chao Ningyi hurriedly said, "Everyone go ahead, I'll go and come back." Then, despite everyone's protests, he hurried alone to the site of the explosion. He will never forget this aura. Why is she here? Not only Chao Ningyi's group, but also another squad knows about someone in danger. At this moment, one of them hesitated to speak. Level 20. White Silver Demon Beast, she won't last long, we should help. Everyone fell silent. After a while, someone spoke up and said, "Don't do it. We're trapped here and can't even take care of ourselves. If she can escape and use her strength to defeat the demons, she will definitely become a genius in the future." But unfortunately, they all turned their worried eyes toward the explosion site, as Kuang Son Hien, injured all over, struggled against the monsters. As she fought off the monsters, Kuang Son Hien clenched her teeth and thought to herself, "It seems their state is limited in time, only trapping us without attacking, trying to force me into a trap. These demons are scattered in groups across the plain, so even if I kill the 8 in front of me, the surrounding demons will immediately advance, and there's basically no chance to escape back to the base." If the ghostly power disappears before breaking through the encirclement, Kuang Son Hien's eyes turned cold at the thought. Just as she was about to use her skill, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, striking the surrounding white silver demon beasts and causing them to vanish instantly. Kuang Son Hien spun around to the back, where the footsteps were coming from. Ngi riding a white horse, no, a white wolf charging like a god, while shouting to Kuang Son Hien, who is still stunned watching him. "Kuang Son Hien, get out of the way." The demon behind her is snarling and howling, creating a deafening sound that she can't bear, forcing her to cover her ears with both hands. The demon horde unleashes their frenzied fire skill and roars, charging forward to attack. Kuang Son Hien shouts a warning. "Chao Ningyi, run now!" That is the berserk state of the demon clan. She secretly worries that the power of the evil spirits has increased tenfold. Looking at Engyi, he's definitely no match for it. If I self-destruct, I have a 90% chance to destroy it and protect Chao Ningyi. Suddenly, Chao Ningyi riding the white wolf appeared behind Kuang Son Hien, slipped his arm around her waist and lifted her onto the white wolf's back. Kuang Son Hien was startled and shouted, "Look, Engyi." At this moment, a demon rushes forward and throws a punch. The white wolf instinctively leaps to the front to dodge. Chao Ningyi sat on the white wolf and turned his head to raise his hand, shouting, "Kuang Chi Trung Gioi," and suddenly a massive lightning strike from the sky hit down, destroying the area in front of him. Chao Ningyi smiled and said, "No wonder everyone wants to become a mage. The feeling of destroying monsters from afar is pretty good, but the move just now caused such a big commotion that all the evil spirits on the field ran over." They quickly formed a large circle surrounding the two of them. The 180 demons could use group attack skills to deal with them, but now they are scattered. He whispered, then Chao Ningyi placed 2 fingers on Kuang Son Hien's forehead. "Kuang Son Hien, you attract the demons to the left side. Don't be aggressive." Kuang Son Hien hesitantly asked Chao Ningyi. Chao Ningyi did not say anything, but began performing a series of buffs for Kuang Son Hien. Delay, mana regeneration, Lamin's blessing, weapon blessing. The divine gift. Kuang Son Hien was startled and whispered to herself, "It's an additional buff from the Holy Knights Legion." She quickly opened her personal panel to check. Level 16. Her position as a swordsman and her dual demon body state, along with the 25% boost in strength, speed, stamina, and willpower stats, left Kuang So Nian stunned. Chaungi doesn't bother to notice Kuang So Nian's reaction. Before she could finish speaking, he jumped off the wolf's back, drew his weapon, aimed at the nearest group of monsters, and charged forward, swinging his hammer to cause an explosion in the area. Behind Kuang So Nian, she also dismounted from the wolf's back. She looked at Chaungi and silently admired. Super impressive. The additional attributes increase your strength by 25%, effectively doubling your power. As far as I know, there is no such thing as 16 or not. Even a level 20 Holy Knight couldn't do that. At this moment, some monsters had already reached Kuang So Nian's position. No one needs to give an order. The white wolf has already charged at a monster and opened its mouth to bite. Now is not the time to think about these things. I have to follow his instructions. Reminding herself, Kuang So Nian's expression grew serious. She drew her weapon and began to fight. As for Chao Ni, he is moving at high speed, with each strike capable of destroying one or several monsters. Suddenly, a monster managed to sneak behind Zhou Ni and swung its weapon at his head. But just as the strike was about to land, a purple whip suddenly struck the monster's hand, causing its weapon to fly out and saving Zhou Ni from danger. Chao Ni turned around and saw Kuang So Nian controlling the purple whip to attack the monsters. The Shadow Fairy responded, "Gather the dark energy in your hand to form a whip that strikes enemies, dealing heavy damage and additional shadow damage. Using the Holy Light profession can indeed attract demons. Countless demons from the plains have gathered here, so I can use this move." Tom said Chao Ni casually cast the Holy Light Shield skill towards Kuang So Nian and White Wolf, creating a protective barrier around them and instructing Kuang So Nian, "Stay inside this." The Holy Light Shield B+ enveloped the team members within a certain range in a sacred aura, making them immune to all physical damage for a limited time. Then, Chao Ni shouted, "Holy Cross of Light." The Holy Cross of Light summons a holy light that continuously deals fire attribute light damage to enemies within a certain range every second. Level 7, range of 200 meters. A large cross appears, and Ungi summon emits a golden light towards the monsters. The next second, a burst of yellow flames engulfs them, burning relentlessly and causing them to scream in agony. Kuang So Nian's eyes sparkled as she stared in amazement at this scene. After the attack subsided, most of the monsters had been defeated, leaving only the large, highly resistant ones still alive. All darkness will vanish under the illumination of light. The gathering of radiance summons a divine storm, calling down a storm of holy light that deals minor magic damage to all enemies within a certain range. As Ngi finished speaking, massive holy lights gathered in the sky and then descended to the ground, forming a large circle around the monsters. 1 second later, a whirlwind rapidly formed at the center, sweeping up the monsters and tearing them into pieces. In the nearby bushes, a group of people are wide-eyed watching the battle outside. This is terrifying. Who could they be? Is he human? Boss, should we go say hello? Hearing a member of the group ask, the team leader hesitated for a moment. Our squad besides me, who is level 26. The other 5 are all level 24. Don't tell me it's 1 versus 1, 6 versus 1. That's not even possible. This person is really too terrifying, and he's still so young. In the end, the team leader decided to lead his group to meet Zhou Yi, thinking to himself that he definitely had to win. But before the group could move, a machine sped quickly from afar to Chao Ni's position. When it stopped, Chu Dan and the 3 others, Chun Hu, Ontien Huan, and Tu Than Lian, appeared on top of the machine. Chu Dan waved and said, "Junior brother Chao, we're here to help you." But when they saw the situation around them clearly, the 4 of them froze in place for 5 seconds. Ngi turned to look at them, then took out a healing potion and drank it all. The system announced, "Congratulations on reaching level 17. You have gained 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 18, gaining 15 free attribute points and 15 skill points. Chaungi's level is 18, 13, 24, 42,000 strength, 160 stamina, 162 intelligence, 172. Ungi silently thought, 180 demon, 60,000 experience points. Unfortunately, the fake profession has a limit to experience points, and level 0 in this battle. I could gain more seeing the healing potion on hand." Chaungi silently said, "The magic power has increased significantly, but having too many high-level skills is still not enough. After returning to school, you should ask the teacher. Maybe she has a solution." Only then did Chu Dan and the others snap out of their shock, jump off the mechanical spider, and head toward Zhou Nuo. To Thun Lian said, "Chaungi, all of this is your doing. Chudan also said, Chaoningi, your strength is even greater than I imagined. Before Chaoningi could speak, Kuang Sonian suddenly collapsed to the ground. The girls asked worriedly, what's wrong with her? Chaoningi said, I guess I pushed myself too hard and entered a weakened state. The girls went over to help Kuang Sonian. While watching Chaoningi closely, Dathan asked, did you encounter any particularly difficult demons while destroying them? Ngi raised his chin in thought for a moment before replying, the highest level demon I killed was a level 23 gold. None of them were especially hard to deal with. Is something wrong? Tathanshlien frowned and explained. The demon army and the human army both have leaders. If there is no leader here, then most of the demon army is not present. This place is not suitable for staying long. We must return to the base immediately. Zhou Yi immediately responded. Seeing Zhou Yi and the others leave from behind the bushes, a member asked the captain, should we go out now since they're about to leave? The team leader hesitated and said, yeah. Before the team leader could finish speaking, they suddenly felt their bodies being pressed down by an invisible force, filling them with fear. The boss looked outside with a frightened expression and shouted, the air thick with demonic energy, that is an evil spirit. The sky has now turned blood red as a vast area is covered by a membrane, and soon a hole opens in the membrane for a dragon to crawl through. It is carrying a humanoid creature on its back that emanates a large amount of demonic energy. Through the appraisal spell, the basic information of both creatures appears in everyone's eyes. Monster, level 30 demon, talent, legend, skill, notes, fire dragon, level 24 golden talent. The Liet Diem barrage skill activated, and simultaneously, the security screens at the military base switched to red alert. Warning, emergency status, foreign gas concentration exceeds limit. Data analysis complete, level 4 invasion has locked the position. The surveillance personnel quickly took out the radio to notify the entire military zone upon seeing this scene. Confirmed level 4 alien invasion, all members of the Legion assemble immediately and prepare for battle. Snow Dragon Legion soldiers and knights, please finish training quickly and move to the square to assemble. The Snow Dragon Legion priests are preparing to assist, ensuring their bodies are fully charged with magic. The logistics team of the Snow Dragon Legion is distributing Manicore resources. The Mage Squad is sealing the coordinates at 111.4054 east and 15.305 north to form a large transportation array. Soon, the members of the Legion lined up neatly within the large yellow formations on the ground. A soldier stepped forward to report to the commander of the Snow Dragon Legion. Tuvu Chu reports to the general. All personnel are assembled and awaiting orders. Tuvu Chu draws his sword, points forward, and shouts loudly like a sword cutting through thorns, like a shield protecting a region. The soldiers below also shouted in unison, like a sword cutting through all thorns, like a shield protecting one side. Tuvu Chu confidently ordered the charge. A few minutes earlier, why was the Demon Lord sitting on his throne at the Demon Lair, watching the large crowd of demons and saying, every demon in the army is chosen and filtered by me? In half a year since arriving at Lam Tin, we lost no more than a few hundred, but in the final moments before returning to the Holy Realm, 100 of our kin were hunted down and sacrificed. In half a day, we will return to the Holy Realm. Before leaving, we must make a proud display. The group of demons below shouted excitedly, thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. Thank you, Your Highness. Then, the Demon Lord began summoning his army. Alamus, the son of the Demon Scribe, used the summoning skill, summoning silver demons and gold demons. Tathan Lien immediately used her appraisal skill, scanning the group of demons. Legendary level demons, gold level demon knights, silver level demon summoners. Chaoningi, wait until the Thanlone squad protects you, and if there's a chance, you must break through the encirclement and escape. Yes, Chaoningi, you must keep on living. Chudan then spoke and went ahead with the two other girls to Chaoningi, secretly thinking that he was the most monstrous genius mage they had ever met. With his talent, he deserves us to risk our lives to protect him. At this moment, a large yellow magic circle suddenly appeared in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. That is the Snow Dragon Legion. All members are level 30 or above, and the Legion commander is a level 51 warrior. We are saved. Contrary to Chudan's group's joy, Zhou frowned in suspicion. If it was teleportation here, why not locate and teleport directly there? Chaoningi's suspicion was immediately confirmed when the Demon Lord opposite suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha, humans. Don't worry. The magic array is covering us. Your army can't get in. What? No way. She looked up at the sky and realized there were many soldiers standing on large golden formations, blocked outside by a red curtain. Outside the red curtain, Tuvu Chu looked at Wang Luang and asked, what's going on? Why is the teleportation point so far away? Wang Liang placed his hand on the red screen, sensing for a moment before answering seriously. This is a forbidden spell formation of the dark, fiery, black, vermilion demonic clan. Once activated, the space inside cannot be transmitted, and external attacks will also be blocked. We need to gather the strength of at least 2 more armies to break it. Otherwise, we can only wait for it to dissipate on its own. Tu Vuchu frowned and asked how long it would take if they waited for the magic circle to dissipate. Wang Liang replied, 5 minutes. Hearing that, Tu Vuchu closed his eyes, sighed deeply, and issued a heavy order. He checked all the information about those people and kept the records. Wait for the battle to end and inform their families to come and claim the bodies, Wang Luang replied, at the same time. Inside the dark fire wall formation, the system announced the appearance of a legendary-level demon and a new mission was issued. Achievement task. Please eliminate the demon. Failure will be punished. No. S+ grade innate talent reward, Duok Te Fuck Lin. Looking at the system panel, Zhou Nuo quietly smiled and said, "The new achievement mission has finally arrived." Then Zhou Nuo's entire body radiated a golden light as he slipped past Chudan's crowd to move forward. Tuthong Lien quickly grabbed Chaungi's hand and shouted, "Chaungi, the demon lord is focusing his gaze on you from across the way. With such dense holy aura, it seems you have attacked my clansmen. To show my respect for you, I will personally tear you into 100 pieces so you can leave in endless pain." With that, the demon lord rides the fire dragon and flies forward. Chaungi pushed away to Thon Lien's hand and drew his weapon, ready to fight. At that moment, the fire dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a magic beam towards Chaungi below. Than Lien anxiously shouted, "Chaungi!" Chaungi calmly raised his hammer, creating a golden light that soared into the sky. The attacks from both sides clashed in mid-air, with Chaungi's strike tearing through Hualong's attack and continuing upward, slicing off one of Hualong's wings. With its wing gone, Hualong could no longer fly and fell straight down. The demon lord also fell freely as a result. A loud crash echoed as Hualong's massive body slammed onto the ground and remained motionless. The demon lord lands safely but still takes some damage. Seizing the opportunity, Zhongyi appears behind the demon lord and swings his hammer. The demon lord sensed the danger and swung his weapon backward, but only hit Chaungi's shoulder armor, causing it to fall off. Immediately after, the demon lord saw a streak of golden light heading straight for his face. So he quickly raised his weapon to block and used the force to push himself back. Seeing the ground where he just stood was torn apart by Chaungi's hammer, the demon lord couldn't believe it, and silently shouted in his heart, "What kind of cage is this? This human is only level 18, how can they have the strength to fight me?" Ungi also didn't rush to attack again, placing the hammer aside, cracking his knuckles and speaking to the demon lord. "You're holding up pretty well. Oh right, you're the first legendary level monster I've ever met. Your human race insults you, and the demon lord charges forward, stabbing a sword at Zhou Ni. Ungi grabbed his weapon, leapt high to dodge, and simultaneously struck down a large cross-shaped attack on the demon lord below. The pure white branch's stunned state was successfully confirmed. He whispered to himself. Chaungi raised his hand high and shouted the light punishment barrier. The stun effect didn't last long, and before the lightning strike, the demon lord had already regained consciousness and shouted out the flame demon shield. Even the light barrier can't defeat him? It seems ordinary methods are simply not enough to kill a legendary level demon like the demon lord, so he can only use the reward system skill after the final trial. As for the demon lord, he commands his army. "My dear warriors, destroy him for me." The demons, upon receiving the order, immediately roared and charged towards Chaungi. Chaungi paid no attention to them. Around him, many holy lights appeared, and his body gradually lifted into the air, radiating waves of golden magic. Everyone was watching Chaungi intently, only to see him raise both hands high, a huge vortex suddenly appearing, from which a giant hand reached out. Why does it feel like some terrifying existence is about to descend? As soon as the demon lord finished speaking, the entire space was dyed yellow. A giant hand struck down from above, causing him and his subordinates to shake the ground and shatter it as a whirlwind swept around. Am I dreaming? Is this really Chaungi's skill? Kuang Sonian felt the demonic bloodline within her body, trembling in fear. Outside the red curtain, Tu Vuchu spoke. "This power rivals the demon spirit cannon. Have you found out who is trapped inside yet?" Vuong Luong replied, "They are all students from Tahang University, and the one who used the skill just now is this year's top scorer. Saint Knight Choungi, Tu Vuchu Todai Tiek Nuoi, Noi Rang, top scorer. Ha, the Dung Ties Hebben Qua Chen Lech, Neo de Choungi, Them Chotoi Gian Truong Tan, Chivoi Mut Kinang Do, the Tu Tio Diet Konach Marue." As expected, what Tu Vuchu said was right, After Chaoyang's recent attack, the Demon Lord is still alive, and his aura now radiates even more terrifying demonic energy. The Demon Lord roared in anger. "How dare you insult the great existence?" The Flaming Demon Legion charges. The Flaming Demon summoning magic. Immediately, the four directions were flooded with attacks from the Demon Horde, while the Demon Lord turned to the Healing Demon and said he's just an 18th level Holy Knight. The Demon Healer confirms that after many battles, his mana has definitely been exhausted. Without mana, facing our three-man legion, he can only rely on numbers to determine his fate. That's right. Satisfied, the Demon Lord looked back at Zhou Nu. In the center of the attack, Zhou Nu remained expressionless and thought to himself that the Divine Shield was almost completely draining his magic, and the recovery speed of his equipment was too slow, so he had to rely on himself. A skill panel appeared in front of Zhou Nu. The Holy Spirit Technique. S is a one-time secret spell from the Holy Knight Temple that does not consume mana when released and is unaffected by silent skills. After using this secret spell, you will gain a portion of the power of Divine Light, and depending on your body's endurance, the 4 corresponding attributes will be increased. The level of all Divine and Light skills will temporarily increase by 5, and the recovery speed of HPI, stamina, and mana will be multiplied by 20. The effect will last for a certain period, and after the skill ends, you will enter a state of exhaustion. Then, 1 second later, a pillar of light descends from the sky, piercing through the red curtain and shining on Zhou Nu. What is going on now? The Demon Lord, suspicious, looked up and saw Chaoyang in the yellow light column, surrounded by a goddess with 3 pairs of wings, with feathers falling from above, burning and turning to dust whenever they touched a demon. Wu Chu reached out and touched a feather, then exclaimed, "So it was a divine form technique." Vice Commander Wang Liang of the Snow Dragon Legion stood nearby, listening, and couldn't help but be curious. "Commander, what is the divine form technique?" It is a top-tier skill mastered by the pseudo-divine class, allowing the user to harness all energy and divine faith. I once saw a preacher perform the divine stance, and with just one move, he could restore the entire army to its peak condition. It is also because of the divine stance that only our troops can endure, waiting for reinforcements under the encirclement of 3 demon legions. With divine power as vast as the sea, without us, he could also destroy the demons. The Demon Lord beneath, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief and shouted, "Impossible!" Clearly, this is a top-tier secret technique. He's an 18th level Holy Knight, so what allows him to use divine energy? Your Highness, once you cast the divine form technique, you can only cut with divine energy of the same level. Once he finishes the ritual, our entire army will be doomed. It's just a skill after all. How long does it take to set up the magic circle in the valley for the attack and defense exchange? 1 minute later, the wizard replied, "I know. Now is the time for you to show your loyalty." "Yes." The wizard replied, then loudly shouted, and all the demons obeyed the command. "Offer everything you have to the Demon Lord." Immediately after he was the first to offer his soul, Lord Demon Alama Roskin, "I dedicate all of myself in reverence to you." "Great Lord Alama, I vow to dedicate all of myself in reverence to you," and so hundreds of demons shout their slogans and willingly sacrifice their souls. Then their souls were all absorbed by the Demon Lord. Watching the dark energy emanating from the Demon Lord grow stronger, the goddess sneered and said, "Pathetic, ugly, lowly creatures. Holy Knight, I grant you divine energy." As the goddess spoke, she raised Chaoyang's hand pointing at the Demon Lord, and his eyes immediately lit up. Then a beam of light from his hand shot straight toward the Demon Lord, absorbing the sacrificial soul. The ground trembled as a devastating explosion occurred, clouds of dust billowing everywhere, but as the dust settled, everyone saw that the Demon Lord was still able to rise. He even gathered a giant fireball. The power of demon fire is the strongest innate skill, condensing the fire element to its limit, with surface temperatures reaching up to 15 million degrees Celsius. If it weren't for the sacrifices of the clan members, I wouldn't be able to use this skill. The Demon Lord then shouted, "Die, Holy Knight," and threw the fireball directly at Chaoyang, but unfortunately, it only left him disappointed. As the dust settled, he still saw Chaoyang standing there unharmed. Only then did he realize that he and Chaoyang were not on the same level. So he dared not delay, and immediately grabbed his pants to run toward the magic circle to return. But Chaoyang naturally would not give him that chance. "Heresy, I, in the name of a god, sentence you." As the execution finished, Chaoyang waved his hand, and a beam of light descended from the sky, directly claiming the Demon Lord's life. "I have completed my mission, and returned my glory." Returning to the Holy Realm, the Demon Lord mumbles a few delirious words before taking his last breath. Witnessing the scene, the remaining demons, like headless snakes, scream in fear. "What do we do now? The Demon Lord has sacrificed himself. The magic circle has been destroyed. How can we return to the Holy Realm?" It's finally over. Zhou Nei said a word, and then fell into a state of weakness, gradually losing consciousness, and his body dropped freely downward. Trao Ningyi, Guangzhou Hian, and the Than Lone team rush over worriedly. Deputy Commander of the Snow Dragon Legion hurriedly orders, "Cleric, quickly check Chao Ningyi's condition. Team 1 and Team 2, quickly search for any remaining survivors with fake professions around the mountain area. The rest of the military personnel and I will charge in. It's too heavy. I can't breathe. It feels like something is pressing down on my chest. I can't move. Is it a shadow pressing down? Am I about to die?" Hearing this, Zhou Nuo suddenly woke up. Only then did you realize you were in the hospital room and that you really had been possessed by the 50-pound shadow. Kuang So Nian, rubbing her sleepy eyes, said, "Chao Ningyi, you're awake now. You've been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. I'll go tell everyone." "That's right. Thank you for saving me." "This girl," Chao Ningyi said helplessly. At this moment, the system panel suddenly appeared, showing that I haven't completed 200 push-ups, 200 squats, and 200 sit-ups for the day. I missed out on the daily rewards for the 2 days I was asleep. Let's see if the achievement rewards compensate for completing the mission. The demon slaying achievement has been completed, and the corresponding reward has been distributed. Congratulations, you have acquired the S+ innate skill, Death Resistance. Your body can resist death and recover quickly from any damage received. Congratulations, you have received the S-rank magic potion, Fuck Lin. After drinking it, your luck will increase for 12 hours. Can a talent heal injuries? This kind of talent is available in any profession, but the effects vary. But being an S+ level talent, and also called a Death Resistance, it must be extremely special. Thinking of this, Chao Ni quickly summoned a knife. Without hesitation, stabbed it lightly into his chest, then pulled out the knife and waited for the result. Watching the wound heal at lightning speed, Zhou Ningyi couldn't help but marvel. Recovering in 2 seconds? All right, in this situation, during the fight, you can't be affected by normal damage effects, and your survival ability is also increased. What if it's a serious injury? Thinking of that, Chao Ningyi transformed into an axe. But after some thought, you finally didn't dare to be reckless and put away the axe, then continued to study the blessing potion that increases luck. Luck? How much does it increase by? Went outside and immediately picked up a legendary weapon? Or just a random old lady on the street who is a triple-class fake and suddenly buys a top-tier equipment on the roadside, a potion that can unlock infinite possibilities. Later, while Zhou Nuo was shutting down the system, a notification caught his attention. Holy Flame Radiant Ring. Level A condenses a sacred glow ring around the body, allowing control of the fire element and boosting fire and light damage for oneself and nearby allies by 20% for a certain duration. Flame Radiant Ring, what is this? The divine skill. I remember the moment I fought the Demon Lord was back then. The protection of the S+ level Angelic Saint is bound to the user. Your light element is boosted, and all light and divine skill effects are greatly increased. The Holy Flame Halo. Level A condenses a halo of holy flame around the user, allowing control over the fire element and increasing their own and allies' fire and light damage by 20% for a duration. The Flame Halo is a light-type skill enhanced by the protection of the Divine Angel. When using the Holy Radiance Ring, you can increase the damage of light and fire skills by 40%. If you also use the light punishment during the Holy Radiance Ring, wouldn't that make you a dual-element lightning and fire mage? While Zhou Ningyi was lost in thought, the knocking on the door brought him back to the present, and a stranger came to visit him. After settling into his seat, he introduced himself. "I am the Deputy Commander of the Snow Dragon Legion, Mage Wang Liang. Classmate Zhou Ningyi, this time thanks to your timely destruction of the creature and the teleportation array, we couldn't have captured so many demon prisoners otherwise." Zhou Ningyi modestly replied, "You're too kind. I was just doing my part. Is there something you need from me?" The squad leader should have come to thank you himself, but he's busy now, so I have to go in his place. Chao Ningyi's final strike, although destroying half of the cursed mountain, still preserved the traces of the demon's arrival perfectly. The army has uncovered the secret of the demon. The squad leader went to report the matter to his superiors and then took out a sphere. As soon as the sphere was activated, the entire room transformed into an illusionary space, with all kinds of items appearing before Chao Ni. The resources of the Snow Dragon Legion had been accumulated here for hundreds of years. "Don't be polite, just tell me what you like," Wang Liang said generously. Chao Ni looked around and couldn't help but be surprised. Are there also high-grade S-level Earth treasures? After a while of searching, Chao Ningyi asked, "Vice Captain Vuong, does the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse have ultra-cold S-level ice crystals? Please wait a moment while I check." Vuong Luong performed a few actions, then pointed at the screen and asked, "Is it this one?" "Exactly," Chao Ningyi shouted excitedly. "All right, Vuong Long outwardly tries to appear fine, but deep inside, tears are like an ocean. 100 million contribution points equal 3 years of his salary. I guess I have to ask the team leader to cover it. The extreme cold ice chain is in the main warehouse, so you'll need to wait here for a few more days. If you get bored, I can arrange for more people to go with you to hunt monsters in the mountain range. Vuong Luong, while pretending to be indifferent and walking towards the door, couldn't help but smile when Chaoyi wasn't looking, as he wanted the young members of the team to bond more by hunting monsters together. Once Chaoyi becomes a top expert, the Snow Dragon Army will also gain some glory. My move was perfect, but then Chaoyi's next words poured cold water on Vuong Luong's pride. Sorry, I have to go back to school tomorrow to participate in the freshman competition. Just send the extreme cold ice lotus to my dorm. I forgot he's still a student. Vuong Luong sighed and replied, The extreme cold ice link will be delivered to your dormitory at Tuhang University, dormitory 001, in 2 days. From now on, if you encounter something you can't handle at Fongsan Mac, you must contact the Snow Dragon Legion. After saying that, he left. Zhou Ningyi slumped onto the sofa, unable to hide his happy smile. Thank goodness Xiaovan was saved. I really should thank that damn demon. Without it, I wouldn't have had the chance to get the extreme cold ice lotus from the Snow Dragon Legion's warehouse. Glancing at the clock, Ngi silently thought, I need to finish today's daily mission first. As Tu Thun Lien stepped out of the bathroom in the Than Lone squad, she was immediately surrounded and begged by her teammates. Captain, we want to invite Ningyi to join the Than Lone squad. Do you think it's possible? Tu Thun Lien said indifferently. I don't think he will agree. With his strength, defeating monsters alone is even more effective. Chu Dan chuckled and said, If you don't try, how will you know? Besides, isn't the captain also wanting him to join us like we do? Openness. Nguyen chimed in. I saw the captain secretly visiting Zhou Engi a few times. Tuthang Lien didn't reply, but silently recalled the time she visited Chao Ningyi. She had indeed intended to invite him to join the team, but he skillfully declined. Although Tu Thun Lien was reluctant to hold on, she couldn't help but say before leaving, By the way, to thank you for saving us at the Quangfong mountain range, this is a special token of appreciation for you. Then she kissed Chao Ningyi on the cheek and smiled brightly as she walked away. Chao Ningyi suddenly remembered Kuang So Nian's similar actions and couldn't help feeling a bit shy. A special reward, a special thank you. Girls these days are really bold. In another development, Tu Vu Chu is reporting to his superior. According to the investigation, compared to 3 years ago when the demonic invasion occurred, they took turns appearing in the Furious Wind Mountain range. The investigation shows that the demons have mastered the method of moving through medium-sized cracks. Are you sure? Do you understand what this report means? Tu Vu Chu has confirmed that so far, extraterrestrial creatures can only invade Lam Tin through large spatial cracks. Because large space cracks are rare, the risk of alien invasion is low, but medium-sized cracks on Lam Tin are countless. If extraterrestrial creatures can pass through medium-sized space cracks to invade, Lam Tin will face a crisis of extinction. That is why this investigation result has been checked multiple times. Fortunately, we found that only extraterrestrial creatures below level 30 can pass through medium-sized cracks. The man with horns immediately ordered to quickly develop a strategy to deal with this issue. Senator Yang, please inform all major military corps nationwide to immediately investigate all medium-sized space cracks within their jurisdiction. Senator Zhang, attend this United Nations Assembly to report this discovery and observe the reactions of other countries. At this moment, Dean Wang Yu from Tohang University asked, Captain Tu, was this intelligence obtained from an 18-year-old teenager? Yes. Vu Chu displays an image of Zhou Yi on the screen. This young hero's name is Zhou Yi, the newly risen Holy Knight, top scorer at Tuhang Province University, the leading freshman at Tuhang University, who used divine magic to descend and defeat the demons, and also destroyed the teleportation array. This action has brought us enormous benefits. The others couldn't help but be surprised after hearing it. The Holy Knight becoming the top scorer of the province is quite rare. In Tuhang Province, and with the surname Zhou, could he be a descendant of the Bangzhongzhou family? At this moment, the senior officer turned to Vuong Ui and said, Second Scholar Vuong, after returning to school, please help me check on Chaoyi. All right, if he's a promising talent, remember to let us know, and don't keep it a secret. Someone teased and from Vu Chu secretly admired Chaoyi. Everyone here is a top expert in the country. If you win their favor, your future will definitely be bright. The main competition for new students will officially start in 2 days. A flying robot is announcing across Tuhang University. Attention students, the freshman competition will start promptly at 10 a.m. Students are encouraged to take this time to gather at the sports field. As the time approaches, Director Qiantran Academy, representing the judging panel, which includes directors from the Armament Academy, Element Academy, Strategy Institute, and Logistics Institute, stands up to speak. I am Ngo Mang, director of the Qiantran Academy. Welcome to those choosing Tohang University. This new student competition is divided into 2 stages. The first stage is a copy challenge of the Secret Realm based on difficulty and time spent passing through to determine the ranking. The second stage is free challenge. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge higher-ranked opponents, and success can change the rankings. While Ngo Mang speaks, Tu Moni stands nearby, constantly anxious, wondering why Zhou Yi and Kang Son Hian haven't appeared yet, or they might miss the chance to participate in the freshman competition. Honestly, we shouldn't tell him until we have definite news about Kukan Bang Lian. We're running out of time, and it's not just Tu Mini who's concerned about Chaoying's absence. The other students started to murmur when they couldn't see Chaoying's figure. Hey, have you seen Chaoying yet? Not seen him yet. Has he forgotten about the freshman competition? That's quite possible. After all, he hasn't returned to school in a month. Good news, we can eliminate a rival directly. Tam Lin Fong stood among the crowd, hearing these words and chuckling to himself. Chaoying, you haven't been training at school, wasting a month of your time, and now you don't even have the courage to join the freshman competition. You can't seize the opportunity right in front of you. It's truly pitiful. Next, the first stage of the new student clone challenge to the Silver-White Secret Realm begins. As Ngo Mang finished speaking, the gate leading into the Secret Realm opened, and a dark flame burst out, covering the vast space. The scale and strength of this year's freshmen are the greatest in history to allow everyone's abilities to be fully utilized. Besides the easy, difficult, and nightmare levels, the copy of the Secret Realm also features an especially increased depth difficulty. Hearing that, one student couldn't help but get excited, so the depth level has already been unlocked. No wonder the Grand Gate of the Secret Realm is burning with flames. Ridiculous. I remember the difficulty of the Deep Abyss model was even 10 times more terrifying than Nightmare. Now there's a fun challenge. My little master will definitely clear the deep level copy later. As Ngo Mang finished speaking, the information about the Secret Realm appeared, and the students began to prepare their gear to enter. The copy of the Secret Realm, the lair of the level 12 to 19 Pisho Bong. The difficulty can be chosen as simple as Nightmare or Abyss. The number of people required is 1 to 6, paying attention to the dark and gloomy forest, home to a group of fierce Pobong. It is said that the human body cannot even fill the stomach of a small Phobong. After that moment, all the new students were teleported inside the Secret Realm. Ngo Mang looked at the screen, displaying the difficulty options of Nightmare or Abyss, and muttered in admiration, "Not bad." All energetic children moving forward positively. At that moment, Ngo Mang noticed something unusual. Why can't he see the numbers 0C1 and 0C1? Tumini hesitated and replied, "Report to the director. 001 and 03 have been training at Fengshan Ridge all along and haven't returned yet, which is causing a delay." Ngo Mang angrily shouted, "The freshman competition determines the direction and resources for cultivation in the future. How can something so important be missed? Being young and relying on a high ranking makes you arrogant and careless. Director, Chaoying is not that kind of person." Tumini was just trying to defend him, but before she could finish explaining, Ngo Mang cut her off with a wave of his hand. Students like that need to temper their character. If they can't make it, there's no need to participate and they can be ranked last. Just then, Chaoying and Kuang Son Hian hurriedly ran over. "Sorry, we're late." Then, you and Kuang Son Hian directly chose the Deep Abyss difficulty and were quickly teleported inside the copy of the Secret Realm. You have arrived at Phobong's lair and chosen the Deep Abyss difficulty. Be aware that monsters in the Deep Abyss difficulty are extremely ferocious, so please pay attention to using the turnaround opportunity. I hope the difficulty is as rumored. Zhou Nuo said this while activating a series of buffs like the Dawn Blessing, the Gift of Courage, the Gift of the Gods, the Guardian Gift, and at the same time drew out his weapon, ready to fight. Monster, Phobong Warrior, level 17 with white silver talent. Guardian Hair Skill, Furious Attack, Phobong Warrior Monster. Level 18, Silver Talent, Resilient Aura Skill, Warped Arrow Assault. Looking Ngi glanced at the information about the monster's roaring and preparing to charge at him, hoping to unleash his full power. Looking Ngi excitedly said, then jumped high, swinging a hammer. Meanwhile, Kuang Son Hian was using her B-level skill, Xunying Po Quan Tram, continuously summoning weapons and launching sword energy to pierce through the enemy's defenses. Meanwhile, Shen Linfeng condensed his full-body flame power and unleashed his ultimate fire fist, causing massive damage to a single target to deal with the monsters. Another top student chose to use a C-rank skill, Quang Tuai Tam Thich, turning around and jumping up to kick the enemy to the ground, temporarily unconscious but being overwhelmed by 16 Fobong attacking simultaneously. The judges are watching the students' performances on the screen and beginning to give their first comments. Overall, the performance of this year's new students is quite good. The Fobong clone is the most difficult Secret Realm copy our school has ever had. In the past, new students entering the copy would be beaten so badly they couldn't fight back and would be disqualified from the competition. This year, they all managed to hold on steadily. At this moment, Ngomang ordered the technical team to display window 001. I need to see how far I've come after wasting a month in the Fengfeng mountain range to reach level 001. The screen immediately displays an image of Zhou Yi. At this moment, he turns around amidst a cloud of smoke and flames, and the system displays a message. Congratulations on passing the first gate by defeating 16 Fobong. 5 seconds passed, and the surreal outcome left Institute Director Chu Hoa Duong in shock. Why could Zhongyi, only using the support skill Holy Flame Light Wheel, achieve the strongest fire effect to directly kill the monster? Director Tongji from the Weaponry Institute speculated vaguely, unless Zhongyi's intelligence attribute is extremely high. Ngomang, encountering this scene for the first time, dared not boldly conclude and had to cautiously analyze. There are many reasons why the skill causes high damage, such as intelligence attribute, significant boost, innate treasures, but one battle alone cannot determine the true cause. Someone with many years of combat experience like me can't even tell that the Radiant Wheel is strange. What kind of skill is that? How effective was it? Jono didn't waste this month at all. This kid is interesting. Chaungi knows he's causing a stir among the judges but remains fully focused on the match. The punishment of light. As Chaungi finished speaking, thousands of lightning bolts struck the monsters, directly sending them to meet their ancestors. Accordingly, the notification board continues to appear. Congratulations on passing the second level and defeating 200 Pobong. Thua Thang rushes forward at 1 minute 23 seconds. Chaungi continues to use the spear strike to win, successfully passing the third level in 3 minutes and 29 seconds. Through the deep copy, passing level 4 in 4 minutes and 57 seconds with an SSS rating, you have been recognized as the top record holder. The reward for passing the level includes a B+ level skill book, the Grey Repentance Hammer with 13,212 experience points, 25 free attribute points, and 25 skill points. Wielding the Grey Repentance Hammer to strike enemies with divine power will cause them to suffer massive damage. As the first to clear the level, you have unlocked a new innate talent. Please choose one of the 3 options below. Specialize in Quang Huan A. Reaction speed increases by 30%. When using skills, there is a 30% chance to avoid interruption. After entering combat mode, movement speed continuously accelerates, up to a maximum of 50%. Stay resolute in defending A Tar Yi while using the shield as a weapon, increasing resistance by 30%. Chaungi was surprised to receive this notification. Can he really gain a new talent through the clone? Whether a professional is strong or not is closely related to their innate talent. I initially relied on an S+ level talent to participate in the class transfer conference and activate the transformation into a Holy Knight. This must be a privilege of a copy with a silver grade or higher, right? Anyway, I've already made new notes on my bronze copy from the competition, but there's no reward like this. But choosing one is quite humane, so no need to worry about picking a useless talent. Thinking of this, Niu began to plan, firmly supporting the Holy Knight when riding the tank. But I don't have many places to use it, and the reverse attack skill isn't bad either, just slightly worse than the focused light orb. In actual combat, it takes more time from spotting the enemy to executing a counterattack. The stronger the enemy, the faster the attack, so a quick reaction speed is naturally more valuable. In unpredictable battles, focusing on light skills can reduce the danger caused by interrupted skills and serve as a pivot to turn the tide of the fight. At this moment, another gate full of dark aura opens, and a message appears on the gate indicating that the deep-level clone has passed. Do you want to activate the auxiliary gate card? The aura that makes others feel disgusted is transmitted from the teleportation door, hoping the auxiliary gate card can make me a little happier. Jonu eagerly stepped through the outside gate without hesitation, and his impressive performance just now left the judges once again in awe. Everyone relied on their expertise to comment on that fierce combat technique. Perfect control of elemental power, quick thinking, strong adaptability, the deep-level clone truly was worth the effort to unlock. Chaungi is very versatile, not only mastering powerful offensive magic, but also enhancing his strength, and even close combat skills are equally impressive. But Chaungi's Holy Knight skills are too well-rounded, and with constant leveling up and huge resource consumption, his performance might remain average. Director Neomang nodded in agreement as Director Truong Lang from the Strategy Institute spoke. Yes, this is indeed a problem. I'll wait until the new student battle is over, then I'll personally talk to him. Tongji and Chu Huayang responded enthusiastically upon hearing that. Director Ningguo, Chaoyi hasn't decided which academy to attend yet, so it's better for the other director to handle the decision. That's right, everything depends on which academy Chaoyi chooses. Chaoyi is very skilled in elemental magic, perfect for the elemental academy. This is the start of the recruitment. What he just said immediately drew everyone's attention. The principal, it seems everyone is very pleased with Chaoyi. It's a pity I arrived late and didn't get to see him unleash his full power, Vuong Hui said with a smile as he turned back to Chaoyi. As soon as he stepped through the side door, a dark and deadly scene unfolded before his eyes. Looking at the pile of bones stacked nearby, Chaoyi wondered, wasn't there a ritual for the Ta than held here before? You stare at the skeleton on the throne atop the pile of bones and quietly reply, the world has the god of light, so there must be an equivalent god of darkness. The god of darkness is not just a name for the shadowy gods, but also a term for chaotic and mad gods. These two are very different. Worshipping the light or dark gods only requires loyalty, but worshipping the evil gods demands pure life and soul. The infamous Blood Abyss event a few years ago was caused by a third-generation priest who worshipped the Tathan. He secretly planned to sacrifice a medium-sized city, causing millions of lives to perish in a single night, and in that moment he leveled up from 54 to 89. Although he was destroyed by the Legion and the patrol envoy, the millions of souls devoured by the demon god still could not be revived. From then on, the Central State strictly banned the worship of the demon god. Once discovered, they are immediately executed, but the power of worshipping the evil god continues to grow, and many willingly venture into danger. Of course, not only humans worship the evil god, beast tribes, elves, and angels also have the ability to worship the evil god. He silently watched as Zhou No slowly stepped into the red formation on the ground. Immediately, a thick cloud of purple smoke enveloped the skeleton on the throne. And then, the monster awakens, the level 19 Yu Soul Fobong monster. Pay attention to the leader of the Yu spirit tribe, who evolved after the evil god ritual. It's been a long time since I've seen such pure blood and flesh. Humans, you smell so good. I didn't expect you to be an immortal creature immune to physical damage. If the fighters saw this final boss, they'd probably run away in fear. Seeing Eungi with the hammer on his shoulder, he said excitedly to the boss, "Come on, eat up." Then he used the Divine Light Windstorm skill to summon a holy light storm at the designated spot, dealing light magic damage to all enemies within a certain range as a silent message. Like throwing eggs at rocks. As soon as the boss finished speaking, it was sucked into a tornado and then crushed. But just a moment later, the boss recovered to its original state and praised the human. I admit your holy light is indeed powerful, but before the immortal strength bestowed upon me by Lord Jia, everything is just like throwing stones at eggs. Seeing the aura surrounding Ngi grow stronger, the boss deduced, with such intense holy light, it seems you are planning to use your ultimate move. It's useless, everything you do is just futile struggle. How much power do you still have left after using all your deadly moves? Next time I come back to life, it'll be your turn to sacrifice. Oh, is that so? Chaoyi sneered, then raised his hand toward the boss. Immediately, a giant sphere shot straight at the boss, causing it to scream in agony. But before it disappeared, it still stubbornly said, I told you, you can't defeat me. Nonsense. After saying that, Chaoyi stood still and kept firing light orbs at the boss, causing it to be gone for good. Congratulations on completing the dungeon in 1 minute and 12 seconds. Clearance reward. You have received 7113 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 19. You have received the gold level illusory monster of the Fierce Ghost. It turns out that infinite resurrection is just a fantasy. It seems that defeating it only requires draining its power. Before leaving the secret copy, Zhou Nuo looked back with some contemplation, recalling that when he first entered this space, he sensed a wild, chaotic energy. This source of power is not elemental, but using divine techniques gives a similar feeling of strength, so I suspect it is leftover power from the evil god. When the Yu-Soul monster first revived, that strange power disappeared a little. Therefore, it is believed that the number of times that Yu Han Hung Kuai can revive is limited. The correct way to pass the trial is to eliminate the Yu Han Hung Kuei one by one, causing it to continuously drain the evil spirit energy from the space until all the energy is exhausted. While Zhou Nuo had completed his task, the other students were still struggling to pass the exam. Some students were defeated by the boss, but others managed to defeat it. Like Tam Lin Fong is an example. The side quest is indeed the most difficult part of the dungeon. It takes 10 kills of the evil spirit monster to completely destroy it. Luckily, I leveled up twice not long ago, allowing me to control the time limit within 8 minutes. Thinking of this, Shen Linfeng secretly felt pleased and then quickly left the dungeon. Divine Guard. Can Zhou use S-rank skills? Director Ngo Kach Khan of Hokshin Academy couldn't help but be surprised and smiled happily. The other teachers started to gossip as Zhou Yi stepped out, saying he just guessed and found a shortcut. Oh, so this is the shortcut. Let's have a new student try it out. That makes sense. It seems our holy knight also has his own secrets. An S-rank skill isn't something a student from a backwater district should have access to. Just as the teacher was about to finish speaking, he heard the principal's meaningful cough and immediately understood to stay silent, though he couldn't help feeling confused as the principal was defending a student. At this moment, Tomini was watching Chaoyi intently and let out an amused sound. His level seemed a bit off. Why is it level 19? The others started to discuss after hearing that. Is it really level 19? When the exam ranking was announced, Chaoyi was only at level 13, and even the Deep Abyss dungeon couldn't have helped him level up 6 times in a row. This person is truly terrifying. I also know some of the inside story, Wang Hui explained. After reporting, Zhou Yi left school to hunt monsters and level up. Zhou Yi went on a journey through Guangfeng Mountain Range. He also gained quite a lot. He reached level 18 right after entering the dungeon. It would be easy for him to personally eliminate the Flame Evil Demon Legion and the new student conference now. If it weren't for the fact that the new student conference is the basis for resource allocation, he probably wouldn't even bother to participate. Tam Lin Fong just stepped out of the dungeon and was surprised to see Zhou Yi standing outside, as he had been there earlier. Why is he here? Could he have cleared the dungeon before me? Thinking of this, he just convinced himself. No way, he must have failed the side mission and retreated early. Bearing the glory of the 8 great clans of Jiangning, I absolutely cannot lose to someone from the impoverished north. Tom Lin Fong thought to himself, then reverted his skill to return to his normal appearance, and Han Sue's gaze swept past Zhongyi without even a greeting, leaving Zhongyi feeling puzzled. So angry, huh? Could it be that you failed the dungeon challenge? At that moment, he heard a scream not far away. Ning immediately looked toward the shout and saw Kuang-so Nien falling freely from the dungeon exit. Be careful, Ning shouted, and quickly ran over to catch Kuang-so Nien. Brother Ning, you really got through the level faster than me, huh? Kuang-so Nien said casually while hugging Chaoyi. Big brother. Chaoyi looked at Kuang-so Nien with a puzzled expression. He's a few months older than me, so shouldn't I call him big brother? Kuang-so Nien replied calmly, fine. Since it was a minor matter, Chaoyi also went along with her wishes. At this moment, a group of students like Kuang-so Nien also fell freely out of the portal gate, but they weren't as lucky as Kuang-so Nien, who was caught by the popular guy. Moreover, it seems that being inside the instance isn't easy either. As soon as they entered the real world, they kept crying out in pain and begging for help. The rescue team quickly begins treatment. Hurry up. Tomini hurriedly ordered and ran to treat a severely injured male student. An hour later, all the students finally came out safely. Ngomang closed the entrance to the secret realm and announced that Phase 1 has officially ended. Now, it's time to reveal the rankings and completion times. Finally, it's announced. I can't wait any longer. Sham Lingfeng is smiling smugly, but when he sees the leaderboard, his face twists in frustration. Top 1. Traoyi. Clearance time for the dungeon 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Secondary screen clearance time 1 minute and 12 seconds. Top 2. Tam Lin Fong. Completion time 13 minutes and 35 seconds. The time to clear the side screen was 7 minutes and 42 seconds. Top 3. Kuang-so Nien. Top 4. Tong Halan. Top 5. Tanfong. Did he really beat the Tamuyen dungeon before me? Moreover, he was even 15 minutes faster. Unable to accept this fact, Tom Lin Fong went berserk, climbing up a dragon-shaped pillar, secretly cursing Chaoyi for stealing his top scholar exam position and now taking the lead in the freshman tournament, no matter what he did in the next phase. Sham Lin Fong looked at Chaoyi with a deadly gaze and said, I will crush you under my foot. Chaoyi had no idea about Tom Lin Fong's inner thoughts and was only distracted by his arrogant actions. Why climb so high? Next, the second phase of the free challenge round officially begins. Ngomang clapped his hands, and a series of fighting arenas appeared in the air. Everyone has 3 chances to challenge, with a 5-minute break after each attempt. The second stage is finally here. I want to challenge rank 754. My profession isn't suitable for fighting monsters, but it's perfect for competing with others. I want to challenge the 86th rank. I want to challenge Chaoyi. Tom Lin Fong shouted loudly and directly jumped onto the arena, challenging Chaoyi with a fierce gaze. Come on, Chaoyi, let's see who's stronger. Kuang-so Nahayan shared some information with Chaoyi. He is Shen Lin Feng, the second-ranked from Jiangning clan, possessing the extremely rare Flame Dragon bloodline. Because of his appearance, his dream of becoming the top in Tohung was shattered, so he hates you that much. Clearly aware of the gap in strength, but unaware of my abilities, he's truly a fool with a blocked mind. Chao Nungi thought to himself, then leapt onto the arena floor, hoping to unleash his full power. "Come on, Chao Nungi, the Holy Knight fighting Berser to see who is stronger," Tam Lin Long said proudly. As soon as the referee shouted start, he immediately unleashed his power and charged at Chao Nungi with Xich Vm Kuyen and Huyet Chi Kuang. Down below in the stands, Wang Hui saw this and recognized Tam Lin Feng's plan, a signature move of Boso Share. Tam Lin Feng is trying to win quickly. Ngomang agreed and immediately activated Blood Frenzy and Crimson Flame Fist to launch the first attack. Wanting to cut off Chao Ni's ability to boost his growth, Chu Hua Duang admired Tam Lin Feng's noble family background and decided on a very decisive combat approach. Although Tam Lin Feng has good combat thinking, he was still a step behind Chao Ni. As soon as he realized his attack was ineffective against Chao Ni, Tam Lin Feng was stunned and exclaimed, "When did you activate Holy Light Shield?" Holy Light Shield is a B+ level skill that can resist part of physical damage. This is the skill I least wanted you to use, and in the end, I was still a step too slow. Tam Lin Feng quietly regretted. A wise choice. Your attack was indeed very fast, but when I activated the Holy Light Shield, it only took me 1 second. Chaungi smugly said, then took out the repentant hammer. I was hoping you would give me a proper fight like this, so I deliberately didn't attack first. Sorry, you can't excite me anymore. With that, Chao Ningyi raised his hammer high and struck Tam Lin Feng in the face, causing him to fall from the air face first onto the ground, shattering his divine shield in an instant. How can he have such powerful energy? While Tam Lin Feng was distracted, he suddenly realized that Chao Ningyi had approached him somehow. With the hammer about to strike, he couldn't dodge and couldn't afford to lose. As Chao Ningyi's hammer came down, Tam Lin Feng was once again knocked off the arena. But, unlike before, this time he used the Flaming Dragon Fist, blocking one of Chao Ningyi's hammers with one hand before rushing forward, unleashing a lightning-fast punch at Chao Ningyi. Zhou Nu, speaking softly like a gentle breeze, dodged Tam Lin Feng's high-speed attacks while secretly harboring some thoughts. Seeing how Kwang Soren and Tam Lin Feng both possess powerful bloodline abilities, it truly makes me somewhat envious. Even if you activate your bloodline power, you're no match for me. Chao Ningyi grabbed Tam Lin Feng's raging attacking arm and swung his hammer once more. But this time it was different. Tam Lin Feng actually dodged this move, surprising even Chao Ningyi. My Flaming Dragon bloodline is not limited in close combat. Today I will show you the power of the Flaming Dragon Claw. Dragon Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, Tam Lin Long opened his mouth and spat fire at Chao Ningyi. Oh, so it's Long Tuk, the bloodline skill of the Flame Dragon bloodline. Tam Lin Feng was forced to use his trump card, yet he claims Chao Ningyi didn't use any special bloodline, which could put him at a disadvantage. Chao Ningyi has lost, Kwang Son Haiyan is worried, and hearing the crowd's words makes her even more anxious. On the arena, Chao Ningyi now uses the Sacred Flame Halo, absorbing all the aura from Tam Lin Feng's Long Tuk technique, causing Tam Lin Feng to suddenly have a bad premonition. Chao Ningyi's gaze at this moment makes him feel like a divine envoy facing a king. Unable to accept the truth before his eyes, Tam Lin Feng stubbornly spits out his dragon aura towards Chao Ningyi. It's useless. Your fire can't escape my control. Chao Ningyi grabbed Tam Lin Feng's dragon aura with his hands, then swung his hammer to push the fire back at him. Since the fight has come this far, it's time to end it. Use my fire to defeat me. Dreaming that I take back control of the fire now, Tam Lin Feng uses his Dispel skill. Unexpectedly, the flames continued straight to the target and hit Shen Lin Feng directly, knocking him to the ground. Shen Lin Feng lost consciousness. Zhou Nixiang. As soon as the referee announced the result, the rescue team immediately rushed over to treat Tam Lin Feng. Tam Lin Feng, aka Burke, kept calling himself daring, but he was completely beaten down and crushed. Moreover, his true strength had not yet been fully unleashed. If it shows its full strength, just how terrifying could it be? With its rank and combat knowledge, crushing Tam Lin Feng is also completely normal. Well, who would have thought he could reach level 5 in just a month? As everyone was buzzing about, Ngomang tilted his chin toward the arena and said excitedly, "Look, another talented girl has appeared. A petite girl dressed as a Taoist priestess challenging Zhou Nuo. I am Tong Holland, a level 17 spiritual mage. I look forward to your guidance." Her specialty is using various charms and sealing techniques. After diagnosing Xiaovan's strange illness as caused by bloodline awakening, the priest suggested using sealing spells to control it, and unexpectedly she found a chance to do so here. Chaoen-gi silently assessed the opponent and responded. Level 19. Holy Knight, Chaoen-gi. Mr. Chaoen-gi, you probably haven't used all your strength just now, right? When the fight starts later, could you let me experience a bit of your full power breakthrough? Don't worry, I won't interrupt your skill enhancement release. Under the stands, many students heard this and realized how unbelievable it was. When did Chaoen-gi level up to 19? No wonder I couldn't use the appraisal spell to investigate him. It turns out he's 3 levels above me. That's right, when Chaoen-gi fought Tamlin Fong, he didn't use any skill enhancement at all. It's hard to believe. Isn't Tong Halan the young lady of the Tong family from Kwaivan province? The only family with verified external travel records. Chaoen-hai saw Tong Halan say that and smiled eagerly, saying, I won't hold back, I'll do as you wish. Then it settled. Tong Halan clasped her hands and smiled. Then their battle officially began. Chaoen-gi successively activated the skills of Lamin Chu Fuch, courage, blessing, and protection, leaving Tong Halan stunned. This is my state of prosperity. Now enjoy watching our battle unfold. With a wave of his hand, a beam of light headed towards Song Halan. Since it has come to this, I have to fight with all my strength. Tong Halan's expression became serious as she began to activate her protective talisman and recite her repentance spell. A series of talismans floated in the air, forming a protective circle that separated her from the beam of light shot by Chaoen-gi. Then she grabbed a talisman, recited a spell, causing the light to explode. As Tong Hala was running through the dust and fog, she realized that Chaoen-gi was no longer in his previous position. Just as she was alert and looking around to search, she heard Chaoen-gi's voice coming from behind her. Do you think changing your position is enough to escape my pursuit? He said as he swung his hammer, but Song Halan reacted quickly, turning around and using a talisman to create a shield, successfully avoiding the surprise attack from Chaoen-gi. But deep down she couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. When did he arrive here? In truth, although all the defensive spells were activated, they could only barely hold out, so she decided to take a risk with this move. He secretly decided to fire a few fireballs at Jo Nuo to buy more time, then recited a spell to summon a legion of bean soldiers. Seeing this, Nuo Nuo smiled happily and said, Interesting. I didn't expect it to be the bean soldiers of the Taoist sect. Following Tong Halan's command, the bean army soldiers charged forward together. Chong-yi, after throwing a few punches, was able to take down the bean soldiers, but they quickly revived and continued attacking him. These armies are not hard to deal with on their own, but they have a regenerative ability similar to ghostly monsters. This is a bit troublesome. It seems the only way to truly destroy these armies is to cut off their source of magical energy. Just as she thought, Jo Nuo continued fighting with a bewildered look in her eyes. This is ridiculous. My army formation is strong enough to hold back a level 30 fake profession. Yet Chaoen-gi can handle it freely. Just as Tong Halan fell into contemplation, Chaoen-gi once again swept past her like a gust of wind, swinging a hammer. Tong Halan immediately raised her hands in surrender. I give up. Chaoen-gi wins. Chaoen-gi pauses his move and with a puzzled look asks, Are you not planning to give me a proper fight? The two of us are fundamentally not on the same level. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Tong Halan cheerfully replied, secretly thinking, Don't be so stubborn. Fighting is not just a one-time thing. If you insist on pushing forward, you'll only end up like Tamlin Fong. Next time I get the chance, I will gladly learn from you. Then Tong Halan jumps down from the arena. Chaoen-gi now spun the hammer in his hand before looking down and coldly asking, Is there anyone who still doubts me? I am here waiting for challengers. Of course no one wants to be beaten, so Institute 7749 makes excuses to avoid challenging Chaoen-gi. Huang So Nyan looked up at Chaoen-gi and grinned. As expected of you, Chaoen-gi. Tu Min-hee also looked up at Chaoen-gi, and the more she looked, the more she found him pleasing to the eye. His physical strength outmatched agile warriors, and his intelligence surpassed that of the superior mages. Chaoen-gi's strength completely exceeded my expectations. At this moment, a teacher asked a skeptical question to the male colleague standing beside him. He really comes from a poor ordinary family in the north and not from a noble lineage, right? He's top of the freshman rankings. 2 words, genius, are no longer enough to describe him. This is the monster. At the same time, Ngomang looked at the tense expression of the deans, silently thinking that the second round was about to end, and it was time for the student selectors. You don't even have to think. Chaoen-gi will definitely become the target of competition among the academies. Tamini also understood this, so she turned to ask Ngomang quietly, Dean, rest assured, I have prepared early. This Chaoen-gi, I must get him in a different turn of events. Taking advantage of Tamlin Fong's injury after the match with Chaoen-gi, many students challenged him, successfully boosting his ranking. And Tamlin Fong's ranking continued to plummet uncontrollably. Though bitter, he could do nothing but curse inwardly, waiting for his injuries to heal so he could show them what true regret is. Half an hour later, the second round of the competition ended with Chaoyi, Kwang Son-hien, and Tong Ha-lan taking the top spots. The entire freshman tournament officially concluded. Now everyone has been rearranged in order, and then the accommodations and credit points of the contestants will also be redistributed. Even if your ranking is lower and your score is a bit less, there's no need to worry. The school has many ways to earn points, as long as everyone tries their best. Next is the introduction of the academies. First, our 5 deans will give a brief introduction to the educational philosophy of each academy. Ngomeng, being the first to speak, will introduce his academy, the War Academy. Although the dark age of monstrous invasions has passed, countless fake warriors still sacrifice themselves on the battlefield each year. The goal of the War Academy is to train students with stronger combat skills to improve survival rates on the battlefield: extreme, brutal, and merciless. That is the motto of our War Academy. The Elemental Academy only admits sects focused on elemental magic power. I will guide you to discover the truth of elemental power. The Armament Academy trains students to improve their weapon skills rather than rely on a variety of techniques. Come to our Armament Academy. With only your body and weapons, you will wield ultimate power. The Tactical Academy is designed to train students to command and fight effectively. No matter what profession you have, join our Tactical Academy. Surely everyone knows that in war, top tactical warriors can significantly reduce casualties across the entire army. A strong logistics system is the foundation for the success of all operations. Hello everyone, the profession of role-playing is a type of activity. Please choose our Logistics Academy. Here, although we are not famous for our combat skills, you will learn specialized knowledge about various professions. When we grow up, maybe even soldiers will have to beg us. Ha 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 ha. The director of the Logistics Institute laughed heartily and patted his belly, making the other directors just want to refuse to accept someone they knew. Ngomeng cleared his throat and concluded that all the information about the academies had been fully presented. Now, students can log into the system to choose their preferred academy. Chaoyi, which academy would you like to choose? Kwang So-nian asked cautiously. Chaoyi remained silent, only staring intently at his phone screen. At this moment, Ngomeng offered to Chaoyi, "If you come to the War Academy, I will become your private tutor." "A private tutor?" Chaoyi asked curiously. Ngoma explained that each private tutor can select an outstanding student to mentor, and the resources they hold will be prioritized for that student. In addition, I have prepared some gifts for you, including 3 Level A skill books and a Level A resource exchange order, among other things. Oh, I mean, another director has also started to join the Luanlan hunt race. Chaoyi, choosing a private tutor is not a small matter. You need to consider it carefully. If you come to our Element Academy, I guarantee I will equip you with a legendary set of gear. The Weapons Institute director, who was standing next to the War Institute director, suddenly used teleportation to appear in front of Zhou Nuo and make the offer. As long as you become a member of the Weaponry Academy, you can freely choose and use anything outside that benefits your strength. I was here first. Ngomeng, feeling dissatisfied, said from the upstairs, "This isn't about who came first or second. The key is sincerity." I looked a bit awkward, scratching his chin, secretly thinking that this already happened in the past. The other students witnessing this couldn't help but feel envious. The 3 deans personally competing for Zhou Ni. Is this special treatment reserved for the top candidate in the entrance exam? It really makes people jealous. The position of the private tutor student is equivalent to a true disciple within the family, and they also enjoy priority access to the tutor's resources. But the conditions set by the 3 deans seem a bit too generous. A Level A skill book is already rare, but the Elemental Academy's dean was even more generous, giving a legendary set of equipment. Old Chu, Old Song are really going all out this time. The Weaponry Academy is fine, but what is the Elemental Saint Knight Academy even for? As Ngomeng silently criticizes his 2 old friends, he hears the principal say something shocking. "Look at Ngi. Become my true disciple." The principals all turn their eyes to Principal Wang Hui. "I will perform the Bloodline Fusion Technique for you once." What is the Bloodline Fusion Technique? Bloodline Fusion Technique is a forbidden spell that requires combining the blood of different races to cast. This magic can grant you a special bloodline. This technique will significantly improve your physical strength. With each upgrade, you'll gain more free attribute points and skill points. The event of Principal Wang wanting to take Chaoyi as a student immediately made the other students gasp in admiration. Just by making a move, he used a forbidden spell. That's a bit over the top. You must know that the highest disciple of Headmaster Wang Hui is the president of the Thinvu Guild, a top-tier guild in Trung Ha Quoc. If Chaoyi becomes Headmaster Wang's disciple, he can immediately leverage the headmaster's connections to rise to the top. Tam Lin Fong, standing in front, felt even more jealous after hearing that. That bastard is truly lucky. If it weren't for Chao Ningyi, I would be the top new student and have a solid backing like Dean Wang Hui. Chu Huaduang knows not to compete with Wang Hui, so he can only smile bitterly and sadly. I didn't expect Chao Ningyi's charm to be so strong that even the principal couldn't resist stepping in. There's still much surprise left from Chao Ningyi. Wang Hui responded, then took out something and handed it to Chao Ningyi. This is the reward personally given by the commander of the Snow Dragon Legion to you. Tom Lin Fong immediately recognized what it was, a gold medal. How could that be? Even the Tam family, one of the 8 great clans in Ningyan, doesn't have a gold medal. What kind of treasure could it be that has such a rare medal? Oh my God, I wasn't mistaken. That is the honor medal, Tong Halan exclaimed in surprise. Kwang Soru Nian excitedly said, and it's the gold contribution medal my father, who fought on the front lines for many years, only received the silver contribution medal to honor outstanding contributors who overcome all obstacles and move forward for the civilization of Zhongxia. Zhongyi read the information about the medal and couldn't help but wonder when he had made such great contributions to Zhongxia country. As if reading his mind, Wang Hui explained, you proved yourself in the Crazy Wind Mountains, and everyone knows you deserve this gold medal of dedication. The Crazy Wind Mountains? But even the Demon Legion's mind can't take the contribution medal? Is there some hidden story behind this? Thinking to himself, Chao Ningyi still accepted the gift and quietly said, thank you, Principal. Chu Huaduang chuckled teasingly. Chao Ningyi, are you that distant? Also known as the Principal, Chao Ningyi immediately understood and bowed his head to call Wang Hui, saying, Teacher, I am honored to become your student. We cannot delay, I will take you away now. And with that, Wang Hui used his spiritual power to take Chao Ningyi and leave. Ngomang smiled and approached Kuangso Nian, but before he could speak, Tong Qi interrupted. If you agree to become my personal disciple, I promise to treat you the same way I treated Chao Ningyi before. Old Tongs, you're deliberately trying to block me, aren't you? Huh. If Chao Ningyi has already been recruited by the principal, then of course Kuangso Nian can't let you get away with it. Chao Ningyi was taken by Wang Hui to his private villa, where he mainly kept some extremely valuable items. If anything happens in the future, you can come here to find your master. First, I will take you to select the necessary materials for the bloodline refining technique. At this moment, a magic circle appeared in front of Zhou Ngi, and Wang Hui condensed elemental power, then reminded him, after using the bloodline fusion technique, your bloodline will fundamentally mutate. Moreover, most people are attracted by forbidden spell-level magic, but they ignore the key point that the core of the bloodline mutation is the original blood essence. The bloodline potential of ordinary people is extremely limited. As they level up, the benefits gained from each upgrade gradually diminish, leading many to resort to using exotic bloodline cultivation to boost their strength after hopelessly advancing. Chao Ningyi listened and couldn't help but be surprised. What? Could it be that even with your level, you're still worried about the difficulty of leveling up? Of course. After the transferer enters the third transformation, each level up requires a vast amount of experience. And now that the master is level 64, ordinary alien creatures of the same level are usually chieftain-level warriors, which seem difficult to defeat easily. The master has prepared 3 types of primal blood for you: Angel race, Titan race, and Kulong race. They are all divine bloodline clans. The bloodline forging technique can pass down a special top-tier bloodline to you, so you only need to choose one of the 3 primordial bloodlines. This angelic primal bloodline is an essence extracted from the bones of an angel. The angel race is a divine lineage of the light god. If you fuse the angelic material, you will gain the attribute to interact with high-level light. The Titan race believes that the thunder god was born with the ability to control lightning. Combining it will boost the power of any lightning skill you use repeatedly. The dragon clan is directly descended from the dragon god, with the purest dragon bloodline. After the fusion, you will be able to suppress all beast tribes, angels, titans, and giant dragons. These are all high-level races, at least level 60. Even with the system's help, I still don't fully understand this world, and don't dare to decide rashly. Thinking to himself, Zhou Ngi hesitated and asked Wang Hui, Master, in your opinion, which one should I choose? Which one is more suitable for my current situation? Facing these 3 extremely rare primordial bloodlines, an ordinary young man might be easily shaken and just choose one randomly based on instinct. Being able to stay rational and seek advice at this critical moment already shows this kid's calmness and stability. Wang Hui secretly admired and then offered his advice. The primordial titan, blood and the primordial dragon blood are both very powerful, but after fusion, it will mainly enhance your energy and magical abilities. Considering your close connection with the god of light, the primordial angel bloodline will be the best choice. Perhaps you will achieve a level of advancement beyond your expectations. After some consideration, Zhou Yi decided to follow Wang Hui's advice and choose the celestial blood angel. It seems that the celestial blood angel suits me very well. I am your 5th student. Before me, there were 4 others. If there's a chance, I will introduce you to them. Teacher, I have one more question. Why did you give me that medal for outstanding contribution? Defeating the demon army certainly wouldn't earn such a valuable medal. Vuong Hui looks serious and says, so I won't hide it from you anymore. Your destruction of the Demon Legion in the Storm Mountain has exposed their plan. The army realized that alien creatures could invade through medium-sized cracks. Looking Ungi immediately understood the seriousness of the issue. So, isn't it true that many alien creatures are hiding in Central South Country? Yes, initial investigations across the entire Central South Country have uncovered hundreds of alien creatures coming from different space cracks. Fortunately, those alien creatures are all low-level, so the armies can handle them. The entire country has already dispatched many armies to eliminate the alien creatures, and in the future, the school system will also issue related missions. As a student of yours, I hope to become as strong as the older students and contribute my strength to the country. Chao Ningyi clenched his fist and replied with a determined look. Yes, sir. Wang Hui handed a cube to Zhou Ngi and said, Bloodline fusion technique requires a few more preparations. Go back and rest. Take this transportation device and use it to go to see the master at 9 EU tomorrow morning. The next morning, Zhou opened the system panel to see which reward to choose. Earlier, the teacher said that the effectiveness of bloodline fusion depends on one's physical condition and each person's fate, and which is also luck. Thinking of this, Zhou Yi chose the Blessing Spirit Medicine. The S-rank Blessing Spirit Medicine can bring good luck for 12 hours after consumption. I hope that the S-grade Divine Medicine obtained after defeating the monster will activate its effects. Then, Zhou used the Divine Medicine and proceeded to open the random treasure chest. Congratulations, you have received the S-rank treasure Long Long Nungguo. Long Ngung is indeed a strange fruit, grown from the remains of a giant dragon that can enhance one's physique and increase magical damage after eating it. Chu Ningyi happily jumps up, but it turns out to be an S-rank treasure. The random treasure chest he opened earlier only contained junk. After taking the divine potion, he felt like a blind cat catching a rat. It was also time to meet with teacher Vuong Hui, so Chao Ningyi quickly used the teleportation device to go to his teacher's house, as scheduled. When he arrived, he just happened to hear Chu Hua Duong talking to Vuong Hui. Principal, are you really that merciful? The divine relic of the angel race is extremely rare, making it almost impossible to create a primordial angel blood. Just a part of that primordial blood outside can cause the Legion to fight over it. I have always been waiting for someone who would make me willingly give the primordial blood to Chao Ningyi. That person is the one I have chosen. I am very pleased with him. Of course, there is nothing called reluctance. Chao Ningyi at this moment pretended not to hear and spoke up. Director Chuang Hui looked at Zhou Nuo and then smiled, saying, Very good. It seems you have successfully adjusted your body to the best state. Come here. This is the bloodline refining technique I prepared for you. Take off your clothes and sit in the center of the magic circle. Chao Ningyi hesitated but followed suit. At this moment, Wang Hui said to Chu Huaduang, Director Chu, please activate the magic circle. I will guard the formation beside you. Understood. Chu Huaduang nodded and began activating the magic array, initiating the bloodline fusion ritual. Immediately, a light of Kuang Nguyen Tu enveloped Zhou Ngi around him. But soon after, the yellow light was overwhelmed by the blue light of the ice-cold energy. Chu Huaduang watched this scene in astonishment. The power of the ice-cold is incredible. It turns out Ningyi's body has a special bloodline. Soon the entire villa was covered in a thick layer of ice. Seeing his frozen magic-using arm, Chu Huaduang couldn't help but marvel more. If Zhou Ningyi switched to the mage profession, he could become a top ice mage in the future with this terrifying ice power. I believe Chao Ningyi's sister is awakening her ice bloodline, so he might also possess a similar bloodline. The angel bloodline is one of the highest, and during refinement it suppresses lower quality bloodlines. So I didn't pay too much attention, but now the angelic bloodline and the ice bloodline are connected and even have a counteracting force between them. The high quality of the ice-cold bloodline suggests that Chao Ningyi's background is unusual. Vuong Hui furrowed his brow and thought to himself that the bloodlines of different races and humans seem to originate from the earliest players in the eternal world. After the eternal and the present merge, those with higher rank professions can inherit the full bloodline. The ice power in Zhou Nuo's body can counter the angelic bloodline. To be more precise, his ancestors were high-level players who participated in the eternal world earliest. Otherwise, Anyi, as a descendant, couldn't have awakened such a terrifying ice bloodline. If the ice bloodline did not block it, the angel bloodline could fully merge into Chao Ningyi's body. Currently, the ice bloodline and the angel bloodline are in opposition. Even if the Hanbang bloodline eventually fades, there isn't much of the angel bloodline left. Losing a large amount of the original celestial spirit blood crystal could lead to consequences that are not worth risking compared to using an A-grade treasure. Now it can only be left to fate. Forcing it would only break the fusion ritual and cause Chaoyi to go berserk and die. I hope Chaoyi will have good luck. Chu Huaduang sighed. At this moment, after enduring the pain caused by the two bloodlines of the angel and Hanbing, an unexpected event occurred. The consciousness gate was activated. Do you want to enter the spiritual realm? In his subconscious, Zhou Yi is in a different space. Over there, an angel smiled and said to you, "My son, you finally arrived. Could this be your spiritual realm?" While Chaoyi was still doubtful, the angel continued, "My son, congratulations on receiving the blessing of the god. The gods have sent me to give you true energy. You will not be bound by morality or limited by rules, and you only need to follow your own desires and will. So are you willing to accept that source of energy? Behind that hooded veil is not the face of an angel, but the cruel smile of a demon. It's so nauseating. Just seeing her makes me want to summon the holy trident to destroy her immediately. Son, don't be afraid, just accept the blessing it offers. You will gain a power you've never had before." The female angel with the spicy attitude was just about to extend her hand toward Chaoyi when she was struck in the face in an instant. Ngyi, carrying the cudgel on his shoulder, felt a sense of satisfaction deep down. Things are much better now. Indeed, following your own instincts is the right choice. At this moment, Angel Hang Yao is watching Zhou Yi from somewhere and chuckles at the scene. The female servant then looked at her with an evaluating gaze. "It's okay. I just saw someone very interesting." She then flicked her hand, secretly hoping, "Kid, don't let me down." "What are you doing? How dare you insult the gods? They will bring punishment down and make you die with no place to bury you. Now kneel immediately and beg the gods for mercy and forgiveness. I may consider and intercede on behalf of the gods to forgive you." "No need." Ngyi points his weapon at the fallen angel as a declaration of war. "That bastard really doesn't know right from wrong." The deadly smile reappeared on the face of the Faki angel. Then she extended her hand with the sharp spear forward and clenched it. Instantly, thousands of chains ensnared and restrained Chaoyi. Countless red eyes appeared. Now the angel Faki chuckles satisfied and says, "All these pleasant sounds are the result of disrespecting our great lord. Xia, you are a minion of the Tathan." As Ngyi finished speaking, he was immediately slapped. "How rude." "What the? You've successfully caught the attention of the master, who has specially sent me to baptize you. Go and bless yourself, the Great One will guide you in the right direction." Immediately after, the evil force continuously erodes Zhounu's consciousness. At the same time, outside, a dark aura surrounded Chaoyi. Recognizing it as the power of the demon god, Wang Hui immediately used his strength to prevent the formation from breaking, while questioning why the demon god's power was appearing within the angel's bloodline. Unless the remains of that angel were killed by the demon god, seeing the energy Wang Hui added being repelled by the formation, Chu Hua Duong's face turned pale. Something's wrong. Chaoyi is in danger, and the Tathan's forces will use any means to destroy the angelic power. Suddenly, Wang Hui exclaimed happily, "Wait a moment. It seems that Chaoyi's angelic power isn't weakening, but actually increasing." The bloodlines of Hanbang and the angel gradually overshadowed the dark aura, and in his subconscious, Ngyi also relied on these two bloodlines to break free from the angel's chains, leaving her stunned. It's clear they want to devour Okan's soul, so why does such a powerful divine force suddenly appear? Ngyi now looks like a shining warrior with icy wings, drawing a weapon from behind and charging straight at the fallen angel, who then vanishes, replaced by the true form of the demon's minion. He chuckled and said, "Oh, kid, are you scratching an itch for me? Your resistance is just making things more complicated for my plan." As he finished speaking, the demon servant continued to throw iron chains at Chao, but only managed to break through a wall of ice. Before he could react in surprise, a magic circle appeared beneath his feet, and sharp ice blades shot up, piercing through his body. "Ha ha ha. I acknowledge this grand ceremony. What you call human energy is merely a small light bestowed by the gods. As the most devout follower of Lord I, what I call energy is something that ordinary mortals like you will never understand." The demon servant's body enlarges, thousands of eyes on him emitting destructive beams of light at Chaoyi, yet Chaoyi easily dodges all those deadly rays. As expected, insects only know how to run away. Then, the demon servant used a chain to bind Chaoyi, preventing him from moving, and unleashed the antimate. He just didn't expect Chaoyi to break free from the chains and create a shield to successfully escape his deadly attack. What? The demon servant was stunned, but quickly regained his composure and continued to attack Yi with thousands of eyes emitting beams of light. Just like before, Yi skillfully dodged, even gradually approaching the demon servant's true form, then successfully used the one yang finger to make the demon servant vanish. At this moment, a sphere of light falls from the sky. Yi seems to withdraw his power and reaches out his hand to catch the sphere of light. Immediately outside, a beam of light shot straight at Yi, causing Chu Huaduang and Vuong Hui to be both amazed and excited. This is the angel's power that has completely eradicated the demonic energy. The angelic bloodline merging with the Han Bing bloodline also seems to be an extremely clever method. An angel appears, embraces Yi from behind, then gradually disappears, marking the official end of the tempering process. Chu Huaduang stroked his long beard and smiled, saying, Yi's fate is truly exceptional. To think he received the blessing of the God of Light at a critical moment, turning danger into safety. Vuong Hui couldn't hide his pride and smiled, showing concern for his favorite student. Yi, how do you feel now? It seems like your strength has made a significant leap, Yi replied. At this moment, a series of notification panels appeared before him. Special Bloodline, Six-Winged Angel, Divine Bloodline, Quan Min Divine Script A. With the Quan Min Divine Script, you will have a very strong connection to the light and ice elements. As your bloodline evolves further, your relationship with other elemental magics will also grow. The innate bloodline talent of B+ magic immunity grants a certain resistance to spells and skills cast by others, including purification, cleansing, and other non-damaging skills, and it is inherited from the Six-Winged Angel bloodline, along with 2 other innate bloodlines, Zhou No exclaimed. After hearing this, Chu Huaduang's eyes widened in shock. Six-Winged Angel, it seems your bloodline has merged and evolved very successfully, and it is also the highest level of Six-Winged Angel bloodline in the angel race. Moreover, the innate talent you inherited within the Six-Winged Angel bloodline, once your level is raised, can continue to evolve to S+ level. Master, I still have the S+ level secret bloodline called the Divine Guardian Angel. Zhuangyi stammered as he read the displayed notification. The S+ Divine Angel bloodline secret technique releases a portion of the stored bloodline power in the body and transforms it into the Six-Winged Angelic heritage. The higher the level, the more bloodline power can be unleashed. Note that before level 50, the angel bloodline power has not been fully absorbed and refined. After using this secret technique, you will enter a period of weakness. Now try to use the secret technique and let me see how much your strength has actually increased. Following Vuong Hui's instructions, Yi begins to channel his energy to activate the bloodline secret technique of the angel divine domain. The enormous angelic power surges out, leaving Chu Huaduang stunned and gasping. The elemental energy fluctuation is too intense. Vuong Hui activates his spiritual power, looks at Yi from head to toe, and then nods. Good. Yi, how do you feel now that you've activated the secret bloodline technique and your power is 5 times stronger? I really can't imagine having my whole body filled with energy like never before. The light and ice elements are both loyal allies, and I can control and master them at will. The excessive source of power caused the security system in Vuong Hui's villa to scream and alert. Warning, warning, high-level elemental energy detected, activating level 3 defense mode. The Six-Winged Angel is indeed the favored child of elemental energy. Quickly retract your secret technique, or the house's defense system will attack him. Yi swiftly withdraws his power, and the system in Vuong Hui's house immediately returns to normal. At that moment, Zhou Yi suddenly felt unwell and used healing skills, causing Chu Huayang nearby to worry. What happened? Is there any discomfort? Although the secret technique has clearly boosted your strength, you haven't experienced a prolonged battle before and are now feeling a whole body ache. Vuong Hui explains, the secret bloodline can indeed greatly boost your strength, but the energy of the Six-Winged Angel bloodline is too powerful. For you right now, it would be too draining. It should be reserved as your trump card. Looking at Vuong Hui and Yi exchanging ideas, Chu Huaduang secretly admired that the Six-Winged Angelic bloodline, with its dual evolutionary talent and the S-grade Divine Artifact Angelic bloodline, are so powerful that for new students, catching up to Yi might just be a dream. Based on her performance in awakening her bloodline, I guess her ice bloodline isn't weaker than yours either. If you want the girl to awaken her bloodline in the best way, then turn the extreme cold ice into an extreme cold pill and use it. Tadai specializes in pill crafting, so you can directly order the system to craft it at school. Now go back and rest well. Vice President Vuong Hui patted Yi on the shoulder and spoke. As soon as Yi left, Chu Huaduang retracted his smile and asked seriously, Principal, why does Yi look at the evil god's energy like that? If he encounters any unexpected problems, it will be a great loss for Dahang University and even for all of Trung Ha Quoc. Chaungi might have escaped death, thanks to the protection of the divine light. I will conduct a thorough investigation and leave no stone unturned. Returning to the dormitory, Chao Ni was still troubled by his sister's case, who wanted to refine the extreme cold piece. Besides the main ingredient, the extreme cold ice chain, I also need an A-grade treasure, the ice lotus grass. Soon, the Snow Dragon Legion will send me the extreme cold ice chain, and as for the ice lotus grass. Ngai mistakenly thought that the bronze medal awarded 500 credits, the silver medal 1,000 credits, and the gold medal the highest 2,000 credits. For now, I have enough credits and can probably easily buy it at the school's general store. At this moment, Tomin Ni, following the Director Ngo's instructions, brought the promised resources from the War Academy to Xiao Ngi. For some reason, in just one day without seeing him, Xiao Ngi has already become much stronger. This feeling of oppression doesn't come from leveling up, but from the nobility of bloodline. Tumini secretly marvels. Chao Ni was a bit surprised to hear Tumini say that. Weren't you the one who chose teacher Vuong Hui? Why did Dean Ngo give you the resources? Tumini explained, Dean Vuong Hui is her personal teacher, but usually her classes are held at our academy. Moreover, these resources are allocated by the War Academy, and all top new students can access them. I see, but why is it our War Academy? Kokoto, aren't you a mage? Why aren't mages allowed to teach at the War Academy? Tumini jokingly said something before distributing resources to Chaungi. An A-rank treasure of the earth, the heavenly mountain dragon root. An A-grade treasure, the ice lotus herb. An A-grade weapon, the Chaos Union sword. B-grade equipment, the white crimson armor of the guard. B-grade demonic materials, the wind-chasing secret casket. B-grade demonic materials, the earth dragon spirit blood. C-level skill book, Cold Ice Strike. C-level skill book, Ice Beast Guard. Level C skill book, Brightness Benefit. Although there are many items, the only one that catches Joey's attention is the Ice Lotus Grass. The Ice Lotus herb can be used together with the Extreme Ice Chain to craft the Extreme Cold Pill, which significantly increases the chances of awakening the Ice bloodline. So this is the miracle bridge I've been hoping for? No wonder it's called the Blessing Spirit Medicine. Once the Extreme Cold Ice link is in your hands and you gather a few more auxiliary materials, you can craft the Extreme Cold Pill. After Zhou Nengyi finishes signing for the items, Tuo M. Ni said, All right, the main task is done. Now it's your turn to teach me. Your strength is greater, so entering the raging mountain range for training is no problem. But going into the inner areas like playing with fire, you should always ensure you can protect yourself before taking action. As she spoke, a hint of sadness appeared on her face. Many talented graduates from Dahang University each year, but truly becoming a shining gem is extremely rare. You must understand that many talented individuals face unpredictable situations outside and end up losing their lives. Don't mind me talking a lot, being a bit cautious is always better. I can't tell Miss that I have a protective system. The danger level when entering the Demon Gorge is also within my control. I understand Ms. To's good intentions and will keep it in mind. I also have a question. Since my strength has increased, could you recommend some safe training places for me to practice combat skills together? You're really a monster. Tumini sighed in admiration before leading Chaungi to a place filled with robots. I can mobilize training robots for combat exercises and set different difficulty levels for challenges. These training robots have combat stances from level 1 to level 10, and the more robots there are, the greater their combined fighting power. In level 10 combat stance, the robot can defeat a level 20 expert, and your entire challenge will be recorded with detailed photos taken by the surrounding telescope robots. They can also monitor various data about you during the challenge and generate detailed reports afterward. Although you can pause at any time, she still recommends starting with lower difficulty levels. You have to go to class now. Take it step by step. Remember to gauge your strength and don't push yourself too hard. All that's left is for you to give the command to the visual sphere to start the challenge. As soon as Tomini left, Chaungi gave the order. The visual sphere started to activate their combat stance at level B. Command received, execution confirmed. The combat monitoring has started. 50 training robots have been fully deployed. Please note that the level 7 combat mode has officially begun. Just as the visual bridge finished reporting, a barrage of bombs and bullets rained down on Chaungi. But for the golden boy in dodging like him, these little tricks are just mosquitoes. After escaping the robot attack, Zhou began counterattacking with the newly acquired Ice Power Fist after merging with the Bloodline Ice, smashing a giant robot to pieces. It seems that the Ice Freeze power can be used. Chao Ni secretly felt pleased, then switched to using Ice Windstorm. With just one move, he destroyed the entire robot army. Congratulations, Chaoyi, on successfully passing the Level 7 combat form test. Training results show that 50 Level 7 robots were defeated in 3 minutes, and 40 seconds all destroyed. Excellent overall assessment. Hanbing's power truly has a miraculous effect in controlling enemies. If passing Level 7 is this easy, I wonder if the highest difficulty is possible, so I have to go all out. After some thought, Chaoyi decided to give it a try and directly activate the Level 10 combat form. Considering the excessive damage to the training robots, the Level 10 combat mode has been activated as a preparation plan. Formidable Level 10 combat form. The elite training robot takes control and initiates attack. Its attribute values are comparable to a standard profession level 25, and it also activates the supreme authority. If the fight threatens your safety, please immediately order a ceasefire. Chaoyi was even more pleased, as it was exactly what he intended. I can finally fight with all my strength. After a 3-second countdown, a robot suddenly launched a freezing attack at Chaoyi, leaving him stunned. But soon after, he jumped high to dodge, then used Ice Glory Phantom Body to exploit the properties of light and ice to create a crystal ice clone of himself, making it hard for the enemy to distinguish reality from illusion, and then used Holy Light Truncheon to try to destroy the robot's weapon. Unexpectedly, it copied his attack move and repelled the weapon from his hand. How can it copy the skills I use? Could it be that its visual sensors have synchronized its combat data with mine? The synchronized attack system enhances combat efficiency. Weapon optimization is complete and back online. That's Chaoyi in shock as he watches the cannon transform into a mechanical wolf. Can Tat Fong Lang also copy? It seems like only direct confrontation works. Thinking to himself, Chaoyi quickly dialed the number and punched the wolf robot away with a punch, activating the angel wing. Do you think you can copy that? Meanwhile, after agreeing to become the true disciple of Dean Song, I gained a large amount of rare resources and made significant progress in my cultivation. Last time I failed to challenge the level 7 combat form, so now I'm trying again. When Kwang Sonyu confirmed her fingerprint to enter the training room with Robo, she received this message. Sorry to inform you, the training robot is currently severely damaged. Please try again tomorrow. This training area is for new students, and usually everyone who challenges it does not go beyond level 6. Even if Big Brother Chaoyi wants to challenge level 10, it's not easy at all. Who could possibly be inside? Returning to Zhou Nuo, after activating the Angel's Wing, he used the Holy Light to cast a chain of light that tightly bound and restricted the enemy's movements, then employed the Divine Gaze to identify the enemy's weak points and hidden abilities, providing guidance for the next attack. When he realized the robot's weakness was the energy core on its chest, Zhou Nuo aimed directly at the chest and delivered a punch that turned the robot into a pile of scrap metal, also blowing up the training area. Level 10. Combat status has been successfully defeated. The pass authority has been reactivated. Due to the training ground being severely damaged, it is recommended that you return next week for the challenge. Level 10. Combat state. Challenge successful. Who is the deity inside at last? Kwang Son-hien nervously steps forward. Student Chaoyi, congratulations on passing the Level 10 combat state test in 5 minutes and 32 seconds. With outstanding overall performance, the strongest single physical attack was 27,304, the strongest single magic damage was 56,021, and the highest total damage of a single skill was 106,021. Without the surprise attack from the robot wolf, you could have won this battle easily. It seems I need to make a pact with a beast companion capable of fighting side by side. As Chaoyi was thinking, he heard a call from behind. Chaoyi. Kwang Son-hien ran over happily and asked, have you completed your bloodline training? It's only been a day since we last met, and you're already this strong? No worries. I just finished the bloodline fusion technique this morning, and now I have the 6-winged angel bloodline. That's great. This is an extremely rare divine bloodline. My own demonic bloodline is only one of the relatively high-quality bloodlines. Nihikuain hat roin ho huong, son hiendan den cho masongde, to kewak voy mot masong nam tang kuang sukchendo, huong, son hientat niem vividong su. An hour later, at the Demon Beast Market, the highest-level juvenile silver-white Sheech DM Hole can mature to level 20, and now only needs 110 study points to obtain it. The level 19 Long Jieti has a dragon bloodline with 210 points, and there is only one, so whoever arrives first gets it. Kwang So-nyen took Chaoyi for a walk around the market and asked, do you like any of these demon pets, Mr. Chaoyi? Chaoyi looked thoughtful and replied, I have tamed a wind spirit wolf on the Craze Wind Mountain. Unfortunately, after defeating the demon child, he fainted and missed the perfect opportunity to form a contract with it. He hopes to find a young Tat Fong Lang with innate wind magic to make a contract. As soon as Chaoyi finished speaking, someone immediately came to sell a young Tat Fong Lang. Just then, a young man wearing fake glasses came over to offer, and a classmate greeted you. I am a third-year student at the Luji Academy of Logistics and also a level 22 foster master. I happen to have a young mutant dragon that I personally raised. Do you want to see it? Kwangsaran suggested. The trainer belongs to the profession of life skills. This classmate is also a student at our Tuhang University. Compared to the social figures of other stalls in the market, the quality of the demon pets he provides is even better. Hearing this, Ungi responded immediately. At this moment, Lu Zhihui held up a two-eyed beast and rambled on endlessly. This sickly wind wolf was only about 10 days old. Its mother is a white, silver, frosted howler. I used appraisal magic to confirm its quality as white, silver, frosted. If you want it, just 60 points. He looks a bit disappointed. Bye, Yingai. Do you have Golden Guy? Golden Guy, don't say it's me. There aren't many of these demon pets. If you really want it, I will inform you immediately once I have news about the Golden Tat Fong Lang cub, but it will definitely cost much more. So forget it. Let's see this one first. Chao Ningyi lifts the little Tat Fong Lang, who seems to like him, softly purring and acting cute. Brother Chao Ningyi, I feel like there's something wrong with this young one. It's too small and clearly not well developed. Liu Qihawk hesitated a bit when she heard that. No problem, I'll buy this one. You should know there are no useless demon pets, only useless owners. I see its potential. After the transaction, Liu Jixue smiled broadly and handed Chao Ningyi a scroll. This magic beast contract scroll is free. Only 60 points needed. Now you can form a contract with this young Tat Fong Lang and later keep it in your contract space, which is very convenient. Liu Jexu was now secretly delighted, as among these young tattling wind wolves, only this one was in the worst condition. Originally worried about not being able to sell it and unexpectedly met a reckless person. Luckily, he already used his learning points earlier. If the young beast weakens during the contract process, it will be hard to handle. Come on, I believe you can definitely become stronger. After finishing, Jionu began forming a contract with the Tat Fong Lang. Thanks to the Blessing Spirit Elixir, which remains effective for 12 hours after consumption, it can bring good luck to a person. But the little Tat Fong Lang, once a defective product, has become a super viper-grade demon pet that shocks everyone who sees it. Could this purple light be the emergence of a legendary-grade demon pet? So you can actually buy a low-tier demon pet from this market? That's really lucky. Hey man, do you sell that defective wind serpent? I'll offer 1,000 points. Brother Joni really has the eyes like a torch. Turns out this young Tat Fong Lang is a degraded demon pet of the mortal stage. After it gained magic power from its foster parent, it immediately restored its original rank and talent. Ngo scratched his head and chuckled, secretly thinking that the long-lasting curse, it seems I underestimated the effects of the blessing spirit herb. The sighs of admiration only made Liu Zhixue grind his teeth in fury. Damn it, I actually sold a demon pet of the handling stage at a low price to a freshman. That's right, Chao Ningyi, you haven't named it yet. Kuangso Nahayan reminded him. Chao Ningyi thought for a while and replied, call it Little Koi. While Kuangso Nhian and Chao Ningyi were playing with Little Koi, Liu Trihawk suddenly changed his tune and said, sorry, classmate. My mistake led to this young one being sold to you at the price of the Baingan tier. If you still want to keep it now, add 1,500 points. Of course, you can also cancel the contract and return the demon pet to me. I will give you back 300 points. It's best if you decide quickly. If you still don't know how to behave, don't blame me for being rude. The crowd around them started to discuss after hearing that. Obviously, Liu Trihawk didn't thoroughly check this young master, otherwise how could he sell him so easily? Liu Trihawk has the support of the Liu family, which is also a long-term partner of the school. This time they're in trouble. No matter what, the demon pet handling the artifact stage just fell into his hands, so he might not be able to keep it much longer. I've never heard of such a thing before, selling something then trying to take it back. Chao Ningyi unleashed his power, his face full of fierce anger as he said, stop dreaming here, get out of my sight. With just a glance, Zhou Ningyi made Liu Zhishui feel fear and question life. He was clearly just a newcomer, so why did he seem so powerful just from his aura? Watching Chao Ningyi step closer, Lo Chi-hawk trembled with fear and stammered to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, and that her brother was to blame. It's all a misunderstanding. Just take this young troublemaker away, do as you see fit, and it's best if I don't see you again or face the consequences. Then, Chao Ni and Kuangso Nian turned and walked away. The softness of his hand made Kuangso Nian feel delighted. Can I come to your place later to pet Xiaokoi? You can come any time. At this moment, some passers-by finally recognized Chao Ningyi. Wait a minute. That seems to be Chao Ningyi, the top-ranked new student. Chao Ningyi, the exclusive disciple accepted by Principal Vuong Hui. I heard he was also awarded a gold medal for his contributions. Sister Liu has always relied on the Liu family and gone crazy. but this time we finally caught her off guard. Please make way, please make way. Oh my, is that Lu Vo Thang arriving? Are you here to back up your brother? Liu Vo Than walks past the crowd to Liu Shi-hak. Big brother, you must uphold justice for me. Liu Shi-hak hadn't finished speaking when he was immediately kicked in the face. You useless thing. Do you know what it means for a new student to receive a gold medal for dedication? Others might forgive you and consider you lucky, but from now on, don't stay here and annoy others. Get as far away as possible for me. Liu Shi-hak holds Swang Pu's face in his hands, wondering what he has done to anger such a terrifying character, then turns to the male lead and says, sure enough. Tat Fong Lang is still a newborn epic grade, yet he can instinctively use wind abilities. Just as Chao Yi tests Xiao Kui's abilities, the Snow Dragon Legion delivers the extreme cold ice lotus directly into his hands, making him grin widely. I didn't expect the Snow Dragon Legion's efficiency to be so high. They brought it back to me in less than 3 days after I left Quangfong Mountain Range. The extreme cold ice chain is finally in my hands. Once I refine the extreme cold pill, I can easily resolve Xiaovan's bloodline awakening crisis. Remembering what teacher Vuong Hui said, Chao Yi scheduled an appointment with the alchemist. We have arranged for teacher Hadian to teach you level 9 alchemy. Because the materials and security measures required to craft an S-rank treasure are extremely valuable, please go to the pill department for a detailed discussion. Upon receiving the notice, Zhongyi quickly headed to the pill department. Unfortunately, teacher Hadian is currently studying, so only his student Lam Wai is on duty. What kind of pill do you want to refine? If there's any issue, I can answer for you first. The S-rank extreme cold pill. As soon as Zhongyi finished speaking, he revealed the materials he used, causing Lin Yi to be unable to hide his amazement and exclaim, a level S treasure, extreme cold ice lotus, and an A-level ice lang thao. You seem to be a new student. How come you have so many rare treasures? Chao-Yi smiled modestly, just lucky. If you have prepared the extreme cold ice link and the ice orchid grass, just add 800 study points to craft an S-rank pill. Leave me your contact information, and once the master finishes forging the extreme cold ice, I will notify you to come and get it immediately. After exchanging contact information, Zhou Yi went to his classroom and overheard 2 students talking. Did you know? Recently, many places have discovered alien creatures underneath. Really? You haven't heard about it? Recently, many armies and guilds have been transferred back from the front lines. Someone in my army revealed it, saying that it seems the entire Zhongxia nation has detected the presence of alien creatures. It seems the news about the alien creatures invading has spread everywhere. As Ngi was deep in thought, someone suddenly patted his shoulder. Tong Halan, you also study in this class? Of course, my instructor is Director Ngo Mang. It looks like we'll be classmates from now on. Tong Halan extended her hand and playfully said, I hope to learn a lot from you, classmate Chao Yi. Tong Halan laughed and said, you're so capable. It seems unlikely I could teach you anything, but if you ever need help in the future, just ask. At that moment, the monster class instructor entered, and this person is none other than Tumi Ni. Before the class officially begins, she has some important announcements to make to you. As rumored, many alien creatures have indeed appeared in Zhongxia country. Even though these creatures are not very powerful, the country is very important for their emergence. Faced with the looming threat, the Zhongxia Nation Army has entered a level 3 readiness state, and the school's major resources are being invested 3 times over. Therefore, our Tuhang University allocates 70% more resources to students each month based on their ranking. And after completing school missions, you will receive more abundant learning modules than before. The authority of the Deep Abyss mode in the 3 major dungeons at the school will be unlocked, but you need to use your course credits to buy Abyssal Spirit Stones to unlock it. The students immediately started discussing excitedly. The country is releasing a large amount of resources. This is a decisive move to train powerful individuals at all costs. And finally, the deep cultivation mode has been unlocked. So I will get even more resources, including higher rewards for courses and missions. It seems the school is making a big move. I hope you can calm down and control your excitement. Tumi Ni stands on the podium, snapping her fingers to activate her energy, immediately silencing the students. No matter how the resources are adjusted, as students, all you need to do is focus and strengthen your abilities. It seems I'm not the only one improving. Teacher 2 is much stronger than when I first met her. All right, everyone, let's begin today's lesson. I flipped to the page, and after a few hours, the class ended. Now I've reached level 19. I have the extreme cold ice chain, so I no longer need to enter the dangerous windstorm mountain range. The dungeon instance of the Deep Abyss is the perfect place for me to gain experience and level up. While Zhongyi was lost in thought, he suddenly saw Kuang So Nian standing not far away. Xiao Nian, Why are you here? I heard the rewards for passing the 3 school dungeons will also increase, so I want to invite you to try together. Coincidentally, I was thinking the same. After teleporting to the dungeon lobby, Kuang So Nian asked, Chaoyi, which difficulty level are you planning to challenge? Deep Realm level, and you. Kuang So Nian quickly waved her hand and said, the Deep Abyss level is really too difficult. There's a big difference between me and you. I think I can only challenge the difficult level. Numngi gently holds her hand and comforts her. It's okay. Once I pass the Deep Realm level, we will team up again for a rematch. So let's decide this way. You try the difficult level first, and I'll do my best. Kuang So Nian replied shyly before turning to leave. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to the appearance of a person. Only Min Hien. Why is he here? It's been a long time since a master came to challenge the dungeon, don't you know? Breaking the record for clearing the Deep Abyss dungeon grants a talent achievement. It's true. Without a special opportunity, you can't earn a talent achievement. No wonder Chi Min Hien hurried here. Jiming Xian, a level 23 mage with a dungeon ranking of 86, is so bored that he even tries to challenge the Deep Abyss dungeon in his spare time. Trao Ngi glanced at Jiming Xian's information, and then chose the Deep Abyss Gopin dungeon before entering, causing a stir in the hall. Zhou No, isn't that the top freshman? Haha. But a level 19 holy knight daring to challenge the Deep Abyss difficulty? He really doesn't know his limits. His 400 academic points are probably gone now. Chi Min Hien, standing nearby, secretly despised him. It seems that resource adjustments have made some people overly confident. Since you chose the Ta Mu Yen difficulty challenge, your account will automatically lose 400 study points in exchange for Ta Mu Yen magic stones. You have been teleported to Gobin Lower City. Be aware that monsters in the deep level dungeon will become more ferocious as the difficulty increases. If you find it hard to handle, crush the Deep Abyss Demon Crystal to escape the dungeon immediately. Why is this place so ruined? Could this be the result of the goblin's occupation and destruction? As Chaoyi was pondering, a goblin ambushed him from behind. But Chaoyi only lightly waved his hand and sent the demon to meet his ancestors. Just a few seconds later, a whole swarm of demons surrounded him and launched a coordinated attack. Level 22. Silver Qualities Demon Beast with the skills of ambush and slash attack. This group of demons seems to be quite numerous. But the stronger the enemy, the greater the challenge. As he finished speaking, Chaoyi swung his hammer and made the entire group of goblins disappear. Another group of elves appears immediately, forcing Zhou No to reconsider his strategy this time. It seems that the difficulty of this stage is due to a large number of elite soldiers launching desperate attacks. This will drain too much mana. I need to conserve my mana to ensure I have enough to use my skills against the boss. Chaoyi decided to use the Bright Radiance Slash to rapidly attack with his weapon, creating a series of lightning-fast strikes that dealt powerful blows to the enemies and wiped out the monsters. Congratulations, you have defeated the group of elves and gained 11,236 experience points at level 19, with 22,043 out of 54,000 needed for the next level. As expected, the higher the level, the more difficult it is to level up. Even if I defeat many orcs, I can only reach level 20 at most. I hope that after defeating the boss, the experience points will help me break through quickly. Chaoyi continued to move deeper inside, and soon found the boss, a level 24 Demon King monster with a talent for destruction and unknown skills. The Demon King of the demonic race, who led his tribe to seize several human cities, a contemptible human, welcome to the land of death. I am prepared for you, but you dare to slaughter my entire tribe, you human bastard. Die. With that, the Demon King swung his axe down, forcing Chaoyi to leap high to dodge. This demon is really strong, huh? Despite its large size, its speed isn't affected at all. Thinking to myself, Zhou No gathered his strength and launched a counterattack. But in this berserk state, he would resist all physical attacks. At the same time, he could activate his shield to reflect part of the boss's damage, so that last move was nothing more than a piece of stainless steel. Knowing that physical attacks would be ineffective, Chaoyi switched to using magic to create chains of dark energy. Successfully immobilizing the boss prevented it from moving, then delivering a direct punch that took its life in an instant. Congratulations on completing the Deep Abyss dungeon. The completion time was 10 minutes and 56 seconds. Based on your previous record, you have set a new speed record for completing this dungeon. Congratulations on defeating the boss and earning 30 free attribute points, 30 skill points, and 119 experience points. This Elf King is still a Tam Uyen level boss, yet I defeated it with just one move, even though I deliberately held back a large amount of magic power and was ready to use stronger skills to deal with it. Just then, another notification appeared. When you reset your record in the dungeon, you will unlock a new talent. The A-grade spell casting speed. Your ability to cast magic spells will be significantly increased, and even low-level spells can be cast instantly. As expected, the record for clearing the Deep Abyss dungeon has been reset, allowing me to gain a new innate talent. With the blessing of the A-level spellcasting speed talent, my power has been boosted even further. It's time to head back now. The only regret is that I just reached level 20. I have many courses now, so later I will take Xiaonian to challenge the Deep Abyss dungeon again. At the same time, outside the dungeon hall, many players who chose the Deep Abyss dungeon had to give up due to the intense heat inside. They looked up at the leaderboard and discussed excitedly. No one has succeeded so far. This Tam Uyen level dungeon is just too difficult. As soon as I stepped inside, I was surrounded by hundreds of white-silver level demons. If I didn't escape quickly, I might have been trapped inside. No wonder the difficulty level of Deep Abyss is so terrifying. It seems we can only rely on top experts like Chimin Hien. Kuang So Nian stood among the crowd, thinking to herself that luckily she only chose a moderate difficulty level to pass through so easily now. Now she just hopes that Big Brother Chaoyi can also get through this challenge. I heard that the Deep Abyss dungeon has also been opened in this year's freshman competition. And how many people have succeeded? That's right, it seems there's someone named Chaoyi, a level 19 Saint Knight leading the freshmen. He even set a new record. The two young men were talking when someone shouted out loud, "The dungeon record has been broken again." Is that the guy named Chaoyi at the top of the leaderboard? Number 1. Chaoyi's Tam Uyen level, with a 100% completion rate in 10 minutes and 56 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the fastest completion of the Deep Abyss dungeon at the Tam Uyen level. The crowd erupts in excitement. Finally, someone has cleared the Tam Uyen difficulty. Chaoyi, why have I never heard of this name before? Could it be the senior of Dai Tam Chaoyi? This person is among the top freshmen, but no matter how strong he is, he can't defeat the level 24 Demon King. I'm also a newcomer participating in the first-year student competition. It's only been a few days. Why has Chaoyi improved so quickly? Just wait a little longer. Hyenka probably entered the dungeon later than Chaoyi, so he's a bit behind. A young man confidently laughed out loud, thinking to himself that once Hyenka set a new record and stepped out, Chaoyi's ranking on the board would definitely drop. Unexpectedly, Chimin Hien staggered out of the dungeon, looking exhausted, causing the young man to rush over worriedly to support him. His words, "This Tam Uyen level dungeon is too hard. I spent so much gold equipment, yet I still failed." Chimin Hien cursed under his breath, then suddenly realized that no one around him paid much attention to him as they had a few minutes ago, instead gathering around the leaderboard, chatting excitedly. Though feeling a bit puzzled, he didn't dwell on it for long and took out a potion to treat his wounds. Only when his junior informed him that Zhonghui had cleared the Tam Uyen dungeon with an ultra-rare time did he gasp in shock. Look quickly. Zhonghui is out already. No way, it's only a new student at level 19. On what basis could it have beaten the Deep Abyss dungeon? How can I not be better than it? I have to get to the bottom of this. Now only coming out, maybe it's even Jianlan. Min Hien angrily throws the Duoktui sword in his hand and then smiles genuinely to start a conversation with Chaoyi. But before he could finish speaking, Chaoyi brushed past her and went to Kuang. Sonhien, congratulations on passing the level, barely made it through the hard stage. It feels like he's leaving me further and further behind. Chaoyi approaches to pat Kuang Sonhien on the head and comfort her. Don't worry. Loving the Star King is easy to handle. Then I will show you all the tricks to pass this level. Besides, I also have enough experience now so I can take you to try a few more times until you master the key points, and then you can challenge the Tam Uyen difficulty level. While the pair of lovebirds are being affectionate, the crowd is still praising Chaoyi. Meanwhile, Chimin Hien sits sullenly in the corner, accepting the truth that under Chaoyi's spotlight, he has become a has-been. True to his promise, Chaoyi led Kuang Soni to conquer the Tam Uyen dungeon, fighting alongside her while boosting her strength and pointing out the weaknesses of the goblins so she could easily defeat them. Everything went smoothly until they faced the boss. A Deep Abyss level boss challenge is no joke. How did Brother Chaoyi manage to pass through successfully? It looks powerful, but in reality it has very weak magic resistance and can be easily defeated with strong magical skills. Kuang Sonhien, upon hearing this, volunteers to fight the boss. Because the boss has weak magic resistance, Kuang Sonhien first decides to test her demonic power within her demonic bloodline using the Demon Claw skill, unleashing a massive slash wave. The demonic energy contained in the slash wave will explode upon hitting the target, dealing additional dark attribute damage to the enemy. Unexpectedly, instead of destroying the boss, this move boosted its magic power, making it even stronger. The boss stomped the ground, creating a shockwave that caused the earth to tremble, sending out waves to push back enemies and potentially stunning them. Ning Ngi unleashes his strength to counter the attack and anxiously calls out, "Xiao Nian, are you okay?" "I'm fine, Brother Zhou. It's all my fault. I couldn't control my magic properly, which allowed the boss to absorb it and become stronger. No need to blame yourself. First check if your tactics against it are effective or not." After saying that, Chao Ni used the light barrier to attack the boss, but it was blocked by its shield. Actually, the skill's effectiveness isn't as great as before. Its magic resistance seems to have increased quite a bit. Thinking to himself, Zhou said, "This is indeed a bit difficult to handle. Let me try again. If you can't defeat it, crush the Deep Abyss Crystal. Remember, this is only a test clone, don't hurt yourself." After finishing, Ngi created magical chains to restrain the boss, but the boss easily shattered the chains in an instant. Seeing this, Guangzhou Nian felt even more guilty, blaming herself for making everything complicated and wondering what she should do now. What should I do? This negative state of Guangzhou Nian has awakened the demoness within her. That's right, it's all because you're too weak. If you could fully harness the demonic power within the Ungima bloodline, you wouldn't just silently watch Chao Ngi brother fall into trouble. You need to become stronger to help him out. It's time. Unleash your true power. Get stronger. Guangzhou Nian, as if hypnotized, muttered to herself with her eyes gradually turning a deadly red. In front, after failed attempts, Chao Ngi was about to activate the angelic divine body to protect Guangzhou Nian, when suddenly a surge of dark energy from behind him shot forward, slicing off the boss's weapon-holding arm. "Xiao Nian." Chao Ngi stared blankly at the girl behind him. "Big brother Chao Ngi, let me take care of the monster. Why can't I absorb this mana? On the contrary, they keep invading my power," the boss shouted in confusion. "Wait, this is just the appetizer." With that, Guangzhou Nian raised her hand to channel more demonic energy into the boss. "I want it now. Give it to me. Give me more demonic energy. Your current appearance looks really disgusting." Guangzhou Nian looked at the boss with contempt before sending it off with a decisive blow. Congratulations to trainee Guangzhou Nian for defeating the Demon King boss, earning 15 free attribute points, 15 skill points, and 23,200 experience points, finally eliminating this annoying monster. Xuangso. Nahian reabsorbed her power and approached So Mo Chaungi, trying to seduce him, leaving him culturally shocked, and only after a moment noticing something was off, she asked coldly, "Oh, is it really just a little?" At this moment, the demon girl Guangzhou Nian suddenly paused and gradually returned to her usual appearance, then shyly explained, "Brother Chaungi, everything that happened just now was caused by the evil power in the bloodline of the demon curse." Ngi looked up at Guangzhou Nian's chin, examined her for a moment, then let out a sigh of relief. "That's great, I thought the demon had taken over you. How could that be?" "That's right, Xiaonian. Let's form a team and challenge a few more times. I believe that once you're familiar with the demon, you can conquer the Deep Abyss dungeon on your own. Moreover, we and the Demon King are old friends. Do you think he would understand us? After all, students are like that. As long as the boss is defeated, that's enough. But if students want to get more dungeon rewards, there are many things to consider." Niu Nai said with a cunning smile that even the Demon King of the fairy realm on the heavenly court was startled. Outside, everyone was still shocked by Chao Nai's successful record. Then they saw the leaderboard display a new record with a faster, clear time, 1 minute faster than the previous record, and the person who achieved it was none other than Chao Ni, causing a great zhendong. No way could it be that Chao Ni can now let others pass the door safely? He actually managed to clear it faster in one go. That's terrifying. Suddenly, a new record appeared on the leaderboard, breaking Chao Ni's previous record. First, Guangzhou Nian chose the Tam Yu Yen difficulty level with a 100% completion rate in 9 minutes and 23 seconds. This record has been confirmed as the fastest clearance currently for the Tam Yu Yen Goben dungeon. Isn't it true that new students can only challenge the difficult level? Now I can clear the Tam Yu Yen dungeon alone. Guangzhou Nian, after all, is the second best among the new students, and under Chao Ni's guidance, she might even surpass her potential. At this moment, Chimin Hien's Jr., holding his head, sighed. "Hien, now I finally understand how you feel." After realizing the gap between themselves and the geniuses, that feeling of helplessness was truly unbearable. So Chao Ngi and Guangzhou Nian continued to challenge the Deep Abyss dungeon alone each, formed a team once, and then returned to the hall. "Chao Ngi, I heard that the Elemental Academy is putting on a fireworks show for new students today. Shall we go watch together?" Chao Ngi smiled and replied, "That's perfect. I can take this chance to relax a bit." So the two of them headed to the Elemental Academy. Looking at the surroundings, Chao Ngi couldn't help but feel delighted. No wonder it's called the Elemental Academy. Even the streetlights are powered by magic. I didn't expect that while we were clearing dungeons it would take us until evening. Conquering the intermediate realm dungeon this time could yield great rewards, and luckily I had your help. Your effort is the key. I'm just helping a little. Chaunengi smiled and replied, then suddenly saw a giant statue and couldn't help but stop and ask, is this statue? This is the mage Wei Wang, known as the guardian deity. He once successfully repelled several fierce offensives by the demon army alone. Therefore, his heroic deeds have been widely celebrated. Unfortunately, during the great battle, he was ambushed by a lord-level demon and ultimately sacrificed himself heroically, because his soul was completely fated beyond saving. Truly, a great hero. You still have very little knowledge of history. Can you briefly tell me about the Dark Age? Of course. Huang Sonhian tells the story. Actually, to talk about this period of history, we need to start from the Golden Age 80 years ago, beginning in 254, when many talented professionals with innate gifts rose up one after another. This year is therefore also called the Golden Age, just like the legendary heroes who wield the Sword of the Saint, the Spear of the Peace, and the Sword of the Righteous, still standing firm on the front lines of the battlefield today. But just as everyone was full of hope and preparing to counterattack the alien creatures, a dark age suddenly descended, bringing the most frantic invasion of extraterrestrial beings yet, with the heroes of the Golden Age sacrificing their precious lives in the face of this threat. After a long 30 years of struggle and the heroic sacrifices of hundreds of millions of professionals, we finally have a period of peace, like this. Now the invasion of alien creatures has returned, but I hope this is just your illusion. Don't worry too much. Chaunengi gently pats her head to comfort her, saying that this large-scale appearance of alien creatures is only through interdimensional space cracks, and they are not very powerful. Moreover, we are no longer the same as before, so even if darkness falls again, this time the unlucky ones will be those alien creatures. Huang Sonhian was amused by Chaunengi's words. That's right. We've rested and prepared ourselves for so long, ready to face the alien creatures again. At that moment, fireworks exploded into the sky, illuminating the entire heavens. Huang Sonhian excitedly grabbed Chaunengi's hand and pulled him along. Let's make the most of our time and go to the observation point ahead. It will be even more beautiful. Yes, Chaunengi Huang trio replied. The next day, Chaunengi took the train back to visit his sister. Hey, Tin, why hasn't your brother come home yet? Don't worry, your brother just said on the phone that he would be home very soon. As Atin finished speaking, Chaunengi arrived at the door. He welcomes him home. Xiaoyan runs over and hugs Chaunengi. Chaunengi gently supports his sister, smiling brightly and saying, I was worried about your condition on the way here, but seeing you so spirited, I feel at ease now. Little Ni has returned. Chaunengi smiled and replied, Atin, long time no see. Little Ningy, how long do you plan to stay this time? Maybe about 3 or 4 days, since I took time off mainly to complete the final treatment for Xiaovan. Is that too short? Xiaovan said sadly, then quickly asked excitedly, Do you have a gift prepared for your adorable sister? Of course, I specially brought you a reward through this deep abyss dungeon. Just blow this horn and the fierce ghost of the golden rank will appear instantly to protect you. Tuvan clapped excitedly, truly proud of her brother. Just hearing about it sounds impressive. Ninghirui dao emgai noirang en tin ben kwa. Msekoiva mkothitronen ment min huan. A few minutes later, Secretary Zhao brought Thoi Liet to Chaunengi's residence. Secretary Zhao, you two are here. Mr. Chu, I only contacted you yesterday. Thoi Liet Na smiled and said, Secretary Zhao, you should know that Chaunengi's invitation is not something I can ignore now. Ungi modestly replied, You're too kind. I should thank you for coming from afar to help me. I almost forgot to congratulate you. You not only obtained the Extreme Cold Ice Lotus, but also refined it into an even more effective Extreme Cold Pill. Extreme Cold Pill? Secretary Zhao couldn't hide her amazement. An S-rank pill is an invaluable treasure on the market. Zhou Nengyi scratched his head and chuckled, saying this was only possible thanks to the help of the triple inheritance alchemist recommended by my teacher to successfully craft it. We should still seize the time to carry out the final healing ritual for my sister. Yes, the main thing is more important. After a while, Xiaowan grabbed the corner of Zhou Nuo's pants and asked anxiously, Are you really okay? Xiaowan, you don't need to be too tense. Just wait a moment, and after you take this pill, you'll be able to awaken your ice bloodline and the ice power won't disturb you anymore. Xiaoyun took the extreme cold pill, then confidently stood in the formation and said with determination, I'm ready. Chao Ningyi then used skills like Blessing of the Plum Blossom, Protection of Grace, and Courage of Grace to support Xiaoyun, creating the best conditions for Thoi Liet Na to carry out the treatment. Although I am a second-tier priest, my purity level in the Holy Light seems to still be inferior to Chao Ni's. Tulitna was lost in thought when Chaoyi urged her to proceed, then had to bother her to activate the formation. As the small matter was settled, Tulitna unleashed her power to activate the formation and instructed Tuvan to immediately use the extreme cold pill. In an instant, a massive burst of icy cold aura erupted, causing everyone to involuntarily step back. Tuvan's cold aura has erupted. This won't cause any problems, right? Atin asked worriedly. It's okay, I will handle it, Zhongyi confidently said as he used the Holy Flame Radiant Wheel to dispel the burst of cold air, believing that with the extreme cold pill, this would be Tuvan's final outburst of icy energy. I carefully observed Xiaovan's performance and happily said, the hardest obstacle is finally over. Now we just need to wait for Xiaovan to complete her bloodline awakening. After a while, the treatment process for Xiaovan was finally finished. Ngi approached Xiaoyun anxiously and asked, how do you feel now? It seems your illness has been completely cured. Tuvan cheerfully replied, Tuvan, quickly check your personal information to see if anything has changed. Xiaoyuan tried using her power and replied, it seems my ice bloodline has granted me the innate talent to control the ice element now. Now the ice element and I are in harmony, I can control them and do whatever I want. Could it be that awakening the bloodline can also grant new talents? Normally, awakening a bloodline doesn't give you new bloodline talents, but you are Chaoyi's sister, so awakening the rare ice bloodline is possible. Chaoyi proudly replied, thinking to himself, all of us have gained many benefits because of the Hanbang bloodline. Could it be that our ancestors were truly powerful Hanbang bloodline professionals? But even if it is true, considering the previous situation, it's very likely that the family was mistaken early on. Although Xiaovan's bloodline has successfully awakened the ice-cold bloodline, it's safer to have her undergo a thorough check once more. No problem. Master Thoiliet? Na replied happily. At this moment, Secretary Zhao spoke up. Master Xiaovan's body has fully recovered, and her Hanbang bloodline has been awakened. The mayor is very concerned about this and has already arranged a lot of cultivation resources for the two brothers to bring here. Chaoyi shook hands with Secretary Trio gratefully and said thank you. I will be back at school very soon. Then little Van will need to bother Secretary Zhao for help with care. You're too kind. It's my pleasure. Have you thought about which profession you want to pursue in the future? Of course, a mage. When you reach level 10, I'll help you find a profession-specific book to hide your mage abilities. That's great. You've sensed the awakening of the dark power within your body. I believe the day we unleash our strength is not far off. The dark power. Xiaovan's evil gaze and words left everyone stunned. I, Lietna, immediately ran over to check. Could there be any part I haven't examined yet? How could there be dark power? Suddenly, Zhongyungi remembered the days when he and Xiaoyun were kids, before they awakened their powers and used to cosplay as superheroes saving the world. Don't let the power of darkness seduce you. We must seal it to protect world peace. Little Van at 3 years old said to go back to the present and saw her younger sister about to speak again. Breathing heavily, Ningyi proactively took Loi Tuvan outside. You should still take your sister to learn the true ice cold to save her life. Your brother wants to sacrifice himself for justice. Seeing Miss Xiaovan's performance, I believe she will definitely become an outstanding mage in the future. Actually, it's not usually like that. While Secretary Zhao and Atin defend Xiaovan's childish actions, Thoiliet Na looks serious and silently thinks about dark power. As soon as the awakening process finished, Zhou No suggested a martial arts duel with Zhou Wan. I will summon a spirit and freeze all the power blocking my way. After saying that, Xiaovan shot a stream of elemental energy toward Chaoyi, but all of it was blocked by his holy light shield. It seems your body has fully recovered, so I can start planning your training journey now. Xiaovan started playing the spade. I feel like the cold aura in my body is acting up again. It seems I can't continue training with you anymore. And then, under Chaoyi's strict guidance, Xiaovan reluctantly participated in the training. After an intense session, she was exhausted and collapsed to the ground, sighing. So training is really this tiring. The great mission to save the world is left for me to complete alone later. I really am at my wit's end with you. Chaoyi sighed helplessly and summoned Xiaokoi. Xiaokoi is a demon pet I just made a contract with. Let it stay with you to train together these days. But if it comes to that, you won't even be able to beat little Koi. There's nothing more to say then. No problem. Now that Xiaokoi is with you, you'll definitely work hard to cultivate. Xiaovan said happily while stroking Xiaokoi. Xiaokoi, come with me. Let's quickly sign the Dark Pact and become allies. Chaoyi looked at Tukoi's father, who seemed 3 parts unwilling and 7 parts reluctant, and chuckled. Tukoi, I will remember the price you paid. A few days later, as Zhou Yi was carrying Xiaokui back to school, Tuomi Ni arrived at his house, surprising him. Miss Tuo, why are you here? The nationwide freshman-friendly match between universities and colleges is about to begin. The team event requires groups of 5 to participate. This time I came to see you, mainly to ask you to confirm the list of members for our school's expedition team. As the top scorer in the freshman competition, the important responsibility of team leader naturally falls on your shoulders. Moreover, building the team is the responsibility of the team captain you are about to become. No problem, Chao-Gi happily replied. This is the top 10 student list in the freshman ranking except for you. You need to choose 4 teammates for yourself, Chao-Gi answered immediately without hesitation. Kodo, I plan to choose the top 4 new students with the highest rankings as my teammates. Tamini scolded, you're really too careless. In team battles, it is normal for the fight to extend into later stages. This tests the team's endurance and combat capabilities. Therefore, the priest profession, which helps maintain the recovery of the fake profession state, is an extremely important factor. Even if you are a holy knight capable of adding many buffs, your recovery ability is still not enough compared to a priest. Moreover, when fighting with a team of 5, you should choose a new priest as well. Ngi confidently replied, no need. As long as we can defeat the opponent quickly, there's no need to worry about recovery abilities. Teacher 2, for the individual event in the freshman exchange match, you are confident you can win the championship. Moreover, during the team battle when you activate your angelic bloodline, you can even face the entire opposing team alone. In the freshman competition, Joungi's strength far surpasses that of other freshmen. With Joungi, there's really no need for a priest, just crush the opponents from other schools directly. Thinking of this, Tumini had to compromise. If you are so confident, I will report this list to Director Ngo. By the way, your sister's bloodline awakening has been taken care of, right? It's been taken care of. I need to thank you, To, for initially telling me the news about Kukan Bang Lian. That's good then, Tumini replied with a smile. At this moment, Zhongyi suddenly remembered something and asked Ms. Tu if she knew where to find the hidden professional license book. Is it because he was preparing one for his sister? Zhongyi honestly replied. After learning about the alien creature through the dimensional rift that brought him here, he vaguely sensed a kind of oppressive feeling. So you have to find a way to help Xiaovan quickly gain the ability to protect herself. You're very considerate, and the hidden profession scrolls are all on the school website, but it's not easy to buy them. Tamini hinted and quickly left. Zhongyi was confused by her words, but when he checked the school website, he understood. Restrict the purchase of hidden professional roll letters. The lowest level students must reach level 25, score above A, complete the school's A-level mission, and rank in the top 10 on the local leaderboard or top 100 on the heavenly list. So that's how it is. Acquiring a hidden professional roll letter is really very difficult. Even the cheapest hidden professional license requires 20,000 study points to obtain. It seems impossible to get it in a short time, but I will try to achieve my goal within half a year. At that moment, Zhou Yingyi received a new system quest and upon checking, saw that the National University and College Freshman Exchange match was about to begin, so he announced the achievement task. The system will award the corresponding achievement reward based on the overall performance of the host in the nationwide university and college freshman exchange match. Yingyi read the information and couldn't help but feel delighted. The 2 previous achievement rewards have greatly boosted my strength. It seems I must also give my all this time to achieve the best results and earn the most generous reward elsewhere. The deans are sitting in a meeting discussing the upcoming nationwide university and college freshman exchange tournament. The team member chosen to participate in the team battle, Zhou Yi, has already sent his information. I'll give a brief overview to everyone. The team leader is Saint Knight Zhou Yi, the swordsman Yuling Guangsini, the Taoist Tong Halan, the mage Duong Lin He, and the warrior Wei Thiet Tam. Hearing Director Ngo speak, Ngo Kach Khan asked, why is there no priest in the team? Tongkai agreed. Isn't a team like that very dangerous? Anyway, without a priest's support, the team's error rate would be significantly lower. While the other deans worry about this lineup, Chu Hua Duong has a different opinion. I actually think this plan is fine. I believe with Chao-Ngi's abilities, having a priest would be unnecessary. He thought to himself that after Zhou Ningyi used the bloodline vibration training, no one here probably understood Zhou Ningyi's true strength better than himself. Even without teammates, Zhou Ningyi might be able to win the team battle on his own. Chao-Ngi not only can provide growth but also has an extremely excellent defensive ability, and many of his skills are even more powerful in attack. It seems he is handling 3 different roles: swordsman, tank, and support. Director of the Strategy Institute Zhang Lang, who had been silent, finally spoke up. I have no objections. With Chao-Ngi's abilities, he has full advantages and effective tactics of his own. Then my side also agrees. I hope Chao-Ngi can showcase his true strength in the friendly match and surprise everyone. All right, let's go with that decision. Director Ngo announced, the team formation issue has been settled, now we move on to training. Director Ngo, from now on we will have to trouble you with their training. Anyway, This new student group may not be weak, but their teamwork still needs improvement. No problem, I'll have Tamini inform them, and in 3 days they'll gather at the War Academy to reunite with the male lead. While working hard on his daily tasks, Zhou Yi received a message from teacher Wang Hui about private tutoring for him. This was his first lesson since becoming his student. There's a good chance the teacher will teach me a new skill, but today I should still choose the skill points reward. Please choose today's reward. Reward 1, 15 attribute points. Reward 2, gain 15 skill points. Reward 3, a random skill book. Reward 4 is a random attribute. Zhou Yi chooses the skill point reward. He immediately felt the change in his body and knew that by completing daily missions he could earn attribute points and skill points. With this system here, extending the distance from others is really easy. The next day, Wang Hui and Chao Ni went to training. Master, do you want me to chase away these level 23 shadow wolves? This is the same forest area, and the Tianyu guild you founded here has training points, so there's no need to worry. Sure enough, less than a second later, the great dragon appeared in the sky, roaring so loudly that the wolf pack scattered in fear. Seeing Chaoyang's amazed expression, Wang Hui explained, "The great dragon is level 62. That's my senior brother's Ma Long, who usually serves as the terrifying beast of the entire forest. If even the demon dragon is that powerful, I wonder how formidable my senior brother must be." Wang Hui smiled proudly and said, "My senior brother used to be on par with you, reaching level 64, and his actual combat ability is even above yours, which is why I trust him to take over the Tianvu guild." After hearing this, Chaoyang couldn't help but admire. At 30, he was already level 64, and his senior brother's talent was truly extraordinary. Haha. After so many years, I've met many profession users, but you are the most talented. Keep working hard. I believe your future achievements have the hope to surpass even your senior brother. All right, Chaoyang, watch carefully. I will demonstrate a special skill to teach you. So Wang Hui combined the Holy Light and Tam Thuan skills to create 2 giant shields, then gradually narrowed the gap between them, and when they touched, boom! A deafening explosion destroys a large area of land, leaving Zhou Nigi stunned by the power of the fake profession Tam Truyan. Afterward, Wang Hui hands Zhou Nigi a book. "Little Nigi, this is the first skill I am teaching you. Focus your consciousness on the surface of the skill book and use skill points to learn it." Understood, Ning responded with a nod and closed his eyes to follow Wang Hui's instructions, successfully learning the new skill. The Than Quang Tam Thuan A+ level 1 within a certain range ahead formed 2 shields. The 2 shields will gradually approach each other, then collide and cause a large explosion, dealing significant damage with light attribute magic. At the same time, our side can pass through the shields, but the enemy cannot. Note that this is a sacred knight inheritance skill. After reading about the skill, Zhongyi couldn't hide his curiosity about the sacred knight inheritance skill. How do you also know the skills of the Holy Knight? The Holy Light Shield is a skill exclusive to when your senior sister was a triple certified Holy Knight and created it herself. That year, my senior sister inherited this skill from my master. Now, I will pass it on to you. You've learned the skill, right? Show it to me so I can see. Ni is doing exactly as taught. Though his power isn't great, Wang Hui still looks pleased and praises him. You're only at Saint Light Shield level 1, but reaching this level is already very good. This skill is specially prepared for your team battle. You can use the shield to divide the battlefield, thereby limiting the enemy's normal actions. If you have mastered the new skill, the next step is the practical combat training session. As Wang Hui finished speaking, a dragon serpent descended and stood behind him. Glan will deploy demon beasts around to attack you. How much experience you gain from defeating them depends entirely on your own effort. No problem, sir. Having received the answer, Wang Hui signaled to Gondraglaran, then roared loudly. The monsters within the sound wave area immediately became aggressive and targeted Chaoyang. One lurking behind him in the bushes lunged to bite his head, but he anticipated it and took it down with a single basic attack. Then Zhou Nuo used all his skills, from light element to ice element, to fend off the monsters attacking him all night until dawn. Seeing Zhou Nuo's exhausted and breathless state, Wang Hui smirked teasingly and said, "Going all out like that? I didn't expect that even your last bit of stamina and magic power has been exhausted. Aren't you afraid of more monsters showing up?" "Are you still here, teacher?" He replied with a smile, drinking the restorative potion to recover his stamina, secretly thinking that the thrill of gaining this experience was truly amazing. Congratulations on reaching level 22. You have gained 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Zhongyi immediately used all the points he just received to level up the Holy Light Purification Shield from level 1 to level 3. Not bad. I originally thought you could only defeat around 100 monsters, but in the end, you managed to take down nearly 400. Luckily, with your guidance, if it were just up to you alone, it would be very difficult to level up in a month or two, Jongi gratefully said. At this moment, Wang Hui advised that since he had boldly formed a team without a priest during the exchange match, as my student, you must stay calm at critical moments and never let your guard down. Don't worry, teacher, with you here, this year's top spot will definitely be ours. At the rest stop in the furious wind forest, an announcement on the loudspeaker states that the nationwide college exchange tournament is about to begin. 218 colleges and universities are participating, so which school will ultimately take the top spot? Am I seeing things? Tohang University doesn't have a priest. Such an extreme team can only be from a low-ranked school, right? Shunyu and Chudan happened to pass by, overheard the two female students talking, then approached to check the list and cut in. Zhou Nei is indeed the team captain, and Kwang Soni is the vice captain. Scrolling through a few comments online, Chudan was amused and burst out laughing. Some people even said in the comments that our school's team coordination was off without a pastor. This comment saying that the team will definitely lose without a pastor is so funny, Chunhee is just going along with it. They don't realize how terrifying Chaoying's strength really is. The two girls looked at Chunyu and Chudan with judging eyes, a bit angry as they asked, "Who are you?" "Anwan. Tell the staff that I will cover their bill today," Tuthanlian said quietly, watching the argument unfold nearby, thinking that with Chaoying here, not having a pastor in the team wouldn't matter. This year's champion will definitely be ours. Back to the main story, after the class with Wang Hui, Zhongyi spent the whole day training against the robots in the training yard. Since reaching level 22, fighting the robots in the training yard has become too easy for Zhou Nian, and the training effectiveness has gradually declined. Just as Zhou Nian was about to ask Tu Mini for her opinion, she received a call informing her that Director Ngo would begin special training today. Since the students participating in the friendly match, Chaoying should be called immediately to gather at the War Academy Hall. Besides Kuang So-nian and Tong Ha-lan, who are already familiar, there are two more people in the hall. Ve Thiet Tam, a level 18 warrior, and Duong Lin He, a level 18 mage. While the students were getting to know each other, Ngo Mang used his appraisal skill to scan Chaoying. Surprisingly, under the guidance of Principal Vuong Hui, Chaoying leveled up so quickly. Kwang So-nian heard that and couldn't help but be surprised as he turned to look at Chaoying. He leveled up again? With the help of the teachers, I was lucky to level up a bit. All right, time is tight, so I'll keep it simple. To help the students prepare for this national freshman exchange match, I will be the instructor responsible for their training. Next, I will lead them in the team battle. In the individual and survival matches, professional training will be conducted. Today's training will mainly assess your team cooperation and combat skills. First, you need to form a team to challenge the Goblin Dungeon at the Deep Abyss level. Of course, the school will cover all the costs for the training sessions involved in this Deep Abyss level dungeon. No wonder Kodo has been urging us NG Tommen to level up quickly to 18. They want us to be prepared for the Deep Abyss dungeon raid. Everyone's strength is pretty good, and with a team we can easily get through even the Deep Abyss level. Moreover, thinking about this, Duong Lin Hai secretly glanced at Chaoying sitting nearby. With Chaoying alone passing the Deep Abyss level and the four of us, failure seems impossible. Noticing Duong Lin He looking at him, Chaoying turned to smile brightly, making Duong Lin Hai shyly rush to hide behind the formation, causing Chaoying to feel a bit confused. Was his smile really that terrifying? After being briefed, the five-member team immediately entered the dungeon. Chaoying, looking serious, said, "This is our first time working together as a squad, so I will arrange the tactical plan for everyone." "No problem," the others responded in unison. Ve Thiet Tam is in charge of defense and attracting firepower. Kuang So-nian and Duong Lin He are responsible for magical and physical attacks. Tong Ha-lan is responsible for boosting attack power from behind, and I am the one supporting everyone. Just after Zhongyi finished assigning tasks, the goblins appeared. Ve Thiet Tam charged forward first, punching the ground to push the monsters back. The power of her punch surprised her. Her skill's effectiveness has increased by over 40% compared to before. Is this the supportability of the team leader? Dong Lin Hai watched Zhou Ningyi unleash his skill and couldn't help but be amazed. No way, the casting speed is really fast. The captain managed to unleash 3 growth skills in less than a second. A speed even a professional mage like me finds hard to match. Quickly, Dong Lingzi didn't dare to slack off and cast the destructive magic spell to slow down the goblin horde. Kwang So-nian also seized the moment to rush forward and slash away the monsters with her sword. Xiao Nian, Ve Thiet Tam, watch out for a surprise attack. As soon as Zhou Nian finished speaking, a rain of arrows shot toward them. Thanks to the warning earlier, Wei Tietang quickly used a shield wall and successfully blocked the Gobin's ambush. Kwang So-nian suddenly realized something was off. This was completely different from before. How could there be Goban archers? Monsters. Goban archers level 23, silver grade talent, stealth skills, and burst attacks. After reading the information about the monster, Chao Ningyi said with a smile, "It seems that the reason on our side is that more people are challenging now. Goban has also upgraded their attack methods." At this point, Jono used the punishment of light to eliminate the Goban archers. "I'll take care of these troublesome ones first. The rest is up to you." Anyway, this time Chao Ningyi entered the dungeon mainly to improve team coordination, so fighting alone would go against the original plan. No problem. Huang Son Haiyan and Wei Thiet Tom respond. Seeing everyone try so hard, Truong Halan becomes even more motivated and begins casting spells to attack the goblin horde. At the same time, Ngomang watched the students battle on the screen and nodded in approval. Compared to the freshman's fight, Chao Ningyi's spellcasting speed had improved not just twice as fast, with some skills even capable of being completed in an instant. Tamini guesses that after he clears the Deep Abyss dungeon, his talent choice is related to increasing spellcasting speed. His progress rate is truly astonishing. Having just enrolled, he already led Kuang Son Hien to top the rankings in the Deep Abyss dungeon. Ngomang then chuckled and said, "So, I want to take a step further and test Chao Ningyi, especially since I've increased the difficulty a bit for them." Inside the dungeon, thanks to coordinated teamwork, the overwhelming number of goblins was quickly wiped out by Chao Ningyi's team without a miss. Facing the approaching monsters, Kuang Son Hien snorted coldly, using the haunting slash skill, repeatedly striking at high speed, easily dispatching the monsters. The others also didn't have free time and began to show their skills. Song Holland tore apart a talisman and used the main technique of the Five Thunder to attack the monsters. Lin Hai cast a wind-type ice magic spell, creating a tornado that swept through the monsters, then shouted loudly, "TM Tom, give them one final blow." Understood. She responded with a sound, then immediately leapt into the air, unleashing a series of swift kicks toward the monsters. By the time she landed, all the monsters were on the ground, overwhelmed by her enhanced strength, easily dominating the group of elves. That was amazing. I feel so refreshed inside. Va Thiet Tam, still craving, smiled and looked at Duong Lin He to ask, "So, are these elves already taken care of by us?" Sheng Lin Hai replied, Little White told me that there are no more traces of demons around." Nai chuckled loudly, reminding everyone that this was just the warm-up. The real challenge is the next round, and no one can afford to let their guard down. "What are you afraid of?" "Second brother, your buff skills double my strength. With your support, isn't this dungeon easily cleared?" Song Holland said happily. "That's right, even student Zhongyi can easily clear this dungeon on his own." Dong Lingxi nodded in agreement. The captain's strength really impresses me." Hearing that, Chao Ningyi secretly thought, "Are you all crazily setting goals for me?" Kuang Son Hien said nothing, only standing aside with a secret smile. After a while, the group reached a large door. Wei Thiet Tom asked, "The final boss should be inside, right?" Chao Ningyi replied, "That's right, but as we get closer to the door, I can't shake the feeling that something's not right." "Forget it. We should go in first and talk later." Chao Ningyi silently decided and pushed the door open. As everyone entered, a huge boss appeared before them and said, "You finally arrived." The fools, the monster, the second-generation Demon King, level 25, with the talent of a necromancer, skills unknown. After the old king died, the new leader of the elf tribe replaced the former elf king. Dong Lingxi was startled and exclaimed, "Level 25 demon boss, huh? I heard a distinguished guest is visiting, so I deliberately prepared some gifts for you." With a strange smile, the boss raised its weapon and hurled a gigantic fireball at Duong Lin Hai. "This is fireball magic. How can it be so powerful?" "Lin Hai, get out of the way." Wei Thiet Tam shouted loudly, hurriedly pushed Duong Lin Hai back, then immediately created a shield to block the fireball, but it was completely ineffective. The shield only lasted less than a second before cracks began to appear. "No, I can't stop it at all." As soon as Wei Thiet Tam finished speaking, her shield shattered, putting her in danger as she faced the fireball head-on. Wei Thiet Tam clenched her teeth and thought to herself, "Damn it. With a team leader's boost, my strength has clearly doubled, yet I still can't even block a normal attack from this monster." The boss suddenly let out a strange, eerie laugh and said, "Don't rush. This is the end I have prepared for you all long ago. Turn into ashes and vanish." At the same time, its actions kept creating more fireballs to throw at the crowd. One fireball had already left everyone helpless, and now facing many more, despair was unavoidable. And this is when the true value of a captain is revealed. Everyone stepped back. Chaoyi orders sharply, stepping forward to create a thick, large ice wall, using his cold ice power to block the incoming fireballs. Captain, watch out. This is not an ordinary fireball attack. As soon as Ling Hai finished warning, she saw the fireballs consumed most of their energy by the ice wall, transforming into a single fireball about the size of a ball. Thu softly shouted, the mini fireball drawn into the palm of Chaoyi's hand. He squeezed it forcefully until it vanished, and the protective shield was indeed somewhat difficult to deal with. The boss's power far exceeds the one I faced before. Hearing that, Song Halan took the initiative to speak up. Then this time, let me take the lead in the fight. After that, Tong Halan quickly made hand seals, creating a series of talismans that floated around the boss. The clear destiny guides the spirit. Divine talismans shine brightly, obeying the command of violence. As the word violence leaves the mouth, the talismans explode, forming a large fire that engulfs the boss inside. 1 second later, the flames were sucked into the boss's mouth, the talismans crushed in its palm, yet the boss itself remained completely unharmed. Tong Halan exclaimed in disbelief, "Why is there no effect at all?" At this moment, Duong Lin Hai looked serious and said, "Lan sister, try replacing my spell and attack again." Then, Dong Lin Hai used fire magic to create a barrage of missile arrows aimed at the boss. "Let it take my attack as well." Kwang Sonian shouted, using the demon claw skill to slash several swords towards the boss. Their combined attacks aimed directly at the approaching boss, causing a massive explosion and a shockwave to spread out in all directions. However, the boss remains unharmed and is now surrounded by a layer of purple energy. That's interesting, but this is where it ends. A small purple sphere instantly condensed at its mouth, continuously absorbing the surrounding purple energy and growing larger until finally it shot towards the group facing them. Lin Hai desperately said, "Our levels are too far apart. It seems we can't fight this boss anymore." Just as everyone gave up, Zhou Engi stepped forward again. "Don't be afraid, I am here." With that, Zhou Engi created a yellow barrier to block the boss's attack. Following Chaoyi's voice, the boss's deadly attack was once again nullified. Vidiet Tam said, "Ngika, let me try a melee attack." Chaoyi smiled, placing a hand on Vidiet Tam's shoulder and said, "The level 25 boss is a bit too much for everyone right now. Leave the rest to me." Then Chaoyi used the Guangzhi Jinsha skill on the boss, which clearly identified its weaknesses and hidden abilities, guiding the next attack. Actually, this Demon King has leveled up compared to the previous one, but its attributes are doubled. If I use the S-rank Bloodline Secret technique, I can also unleash several times my usual power. If the target is so clearly aimed at me, it's very likely a special test deliberately left by Director Ngo. If that's the case, I'll take this opportunity to show everyone my angelic body, my true strength. As soon as I finished speaking, Ungi immediately transformed into an angelic being, with holy light in his left hand and icy power in his right. Although their current strength is indeed formidable, other schools also have outstanding talents. But in the friendly match, the geniuses from Mado University and Thon Kin are their strongest enemies. That's why I need to lose a match to make them understand the brutality of the competition. Tumini whispered softly, "Failure." Then she laughed and said, "Director, you really underestimate Chaoyi." Ngomang also smiled in response, hoping he could be as brave as me. "Interesting, you even turned into a glowing little bird. Whatever skills you have, use them all now and fulfill your wish," Ingi said as he launched an attack on the boss with his Guang Ruo Shung Mak technique. The boss spoke. "Little devil, your words are quite bold, but you should remember that you are the one challenging me." Then the boss used the world-destroying fire attack in response, and their skills clashed, causing a massive explosion. The wave of energy instantly spread everywhere. Kuangso Nayan hurriedly stuck her sword into the ground, using her magic to protect everyone inside. Tong Halan was amazed and exclaimed, "So this is the true strength of classmate Chao Ningi. Only now does she realize that everyone's abilities are fundamentally not on the same level as Chao Ningi." Tong Halan suddenly looked at Kuangson Nian and asked Tio Nian, "Has your classmate Chao Ngi ever used this form before?" Kuangson Nian smiled and replied, "I also saw it for the first time. It seems that Chao Ngi has truly revealed his full strength. This was your first fight, and neither the boss nor Chao Ngi sustained any injuries." The boss grinned and asked, "Little devil, is this all you've got? No matter what form you take, you cannot defeat me, right?" Chao Ngi softly said as he used holy light chains to bind the boss's limbs and body. At that moment, while the boss was surprised by the chains on its body, Chao Ngi had already used his winning spear technique to create multiple spears descending from above to pierce the boss. Then the offense and defense changed form. Chaoyi then unleashed a spell of radiant flame wind, forming a fiery tornado that engulfed the boss inside, no longer just isolated attacks. This time, Chaongi's combo dealt a huge amount of damage to the boss. Damn it. The boss roars in pain with its mouth open. Seeing this, Chaongi smirks and says, "Don't worry, there's more." Chaongi rushed forward, stabbing fiercely into the boss's screaming mouth with a thunderous strike. After a moment, as Ungi's attacks passed, the boss reappeared, blood flowing from its mouth, weakly saying, "I guess you haven't used your full strength yet. I can't let you have your fun. I'm truly sorry," Chaongi said with a smile. "It's a pity. I was planning to test the divine shield in the form of the six-winged angel, but I guess it'll have to wait until next time. Since you're still breathing, I will send you off a little further." Then, Chaongi raised two fingers to gather energy and shot it at the boss. At this moment, outside the dungeon, Ngomang exclaimed in fear, "The demon. This is the boss that even after I meticulously adjusted, not even a level 26 profession dummy can fight against. Chaongi's current strength is truly terrifying." Then Ngomang turned to Tomini and asked, "Do you have Chaongi's usual training ground combat data?" Tomini smiled and replied, "Yes, just today." Before Chaongi came here, he checked the training ground and he only took 6 minutes and 12 seconds to easily clear the level 10 combat challenge. "Ngomang nghe vaithi koinoi. No wonder you and Lao Chu are so confident in him." Tomini also smiled in response, but Chaongi was able to prove his strength right in front of him. Returning to the dungeon, as the boss was defeated by Chaongi's ultimate skill and vanished, a notification appeared immediately. "Congratulations on clearing the Deep Abyss dungeon." The completion time was 21 minutes and 16 seconds, and the reward was immediately distributed through the door. At that moment, a glow of level-up light appeared on Dong Lingxi, surprising her as she wondered, I already gained 8,000 experience." Vaithiat Tam also looked surprised and said, "I've gained 8,000 experience points too." Completing the Deep Abyss dungeon once yields more rewards than a week of outside training. As for Zhou Nuo, he cancelled his transformation state and returned to his original form. A notification appeared next to him. "Congratulations, you have gained 11,236.6 experience points. Congratulations, you have gained 10 free attribute points and 10 skill points." Chaongi thought to himself that if this kept up, he could level up again very soon. At this moment, Kuang Sonian ran over and asked worriedly, "Are you okay, Mr. Zhonian? Are you hurt?" Chaongi stood up, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and said, "It's nothing, just a bit of exertion. We should still check what rewards this boss drops." "Sure." So they went to the defeated boss and saw a golden orb lying there. When they opened it, the items inside appeared before their eyes. Golden level weapon, Flame Spirit Staff, level 24 equipment. Golden level weapon, Fire Spirit Shield, level 24 equipment. Golden level weapons, Fire Demon Ring, level 24. Weijitai was overjoyed and exclaimed, "This reward is really too generous, isn't it? They are all level gold equipment. Second brother is producing too many pieces of gear." Joan-gi smiled and said, "Looks like luck isn't too bad this time. Do any of you want these 3 pieces of equipment?" The other 4 took turns sharing their opinions. First was Wei Taetum, who said the level requirement for this equipment is too high for me to use at all. Lin Hai said, "I don't suit the fire attribute growth and can't use these either." Kuang So Nian added, "These equipment also don't fit my class and Halan's." Tong Halan suggested, "You Scholar Zhongyi, you contributed the most this time, take these items." Zhongyi also didn't refuse, gathering the items and smiling, "Too bad, I'll take these equipments first. Whenever I get back, I will auction them at school to exchange for points, then divide them equally and send them to everyone." Wei Jitang quickly refused. "Come on, Yingi. No matter what, you should get 70%. Without you, we simply couldn't pass so easily," Tong Holland said shyly. "That's right. You're the key to defeating the boss, and I hardly contributed at all." Chaongi smiled and said, "Let's split it evenly. So, everyone can relax about their grades for a long time now." Huang Sonian beside me also smiled and advised, "Just take it easy. After all, Chaongi is the one with the most credits." At this point, everyone else couldn't refuse anymore, so they all gladly accepted. "All right then." After distributing the rewards, Chaongi smiled and reminded everyone, "Remember, our goal is not just to win the match, but also to protect the school's honor." Vathiet Tom resolutely said, "Brother Ingi, I won't let you down. In the next training, I will try twice as hard." Tong Halan said, "Student Ning, I will also do my best." "Captain, me too," Chaongi replied with satisfaction. "All right, everyone's determination is the key to success, and I believe our team can definitely win honorably in the friendly match." Chaongi and the others just exited the dungeon when they heard Ngomang's applause, congratulating them on successfully passing the Deep Abyss level dungeon I specially created. Director Ngoto, Ngomang continued to praise without stopping. Your performance was excellent, exceeding my expectations. Of course, especially Chaoning, you brought me a big surprise. Chaoning smiled at Nyoninge, scratched his head and said, I was just doing what I should. Ngomang asked Chaoning, do you have any opinions about winning first place in the exchange tournament? Chaoning clenched his fist and declared, first place is definitely ours. Good. To win the championship, you need this kind of confidence. Tumi Ni suggested that Chaongi's versatile support and attack abilities could be used to develop two different combat strategies, initially placing him in a support role to temporarily conceal his true strength. Waiting for the crucial moment, he will strike with full force so that the opponent cannot defend. In that case, the first place in the exchange tournament will be even more secure. Ngomang smiled in agreement, paying close attention to that moment to let those old men see the true strength of Chaongi. Even a genius has to recognize the difference in rank. Tumi Ni continued, pointing out that their squad's coordination still lacked some fire, and this area needed more practice. Yes, tomorrow we can focus on training against their weaknesses with a special drill. All right, that's all for today. Everyone go back and rest. Of course, to keep your training interesting, we've also prepared a few disciplinary measures. Chaoning was startled and anxiously asked what kind of punishment methods they had. Can you tell us a little, teacher? If I say more, it won't be interesting anymore. We have to go now because we have things to do. Then Tumi Ni and Ngomang left. Chaoning wanted to call them back, but Tumi Ni seemed not to hear and had already disappeared from their sight. All right then. Chaoning turned to his teammates and said, let's all work hard on training and prepare for the challenge in the upcoming exchange match. Dongthan and the others replied, yes, as time passes, just another ordinary day outside the dungeon entrance. The commoner sighed and lamented, the goblin dungeon at nightmare level is really too difficult. The NPC character said, yes, I've tried twice and failed both times. The nightmare level is already tough enough. It's hard to imagine how insanely difficult the deep abyss level has become. As the bystander finished speaking, someone asked, do you think we can complete the deep level dungeon challenge within 10 minutes, or not? Two background characters gasped softly in surprise and turned toward the voice, seeing a group of 5 people walking past, laughing. The speaker was the girl with black hair in the group. This group is actually Chaonings's team, here to challenge the dungeon today. Regarding Vaithiet Tom's question, Duong Lin He smiled and replied, we've trained together for so long, plus the captain's support, 10 minutes probably won't be a problem. Vaithiet Tom admitted, well, that's also true, and yesterday Director Ngo even gave me a few special pointers. Dong Lingxi said with a smile, so I'll be looking forward to it today. After Chaonings's team enters the dungeon, the extra character asks, what kind of background do they have? Playing the Deep Abyss dungeon like a racing game? The extra character responds, they are the team representing our school in this year's nationwide college and university freshman exchange tournament. The onlooker exclaimed in horror, Tan Sin. I remember our highest level team was only level 19, and their lowest members are level 20. It's unbelievable. The male student just now also seems quite capable. The character points to the leaderboard, sighs in admiration, and says, look up, he is Chaoning, the top-ranked player in the record. Hearing this, a certain random player looks up at the leaderboard and immediately shouts, so it's him, Chaoning, the existence that even the top players on the leaderboard cannot surpass. About 7 minutes later, inside the dungeon, little demons go ahead first. The boss's clone, still not defeated, launched a fiery attack on Chaonings's group. Vaithiet Tam excitedly laughed and said, finally, I've waited for you to make your move. Break apart for me, she shouted loudly, her hand wrapped in red energy, fiercely charging to smash the boss's attack into pieces. In her heart, she whispered, under the guidance of my master, I now have the strength to resist your attacks. Suddenly, the boss's voice rang out. The weak are still the weak. I don't think that a little progress makes you arrogant in front of me. Vaithiet Tam was momentarily startled, and when he turned around, he saw a giant fist just inches from him. Thiet Tam stepped back. Zhongyi shouted an order, rushing ahead of Vaithiet Tam and punching directly into the boss's fist. In an instant, the boss's entire arm was twisted apart, causing it to scream in agony. My arm. Chaoning turned to look at Vaithiet Tam and smiled. You've already done very well to block the boss's attack on your own. Next, let's work together and defeat it. Dong Lin Hai also smiled and said, take a rest, Thiet Tam. The rest is up to us. At this moment, the enraged boss roared, damn it, I want all of you to die! But before the boss could act, it was already bound by the shining yellow chains. Then a large amount of lightning traveled along the chain into its body, causing it to scream in pain again. Seeing Ungi holding one end of the chain and smiling, he said, now you know pain, huh? But don't worry, even if you shout loudly, we won't spare you. Tong Halan said, "That's right." She looked serious, quickly forming seals with both hands. A large number of talismans flew out and covered the boss completely. Next, Duanglin He also spoke, "Let me try this move that Koda taught me." A mighty lightning bolt from the electric magic system struck directly down on the boss. Finally, Kuang So Nian rushed forward and shouted, delivering a final blow that beheaded the boss and sent its head flying into the air. The system congratulated us on completing the Deep Abyss dungeon. The completion time was 8 minutes and 36 seconds, and the rewards started being distributed at the door. After a while, Zhou Ningyi and the others left the dungeon. Ngomang immediately went to praise him. "Not bad. The time through the door has now broken through to 9 minutes. This time your performance is so good that even I can't find fault." He looked surprised and asked, "Director Nyo, why are you here?" Ngomang looked serious as he replied, "I am here to inform you that the date for the friendly match has been set for a week from now, because tomorrow I will be leading everyone to the venue of the match, Qingjing University." Hearing this, Song Halan cheered with joy. "This is great. The friendly match is finally starting." Kuang So Nian clenched her fists and excitedly said, "After all the long training, this is the moment we've been waiting for." Wei Jitan also smiled and said, "All that training finally pays off. We can finally fight in the match." Lin Hai curiously asked, "I wonder what Thon Kin University looks like." As for Ngi, he clenched his fists with a bright, eager smile and thought to himself, "I've already beaten my dungeon boss many times. Finally, I get to compete with the top genius from another school." The next day, as scheduled, Ngo Mang arrived to take Chaungi's group to the venue of the friendly match. Before leaving, he reminded everyone that to ensure safety, he would lead them through the school's dedicated teleportation point, directly teleporting to the venue of the Tsinghua University friendly match. At the teleportation site, Principal Vuong Hui and the deans had been waiting beforehand. After exchanging greetings, the principal told the students, "Everyone here is outstanding among the new students, carrying the school's honor on your shoulders. We have been champions for 4 consecutive years, and we hope you can bring the victory home for the 5th time." Understood. Chao Ninghi's group responded in unison. Only then did Vuong Hui order Chu Hua Duang to activate the teleportation array. So, in the blink of an eye, Chao Ninghi, Ngo Mang, and Tu Mi Ni had arrived at Thon Kin University, which left Chao Ninghi quite astonished. "Already arrived at Thon Kin University so quickly? I thought the two schools were more than 2 million kilometers apart." Tamini smiled and replied, "If it weren't for Director Chu's spell, we would have had to take a few days by train to get here. This kind of ultra-long-distance teleportation array requires a 3rd-tier mage to activate." At this moment, a voice rang out welcoming the teachers and students of Tahang University to Thankin University. "Your arrival is a great honor for us." "Old Man Trin, why are you here?" Ngomang happily approached, clasped his hand and asked with a smile, "Trin Vin Xuan, a 3rd-tier mechanist. Old friends, I must personally see everyone off to their accommodations." Trin Vin Xuan replied kindly, then looked at the group of people watching attentively. "This time, bringing these kids here doesn't look too bad. I heard your school has some new students with quite impressive skills. So next time we meet, we'll be on the competition field. That's only natural." After greeting everyone, Ngo Mang turned to remind his students that the official friendly match would start on the 10th. The match will officially begin after the opening ceremony. After a month of training, the team has probably reached their limit. For the past few days, we haven't been doing extra-level training, so everyone can relax a bit. Just be aware that recently a large number of tourists have been visiting Tonkin, and there might be spies from other races sneaking in. These major events involving this genius happen almost every year, with demons of other races targeting human geniuses. All right, that's all for today. In the next few days, you can go out and have fun, but be sure to stay safe. All done, Zhou Ningyi's group was led by the robot to their individual rooms arranged for rest. "Welcome. You have entered the Thonkin University dormitory area. If you encounter any issues, you can ask me for help at any time." The robot support said, "No need. This university's service is quite innovative." Ningyi just stood by the window, gazing at the city for a while before opening the system menu, using up all the experience points he had accumulated, smoothly reaching level 23 and gaining 20 free attribute points and 20 skill points. Getting to level 24 is still so far away. Anyway, many of my skills are still only at C or B level. After reaching the 2nd transformation, the skills a Holy Knight can learn should at least be above B or C+. I can even learn the A+ level skill, the Demonic Whip. The Whip of Light can boost allies' attributes, turning the Shadow Whip into a destructive weapon against enemies. If it were the 3rd transition. Talking about the 3rd transition now still feels too far away. Forget it. I should focus on completing this system achievement mission first before thinking about that. A week later, the nationwide freshman exchange tournament for the 137th class of Zhengxia Country officially began, with the first match between Tohang University students and Vinduang University students, and the lively, bustling scene at the gymnasium made Chaoying unable to help but marvel. No wonder everyone wants to participate in the nationwide freshman exchange match. Such a scene is truly astonishing. Kwang So-nian, standing nearby, added that today is just the opening, and by the final match, the number of spectators could at least double. While Chaoying's group looked excited, the Vinduang University students on the other side were not as happy. It's really unlucky to draw to Hang University. There's nothing we can do, our luck just isn't good, so we're just seen as obstacles. What are you afraid of? Our ranking last year was also in the top 30, so no matter what, we could at least hold them back a bit. At the same time, everyone in the stands started to discuss excitedly. The Holy Knight standing behind seems to be level 23. Yes, this level can really suppress others. Luckily, it's only a support position. If it were an attack role, it might cause even bigger trouble. It seems that Vinduang University will definitely lose against them. Next, we will see how many of their trump cards Vinduang can reveal for the Tuhang Academy team. On the arena, Brown Hair also recognized Zhou Yi's rank. Although feeling nervous inside, he still confidently said, "The representative team of Tuhang University indeed has some skill, but rank alone doesn't prove everything." Both teams are in position, starting to set up the arena and establishing their defensive stances. The robot announced and started the countdown. Just as the 3-second countdown ended, the Vinduang students were about to rush forward to attack, but the brown-haired one stopped them. To be safe, let's focus on defense and see what tricks the opponent has. At that moment, the brown-haired young Holy Knight saw the opponent's young knight raise his hand, and a glow enveloped the Tuhang University students. Their stats skyrocketed in an instant. The audience watching this couldn't help but be shocked, as within just a few seconds, they unleashed several skills. Do you believe this? Holy Knight Chaoying truly lives up to his reputation as the captain of Tuhang University. Seeing this, Trin Vin Xuan was also surprised. Old no, this captain of the Holy Knight Chaoying is quite impressive. If the growth continues, your team's physical strength has increased by 50%. Miu Meng replied with a proud smile. The Holy Knight is a hidden profession, mainly used to strengthen large areas on the battlefield, and in this small team match, their performance is naturally just as impressive. Trin Vin Xuan remained silent, secretly thinking that luckily his school's team also had a few trump cards. Otherwise, relying solely on Chaoying might be enough to tire him out. Next, let's see if Vinduang University's response is worth emulating. It's a pity that at this moment, the Vinduang University team sees Jono's group as fierce demons, with one of them even trembling so much they drop their weapon. "Captain, what should we do? Maybe I can hold them off." After observing the situation clearly, Chaoying sneered and said, "Looks like the strength of the opposing team is average, so let's go with the simplest plan. Everyone attack directly and try to break them apart with a single strike." Kwang So-nian and Tong Halan replied in unison, "Understood." As soon as the order was given, Duong Lin He excitedly created a fireball shield. "Captain, let me lead the charge this time." Immediately, Duong Lin He launched countless fire magic missiles towards the Vinduang University group. The captain of Vinduang University, while defending, said, "The defense is holding, it seems they are only capable of this." When suddenly the student behind turned pale and warned the captain, "Here they go again." In front of them was the image of Wang Jitan rushing forward with sharp eyes full of determination, her fist smashing through the protective shield. Not stopping there, Huang So-nian continued to slash down with countless sword strikes, the demon's ring of evil followed by a surge of lightning energy. Under continuous attacks, a huge explosion was triggered, and their relentless assault completely defeated the students of Vinduang University. Seeing their exhausted state, the system announced, "The battle is over, you win." Tuhang University. The system ascended and continued. "Thank you to both teams for bringing us an exciting battle. Please wait a moment, the next team match is about to begin." When the match was over, Kwang So-nian sighed and said, "My opponent is a swordsman, but I'm in the 27th match. I have to wait a long time." Tong Halan, standing beside her, also sighed and said, "I have it worse. What year and month will the 45th match have to wait for?" Chaoying, hearing this, also found it amusing and said, "I am the 6th match. My opponent is a swordsman. It seems my luck isn't bad either. The second group can go on stage now." Kwang So-nian and Tong Halan could only envy and admire after hearing that. At this moment, everyone in the stands started whispering among themselves, as Chaoying had not yet made a move in the previous match. "I actually want to see what kind of strength he really has. Can a support class Holy Knight actually participate in an individual match?" I guess Chunungi is definitely hiding his true strength. After all, he is the team captain. Soon after, Chunungi's match began. Everyone immediately cheered enthusiastically for Chungi. Come on, Lusa. As the two stepped onto the arena, the system announced the match, the 9th individual battle, Chungi from Tohang University versus Liu Chang from Xuanam University. Please get ready, the match is about to begin. This time Chunungi's opponent is Lu Kuang, level 18 swordsman from Zhuyan University. Liu Chang sneered and thought to himself, it's just a support role after all, looks like luck is on my side, I just got such a big catch right at the start. The people behind Liu Chang were also whispering, Liu Sha's opponent is the captain of Tohang University. That's right, it looks like an intense battle is coming next. Ha ha, the Holy Knight is just support, Liu Sha will definitely bypass him directly. To save everyone the wait, the system has started counting down. 3, 2, 1. Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Liu Chang quickly raised his sword to attack first, and sneered, if you admit defeat now, I might let you save some face. On the contrary, Chungi calmly laughed and replied, ha ha, you want me to admit defeat, but can you really bear to be humiliated in front of me and then talk such boastful words? Lu Kuang then swung his sword down and shouted, kid, I'll show you what arrogance looks like in front of me. Ngu hua thi dao. But Chungi can easily dodge countless sword strikes. His speed surprises Lu Kuang, who exclaims, that's really fast. He contemptuously continued, it's better to end it here. But at that moment Lu Kuang's leg was frozen by the ice trap, leaving him stunned. By the time he looked up, Chunungi had raised his fist and charged forward. Lu Kuang cursed angrily under his breath. Damn it, still using this trick. But Lu Kuang used fire magic to escape from the ice trap beneath his feet. Furious, he charged forward with his sword and shouted, poor skill. I didn't expect Chungi to block with a Western-style shield. His defense left Liu Chang utterly confused, and he said, blocked. Then Chungi delivered a powerful punch straight to Liu Chang's stomach. He shouted in shock, no way. His attack sent Liu Chang flying dozens of meters. Everyone below nervously asked each other, what just happened? The team captain was knocked out again, and I didn't even see Chungi's attack clearly. The teacher sighed and said, hi, the opponent is the captain of Tohang University, Lu Kuang. It's no wonder he underestimated his opponent. Although he's only a support role, his combat ability should never be underestimated. After the smoke gradually cleared, Lu Kuang appeared with a bloodied face. His body could no longer move. The system quickly moved in to observe and announced that Lu Kuang's fight could not continue. The system announces the winner, Chunungi. Chungi retracted his fist and sneered. I'm too weak. I didn't expect even my sea-level skill punch couldn't stop him. Everyone in the stands was shocked. Such a terrifying punch, just a few moves and he already overwhelmed his opponent. Truly unbelievable. Ha ha ha, maybe this still isn't all of Chungi's strength. Outside, Master Chungoch from Thunkin University exclaimed in surprise, it's only been a few months since I went to recruit students in Lijiang, and Chungi's strength has improved so rapidly. The head of the department beside him smiled and said, Miss Chu, in that case, Chungi almost became a student of our school. Chungoch regretfully said, yes, if I had known earlier, I should have fought to win the top scholar title like him. 2, if we had Chungi now, wouldn't we be causing chaos and slaughtering? Xiaolan, a level 19 assassin, looked at Chungi with interest before slowly speaking. Chungi seems to be the special student Xiaohian mentioned. His strength is really not bad, surprisingly skilled in support, melee, and magic. In contrast, Chu Hyobak, a level 18 priest, looked worried, thinking that Chungi's speed in casting the freezing skills seemed unusual, even for a family ice mage. It shouldn't be so fast. Suddenly, the bracelet lit up, and Chu Hyobak was stunned, thinking to himself, wait a minute, this is the aura of a family heirloom. Could it be that he is a fake bloodline awakener of the Hanbang lineage? Seeing Chu Hyobak's calm demeanor, Halan suddenly turned to ask her, what's wrong? Chu Hyobak was startled, clutching her bracelet, and replied, I'm fine. Immediately, Chu Hyobak quickly made an excuse to leave. Sister Lan, I suddenly have urgent matters and need to go back first. Her unusual attitude left Halan puzzled and confused. Chu Hyobak hurriedly ran to a quiet place and called Chu Hang. As soon as the phone rang, Chu Hang quickly answered. Dad picked up the phone and asked, Xiaobai, isn't today your competition day? Why are you free enough to call me? And you especially use your phone in the company? When Chu Hang's voice was heard, Chu Hyobak hurriedly said, Dad, I found a fake bloodline awakener of Hanbing, and he also has the Chu surname, with the Hanbing bloodline on Chungi's body even over 70% pure. As soon as he heard the news, Chu Hang immediately froze and asked anxiously, Are you sure? And is it really a high-purity Hanbing bloodline? Chu Hyubak replied, an 80% chance. But whether it's true or not, we need close contact to find out. All right, find an opportunity for me to get in contact with Chungi. My team will start the checks to see if Chungi really comes from our Chu family. After hanging up the phone, Chu Hong stood up and looked out the window, feeling unexpectedly happy. If Chu Mengi, the bloodline of Hanbing, is truly genuine, then perhaps our Chu family of Tianlan can be saved. Now on the right side of the arena, everyone cheered together. Chungi on the left side also shouted just as loudly. Ham, ham. Your classmate next to you laughs and says, don't hold back later. Don't worry, I'm just afraid that Chungi won't be able to hold back and use his full strength. Lai Ham immediately became serious and replied, Brother Ngui, I understand. Then Lai Ham quickly demonstrated his skills. Your classmate standing next to Lai Ham just now admired and said, no wonder they call you Ham. Your aura is incredible. Level 18 wind armor, Chungi probably can't even touch a single hair of yours. Tung Fuang followed the call. That's right. Chungi better not get beaten so badly that he cries. The match is about to start, and the stands are erupting with excitement, cheering non-stop. Chungi is the strongest. Chungi, keep going. Chungi. Chunai from Mado University. Lai Ham, keep going. At this moment, Chu Hong appeared, tiredly saying, luckily, I arrived just in time. Chu Dongni happily looked around and said that the arena's courtyard was not inferior to their clan's land. When Chu Hyubak appeared behind them, Chu Dongni quickly noticed and excitedly turned around to call her sister. She rushed to hug Chu Hyubak tightly. Chu Hyubak embraced her and asked with a puzzled look, But Donghi, why are you two here? Chu Hong calmly replied, because we're here to investigate Chuni's identity. He is very likely a main bloodline that has dispersed due to the Dark Era. Knowing that a clan member has awakened the Hanbang bloodline, the clan leader ordered the three of us to come here for verification, which also allows us to broaden the horizons of your sister and see the new top student Tu Hang style. Suddenly, Chu Dongni pouted unhappily and said, what's so impressive about a support class holy knight to broaden horizons? Chu Hyubak quickly corrected her seriously. Dongni, your way of thinking is wrong, so what if he's a holy knight? If Chungi's blood purity truly exceeds 70%, he would definitely have the right to switch to a hidden profession within the clan. Hearing that, Chu Dongnai eagerly asked, Sister, among our main bloodline generation, the highest blood purity is only 40%, right? Is Chungi's 70% pure blood really that high? Suddenly, Chu Hong scolded, Dongni, I told you before coming here, you need to respect Chungi a little. Based on his status, he's considered your older brother. Chu Dongni replied irritably, even if he truly belongs to our clan, to be my brother, he must prove he has the strength to deserve it. Chu Hyubak quickly comforted. All right, since Dad is already here. Checking Chungi's bloodline concentration will tell us everything, so we should just watch Chungi's match peacefully. In the end, Chu Dongni had no choice but to agree. All right then. At this moment, the system announced that the first match of the third round of the singles tournament was about to begin. Now I invite the two competitors to the arena. Li Han from Mo University and Chungi from Tahang University. Li Han appears wearing armor around his body and confidently says, I originally planned to wear light gear and quickly finish you off, but since the captain said you're very strong, I have no choice but to give it my all. Chungi calmly replied, well, then do your best. Chungi glanced at Lai Ham for a few seconds, secretly thinking he might be able to gauge his true strength. It seems that the captain of Mado University shouldn't be underestimated. He just stared at Lai Ham and muttered to himself, so he's only level 18, 5 levels below me. I bet if I just unleash a radiant punishment, he'll faint immediately. Lai Ham from Mado University, whose level 18 auction battle is ready for combat, suddenly flinched when facing Chungi's gaze, making Chungi feel truly troubled. Tomorrow's team match against Qingjing University, I need to hold back a bit and not reveal too much strength, so close combat skills will be my only option. Feeling restricted is really no fun at all. When they saw that both sides were ready, the system announced to the players to prepare. The official match begins. 3, 2, 1, start. Just as it begins, Chungi uses a blessing shield to create a huge beam of light. The light shining directly into Li Han's eyes made him quickly cover them, and Chungi's appearance made Li Han even more disdainful. You do have some spirit, but it's just superficial. Immediately, Lai Ham quickly ran toward Chungi. He arrogantly lifted his leg to kick downward, but Chungi easily blocked it. He thought to himself, is that all you've got? Chungi quickly counterattacked with a piercing spear strike, forcing Lai Ham to hurriedly raise his armor to block. He painfully thought to himself, this hurts so much. Why does it feel like my equipment is completely useless? But he couldn't hold him back for long before Chungi knocked Lai Ham away. Lai Ham's body crashes straight into the barrier wall, leaving the audience all stunned. It turns out that even support classes can be suppressed and beaten in a fight. Only after living long enough do you see everything. What is going on here, Chung-Yi Hurtley Ham? Lai Ham's awakening talent is an A-level steel bone assassin, so his defense is probably far beyond Chung-Yi. After being beaten to a pulp, Lai Ham got up and asked, "Are you really not from a martial arts family? If I didn't have fighting skills, how could I be so much stronger than you?" Chung-Yi replied with a wave of his arm, "No, no, no. I just have a slightly stronger body." Then he suddenly unleashed a barrage of divine book punches in rapid succession. Li Ham could only grit his teeth and defend, secretly cursing in anger. "Damn it, with such overwhelming power, there's no way I can escape." Chunungi's relentless attacks caused Lai Ham to retreat further and further. Suddenly, Chunungi coldly declared that it was time to end it. Seeing the punch coming, Lai Ham secretly worried that he couldn't block this blow at all. Immediately, Lai Ham shouted in fear, "Stop, I concede." Hearing that, Chunungi quickly dodged to the side. The powerful force of the attack sent Lai Ham flying away. Lai Ham falls to the ground in pain. Seeing that his armor and body are shattered, the system announces Chung-Yi wins this match. Congratulations to Chung-Yi for leveling up and earning a spot in the 4th round of the singles tournament. Chung-Yi gently scratched his neck and thought, "Ah, indeed. Hiding is really too difficult. Just after advancing, he couldn't help but fight a little too hard." The entire audience was stunned by his power. Everyone exclaimed in shock, "I can't believe it. I never expected a Holy Knight with a support role to fight like this. The Holy Knight can't even defeat the opponent without fighting dirty. Where can he go to explain himself?" Chungi's close-quarters slaughtering ability is truly terrifying. Chungi slowly approached Lai Ham's body, heroically reaching out to help him with the Holy Light technique. When the two nurses approached, Chung-Yi immediately apologized, saying, "Sorry," he admitted defeat too late, "I really couldn't hold back in time." As he passed by the nurse, Chung-Yi said, "I only used a bit of healing magic to stabilize his injuries, then I'll leave him to you." The nurse nodded in confusion. But upon seeing Lai Ham's body, the nurse couldn't help but be stunned. Lai Ham's trembling appearance made the nurse exclaim, "The injury is serious." Lai Ham moaning in pain. "Ah, it hurts so much." "The injury isn't something that can heal in 2 or 3 days. I'm afraid it won't be able to recover." I never expected that as a Holy Knight, Chun-Yi could cause such a huge explosion. When the match ended, Chu Hyu-bak said, "See, I told you Chun-Yi's strength is very powerful, far beyond others in the clan and peers his age." After observing the previous fight, Chu Hong replied seriously that the armored opponent was knocked away with a punch, truly the strength of a monster level. The Hanbing bloodline within the clan, which can conceal its inheritance, also seems to possess a special elemental power. Chung-Hi's superior strength has completely convinced Dong-Ni, but she awkwardly huffs and says, "I admit his strength is really impressive, all right." Her adorable look made Chu Hang laugh. "Ha ha ha. It seems Chung-Yi's strength has convinced Dong-Ni." He turned to Chu Hyu-bak and said, "Hyu-bak, please arrange for Chung-Yi to meet with Dad for a moment." Chu Hyu-bak nodded in response. At this moment, the system announced the battle between Huang So-Nian from Tahang University and Tuong Phuong. Mado University has entered self-heat mode, and the final winner is about to appear. Let's look forward to it together. Outside the arena, Chung-Yi thought to himself that Tuong Phuong's strength was even weaker than Li Ham, so she might have an easier chance of winning. Sure enough, on the battlefield, Tuong Phuong was at a disadvantage, and she angrily thought that the competitors from Tahang University were really strong this year, feeling she was reaching her limit and wondering how many more moves she could endure. On the contrary, Huang So-Nian continued to charge forward and fight fiercely, silently saying, "Finish the battle quickly." The move before her eyes made Tuong Phuong terrified, her eyes wide open and screaming as Huang So-Nian slashed countless sword strikes through her body, the shadow slash, and in the end, Tuong Phuong couldn't endure any longer and collapsed. The system announced that Tuong Phuong from Mado University could no longer continue fighting. Congratulations to Huang So-Nian for leveling up and earning a spot in the 4th round of the singles competition. The stands are once again amazed by the strength of Tahang University. They exclaimed in horror, "Tuong Phuong from Mado University has no resistance at all." Unexpectedly, besides Chung-Yi from Tahang University, Huang So-Nian is also this powerful. I don't know if tomorrow's team match against Tsinghua University will be interesting to watch or not. Chung-Yi stepped onto the stage below and praised, "Xiaonian, you played really well in this match, especially that final move. It was so cool." Huang So-Nian politely replied, "I was just lucky. The opponent was too weak anyway. If I were to face Chung-Hee, I would have no choice but to surrender." Suddenly someone ran over and called out, "Chung-Hee, please wait a moment." Chungi looked back in confusion and asked, "Do you need something again?" "My name is Chu Hyu Bak from Tianlan Chujia. I came to find you because you have awakened the Hanbang bloodline. You possess such a pure Hanbang bloodline. You must be from our Chu family clan," Chungi asked curiously. "The Hanbang bloodline, Tianlan, Chu family." Kwangson Hien gently explained beside him. "You Chungi. I know that the Chu family and my Kwang family are both ancient clans that have stood tall in Tianlan province for hundreds of years, and have a long history that cannot be underestimated. But I heard that in recent years, fewer and fewer members of the Chu family have awakened the Hanbang bloodline, and now the Chu family is very eager for those who do awaken it. Brother Chungi might be able to obtain a large amount of cultivation resources." Kuang Son Hyen's words made Chu Hyu Bak feel embarrassed and admit that it could indeed be possible. But Chungi calmly declined. "No need. I don't want any of this. But she claims to be from the Chu family. Do you have any proof to verify that?" Hearing this, Chu Hyu Bak immediately took out the appraisal stone and said, "Coincidentally, my father is also here. He also brought the bloodline testing stone. If you are one of us from the Chu family, the testing stone should resonate with you." Chungi then reached out and touched the testing stone, saying, "All right, let me give it a try." As soon as he touched it, the identification stone emitted a huge surge of power. Chu Hyu Bak shouted in horror, "Chungi, the purity of your Hanbing bloodline exceeds 90%. But Chungi calmly smiled and said, "I truly felt a sense of closeness through the bloodline, and I didn't expect that participating in this exchange match, I could also find the origin of the Hanbang bloodline on myself." After the bloodline was tested, Chu Hyu Bak asked, "So, classmate Chu, he, your father wants to arrange a meeting with you. Is that okay?" Chungi cheerfully agreed. "Sure." Then Chunhi turned to Kwang Son Hien and said, "So, Xiaoninhi, you go back first. I have to go with her." Kwangso. Hien smiled and replied, "It's fine, but you don't need to feel pressured either. The Chu family can only grow in Tianlan, but it's still not as good as our Kuang family." Chu Hyo Bak immediately retorted, "Our Chu family is actually quite powerful too. Chu Hung has been waiting for you inside with your father and sister." At this moment, Chungi couldn't help but think to himself that initially, when Xiao Yun was seriously ill and they were going through the hardest times, the Chu family never extended a helping hand. Now I have awakened my bloodline and they come knocking at the door again. I really don't know what to say. Suddenly, the door to the room opens again. Chu Hang stepped forward and said, "At last, you two have arrived." Chu Hyu Bak immediately called out, "Hello, Chu Xiaoyu, I am Chu Hang." Chu Hang smiled and said, "I've long heard of Chu Xiaoyu's reputation, and now that I've met you, it's truly extraordinary." When his necklace lit up, Chu Hang excitedly said, "You are also of the Hanbang bloodline with such a high purity." Suddenly realizing his attitude might have been a bit excessive, Chu Hang quickly and seriously said, "Your father and I share the same great-grandfather, and Xu Bai is also your distant cousin. Unfortunately, your father passed away early." Chu Hang excitedly said, "So Chungi, all you need to do is agree to return to the main lineage and switch back to the ice-cold concealment class, and our Chu family will provide all the strength and resources of the entire clan to help you quickly reach the third transformation." Hearing this, Chungi asked, "But I have already specialized as a holy knight with the concealment class. Can I still switch back?" Suddenly, Chu Hang excitedly said, "You don't need to worry about this. We've long prepared a top-tier profession-changing tool, and with your pure bloodline of Ice Cold, you can truly unleash the power of the Ice Cold hidden profession." Chu Nai then began to seriously consider the strongest support profession in his body. The system had long been tightly linked with the Holy Knight profession, and only under the guidance of the Holy Light could he surpass ordinary people and grow to his current level. For someone like me now, the so-called hidden profession of the Chu family is basically not worth mentioning. After careful consideration, Chungi asked, "So you mean if I don't change my profession, I can't receive training from the Chu family?" Chungo shook his head in refusal after hearing this. Gaining a large amount of resources sounds really good, but I still choose to decline. Hearing the refusal, Chu Hang panicked and quickly offered many other options. After changing your class, all your skills will be reset, skill points refunded, and your mental attributes will not decrease. Moreover, after you join the Chu family's main lineage in less than 6 years, we can definitely help you reach level 50 for the triple class change. Chungi firmly said, "No, I am not interested in what you said. I can get a lot of resources from school, so I don't need to worry about leveling up, and I prefer my current Holy Knight class more." Chu Hang tiredly asked, "The Holy Knight is just for support, and the secret profession of the Chu family is definitely a top position." "Chungi, what do you have to be upset about? I just support." "Your words have touched my pride." I angrily said, "In your view, the Holy Knight is just a support role, which only shows how narrow-minded you are. Coincidentally, we have a match at Qingjing University tomorrow, and I will prove to you what a true holy knight really is. Chungi decisively turned and left. Before leaving, he waved goodbye. Hubak, I bid you farewell. We will meet tomorrow on the competition stage. Xu Xiaobai hurriedly stopped him, saying, Wait, Chungi. And when he saw that he had already left, he turned to question Chu Hang. Dad, why didn't you keep him a little longer? Let him go. He still doesn't realize the limits of the holy knight. After he broadens his horizons tomorrow with the strength of Qingjing University, it won't be too late for you to find him. Wait for Chu Dongni to raise her hand from behind the chair and say, Wait a moment, I have a different opinion. Chu Dongni lifted her head and said, Dad, is this really necessary to be so lenient with Chungi? Just to persuade him to join the Chu family's main bloodline, do we really need to go to such lengths? Go to. Chu Xiaobai shyly replied, This is all because Chu Hang was powerless to persuade him, so I should leave it to Dad to say. He seriously explained, Our Chu family's ancestor was the first to awaken the Hanbang bloodline in Lamtin. Under the guidance of the ancestor, the Chu family rose to prominence, and their descendants continued to awaken the Hanbang bloodline, even producing a few peak experts in the third transformation, all because of the arrival of the Dark Age that changed everything. Chu Hang said that during the Dark Age, a large number of demons from other worlds invaded, and the ancestor of the Chu family immediately led the strong within the clan to confront them. But the ancestor disappeared during a deep expedition into the demon world. Without the elder protecting them, all the third-tier elders and the powerful beings from the alien realm were buried together. Although 5 third-tier elders were resurrected through magic, they were still affected by the eternal curse of the demon lord from the other world. Since then, the rate of awakening the Hanbing bloodline in our Chu family has dropped significantly, even below 1% of the original. This eternal curse is extremely powerful, and simply prolonging the bloodline cannot eliminate or purify it. In the absence of a successor like that in the future, the Chu family may look strong, but in reality, they are extremely weak. He smiled and explained. So if Chungi with such a high purity ice bloodline returns to the Chu family's main bloodline, we will use the strength of the entire clan to nurture him. His future strength might even rival that of the clan's elder. He seriously said that Chungi is currently winning streaks in individual matches, and this is the time for confidence. Once he faces the team from Thankin University, he will realize that our Chu family is the key to making him stronger. Shudo Nika wonders, what if Chungi wins, then what should we do? Chu Hang hesitated before replying. Then Chu Hyubak stepped forward to pat her head and scolded, Why are you starting to favor Chungi? Tomorrow is also your match. Chu Dongnai cried out, I was just saying what if. The next day on the arena, the audience eagerly waited, and the scene of this match truly exhausted everyone. Bro, you're also here because of the big match between Tahang University and Thankin, right? Of course, this is a top-team battle between the colleges. I didn't expect that just after the third round, we would already be in such an exciting final. Everyone was joking and chatting happily, not knowing they would face Tsinghua University. Can Chu Engji continue his winning streak? This time, with Tsinghua University playing on home ground, I feel uneasy. Chu Dongni sat gloomily behind, thinking that the team's chances of winning were indeed higher. But what about Chungi? Will he really win? At that moment, the system announced, Now please welcome the representatives of Tsinghua University and Tohang University to the stage. As the two teams step forward, the audience erupts in cheers. Tsinghua University, Beijing University, Tsinghua University. As soon as they stepped onto the arena, Chungi immediately used the Mystic Light Battle Banner skill. A giant spear appears and crashes down onto the arena floor. The audience is immediately stunned by this weapon. The battle trident, Captain Chungi of Tohang University, turns out to be skilled with weapons. After all, being a holy knight isn't surprising, but Chungi's entire aura seems to have changed. Yes, from hundreds of meters away, just catching a glimpse of his figure makes me feel a bit uneasy. Today, the aura Chungi is showing feels not just several times stronger than before, Chu Dongni exclaimed in shock. Chu Hang asked suspiciously, Could it be that his previous strength wasn't his full potential? Now Soldier Li Yuan, level 22, suddenly asked, What does Chungi's position at the front mean? Could it be that he still wants to take on the role of the one who emits? Xia Xiao, 19th level assassin, replied, and based on Chungi's performance in yesterday's individual match, his role as the emitter was also quite ordinary. Chu Xiaobai, the priest at level 18, spoke up to remind, and Chungi's level is the highest among our current team members. Lo Chao, the level 20 mage, sneered and said, Just a holy knight with some offensive ability, what good is a high level? As a captain-level character, just having that much strength is truly not enough to be taken seriously. He coldly thrust his sword straight into the arena floor. Li Yuan sternly instructed, This year, our opponent is still Tohang University, so we must regain 100% focus and give it our all later, even if it means injuring or crippling them, I don't care. They answered in unison, no problem. Outside, the dean approached with a gentle smile to chat with Ngo Meng. Come on, old Ngo, Chungi has to support and attack at the same time alone. Can he handle it on the field? Then don't pick at the small stuff and throw away the big picture. Ngo Meng laughed and replied, Ha ha, you don't need to worry about that. Everything in the match depends on strength. I am confident in him. Ngo Meng's confident attitude made the dean secretly worried. Usually first-year freshmen's skill points are quite limited, and taking on multiple roles means he's probably not as strong in any one area. Could it be that old Ngo still has some hidden trump card he hasn't shown yet? On the arena, Chu Nhi Nihiem Nihi told everyone to wait until the match starts. It would be like training at school. I will initiate the attack first, and everyone else can adapt as needed. Wang Tietang said excitedly. Ha ha ha! Ngi is going all out. Now we can finally fish in troubled waters. Even if the opponent is Tsinghua University, we can handle it easily. Suddenly Chungi turned back to remind everyone. It's better to be careful since our opponent is last year's second place. If anyone gets injured later, come back to me and I will cast healing spells. Everyone responded in unison. Got it. At that moment, the system began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. As soon as it started, Chungi announced, I will go ahead. As soon as he launched forward, countless skills appeared. Divine blessing, protective blessing, blessing of self, blessing of courage. On the big screen, the system comments. Facing Qingjing University, Chungi from Tohang University shows no hesitation. He chose to directly charge at the opponent, and the entire audience erupted in excitement. Since both sides are evenly matched, shouldn't they have started with a ranged attack to test the enemy first? This clearly shows Chungi's extreme confidence in his own strength. He runs quickly and can cast spells with ease. Mastering this skill requires real proficiency. Seeing this, Liu Yen becomes excited and smirks cruelly, saying, rushing to your death so eagerly? Just in time, we are ready to unleash our most powerful long-range attack on you. Duong Xiaocheng is already prepared, behind Halan. Immediately, she shot an arrow, an essence arrow, which sped rapidly toward Chungi. Faced with this arrow, Chungi showed no sign of flinching. The poison-tipped arrows fly rapidly toward Chungi. Halan excitedly says, My A-rank poison-tipped arrows can lock everyone in place and prevent evasion. No teammate can block the incoming arrows. Chungi, let's see how you plan to stop these arrows. When the arrows were about to hit, Chungi said irritably, This is a bit troublesome. He casually crushed the arrows with his bare hands. His skill keeps Yalan in awe. What? Even the Western expert can't crush my anger-inducing arrow. This is an A-grade skill, and it's been enhanced to level 8. Waiting for Lu Chao's skill to finish its effect, I want to see how you block it now. At this moment, a surge of power appeared on Lu Chao's staff. He immediately unleashed that power and said, Chungi, don't go yet, my strongest attack. A fire phoenix appeared. An ultimate fire phoenix. The fiery phoenix aimed at Chungi and launched a fireball that instantly unleashed a huge blaze, a fiery phoenix eruption. Chungi quickly jumped back to dodge the attack. Not stopping there, Lu Zhou continued to unleash the extreme fire phoenix incineration charge. When he saw the phoenix approaching, Chungi calmly stood there and asked, Is it just fire? Lu Zhou angrily shouted, You still haven't run away. It seems Chungi will be dealt with by me. Up in the stands, everyone couldn't help but be amazed. The top player from Thon Kin University, the Extreme Fire Phoenix, truly has an A+ level skill. Such a powerful skill, even a fortress couldn't withstand it. I don't know how Chungi will handle this, but Chungi bravely stepped forward alone, still too arrogant. Chungok softly smiled and said, I think Chungi should choose to run now. It would be wiser, using his speed advantage and having a chance to return to the team behind for defense. Tumi laughed out loud and ran away. Chungach angrily shouted, Tumi, what are you laughing at? Tumi calmly replied, Sorry, I just couldn't help but laugh when I heard you think Chungi can escape just by relying on his A+ skills. Chungach angrily scolded, Wait until Chungi loses, then you'll be crying. I see. I hope you really do have that ability. Inside the stands, everyone was stunned as Chungi stepped forward. Chungach asked in confusion, What's going on? Suddenly, a massive source of power appeared around Chungi. His current state was that of an A-level Holy Flame Radiance Wheel, which condensed divine fire to grant him the ability to manipulate the fire element, enhance his light system, and increase nearby allies' damage from fire skills by 20% for a limited time. Chungi arrogantly commands, Holy Flame Halo, retract everything. Luo Bang shouts, "How can this be?" The phoenix was drawn in by Chungi, who told the little firebird to become his power, and immediately the phoenix was as completely subdued. Tong Halan, watching from behind, arrogantly said, "It seems that Qingjing University doesn't truly understand the true worth of our captain, the Holy Knight." Kuang So Nihian added, "Su even Tom Lin Fong's fiery bloodline couldn't hurt Chungi, let alone this fire element skill." The phoenix has been easily taken in Chungi's hand, and he smiles, saying, "I'm sorry to disappoint you. All I possess the Holy Flame Radiance wheel skill and can also manipulate the fire element." Everyone on the stands was wide-eyed in amazement and exclaimed, "I think I can feel the breath of the divine light." That's too terrifying. Chungi managed to obtain such a powerful divine gift skill. Chungi truly deserves to be called the God of Wisdom. Chungosh was just as surprised and angrily asked, "A divine gift skill can actually be a divine gift skill? How could Chungi possibly get the Holy Light Radiance when even the third-tier profession is not easily obtainable?" Tumi smiled and replied, "Maybe Chungi is quite lucky. After all, a genius having a stroke of luck is quite normal." Chungosh retorted, "Don't be conceited. We still have many trump cards we haven't used yet." Tumi shrugged and said, "Still the same. I hope you really have this ability." Tumi's indifferent attitude made Chungosh furious. "Oh." At this moment, Chu Dongni looked up at Chungi with admiration. She asked, "Dad, what is a divine gift skill? Why does it seem like everyone is so excited?" Chu Hong replied, "Because the divine gift skill is the most unique skill, it cannot be learned from any skill books, nor passed down through any inheritance methods. Only those chosen by the gods can obtain this divine gift skill. It is clear that Chungi's sacred light halo was personally bestowed by the god of light." Chu Hong began to recall the past and explained that the Chu family possessed the Hanbang bloodline and naturally had many followers of the ice goddess. But after the bloodline was cursed, the blessings of the ice goddess also disappeared. He helplessly lowered his head and said, "Therefore, the profession holders blessed by the gods all possess unpredictable potential. The conditions we set might indeed be very insignificant to Chungi." Chu Dongni softly turned and said, "So it seems our trip was in vain this time." But Chu Hong firmly replied, "No, there is still a chance. After the match ends, Dad will find Chungi to negotiate. Maybe he is the hope for the Chu family's revival, and Dad will never give up easily." At this moment, on the arena, Lu Zhou looked at Chungi with amazement in his heart. "How could this be? My blazing phoenix is gone?" Seeing Lo Chao's dazed look, Li Uyen gently pats his shoulder to comfort him. "Although I don't fully understand how Chungi did it, I am sure that fire magic is completely ineffective against him. Lo Chao, don't be discouraged. Try using a different elemental skill to attack." He immediately rallied his spirits and responded clearly. Lai Uyen raised his sword and ordered Halan to continue using long-range magic to stop Chungi from advancing, absolutely not allowing him to break through easily in front of everyone. Halan responded while firing a series of arrows, "No problem." Lo Chao also eagerly launched another attack. He suddenly grinned cunningly and said, "Chungi, don't get too pleased. We have a way to deal with you." Immediately, a wall of stone appeared, blocking Chungi's line of sight. Luo Zhou shouted, "The Thorn Fortress." Meanwhile, Halan's arrows flew in attacking from the side, swept by the wind arrow storm. Chungi looked serious and thought, "Do you think that's enough to stop me from moving forward? That's a good thought, but you're still too naive." Chungi stands still and raises his hand to attack, using the Holy Light Shield. Instantly, a shield appears, destroying all incoming arrows. Chu Hubak was stunned upon seeing the skill and said, "So it's an A-level C Holy Light Shield, and judging by the level, it's not low. Even Halan had to praise it." Chungi's defensive skills are indeed very good, but in the end, they still prevent him from advancing quickly. Hearing that, Chungi nodded and replied, "So it does somewhat disrupt my battle rhythm. It seems I need to use long-range skills to break their formation a bit." Suddenly, Lai Uyen realized something was wrong and shouted, "Hurry back!" But at the same time, Chungi had already created a giant fire tornado, sweeping everything around. Holy flame burst. Lai Uyen quickly jumps back and says, "Everyone get out of the way. The flames will destroy everything they touch with immense destructive power." Halan hurriedly avoids, secretly frightened. At this level, if unlucky enough to be caught in it, she might be eliminated immediately. Suddenly, Lai Yuan asked, "What's wrong? Where's Lu Zhou? Isn't he still inside? Damn it, is he really a holy knight? The elemental skills he unleashes are even more terrifying than my own mages?" Seeing that Lu Zhou is still holding on, Chungi smirked and said, "Looks like the fire isn't intense enough yet, but don't worry. After all, I am the extreme fire phoenix who has fully absorbed you. The flames grow stronger and stronger, and Lo Chao's shield has completely shattered. Chungi coldly shouts, "Burn it all away." Inside the tornado, Lo Chao kept crying out in pain and despair while his staff fell and shattered. After the storm, Lu Zhou's body was burned black. He lay in pain, groaning, "Help, save me." Chungi keeps fighting more fiercely, regret in his voice. I can't defeat you all at once, but next time you won't be so lucky. That arrogant look of yours makes Lai Uyen furious. He shouted loudly, "You arrogant fool, Bak, go quickly and treat Lu Zhao." "Chunyi, let me handle this." Shu Hu Bak responded clearly. Chunyi raised the hammer high and said, just in time, a streak of yellow light shot straight at Li Uyen, the flash of the righteous flame. But Lai Uyen just stood there and contemptuously said, "Watch me block it directly." As soon as the attack arrived, Li Yuan quickly activated his shield. The shield glowed brightly. Seeing the large shield floating in the air, Chu Hyo Bak was startled and said, "This is the captain's shield." Kwang Ru Tram hit the shield, causing a huge explosion. After this attack, Lai Uyen also grew tired and collapsed, panting heavily, and couldn't help but marvel that Chu Ningyi's strength was truly terrifying. No wonder Lai Ham Thianfu was so tough that even his punches couldn't be defended against. Suddenly, Lai Uyen's eyes lit up with fire, and he roared wildly, "I'm not a vegetarian." He quickly counterattacked with a furious slash. Chu Ningyi casually shattered the attack with his hammer and contemptuously said, "Showing off just that quickly." Seeing his attack destroyed in an instant, Lai Uyen stared in disbelief and exclaimed, "How is that possible? What gives him the right to block it directly? Usually my attack could even take down a level 20 king-grade beast." Lai Wen refused to accept it and continued to charge forward with his sword. "I don't believe it." Chunyi once again. Just as Lai Uyen was about to strike down with a swing, Chunyi quickly drew the Than Trui to counter. Then let's fight until you submit." Their attacks clash repeatedly, unleashing immense power. Lai Uyen's strength makes Chunyi feel incredibly exhilarated. He excitedly says, "Impressive. No wonder you're the captain of Thonkin University. You're the first peer of my age who can stand toe-to-toe with me." Lai Uyen struggled to block the attack and grew annoyed, thinking, "Damn it, Chu Ningyi's elemental power is even higher than mine. If this continues, I won't be able to hold out much longer." The very next second, Chu Ningyi knocked Li Uyen's sword away. He angrily shouted, even losing his own weapon, "You're already exhausted so quickly?" Chu Ningyi rushed over to Lai Uyen and shouted, "Get back!" Li Uyen was stunned and couldn't react in time to dodge. In a moment of danger, a shield appears to protect Lai Uyen from a deadly attack. The blocked strike leaves Chunyi feeling quite unhappy. All their attacks were blocked. At the same time, a giant robot suddenly appeared above Chunyi. He quickly turned back and activated the shield. Holy light protection, but that scorpion's horn has caused the shield to crack. In just a moment, Chunyi's shield was shattered. He angrily charged to attack. "Break it for me." After attacking, Chunyi quickly lands on the ground. He quietly assesses that this robot's hidden attack power is really strong. The level 9. Holy Light Guardian was broken with just one hit from it. Lai Uyen panted and stood up, quickly thanking Wang Hien, who had just come to help. "Xiao Hien, thank you for saving me," Wang Hien replied calmly. "It's what I should do. If I don't step forward now, we might lose." "Chunyi, leave it to me. You go deal with the others." Wang Hien slowly revealed his skills and said, "I originally thought it was to deal with Mao University's fake alliance and hide our true strength. I didn't expect Chunyi alone to be able to push our entire team to such a desperate situation." Wang Hien continued to create another robot this time, a GX-100 level 21 silver talent robotic monster. Then a series of other robots appeared, including light armor missile robots of level 21 with white-silver talent and BT-200 level 22 white-silver talent cavalry. Seeing the pile of robots in front of him, Chunyi was stunned and thought to himself, Wang Hien is only level 19, but these robots are all level 21 or 22. Ngo Mang on the stands glanced at Director Trine and smiled, saying, "Director Trine, it seems your Tsinghua University also has a hidden ace." Director Trine confidently replied, "Of course." He proudly looked at Wang Hien and said, "Wang Hien possesses an S+ level mechanist talent, capable of creating robots above his own level." Ngo Mang said with interest, "So that's what an S+ talent looks like. The outcome of this team battle depends on both of you." On the arena, Chunyi suddenly smiled and said, "How about the mechanist's human wave tactic?" His eyes blazing with fire, Chunyi excitedly said, "Let me see how intense your Sea of Humanity tactic really is." Wang Hian angrily ordered the robots to advance and shouted loudly, "You dare to directly charge into my mechanical army and seek death." The robots immediately fired a barrage of bullets, rapidly heading towards Chungi. Next, the B-robots also soar powerfully into the air, followed by the tanks in the distance firing non-stop. Chungi quickly activates his shield to block it, Sagittarius Heart Shield. Chungi coldly watched the bullets flying relentlessly toward him, then suddenly said, "Go!" The shield immediately moved forward to deflect all the bullets and the robots. Next, Chungi immediately uses the Holy Cross skill. A giant cross appears around his body. The robots start to get electrocuted, and in an instant, they explode into pieces. Damn it, my robot is made of fire-resistant materials, yet it can't withstand this. Suddenly, Wang Hian pulls out a keyboard and says, "I also have robots of this level." Then he suddenly pressed a button, and a series of robots kept being created. Wang Hian angrily said, "I don't believe your mental power isn't exhausted. Charge at them for me." At the same time, with Chungi's teammates, Wang Thiet Tam was casually destroying robots and laughing, "Ha ha, Wang Hian definitely wouldn't have expected you to be so good at handling this situation." At this moment, Chungi glanced at the notification board and silently calculated. The timing was just right. A move was about to be unleashed, the divine windstorm. Wang Hian immediately ordered to withdraw as soon as he saw it, using that devastating skill, but he was a step too late. The divine storm had already been activated, destroying all the robots on the arena. At the same time, Wang Hian's screen kept flashing red alerts, and Machine 74 lost connection. Wang Hian clenched his teeth in anger, already suffering a third loss just at the start. Damn it. Suddenly he takes a deep breath and whispers to himself, "Looks like the human C tactic doesn't work on him. There's no other choice but to use the final trump card." Wang Hian quickly summoned a giant machine. "Come out." HX the Illusionist, a machine appears with a mouthful of teeth, like a shark preparing to unleash a massive burst of power, while the hooks around HX's body also move upward. Wang Hian frantically shouted, "Hai Quiet Gia, merge." Immediately, HX created a small opening to merge Wang Hian inside. Meanwhile, HX's body continued to grow larger and began to touch the arena's protective shield. As soon as it made contact, the system immediately issued a warning, detecting the area was restricted, and urgently upgraded the defensive stance. Seeing this giant robot, everyone watching felt extremely shocked. Well, that does seem a bit exaggerated. For the first time, a machine creature of the processing level appeared at a national university and college event. Finally, a new monster emerged. HX, a level 23 talent manipulator, looked at the arena and kept marveling that the new students of this batch were all prodigies. At this moment on the arena, seeing Wang Hian pull out a secret weapon, Liu Yen couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha. The fake talent of An Haiyan has appeared." Liu Yen looked at Kuang Son Hian and said, "You're definitely going to lose this time." But Kuang Son Hian ignored his words and continued to rush forward to attack. She angrily slashed at Lai Yuan and said, "Chungi will not lose." Lai Yuan hurriedly dodged back, continuing to mock disdainfully. "Is there more? Why bother doing all this?" Next to Chungi, Wang Xian loudly said, "Chungi, let you see the power of the firepower of the talent user first." The firepower shots have already been fired. Chungi watched them approach without any hesitation, quietly calculating that with the cover of the firepower he cannot fight head-on. Immediately after, Chungi started throwing stones and launching them into the air. He skillfully dodged back and forth to avoid those fiery projectiles. Chungi looked at the incoming fire behind him and thought to himself, maybe there was something new, but he didn't know that a piece of firepower was also heading straight for him. Luckily, Chungi dodged out of the way. As soon as it passed Chungi, the explosion erupted instantly. Chungi looked at its destructive power and couldn't help but feel lucky. What a close call. Inside, Wang Xian was laughing maniacally. "Run away, run away." Wang Xian kept attacking, asking, "This time you have no way to escape, right?" In a moment of crisis, Chungi had to draw his hammer to destroy all the incoming explosive projectiles. At the same time, HX suddenly reached back and drew a sword. It coldly struck a blow, a single slash into the ground, splitting the earth in two. Wang Hian keeps mocking from within the secret letter. "Chungi, is running away all you know how to do? You keep swinging your sword endlessly, then you say, 'Is the University of Tahang all just a bunch of cowards?' Your words have touched Chungi's pride." He immediately responded, "Let's fight face to face." Seeing Chungi's provoked look, Wang Xian muttered silently, "Can't resist a little tease, so foolish." He quickly flicked the switch down, secretly disdainful. With such determination, he must be the captain of Tuhang University. It seems Tuhang University is heading for trouble. The fake talent continued to strike down, but this time Chungi didn't dodge and fought back with the truncheon. The hammer immediately knocked the fake expert's sword away, then Chungi struck with a divine palm, and a powerful beam of light appeared above. It seemed as if the light was absorbing everything around, and the fake expert also began to be electrocuted. The match monitoring system also angrily scolded, "What the hell is going on?" The shield's energy suddenly got absorbed. Suddenly, an external system on the stands announced an emergency project, and the systems below quickly took off. Those systems quickly entered the barrier. Each match is monitored by a powerful light magic stone that can be used to restore the arena's protective shield. On Liu Yan and Kuang Son Haiyan's side, the beam of light caught Kuang Son Haiyan's attention. Seeing Liu Yan rushing over, Kuang Son Haiyan quickly leapt back to dodge. Huang Son Hien looked towards Lin Hai Road and shouted, "Retreat!" Over at Halan, arrows were flying rapidly. Song Halan and Vuong Thiet Tam quickly stepped back. As soon as Kuang Son Hien's words were spoken, they exchanged a brief glance, and both retreated simultaneously. Liu Yan also sensed something unusual and shouted, "Don't pursue them anymore." But Lu Zhou angrily asked, "Why aren't they chasing after them then?" The students from Qingjing University quickly gathered together. Liu Yan looked at the source of that energy and said, "Something's wrong. This power feels off." At that moment, a giant hand materialized from within the light. The entire audience screamed in fear. "What is this?" Vuong Hien, sitting inside, also saw your extreme fear, with a terrifying breath that can only be displayed by a divine-level skill, his face starting to pale. Even though he is only one level higher than an A+ skill master, the gap between them is like heaven and earth. But then he started to feel excited. Vuong Hien said enthusiastically, "No, how can I be afraid without fighting? It's just a god-level skill. I don't believe you can still defeat me." Vuong Hien seemed to merge with the fake skill user, wildly launching attack after attack. The technique master, a limited style. The serrated edges on the sword start working at full capacity. Vuong Hien frantically unleashes a series of slashes, his face beginning to lose control. Vuong Hien immediately launches a continuous attack. A series of slashes headed straight for that hand. He thought he had successfully defeated it, but a flash of light appeared, dispelling that joy, as that hand forcefully pressed down on the fake skill. A massive surge of energy unleashed an incredibly powerful destructive force. Everyone in the stands was filled with fear. Everyone was panic-stricken by the explosion and shouted out. At that moment, fragments of the robot flew onto Chungi on the arena. Chungi coldly judged it. After the recent attack, the fake skill card was shattered, and Vuong Hien had also been defeated. Halan stammered, "We." She uttered the two words with a heavy heart. "It's over." At this moment, Vuong Hien, enduring all his wounds, raises his hand to call out, "Chungi," his voice trembling uncontrollably as he spoke. "Chunungi." But all he responded with was his cold back. The entire stadium suddenly erupted. Damn, the holy light is so powerful and terrifying, like a nuclear explosion. The entire audience is chanting his name. Chunhi, 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 Chunhi. He happily walks away amid the cheers. Chungi, Chungi. The dean muttered in a dazed state. Our divine skill of the godly hand of Thinkin University is not shameful to lose. He feels an immense pain inside. Initially thinking that with Wang Zhen, the champion of this class, it would be an easy win for Thonkin University. After watching the match, Director Trin was sweating profusely. Unexpectedly, a freak like Chunungi appeared. Melee, support, magic. He was incredibly powerful in any aspect, even omnipotent. Director Trin turned to leave, and before he did, he told Ngomang that your Tahang University has a very talented seed. I have been teaching for over 30 years, and Chungi is the brightest star. He regretfully continued, I've seen many geniuses in my time. Ngomang chuckled in response. Up in the stands, everyone cheerfully called out Tohang University and Chungi. Tohang University, Chungi, Tohang University. The cheers echoed non-stop. Chunai. Kong Sonyeon looked at this scene and couldn't help but feel surprised. This is just too crazy. Wang Tietang happily said as he walked, It's too easy. Beijing University is just like this. Tong Holland hesitated and asked, Without Chun He, relying only on Vuong Hien wouldn't be enough for us to handle it. Duong Lin He nodded in agreement. That's right, with a level 23 robot and no Chungi, we would definitely lose. Vuong Thiet Tom cheerfully said, Everyone already said that without Ningyi, now we have Ningyi, don't we? Huang Sonian laughed and said, Next year, half a year later, the sports field will be expanded, and this year's freshman exchange match will attract 200,000 spectators. With the live broadcast and the hype of this exchange after the battle, Chungi's fame will spread throughout Jongxia country. Chungiri softly scolded affectionately. The girl is becoming more and more impolite. In a certain room, a woman is watching the live match and she begins to comment. Chungi's strength is not bad. She proudly said, "A genius like Tian Qiu is exactly the talent our Tianvu guild needs. Just a bit low in rank. Only after the second transformation can we invite him into the guild." A man stepped forward and suggested, "Tianyu is the top guild in Zhongxia. Even support staff need to reach level 30 in the second transition. But after this battle, Chuninghe's combat data will surely be sent to the higher-ups of the major guilds, so maybe we still have time to act 10 times over." She immediately retorted, "No way." Yang, with a pleased look in her eyes, looked at Chungi and said, "Even with the guildmaster here, there's no way to recruit him immediately. I believe my little junior brother will eventually become a member of our Tianyu guild." At the hospital, everyone in Wang Hien's ward kept worrying as the doctors discussed non-stop, with healing and stasis spells unable to be halted. Everyone must submit a report before their magic power is fully depleted. Everyone is trying to save Wang Xian. During this time, everyone was extremely busy. The second team of priests prepared well, replacing and treating the priests of the first team. Damn it, why is this holy light so violent? And now it's using a spell to erase what cannot be erased. Chungi's attack was too heavy. At this moment, Li Yuan suddenly spoke up, saying, "If it weren't for activating the magic barrier of the arena, it's hard to say whether Xian Ka could survive, and we certainly would have been injured." Everyone on the team bowed their heads in apology. Li Yuan stepped forward and said, "Dean, we're sorry, we lost, and we are at fault for the large amount of resources the school provided." Director Trine waved his hand and said, "This time I won't blame you. Chungi is too strong. Our university's team competition can only take third place." Hearing that, everyone was surprised and asked, "Third place, Director, although we lost to Dahang University, we can still beat Mado University. Yes, Director, if we lose to Mado again, our school will be very embarrassed." This is a great humiliation. Director Trin glanced at Wang Hian and said, "Wang Hian was seriously injured, and all 200 machines involved in the previous battle are now broken. Our Beijing University no longer has any team members capable of fighting against the fake alliance of Mado University." Wang Hian lay on the hospital bed, constantly recording his grudges. "Chunyi, you secretly feel dissatisfied. You're indeed very strong, but after the second transformation, my mechanized core truly unleashed the power of my S+ talent." Wang Hian, furious, clenched the brake handle. "At that moment, I will definitely have a decisive battle with you." At the same time, in a certain room, Chu Hong sincerely bowed his head to admit his mistake to Chunyi. "Chunyi, I apologize to you. I really must have been blinded. The Holy Knight can serve as a support role and also possess extremely powerful transfer abilities. Of course, after living for so many years, I've only met someone like Chunyi who could do this. Chunyi, you truly are a genius among humans, a rare talent among thousands." But Chunyi calmly revealed the truth. "Mr. Chu, enough with these lies. Just say it straight." Chuang smiled and said, "Those with real strength are straightforward." He straightforwardly said, "I have reported to the clan." The clan leader and the elder council head both promised that as long as you return to the clan, they will do their best to nurture you with all the strength of the clan. Chuningyi asked in confusion. The clan leader and the elder council head. Seeing your confusion, Chu Hong explained, the Chu family has many members. When distributing resources each year, how much can each branch distribute? They all rely on their own abilities within the vast Chu family intertwined with various interest groups, the biggest interest group being the elder council and the clan leader. Chu Hong suddenly adjusted his glasses and said seriously, "Normally the two sides would never cooperate, but regarding Chungi, they have achieved a common goal. It seems everything started from himself, which made Chungi a bit confused. On the contrary, that's not so bad. With the promise of the powerful Chu family, I don't need to worry. After returning to the main branch of the Chu family, there will be some chaos. But since my teacher is Vice Principal Wang Hui, without the Chu family's help, I can still quickly access resources to level up." Chunhee carefully considered that his most important asset was this super powerful weapon, the system. After thinking it over, Chunhee decided that he might have to disappoint him. "I don't plan to change my class again. Your answer left Chu Hong utterly devastated." "Are you saying that our Chu family really has no way to rise again?" Seeing his worried expression, Chunhee comforted him. "But I know someone with the Hanbang bloodline. Maybe in the future she will consider the hidden profession of your Chu family." Chu Hong sadly pressed his head against the wall and said, "No. The three major hidden professions of the Chu family require not only possessing the Hanbang bloodline, but also reaching a certain concentration. A normal Hanbang bloodline cannot be passed down." Chungi pointed at him and asked, "My sister's Hanbang bloodline is at least 3 times stronger than yours, so that should be enough, right?" When he said that, Chu Hong's eyes lit up brightly. He happily took his hand and asked, "Your sister also awakened the ice-cold bloodline?" Suddenly, Chu Hang burst into a trembling laugh, his spirits lifting again. Chu Hang cheered loudly. "This is great. I might see the Chu family rise again one day. Am I finally worthy of the Leet ancestors? God bless my Chu family, bless my Chu family. Oh, really? Is the blood concentration of Han Bing really 3 times higher than mine? Then it must be nearly 10 points. The 3 major professional factions hide the Han Bing system and choose freely, and his frantic appearance makes Chungi curse silently. He's gone crazy. We can't let him get too carried away. Chungi said calmly, "Let's not get too excited first. Is there a choice to follow the professional training route of the Chu family? We also need to consult her opinion." Chu Hang nodded in agreement. All right. Whatever you say. When will we meet your sister?" Hearing this question, Chungi pondered silently. Joining the Chu family doesn't mean much to me. First, I can't specialize. Second, the resources I can get are from the system and Master Wang Hui. But for Chuvan, it's completely different. Although I can also provide cultivation resources for him, it can never compare to the full effort of a family clan to nurture him. If Chu's mother, Chu family, doesn't help, then it wouldn't be unreasonable for all the compensation to fall on Chu Van now. After careful consideration, Chungi decided to call Chu Van, feeling anxious inside. Before the match, I didn't know if Tiu Hui was being mistreated when staying with her. As soon as I called, Chu Van quickly answered. As soon as the call connected, Chu Van, holding Xiaokui in her arms, excitedly called out. Seeing this, Chungi quietly thought, "I knew it." She excitedly spun Xiaokui around and then laughed, praising him. This battle was truly incredible. Completely a victory. "Many female students at our school admire you and want to get in touch with you," Chu Van kept saying. "I won't let them have her. My sister-in-law in my heart must be strong. Very strong, super strong. She must have broad shoulders, muscular arms, firm skin, and thick muscular legs." Hu Yun happily said she can carry a sword weighing hundreds of kilograms and also sow flowers and make clothes for him. Stop talking nonsense. Just say what's on your mind. At this point, Chungi seriously recounted that a while ago some people came to him claiming to be from the Chu family. He briefly introduced that the main lineage of the Chu family includes 3 hidden major professions: the ice archer Han Bing, the ice skeleton swordsman, and the ice purity mage. The marksman and swordsman are traditional professions. The ice purity mage is a mage profession, and based on your cold bloodline concentration, you can choose any of the 3. Hearing this, Chu Yun paid even more attention. She looked seriously at the 3 images in front of her and then decided to choose the mage profession. "Brother, I will choose this profession. Ice attribute magic attack suits me." Chuni reminds you that once you accept the career plan of the Chu family, you need to go to Tianlan province, the Chu family's territory, for at least 3 to 4 years of study and training. You must think it through carefully. Chu Van replied firmly, "I have thought it through." Chu Van sighed in admiration. "My brother shines so brightly, I, as his younger sister, definitely cannot be inferior." She thought to herself that if she could take resources from the Chu family, she wouldn't need to consume her brother's resources and become a burden to him. After making her choice, Chungi promised that once he finished everything here, he would go with her to Tianlan province. And then, the two finished their conversation. After talking with Chu Van, Chungi continued to the new students' arena. "The system happily welcomes everyone. We invite you to the 4th round of the nationwide college and university freshman exchange tournament. Today, 8 top-tier prodigies will be selected to advance to the 5th round of the singles competition." The system announces, "I will first reveal the HVM Professional Guild's reward for the top 8 strongest individual competitors." The system presents a bottle of S-rank magic potion, and the audience can't help but feel excited. Wow, another S-rank magic potion. No wonder the HVM Fake Profession Alliance is so generous. Even triple transferred fake professions would crave it. Chuangi replied, "Because of the 3rd level, the Alliance needs to nurture more geniuses." Guangzhou Nian nodded and replied, "Yes." Suddenly, the system continued to offer the reward for the 4th power contender to obtain S-rank resources that the singles tournament champion could claim. It presents a new weapon and says it will be awarded a legendary grade weapon crafted by the Alliance's master smith, the fake profession expert Xia Yan. Even Chungi is surprised by this reward. A legendary grade weapon, the highest level weapon humans can forge. The reward is so amazing that every player longs to win. The champion must be the one to win it. After announcing the prize, the system notified all contestants to prepare for the match. Kwang Sonhian went ahead and smiled, telling Chungi, "Cheer for me, okay?" Chungi cheered her on. She will definitely succeed. At this moment, Chungi's opponent stepped onto the stage, and the two faced each other directly. Feng Qiang, dressed in armor, said, "Chunagi, I know you're very strong." He swung his sword and shouted, "I'm not to be underestimated either." Inside, he felt a thrill. Most professional players aim for balanced development, but I'm different. Feng Shuang, full of confidence, whispered to himself that he only chose to enhance his strength, so he was absolutely confident in his power. At this moment, the system announced that the match had begun. As soon as he finished speaking, Chungi charged forward with Chui. Feng Kuang also began to rush in, sneering provocatively, "Do you dare to face me head-on?" That guy quickly struck first with a brutal slash, and the two forces clashed. In just a moment, his sword showed signs of breaking. The very next second, Chungi's spear shattered the sword and continued to strike directly at Feng Kuang. He collapsed in pain, his voice trembling as he said, "How is this possible? I only used the value of your strength. How could your power suppress me?" Chunai slung the spear over his shoulder and sneered, "Is that all you've got?" The entire arena immediately erupted. Even the slightest increase in strength was suppressed. How terrifying is Chunha's strength, really? His attribute value is too mysterious, and I seriously suspect he's hacking. The teammates below from Demon Lord University also couldn't accept it and shouted, "How is that possible?" In a strength contest, Brother Kuang actually lost. Director Shitan said, with Feng Shuang's added equipment boost, his strength reached about 370 points. To achieve the effect of this crushing blow, Chungi's strength attribute must be at least 450 points. He suddenly remembered the terrifying scene earlier and couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Plus, his intelligence attribute was extremely high, which was terrifying. Director 2 anxiously asked, "Ngoi Hop, are you confident you can beat Chungi?" Wei Heo thought for a few seconds and replied, 3 parts confident. At the same time, on the arena, Feng Kuang struggled to get up, clenched his teeth and said, "I haven't lost yet." Feng Kuang jumps to his feet and shouts, "Come on, a warrior only stands and dies, no coward can win." Chungi, unwilling to accept defeat, responds, "I respect you as a true man." Feng Kuang immediately charged forward, but without a decisive strike. Chungi responded with a counterattack, wielding the truncheon in repentance. The heavy mace strikes directly at Feng Kuang's body. Feng Kuang screams in pain and is knocked far away. The people from Mado University immediately shouted, "Declare the end of the match, we concede." And the system quickly processed the information and announced it. Mado University concedes defeat. The winner of this match is Chungi. Chungi was immediately drowned out by cheers. Chungi is the strongest. "Chungi, I love you." After the nurses approached to observe Feng Shuang, everyone sighed and said, "It's that difficult holy light again. Hurry up, start the treatment immediately." "Save your words, he's Chungi's opponent." Then, the 3 of them took Feng Qiang to be treated with Chunungi. After a day of the fight, the students from Tohang University gathered in a room to discuss their strategy. Mengoma praised Tong Halan. Her promotion was quite a surprise. Although reaching the 4th tier isn't highly likely, she still needs to put in more effort. Tong Halan happily replied, "I understand," and then turned to Huang So Nian, saying with her strength, she might be able to advance to the 8th rank, but her luck is a bit unlucky. Facing Gui Hop, who is a top seed. Ngomang seriously told Bat Kuang that the last 2 spots would be chosen from the defeated, hoping he could seize the opportunity. He then softly said to Chungi, "I trust you. The task of winning the singles tournament is now in your hands." In tomorrow's team match, there will be 2 competitions, both between ordinary colleges and universities. He looked at the people behind him and said, "So you replacements can go out and practice a bit." After making the decision, Ngomang immediately began instructing them on the strategy for tomorrow. Kuang Son Hien sat nearby, lost in thought. The quarter-final individual match was a brutal defeat, with only 2 of 70 contestants advancing to the semi-final, and reaching the top 4 in the 6th round would grant access to rare S-level resources. Even with abundant resources and S-rank materials, they are not just handed over. If I can obtain them, my strength will surely improve by a level. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Chunyi, your strength has been exposed." Ngomang happily continued. "With your strength, you could wipe out an ordinary college team alone. But tomorrow's team match will be led by their training, so just protect them and try not to fight." Chungi nodded and replied, "I understand." Suddenly 2 female students entered. Seeing Chungi, they exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, it's the genius!" And this voice attracted many other girls rushing over, eager to get close to him. Student Chunungi, he really is, Student Chunungi. Chungi, you're real. Oh my God, you're so handsome. He is still looking at me, Chungi asked nervously. "Who is everyone?" They immediately replied, "I am your fan, can you sign for me?" He asked blankly, "Sign?" Immediately after, they pulled out numerous photos of Chungi and shouted, "I'm here too, I want one too. Thank you, Ngi Shen, you're really super handsome. Ungithan, we will also always support you in the next match. Keep going." Oh my god, student Chungi is blushing. So adorable. Ngithan, you must take good care of yourself and definitely don't get hurt. Hoo. Seeing these pictures, Chungi's face darkened. Is that me? Song Halan, sitting nearby, softly said, "Chungi is quite popular, isn't he?" At this moment, a spirit appeared in Kuang So Nian's mind, asking if they would take away Chungi. Worrying that if I can't keep up with Chungi's pace, I'll be left behind, Kuang So Nian secretly vows to get those 2 tickets no matter what. She whispered to Chungi that she would definitely get him. Seeing her already provoked, that soul was overjoyed. At the same time, Chungi suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned around in confusion, wondering why he suddenly had the feeling of being stared at so intensely. That night, the quarterfinal individual match began, and the contestants were immediately taken into a wild forest. Everyone wondered and asked, why a forest? Could it be that the playing field changes every year? I remember it was a castle last year. Someone responded, the half-solo match of the 4th round was created by teachers and senior military officials from the universities, based on data collected during the war. And then, who assembled and created the simulation dungeon? A girl holding a scepter in her hand looked around cautiously and then spoke. To make the replica more like the actual battlefield, the initial creation included random settings, so each year's arena is different. The girl continued, saying, not only that, but the monsters we face each year are also different. Huh? So what should we do now? We have to stop here, but suddenly the voice was cut off. The system appears and announces, welcome students, this dungeon instance is Weilin Maze. The system explains the rules. Every half hour, mysterious monsters will appear around the wild village. There are a total of 3 waves of monster attacks, and the only thing in their minds is devouring. You need to try to kill the monsters before they devour you. In the end, the 2 students who kill the most monsters will advance to the 5th round of the individual competition. Before starting, the system reminded everyone that this instance was not life-threatening and did not have a rewind option. After hearing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Someone cheerfully said, just kill the monsters, it's still pretty simple. That's right, there's nothing to worry about. We've gone into the dungeon many times to practice, so there's no problem. Kuang So Nian quietly observes everyone around her, as the appearance of monsters is still unpredictable, making everyone feel very uneasy. The system announces that the first wave of monster attacks is about to begin. As soon as it finished, a purple cloud appeared. Kuang So Nian looked seriously in the direction of the smoke. It's coming. But even though the smoke has dispersed, the monster still hasn't appeared, only the leaves are constantly trembling. She wondered quietly, still no sign of the creature. At this moment, the person behind suddenly grabbed their neck and groaned. It itches so much. They angrily cursed. Damn it, why does it itch like this? Hearing this, Kuang So Nian was filled with horror as a purple substance grew on the man's neck, causing him to scream non-stop. Itchy, so itchy. The more he scratches, the faster it spreads. It itches so much, it itches so much. He frantically rushed towards Kuang So Nian and shouted for help. Itchy, so, itchy, so, itchy. Help me, fellow student, help me. Then that student was finally defeated by the monster. The system notification states that the ghost of Danthan University's library has retreated from the instance dungeon. Kuang So Nian secretly suspects that because she didn't see the ghost appear, it must be hiding its form. Then more students were attacked and everyone was panicking and shouting nonstop. What exactly is happening to them? Without seeing the monsters but witnessing so many classmates fall, everyone was panicking. What is going on? Where do these monsters come from? Basically, I can't see any monsters. How should I fight this? Amid the chaos, only Kuang So Nian remains calm and thoughtful, knowing she must stay composed to find the problem first, because the monsters must have a weakness. Kuang So Nian wondered how it was possible for so many people to be affected in such a short time in this unreal state, questioning what the infectious creature relied on to spread itself. As she pondered, a small purple object suddenly lunged at her and clung to her arm. Seeing the purple object sprouting up, Kuang So Nian had to open her sharp eyes to look at it. Mold bacteria. Immediately, she created a flame to burn the purple object away. After killing it, Kuang So Nian immediately realized the problem and said, so that's how it is. Kuang So Nian transformed into a demon form and loudly announced to everyone that there are protective seeds in the sky, which grow rapidly when they fall on a person, and she used her fire system skills to shield herself. The others immediately followed Kuang So Nian's instructions and cast wind and fire spells, but some students without fire skills had to speak up to seek help. Damn it, I am a basic warrior with no fire element skill. Classmate, help me out. No, we are rivals, so it's not the time to talk about friendship. After a while, the students without fire system skills were quickly defeated by the monsters. The system reports that the alien university of the Imperial City has been devoured by the monster and has exited the dungeon. Xiaojiekuai of Lumion Academy has also been devoured by the monster and has retreated from the dungeon. Luoban from Thandang Academy has been devoured by the monster and has retreated from the instance. At the same time, Kuang Sonhian quietly muttered, "Burning these spores doesn't count as killing it. I need to find the monster that released the spores." At that moment, mushrooms suddenly sprouted from the tree trunks, bearing their fangs and releasing countless bacteria, which is how Huang Sonhian quickly located the monster. She rushed up to tell everyone that on the tree, just as Kuang Sonhian defeated a monster, the system announced that Kuang Sonhian from Tahang University had killed a monster +1. The other monsters kept emerging non-stop. Kuang Sonhian fearlessly flew to attack DM Vu Mian Hach VM as the system announced multiple notifications. Kuang Sonhian from Tahang University defeated a monster +1. At the same time, the team match for new students was also underway. The system announces that both teams are in position and have begun setting up the arena. The team battle between Tahang University and America University now begins. As soon as the words were spoken, both sides charged fiercely. Seeing the enemy rush forward, the other side responded just as aggressively. A red-haired guy immediately uses his skill to strike, creating countless fire tornadoes that rush straight at the opponent. Facing him, the cloaked man counterattacked with water attribute. The two techniques clashed, and the water blade cut through the fire tornado. But at this moment, Damwei appeared and used his claws to cut through the water sword of the cloakman, dismissing it as inferior and saying its hardness had already been reduced. While Damwei was still celebrating, an arrow was flying toward him from behind. Fortunately, Chunyi quickly shielded him with his shield. Chunyi calmly reminds, "Damwei, don't let the adrenaline from battle interfere with your judgment. Watch your back." Then he turns to the blonde girl behind and calls out, "Truongtin, your responsibility is to provide protection for your teammates. You must clearly see all 6 directions." Hearing all directions, such a gap cannot happen again. Truongtin, being reminded, was extremely frightened. She closed her eyes in panic and screamed. "Understood!" The red-haired girl on the opposing team angrily looked at them, yet she could see us as mere training tools. The green armor man shouted angrily, "Brothers, can you really tolerate something like this?" The entire team responded with a determined voice. "No, he ordered us to charge." The blue armor guy loudly ordered, "Charge at me." The two sides immediately clashed. But at the same time, Chunki's phone rang, causing everyone to stop their actions. Kuang Sonhian happily celebrated her victory with Chungi, successfully leveling up. Chungi helplessly thought, "This girl." The cloaked man, seeing Chungi's dismissive attitude towards the opponent, was very angry and shouted loudly, "You play on your phone on the arena, showing no respect to your opponent. I will make you understand the consequences." But just 1 second later, he heroically fell to the ground. The system announced, "This college team match to Hang University wins." The next day, news of the freshman tournament spread everywhere. After finishing the 4th round of the individual qualifying matches, the 5th round will begin early the next morning. 4 matches will select 4 players from the 8 contenders for promotion. The promotion match will be on Monday afternoon. The 6th round will have 2 people promoted, Chunghee and Ngui Hop. A blurry bird immediately starts filming this hot news. Today's students are witnessing the decisive match for the singles tournament championship. This guy imagines Chunghee and looks heartbroken when talking about his family background. He comes from Hongate with both parents dead. Based on his own efforts, he gradually became stronger during the most impressive Holy Knight University entrance exam in history, astonishing others. Chunungi then shifted his tone to talk about Ningzhui Hop. He is a genius from a prestigious family with a centuries-old inheritance, possessing top-tier talent and a special bloodline. A hybrid warrior. This guy with an amused expression said, "Who exactly will sit on the champion's throne in the one-on-one tournament?" Let's look forward together as the streamer encourages to live stream the entire battle for everyone. Remember to like and follow. After watching the encouragement video, everyone started to discuss excitedly. The Divine Warrior fights Wang Xian, so this team battle will truly be very exciting. This time fighting Wei must be a tough battle. Did you not watch Wei's match a few days ago? The style of that battle was very fierce. I don't think this fight will be that easy. Unfortunately, Goddess Kuang So-Nien faced Wei He with a 2 out of 4 choice. Otherwise, Tohang University would be competing for 1st or 2nd place, making it more interesting. At this moment, the clear blue sky was suddenly shattered by the sound of helicopter blades. Everyone quickly moved aside to make room for the helicopter to land. As soon as the door opened and people inside the helicopter were seen, the locals erupted in excitement. It's Tohang University. Tohang University just stepped out and received countless compliments from everyone around. Goddess Kuang is truly beautiful. Your divine appearance, I will always support you, Ningi then. Donghalan, don't be discouraged, next time you will definitely succeed. Ngishen, can we take a photo together and get your autograph? Where is Chungi headed? The cheers immediately spread there. Chuningi, Chuningi. Someone spotted another helicopter arriving and loudly announced, Ma Dao University has also arrived. The cheers immediately shifted to Ma Dao University. Ngoihi, 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 ngoihi. Director Do steps forward to greet Ngo Mang. Good morning, Director Ngo. Today the champion or runner-up of the singles match will appear between your school and mine. Second place in the match, friendship first. Ngo Mang cheerfully replies, Good morning, Director 2. But deep down he sneered, saying, Do you really think Ngui Hop and your strength can fight Chungi? That's just a pipe dream. Ngui Hop now focused on Chungi from afar and silently vowed, Chungi, this is the final battle. I will defeat you and take the championship. Finally, the battle has begun. Before entering the fight, Chungi suddenly wore a sinister smile. The system announces, let's welcome the competitors Chungi and Ngui Hop. Please enter the arena. The match is about to begin, and we invite the audience to take their seats and observe civilly. The 5-second countdown on the stands has the audience cheering excitedly, shouting, Come on, make a big scene, show your power, show your super skills, Brother Wei, don't lose. Ngui Hop, keep going and defeat the prestige of Tohang University. Who's really there? Someone stepping on my foot? At the Chu family, Chu Hong is also watching this match with Old Master Chu. There are only 3 seconds left on the countdown. Old Master Chu asked, This young man from the Ngui family has been called the #1 genius since he was a child, receiving all the family's resources for training. Can Ungi win? Chu Hong replied seriously. Yes. After analyzing Chungi's exam, all his battle records and his rapid growth, his strength is undoubtedly far beyond his peers and at the top level. Chu Hong looked at the screen and continued. Ngui Hop is an outstanding person of the next generation in the Ngui family, worthy of the 2 words genius, but on Chungi's body, it seems like he can see the shadow of the ancestors. Now, on the arena, the countdown has finished, and the system notification begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Chungi activated the divine blessing. Blessing of courage, holy cross, holy light protection, blessing weapon. Wei He charged forward with his sword aimed straight at him. Wei He soared with an angry expression, swinging a move at Chungi's entire body, but a golden light emanated from him. The 2 sources of power collided, creating a deafening explosion. Wei He furrowed his brows and stared intently at him. Chungi's face is cold. He swings a move toward Ngui Hop, who then jumps up to dodge. Ngui Hop's sharp eyes narrow as he charges down, his eyes bloodshot and his face terrifying, roaring loudly as his body emits a red glow. Ngui Hop's hand grips the sword and shouts out the blazing sword technique, his body in a fighting stance as he slashes with sharp, deadly strikes. Chuningi calmly dodged, avoiding the attacks and silently contemplating the frenzy. The special skill of the Berserker Warrior. Users with the Fordabi attribute will gain enhancements to varying degrees. But correspondingly, after 3 minutes of fury, he will enter a state of weakness. Aside from unexpected accidents caused by the Berserk skill, he also unleashes the Fire Blade technique. This skill is similar to a punch that can be used in combat, and also carries the pity of fire magic, allowing Chungi to dodge attacks. Ngui Hop rushes quickly toward Chungi, but with an arrow ready for battle, proving he's truly the top of the new students at Demon Art University. Chungi, with sharp eyes, calmly dodging without a hint of fear. Ngui Hop roared in anger, unleashing Loi Din Tram. A ring of fiery red, lightning-like light appears around the sword in Ngui Hop's hand as he unleashes a level A skill, swinging his blade with incredible speed. The higher the skill level, the greater the strength attribute and the faster the slashing speed, potentially reaching the speed of thunder. Ngui Hop's furious red eyes and angry face made him think that after countless training sessions, he had already raised this skill to level 9. Without the slash, Ngui Hop fiercely swung down at Chuningi holding the hammer, both sides clashing to create a tense scene. Ngui Hop, furious and grinding his teeth, thought how powerful he truly was. Wei Hu increased his grip on the great sword, thinking its weight was thousands of jin. With the boost from Thunderclap Slash, the kinetic energy generated was extremely terrifying. And even with a sturdy alloy, he was confident he could cut through. Chungi's face shows no trace of fear, but he is clearly at a disadvantage in the contest with him, making it hard to be stiff against him. Chungi pushes forward, forcing Ngui Hop to be pushed back. The weapon in Chungi's hand transformed into a beam of golden light. Holy light. Cross level 9 B rank. With both hands, Chungi wielded a massive sword of golden light. Wei confidently smiled and said, "I was prepared for this move of yours long ago." Wei knelt down with a terrifying face, shouted fiercely, and a red light radiated from his body, along with an extremely strong golden light. Director. To watch the scene before him in horror as two powers collided, creating a massive explosion with Ngui Hop in the middle, his body seemingly covered by an extra layer of armor. Ngui Hop stood up, his smile even more terrifying, with his hand resting on his great sword. The system panel appears in front of Chungi, revealing Ngui Hop's awakening talent. Battle Frenzy, Level S. The battle prolongs the duration of Ngui Hop's 4-Dui attribute, and all injuries are reduced by 80%. But after the battle ends, these injuries will double and return to Ngui Hop. Ngui Hop rushed quickly in front of Chungi. He looked at him thinking that he was using such quick moves. It seemed he wanted to win quickly by fighting fast. Ngui Hop's Battle Frenzy talent lasts the longest when triggered for 2 minutes, so the best strategy is to prolong it until the frenzy time ends. But even with 80% damage reduction, he can still be defeated if Chungi swings his blade at him. He immediately blocked each attack. The two weapons clashed, and a loud bang echoed. Ngui Hop thought to himself that attacking Chungi in front of a holy knight with many healing and recovery skills was a very foolish strategy for a prolonged battle. So at the beginning, he chose to activate his Berserk skill and Battle Frenzy talent, boosting his strength to the limit in an instant. A huge explosion occurs, and the crowd below starts to talk in amazement. Someone says, "How can he choose to face head-on?" Ngui Hop is in peak condition, so the best move now is to buy more time. Ngithan's actions show he is extremely confident in his own strength. "I believe in Ngithan." Ngui Hop swiftly strikes towards Chungi, but the whole body leans back to dodge. Chungi raises his hand and a golden light shines out, saying, "You said victory would come quickly." A large seal appears in front of him, and behind him a giant golden arrow emerges. Wei Hu is enveloped in a red light, his face fierce as he shouts, "Come on!" A huge explosion erupts. Wei laughs triumphantly. "Ha ha, your quick victory is useless." Chungi calmly raises his hand and casts a spell, saying, "You're smiling a bit too early now." Guangzhou punishes. Under the rapid and fierce lightning strikes attacking Wei he was protected by a barrier. Wei frowned, thinking that his attack method truly lives up to its reputation as the strongest offensive technique. Ngui Hop, sword in hand, defended against the lightning bolts, feeling some pain despite an 80% damage reduction. Without unleashing his Berserk mode, one strike probably wouldn't be enough to defeat him. Wei looked up at the fading lightning and thought, but every time Guangzhou punishment summoned a lightning bolt, it took at least a second to mend the gap. Wei stomped hard on the ground, thinking that if so, he could take the chance to strike Chunwo quickly during the brief window of recovery, but was struck by lightning again. Wei was stunned, his face full of disbelief, thinking, how could it be possible that Kwang Chi Trung Tree's lightning attack was so fast? I clearly studied all the skills he used in the match. Could it be that his Kwang Chi Trung Tri is already at level 20 and the lightning strikes down on Ngui Hop? A powerful attack, a small sphere emitting such a wild and violent voice, shattering like that. I need to emphasize again, you are currently watching the finals of the National University and College Freshman Exchange Tournament. The crowd covering their eyes exclaimed, "What a treacherous move," as a girl shouted and covered her face, while Wang Hien smirked. Ngui Hop painfully shouted why Ngui Hop looked at Chungi in front of him, unable to believe why, despite being only about 10 meters apart, Chungi seemed to grow enormous in front of him, yet tiny. Just one finger of Chungi could crush him like a staircase, impossible to step over or break through. Ngui Hop shouted, "I don't believe it," with a red light moving in his palm. Ngui Hop gritted his teeth, his eyes rolling back as he shouted a secret technique. The heavenly shadow blade erupted in a powerful explosion, with dust and smoke rising. The explosion created a cloud of dust and smoke everywhere. Chungi still stood tall and expressionless, a streak of red flashing across. Chungi glanced at the wound on his face. The red sword plunged into the ground with cracks spreading out and countless swords falling before him. Chunungi looked at the scene before him and thought to himself that his body had transformed into energy, according to the ancestral legend of the Wei family, who achieved enlightenment in the demon world, blending soul and demonic power, then refining countless swords and blades that could kill a demon in a single moment. The thousands of swords lined up before him had a gloomy red hue, still not reaching the level of the ancestral Wei. But the form of this energy body was still astonishing. Suddenly, the swords and blades moved and fell at an extremely fast speed, with thousands of weapons dropping. Chungi raised his hand, lightly moved his finger, and said, "If I use the previous move, the spectators will be very disappointed. So this time, I will demonstrate a fusion technique I created myself." Everyone watched as a cold breeze swept through, as Wanli Chunungi, the Ice King, stood in the center of a giant blue vortex, extending his hand to control the power. Chunai stepped forward, and ice began to spread from his foot, covering the entire arena with a sheet of ice. Flycam is flying excitedly, and the voices of the spectators and classmates are heard. Your classmate Chungi's skill has covered the entire arena, and now we can't see what's happening on the stage. The crowd is shouting in excitement. What's going on? Someone's furious and cursing. What kind of big move is this now? Why is there an ice magic? The elder stood up in excitement. Chu Hong exclaimed in surprise. The elder's face is shocked and panicked as he points ahead and shouts loudly to Chu Hong, "Have you seen it yet? Such a weak ice elemental power." Chu Ningqi extends his hand forward and casts a spell, causing thousands of swords to gradually freeze and shine with golden light. Chu Ningqi clenched his fist, his sharp eyes as golden rays pierced through the ice and shattered it instantly. Fragments of ice flew everywhere, and Wei He was knocked back, falling hard to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of black blood. The ice slowly melts away. The announcer's voice echoes, and contestant Ngui Hop loses consciousness. Chungi won this battle. Everyone cheered victory. First place Chungi, the senior is too strong. The announcer's voice rings out. Congratulations to Chungi. Thank you, player Wei He. They brought an outstanding and spectacular one-on-one battle for the audience. This is definitely the most spectacular match in the 10-year exchange tournament. Let's all cheer for the top prodigy of this generation. Chungi raises his hand high and smiles as fireworks explode across the sky. The Flycam voice announces that the singles match is coming to an end. Next will be the team battle and the survival match. Let's wait and see. Ngomang happily said, being young and able to use the secret techniques of the Nui family, employing harmony. If placed in the friendly match from a few years ago, there would be no doubt that he was the top contender. Unfortunately, he faced Chun He, with Kwang Son Hien standing beside him, happily stroking his tail and smiling. Ngomang looked at Chungi stretching and yawning as he walked, thinking that based on current expectations to defeat Ngui Hop, Chungi would probably need to use the Angel God's domain technique, combining a single light punishment and the fusion skill of the ice element. Younger generation is impressive. Ngomang patted Chungi on the shoulder and praised him, saying, "Well done." Artahang University also took the individual champion this time. Ting Halan spoke up, "That's right. Although our team has won 4 consecutive years, we haven't yet secured the individual champion in 4 years. Nahai is really making us proud." Vong Thiet Tam happily and confidently said the team match tomorrow will be against Mado University, but now Wei He is injured. Mado City University poses no threat to us. The team competition victory is already in our hands. Tong Halan, surprised, said, "Remember to stay humble and don't be too proud." Kuang So Nian hugged Lin Hai with a bright smile and said, "Chu Nongyi. Earlier Xiao Hai was mistaken. You can definitely disguise yourself as a great archmaester." Lin Hai, shyly reddening her face, pulled her hat down and said, "Ah, classmate Chu. I was just Kuang So Nian, happily calling you Chungi. Let's relax together with everyone tonight." Chu Eunki scratched his head. The lively scene of a night market where fantasy and reality merge has probably been around for about 300 years. The emergence of monsters, demons, and chefs, along with the appearance of arrangers with special skills, has caused the variety of delicious foods in Lamtin to increase by thousands and tens of thousands. The most prosperous administrative district of Thonkan City, the Eastern City, is home to a famous food street. No matter if it's flying in the sky or running on the ground, everything can become a delicacy to satisfy the customer's cravings. The shopkeeper's delivery voice echoes, grilled dragon meat, 20-year-old young dragon, fresh and tender, melts in your mouth. Wolf King Blood Elixir, boosts yang and tonifies the kidneys, enhances beauty. The deep-sea fish ball, made from the meat of the abyssal kingfish, crispy and chewy with an irresistible flavor. Tong Halan drapes her arm around Lin Hai as Vong Thiet Tam says, "That looks really delicious." Lin Hai holding a lollipop smile. Kwang So Nian and Chu Ngi walking ahead, happily chatting. A Luang from afar, watching Kwang So Nian call her a top tier, then tossing 2 skewers to the guy behind him, adjusting his hat and saying 100 points. The guy was stunned and said, "What are you doing?" A Luang then said, "Making a move on a top-notch woman like that? You'll regret it for the rest of your life if you miss out." The guy was surprised that she already has a boyfriend, and he sneered, "So what if she has a boyfriend?" Luang, isn't it supposed to be my turn now? Kungi turned back, his face cold and his sharp eyes bloodshot. Luang suddenly looked terrified. Seeing this, the guy sneered and asked, "Did you give up? This is not your Luang style," he stammered, pointing at Chungi. Ning ning ning. After a moment, Kwang So Nien bowed and gasped, saying, "The food paradise, renowned for its reputation. We've only strolled for a little while, and we haven't even finished half of it." Tong Halan put her arm around Vuong Thiet Tam and said, "This place has 6 roads connecting together, so of course it's not easy to finish. You two pick a seat here and save a spot for us. We'll go buy some food." Vuong Thiet Tam scratched his head and said, "I also want to rest. Tong Halan Dung Fia, Sao De Ku Noing Ngoi Chutti, De Chodoi, Tingan Ho Yentin Mo Chut, Ko Lambong Den Hai Sao, Lin Hai Dung Fia, Sao Quemert, Lain Hin Vedajak Sak, Quatim Ruo O Lien Fachas Nam." The owner happily introduced the Olu wine, which can quickly increase agility. Each bottle contains 800 milliliters and is good for drinking yourself or giving to others. Kwang So Nien, hearing this, pointed at the bottle and said, "We want one." The owner then brought out a bottle of wine and 2 small glasses, saying, "Dear guests, your Olu wine is 200,000 middle lower grade. Please settle the bill." Immediately after, the phone rang and the 200,000 transfer was completed. Kwang So Nien, holding her glass, looked at Chungi and said, "Congratulations on winning the singles tournament," Chungi replied happily as they clinked glasses. Kwang So Nien quickly finishes her drink and then doubts, saying, "This wine doesn't seem to be very strong." 10 minutes later, Kwang So Nien, with a flushed face and drunkenly, asked Chungi, "Why are there 2 Chungis?" Chungi looked at her and asked, "Are you already this drunk after such a quick drink?" Kwang So Nien happily laughed at 1 Chungi, then 2 Chunungis, then 3 Chunungis. Chungi looked at her and sighed, saying it's a level 19 fake professional. Normal wine obviously can't make someone drunk, but this Oolong Tianbao grade D wine is brewed from a rare treasure, so although the alcohol content isn't high, it's very easy to get someone drunk. Chungi stood up and said, "It's getting late. Xiaosong and the others haven't come back yet. Let's go find them." "Chungi, I'm not going anywhere. My glass is empty. Could you buy me a drink?" Chungi Te pointed behind the table and said, "There is half a bottle of rose worth 100,000 mid-range coins. Pay the girl who was laughing loudly. You handsome guy is really interesting. I really like having you here, so why not find a quiet place to continue talking?" Kwang So Nien looked embarrassed and flustered, her long hair covering part of her eyes, her lips slightly parted. She pushed her away in anger and shouted, "You're too close." She whispered into Kwang So Nien's ear, "The beautiful girl, you're acting like this isn't right. I think you and this brother of hers aren't lovers, so how can you block his romantic luck?" She thought to herself that Chungi, the strongest newcomer this year, and Kwang So Nien, his friend. Many people believe Kwang So Nien is Chungi's girlfriend. But I know these two are not lovers. With their enchanting eyes, they are just a foolish boy and a girl new to love. They want to tear down the fragile wall, and they need some time. This is truly a good opportunity for me to act. If I can make Chungi kneel under my skirt, all the resources he could gain will become mine. She moved closer to him and called him, "Brother, are you right?" Kwang So Nien blushed and stammered in anger. Chungi immediately took her hand. Kwang So Nien looked at the hand Chungi was holding in surprise. Chu In-hee calmly said, "I don't mind Xiaonian blocking my romantic luck." He took Kwang So Nien's hand and left, not forgetting to add, "And I also think she's quite normal. Not really considered a romantic threat." She was stunned and looked normal. Chungi held Kwang So Nien's hand as they walked through the crowd. Kwang So Nien stopped in her tracks. Chungi turned back to look at her. Kwang So Nien looked up, blushing as she said, "I like you." Chungi was surprised. Chungi was surprised and called out, "Tio Nien." Kwang So Nien blushed and said, "I know I shouldn't say this before the match, but I just don't like so many girls surrounding him. Seeing them, I feel like another version of her appears behind her and kills them all." Kwang So Nien threw herself into his arms and said, "Can I be your girlfriend and fall into your arms before I fall asleep listening to your words?" Vuong Thiet Tam, holding a steamed bun he hasn't bitten into yet, looks itchy, huh? Tong Halan, Vuong Thiet Tam, and Lin Hee Tae, all holding steamed buns with wide eyes, stare in surprise at what's in front of them. The blue sky and white clouds, the alarm clock rings. Kwang So Nien, still half asleep, remembers what happened last night and immediately sits up. Kwang So Nien blushed and peeked out. Seeing her, Ngoman called out, "Tio Nien, you woke up a bit late today. Let's have breakfast." Wang Zitong waves to Lin Hai. Tong Halan and Chungi looked at her, and Chungi quickly turned away and started eating voraciously. Tong Halan and Lin Hai squint at him. Kwang So Nian pulls her chair, doubtful, wondering if she's just dreamed it. Could it really have been just a dream? Kwang So Nian blushed, her face confused as she picked at her food. Chungi remains calm, but nothing happens. Lin Hai and Tong Halan lean in closer to look at her. Last night, Chungi held her in his arms and told the three of them to pretend they hadn't seen what just happened. Tong Halan asked confusedly why neither of them liked each other. Chungi gently told Kwang So Nian, who was sleeping soundly, that the Huang family of Tin Suyen was an ancient clan existing before the Eternal Descent game. The Eternal Descent game from hundreds of years ago had become a top-tier family power in China. Now I have a bit of fame and am a direct disciple of Master Wang Hui. I don't look too bad. But achievements like that are not enough in front of the Kuang family. I don't want Xiaoni to be put in an awkward position. When I have absolute strength, even powerful forces or noble families are just dust. It's only a matter of time. Tong Halan whispered softly, hiding behind a bread roll. I will always support you. From now on, I am your biggest fan, and Chungi's sweaty little sister. Wu Mang put down his chopsticks and said, there are a total of 10 universities participating in the National College and University Freshman Relay Tournament Finals, with each university needing to compete against the other 9. A total of 45 matches will be held, based on the order of victories and ranking in the top 3. Today is our 9th team match, just one more win and we will be the champions of the tournament. I hope everyone can stay humble and defeat the University of the City. Everyone nodded in agreement. Ngomang cheerfully raised her hand high and told Tan Q, don't put too much pressure on yourself as a substitute player. Tuang Puang said that Tan Q, as a summoner, will provide great support to the internal team. Everyone on the field must prioritize protecting her. Director To, as the team leader, I can motivate everyone with words, but it's not necessary. While he is still seriously injured and unconscious, our team's strength has dropped significantly, especially with Chungi here, we can't possibly win first place. Director Tu silently thought that he had never imagined there could be such a versatile freshman. If we compare the strength of all our school's players as 1, then Chungi is definitely 2, or even 3. He is so powerful it's hard to believe, just like a monster. No, he is a monster. Someone who can almost wipe out all the top universities and colleges. Director Tu clenched Fu's hand and said, I still have to say that today's match, even if we lose, must not damage Mado University's honor. To prevent other universities from looking down on us, I need everyone to give their all. Can you do it, everyone together? Let's go. Led by Dean Tu with 5 Mado students behind him, their momentum was overwhelming. Tonkyo thought to himself, even if we fake it here, it will still end in failure. Is Mado University really going to be the 3rd place again? But 7 years ago, the team captain was seriously injured and couldn't play. Relying on the perfect coordination and incredible strength of the team members, they defeated their opponents, and coincidentally, that year was also the rivalry between Mado University and Tahang University. Tonkyo touched her face, wondering if using that method could help Mado University turn the tide and recreate the miracle of 7 years ago. The aerial drone camera soared above as the voice announced that the much-anticipated team battle between Mado University and Tahang University was about to begin. Before the match begins, let me announce the prizes for the top 3 teams in the HVM Professional Alliance for the team competition. First, all the players from the 3rd-ranked college team, including substitutes, will receive a pre-made 3-star gold-level equipment based on their ranking. Second place in the team competition will receive a pre-made 4-star gold-level equipment set, and the first place will be awarded by all members of the HVM Fake Professional Union University. Everyone received a 2-star Shu-Thi level equipment. The people below exclaimed in amazement, cheering with great enthusiasm and admiration. The prize for this inter-school exchange tournament is not only doubled compared to last year. Truly wealthy but lacking in humanity, I will risk everything against the rich like you. Chungi, resting his chin on his hand, pondered the value. The legendary weapons of the individual tournament champions surpass the level 2 equipment, but they are still not as valuable as the team tournament champions' rewards. With 7 pieces of equipment, helmet, armor, belt, boots, weapon, necklace, and ring, each team representing Tahang University, plus the substitute players totaling 10 people, the 70 pieces of Jushi grade gear, and their value are enough to forge 2 legendary weapons. Vuong Thiet Tam happily smiled, hands clasped in front of him confidently. Ha ha, this time really is a good deal for us. The level 70 equipment quickly goes into the bowl as the announcer's voice echoes, announcing the rewards are now revealed. Please welcome the representative team of Tahang University. The Mado University team's representatives step forward as both sides advance, while the crowd below cheers for Tahang University. Chu Eng-hee, Chu Eng-hee, Chu Eng-hee. Mado University, keep going, both teams are in position. Chu Eng-hee's people are full of confidence. The scene begins with Tongkyu and his group looking cold and tense. Chunagi's group rushed forward, with Chunagi happily wielding a kingly hammer. Tonkyu closed his eyes, raised his hand, and cast a spell that gathered into a glowing sphere. Tonkyu raises both hands and mutters a spell to summon the young dragon spirit, Rias, the swarm of bee spirits, Jack Gyan, the giant snake demon Hadita, the hell guardian Sebius, and the spirit king Kamala. 5 powerful spirits appear around Tonkyu, roaring fiercely as they charge toward Chungi. King Kamala lunged forward with a powerful attack, releasing a surge of yellow energy from its body. Lin Hai raised her staff to counter the attack, then immediately retaliated. The swarm of bees charged forward with their tails arched, and Tong Holland pinched her 2 fingers together, casting a spell as talismans floated out. The talismans clung to the bee swarm's tail, and Tong Holland raised her hand, causing everything to explode like fireworks. Vuong Thiet Tam here is fighting Hita. Kwang So Nian spins her weapon and charges forward. Kwang So Nian strikes a few times, hitting So Ben. Chungi here dodges the opponent's storm of attacks, his sharp eyes secretly thinking, not bad. In actual combat, progress is indeed the fastest, and the coordination has improved by at least 30% compared to before. Tong Puang and the blonde girl are amazed, opening their mouths in shock, while Ton Qiu remains calm and continues casting spells. Chun-hee quickly knocked away everyone in front of him, and then punched hard at Ton Qiu, but she remained calm with her eyes closed as she cast her spell. Ton Qiu closed her eyes tightly, then suddenly opened them wide with a sharp glow. A giant hand appeared to block the hammer. Chunagi frowns in discomfort as the giant hand holds up the hammer. Ton Qiu frowns and struggles to resist. Lang Vien Vien Tiu, with blood-red eyes, blocks the attack with its hand, then strikes back hard, forcing Chunagi to grit his teeth and fight back as the ground beneath him cracks and shatters. Lang Vien Vien Tiu roars as a green circle surrounds him, launching out darts. Ton Qiu is stunned. Ton Qiu clenched his teeth and summoned Hadita, while Lang Vien Vien Tiu with bloodshot eyes grabbed Hita's neck and squeezed tightly, unleashing a surge of black blood everywhere. Lang Vien Vien Tiu tore off Haritha's head and looked at Ton Qiu, saying, "Why do you need to summon me when there's no need for these tricks?" Ton Qiu covered his face with his hand, trembling and saying to fight. Ton Qiu, trembling, pointed at Chungi and said to defeat him. The monster, Long Fire Yuan Xiao, is a level 24 legendary talent. Lang Vien Vien Tiu is a legendary innate demon beast that controls fire, extremely rare in number. Encountering it, you don't know whether to feel lucky or unfortunate. This Lang Vien Vien Tiu growled at Chungi, who calmly thought about the legendary summoning level Lang Vien Vien Tiu. Lang Vien Vien Tiu looked at Ton Qiu and said, "If you think you can face death, then go ahead." Ton Qiu nervously waved his hands, saying, "Wait a moment, I'm not that," as rocks and dirt flew everywhere. Ton Qiu, covering his face with his hand, implies this. Lang Vien Vien Tiu shot up and asked in amazement, "Why is it a summoning level artifact?" Lin Hai wields her staff to cast the spell, creating a shield of water surrounded by a sea of blue light. Ling Vien Vien Tiu dodges. Tong Halan snapped her fingers and muttered a spell loudly, saying, "The earth is the foundation and the land is the origin." The 4 directions earth spirits obey her command, and a rock protrudes. She secretly thought that the Trung Thui Thuan is an A+ defensive skill, and it has been upgraded to level 8 by Tu He. In the previous one-on-one match, it had defended against the continuous attacks of the assassin from Thonkin University, but now, even a single strike from Lang Vien Vien Tu couldn't be blocked. Lang Vien Vien Tu used a punch to shatter the rock. Wang Tietang rushed ahead of Song Halan, casting a spell to create a red barrier screen. Lang Vien Vien Tu leapt up, Quan Tai Lai, and slammed down on the shield. Tong Halan turned back and said, "Luckily, Ningyi's enhancement made the skill's effect more than twice as powerful. Otherwise, Lang Vien Vien Tu would have broken through my defenses already. The legendary demon beasts are too powerful. Second brother, what should we do now?" Chunki raised his hand high and performed a sacred light shield spell, with a seal appearing. Lang Vien Vien Tu fiercely slashed at Chungi with its claws. Chungi looked at everyone and said, "Leave the match to me. You guys get off the arena." Tong Halan Lin Hai and Wang Tietan asked together, "What? What are you joking about, second brother? These are not students from the Demon Capital University. They are legendary level magical beasts. You think I don't know how to judge the situation? I have a way to deal with the Crimson Flame King Ape, but once we fight, I won't be able to care about everyone else." Kwang So Nian looked at him with worried eyes. "Brother Chungi, you don't need to worry," Lin Hai said. "Even though my abilities are small, I hope I can contribute a little." Tong Halan widened her eyes and said, "Big Ngika, we are a team." Lang Vien Vien Tu punched hard. Chungi explained that fighting a legendary beast could be deadly if not careful, even if the priest would save everyone. After saving 30% of the losses and entering a 3-month period of weakness, you won't be able to train in actual combat. Have you ever considered these losses? Chungi gently patted Kuang So Nian's head and said, I know you're afraid I can't handle it alone, but it's actually your presence that distracts me. Besides, the gentle look in Chungi's eyes at Kuang So Nian is just a level of a legendary monster. The crowd beneath the arena was stunned as a girl spoke out in a world-shaking reversal. A scene from 7 years ago seemed to replay once more. Summoner Tan Qiu, the replacement contestant from Meadow City University, summoned a legendary-level demon beast and encouraged him to see if Chungi could successfully turn the tide. Which house will ultimately win the team tournament? That red-haired smile is so sinister. A legendary-level beast is incredible. Chungi is doomed. The talent level of a creature's equipment is also divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and legendary levels with similar tiers. Talent quality varies, and so does strength. For example, the same charge skill used by a copper-level beast might only show effects at a human level of E or lower. But in the hands of a legendary beast, its power is at least level A, even reaching level S. And even more terrifying is that legendary beasts possess various negative resistance traits, making them extremely resilient and hard to kill. Gyop Lin Wang in the Deep Abyss dungeon of Tahang University is only at the level of a cursed beast. During the team match at the exchange tournament, a legendary-level monster appeared. It's really hard to believe that Chungi's undefeated legend is about to end. Why did they give up their rights? Tong Halan Ling Hai and Vuong Thiet Tam both appeared with a ring of symbols beneath their feet, and when they relinquished their rights, they couldn't be harmed on the field. Chungi turned to look at Kuang So Nian behind him, and she understood immediately. Kuang So Nian then said, I give up too. Rectangular fragments appeared around Kuang So Nian. Chungi still stood there, holding her up with his hand, and turned to look at her, saying, Come on, Chungi. Lang Vien Vien Tu punches the barrier hard, and Chungi leaps away to dodge, then roars as a red glow surrounds both of his hands. The ground begins to crack and shatter, rocks flying everywhere, smoke billowing, 2 drops of blood falling. Ling Vuong Vien Tu looks pitifully at his severed tail and says, I am injured. Chungi, now in his transformed form, stands atop holding a giant hammer, surrounded by a golden light, and says, Since she has already left the arena, I have nothing to worry about anymore. Next, let me see how powerful your legendary-level demon beast really is. Dambai exclaimed in surprise. Am I still dreaming? Tong Qiu then said Chungi was able to injure a legendary-level demon beast with a single strike. Lang Vien Vien Tu looked at Chungi and said, I can sense the high-level bloodline aura on you. But in my memory, my mother once warned me that a few high bloodline races must never be provoked. I now feel for the first time the high bloodline aura from this human. If he weren't too weak, I would have run away immediately, even if it meant risking being countered by a summoning spell. Luckily, he's just a lucky human who managed to merge with the high bloodline. Lang Vien Vien Tu clenched his fist, a ring of energy surrounding him, saying, I have touched the essence of humans. Next, I will unleash all my strength. It soared up, with green energy appearing in its hand, red eyes glaring, 2 fingers brought together, and a weapon with a spiked end connected by a chain forming in its palm. Ling Vien Vien Tu grasped the circular weapon, and Chungi calmly said, Come here. Chungi raised his hand, a golden chain of holy light shooting out. Lang Vien Vien. Tu raised its hand to cast a spell, throwing the weapon in its hand to collide with the chain. Chungi immediately cast a spell. A powerful green energy appeared. Ling Vien Vien Tu was knocked back. It grasped the weapon in its hand and stabbed the ground, creating a line across the earth, its red eyes looking up. Chungi looked at it in surprise, with no sign of injury. Old Chu hurriedly shouted, Stop the fight. We can't let our family's hope be lost here. Chu Hung quickly turned around and said, I will go find Ngomang now. Old Chu turned back and shouted, risking offending Tahang University, but also had to stop the match to protect Chungi. Director Trine worriedly said, Master Nyo, give up. If Chungi dies because of this, our China will lose a great general. Another person agreed. That's right. Chungi will definitely grow into a leader who commands a region. If dying for the match would delay our progress, it would be a mess. Chu Hung hurriedly ran in and said, Master No, please give up. My Chu family is willing to compensate Tahang University 100 times over. The person next to Ngomang said we absolutely cannot let this trivial matter delay Chungi. Teacher Ngo quickly announced it. Ngomang twitched his ear and asked, Do you think I am what? Ngomang remembered the past principle, but what is Chunungi's true strength? The principal of Tuhang University, with his hands behind his back, said, "Don't worry, as long as it's not a legendary level 26 or higher monster, Chunungi can handle it." Ngomang looked at the screen and thought that beyond level 20, whether human or monster, the gap in strength between levels is huge. Under the same talent conditions, a level 26 monster is equivalent to a level 24 monster, just reaching level 24 and still 2 levels short of level 26. He basically said that Chungi's victory was impossible. Chuhang exclaimed in panic, "Do you not fear Chungi?" Lang Vien Tiu raised his weapon high, his red eyes glaring as he struck down Chungi with a powerful light punishment. A lightning bolt flashed, and Lang Vien Tiu was struck by lightning, howling in pain. "I think this divine power makes my limbs go numb already." Chunungi added another attack. Light punishment. It roared in pain fiercely, using one strike to block, then roared at the human. "Let me see what you're capable of. Come on." Chungi silently thought from above that Kwang Chi Trung Tree is now an A-rank skill at level 14, enhanced with the Divine Angel Light Element S+ talent, and after transforming into the body of the fourth Dewy Angel, its power doubles. The force of Kwang Chi Trung Tree he summoned could easily kill and clear the level 1 boss in the Deep Abyss dungeon, but the damage inflicted on him was only temporary, and he would recover immediately as if untouched. Chung hin lang vien tiu, kong tovegi, ngirang kyanang hoi pukdang, so that it suddenly lunged forward and stood right in front of Chung He. Golden energy streaked past its eyes, chains wrapped around it. It angrily looked up and shouted loudly, a joke that annoyed others. Chunungi silently thought to himself that he had also fought against a legendary level demon and defeated it. But the opponent was severely limited by light attribute suppression and couldn't fully unleash their true potential. I need to do some research so that next time I face a legendary level opponent, I can win. Lang Vien Tiu's attack speed and movement have already become faster, indicating that his resistance to light element magic attacks is increasing, and his adaptability is truly strong. No wonder our dark age has cost so many human lives. Monsters are truly much stronger than humans. With a flurry of attacks, Chungi raised both hands and recited divine blessings, granting protection. Blessings upon the enlightened and courage. Zhang Yingyi secretly thought that strengthening the opening skill should be done before the angel's body transforms, and only after using the angel's body and then activating the new enhancement skill would be the true peak state. Lang Vien Tiu jumps high, the wet ground and flying stones everywhere. Laiham exclaims in shock, Chungi is actually even stronger than the person beside him. Luckily, he didn't directly attack Xiao Qiao, because if the summoning lion died, the summoned creature would also disappear. So Tuong Wang spoke up. Can he forget about this? The lion roared, and Tuong Wang immediately shouted not to be careless, to protect Xiaoqiu Liham well. All three of them are so carefree. At this moment, Chungi appears with his body covered in golden energy, wielding divine lightning in his hands. And Ngokang also seemed to unleash his power, with flames erupting around him as his armor transformed. Then he merged his two weapons into a single enormous Rui scepter. At the same time, a hand dozens of times larger than him appeared, crushing down on him. Everything shattered under the power of the two of them. Then the hand hitting the ground with great force immediately left a deep scar and erupted in an explosion. Everything around was shattered, and everyone fled in fear and chaos to escape. At this moment, the third-tier mage of the Haviem Alliance stepped forward, opening her book to cast a spell. Then, the droplets of water gathered in a circle as she shouted, "Water shield!" And a few seconds later, the water formed a ring with raging currents, finally becoming a shield to protect against the blazing force. Seeing that, the black-haired person let out a relieved sigh. Phew. "We are saved," the pink-haired girl cheered and clapped happily. This time, the third-tier mage of the Haviem Alliance can rest assured. And the guy in the t-shirt next to him also spoke up, "You scared me to death. Just now I was wondering if dying in the gym would help us come back to life." At this moment, with the serious expression of the third transition mage of the Haviem Alliance, she pondered while using her hand to flip through the pages of a spellbook, guessing that a fierce battle would happen today. And before the opening match, the Haviem Alliance had already upgraded their protective barrier to level 7. The level 7 shield is enough to block the full-force attack of a top-tier second transformation mage. But then she paused, holding her spellbook and still lost in her thoughts. A full-scale assault skill by Chungui shatters everything. This is something that has never happened in 100 years. It seems our middle and lower countries have gained another top genius. The honor of the middle and lower countries, the honor of humanity. At this moment, a foot stopped, and the four of them stood silently with shocked expressions as they saw the fierce lightning. Soon after, Lam Vien Viem Tu appeared, his face fierce and full of killing intent. It grits its teeth and breathes out smoke and fire, contemplating. Damn it, relying only on the power of light and ice elements. Swimming in their own blood, constantly destroying their healing power. Damn humans, damn holy light. Then it angrily slammed both hands down on the ground, causing the earth to crack, and exclaimed, "Could the great evil sun really be killed here?" Immediately, Chungi punched it square in the face. His body was smaller than Lin Yuan Yao, but his punch was so powerful that it made it fall backward. Then it screams out loud. In the next instant, he kicks toward it and says, "Die." Chuangi delivered a powerful kick that knocked it off balance and sent it tumbling backward. Suddenly, a blinding golden light descended, shards of stone and dirt flying everywhere, and then a fierce roar of a bird and a lion appeared, followed by a voice that made Tuang Puang and Tonkyu break out in sweat and panic. Are we surrendering or continuing? Then Tonkyu closed her eyes, withdrew her magic, and slowly replied, "We." Her voice echoed throughout the stands, surrendering. At this moment, Dean Tu sighed in relief, and Old Master Chu was smiling contentedly. Moments later, the observation camera announced the winner of this team match as Dahang University. Let's congratulate Dahang University on winning the championship. Let's cheer for Chongi. Without his turning the tide, we wouldn't have seen such an extraordinary battle. Everyone was cheering and shouting with joy, "Chung-hee, ng-hee, God." He continued, M University and Xiaodong, all 45 matches have concluded. Now I declare the final rankings of this team competition. September's #1 lost all matches. Tohang University is second, Mado University is third. Winning 1, losing 2, Beijing University. All the spectators cheer excitedly. Tohang University, Chuangi, Ungi Shen. Suddenly, a brown-haired person commented, "It's hard to imagine that Chuangi is only 18 years old and already so powerful in combat. In the future, he will surely be a top name in Zhongxia Kingdom's elite profession." Then he reverted to his original form, exhausted and sweaty from the recent match, when suddenly a white-haired voice exclaimed, "Chungi is Kuang Son Haiyan." She runs over to ask how he's doing. "How do you feel now using the angel body?" Immediately, the person with orange hair quickly pulled the cameraman back to this scene. "Hurry up, focus the camera on the couple. My viewership depends on them." The online screen shows 50,000 viewers watching the live stream. At this moment, he gently pats her head and softly says, "Sorry for making you worry." Although he's still a bit weak, his leveling up has excited the viewers to comment. They truly are a couple. I definitely can't be mistaken. Please stop sharing couple content. I'm already heartbroken enough. Ngi then belongs to everyone. Others just admire. The fairy is so beautiful. Suddenly, a hand covers the screen and a soft cough is heard. Then a series of comments appeared one after another. Who is still blocking the screen? Just happened to see the highlight. Can the streamer do it or not? Streamer, deal with this person. I'll give you a big missile. That's Ngo Mang. His hand squeezed the curtain so hard that the camera shattered, but his smile remained bright. He said that, after the match, private live streams would not be allowed. Don't you understand this rule or what? Let me teach you. Immediately, their faces turned pale and bloodless. Then he turned to Chungi and said, "Go back to the villa first. I will explain the last survival match to everyone." The survival match. A moment later, a voice echoed from the villa. The survival game is the final event of the team competition, where all contestants from 10 universities and colleges will enter a free-for-all dungeon to search. Ngo Meng, standing with his hands behind his back, said seriously to everyone, "The survival matches dungeon is an open and genuine type, unlike the simulated dungeon of the second half of the 4th individual round. So in the survival match, you'll encounter many unexpected situations. Even someone with great strength can have bad luck and be eliminated right at the start." He simulated someone gaining 100 points after defeating many monsters. The rules of the match are simple. Defeating monsters of different levels will earn you points, with the flag bearer losing 500 points for surrendering, while the opponent gains 500 points. He continued, "Players from other schools will earn half of their opponent's points. Over the course of 3 days, the school with the most points will win." Next, he talked about the map in the Secret Realm. The scope of the Secret Realm dungeon is extremely vast. Each day, contestants can only search in a specific area. As the match progresses, the search area will gradually shrink. Everyone must enter the designated search area within the time limit, or they will be automatically eliminated. Also, remember that the entry point to the dungeon instance is random. Once you encounter the void zone at the border, you must leave immediately. At this moment, Ngomang's eyes flickered with sadness before speaking. The void area stretched with countless tiers of space that could kill a triple legacy professional in an instant. And then everyone spoke in unison. Understood. A while later, on a night, a pair of feet slowly approached. The person walking in is Dean 2. He arrives at a base, then the automatic door opens and the atmosphere inside turns heavy, a silence so deep you can hear others breathing. At this moment, a voice said, "Director To, you finally arrived." As he approached the table, he asked, "Besides all the instructors leading the Tahang University team, what are your plans?" Director Trin calmly replied, "To Director, if there are no unforeseen incidents, the top spot in the survival game will go to Tahang University. Do you accept that or not? Let's switch to another scene. Right now, a girl with blue hair is casting magic, with a camera broadcasting live above and the MC's voice announcing, the final event of the nationwide university and college freshman exchange tournament, the survival game is about to begin, so this match will last a total of 7 days and 7 nights. Therefore, the spectator area is not arranged on site, but switched to an uninterrupted live stream on the app. Please introduce the secret dungeon of this survival match." Then, a sturdy-looking stone object covered in smoke gradually appears, and an encouraging voice rises. It is not an ordinary dungeon. According to reliable sources, this is a relic battlefield of the Beast Tribe called the Instant Gate, which gradually appears. The MC continued, "Van Thu Huang Ku." Seeing the gate, all players were filled with excitement and joy, and a voice rang out. This Beast Clan battle took place in a month and year that don't need to be checked, but we can be sure it was full of the unknown and danger. In the wild, fierce monsters of high level lurk, with sharp claws and fangs always ready to challenge anyone daring to enter. He continued, "Every inch of land and every piece of magma could hide forgotten divine artifacts or bury treasures of heaven and earth. Only those who are wise and brave enough can uncover its secrets." "Ah," someone happily asked, "divine weapons, treasures of heaven and earth, if I get them, does that mean I will succeed?" The black-haired man quickly frowned and thought to himself, which school is so naive? This dungeon can be freely explored, so it must have already been completely searched by the military. How could any treasures still remain? Contestants, take your weapons, trust in yourselves, face the challenge bravely, we will wait for your legend. That is Chu Ninghi and Wei Hia, standing with their backs to each other. Chu Ninghi is now deep in thought. Even if their bodies are in contact, they cannot teleport together. It seems it will take some time to find them. Lost in thought, he immediately turned around at the sound of Wei Huolian walking away. Humph! He immediately used his power to accelerate, and in an instant, Tian Lixing was gone from sight. He casually said, "You idiot, you have no points right now, so how could I possibly attack you?" Then he created a hammer with a fierce look on his face and said, "Rabbit, of course you have to fatten it up before killing it." At this moment, elsewhere in the forest, a green light is emanating from Halan as she quietly closes her eyes and concentrates. Suddenly, a red figure was moving through the trees. She remained in the same stance, then guessed the position of the other person. The north direction is 1,000 meters away. The south cannot be identified as any specific location. At this moment, Halan opens one eye, draws her bow, aims at the target, and ponders if it is Chuengi. Then the arrow shot forward swiftly. The other person, seeing the arrow heading toward them, immediately guessed it was a spirit arrow. The very next second, Wei He quickly dodged. Then he said, "Halan is on our side." His sharp gaze looked straight ahead, and the arrow immediately stopped. At this moment, Halan said, "Lucky you spoke up in time." "That's right. Why did you run so quickly?" Hearing her say that, he gently tapped his face and hesitantly replied, "Ah, did you meet someone from Tohang University?" Then he thought to himself that he couldn't just say to relax and directly use the shielding skill. So they moved together. She said as she walked, "No, the plant empathy skill can only help me search within 10 miles around, especially where there is dense vegetation. You are the only one who entered my line of sight for the search." He understood and replied, "Oh, based on that promise, we will set out together. It seems like a good idea," she responded. Elsewhere, the black-haired man was watching the match on his tablet, looking puzzled and speaking strangely. A university in the city, a university in Jingjing. Why would they choose to team up? Hearing that, he, wearing glasses, lay on the bed, reading a book and replying slowly. The levels of other players are not much different. Everyone avoids each other so they don't attack. Moreover, with the dangerous dungeon instance just beginning, choosing to cooperate is the smartest move. And the survival game will become more exciting as it progresses. This is only the first day. By Saturday, the machines the players carry will reveal the locations of others. Killing fellow players is what truly excites them. Hearing that, he nodded. So that's how it is. At this moment in the battle, a swarm of monsters from different species rushes forward aggressively. Chunungi uses his power to drop 2 fingers and speaks aloud. In just a moment, he defeated them all, then he kept earning points, gaining 100 more. A moment later, elsewhere, the green monsters rush in fiercely shouting, "The wild kid dares to enter my territory. Kill him! Kill him!" Immediately after, Chungi's right arm glows with blue energy as he speaks in a commanding voice. In just a moment, the monsters froze in place and couldn't move. Then he snapped his fingers and walked away, and the ice shattered instantly. Keep going, he destroys the giant spiders, gaining 500 points, then an additional 50 points repeatedly. At this moment, Chungi swings his hammer back and easily takes down a spider. The system announces a bonus of 1,200 points, and after a while, he has defeated all the monsters. Chungi smiled contentedly and touched the blue ring, thinking to himself that he had dealt with a difficult opponent and now wanted to see how many points he had accumulated. He examined the information carefully, knowing that as a lone mechanist he could march out, use reconnaissance robots to avoid high-level beasts, hunt low-level monsters, and split his forces to attack on multiple fronts. No wonder Director Nyo said that the survival match is a stage for mechanists and summoners to shine. The system shows the top-ranked Chungi with 15,792 points, and second Wang Hien with 5,547 points. Third place, Lai Mong Trash with 2,547 points. Then Chungi pointed at the information, thinking to himself that the rankings of Xiao Nian, Ha Lan, Thiet Tam, and Lin He were all within his expectations. The displayed information. Ninth place, Kuang Son Hien with 2,049 points. Rank 10. Wang Kexin 2,017 points. Rank 11. Hala 2,002 points. Tranan suddenly froze in confusion, Chungi's eyes narrowing in disbelief. Although Dam Wei and Zhang Tiaxi are not as high in rank or combat ability as Thiet Tam, they are considered average among the students participating in the match. Why are their accumulated points rankings so low? The scoreboard shows 72nd place for Dam Wei with 540 points and 81st place for Zhang Jie with 470 points. At this moment, his hand suddenly froze, and Chungi's expression was full of surprise and confusion. Has Dam Wei been eliminated? The leaderboard has been updated. Rank 72, Dam Wei has 540 points, eliminated rank 81, Zhang Jie with 470 points. Then he pondered that there are only 3 possibilities for being eliminated: the secret realm, monsters, or other contestants. It's not yet time for the round to end, so it's unlikely that he was eliminated by the secret realm for not reaching the special area. Chungi then recalls her resolute appearance fighting a giant, ferocious snake and ponders. Although Dam Wei is a substitute player, it doesn't mean his strength is weak. Among all the contestants in the match, Dam Wei can definitely be considered above average. He works carefully and won't take unnecessary risks. If he encounters a stronger opponent than the monsters, he definitely has the ability to escape, but suddenly he has a bad feeling. Could it be that the other contestants are colluding? Then Chungi thought of those collaborating with malicious smiles, realizing that in the secret realm, threats come not only from monsters and individual players, but also from weaker teams that cooperate, using the opportunity to act against others and seek chances to eliminate team members, with the teleportation spots in the secret realm being random. At the start, each team member is isolated, making cooperation impossible. Therefore, this kind of situation probably occurs later on. The host then announced, "Please note, the boundary of the secret realm will soon shrink. Please arrive at the safe zone within 3 hours, or it will be considered a failed challenge." Hearing this, he was surprised by the news. After a while, somewhere else in the secret realm, something was moving through the mountain crevice at lightning speed. The person exclaimed, "Luck really is not on my side. That is Chungi." He hurriedly ran to a certain place, thinking as he ran this was the first time he had narrowed the distance to such an extraordinary extent. He had to run with all his might to reach the safe zone within the time limit. Dam Wei's matter must be set aside for now. Then a blue light appeared on the mountain peak and he changed direction. Chungi used his running skill to reach the top of the mountain and catch Lin He's breath. At this moment, Duong Lin He is using magic to attack the girl with orange hair and water arrow. Suddenly, Ngo Kang appears with his weapon in hand and unexpectedly ambushes her. Duong Lin Hai hurriedly turned back. He launched a powerful strike and said, "Annoying like a woman in heat." She quickly made a shield to block the attack. The very next second, she counterattacked with a stone spear, and then a giant spiked sphere appeared above his head. The sphere crashes down and crushes Ngo Kang, who stares wide-eyed with his mouth agape. Duong Lin Hai frowns in annoyance and says, "Damn it, this is really troublesome. Didn't your teacher ever tell you not to underestimate any opponent? And also, do you think my memory isn't good enough?" At this moment, Lak Thong suddenly jumps to attack her, while Duong Lin Hai takes an offensive stance and says, "Are you going to forget that there are 2 of you?" Then she forcefully slammed her staff into the ground. Just as she was about to strike, suddenly large and small stones flew toward Sachlin Fok. Then Lak Thong was covered in a ball of rocks, and Ngo Kong was crushed. Both of them were immobilized and unable to fight back. At this moment, Donglin Hai took a deep breath and said, "Are you surrendering voluntarily, or should I cause serious injuries and eliminate you?" Suddenly, a hand clapped loudly. Duong Lin Hai suddenly saw Li Jian hiding in the corner and was amazed, thinking, "So there's still another person hiding?" He also looked at her and sighed. "I can't believe there are such talented elemental mages at Tuhang University. It seems Miss Duong has always been hiding her talents from her teammates. What a pity." Just as he finished speaking, the pack of hounds beside him immediately lunged at her, and she responded loudly and sharply. She used water arrow technique to take down the pack of hounds. At that moment, suddenly, a hunting dog appeared behind Dong Linny, and so it bit straight into her hand. Li Jian saw this and happily shouted, "Good opportunity, bite off her arm." He thought to himself that without a magic staff, the speed and power of casting spells would be greatly reduced. She was already at a disadvantage and could not be his opponent. Without a hint of fear, Duong Lin Hai smiled mischievously and said, "You also have to seize the opportunity." As soon as she finished speaking, a magic circle suddenly appeared beside her. This caused Lai Qi and Huang Han to shout loudly, "How can she do it without a magic staff?" Then a huge explosion occurred, and the shockwave from the blast knocked Lai Qian away. Even his 2 hunting dogs were destroyed. After the explosion, the system displayed a message saying that the contestant Lai Qian from Thuong University was seriously injured and unconscious, unable to continue the match. This announcement states that the contestant Lai Jian has been disqualified. Contestant Dong Lingxi earns 1050 accumulation points. At the same time, Dong Lingxi was struggling on the ground, coughing up blood. "It's over. My magic power has been depleted." Seeing her being attacked, one of the bullies took the opportunity to try to deal with her. Ngo Kong shot a sharp knife towards her decisively when suddenly a foot appeared out of nowhere. This scene surprises him, thinking to himself, "What?" And the one who blocks his dagger is none other than Chungi. He raised his leg and angrily shouted, "Die!" with a single kick, causing a huge explosion. At this moment, Dong Lingxi tried to speak, calling out Chu, then used her last strength to utter 2 words before fainting. "Hun-hi-ka." Then the match review system announced that Ngo Kong from Nachkai University was seriously injured and unconscious, unable to continue participating in the match. Ngo Kong was disqualified. While tending to Duong Linhe's injuries, Chungi suddenly glanced at someone. It turns out that seeing the name Lak Thong, who planned to ambush, his murderous gaze startled him. And then the system announced that Lak Thong from Trio Duong University forfeited, while Duong Lin He gained 1860 points. After those 3 notifications, Chungi believed that these 3 guys clearly weren't from the same school participating in the Lin Hai elimination match. This wasn't just a coincidence of cooperation, it was something more deliberate. Soon after, he helped Dong Lin Hai to another place to rest. Suddenly, his AI bracelet sent a notification that she was ranked 69th in the chapter, with 680 points, and was eliminated. Even Duong Lin Hai received a notification that her rank 69 armor chapter with 680 points was disqualified, which made her furious, and she exclaimed, "Zhangzhe must have also been surrounded and attacked by these shameless and unscrupulous people." Then she turned to ask Chungi about it. "Second brother, this whole thing has been very strange from the start. The entry point into the secret realm was clearly completely random. How did they manage to gather so quickly on the first day, pinpoint our location precisely, and launch a surrounding attack? I think they must have used some special method to check others' positions." This made her shout in anger. "This is cheating. How dare they do such a thing in a national competition?" However, he added that if this is a special skill possessed by any member, then it's hard to determine whether it's cheating according to the rules. But if they use unseen tricks, his eyes full of murderous intent declared, "I will make them utterly ruined." Suddenly, Dong Lingxi said sadly, "I think they are all scattered everywhere and very likely have been ambushed. I'm scared." Chungi listened and gently comforted her. "It seems they have already conspired together. They must have weakened my strength 6 days ago, which is you guys. And then, on the final day, when they targeted me, the ambush and attack they faced was an unavoidable truth." Moreover, he confidently asserted that in the face of absolute power, any schemes or tricks would be useless. "Today, everything they do, I will make them pay back double in 6 days." His arrogance made her blush, her face full of embarrassment, and she secretly called out in her heart, "Second brother." After stabilizing her, he quickly left with his sword, but also reminded her not to be angry since her wound still hadn't fully healed. Drink some demon potion and stay here to rest for tonight. I will go deal with the monsters around. A few days later, the reconnaissance aircraft of the tournament announced November 20th, 2064, the final day of the survival competition and the nationwide college and university exchange tournament. Today, 74 contestants will carry out the final slaughter to determine the last rankings of the survival game. The position of each contestant will be displayed on their AI bracelet. Let's wait together to witness the rise of the strong as the audience begins to buzz about the final day of the competition. The final day of the survival tournament is truly something to look forward to. Tohang University has fought for 6 days, and only Chungi, Duanglin Hai, and Kuang-so Nien remain, aren't they? There are a total of 71 leaders, and the numerical advantage is obvious. I wonder if Chungi can withstand the combined assault of the 9 factions. At this moment, the reconnaissance plane reports the location inside the mysterious desert, where a group is waiting for someone. Someone has reported that Chungi and Duanglin Hai are still heading toward our location. Weihe looked at the map and quickly gave the order. Huvuchua Huangzo, Nihian Nam o Huang Tai back. Her strength isn't bad, but she's not at the level of a demon like Chungi. Moreover, more than 10 people are still near her location. Halan, bring 5 people to join those over there. We must eliminate Kuang-so Nie. There are 47 of us fighting against Chungi. Halan responded without hesitation. After giving the orders, Wei He loudly encouraged the other contestants to estimate based on Chungi's speed of advance. It's probably about an hour before he arrives here. This battle is related to our final ranking in this friendly match. Everyone must regain 100% spirit and be fully prepared. In another place, a swift and sharp strike cut through the air. Kuang-so Nien easily knocked away the other competitors. No matter who charges at her, she will give them a good beating. Halan was also there at that moment and spoke up. Maida Xiaonian, it's been a long time since we had a serious fight. She drew her bow towards Kuang-so Nien and said, "This time I'll admit I took advantage of my strength to bully the weak. After the match, we'll settle it fairly." Her words made her sneer and reply, "Why wait until later when we can do it now?" Her power began to surge, and she arrogantly declared, "In the past, Chungi was always trying hard to make you think I was easy to bully. Today, I will make you all open your eyes." Halan was amazed to see her transformation, realizing it was another complete body change by Demon Mysterious. She couldn't believe it herself. She never expected Xiaonian to master the bloodline of demonic enchantment so skillfully. Even with 24 people, this battle would require all their strength. So she quickly shot support arrows to help the other competitors attack Kuang-so Nie and shouted orders to advance. In the desert, 2 monsters were fighting fiercely, but suddenly a huge source of power appeared from nowhere, causing both of them to flee. Wei He and Wang Xian patiently waited, when suddenly a tremor appeared, dust flying everywhere, making Wei He realize who was coming and call out to Chungi. Just as he finished saying the words, an enormous figure appeared from nowhere. On top of this giant, there are 2 people, Chungi and Duanglin Hai. As soon as Nui Hop saw him, he smugly said, "Chunhai, maybe you feel very honored." He said that to deal with you, they had gathered the top 47 university and college players here. His words made him sneer and ask sarcastically, "There are 47 players, and he openly insults them, calling them just a bunch of rabble." His insult has touched their pride, and they angrily shout back, "Arrogant! Way too arrogant." But Chungi was not afraid at all. Instead, he arrogantly asked them, "What's wrong? Am I not telling the truth? Are there any of you who are not my defeated subordinates?" Then he pointed at them and challenged, using his numerical advantage to eliminate more than half of my Tohang University players, and now you are teaming up to deal with me. If you don't have the advantage of numbers, I doubt you even have the courage to stand in front of me. Come on, you're weak, and even if you join forces, it's useless. His condescending words made them furious, but he remained calm and declared, "I will show you that even many ants cannot bite a dragon." Without hesitation, the battle begins with Wang Xian taking the lead. HX Tai Kuyet pretends, followed by 2 of his friends, arrogantly obeying my summoning, the blazing sword technique. Following him, others also climbed up. Chunyi just jumped down from the giant's shoulder and loudly told Duanglin He to wait for him there. At the same time, the system panel displayed a series of courage blessing notifications, and a moment later, he landed heavily on the ground. Without hesitation, he charged forward with his weapon in hand as the skill system panel appeared. Jupuluo lunged forward. With a single move, he easily took down countless other players, each strike causing a group of players to fall. His skill made one player marvel. His speed is really fast. However, one player thinks he's just a rookie. How could a rookie possibly fight back against 47 people? At this moment, monsters summoned appear before Chunyi, and he charges at them without hesitation. A monster reaches out its hand to him. Their fists collide, and then his power shatters the monster. The defending angelic guardian, shield of light and protective magic energy still did not cease their attacks. The defensive layers are opening. Chungi's power has shattered one barrier, but not all of them. You think you can hold out now? Then he pointed at them and said proudly, "This is just the beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand descended from the sky. This hand appearing suddenly made Wang Haiyan turn pale with fear. The other contestants were no exception. They froze in terror but quickly reacted and shouted to each other, "Hurry and run! Get away! You'll die!" Unlike everyone else running away, Wang Qian stood his ground, ready to face the challenge. Wei He shouted, "Wang Qian, what are you trying to do?" Even if the system keeps sending red alerts indicating extreme danger, Wang Hian resolutely said, "I want to try even if the success rate is almost zero. You said this is the strategy I came up with during the rematch, with the iron plates assembled together based on your analysis. In that battle, I fought against you. I have watched hundreds of times the strength and the range of the Divine's power. You just tried to assemble the iron plates into armor, noting that while the Divine hand appears very solid, in reality it disperses. If all the machinery could be gathered to form a distributed force-resistant barrier, it might withstand a lethal strike. Just as Wang Hian finishes assembling the iron shield, Chungi's divine hand is about to reach it. Without fear, Wang Hian shouts, "Come on!" The divine hand collided with the protective shield and easily crushed it, shattering the ground beneath and filling the sky with dust and smoke. Chungi, standing like a god above, loudly demands, "Your lives are in my hands, surrender or die." Nui Hop still refuses to give up. He shouted his name loudly and launched an attack. Chungi. His attack rushes toward him accompanied by a deafening roar. After delivering that strike, Wei He gasps heavily, exhausted, and silently thinks that as long as Chungi can withstand this blow, he doesn't need to worry about what's behind. Immediately afterward, the other contestants also charged forward one after another, using their signature moves and drawing their weapons, watching them gang up on Chungi. Nui Hop quietly felt confident that our side was ready. Even if we couldn't defeat Chungi in one strike, we could still seriously injure him. Seeing them all attacking together, Chungi sighed and said, "I finally give up." One hand blocking the attack while loudly saying, "That's too merciful for you guys." Without hesitation, he attacked each member of the Guangzhou Changzhou team. After being defeated, Wang Xian felt regretful, thinking he had become stronger than before, originally expecting a fierce battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided crushing. If I had known earlier, there was no need to unite with 9 universities and colleges. Look at the system chart and decide if you want to surrender. Then sadly think that this time you will become a joke across the whole country. Ngomang laughed loudly with pride, looking at the battle projection screen and marveling. The 9 schools alliance, Director Trin must have exerted great effort to counter Tuhang University. Director Trin pretended not to understand and asked, "Director No, what you just said, I didn't quite catch that." Ngomang, annoyed by this attitude, said there's no one else here, so stop pretending, then listed the names of those involved in this joint attack. Wei He of Mo, Hala of Sacred Scripture, Lijian of Thanthuang, Ngokang of Aki, and La Thang of Triu Duong. If it weren't for fools, everyone could see what you are up to. Moreover, he asked a question that was more of a statement than a challenge. A normal university wouldn't have the guts. Mado University stays in second place and doesn't need to get involved in this mess unless it's Tsinghua University. Organizing this, but who else has the strength to make 9 colleges and universities unite? At this moment, Dean Tin's mind was worried, thinking that Tsinghua University's dominance in this competition was so badly beaten that the only way to save face was to resort to this desperate measure. Back then, when they gathered to figure out how to deal with Chungi, he loudly questioned them. "Dean To, if Tuhang University wins first place in any of the 3 major categories of the competition, where will the reputation of Chaodong University stand?" Dean Truong also didn't mind and replied, "Dean Truong, don't use these words as an excuse. My Mado University used to be a 3rd-tier school in previous years, and just achieving second place this year already makes us satisfied. We have no time to compete for first place." Hearing that, Dean Trin immediately offered favorable terms to attract cooperation. "As long as you agree to join, my Beijing University is willing to contribute some S-level resources to the schools, and the authority will naturally reflect our sincere cooperation this time." Taking this opportunity, Director To immediately demanded 2 points, less is out of the question. At this point, Director Trin was forced to agree and finally agreed. Next, he explained the plan to the attending deans so that your people wouldn't recruit players from other schools. If there's a chance to cooperate, try to cooperate. Ideally, try to exclude all Tuhang University players except Chungi at least 6 days in advance. If you encounter Chungi, run away immediately and wait for everyone to gather before dealing with him together. Back in reality, Ngomang asked the dejected directors if they would participate in this plan. Why are all of you usually well-known figures now so silent? Then he turned to call Director Feng Huo. Hearing him call, he quickly responded, Huh? The elder sternly questioned whether Director Feng Hak, a man of high virtue and moral integrity who always acts righteously, was not afraid of ruining his reputation by participating in this disgraceful matter. Director Nyo, why do you say that? Cooperation in this competition is a reasonable strategy. We haven't broken any rules. Does he really think a few tricks can stop Chungi from winning the championship? It's truly ridiculous. You confidently claim that Chungi's strength is obvious to anyone, but even the blind can see he's not someone that your tricks can handle. A true powerhouse never fears a challenge. No matter who targets them, Tahang University can still claim the top spot. On the other side, a contestant pressed the teleport button, but the system issued a red alert saying teleportation was unavailable, please wait patiently, causing Wang Xian to shout in panic. What? At the same time outside, the contestants defeated by Chungi were all groaning. It hurts so much. I give up, let me go back, I need Mistress Lu, why can't I teleport? It seems that Wang Xian has sensed that something is wrong. At that moment, a strange space appeared in the void, and a giant eye emerged behind Chungi. At the same time, the deans watching through the screens saw this, and Wu Ma wondered in confusion, why is it appearing inside the secret realm? The dean quickly ordered to forcibly teleport all the students back, but something strange suddenly happened at the teleportation gate. The teleportation gate officer anxiously reported that the space-time was unstable, and he couldn't open the teleportation magic, causing the directors to panic. The students trapped in the secret realm are the most outstanding warriors of my Ha nation's future. If they perish here, it would be a huge blow to the country. This is a nationwide live broadcast. If other countries see this, my country's reputation will surely be damaged. Yes, no matter what it takes, we must rescue all the students. Even Ngomang is just as worried, wondering if Chungi can return safely. Suddenly, the screen flickered and lost signal, causing the directors to be startled and alarmed. What's going on? They're arguing loudly in the midst of the chaos, right at a critical moment. What is this? Did you see that strange monster appear behind Chungi just now? I didn't see it. Hearing your warning, he immediately reacted and turned to look at the void monster, which then swiftly passed right by him. So he quickly summoned his weapon and struck it hard, but it suddenly disappeared, leaving him confused. He thought to himself that it was nowhere to be seen anymore. At this moment on the ground, Wang Xian's robot had already landed. You are safe on the ground, and immediately Chungi asked, What do you know? The moment he landed in front of you, you immediately named that monster as the Void Beast. Furthermore, you revealed that it has been sealed inside the secret realm for decades without appearing. A creature from the stories of the previous generation's professionals, born from the infinite void, transcending normal consciousness, freely crossing time through temporal cracks, changing form between reality and illusion, extremely difficult to capture. Its most terrifying ability is to tear space apart, creating chaos in time and space. Once caught in it, there is no way out. Just as he was asking how you managed to break the seal of the secret realm, suddenly a deafening scream echoed out, and the Void Beast appeared, causing the contestants to panic and scream. What the hell is that? Run now. So Chungi prepared to punch it with all his might. His punch was incredibly powerful and aimed directly at it. The Void Beast, sensing the pressure of this attack, opened its eyes, suddenly appeared in front of Chungi, and delivered 2 strikes to his legs. This cut left him in pain, grinding his teeth, when suddenly another space door opened, pulling Chungi inside. He remained calm and prepared to counterattack, striking directly into the space-time gate. Just as he was struggling to fight against this gate, the Void Beast suddenly prepared to attack him from the space portal. Without hesitation, he launched his move and shouted out the Holy Authority. The attack, with terrifying power, tore through the air like a furious lightning bolt rushing horizontally, and each bright pink arrow was quickly controlled by the Void Beast in just half a moment. Son Hien quickly embraced Chungi to escape the aftershock of the fierce attack, and under the tremendous pressure, they collided with the cold ground and were thrown quite a distance away. Halan, holding her bow tightly, loudly called for everyone to unite and attack the demon puppet. Amidst the thick white fog, Son Hien gently propped herself up on Chungi. The young man's face below shows clear exhaustion from the dire situation he just endured, and with great difficulty he manages to ask about the other's condition. Xiaonian, why did you come here? She replied casually, luckily arriving just in time. Then I calmly explained everything. I realized that the others couldn't leave the secret realm, so I guessed that an unexpected incident must have occurred, which is why I came here. But just then, Chungi suddenly detected a dangerous anomaly. The target of the Void Beast seemed to have shifted to a new target. but luckily a streak of golden power stopped it in time. As a result, a devastating explosion erupted, causing the earth and rocks to crack apart, and the unfortunate Ha Lan standing nearby was directly caught in it. So Nyan immediately shouted in panic, calling out teammate Ha Lan's name, and Zhongneng took the opportunity to assign a task to the other. Xiao Nyan, I've been poisoned. I need time to detoxify. You must try to protect the other students. The Void Beast, growing more arrogant and reckless, now faces only Jayat alone as it sharply claws downward. So, Nyan successfully arrived just in time to create a defensive barrier. Step back. The young man could only stammer a few incomprehensible words. Me. And then another giant hand of the monster suddenly swept across, clearly with no intention of letting go of its prey. In the midst of the chaos, a familiar voice suddenly appeared, preparing to unleash its power. Dodge, skill, enchanting sound. Kiet immediately threw his body back forcefully, escaping the deadly blow. At the decisive moment, the Void Beast angrily roared and unleashed chaos, unaware of its limits. Truong Sam could only dodge repeatedly as the enemy overwhelmed him in both size and strength. Where did this thing come from? He struggled to hold on, knowing that the situation was worsening as a terrifying pressure swept through the space, accompanied by a savage and contemptuous laugh. Ha ha ha, you're no match for me. A bunch of ants dreaming of challenging the god of time and space. This Void Beast's ability is too strange. As soon as you get close, it opens a tear in time and space to prevent others from approaching. If you attack from afar and are detected, it will run away. The entire battlefield has now turned into a chaotic scene. A crowd of players has gathered, but none can do anything against that ferocious monster. Among the group in danger, Olivia suddenly found herself wrapped in a pink rope that was unexpectedly thrown at her. The one who came to her rescue was none other than So Nian. After entrusting her to Lin Hai, she immediately rushed back in the opposite direction. Lin Hai took care of the injured student, and of course, she quickly agreed. Olivia suddenly lost control and shouted loudly, it's over. Lin Hai tried to stabilize the frozen arm of the other person and calmly said, "Let me bandage your wound again." Her face suddenly darkened with fear. "It's over, there's no way to save it anymore, we're all going to die here. This shouldn't happen. This doesn't seem like what the teacher said." Lin Hai angrily clenched Olivia's intact arm. He knew everything. While she is now completely panicked to the point that her speech becomes increasingly frantic. It's not the same. It can't be the same. How could it not be? That shouldn't be the case. What she presented afterward was what truly made her freeze in place. It seemed as if the whole world suddenly turned dark and gloomy. The battle between the Void Beast and the contestants continued fiercely on the distant battlefield. Countless flashes of light from diverse attacks illuminated the battlefield. The more Lin Hai listened, the more her expression revealed extreme tension, her eyes wide with horror as a swift, ruthless strike from afar cut the innocent victim's body in half without hesitation. She dared not delay any longer and immediately turned her back, hoping to turn the tide of the perilous situation. The battle reached its climax as So Nian was now fully trapped in the creature's mouth, tightly clenched by its sharp teeth. The moment Chungi, Halan, and Lin Hai realized the truth, it was already too late. Before he could regain his composure, it launched a fierce assault to prevent the enemy's attack. Chungi rushes recklessly toward the black hole, trying to pull everything from afar. Xiaonian Lin He quickly calls out the other's name from behind. Lin He. She is trying to explain the situation. The tracking device from Than Thuong Academy on us has been set with a special locator that cannot be traced. Under the special method used by the insect clone, it can locate people within thousands of miles, followed by a deduction based on the clues mentioned above. That's why the top students from 9 universities and colleges could quickly regroup, and your sudden turn caught Wang Hian off guard. He immediately explained that he didn't know about this and thought it was just a coincidence. Lin Hai still maintains her knowledge base, except for the guiding locator, which is a false beast of the Void Beast. That's why she encountered it in the secret realm. He misunderstood that we are thieves and always attack. I'm afraid the damage is greater than the gain. Shunangi, while quietly calculating, looked intently at his glowing hand and said, "Lin Hai, help me with one thing. Find all the eggs and larvae of everyone, including the main larvae." Hearing that, she gradually began to imagine what the other party was about to propose. "I haven't protected Xiaonian well enough. As long as I can find her, even if I have to level the secret realm and scour the void, I will do it." Those golden eyes clearly don't know what lying is. Instead, they are filled with a burning determination to make me the bait. At that moment, a voice from someone else suddenly interrupted their conversation. "Chuingi, I have a way to tame the void beast. Tonkyu struggled to speak as he tried to get up. Chunyi, the Ton family has a very special sealing technique that can even suppress beings far beyond their own level. However, great power always comes with unpredictable risks. The moment the sealing technique is activated, it will instantly drain all the magic energy from the caster. If you cannot endure the shock of the draining magic power or survive the moment of life and death, there is only one way to die. At that moment, Tonkyu's eyes showed a clear sense of sadness as he expressed his helplessness. But I can't do it anymore, Lin Hai shouted angrily again, so why are you even talking about this? But at this point of desperation, Chunyi can only cling to the last thread of hope and ask me to tell him how to do it. Through the method provided by Tonkyu, Chunyi immediately acted. The spiritual insect gently probed the mysterious egg mountain, and almost instantly, several eggs exploded into fragments. As the dust gradually settled, the space before their eyes suddenly cracked open. Because his wish was fulfilled, he grew even stronger, clenching his fists tightly. He is in a different form, ready to face the challenge. Chunyi is not a summoner. If he wants to use one, he can only borrow tools, but a summoner itself is a special and best tool. Ultimately, he calmly decided, I will channel all my magic into this eye pearl to turn it into a summoning tool. Chu Enhai swung the hammer wildly, shouting, if you take it, you can activate the sealing spell. How can that brat still stand firm and fight me for so long? However, it was always blindly confident, even sighing on his behalf, and unfortunately, trying to face me was all in vain. Suddenly, a blinding light exploded and slammed into its body, and the shockwave caused its golden hair to flutter wildly, while the void beast struck by the devastating attack immediately panicked. How can you? Chunyi continued to swing his hammer, threatening fiercely. You can't go. It immediately burst out laughing. Are you still too stupid to realize? You can't catch me at all. As its words finished, the wound quickly closed up. Though triumphant upon leaving, it still nervously watched for any movement. But he completely caught up, making it tremble in fear and gasp. As expected, just like the void beast feared, Chunyi decisively launched himself into the sky and battered it into pieces. To the point where even its environment is more shattered than clay, this guy's long-held anger finally erupts. It's just a coincidence that we met once. Do you really think you can be proud? The cosmic veil, like a sharp blade, swiftly rushes forward to bite and tear at him. The arrogant and self-important type, to let you see for yourself the true power of the god of time and space. At that critical moment, when everything hung by a thread, he suddenly remembered Chunyi. Listen carefully. What Tonkyu carefully warned is that the magic power of summoners can help him cross worlds or summon powerful monsters. So take it. He can not only unlock the seal, but also trap it in the crack. But my magic power is limited and cannot keep you safe. Chunyi seizes the opportunity, unleashing the full power of the holy light barrier to strike back and protect himself. The more dangerous the situation, the more his mind races non-stop. After entering the chaotic flow of time and space, he had to seize every second, launching attacks against the void beast to expose its weakness and weaken it. Despite growing exhausted, he still struck with all his might, unleashing a divine power combo. After enduring injuries and torment, Chunyi persisted, waiting for the right moment to unleash a secret technique. The void beast, initially dominant, gradually became overconfident. Boy, don't get cocky. Today, I will definitely humiliate you. Before my opponent can finish speaking, I tremble and whisper to myself, I can't take it anymore. At the same time, he raised his hand as Kwang Chi-trung's radiant light finally burst forth, guided by him, forcing the sealing formation to trap the opponent's soul and body, making its movements sluggish and unable to attack him anymore. But killing 1,000 enemies while injuring 800, Chunyi was almost exhausted, and he had already wasted too much mana on his 2 angelic divine wings. The dazzling illusion gradually took shape with whispering words, combined with continuous use of its power skills, until it realized its actions were restricted, leaving it stunned. Your fingertip gently moves within the holy light. Master Van Lin Thien quickly cast a cage of void beasts around him as ordered. All it could do now was kneel and endure the torment. Chunyi, exhausted and falling freely, suddenly had fleeting memories of hopes to win the school's top prize 5 years in a row, and of gentle whispers in passing. All the vivid memories suddenly stir the sleeping heart. He sees her suddenly landing, gazing intently at him, or even when she, in her enchantress form, lightly touches his lips. It seems Chunyi sensed something being transmitted to him from the other side. Amidst the intoxication and heavy breathing, his vision suddenly became focused. So Nian raises her enchanting fruit of the soul, inviting him to remember and find her. At that moment, he awakens, his eyes blazing with a strange red glow. Chungi, in his domineering manner, swiftly launches an attack, using all his strength to secure the void beast in a lock. "Stay here and behave." It hurriedly and nervously asked, "What?" The golden sacred words flow in a chain, transforming into countless cords that bind the void beast, and finally it can no longer be arrogant. The absolute control leaves it stunned and submissive. "I surrender. I surrender. I surrender." The system also displays that you have subdued the demon beast. Do you want to accept it as a summoning beast? Before the tempting gift, Chungi kept questioning Zhao Tunhian to reveal herself, and she was confused and stammering. "Who is it that makes you scream and shout when he strikes? Eyes wide open. Ah, I see. Are you saying that girl is the one?" "Ha ha. She's fine. Still very well. In the icy area you didn't notice, that flower suddenly moved, each petal opening gently like the universe unfolding. It turns out that Soren was peacefully asleep amidst the flow of the flower of time and space." Lin Hai, who was nervous outside, suddenly realized that she was waiting for Chungi to return safely. The students around also hurriedly asked, "How is Xiao Nian?" "Chungi, have you already subdued the void beast?" Now that the winged blade is wavering in its attempts to overthrow him, having been teleported back to recover, should I make a move or not? "Over there." After receiving the sword from him, she nervously blurted out, "Second brother, you didn't say a word before rushing forward." The giant hammer immediately pointed straight at the heavens. Vuong Hien was stunned and shouted, "What do you mean, Chungi?" The friend beside him quickly interjected, "What are you trying to do?" In the end, what they received was that the fight was still ongoing, causing everyone to panic and dodge. Is Hung Chungi crazy? Chungi continues to stand tall with his weapon, facing everyone head-on. "Surrender or challenge me. Do you know how to handle this?" I'm truly impressed. At this point, you are not our enemy anymore. News about Tankyu belonging to Mato City losing her authority also flashed. Halan Kam quietly explained that she just wanted to care for you a little. Even the champion from Music University of Daichi Chaoyang admitted helplessly that Ingi Than's desire to win was too strong and calmly reached out her hand. Chuanghi's accumulation points skyrocketed from over 10,000 to nearly 50,000, all taken by him, causing the others to curse loudly. "Everyone's gone, so what are we fighting for now?" After everyone left, Chungi suddenly collapsed, scaring her half to death. Second brother Lin Hai helped Son Hien to her feet while worriedly asking about his injuries. My weak voice faintly echoes, "I've run out of magic power. If they take advantage of the situation, I don't think I can endure it." It seems his gaze is starting to fade, but his determination remains fierce. We are ahead of the top 3 in the cumulative score ranking. The survival match must be won by first place, and first place truly belongs to Chunyi with nearly 36,000 points, followed by Huang So Nian and Duong Lin He. Seeing the system recognize his achievement, Chunyi chuckled softly. As team captain, I won't let Tahang University down." At that moment, the battle report was also updated in real time, with Tohang University reaching 500,000 points to secure first place, and Thonkin University taking second. Third place goes to Mato University with a significant score difference. The nationwide college survival competition for new students, now in its 183rd session, has produced countless geniuses. The host sincerely and wholeheartedly reminds us that many of these geniuses will become the pillars of the nation. But now you guys are also representing the hope of our country and all of humanity. Yet the students are just busy gossiping. Tomorrow I can go pick out my outfit for the exam. That's great. After 20 days of hard fighting, I can finally relax. Tonight I want to have a really hearty meal. As for Chunyi, after resting, he immediately took care of official business. You observe each system message and congratulate yourself on receiving the heavenly innate earth nectar. 50 points of free ability and 50 points of skill, and I am overjoyed. God-level talent, God-level skills, God-level heavenly treasures. I thought it would be difficult, but it has already become sweet fruit. The friendly competition lasts 20 days, and only achieving first place in each event counts as completing the task, making it much more difficult than the college entrance exam and killing demons mission. I didn't expect the reward for this task to be so generous. A joyful smile spread across Chungi's face, unable to hide it anymore. With an S+ level swordsmanship talent, an S+ level skill, and a piece of divine treasure, he was sure to unlock an unimaginable space for advancement. Of course, I would choose to accept it. Immediately, a beam of light enveloped every corner of my cells, and the wondrous sensation was so vivid that I was immersed in it. Is this the power of the divine sword heart? A pure, high-level energy gathering above Chungi's head. When he fully grasped it, they dispersed. He felt as if he had just awakened from a long sleep. In front of him is a hazy, chaotic void with faint golden glimmers. Just after dawn, Chungi swings his sword to test his strength after leveling up. Even with just a gentle move, the surrounding earth and rocks were heavily damaged. Chungi-ban stood amidst the smoke and dust, lost in thought, casually waving his hand to unleash a terrifying, destructive force. So, this power is truly unbelievable. Moreover, it seems the divine sword spirit has also granted me other abilities. He carefully examined the gift, which was even sharper than the light of the blessed weapon. This is a type of sword energy that only appears when one reaches a certain level of swordsmanship to specifically attack. It even exceeded expectations, so I quickly raised my hand to continue. Only through day-to-day training as a professional athlete can a swordsman activate sword aura, yet I now possess it. The dazzling glow instantly split the air in two. I used to just barely manage, but now I feel like a grand master of swordsmanship. If I learn more skills, everything will go smoothly. For example, a single normal attack with the system's lightning sword skill can deal up to 18 damage. Not to mention this is still just a level 1 enhancement. The slash carries immense pressure, shattering the stone wall and prompting speculation from him, and then higher levels of the lightning sword skill will double the damage, making it even more formidable. However, Chungi was not dazed at all. He sighed very calmly, but in the end, this could only be empty theory. If there was a master swordsman to fight against, he could better calculate the power level increased by the divine sword spirit. Unexpectedly, just thinking briefly, he immediately took action and contacted Sonian. Chunhi, are you in such a hurry to call me here just to fight with me using swordsmanship? There's a solid reason for asking her for help. As the main heir of the Kuang family, Kuang Sonhian began practicing swordsmanship at the age of 3 under the guidance of a master, always bearing her responsibilities in mind and persevering tirelessly. It took 5 years, and only then did they start calling her the young swordsmanship genius. Sonian thought shyly to herself. Talking about overall strength, of course Chunungi is the strongest, and when it comes to tactics, I am absolutely confident. At the moment of confrontation, the atmosphere around Chunungi immediately changed. Xiaonian, you have to give it your all. She wasn't afraid at all, even seriously preparing to strike first. Chungi carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Sonian swung her weapon, delivering a strike with overwhelming power. It was so terrifying that it shattered the item he was using, but this was exactly the moment Chungi had been waiting for. While she was still floating in the sky, he acted. A hint of panic flashed in Sonian's eyes. I wasn't mistaken. That was sword energy. After landing safely and slowing down, she sighed. So Chungi's talent for swordsmanship is actually just exaggerated. Unexpectedly, after barely holding steady for a few seconds, the next attack suddenly closed in, and he calmly used his experience to defend with his weapon, while the ominous sword shadow charged with overwhelming energy immediately counterattacked. They kept exchanging blows back and forth for hundreds of rounds without noticing that Ngomang had appeared. Am I still dreaming? Since when did Chungi start wielding such a powerful long sword? He carefully observes everything and analyzes. Every attack from Chungi's sword technique gives a sense of divine power surging. Kuang Sonhian's sword moves are fast and strange. Her long-standing experience helps him see even more clearly. Kuang Sonhian seems to be very skilled at fighting back and forth with Chungi. If it weren't for her higher-level skills and overall strength, it might be because Chungi deliberately suppressed his power and agility to match hers. At the moment the weapon slips from her, Ngomang immediately strikes the final blow. But when the blade touches, the shock generated could still disable her arms. The treasure that Sonian always carries with her was simply grabbed by him. She was panting heavily and couldn't catch her breath. Brother Chungi, I give up. I won't fight anymore. Chungi gently asks. Are you okay? Seeing the concern, she reassured him. It's nothing serious, just a bit exhausted. They just finished, and he immediately approached to praise them, truly amazed. So Chungi, you're a master swordsman. Why didn't I see you use swordsmanship during the competition? Hello, Director No. Then he awkwardly chuckled and scratched his head as he explained. Ha 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 ha, leaving a little room to retreat, but inside he was jumping with excitement. The conditions to obtain new talents are extremely harsh. Not only can't reset high-level dungeon records, nor have official status. Relying solely on acquiring new talents without basis is truly a bit irritating, and still can't be fooled. Suddenly Chunungi remembered and asked, Director Ngo, is there something you want to talk to me about? He then proceeded to explain the reason. I came to invite everyone to the Alliance celebration party, and I also have something to tell you. The scene suddenly flashed through Ngomang's mind. Fong Hak is dead. When the Union investigator from the fake profession Haviem found him, Fong Hak had already passed away in the dormitory. He recounted the details of the crime, hearing Fong Hak's student testify that he used the excuse that insects could be used for positioning to find people more easily in the secret realm, promising S+ level resources as benefits. Accordingly, it was clear that the dean had long been scheming, luring people into the laundry room to place insect eggs in the contestants' clothes. Unfortunately, the connection was cut off, so he revealed the current breakthrough difficulty. The students don't know anything else. Chungi was surprised and suspicious, asking if the clue was broken, but Ngomang insisted, "Don't worry, the Alliance is thoroughly investigating the Fong Hak contact over the past 10 years, and results will come in a week. The celebration is about to start, let's go ahead." At the same time, he candidly revealed the deeper meaning behind this activity. The celebration will feature the top forces of Zhongxia Nation, mainly to invite everyone to join their team and guild. Ngomang leads his knowledgeable group to introduce this luxurious party, offering conditions that are extremely extravagant: money, beautiful women, power, and resources to attract others. As expected, just as we predicted, as soon as they arrived, someone came to invite them, and once they accept these conditions, they will be bound to this power. I, as your team leader, don't oppose you joining any faction, but you must make your choice easily. At this moment, applause erupted to attract everyone's attention. Master Feng raised his voice to start the speech. Everyone here is a student from the top 10 prestigious universities participating in this nationwide freshman exchange tournament. Reaching this stage is no easy feat. Therefore, each of you can receive the rewards from our Haviem Fake Guild, and then each person will be given their own items and a bank card in your hands. It contains 20 million mid-level coins provided by our Haviem Fake Guild, instantly sparking curiosity, and each of your privileges within our Haviem Guild will be upgraded to the level of an elite outer member. That is the highest authority outside the core members of our Haviem Fake Guild Alliance. The benefits Fengdu offered sound incredibly tempting. In the middle and lower countries, any rescue base can enjoy a 20% discount on equipment or potions. Of course, if any of you want to become a core member of our Haviem League, you can contact me directly. After hearing this impressive speech, Chungi couldn't help but marvel. Each person, 20,000 N. 100 players are worth 2 billion. The Haviem Professional Guild is really wealthy. Those around also started discussing 2 million Chung Ha T, which used to be not that much. With this amount of money, he could really buy a B+ resource pack, which is a huge bargain. My rational mind tells me to help him recognize this quickly, but it's also the most straightforward way to show strength. At the same time, a notification sounded announcing the upcoming individual, team, and survival matches, with prizes for the top 3 to be distributed tomorrow. Finally, Feng Yu raised his glass and toasted all the guests. The celebration party officially begins now. Everyone enjoy your food and drinks. The crowd below also enthusiastically shouted back in response. Chi. At this moment, Ngomang took the initiative to gather his team and congratulate Tohang University on winning first place in this exchange match. The players immediately joined in the lively atmosphere and toasted. Dan Wei happily approached the center to celebrate. "Second brother, this time our victory in the tournament is all thanks to you. I toast to you." Wu Mang also quickly nodded in agreement. Let's toast, let's toast. If it weren't for Chungi, our school's final ranking among the 3 major universities would probably be at the bottom. I also toast you, Mr. Chungi, and me too, and me too. Almost everyone around wants to seize this chance to greet you, including us, and the awkward situation makes you a bit embarrassed. Are you trying to get me drunk or what? Suddenly, Truong Sam's familiar, powerful voice rang out. Chungi. He respectfully clasped his hands together and took this opportunity to thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't think I could have endured when the healer came to save me. You saved my life. If you ever need my help in the future, I will never refuse, even if it means risking my life. Then he immediately drank the entire glass, symbolizing the vow of a gentleman, and would never refuse even in death. So Nian has been standing beside and witnessing everything. Feeling very curious, it seems that Mr. Chungi has gained another group of special fans. Immediately after, Vuong Hien also rushed forward, pushing Truong Sam aside to step ahead. I'm the same. Bai quietly watched from behind, feeling quite puzzled. Dad, is this just my illusion? Why does it feel like Chungi's divine aura around him has become much stronger? Chu Hong confirmed confidently that it's not an illusion. His aura has surpassed most second-tier pseudo-divine professionals. This information surprised her. What? It's only been a few days, and although it's hard to believe, the truth is right before our eyes. His strength has clearly increased again, showing an incredible level of rapid advancement. The party soon came to an end, and before long, the next day arrived, with a modern aircraft appearing on the school grounds. The modern machine gently lands before the eyes of all the students, and the hatch opens. Everyone is on board now. Your rewards need to be collected at the headquarters of the Haviem Guild of Fake Professionals. The headquarters is located in the Din Sun area of Thonkin City, accessible only by specialized fighter jets. Damvai sat inside, seeing such high-end equipment for the first time and feeling very excited. Oh, they are all the latest Model X-1000U fighter jets, so Nian sitting in front is also very knowledgeable about them. The X-1000UN fighter jet is produced by the largest fighter aircraft company in Zhongxia, capable of reaching speeds 3 times the speed of sound in just 10 seconds. That made the boy even more excited and curious. Yes, this is it, priced at nearly 1 billion. At the moment the plane took off, Danvai's entire body slammed straight into the cabin because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt earlier. Moving faster than an X turning hostile, he kept getting slammed from all directions, moving so quickly that only a faint streak of light could be seen left behind. Finally, when the plane came to a complete stop, stars had already appeared swirling above his head. Nian was also in a similar situation, but the special thing was that she was curled up on Chunungi. She quickly recovered and hurried back to her seat, blushing with embarrassment, while he tried to say a few words to ease the awkwardness. So fast, the Dingshan fighter jet is only 20 kilometers from Tsinghua University. Accelerating forward, it will arrive in 20 seconds. And so they successfully reached the checkpoint, while everything around continued to operate normally. At this point, Feng Yu takes on the role of a tour guide, showing the ground of Dinsun area through a total of 40 sites and 15 aerial passages. Fighter jets entering Dinsun must undergo comprehensive scanning, so they need to line up. The drone then follows its programming to thoroughly scan the registered number 00638. Haviem's Alliance drone has special authorization. Then they were allowed to pass through the teleportation gate into the magnificent headquarters. So, Nian looked out the cockpit window, enjoying the view, and it seemed to be the flag of Tsinghua University. Fengdu also enthusiastically explained, yes, that is the floating island of Tsinghua University. Besides the school, many military groups and guilds are also built on the Dinsun area. Chungyi quietly observed the floating island machinery of the Haviem Guild Alliance, his demonic energy fluctuations growing stronger as each machine exceeded the defensive mechanisms. All the students then gradually left the spaceship compartment, forming a line one after another. Fengdu once again officially introduced, "This is the headquarters." A voice caught Wang Hian's attention briefly passing by, but when he looked back, what caught his eye was a giant creature, a large dragon. While a student happily explained, mythical races can be regarded as demon pets with an average level of 60, definitely a third-tier pseudo-profession of extreme power. Then, Fengdu explained the work process and the rewards for each person. You will go to the headquarters office, and staff will escort you there. Each student was guided carefully in turn. Wang Hian, please follow me. Huangzon Hian, please follow me. Student Ngui Hop. The most special person was personally guided by her to Chungi. You secured first place in the singles match. I will take you to receive the rewards for first place in the team match and the survival match. Please follow me. Since the road is a bit long, the two of you start to make small talk. You performed the best in the entire friendly match. The Haviem League values you greatly. I wonder if you intend to become a core member of the Alliance. Sorry about that. I currently have no intention of joining any faction. Don't you want to hear the conditions of our Haviem League? Our Alliance's rules are few, so there's no need. You are very rational in noticing the loopholes in the words. Even with few rules, there are still constraints. Besides, I am only a first-year student and cannot be bound by another power now, and Fengdu is also looking forward to it. Geniuses always have their own plans. Ha ha ha, no rush. When the two of them arrive at a secret chamber door, she dramatically announces some news. Your reward is divided into 3 categories. The first is for the singles tournament champion, who will receive a crafted legendary grade weapon. The team tournament champion prize is a set of equipment at the divine level, which is the reward for winning the survival match stored in the Haviem Alliance's resource warehouse, and can be any item you choose. Then she led the way while explaining, now I will take you to the place of the highest level forging master in the Haviem Alliance. Master Kai Quan will craft a legendary weapon for you. This room is Master Kai Quan's forging chamber. The special door ahead gradually opens, releasing a slight warmth and a faint mist of smoke from inside. Feng Yu steps forward to introduce himself. Master Qi Jun, the champion of the single combat, has arrived. His stern and intimidating demeanor seemed ready to crush anyone, and his deep voice rang out. Your name is Chuni. I am not afraid, and politely reply, Kai Quan Grandmaster. I am a student named Chuni. His scrutinizing gaze flickered as he silently evaluated him from head to toe, seeming quite satisfied, and his tone softened somewhat. Very well, your current level is 23. Based on the 5-level requirement for an item, I will craft a level 25 legendary weapon for you. Tell me, what kind of weapon do you want? Chunyi quickly made his request. I want a long sword with enhanced attributes focused on strength and intelligence. Watching their conversation, Feng Yu secretly marveled and admired, hoping to craft better equipment. Master Qi Jun had learned a very special skill of the same element, and ordinary profession players suddenly encountering this kind of light would be suppressed to the point of speechlessness. Truly the all-round champion of this class, he remained completely unfazed when facing Master Kai Quan, while at the same time, Chuangyi added more details about his weapon crafting preferences. Regarding the specific features of the equipment, there are no major requirements, just matching the Holy Knight profession and having enough damage output. But I also have some careful calculations in mind. Golden grade weapons have two types of 2 attribute enhancements. Legendary weapons will have all 4 attributes increased, but as a Holy Knight who fights up close, both strength and intelligence are more important. Based on previous research, Ji-jun seriously assessed that your combat style is sharp and inspiring, and choosing a longsword suits you very well. Then he excitedly produced the mysterious Sun Holy Light Crystal, sparking a bold idea in his mind. I have a few thoughts. The annual production of the level-appropriate forging materials does not exceed 10 pieces. Then, as if connected by a spiritual link, Shi and Chunyi exclaimed in surprise. Junichi Sacred Light Crystal. Kai Quan switches to a scholarly mode and explains in simple terms that Dun Hat Tan Quang Thash is a treasure from the center of the sun. The weapon forged from it will quickly purify and destroy spirits, demons, and dark creatures with divine light. As he finished his lecture, he focused his mind to summon the still steel golden core material. As he shouted, a series of stones were pushed up by the magma layer, with Van Thiet Ngan Quang at a royal gold level, Tam Uyen Hak Du at a legendary level, Shattered Spirits at a mortal level, Dragon Soul Cores at a royal gold level, and Tears of the Holy Spirit at a legendary level. He just waved his hand, and the blazing flames formed a vortex of stones, a heart of illusion, the essence of emptiness, and a distant time. Feng Bao's eye. Jiquan concentrates all his mind to form seals, beginning the process of refining the essence, with molten lava trembling and being forged. Under the intense heat of thousands of degrees, the volcano erupts violently, causing a catastrophic explosion that purifies evil creatures, making them scream and cry out in agony. Too hot. Too hot. I'm going to die. He uses advanced forging techniques to refine the essence into a towering column of magma, a divine hammer. The flowing energy draws dark spirits inside, lifting the divine force onto the hammer, gathering all power into a blinding orange light that makes Feng Yu and Chu Yi gaze in awe at this mighty weapon forging, with the heavy hammer smashing away impurities. At this moment, the master begins pouring the molten stone into the mold, internal energy dissipates, the spirit becomes calm, and the earth stabilizes. When the material takes shape and becomes solid, he uses tongs to remove it. The glow flows. The rings surface like a mirror, revealing the wind's aura and radiant brilliance. He skillfully carves runes on the blade's surface, with the symbols flickering and magic flowing everywhere, forging a divine weapon of myriad powers. Next, during the quenching process, he submerged it in water to rapidly cool the demonic power, forging it into jewelry with flickering runes and flowing magic, casting divine weapons and war spirits, attaching to blade bodies with effortless combat intent, into windswept formations, blood untouched. In the final shaping step, the master vigorously struck the central metal piece to form the core. This action sparks flying everywhere. Feng Yu quickly creates a protective shield. When the final product is completed, he finally exclaims in admiration, "Good." The divine sword glow he crafted bears a powerful golden hue, as solid as if it could pierce through everything. Then he took a deep breath and shouted loudly to release his attack. As he finished speaking, Jingboy threw the sword at an incredible speed, leaving only a streak of bright light. Chunyi struggles to grasp it precisely, feeling his hand a bit heavy. He lifts the sword and carefully examines it. He panted heavily after the exhausting process, carefully guiding the final step. A legendary-level weapon must recognize you as its master. Release your energy and suppress it. He quickly followed the advice, closing his eyes and focusing his mind to channel all his strength into it. The two sources of energy merged and released powerful sparks of electricity. At that moment, the system announced the special bloodline of the 6 Desires Heavenly Angel. Chunyi began to observe carefully, from the shiny sword that reflected like a mirror to the sturdy wooden handle. He silently marvels with satisfaction, as the 4 major attributes boost 3 special effects, truly deserving of a legendary weapon, especially this first attack speed increase, meaning in battle he can strike 3 or 4 times with a single sword slash. Seeing his expression, Kai Quan could easily guess his thoughts. It seems you are very pleased with it. Chungi couldn't help but be stunned by his unusually changed appearance. Master Kai Kwan, you look tired from explaining. Forging high-level weapons requires a lot of mana, so this is a common occurrence. Feng Yu also leaned in and whispered, the creation of a legendary weapon requires many techniques, and only Master Chi Jun's special talent can complete it in such a short time. Normal forging masters usually need at least 2 or 3 months. He slowly turned his back to them and kindly reminded, before leaving, you should go now. I need to rest. Most of the materials used for the Holy Sword are Divine System. If you want to upgrade its rank in the future, it's best to use Divine System materials. Otherwise, it will damage its power. Chungi was extremely grateful and quickly bowed his head to thank him. Thank you, Master Kai Kwan. Feng Yu quickly pulled him away, changing the subject, then went to receive his reward from the team competition. At the same time, Chi Jun cheerfully jumped into the bubbling lava stream. The next awkward situation makes him a bit embarrassed as a few cosplay seamstresses dressed as black rabbits surround him to take measurements. Hello, student Chungi. We are the team responsible for all the equipment for your trial level. The purple-haired girl tilts her chin up and asks, what are your requirements for this equipment? Chungi hurriedly pulled down his shirt and responded in detail. I need a lightweight armor with enhanced attributes leaning toward strength and intelligence. The other side is a professional and has scheduled the delivery. Got it, the equipment will be forged and ready in a month, then someone special will escort it to your school. The work is done, and the seamstresses immediately started gossiping excitedly. Such a slender waist, well-defined muscles, and very charming. Witnessing the scene of the naive deer lost among the hunters, Feng Yu couldn't help but marvel at how inexperienced students are toyed with in the palm of their hand. Then she snapped her fingers to signal the new announcement. Next is the reward for the survival game, which is to choose here. Following that gesture, a ring of information appeared around the two of them. You may choose one item. Chung Eungi carefully examined the densely packed information on the selection board. Facing the number 7 in front of Hang Ha, he remained calm and scrutinized it thoroughly. They are all S-rank divine artifacts that can save your life, and taking out any one of them can make the risk-taker go all out and risk everything. Then he decisively points at the item he wants and says, I want this one. Feng Yu appreciated this decision but was also a bit curious. The space-jumping stone is indeed a useful escape tool, but why didn't he choose to revive himself? Without hesitation, he confidently affirmed, I definitely want it. In fact, I already had my own plans. Resurrection tools are indeed rare, but I have the reincarnation cross given by the system, and the space-jumping stone serves a different purpose. Feng Yu immediately agreed to this request. All right, then I will transfer the mysterious blue gem box to you. It's yours now. Chuengi looked satisfied with his loot. Suddenly, a trembling voice tore through his soul, repeatedly begging and pleading, let me out, let me out. Noticing the other person's unusual behavior, she asked, what's wrong? His face suddenly turned very grim. He chuckled casually and replied, it's okay. Maybe I just need to rest a bit. After finishing the job, she professionally handed over her business card with a message. All right, I've collected the rewards and my mission is complete. Of course, if you have any dissatisfaction with the level 4 equipment or legendary weapons, feel free to contact me directly. The other students probably already waited for us in the lobby. Let's go. Soon, he was taken back to the gathering place. Sisters Hugh Bak, upon seeing the familiar figure, eagerly ran over. Chungi. He turned around and asked, we need to find a private place to talk, but that's not their intention. No need. We're just here to say goodbye. This afternoon, all teachers and students participating in the exchange will be transported back via the magic circle of the Holy Scripture University. I also have to return to the clan with Dong Ni. In a hidden corner unnoticed by most, a dung beetle was silently observing the conversation below. If you have time, I hope you can take Xiaoyun to Tianlan province. Both of you are Chu family descendants, and the clan will surely invest heavily in your training. This is good for both of us, so I nodded in agreement. After half a year when Xiaoyun graduates, I will take her there. Wishing everyone smooth sailing. After the brief encounter, Chungi stood there to see everyone off for a while. Only when they had all left did he sharply glance up, catching sight of the branch where the beetle had just appeared. Looking around for anything suspicious, Chungi frowned slightly, wondering if that feeling of being watched earlier was just an illusion. Suddenly, someone from below called out, Ngi, we're about to go into the market to buy some local specialties. Are you coming? He outright refused. I'm not going. A while later, Chungi returned home and slammed the door shut. His heart was now in turmoil. Could it be that his previous wound still hadn't healed, and his mind was under too much pressure? Suddenly, a severe headache struck, as if a giant set of teeth was about to swallow his brain. A sudden voice rang out, "Humans, let me out." Strange patterns and lights appeared underground, and a bizarre figure gradually emerged in the center. Chun-Ki Thua knew the reason for its appearance, but still couldn't help but advise, "You signed a contract with me, so why struggle, Wukong Beast? I really can't accept this," and roared in anger. "I have lived for thousands of years, and yet I have to obey a brat who still smells of milk. If it weren't for that strange last spell, you wouldn't be my match. You have injured 63 people and sent 10 to sell salt, causing the professional alliance of HVM to spend a huge amount of resources on rescue and repairing the secret realm. If they find out the mastermind is still alive, what do you think will happen to you?" The Void Beast stubbornly fought back. Threatening me is all you've got." Despite repeatedly explaining, Chun-Gi was gradually losing patience. The triple transformation mage of the Alliance could use spiritual magic to erase the consciousness of high-level demon beasts, turning them into puppets. You might not fear this when you hear the command, but even in death, your flesh and blood will still fetch a high price. Enraged by these words, it gritted its teeth and spat out a vulgar remark. But right after, he carefully handed over an S-rank space-jumping stone. "Fight me. You're badly injured. I can't take you to see a healer. You need to replenish your energy." Void Beast hesitated for a moment, staring intently at the gem, a complex emotion flickering in its eyes. Chun-Gi suddenly blurted out an unconnected 1 year. He paused for a moment, then continued to set the condition. "Your energy is useful to me. Cooperate with me for a year, and I will cancel the contract and set you free. It harbors a deep hostility towards humans, so it's not easily deceived. Why should I trust you? Why bother explaining? Just threaten, and it's done. You have no other choice left. Either trust or face certain death." With that, Chun-Gi took out another item, a token of faith, your life beast, and returned it to you. The Void cautiously takes it and places it on its head, lifting it as if holding an egg. Just as he is about to leave, it suddenly calls back, "Wait a moment," while throwing the stone into its mouth and blocking in front. "There is something you might want to know." The Void Beast slowly uttered each word. Xiaodai told me when she first captured it. In the end, a horrifying secret was revealed. It wasn't actually humans. At the shopping district, everywhere was filled with merchants calling out chaos and madness, wielding their own special flames, all for just $9.98. Honestly, don't hesitate anymore. Today is a special price. Buy a set of armor and get a free nail clipper. Authentic goods at genuine prices, no scams. At a stall, Sanyan is busy trying on jewelry. Nadia excitedly promotes the product next to her. This hairpin is inlaid with Han Bingjing. It can not only upgrade but also enhance your elegance and has a defensive effect. She was passionately explaining their benefits. The remaining gem contains the magic of a wood-type mage, which can significantly speed up healing of wounds, perfect for a professional con artist as beautiful and powerful as her. Chun-Ki suddenly appeared from behind and gently clipped a hairpin onto So Nian's hair. This suits him better, making her eyes sparkle with joy. "Mr. Chun-Gi." His appearance made So Nian wonder. "Didn't you say you wouldn't come?" He smiled and explained, "Everything is done, so I came to check it out." Conveniently bought some local specialties to bring home. Seeing the two of them so lovey-dovey, Nadia secretly smiled and sighed. "Oh, such a beautiful couple. This scene is perfect. I ship it. I ship it." Just then, a sudden voice called out, "Kuang, Kuang, young lady." The three pairs of curious eyes looked over. The owner of that voice was none other than Wang Hao. I never expected to meet her here. Truly a fateful encounter. How ironic. Sister Nian doesn't even know that person. "Who is he?" Ta ignored this embarrassment and politely introduced himself. Miss Kuang tends to forget things. "I am Wang Hao, grandson of Wang Batien, a second-class lightning genius of the third generation in the Wang family's Thunder Prison." Nadia couldn't help but find it funny hearing this. The first time meeting someone, they claimed to be a genius. And not just any genius, but a second-rate one. Ha ha ha. He still wants to say a few more words. "A year ago on Miss Kuang's birthday, I gave her a spirit-breaking sword, but she found it boring, and as a member of the royal family, her spirit remains unbroken." Chun-Gi understood and tried to soothe her. "On my way here, I saw a street food area over there. Let's go for a walk there." Then he put his arm around her and left. We have other matters to attend to, yet someone was blinded by this sight. Damn it. Wang Hao angrily summoned a thunderbolt and shouted, "How dare a lowly servant touch the Kuang family's magic pearl?" He shouted loudly, "Kneel down for me," and threw the thunderbolt towards him. But before it could touch a single strand of hair, it was blocked by a barrier. Although somewhat surprised, he used his keen eyesight to identify Chun-Gi's information and sneered contemptuously. So he's just a holy knight hiding inside a turtle shell. This low-level trash's rank is very low, and his profession is useless. Defeating him is as easy as flipping a hand. Of course, he was furious that someone dared to insult his boyfriend. As a man, he quickly stepped forward and challenged him to a duel. "I will play with you." Then Chungi set a rule of 3 moves. "If you can touch the corner of my shirt, I will apologize to you. On the contrary, you have to kneel and apologize to me. Be prepared to ruin your reputation before you do." The people nearby, smelling the drama, rushed over to watch the show. Young people are quick to get angry, walking down the street and still ready to fight. Vuong Hao clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. What kind of thing dares to challenge me? He didn't hold back and immediately went all out to seek death. Lei Wu's furious strike, a series of lightning bolts descended from above, but they all couldn't break through his barrier. Chungi remains perfectly unscathed, as if a divine being, while everyone around watches and whispers in amazement, unable to break through his defenses. Vuong Hao watched this scene and started to feel a bit nervous, still stubbornly defending outside, his turtle shell quite tough, probably adding all electric attributes to his defense. Ridiculous, but secretly cursing inside. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy's defense to be so difficult to deal with. However, the so-called second-rate genius wouldn't be so easily defeated. He quickly gathered energy and summoned 2 lightning tigers. But that was just the appetizer. This lightning tiger could be my killing move, and I will let you see the consequence of offending Vuong Hao. They charged straight at Chungi under their master's command. For this move, he also had to draw his weapon, summon his spiritual soul, and save the cross, then immediately throw 2 holy lights forward. In an instant, the 2 lightning tiger shadows were shattered into pieces. Vuong Hao had to quickly shield himself to avoid the aftershock of this attack, and only now did he feel fear. Who is this guy really? The more he struggled on this side, the more relaxed Chungi appeared on the opposite side, even ready to strike again. His mind quickly searched his memories, but he couldn't identify the person in front of him. No way, I've never seen this person among the geniuses of the great clans. He's just a useless holy knight. His strength can't possibly surpass mine. Vuong Hao still doesn't want to give up, slowly drawing his sword from its sheath. I don't believe you can block this attack. Like a lightning bolt, he charged straight at Chungi with his sword, using the thunderbolt strike technique. He quickly responded with the holy cross light to counter. A beam of light suddenly shot down from above onto his position, rocks and dirt flying everywhere. He looked down at the prone figure below with a look of contempt. A genius of the lightning element is just so. It took Vuong Hao a few minutes to lift his head, revealing a deep hole in the ground. Nadia at the stall suddenly realizes something. Wasn't the person just now familiar somehow? It feels like I've seen them somewhere before. Holy Knight, Holy Knight. Finally remembering, he quickly discussed with his colleague next to him, Chu Ngi, the top scorer in this year's freshman exchange. The other person also sighed in amazement. No wonder he was blaming her, because the girl next to him was Kuang So Nien's girlfriend. The loud discussion allowed him to overhear everything, and Long, wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, was secretly stunned. A freshman, he's only a freshman after all. Watching the 2 figures leave, Vuong Hao was determined to take revenge. Chungi is temporarily sparing your life. Wait for the boss, I'll come back and show you who I am. As for that woman, her hatred seems even deeper. That shameless and flirtatious woman dares to tease Vuong Jia, and Big Brother won't forgive her. The next day, warm sunlight shone everywhere as Chungi's group entered, and the students on both sides whispered and whispered among themselves. They are the team representing Tohang University. Look quickly, that's Chungi, even more handsome than he looks on stage. As expected of Goddess Kwang, with this body and appearance. Even a girl like me can't help but be moved. Ngomang smiled with squinted eyes, expressing his gratitude for the warm hospitality of Thankin University. Trin Tien felt annoyed just thinking about having to be a background for them, but he still had to act polite. This year's exchange match has made your Tohang University stand out. We have all become obstacles for you, he said humbly, unable to hide his joy. Why does this statement sound so unpleasant? The match is second, friendship is first, and yet the opponent adds more. Ha, that's right, I'm the boss now. I can't delay any longer because the mages are urging us. Please prepare the teleportation magic circle. All the mages shouted together and activated their spells. Halan led the way, greeting her new friend. Goodbye, Zhaonen, she also smiled and waved. Next time I meet Xiaolan, everyone takes the chance to say a few words. Next time I will definitely beat you. Dream on, and goodbye. In the blink of an eye, everyone disappeared through the teleportation array and suddenly appeared in their school hall. Vuong Huijiang warmly welcomes the future talents of the nation. Welcome back, little heroes of Tuhang University. They all saluted the three, the principal, Director Chu, and Director Song. He smiled with satisfaction. Our Tuhang University stands out. All the hot news are about our championship victories. Tongdat also smiles and praises. You all performed very well. You've worked hard. Next, the principal stepped forward to give guidance and present the awards. The exchange tournament is actually a battle between universities and colleges to test each person's teaching ability, and of course it involves discussing achievements and rewards. He called out the names of the 5 people one by one, and although they were substitutes, they had already shown their outstanding abilities in the matches. Then he loudly announced that each of them would receive 5,000 learning points, leaving everyone stunned. For those who don't know, 5,000 learning points is roughly equivalent to 10 runs of the Deep Abyss Goblin Dungeon, which costs 500 points per run. A regular student would need at least a year of school to earn that many through school missions. The award ceremony is still ongoing. Huang So Nien, Tong Halan, Wei Thiet Tam, Duong Lin He. You all performed very well in the match, and the reward is 20,000 learning points. The 4 of you responded in unison, "Thank you, Principal." Finally, the most important person, Chunungi, the team leader, won first place both individually and with his team, defeating Vuong Hien and Ngui Hop, and turned the tide to save his teammates in the survival match to stay on top. Therefore, Vuong Hui announced that he would receive 100,000 academic points as part of the Tuhang University prize. Hearing this number, his eyes immediately lit up. 100,000. Everyone around was also stunned. 10,000 points are equivalent to 3 billion mid-grade coins. Zhang Zhu frowned and retorted, "Who taught you to count like that?" 10,000 study points are enough to learn several S-rank divine skills from the school's library, but with mid to low-grade coins, what can you even buy? Huangban blurted out in shock. 100,000 learning points, even if used to buy a pig, could be raised into a top-tier demon beast. Hua Kuang saw his friend speak so casually and angrily patted him hard on the head. "What are you talking about? How can you compare Ngi to a pig?" He held his head and painfully explained, "I didn't mean it that way." Another person also sighed, truly crazy. "But Ngi deserves it." Chungi smiled contentedly, already planning how to use them, and since the training session was almost over, he didn't need to worry about the next dungeon. The dungeon stopped at the school's crooked tree, limited to levels 23 to 26, and he would try it later. The reward ceremony was over, and Wang Hui then instructed everyone, "Tohang University won't be stingy with those who have contributed. Everyone go rest." Everyone cheered loudly. Yes. After they had gone for a while, he stepped forward and called the person. "Master, I have something to ask you." "Master, I have something I would like to ask you about." "Is it about Director Fang Hak of Tan Thuong University?" He nodded. "That's right. But Vuong Hui has no intention of revealing the truth. This matter involves many things. Even people like Dean Ngomang cannot know. I didn't say anything because I wanted to protect you. But with just one sentence, you managed to hold Vuong Hui back, so what if I get involved?" Then he turned around and suddenly saw him carving a path into the void. Ing He explains that Ban Sin Thu from the Void Beast told him that capturing it wasn't done by a real human, and wonders if it has something to do with Fong Hak. Looking at the crack in the sky, he sighs, saying he thought your blood battle with the Void Beast would be a life-or-death fight to chase it away. But surprisingly, you still had the strength to tame it. At this point, Vuong Hui had no reason to refuse anymore and took out a book. "If that's the case, I will tell you." Fong Hak is a fake person. Hearing the unfamiliar term, he couldn't help but wonder. Fake person? The other side flipped through each page, filled with ancient characters. A fake person is a creature half human and half monster, created by the chaotic evil god, with a human appearance but a demon's heart. A monster serving the evil god. With a steady tone, Vuong Hui slowly explains that the chaos caused by the Void Beast is due to Fong Hak's reputation, demonstrating loyalty to the demon god. He further analyzes that death and chaos are exactly what the demon god loves most. Chunungi remembered the rumors he heard, so he stayed silent, but the other person didn't quite agree with that, saying it was just a way of speaking outwardly, because the truth was not like that. When investigated, he transformed into a servant of the evil god, attacked the investigator, and then fled. Vuong Hui subtly suggested to his student in front of him, "Chu Ingyi, do you know why Feng Huo chose to act during the exchange tournament? Feel free to answer confidently." Because the friendly match gathers the most outstanding newcomers of Central Lower Country, any incident would have a huge impact, but the opponent added another reason. This is just one of them. The most important thing is that beneath the mysterious realm of the 10,000 Beasts Wilderness lies the weakness of the evil god's seal. He recalls what once existed in the past, and the reason it is called the 10,000 Beast Wilderness is because a Beast Clan battle took place 8,000 years ago. But the cause of that battle was the appearance of the Chaos Demon Lord. It was a life-and-death fight. The Lord of Chaos also seeks to descend into the mortal realm through the cracks of the Wild Beast's scar. The Beast Clan used their entire strength to seal the Chaos Lord, but their civilization was destroyed in the process. Chungi frowned, attentively listening to the warning. Besides causing chaos, Fong Ha can use Void Beast to track the traces of the wild Void Beast. If he knows you have tamed it, he will definitely come back. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath their feet. Vuong Hui reluctantly mentioned that decades ago, the Tianvu Guild obtained a book of angelic divine race attack skills, which was originally planned to be given to him around this time, but it seems he has to do it first. A moment later, in front of the resource warehouse gate of the Tianvu Guild's headquarters, he led him forward while pointing ahead. The resource warehouse is at the heart of the Celestial Vow Guild, housing rare skills and century-old divine weapons, protected by multiple layers of defenses. The door is guarded by 2 level 60 legendary beasts, the Greenleaf Earthwalkers. He even patiently explained the small details. There are demonic symbols carved on the door. Any unauthorized fluctuations in magical energy will be absorbed and amplified by this rune. Even a third-tier profession false transmuter cannot forcibly break through. Duongba looked up in surprise when he saw someone approaching. Humph. Vuong Hui cheerfully greeted Lao Duong. It's your turn to guard the resource warehouse this month. He also responded casually, switching to someone else tomorrow. Today, you arrived just in time. Let's have a few drinks. Chungi quietly assessed the opponent, and despite restraining his breath, his magic fluctuations were even stronger than the Dean's, proving he was a triple inheritance professional. He only officially made the request now, but first, I want a divine skill book for Thunderbolt. He quickly realized, oh, you want to give your new student to him? No way Duongba would be fooled. Wang Hui smiled and introduced the two of them. That's right, Chungi. This is the brother who went through life and death with me back then. Just call him Duongba, he spoke politely. Hello, Duongba. He's not unfamiliar with this face either. I have watched your match, a young hero with an undefeated reputation. He awkwardly scratched his head. You're too kind. He was just using his skills, while humbly giving advice is good. But don't be too modest, or others will think you're weak and trouble will come knocking, Wang Hui quickly reminded him. Old Yang, you keep nagging like that because you enjoy teaching, but the children don't like you. Brother Yang still insists on his way, huffing and ignoring the elder's advice, missing out in the process. Then he took out a book from the light ring, turned around and handed it to Chungi. Take it. The guy beside him suggested the best way for his student. Maybe you still have many extra skill points, so just use up this skill book. I will carefully take it. Yes. Then he checked his points again. The daily missions are getting more challenging than before, so the accumulation is indeed significant. Looking at the book in his hand, he ordered the system to start. Instantly, a series of pages turned into glowing sheets of paper, all rushing into his mind. Standing in the center is a 6-winged angel wielding a shining golden sword, with the system announcing the consumption of 100 skill points. The Divine Thunderbolt Enlightenment skill level S has been learned. At level 1, it increases resistance to abnormal states by 50%, boosts lightning skills by 50%, and lasts for 14 seconds. As soon as a divine strike shatters the shadow, the screen displays a skill cost of 100 skill points. The Divine Thunderstorm Heavenly Punishment Ring level S, TR learned. At level 1, it can summon the Divine Thunderstorm condensed on the weapon to strike with incredible speed, dealing lightning attribute damage. Next, countless golden chains appear with a skill point cost of 100. The Divine Thunderbolt Prison skill level STR can control the Divine Thunderbolt to form a prison to trap enemies at level 1. While Yangba and Wang Hui were chatting happily, Chuni was surrounded and suspended in the air by shimmering beams. Suddenly, everything centered on him began to glow intensely. Thousands of fierce lightning bolts shot out in all directions, and this sudden barrage accidentally destroyed the surrounding area, kicking up a thick dust cloud that obscured the view. The Golden Lion King also growled cautiously as he looked at the explosion, then checked the display in front of him, where the divine skill Thunderclap had been activated at level 1. The skill's effect has merged with the divine talent of Sword Intent, increasing the Thunderstrike skill level by 20%. Even the owner didn't expect a skill book to contain 3 divine-level skills. This time, it's a huge gain. After the lightning phenomenon gradually dissipated, Wang Hui approached again to comment. It seems the harvest isn't bad either. As a member of the Divine Spirit race, the skills learned by the Angel Clan are at least above A+ level. No one understands Chungi's current strength better than himself. With great vitality, a high affinity for elemental forces, and many high-level skills in his possession, it explains why these divine beings are so powerful. In contrast, Yangba's assessment is much more straightforward. A+ is considered low within the Divine Might race, and there are even skill books above S+ level. Learning about this for the first time surprised him. Could it be that S+ isn't the highest level? He explained while pouring wine. S+ level skills are the highest level that human profession users can possess, and Thandu holds skills above S+. Wang Hui suddenly had an idea. The skill you learned, I will leave it to a young kid to help you get familiar with the guild. Immediately after his snap, a pair of high-heeled legs suddenly appeared beside him. Zhongxin respectfully bowed and said, "Old guild leader, you called me. Are you still holding on to what you expressed last time? Isn't it true that Deputy Secretary Ui has always wanted to meet my student? I have brought him here. This elegant and beautiful woman is the third senior officer of the Tianwu Guild." She took the initiative to introduce herself first, saying, "Classmate Chung-hee. Hello, I am a steward of the Heavenly Mist Guild. Uingong Tam, who had wanted to find you since university days at Tonkin, but unfortunately, by the time I went there, you had already gone back." He politely reached out his hand to shake, but couldn't help asking, "Are you looking for me?" Wang Hui stepped forward to explain, and Yu Chuo took responsibility for recruiting new members for the Tianwu Guild. Seeing a promising talent, Duongba couldn't help but remind him a few words. "Chungi is only a first-year student, so don't bother him with the affairs of the guild. The two of us will have a quick meeting. You can take Chungi for a walk." Ngung Tam immediately obeyed their orders. Yes, during this process she also introduced a few basic things. The Tianwu Guild was established 45 years ago. This is the guild's first stronghold. Many members' houses are arranged here. Originally, this was just a mountain forest, but after years of development and 5 expansions, it has gradually become like a city at the district level. Both of them stood observing the scenery atop the fortress. She added her future plans, and we would soon begin the 6th expansion. Just then, Chu Ninu noticed something and looked up, her pupils shrinking as if she had seen something beyond imagination. There is a silver dragon crawling on the cliff above, and each time it stomps its foot, the ground crumbles into pieces. After finding a comfortable spot, it continued to fall asleep. He looked at the majestic scene before him, thinking he was dreaming, unable to believe that it was the legendary Eastern dragon beast, which is very rare even on TV shows. Mungong Tom also looked proud and said, "This dragon is the guardian beast of the Tianwu Guild and has protected us for 32 years. Don't go near that mountain range. Its temper isn't good." Chungi, being reminded of this many times, didn't ask further and turned to observe below. The group following behind made him wonder, what do they want to do? She explained patiently that it was a dungeon copy. The guild headquarters has 3 dungeons, Golden, Trial, and Legend, which are used for guild members to challenge, and they are very generous in sharing opportunities with newcomers like him. "Do you want to try swiping my card as well?" Chungi was also considering it, so he didn't refuse, and he wanted to test his new weapons and skills a bit. Ngung Tam could only helplessly watch her experience points skyrocket. "Xiaotuo, you're really not very loyal at all." As soon as he was transported inside, a notification appeared, indicating he had entered the nightmare dungeon of the Plague Zone. Just seconds after arriving here, he was already surrounded by a dense swarm of local monsters. The dungeon requires a level between 20 and 30, with 1 to 8 players. At the border, there is a place corrupted by a corrosive plague, where anyone who enters must face monsters transformed by forbidden magic into near-death beings. They will lose their reason and go berserk, attacking the living. The first obstacle is the mad zombie tide. The ugly star-shaped monsters rushing toward him are level 20 normal zombies with biting and clawing skills, along with level 22 intermediate zombies that can also scream. At this moment, Chunungi begins to unleash the golden lightning power surrounding his hands. The lightning bolt strikes and cuts through the zombies like a fruit-slicing game. This move is the Divine Thunderclap skill, S rank level 1, with a 50% resistance to abnormal states, 50% increased lightning damage, lasting 14 seconds, and it makes him quite satisfied. The Divine Revelation of the 4 can temporarily boost one's strength to a higher level, and Chungi maximized the skill's limitations. Although the level 1 Heavenly Revelation technique can last for 14 seconds, it's enough in actual combat. The next move is even more powerful than the previous one, unleashing a force like a golden lightning whirl. He is confident that it is enough for him to dominate a few more rounds. A quick notification pops up. "Congratulations on passing the first level. Defeated 200 zombies in 35 seconds. The second mutant village gate opened. The previous trial made him very happy. Its power was not bad. If leveling up could quickly deal with these monsters, Chungi had to cover his nose as he stepped through the teleportation gate because of the foul smell of decaying flesh. The second door of the mutated village has opened, and he became more cautious than before, even more so than the toxic fumes of the windstorm mountains. His vision was also affected, so it's better to be careful. The strange, eerie sounds around him and the dazzling light quickly disappeared without a trace. I really worry about this human. He quickly chose his next skill. The second door will test you with a legendary grade weapon. The nameless ones hiding in the shadows are still talking excitedly. Kill him, kill him, kill him, such a low level, and another trash coming to die. My little ones are starving, such a useless holy night, so rotten I almost want to vomit. I'll tear him to pieces later. They didn't get to enjoy their victory for long before being struck down by the Nungi skill that detected you and told you to get out. The fog and darkness gradually dissipated, revealing their figures. The hunting horn saw the level 25 demon's super-fast biting skill leap to attack. Its head was struck by the shining sword of the man. But they don't fight alone. They are controlled by the level 25 undead necromancer behind them. The powerful slash skill, the storm slash, roars with fury. In its hand is a huge, sharp sword ready to strike its prey. But this appearance made Chungi even more excited. Just in time, the new skill is finally the S-Level 1 Divine Thunder Heavenly Punishment Ring. The summoned Divine Thunder gathers rapidly on the blade, unleashing an extreme lightning attribute damage. He decisively strikes straight ahead with a clean cut. The corpse splitter is preparing to attack and divide, and after finishing the move, it praises itself. Not bad. Its body is even sturdier than the first zombies, yet it managed to last 2 seconds. The ground ahead has been split in two, and the zombie force, like divided factions, stands frozen for a few seconds before starting to communicate and strategize using their own language. Immediately afterward, another one let out a furious roar, activating the berserk emotion in all allies within a certain range, causing them to attack the enemy fiercely. Suddenly, the stunned group became more spirited, even speaking more boldly. The Holy Knight's stench is very strong. Today is truly your day to die. Just a small human, you really don't know your limits coming here. Chungi just stood there, confused about why they were spouting nonsense, but he shrugged it off and charged in to finish them all off. The S-rank lightning sword skill strikes with incredible speed, unleashing a slash that causes massive mixed damage. The zombie hellhound undergoes a rapid transformation, its fangs growing so large that its flesh is torn apart, and then its head splits into two eerily grotesque halves. The fierce evolution scene did not diminish Chungi's determination. Instead, he shouted out loud, swinging his sword in a beautiful parabolic arc to send the zombie Leap Kuyin flying far away. Suddenly, a dangerous aura from a level 26 plague carrier burst forth, making him shiver. Chungi quickly turned to block the attack as the system provided additional information about the toxic vomit disease. Once infected with toxic gas, the player immediately contracts the disease and loses health points at a certain rate every second, potentially becoming helpless until paralyzed. With astonishing precision and skill, he expertly swings his weapon horizontally, decisively cutting off the monster's head, causing it to fall lifeless on the ground. Chungi, annoyed by the slimy substance on his hand, finds it disgusting when suddenly a cold mechanical voice announces that death resists, and any injury the body sustains will be rapidly healed. As he retrieved his weapon and analyzed, he remembered that he used a warhammer for ranged attacks, but would let it go in close combat to use the pure white blade skill and then switch to a longsword for easier counterattacks. Among the zombies rushing toward him, Chungi felt a bit disappointed. The rate of destroying 20 monsters in a minute is too slow, not enough at all. Maybe I should only use the Heavenly Punishment Ring for stronger monsters to maximize efficiency. He said and did. He immediately made a seal on his forehead, while focusing his mind to activate his hidden energy. Magic skills are still the better response to this scene. Soon, the Divine Windstorm technique created a giant tornado, pulling countless enemies into its fierce force, successfully killing zombie workers, disease spreaders, and zombie hounds. Chungi immediately stepped through the teleportation gate as the notification appeared. Congratulations on passing the second checkpoint, killing 100 zombies. You took 1 minute and 50 seconds to open the passage to the third door. Forbidden Wind Path, please continue forward. He carefully observes the dark, crimson, ominous wind path. The level 45 zombie bishop steps down the stairs with a fiery tone saying, "You entering this place is probably filled with doubt about life." As he approached, the preacher skillfully planted a bait in the opponent's heart. It's okay. The God of Wisdom welcomes all those who are lost. Chungi doubts the information he just received. The God of Wisdom? He continued whispering to build faith. Yes, under the guidance of the deity who controls life and death, we will find the truth of existence. Then the preacher slowly weaves a false illusion. Life is fragile and fleeting, but if you follow our God, you will be granted immortality and freed from the cycle of rebirth. This is the greatest honor that will elevate you beyond ordinary humans struggling in life and death. Come here. Put down your sword, representing narrow-mindedness, and join us to share the endless blessings that eternal life offers. It seems that the divine blessing has pulled Chungji into a whirlpool of inner conflict, and seeing that he has been enchanted as intended, the preacher smirked with a calculating smile. Yes, young one, this is the opportunity people have always dreamed of, Chungi exclaimed, his curiosity overflowing. I have something to say. Bao Deng accepts all questions. The young divine is willing to listen, but definitely not including a reckless strike to the head and the arrogant words of the opponent. I don't care. The shining sword and the contemptuous words have exposed that filthy weakness. Everlasting life turning into that state is just selling one's life cheaply. Better to die and be done with it, preaching religious ideals but failing to persuade anyone. The preacher switched to cursing the foolish humans. You'll regret this. Even with his body torn apart, he still gave orders in a decisive voice. Go to the holy maidens and let him see the fate of offending the god of light. The cultivator quickly obeyed, immediately summoned his weapon, then slowly opened his eyes, revealing a darkened expression within that fiery red glow. They formed 2 rows of 5 spears, ready to fight at any moment. Faced with this fierce aura, Chungi clenched his staff with excitement, sparks of electricity flickering around him, and the ordinary wooden stick instantly transformed into a divine S+ grade sword. He swung his arm to counterattack the enemy army's downward strike, causing a massive explosion that shook the heavens and covered the sky in dust. Chungi disappeared completely after the shockwave, and while the female monks were still stunned by the sudden appearance of the enemy, he suddenly unleashed the divine thunder punishment ring, S+, to swiftly take them down. A female priestess can only watch helplessly as her teammate turns to ash. Then she tilts her head back in anger and lets out a furious scream. Chunanki approached closer with an amused expression. So you can produce sound. Then he eliminated the nun with a single slash. The opponent's speed in being defeated was so fast that he couldn't help but admire. You look formidable, but surprisingly weak. Chungi only spun his sword once and killed countless elite zombie priestesses. Again and again, the sword in his hand kept drawing eye-catching curves, cutting off their limbs. Even the sharp spear was knocked away and slid across the tiled floor. The storm of attacks has swept away countless soldiers. The bishop, observing the chaos from outside, now speaks, saying these flashes and blood are used to fill the cracks of the world's sins. Even up to this moment, that fanatic remains stubborn. Our screams of agony are a symphony dedicated to the gods. The higher the pitch, the more the altar's foundation sinks deeper into the hellish magma. Chungi firmly steps on the decayed floor. Behind him, countless remnants of burned and charred remains. He frowned and challenged him with a cold voice. It's your turn now. The bishop only smiled gently, as if facing a rebellious beast. Then his eyes flashed with cruelty as black smoke gradually gathered, relying solely on himself. Chunangi paused briefly in surprise at what was happening, but before he could react, deadly aura tightly bound his legs. Regaining his composure, he quietly observed the magic circle drawn around him. A sense of calm and doubt constantly invade my feelings. When did this battle start? Recalling the easy victory just now, Chungi concluded that he was attacking. But in fact, he was constructing a magic circle. No wonder their attacks, although dense, were weak in damage. It turns out it was an underground operation. Suddenly, an arm reached up from beneath the formation and grabbed his leg. Chungi stared in shock as he saw many cultivators emerging one after another, his face showing extreme confusion at this baffling scene. Chungi looked down, his face gradually turning serious, his body suddenly feeling heavy, and his strength waning. The pressing force around him made him feel oppressed, as if a giant monster beneath the ground was pulling him down. The one holding the conference is a formation called the Soul Resentment Trap, a group skill that takes 10 seconds to set up and causes a curse of decay, weakening enemies within its area by disrupting their mental and willpower states. Chungi disdainfully said, "It's always these same words. Are you a robot?" From within the red glow, a blazing spark flickers. The holy flame radiant circle condenses behind Chungi's head, forming a crown of divine fire, granting the power to manipulate the fire element, enhancing himself and his fire and light skills for nearly 40% of the entire army. A pillar of flames descends, engulfing both the man and the magic circle. Chungi breaks free, a body of fire soaring upward, casting off the burned priests. They were burned to ashes, resembling fireballs flying everywhere. Each victorious light arrow was summoned and shot straight at the place where the priest was standing. But the dark shield blocked the attack, absorbing a large amount of damage, immune to physical and magical attacks, and even turning some of the damage into corrosive darkness. Chungi did not hesitate, continuing to swing his sword at the protective barrier. Facing the overwhelming force, the bishop's shield gradually shattered, leaving him speechless with shock. Then he raised his hand to defend himself and shouted loudly, "Great Asia, unleash your wrath and punish this arrogant insect." Chunhee, upon hearing that name, paused in thought and suddenly noticed the three-eyed statue emitting a faint golden glow. This Asia guy is the evil god in Hung Kuei's words. Is it here too? He stopped his hand and looked straight at the priest, transforming with black aura surrounding him. Chunhee clenched his divine sword and carefully analyzed. Even though he didn't know what would happen, he definitely couldn't let it succeed. This shield could absorb a lot of damage and rebound, so I must use a powerful force to break his shield. He swung his sword and unleashed a powerful divine thunder attack, shouting, "If one strike isn't enough, then another." He continued with the divine thunder punishment technique. This slash not only shatters the monk's shield, but also severs his head from his body. His body, engulfed in dark aura, collapses, and the half-mutated head, still with a stunned expression, is thrown far away. That thing drops to the ground, disgusting liquid splattering everywhere. This scene doesn't make Chunhee lose his vigilance. He quickly transforms into a celestial angel body, with his blackened corpse merging into one, forming a dark entity with glowing red eyes. "You little brat, if you refuse to submit, then let me devour you on behalf of the great master." The preacher, furious, charged forward, launching black orbs directly at the enemy. He also didn't stand still and defenseless, swiftly dodging them. Chunhee's figure skillfully weaves through the blazing red energies erupting from the dark bridge. He carefully surveys the surroundings and then calmly interlocks his hands to cast a spell. Holy Light Shield. At his command, a holy barrier appears from above, casting a bright light downward. Chunhee continues to unleash the divine thunder of heaven and hell. As he finishes speaking, the surrounding power turns into lightning bolts that pin the heretic firmly to the ground. He still retained consciousness and was crying out in agony, "Let me go, you damn bastard." Even under suppression, he refuses to submit, shouting with full hatred, "You will pay for what you have done. Great gods punish those who mock this deity." Chunhee scoffed and shattered the priest's illusions, saying, "Do not delude yourself that your evil god can save you. Accept the punishment of the light." He raised his hand to deliver the final blow, using the ultimate skill, Heaven's Prison Burst, with thousands of chains piercing straight into his shapeless, unformed body. He screamed in pain, "Let me go, or Lord Asia will destroy you completely." The system interface appears with detailed skills of the Divine Thunder Punishment. Level S, controlling the Divine Thunder Punishment to form a fortress. Lock the enemy in place. Chunhee looks at the yellow screen and then analyzes the 5 main categories of the fake profession skills: attack, defense, enhancement, weakening, and restriction. There are also summoning and crafting, but they are rare. Among them, restriction skills are extremely rare. Ignoring the preacher's struggle to break free from the golden chains, his thoughts continued, and control was the most powerful and effective skill. Even restrictions used in combat could produce unexpected results. Then Chunhee concluded that with his control skills and some powerful abilities that are easily avoided, there's no need to worry about hitting the target. Even though the priest was imprisoned, he still shouted in despair, "Asia's wrath will burn you to ash. Your soul will be forever tormented in agony." He immediately wondered, what exactly is Asia that you are talking about? The eyes of the entity's master widened, black bloodshot veins spreading into the darkness, extremely terrifying. That thing looked up at the giant statue and roared. Lord Asia is an omniscient deity with boundless power, able to destroy thousands of enemies with a single gesture. Betrayers will be devoured, and loyal ones will attain eternal life. Chunhee contemptuously kicks the deformed pig-like head of him closer. Immortality with your current appearance, is that even possible? A deformed monster, the preacher immediately shouted in protest, ignorant and foolish, then remembered his painful past. He used to be an unknown preacher living in a peaceful small village, loved and treated like family by the villagers, so he always tried to cure the villagers' illnesses. But a terrible plague swept through the entire village, bringing suffering and helplessness everywhere. They begged for help, but he was too weak to do anything. He recalls each time he ran into the city to seek out higher-ranking pastors to urgently ask for their help in saving the villagers. And despite the disdainful looks they gave him, he felt no shame or hesitation, only hoping they would show compassion and lend a helping hand. Then he went to the twisted archbishop to beg for help, But the harsh truth was, they didn't want to enter his village, considering the villagers nothing more than a swarm of ants not worth wasting their strength on. Still, I hurried back to deliver the good news in despair. I'm back. We've been saved. From that moment on, even though the priest's body was decayed and stained with dark, blackened evil across his abdomen, he still smiled brightly, clutching a sinister crucifix as he hurried back to the villagers. The priest knelt beside the cursed one, gripping the holy cross tightly, silently hoping for some miracle to happen. The corpse suddenly exploded, causing him to fall flat on the ground. At that moment, he realized he had been deceived all along. Then the pastor and the villagers buried the remaining bodies in endless grief. The villagers grew weaker, and more people died each day. Their cries always echo in my ears, "Reverend, please save me." "My lord, I am in so much pain, I am in so much pain. Have mercy on me." At that moment, he hated himself for being useless, and hated the coldness of the high-ranking priests. Tears of helplessness streamed down his face, making his words tremble. "Sorry, I did it. But at the most desperate moment, a mysterious power summoned me. Then, the bishop used his great power to banish the sickness, and the villagers no longer suffered. Even those who had died came back to life. Faces once filled with pain and torment now wore smiles. Everyone is no longer troubled by illness. Seeing those soulless corpses, the preacher believed he had made the right choice in accepting the sacrifice. This appearance is just a small price to pay. Everything is worth it. Even now, he remains a loyal fanatic. Lord Asyan has chosen us. I will surely carry Lord Asia's glory further so more people can receive his blessings. Chungi sighed, disappointed by such blind devotion. This guy is beyond help. I doubt I can get any useful information from him. Then he decisively swung his sword to cut the man in half from head to toe. Even on the brink of death, the priest still fervently prayed to the god he worshipped. Master Asia demonstrates his strength, rescuing his loyal servant and defeating this enemy. Chungi sneers at him with a cold gaze. "Are you still hoping in your evil god?" Then he coldly reveals the brutal truth as the final blow. "I fear he has already abandoned you. Today is your day to die." Yet the preacher still screams, stubbornly holding on to his unbreakable faith. "How dare you look down on Lord Asia? Even if I die, I will drag you down to hell with me." He responded to those arrogant words with a faint smile. Self-destruction isn't that easy." Before he could act, Chungi threw a magic chain to stop him, then raised his hand to summon holy light, his voice echoing like a decree, the sacred cross of light. The seal immediately activates, locking the priest in place. Despite writhing in pain, he continues to beg the divine being who never answers. "Lord Asia saved me, but the stone statue did not react. Ignoring the black liquid shot at me, the system announced the death of the necromancer." Chungi returns to his normal state and gently lands on the ground. Yang immediately announces the items he has received. 3 experience points, high-level life recovery potion, magic restoring crystal, protective armor shield. He reached out and calmly commented, "Not too bad." Even though the experience points are not enough for a level up, Chuni instinctively senses that something is wrong, as if the evil aura has not completely disappeared. He kicked the weapon on the ground up and quickly grabbed it, then moved toward the statue, ready to deliver the final blow to destroy it completely. That damn thing ends here. The blinding golden light pierces through, shattering it into fragments in an instant. The system once again sends out a signal. "Congratulations on destroying the demon god's statue and earning an extraordinary reward that surprises you a bit." The red text appears along with the information frame, detailing the new item, a sacred crystal, an ancient relic containing divine power that allows priests to change classes twice, appearing in divine or demonic-related dungeons. Chuni observes the glowing object floating in front of him. This is his first encounter with an item related to the dual profession. Looks like I need to clear this dungeon a few more times. As soon as I stepped outside, Ningxian approached and praised me. "Not bad. The first time clearing the time-based dungeon, you completed it in 10 minutes and 25 seconds, placing you in the top 20. Chungi handed her the loot. "Hurry up and make a deal. All these items will be given to her by the Guardian of Authority." "I want to enter the dungeon one more time," Ningzong quickly advised. Just after passing through the door, she went back in. "Why? This dungeon isn't a game. It's very exhausting mentally." In Chungi's mind, the record set by previous players suddenly appeared. He clenched his fists firmly and declared, "The first time is to explore the way. This time I want to challenge myself to beat the fastest clear time, the top record. I feel I can break it now." She tilted her head and thought for a moment before reminding him that all top 10 are level 30 professional players. And to clear the new leaderboard, he needs to wait until he's level 27 to be able to challenge. Chunagi confidently assured her, knowing in his heart that he had it all figured out. "Rest assured." Seeing she couldn't stop him, Nungtam could only give him a few parting words. All right, just be careful yourself. I won't let you have the rewards from this dungeon. Keep the small items for self-defense. At the same time, Jungming suddenly appeared. What? Wow, what's going on here? When did Jungming get back? He scratched his head awkwardly. Just now it took him 2 months to clean out those disgusting alien creatures. Exhausting work. Chungi accidentally overheard their conversation and wondered if the cleanup of the alien creatures was the same space crack. He quietly entered the new instance, his mind still haunted by what he had been taught. When we reached the raging mountain range, I discovered that low-level alien creatures could pass through the medium-sized space rift. According to what the teacher said, the country immediately raised the combat level to level 3 and deployed troops to clear the area around the rift. On the other side, Ngung Tam anxiously inquires about the battle damages, and Trin Min's expression darkens as he recalls the comrades who were lost. Our team has more than 12 people, but only 8 made it back. Moreover, this was with a protective squadron, so I'm afraid you might not have been able to return otherwise. After a few moments of silence, she sighed softly, saying that the casualties in the battle were 1/3, which was quite unfortunate. Nung Tam suddenly crossed her arms and gently reproached Trin Min for calling your mother. This child with such a dangerous mission, you didn't say a word. He replied with a forced smile. Isn't he just here to look for something small? If I tell her now that I took on the mission secretly, I'll definitely get scolded. She shrugged and said casually, This is something I can't control. Don't worry about the small stuff. See, I'm fine, right? Chungi, why haven't you entered the dungeon yet? He calmly explained, Ui supervisor, I have already exited the dungeon. She was so surprised she covered her mouth with her hand. Ah, he pointed to the newly reset achievement board. Divine Realm Translation, Nightmare Difficulty, Level 1 Chungi at Level 23. Time through the door, 1 minute 59 seconds. Then she smiled smugly. Look, Nungtam muttered in disbelief, less than 2 minutes to clear the Nightmare Difficulty dungeon. He's only level 23. Chungi quickly made a new request. The Supreme Deity, I want to test the Depth Abyss difficulty. She sighed, her eyes showing helplessness mixed with defiance. You're truly a prodigy. Go ahead, take my card and scan as many times as you want. At this moment, Jungming couldn't hide his shock either. Hey, aren't you Chungi, the new top student at Tohang University? 2 months have passed, but the record for clearing the Divine Aura Service level is still talked about everywhere. Students in the school can't hide their admiration. Damn, the record for the Deep Abyss level of the Divine Energy Service has been broken. 1 minute 29 seconds, that's hard to believe. 1 minute and 29 seconds, I was still trapped at the first gate. Scary, this is the true strength of the disciple of the Royal Society of the Body Transcendence, the leader. Immediately, someone from the crowd also spoke with admiration. Did you see the nightmare level of the Divine Sense Service area, or a few days ago? It only took 59 seconds. I was stunned. Even the speed of passing through as a dual profession fake is not as fast as him. Chuninki left the dungeon with a joyful expression, unable to help but think about the happy days he had recently. 2 months have truly been enough. After teacher Wang Hui found out I cleared the Heavenly Vu Guild dungeon, he directly gave me his accumulated points card so I could clear it freely. Then I checked my own profile. Without the limit of points, I naturally had to try to level up quickly. So after 2 months in the Heavenly Mist Guild, I finally reached level 29 and can accept specialized missions. Chungi quietly plans his next move, intending to contact Master Wang Hui later to obtain the Holy Knight's special letter. Just then, the phone rang with a beep. That is the summoning message from Principal Wang Hui. His phone still has the cute keychain he casually gave me. The hottest magical beast pet box in Ninin City. It took me a long time to get this kind of fish. A moment later, Chu Ni arrived at the principal's office. Hello, sir. As soon as he saw your face, Wang Hui praised you highly. Just as I expected, gaining 6 levels in 2 months isn't bad. He stepped closer, patted his shoulder gently, and said ambiguously, I could have taken you on an outdoor hunt to level up to 40 or even 50 faster. But do you know why I don't do that? He replied without hesitation. Therefore, the fake profession of the 3 transitions has no level, lacks basic training, and cannot fully unleash its strength. Chu Neiyang seriously added, the fake profession only becomes a top expert when relying on oneself during life and death training. Wang Hui's spell causes a golden light to flash as he comments, You can understand this point, which is not easy. He took out the transfer letter and placed it in front of him before beginning to explain. In a world of strong people, many rely on resources from their parents to level up. But even at the second transfer, the third transfer remains difficult to sustain. If you have already reached level 29, you should prepare for the second transformation. Wang Hui continued explaining. The second-tier Holy Knight is a celestial illuminator. greatly enhancing control over holy light and improving the weak abilities from the first tier. But for you, your strength has already gone far beyond the ordinary. This is the transfer letter. Unlocking consciousness will reveal the transformation conditions. The system panel appears before Chunungi. The Divine Knight promotion item meets the requirements, and upon activation, it can transform a Divine Knight into a celestial revelation. He calmly closes his eyes, focusing on absorbing the power from the promotion letter into himself. At this moment, notification lines appeared. The conditions for class change. The highest class is Holy Knight, level 29, 100 Holy Spirit crystals, and 100 repentance notions. Chungi scratched his head in confusion, thinking that the notion of repentance referred to the repentance of heretical cult followers worshipping evil gods. Demon Lord, do you still remember what I obtained from the deep abyss of divine spirit? Wang Hui answered after hearing your question. It requires specialized skills to generate a sense of repentance. You must use it within half an hour after death, or the soul will dissipate. Chungi frowned and raised another issue regarding the repentance technique. Teacher, how do you know I have this skill? Wang Hui calmly replied, I heard you cleared the mission in the divine realm, so you must have obtained that skill. With your strength, 100 Holy Spirit crystals should be enough, right? He was a bit moved, thinking to himself that the master had already planned the second transformation for him. Then I replied to him, yes. Wang Hui continued, so just complete the fourth mission and you can proceed with the second transformation. He also advised Chunki that recently there was a mission related to the evil sect on the school's website, with a high chance of obtaining the concept of repentance. Go back and check it out. He simply replied with one word after hearing it, yes. After arriving home, Chungi immediately searched for information about the tasks on the school's official website. A series of details appeared, making him ponder. Tahang University is one of the top 3 universities, with a student body that isn't considered large. Over 4 years, there are only about 5,000 students, less than a third of other universities. He pressed the search button while analyzing. As Tahang University's high input resources mean they can't recruit many students. Although there are few students, the missions are diverse. All the ones above are academic tasks. Now I only care about the missions related to the heretical cult. The result is immediately displayed afterward. The objective of the combat mission is to eliminate the fleeing cultist at level 34, with a reward of 400 study points. The investigation task involves Longfong City in Sungsan Province, where clues have been found and reported for a reward of 100 to 1,000 study points. Chungi stroked his chin in thought for a long time. Repentance requires 100 beams, and the first task can only be categorized. He needs to check where Longfong City is in the second mission. Thinking and acting, he immediately searched for this location. Although it's not a big city, it has the specialty of Yuanguo, so it's probably more developed than Lijiang. If heretical cultists are active, the chance to gain the idea of repentance is also not small. Chungi clicked to accept the mission, and a warning suddenly appeared. This has been confirmed as a high-risk level mission. 2 people who took the task have lost contact. Do you want to continue accepting it or not? This situation surprised him, yet it was a high-risk mission. He then frowned and analyzed, similar to the difficulty of a dungeon, with school missions also divided into 4 levels: simple, normal, dangerous, and high risk. A hint of caution flickers in his emerald eyes as the high-risk mission has at least a 70% death rate. But Chungi remains undeterred, knowing that any task involving heretical cultists is never simple, and he needs to prepare before heading out. He raised his hand to summon the guiding insect, and the glass butterfly responded respectfully, saying, Master, do you have any instructions? He did not answer, only silently used his positioning skill, and the magic map immediately appeared along with detailed information. The skill uses guiding no echo to mark the coordinates of the void beast, sensing its position and teleporting instantly to the designated point. Chungi instructs the guiding no echo that if danger arises beyond their ability to handle, it can also escape quickly by relying on its speed. This time, heading to Longfong City to carry out the mission will come with an additional guarantee. After finishing everything, Chungi stepped outside the schoolyard and thought that on the school's website, buying enough mana recovery potions would be enough to depart. From afar, 2 female students exclaimed upon seeing his figure, Ungithan is alive. The other also smiled and praised him. He truly deserves the title of the leader of the Golden Age. This level of aura even surpasses that of the senior students in their 4th year. In the exclusive alloy training room of the Dean at the War Academy, Ngo Mang is training alone against 7 robots, fighting while asking Tu Mi if Chungi has already left the school to take on a high-risk mission. She answered Ngo Mang's question. Yes, the mission location is in Longfong City, Sungsan Province, related to the Tajiaodo. Nengomang knocked away some robots and said, "The Ta Jiaoda mission, it looks like he's preparing for a second transformation. This kid has his own ideas too. Besides, that familiar name also made him suspicious. But it seems I've heard that mission in Longfeng City mentioned by her before." Tami glanced at the information in her hand and confirmed that the initial mission in Longfeng City was only at a normal level, but after the two students at levels 26 and 28 lost contact, it was upgraded to a high-risk level. The prediction school must have a second-degree fake profession to handle it, Nengomang replied with a smile while still fighting the robots. There, they might be hiding some tricks. It could be a bit troublesome for other students, but for Chungi, it's not really a big deal. After finishing, he decapitated his opponent and then kicked off, propelling himself forward. The analysis continued. These two victories were achieved in the Heavenly Wind Guild's training dungeon without much difficulty. Even at level 29, Chungi wouldn't be at a disadvantage against a second-tier profession, let alone considering the many trump cards he has. Ngomang quickly eliminated the group of robots and simultaneously decided to change Chungi's class schedule to a leave of absence, so no further management was needed. Finally, he told Tomi to wait until he returned to remind him, and that the leave of absence still had to be respected. The high-speed train is running at full speed on the railway section. This is a straight route from Tahang to Longfeng, 100,000 kilometers long, passing through many dangerous areas. To reach the destination, you need to start from the Ning'an University Teleportation Square, use 12 teleportations, and take 7 high-speed trains to Vinheng, Songsan Province. Chungi, exhausted, leans his head against the window and then just needs to sit on the subway for 2 hours to arrive. The phone buzzed and he answered with a message alert. "Chungi, have you arrived yet?" He quickly responded, "Almost there, just 1 more hour." "All right. When you get there, remember to call me. Bina sitting beside you praised. Wow, your phone's keychain is a Ning'an specialty mouse demon pet. Are you also from Ning'an?" Chuningzhu nodded friendlily. "So you're the same?" With a bright smile on her face, she confides in him. "I can be considered half a person from Ning'an. My grandmother is over there. I grew up there, and now I can only go during summer vacation. Anyway, Tuhang Province is too far from Songsan Province, so going to Longfeng City is just for sightseeing or something." Chungi just used an appraisal technique and responded casually, "There are some things that need to be done." "What about everyone else? Are they coming to Longfeng City for sightseeing?" The results show that both are level 13 pharmacists. Bina didn't realize she was under investigation and continued to speak casually. "That's right, we plan to go to Longfeng to relax in the hot springs. I'm Bina and this is my close friend Liu Tian. Your rank is higher, so I can't really tell. It seems like the combat system is involved, right?" After Chungi's she started to praise herself. "I told you my sixth sense is pretty accurate. I really admire your combat profession." To him, this statement sounds a bit off. The demeanor between a fake civilian and a fake fighter profession is vastly different. It's completely normal to be caught. With sincere intentions to connect deeply, Bina proactively takes out her phone and says, "Little brother, my best friend and I are both pharmacists. From now on, if you need to buy any medicine, whether it's a healing potion, magic power, or a wound treatment, I will give you a 20% discount." Chungi felt a bit embarrassed, but couldn't refuse. "Okay, thank you." Finally, the high-speed train has arrived in Longfeng City. Bakna spoke after getting off the train. Time really flies. She and Lu Kuei pulled their luggage and said goodbye to Chungi. "If you need anything, feel free to contact me at any time," but because I was talking, she accidentally bumped into someone coming from the opposite direction. Tavan saw a young girl with a painted face in front of her and shamelessly promoted her heresy. "Beautiful sister, I'm really sorry. Look, the Holy Spirit Church might bring endless happiness to everyone." He continued explaining to Liu Qian, "Our church has a very special event recently that shows the blessing of the gods. If you're interested, you can come and learn a bit. Even Chungi isn't spared. This young monk's aura is extraordinary. He must be someone destined for the divine." Even though these words are just flattery to him, he still glances at the paper the other handed over. After reading it, Chungi's doubts grew even stronger, and he let out a This attitude made Tavan turn pale and have to retreat, then snatched back the paper and ran away, leaving a blessing. "May the Holy Spirit Lord protect you forever." It seems Liu Jai hasn't learned much about the Holy Spirit sect. She read the paper and said, "Is religious culture in Longfeng City really so popular?" But Bai Na quickly snatched it away and threw it out. Very unlucky. Liu Qian asked about her friend's strange behavior. "What's wrong? Is something off?" Bakna had to explain in detail the experiences her family had gone through. She didn't know, which was normal, that my brother had been working here for many years. A year ago, Longfeng City started showing signs of religious activity. At that time, the Holy Spirit Church was considered a mysterious organization. Many people who join the religion see their attributes increase and level up, but eventually everyone realizes that although their appearance remains unchanged, their personalities have completely transformed, as if they became different people. Bhakna continues to share her sad experience. My older brother was kind-hearted, but after joining the Holy Spirit Church, he became irritable. His outburst made the whole family afraid. Although the sect claimed it was a sign of loyal followers, I still felt something was off. After hearing her tell the story, Luji asked what exactly is a divine relic, but at this moment, Baina threw the flyer into the trash bin with a bored expression. Let it go. We can't touch these things. Who could know what exactly is inside it? Chungi crossed his arms and commented on what just happened. Although I was here at first, Feng and I also briefly saw the light god with our consciousness, but divine relics are not something good. Maybe this is a clue to track down the heretical sect, because they often disguise themselves as mainstream religions. Soon, night fell over Longfeng City. At 8:30 p.m., the neon lights from the Hengyang Hospital building shone brightly, illuminating a corner of the street. The crowd gathered on the 9th floor. Everyone was excited. Could we really encounter a divine relic today? I guess I came for the divine relics too. My neighbor said that after he encountered a divine relic with a thinking attribute, his ability increased by 20 and his strength also grew. Guman, after listening among the crowd, sarcastically used her reputation to lure people to join the gathering. Thuong, of course, also recognized this little trick. No way. The Holy Spirit Church became a major religion in just a year. How could they do it without tricks? Even if criticized, he still focused on the mission. That's right, remember to record the entire process of their forgery later, Trio Lin whispered from beside her. Miss, gathering clues about the divine relic's forgery is enough. Don't probe too deeply. A+ mission slip-up means death. Once reaching level 19, he dared to speak, so he couldn't say no. Follow her instructions, only gather clues, and never engage directly. She heard the satisfactory answer and immediately turned to ask her level 18 mechanic. I wonder if the small robot has been arranged already? He smiled brightly in response. Rest assured, the entire room is under surveillance. Wuhan suddenly interrupted while using the appraisal technique. Hey, why can't I see that person's profession rank information? Chungji stayed within her line of sight, but the screen kept showing errors. The other three simultaneously activated the inspection function. I also can't see his level. What about Koman? He is no different from Zhaoling. If we can't see it, we can't probe it, which means the opponent's level is at least level 20. Thuong looked suspiciously at the usual gathering of the Holy Spirit Church. How could it attract powerhouses above level 20? Wuhan then added with shocking information. Does he have the breath of a god on him? Could he be a member of the Holy Spirit sect? As they were cutting open the 5 mouths, Chungi suddenly shot a cold glare, causing all 4 to panic and their blood to seem to freeze. Zhaoling did not hesitate to give the order. That gaze frightened my spirit. It must be a second-tier expert, absolutely must not attract attention. Wuhan responded softly, and the 2 men silently accepted their orders. While the opponents assessed him, Chungi was also analyzing them. These 4 people didn't seem to be ordinary villagers, but they also had nothing to do with him. His target was the Holy Spirit Church. A sharp bell rings sharply, cutting through everyone's thoughts, and the atmosphere immediately becomes silent as a tomb. The representative begins to welcome everyone to the Holy Spirit Church gathering. Everyone here is destined to meet the Lord. I am the divine servant Letuvien, here to lead you to divine grace. Chunungi stood silently in the back, observing, level 18, 2 level 17s, not very high. Let's see what they are up to. Meanwhile, Tuvien continued to speak passionately. The Holy Spirit Church worships the Lord, guiding with righteousness towards light and salvation. In the eyes of the deity, all beings are equal, and he keeps weaving dreams for his followers. As long as they are sincere, the deity will bestow blessings. From free cultivation dungeons to precious resources like magic power-enhancing pills and rare treasures that increase vitality, everything is available. Finally, he revealed an attractive backup offer. The church provides each member with 8,000 mid to low-grade coins every month for operational expenses. This bomb made the crowd go wild. I worked hard for a whole month just to get 4,000, but in the church I can receive 8,000 in free cultivation resources. Maybe I can turn my luck around and become a true powerhouse. Tuvien kept pouring sweet words into everyone's ears. This is the love of the Divine Lord for all, so that everyone doesn't have to worry about life's troubles and can devote themselves fully to their faith in the Divine Lord. Everyone, the divine power of the Holy Spirit Church is limitless. Next, as the divine servant, I will personally demonstrate the great power of the deity to everyone. The man stepped up to the foot of the statue, unaware of its potential or effectiveness, ready to perform. This is a rare opportunity granted to us by the Divine Lord to witness the glory of the God and feel the vast grace. Chunai pondered as he looked at the item in front of him, unable to identify it, but he could sense the dense magical aura on the statue, probably a magic tool. Zhao Ling's group also had their own thoughts about it. The Holy Spirit statue they want to forge a miracle with. This time, I must gather solid evidence. Tu Vian stood facing the statue, raising both hands high and shouting loudly, "Holy Spirit Lord, show your power." The expectant look of the crowd below made him speak more passionately, allowing these devout followers to witness his great miracle. As he finished speaking, the assistant immediately shook the small bell in his hand. As the ringing sound echoed, the statue gradually emitted a gentle golden light, soon forming a dazzling halo that made Chungi raise his hand to shield his eyes. He stared in shock at what was called a miracle, now appearing as a goddess holding a believer in her arms. I don't know who shouted. What is this? This is the key to everyone's excitement. The miracle is a miracle. This light makes my body feel full of power. The figure from the statue begins to chant a series of spells. The followers couldn't help but look at each other in confusion. Strange, did anyone hear that sound? That legend is still talking. Koman's group is also surrounded by spells, and Tru Wuhan all seem to be under a mind control spell. Then Zhaoling suddenly looked at her hands, trembling as she said, "I have become a second-tier profession changer." This made Wuhan stand in the protective barrier in shock. Sister Lin beside her, Guman laughed wildly. "Many low-grade resources are enough for me to become the strongest warrior, and injuries won't escape the claws of the demon. Mom, now I am the top mechanic in Zhangxia country. Enough to make my family proud." She used her own experience as proof that this was a high-level hypnotic magic. Wuhan stared helplessly at the divine relic, which kept spreading, with a mental control immunity chain that could only be activated once every half hour. Now, I can only wait for the cooling device, wake up a teammate, and then forcefully induce them. Chunungi is the second person to resist. He grabs the head of someone nearby and calculates his next move. This high-level hypnotic magic. Could it be that the Holy Spirit Church only relies on this method to attract followers? Tuvian looked at the outcome brought by the divine relic and was completely satisfied, as expected from the sacred object bestowed by the Grand Master with extraordinary effectiveness. He immediately ordered his subordinates behind him to start moving. "We just wasted a bit of time earlier, and they're in a hurry too." The enchanting chime sounded again, waves of sound spreading out from that side, quickly enveloping the entire hall in glowing golden ripples. As the chant ended, waves of deathly aura seeped into every corner of the 9th floor. 5 strangers slowly appeared on the altar through the black smoke. Tu Vian respectfully bowed and greeted the Grand Teacher. Chunyi's eyes suddenly flickered. This feeling must be from our followers. As soon as Feng Li spoke, he immediately questioned, "Why has Tu Vian been using it for so long?" He hurriedly clasped his hands in explanation. "Master Priest, there must be a reason behind this. Promoting the Holy Spirit Church will take some time." He nonchalantly warned, "Just a few consumable items. Next time, don't waste time." Feng Li reached out and touched the statue and said, "This time, after the sacrificial ceremony, you will officially join the Holy Spirit sect." Receiving the blessing from the Divine Lord, Tu Vian was hit by unexpected joy and became extremely excited, thanking the gesture of the venerable master. Chungi observed for a while and was enlightened. The evil sect disciple looks like an ordinary person without the power of evil spirits, making it hard to distinguish their true identity. But as a holy knight, I am blessed by the holy light and extremely sensitive to evil aura. The demonic breath of those 5 people is as clear as ink on white paper. On the altar, Laifeng continued his divine hymn. "Eternal Holy Spirit, forever invincible, great Lord of gods, the sacrificial offering is ready for you. Please rest assured and enjoy." Watching this scene, your mind drifts further away. New Bishop level 27, right? He must be a higher-ranking person. Let's see if he can gather more information. After all, there are 5 evil cult members, never enough. In front of the glowing golden statue, Feng Li and the others raise their hands and repeat in unison, "Eternal Holy Spirit, forever invincible." The statue of the god, after hearing the phrase, "Holy Spirit, eternal, forever and ever" 5 times, smiled with satisfaction, opening its mouth to release shimmering waves of sound, surging wildly. The cult members below are so excited they feel like a sudden rainstorm on a sunny day. Chunungi silently gags at the crazed atmosphere around him, realizing they are actually extracting souls. The shout of eternal Holy Spirit now echoed through the surrounding believers. His mind kept turning. The soul is the key to rebirth, whether as a savior priest or a self-rescuing powerhouse. Ordinary souls are weak and won't appear after death, but whether strong or weak, the soul is always crucial. Chungi truly senses the sinister nature of the sect, as the celestial net controls everyone's minds, yet this illusion actually drains their soul power. You can't forget the violent scene you heard yourself. Those who join the Catholic Church may look the same on the outside, but their personalities are completely different. Finally, I have found the answer to the recent strange events. Those who join the Holy Spirit Church with the most significant personality changes are definitely related to the defective souls. Chunui quietly wondered what the purpose was of that statue collecting the souls of these bewildered people. Zhao Ling, driven by her will, stepped into the 9th floor, but now she also ignored her soul being eroded. Wuhan used all his strength to pull her back, his heart pounding wildly. If we keep waiting for Lin, they'll all die. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Lin, wake up quickly. She has decided to activate the Ice Spirit technique regardless of everything. Ice Spirit, heed my summoning and gather your power. Freeze everything. Seeing the thin layers of ice covering Zhao Lin, she joyfully exclaims, "There is hope now." But the joy was short-lived as the ice melted away in an instant, nullifying the ice magic and reversing the spell. Wuhan's blatant actions drew Tu Vien's attention, yet some people remained unaffected by the hypnosis. He raised his hand and unleashed a monstrous force like a storm. Hack Diem. Go. Chungi saw the deadly aura approaching her and didn't hesitate to unleash the Holy Light Shield attack, but surprisingly, among the many believers, more than 2 were hit by the attack, and Lun Hiem quickly threw out the Righteous Light Shield. The sturdy golden shield blocks the magic stream in front of Wuhan, and having exposed her opponent, she seizes the opportunity to launch another fireball of the Holy Light spell at Fong Li. As expected of the Saint Spirit's leader, he simply flicked his hand to deflect the deadly attack. After dealing with some petty tricks, he immediately exposed her. Dazzling Light Technique. You are a member of the Holy Light Church's elite. Even as a level 25 Holy Light mage, your defenses haven't been easily broken, leaving Liu Nian confused. How is this possible? My Diu Quang Thuat is now level 15. This skill once quickly defeated a level 26 Golden King boss. Her suppressed strength quickly brought her back to her senses, and she hesitated before opening dozens of teleportation scrolls, only to be blocked when Ta Jiaodo waved his hand. This is bad. Ta Jiaodu's strength is far beyond my imagination. I must leave here immediately. Easy to get in, easy to get out. It's just a song. How can Feng Lai let her escape? You think this is a place where you can come and go as you please just because you want to? He cast the summoning technique, thick muddy sludge from the floor rising up to entangle her tightly. Liu Hiem quickly stepped back, but Fong Li was supported by 2 heretical disciples simultaneously, unleashing wind ring and fireball spells. A swirling golden light envelops her inside. The power of the Brightness Society gathers beside me, forming an unstoppable support. 2 against 1 is no match. She is trapped in a pincer movement with enemies closing in from both sides. Among the 5, there are even 2 mages. If there had been only 1 mage, she might have taken the chance to destroy a few of their scrolls and escape. Even if her calculations are flawed, Liunium must keep fighting. The power of the divine gathers in the light, cleansing evil in the world. But she wasn't very optimistic inside. Worse still, another close combat profession was coming this way. If he got too close, she would definitely die. She frantically launched attacks at her opponent in an attempt to break through their barrier. At 58 years old, after switching to a stealthy profession, I, the Light Mage, was directly recruited into the Holy Light Church for training. The Holy Spirit Church people are not used to being slaughtered. They fought back fiercely, making her struggle to dodge the attacks. After 4 years of training, this was her first time going out to train, and she initially thought she could destroy this religious activity on her own. But is it worth risking her life? Chunungi looked at the battle unfolding with a sigh of frustration. Unable to bear it any longer, he raised his hand and unleashed the blood-repentant sword. The Huangduang hospital building had been silent all this time, but in an instant, successive floors exploded with deafening booms. Lun Hiem knelt in despair, gazing at the ruined trench before her. It was the remaining half of the Wuhan building where her comrades struggled to hold on. Was it already destroyed? Tu Vien, panic-stricken, pointed in a direction to warn of another saboteur, his holy aura flickering faintly. Fong Lai, of course, was not blind and questioned Chunungi. You are a high-ranking knight of the Holy Light Church. He did not wait for an answer and immediately accused him. The heretical sect gathers a bunch of pathetic scum heavily burdened with guilt. Lun Hiem trembles all over, trying to stand up as if she has her own suspicion. 2 mages, a warrior, all above level 25 with support magic, yet they were killed so quickly. Could it be the false profession second transition? Longfang City has indeed long been under the church's watch. Of course, Fong Li was not pleased with the criticism and decisively swung his sword, taking down the remaining two heretics who rushed at him, unaware of their own limits. Chungi no longer regarded them as worth his attention. He couldn't believe what had just happened before his eyes. Just one move, this is impossible. He decisively kicked the sacrificial pawn forward to block him. He didn't expect to find himself in this situation. It was clearly a path to death. Chunagi also didn't refuse the prey offered on his doorstep, coldly cutting it in half to finish it off. Then he didn't delay, summoning the blue butterfly to lead the way while the insect followed. It obeyed the command and rushed into the door of death before the deadly aura disappeared. Lu Hiem timidly approached him, a high-ranking divine officer showing respect. I am the Light Mage Lu Hiem of the Demon Division, the Holy Light Bishop. The closer I stand, the clearer my heart becomes. If you look closely, the intensity of the Holy Light is more than just terrifying. This really is a manifestation of Holy Light. I can even feel the joyful aura it radiates around his body. Chunung asked curiously, "Why are you from the Demon City branch, and why are you here?" She also didn't hide her feelings and expressed her gratitude. "I went out to train and took on a mission to come here. Luckily, Your Excellency is here. Otherwise, I would have been in danger this time." He turned his back and walked away, indifferently replying, "It's just a small matter." She hurriedly ran after him to confirm. "May I ask which divine official of the bright religion you are? I have never seen such powerful holy light before." Chungi gestured with his hand and spoke frankly. "I am not one of your holy light church people." With a loud roar, Lun Hiem wondered in confusion. "No." She looked at the ruined altar with a snap of her fingers, blinking to confirm once more, with such dense holy aura, besides the divine officials of the Brightness Church, who else could possess it? Her little head boldly guessed, could it be the saintly heir? Lun Hiem frantically searched her memory. The titles Saint Son and Saint Daughter are reserved for the top geniuses within the Holy See of the Brightness Church. This is also a kind of authority. They can access the top-tier resources within the Church's core. They are nurtured because they are undefeated at their level, and some can even surpass their rank to defeat enemies. To avoid being targeted by heretical sects, the Saint Son or Saint Girl always hides their identity before revealing themselves. Only high-ranking officials know, and once they have enough information, she looks around. "Sir, we need to wake everyone up now, right? Of course, he's not free to carry a heavy burden." "No need. Now that chaos has been caused, wait for the Security Bureau to handle it. The situation is complicated. Awakening them casually could cause unnecessary fear." Chungi stepped toward the body of a Holy Church disciple and explained, "The Security Bureau has experienced handling unusual situations. They will comfort the people better." She tiptoed after, patting the horse's rear, saying, "You're always so thoughtful." He clasped his hands together, performing a repentance gesture, using the name of the divine to awaken the conscience of the soul. As he finished speaking, a cloud of golden dust fell from his hand onto the corpse, even covering it with white lilies of repentance, while the shadow of death's aura twisted and soared out in response to the call. Then, the twisted souls hovered in midair, and the space echoed with a mournful sound. "I am guilty. I repent for the sins I have committed." After the battle, Chungi raised his hand to withdraw his magic. He clenched his fists, his mind filled with thoughts. Only 4, still too few. I released the master to avoid leaving a trail and to find more traitors. They should be catching up now. Lun Hiem quietly observed from behind, questioning herself. Though she had a solid foundation, she was far behind the saintly heir. If she could cultivate alongside him, she would surely become much stronger, but she wondered if she had caught his attention. While they were lost in thought, the officials from the Public Security Bureau arrived outside. They stormed in shouting warnings, raised their hands, and ordered everyone to put down their weapons, assisting the Public Security Officer Long Fong. Standing amidst the circle of soldiers is a tall man, the captain of the action team from the Public Security Bureau, Wang Hao. He approached Lu Nian and politely inquired, "I am Wang Hao, the captain of the action team of the Public Security Bureau, a professional of respect. May I ask what has happened here?" "Hello, Captain Wang. The Holy Spirit sect is a heretical cult. They use tricks to gather ordinary townspeople here to extract their souls to offer to the Emperor." Wang Hao looked worried. "Extracting souls? Did she stop them?" Lun Hiem quickly waved her hand, stammering to deny. "It wasn't me. It wasn't me." She turned to Luungi, but he was nowhere to be found. "Hey, where did everyone go?" Lun Hiem sadly muttered, blaming the others. "Holy Son, you abandoned me alone again, and left." Meanwhile, Wang Hao is desperately organizing the cleanup. Team wants to handle the evacuation of the crowd and ensure their safety. Be careful not to cause panic. Team 2 checks the scene and collects evidence. No suspicious items should be overlooked. Where did this mysterious hand from Yang come from to cast magic? His voice keeps echoing everywhere. Team 3 begins treatment, prioritizing those with serious injuries, acting quickly to ensure their safety. Everyone affected by the magic immediately shows signs of mind control. Who are you all? What are you still doing? I want to go home. Wait, wasn't I just at a gathering earlier? Where am I right now? Is this strange? I feel pain all over my body and my head is heavy, as if someone is still pounding inside my mind. Tuong Thuong, rubbing his eyes, muttered in complaint. Ugh, my head hurts so much. After fully recovering, he went to his teammates and asked Han if we succeeded. Wuhan responded, "What are you thinking? You were hypnotized by the Holy Spirit Church. I was lucky to escape thanks to my magic staff, but I didn't expect there to be at least 5 experts behind them, all level 25 or higher. Hearing this, you must have been completely shocked. Level 25, so how can we survive?" she continued. "He is a second-tier divine official, one strike to wipe out the Holy Spirit sect." Tuong Thuong immediately rejoiced as if he had found treasure. The second-tier divine function employee is treating the old man. That's right, my robot must have recorded his battle process. We can upload it online and it will definitely cause a stir. So he took the robot out to verify in front of everyone. Before they could see, the surroundings suddenly shook violently. The group of Tuong Thuong stood there stunned, motionless for a moment. In another place, a dark and gloomy atmosphere pervades everything. In the center, a figure is wrapped in a mass of magical slime. Fong Lai bitterly asked, his voice filled with hatred. Damn it, who exactly is he? Why would a character like that appear in Longfong City? He staggered as he walked, questioning himself over and over. I am not a member of the Bright Light sect. I have always been humble in my actions and could never attract the attention of a master from the Bright Light sect. They are all under hypnosis, leaving no trace. Where did it go wrong? Feng Li throws open the large door in front of him. The sacrificial ritual has been ruined, and 4 priests are injured. The Lord will be furious for sure. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. What should I do? Meanwhile, influenced by demonic energy, a blue butterfly appeared from nowhere carrying hope to change the situation, and mysterious cracks also appeared on the wall. Chungji uses his hand to widen the crack, revealing his handsome face. The space positioning borrows the power of the void divine beast sensing and determines the coordinates of the space. A tier in space opened up to the destination, allowing for instant travel through time and space. Returning to the present, Dufeng saw a familiar figure and immediately asked, Master Feng, you're back. It doesn't beat around the bush and get straight to the point. I want to know what it truly feels like to witness the loss of the 4 precious disciples' lives. Feng Li hurriedly kneels to confess. This time, the victim's actions caused an incident. Someone with strong holy light power got involved in the sabotage. The sacrifice also involved killing our people. That person's strength is too powerful. I am no match for him at all. Dufeng keeps causing trouble on one side, so why are you still alive? He kept begging him to spare his life, a villain deserving 1,000 deaths. Please spare my life, Your Excellency. I am willing to atone for my sins by finding more sacrificial items to make up for this loss. It coldly said, success is rare, failure is frequent. After hearing that, he trembled all over. My lord, I truly did my best, but that mysterious person is too powerful. I really am Chungi, and at some point I disguised myself as an apostle to stand among them. I quietly observed the dense evil energy emanating from the black sphere. This must be the gathering place of over 100 believers. This scheme is definitely more than just collecting souls. Dufeng didn't want to waste any more time and pretended to be unaware. Forget it, your explanation is useless. Fortunately, although the sacrifice was interrupted midway, the ritual was successful and did not affect the overall plan. Feng Li hesitated timidly and said, Master, you mean the sacrifice succeeded, but it was clearly cut off from the soul power the owner needed, so it hasn't been fully completed. Could it be that you've offended the master? He couldn't help but shout. Stupid fool, do you think we're still conducting sacrifices around the city just for that pathetic bit of soul power? Master 2, I am a subordinate. Let me explain a little to this fool. I am a loyal servant. Talin revealed an evil smile and slowly explained, Master, this is a grand plan to destroy the world. Over the past 5 years, the Holy Spirit City has conducted 307 sacrificial ceremonies, all at key points within Longfeng City, each activating a node, and he carefully explained every detail. Chungi listened intently, not missing a word. If the points connect to form a line, they will create a magic array covering the entire city called the Chaos Inferno Array. To carry out this plan, we have planted many disciples within the city layers to spread the teachings of the Holy Spirit sect among the people. More and more secrets are revealed, attracting those with desires to join the Holy Spirit sect, expanding their forces and providing enough manpower for the plan, while secretly adding colorless and tasteless magic potion into the city's water supply, affecting the body and mind, making people more easily controlled. Chung-yi listened, his mind filled with thoughts. No wonder those false professionals are so easily hypnotized. What is the purpose of activating the so-called Chaos Inferno array while Talin's voice still echoed in my ears? We have uncovered many secret passages underground connected to sacrificial sites, all equipped with runes and magic formations channeling energy. He continued to reveal the schedule for the operation. Tonight, the magic array has activated the souls and vitality of all living beings in the city, which are continuously being drained and sent through the passage to the seal of the Chaos Lord. The more he spoke, the more his face was stained with evil. The lives and souls of the entire city are being sacrificed as the great Chaos Lord is about to awaken. He will bring chaos and infinite darkness to reshape this world. The great Lord of Chaos is about to awaken. He listened, his expression gradually becoming serious. The Chaos Lord, Ta-Than. Then I will summon magic and prepare to fight, risking everyone's life to awaken the evil god. I absolutely will not allow it. Master Feng Lai hurriedly apologized. Please forgive me. I knew nothing about this. Du Feng scolded. You're so stupid. How can I trust you with such an important task? Suddenly, he shouted loudly. Who's still there? It aimed at the spot where he was activating the magic, causing an explosion that shook everything. Luckily, he managed to defend himself in time and remained unharmed. As the smoke cleared, Chung-yi prepared for battle, activating the Divine Thunder Heavenly Kai Level 1 to boost his state of enlightenment by 50%, increasing resistance to abnormal conditions and damage from lightning skills for 14 seconds. While the lightning sword struck rapidly, dealing massive mixed damage. Feng Li immediately recognized the familiar figure. It's you again. Talin did not hesitate to cast magic, summoning the power of the Shadow Blade into her weapon, forming a black sickle with strong metal-cutting force. He refused to give up. The S-Rank Level 1 Divine Thunder Punishment Ring gathers Divine Thunder on the weapon, rapidly unleashing lightning attribute damage beyond expectations. After a while, both temporarily separated, Chunungi retreated to a safe distance. He used his magic eye to analyze the opponent, but couldn't identify them, feeling a bit of admiration. Much more skilled than the second-tier bishop he faced before, and this time he has encountered a worthy opponent. Tulin below wastes no time, swinging her scythe to unleash her ultimate move, shadowy wings flickering as she summons black crescent blades from multiple angles to attack her enemies, causing severe damage and disrupting their actions. Her scythe spinning rapidly forms a magical circle, creating an absolutely cinematic scene. He stared at him intently, praising without holding back. A level 29 Holy Knight can withstand my 3 strikes. You're quite capable. Then he coldly executed his next move, intending to end the opponent. But this is where you stop. The dark vortex centered on himself condenses dark power into a massive black whirlpool with a strong pull that erodes and extends to all living beings around, while Talin's magic strikes like sharp blades, slicing chaotically everywhere. At the center where he stands, a black hole has already formed, ready to swallow everything around it. Chunungi struggles against its intense pull. The situation is getting worse. He summoned the Holy Light Guardian, firmly planted the Holy Sword into the ground to create a symbol. My dark vortex devours even the light. You're just futilely struggling. The first transformation of the Holy Knight is impressive, but compared to the second transformation, like an ant versus a dragon, you're still 14 levels below me. He quickly realized the unfavorable situation and was filled with thoughts. Although the guardian angel can resist most of the dark corrosion, this black vortex is frantically absorbing her magic and stamina. If she keeps draining like this, she will eventually be completely drained. Your candlelight can only last so long in front of the absolute strength of the man. I won't give up and confidently reply, my light is enough to crush your game. Behind Chungi, a radiant aura shone brightly. He-Ha was determined to come up with a battle plan, knowing that fighting his magic power and stamina head-on was definitely not advantageous, so he aimed to strike quickly and decisively. At this point, Talin hesitated slightly, questioning in his mind whether the purity of this holy light far exceeded that of ordinary holy knights. Could he really be the secret weapon of the Zenith Holy Light Church? But these people are truly too weak, and no matter what his background is, he won't survive and leave this place today. Doc Fong, fearing that the long night brings false dreams, anxiously spoke out. Master. To stop him quickly, but it was already too late. He had completed his transformation. The innate light ring skill, Saintly Radiant Wheel. Level 11 a rank, and the angelic divine secret technique. S+ rank. Then he summoned a beam of light directly at the enemy. Lin was terrified by what he saw, unable to believe that this dark vortex, fused with the chaotic primal error, could even devour a level 50 powerhouse. So how could it be so easily separated? No way all the followers are willing to kill him at any cost. He wants to use quantity to crush the opponent. Even though the followers are not very strong individually, their large numbers can exhaust his stamina and magic power. Lin shouted loudly to command, feeling the pain of Xiangxiche's dark bonds as a series of chains shot out to seal him, followed by a raging water formation aiming to drown the opponent. Chungi calmly reached out to draw his light sword, his eyes turning sharp, then swung his hand, successfully breaking the water formation. However, the battle was not over yet. Again, the horde of wind disciples continued to charge wildly. Too many miscellaneous enemies to handle. First, they had to be cleared out. A series of absolutely cinematic moves were unleashed, with him single-handedly ravaging the battlefield. Lin, overwhelmed, quickly retreated to defend, then countered with the Yuan Tam Lien Tram. He didn't make many moves, just stretched lightly, and a burst of magic light radiated out so strongly that it pushed back his opponent. After a while, the battlefield also became less chaotic. Lin was pushed against the wall. Dufeng was furious and cursed, a useless trash that even a level 29 Holy Knight couldn't catch. Feng Li could only tremble and sigh. What kind of joke is this? How do you fight this kind of monster? Chungi clenched his fist, feeling the power flowing through him. Luckily, his transformation into a divine angel with various abilities, combined with the level 29 strategy and the actual level approaching 40, plus the Holy Light's suppression of evil powers, allowed him to overpower and suppress it. Dufeng, furious, unleashes blood-red, killing intent. Useless ones. Wait for the ritual to end, and you will all pay the price. But seeing the cowardly one collapsing on the ground, it loudly questions, Master Feng, what are you doing? Feng Li was so scared he was trembling and stammering. He couldn't be level 29. He must be hiding some kind of artifact to disguise his level. Master, I will seize this opportunity. I can't go up and seek pointless death. Zhongnungi Ren, taking advantage of their distraction, rushes to fight, and Dufeng frantically orders. That useless coward who fears death now rushes forward to block him, but the Rabbit King just stands frozen. I am still waiting for the right moment to strike. Now is not the time. He concentrates his divine power, his eyes like a hawk fixed intently on the two opponents, then charges forward, weapon in hand, pressed against Feng Li, while Dufeng seizes the opportunity, grabbing his head with both hands to use as a shield. Feng Li kept holding the knife handle. Father, why? Cough, cough. Then it coldly throws the body of the comrade down, continuously cursing the useless trash. Did you see what just happened? Is he your son? It's fine either way. Dying for the Lord of Chaos would be his greatest honor in this lifetime. Chungi just wanted to be speechless at it. Because I am that void god, even loved ones can be discarded, truly insane. It replied, with a tone 3 parts mocking and 7 parts like a lady. When chaos descends, my divine daughter is my child. Chungi is no match. Don't die in vain because the city is about to perish. Hearing the opponent mention his name, he couldn't help but wonder. Do you know me? Dufeng doesn't hesitate to reveal. The top scorer in the university-wide freshman exchange tournament, who has long been renowned, was deeply engaged in conversation when Chungi suddenly sensed that something was amiss. So it turns out, Lin was trying to ambush him. He quickly swung his sword to defend, and before he could finish dealing with this guy, Doc Fong behind him had already changed. He exclaimed worriedly, "This is bad." In an instant, Chungi had disappeared without the enemy's encirclement. Suddenly, Bat-Thin Lin appeared and delivered a sky-high blow to Lin, causing the Void Beast skill to jump away. Then, thousands of invisible fists aimed directly at him, with the level 9 B-ranked chain attack, leaving him battered and in pain like Lathat. Dufeng, after witnessing that spectacular display, burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. As expected, you stole the Void Beast without any effort at all. He didn't respond to it, coldly activating his next skill. The level 16 A-ranked light punishment skill, quickly and cleanly taking down Lin. But inside, Trangap wondered if he could still tame the Void Beast. After some reasoning, Chungi confidently confirmed, Director Fong Hak, you are the traitorous madman. He knew he couldn't escape forever, so he spoke up to affirm the truth. The Chaos Lord will take back this world, and I will become one of the rulers of the New World. If it weren't for you disrupting the ritual, the Chaos Lord would have awakened 2 months ago, and today you and the Void Beast both belong to me, one as a sacrifice and the other to nurture power for the Chaos Lord. The heretical god's faith indeed boosts strength significantly. Feng Hak is a second-tier assassin at level 49, but the pressure is even greater than Director Neo at level 52. I activated the Angel Sentinel Zone to greatly boost my strength, but facing him remains very difficult. Suddenly, thousands of sharp stones erupted from the ground, and in an instant I was hit by a sealing spell. Chunyi quickly summoned the Holy Light, struggling amidst the rocky terrain. Feng Huo watched the bloody scene with great delight, thrashing harder. Each minute of resistance would turn 5 souls into nourishment for the Lord of Chaos. He spread his arms wide and summoned a formation of sharp stakes raining down on his opponent. Luckily, Chunyi quickly defended by casting a level 13B+ Holy Light Shield spell. His attack suddenly changed direction, and he watched with wide eyes but couldn't react in time, so he was hit on the right arm, blood splattering everywhere. Chunyi looked at his heavily wounded shoulder slowly healing, but this wasn't normal corrosion. It was the power of the evil god's idol turned into force. The lingering pain made him grit his teeth and carve away the corrupted flesh, while Feng Hao, lost in his dark transformation, laughed maniacally. Aha! His mouth erupts with a huge burst of explosive energy toward him. The sudden surge of power waves couldn't make Chunyi flinch or run away. With just a sword, the hero diverted the energy wave that tore through the sky amid the roar of the apocalypse. His body swiftly shifted to control the phoenix from behind, standing still and gazing at the incoming light with no way to stop it, as a pillar of light struck down like thunder, hammering Feng Hak's head at Chunyi's command. The level 16 A-rank Guangqi punishment skill. Luckily, he has a sharp mind to set up a timely shield, trying to control my actions. Then you used the light punishment skill to deliver a fatal blow to me, right? Your thin lips keep uttering words that make others uncomfortable. The counter strategy is very well executed. Unfortunately, you forget that I used to be the director of the War Academy. In a corner of the room, iron chains covered in mysterious red aura, as if possessed by a soul, rush to support and overturn the table for him. They quickly pull him back to free Feng Hao. Chunhai was dragged towards the stone table, while his voice echoed on both sides. These combat thoughts are all lessons I taught my students 10 years ago. Unfortunately, he is paying more attention to something more important. The deep black bones are formed from condensed chaotic energy, especially restraining divine attributes. Once caught, they not only seal all light system skills, but also drain the victim's vitality. While Feng Hak was kneeling and waiting for the glorious moment to come, struggling, this was your fate. Chunyi was lying on the stone table with his 4 limbs chained and stretched painfully in 4 directions. It's dangerous. These chains suppress divine power. A series of lightning bolts roar across the sky, signaling trouble ahead. Feng Hak happily squeezed Chunyi's face, his long black nails digging deep into it, causing him excruciating pain and blood to spurt out. His face was eager, waiting for humanity's new era of suffering, as he licked the blood still on his hands. Feng Hak sensed the foul aura gradually filling the air, making his soulless eyes more menacing. Suddenly, chunks of rock fell from the sky like a nighttime storm, yet both of them remained unharmed as if the falling stones knew to avoid people. Chunyi gazed at the faint red shadows gradually forming around him, these being the restless spirits rising due to the dark energy enveloping the underworld, while Feng Hak's mood turned joyful, like a clown lost in chaos. Listen, this is the sound of the Chaos Lord's footsteps approaching. The thunderclaps crashing down loudly shake the 6 realms. The bodies of people lying scattered on the ground create a gloomy atmosphere fitting for the day of the apocalypse, while Chunyi remains stunned by the scene before him. Hundreds of souls pass by the stone table where he is lying, accompanied by 2 familiar faces of Chunyi passing by him like emotionless white Nalu Kiet robots. Both of them stand silently with others, waiting for the aura of evil to surround their souls. The dark energy swirls around them, turning everything into emotionless stones that stand tall around him. Chunyi couldn't help but feel angry at the inhumane behavior of the one whom Feng Hak worships as a beast, while he simply responded indifferently to others who shared his own ideals. This is the price he must pay. People as foolish as you will never understand. The chaotic situation forces him to stay silent and think of a new plan. Although I could let the Void Beast take me away directly, everyone from Langfeng City will definitely die, so I have to stop him. Even if I am not his match, I absolutely cannot be a traitor. The glass vial containing the golden liquid is silently summoned by Chunyi. The innate celestial milk S+ greatly enhances resistance to negative effects and accelerates physical recovery. He choked back tears as he quickly drank the strange liquid, increasing his negative resistance by 100%. and his physical recovery speed by 100%. That behavior in Fong Hak's eyes was like a fish desperately trying to escape in its final moments. Struggling, Chungi ignored the sarcastic words, his back shining with a radiant glow that strengthened his fighting spirit, using the name of the divine to awaken the conscience of his soul. Seeing the confident look of the enemy, Fong Hak suddenly showed a look of confusion. "What do you want to do?" In exchange, he kindly passes judgment on the destroyer of the world, himself, Repent. Chungi uses his skill to absorb the remaining spiritual energy from the figures lying scattered on the ground. His face shows clear signs of exhaustion as he collects his 104th repentance thought. Inside Chungi's body, two streams of vital energy and internal energy clash against each other, causing unbearable pain that forces him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The Heavenly Saint warriors awaken strongly within him, and the Ice Legion also begins to follow Chungi's call. The two types of energy clash and collide, creating a powerful shockwave inside him. Chungi grit his teeth and forced himself to absorb the two streams of energy into his body. Fong Hak gazed blankly at the spiritual energy surrounding him. What more does he want to break through with this power? His filthy mind suddenly jumped to a rapid conclusion. Second transformation. When he understood your intention, Fong Hak covered his face and burst into laughter, forcing himself into the second transformation. Ha ha ha. It really opened my eyes. It seems you've been driven mad by despair. He demonstrates mastery of this ultimate skill to the person who is desperately trying to activate it within themselves. Under normal circumstances, the second transformation requires a large amount of resources to withstand the magic crystal. Valuable rare elixirs. These are essential items used to strengthen the body and increase power levels, and also powerful experts to guard against external disturbances during breakthroughs. Right now, you are still suppressed by the deep abyss's shackles on your holy power, imprisoned alone with no energy supply. The fierce battle between the two star armies makes Chungi's nerves tense. The power within your body will become uncontrollable, like a wild horse running free, violently crashing into your flesh, tearing you apart if you fail. His face shows a hint of excitement as he watches the enemy writhe, their rank decreasing lightly or their soul scattering heavily. Despite his confidence, Feng Huo still prepares to strike him down. But your little brat is very strange. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance couldn't let you succeed in the second transformation. Chungi's mind drifted as he sensed the intense conflict happening within him. Two types of energy quietly clashing, while Feng Hak remained arrogant and defiant. Just die in your second transformation. The final clash quietly marks the end of the lingering, hidden pain. The icy spirits gradually turned into sharp, crystalline shards. The angelic illusions transformed into blurry, golden leaves. The two factions now turned into items that burn with each other, ending the pain and bringing sweet fruit to Chungi on the path to salvation in the three darkness. Congratulations on acquiring the exclusive skill of the Talent Master, the Talent Stance, Summoning of the Divine, Restoring the Divine Start, and obtaining unallocated attribute points beyond 100. His physique, powered by divine strength, made his face even more grim. For his impressive debut, Feng Huo was struck by a swirling wind that flew straight into the stone wall. Chungi delivers a strike in midair, sending energy into his body. His body becomes stiff and unresponsive, unable to fight back. Feng Hak's entire body is flying through the air from the powerful attack. Tantriko Shua also seizes the opportunity to beg for mercy, taking advantage of Chungi's fury. Because he was thrown high into the air, it took a long time before Feng Hak finally landed on the ground like a lump of dirt. His eyes widened in shock, unable to believe he had lost half of his lower body. But instead of being angry, he opened his mouth into a wicked, terrifying smile. Useless? You think the skills of a second-tier holy knight can hurt me? A thick layer of black mist is released to fill the hole for him. As he stands up using the demonic energy, he calls forth the restless spirits to charge into battle, their eyes like those who have consumed countless souls. Chungi wasn't afraid of that deadly aura. No need, your last words are too noisy. He raises his hand to the sky, setting up a complex formation above, using a level S divine talisman to summon divine punishment and unleash immense holy power that causes great harm to dark creatures. After activating the skill, he enters a state of exhaustion with all attributes reduced by 40%, lasting for 2 hours. His fiery eyes fixed intently on Feng Huo, rushing towards him. You are guilty. I sentence you. The hero playing the judge personally decided the fate of the cowardly mouse, executing him with lightning strikes raining down like furious storms, each one aimed directly at the traitor. The more Feng Hak was beaten, the more he seemed to get a boost of spirit to provoke Chungi. You won't succeed. My master's power is still here. The tense atmosphere suddenly made him wary as he watched Feng Hak's next move. Like other spirits, he offered his body to serve the chaos. A few black demonic energy cords suddenly snapped free and shot out, surrounding him so quickly that Chungi couldn't react in time. The Chaos Realm's voice boomed indistinctly, commanding submission and collective destruction, as the dense, vengeful aura seeped through his skin cells, causing him to spew a jet of pure black blood. The uneven ground is covered with a pile of bones and their wailing cries, turning the confined scene into a true hell on earth. Suffering is the only truth that joins us. His bloodshot red eyes bulge on his expressionless face. Chung-Ki has fallen into a version he himself cannot recognize. Fortunately, his strong will helped him regain control of his true self, as chaos used tentacles to squeeze him tightly, brainwashing him into becoming an eternal part of me. The holy power on Chungi's body reacts strongly, causing a slight backlash of pain to his mind. He uses his skilled combat techniques to break free from its encirclement. His entire body is infused with holy light, giving Chungi the confidence to wield his sword and fight fiercely. The contaminated consciousness is actually much more advanced than hypnosis. The thick, striped sword strikes directly at the heart of the chaos. Unfortunately, you chose the wrong opponent. The deep wound causes a lingering pain that makes the shape-shifting monster groan nonstop. The open wound has exposed the vital point of chaos. How dare you? Chun-Hee paid no mind to that pointless anger and responded indifferently. Why wouldn't I dare, holy knight? A whisper can hide the sound of the clash between demonic tendrils and holy sword, which are specialized for healing. The intense glow of divine power made the tendrils vanish into the wind. An explosion erupts as demonic energy fluctuates, losing stability to control the main body. Chun-Gi stands dazed, watching the scene, and casually lowers his shield to rest during the break. A demonic blade silently emerged from beneath the ground. He heard a sound behind him and turned around quickly, but before he could understand what was happening, Chun-Gi was slashed across the back by the chaotic blade, choking on his saliva. A swift attack made his blood spray onto its white teeth, and the disgusting tongue licked away the delicious blood. As soon as the blood touches, it quickly breaks the chains of the mind that seal my savage instincts. I am very pleased to be the Chaos Lord, the God. The divine cannot be killed by a tiny human. The fate between you and me was sealed from the start. You will become my slave, and I will grant you the power of a demigod. Chun-Gi, hearing those filthy words, grew more passionate and fought harder while healing himself, tapping into the power of the half-god. Let's make a deal. See me as a punching bag and I'll teach you what it means to have the power to kill gods. Also, pretending to be gods or demons has its limits. He sneers contemptuously as he speaks to chaos. You are at most a fragment of the evil god. That's why only humans can hurt you, and your arrogant words will make people laugh out loud. Suddenly sensing something was wrong, it hesitated and stammered, "This can't be happening." Chun-Yi, hold your head, secretly thinking to yourself that unfortunately this body can only last 2 minutes. My time is running out. The divine holy power he summoned is miraculous. A towering pillar of light created by a cold gesture shakes the entire land. The heavenly saint army appears ready to fight at his call, summoned by a level S god. Some archers have already been ordered to prepare from above. The Angel Legion's contract magic from ancient times requires sacrificing 30% of life force to summon angels for battle, and the angel's duration will drain the summoner's mental energy. A few calm and careful individuals quietly consider everything. Seeing that mighty army, even the chaos is a bit frantic, but they still scream to preserve their own faces. You lowly creatures, do not even think about stopping me. At Chun-Yi's silent command, the army's tightly closed eyes now open, initiating purification and executing divine punishment. The entire command center leans into the battlefield as holy light erupts, fulfilling divine will to punish the rebels, and a fierce explosion sweeps away everything nearby. The stone structures gradually turned to dust under the immense power, and the fierce shockwaves spread to the endless forest, causing the trees to shake uncontrollably. Right at the center of the crater caused by the recent shock, Chun-Gi knelt on the ground with one knee, his body covered in wounds and streaked with golden cracks. A quick notification appears beside the dark red crystal orb, indicating the acquisition of a demonic power crystal with unaccessible losses. He suddenly coughs up a thick, cloudy blood, his voice trembling heavily. It turns out your entire body quickly collapsed completely onto the cold stone ground. You didn't even consider your clone. In the middle of an empty field with no one around, only swirling dust and smoke as if Chun-Yi has been forgotten by the world, the bright moon and stars silently watch over the lonely figure of the unfortunate young man. He thought he would just sleep through a long, exhausting battle, but even as his bones creaked in pain, his hand rose once more with incredible courage. However, with the current condition, even turning over becomes a luxury. Continuous warning sounds ring out. Vital signs are unstable. Please seek treatment immediately. Chu Engyi's dazed eyes carefully watched each line of text appearing. The critical life value has broken through, and the heartbeat is now 8 beats per minute. Blood pressure is 50/30. The entire body has 17 broken bones, and the damage to the internal organs has reached 63%. Please proceed with immediate treatment. He dedicates all his remaining strength to unleash his trump card. A blinding light gathers in trembling palms, divine power restoring them. Meanwhile, Liu Qian repeatedly calls out the person lying motionless on the bed in extreme worry. "Na, you're awake." Luckily, Bai Na is gradually showing signs of regaining consciousness. Her mind is still a bit foggy after a deep sleep. "Aren't we still at the hot spring? Why all of a sudden?" She quickly updates the other person on the situation. Divine relics are divine relics. At this moment, a massive beam of light is tearing through the clouds outside, emanating countless beings that resemble adorable angels. We are desperately jumping around the bodies of the fallen scattered across the street. This phenomenon is the level 1 to 5 divine revival just summoned by Chungi. It has the ability to unleash a divine domain covering the entire city, purifying pollution and saving all souls that have not yet dispersed within its range. After the skill ends, it will enter a state of divine exhaustion, with all attributes returning to 0 for 10 days. In the pitch-black night, the conversation between the Void Beast and Chungi echoes. You forced a second transformation, your veins are all torn, and you activated a life-saving skill. This time, not selling salt is considered a stroke of luck for you. Oh, why not let me lead them? You could have easily run to the back, so what's the difference from those heretics? I was panting and weakly whispering each word. Before I decided to undergo the second transformation, I remembered the college entrance exam, the promotion ceremony at school, and at that time I chose to become a holy knight. The image of myself once clad in shining armor floods my mind, filled with self-doubt. Then come the movements of wielding weapons with skill, sincerity, and bravery, with the shining cross carved into the mercy hammer serving as an unbreakable symbol of faith and justice. Finally, he finished with a powerful downward strike to the ground, fulfilling his duty and performing a noble act. Despite coughing up blood, Chunagi still held a deep, unwavering faith in his heart. I have spent my life pursuing righteousness and justice. This is the true holy knight. I struggle to breathe. If I only care about staying alive, then I am going against my original intention. What's the use of being strong? Once again, the positioning skill is activated. A blue magic circle immediately appears where Chungi is lying on the university grounds of Tuhang. At that moment, suddenly a voice from the mountain cliff above asked, "Leader, what is happening here?" Vuong Hao frowned as he observed the situation below and silently deduced that this kind of battle on such a scale is not something we can easily guess. But I am sure that a powerhouse in the night used their life force to protect the entire Longfeng city. He is the hero of our Longfeng city. At that moment, Chungi had successfully teleported back to his dormitory. Panting, all the notification screens turned red, simultaneously indicating a critical situation. Checking revealed damaged souls, life signs in imminent danger, depleted divine energy, and all attributes returning to normal within 10 days. Before his vision gradually faded, he still managed to utter a loving word. The last thing he saw was the countdown timer showing 239.55 seconds. Soon after, his vision gradually returned. This time, there were no more warning system alerts. Chungi slowly opened his dazed eyes, and suddenly his breath started to produce bubbles. He gradually sat up from the bioreactor. There are countless medical tubes attached to my body throughout the resuscitation process. I've been in a coma for 2 days. Vuong Hui, sitting nearby, suddenly asked, "So you're awake now? What does it feel like to be on the brink of death?" Fighting alone to break the evil god's sacrificial ritual, so should I say he's brave or reckless? Chungi could only clumsily pat his head. It was an urgent situation. Golden veins run along his body, still present, making him gasp and cough painfully as the man patiently explains in detail. Your entire meridian system is torn apart like a shredded fishnet. Ordinary healing techniques can only mend your body. So I will place you in the medicinal spring to stabilize your life force, also giving careful instructions along with a warning. Soaking 5 long chow pills in this medicinal spring is a priceless treasure for regular healing. You must absorb them all or dare to waste a single drop. Suddenly Chungi interrupted, but his master shouted out in anger. This is obviously the teacher's foot wash water. Wang Hui just smiled very insincerely to change the subject. Don't worry about these details. Saving your life might be the most important thing. His expression quickly turned serious again as he skillfully opened the electronic tablet and told him about what happened during the 2 days of coma. the captain of the Longfeng City Tranquility Bureau's action team, not only preserved the battlefield traces but also collected remaining samples of the holy light. Both of them watched the display in the air carefully. Looking at this oscillating graph, Tan Suat Fong's directness and his holy power are perfectly aligned. If someone with good intentions were to investigate, they would immediately come to me. So the story of Longfeng City being announced externally as my doing is false. Master, I don't need to hide behind you. King Song Vonghui still insists that you are young and of low rank. If he doesn't promote your achievements, you might face the wrath of heretical followers. Those guys won't spare anyone who threatens them, so I use some privileges to classify your matter as SSS level secret. After your third transformation, these honors will naturally be returned to the original owner. My teacher, after I defeated the demon god, I found that its true form was just a crystallized essence of the demon god's power, and I summoned it as tangible proof. Shunengi was ready to let Wang Hui look at it for as long as he wanted. This is the true face of the demon god. It may look ordinary, but it has caused so much harm to people. Just by touching it, you can clearly feel the mass of countless vengeful souls gathered in a disgusting, slimy pile that is both horrifying and tragic. Witnessing this horrifying scene, his anger reached its peak, as even a mere shard dared to cause chaos. Wang Hui immediately gathered a massive aura into his palm, causing the surrounding space to ripple uncontrollably. Fong. In the blink of an eye, he successfully covered the cursed crystal with a glowing cloth and then shifted scenes. Honglin's pruning motion suddenly froze when he heard the familiar name, Wang Hui. He quickly stepped back with a puzzled expression. Wang Hui, why did he go there? Yu Lin honestly reported. The undercover informant and trusted disciple of Wang Hui, Chun He, went to Longfeng City to complete a mission. But upon discovering Feng Hak's actions, he immediately contacted Wang Hui, who had just arrived. You go inform all divisions to go into stealth mode and avoid provoking the military. The enemy will immediately change tactics. Yes. The old man's gaze remained fixed on the vibrant rose in front of him. Why do I keep feeling that this Chungi guy seems a bit familiar? The next words from Yu Lin suddenly woke Hongling up. 2 months ago, Chungi had sabotaged Feng Huo's plan during the freshman match. At that time, we still suspected he had subdued the Void Beast and monitored him for a while. Only then did the old man realize Chungi's true identity. It's him, I remember now, the little guy with some skill. A sly smile suddenly curled on his lips. Then let's give our little one a gift they will never forget for the rest of their lives. A firm and clear response is heard. Along with that, the scene of the flower being plucked is even more heartbreaking, silently falling onto the cold floor in the darkness. At this moment, elsewhere, Shen Lingfeng stands alone in the rain, in front of a brightly lit, high-rise villa. His mind is now in complete chaos, mixed with existential doubt. That kid in such a ruined place, without the support of his family background, how could he possibly nurture someone with such mysterious strength? It really is strange. At that moment, suddenly a strange object crashed into the window of the building. Unintentionally, it drew Lin Feng's attention. Who could that be? In the next instant, a deafening sound erupted outside, tearing through the quiet night. Scream. His eyes suddenly widened in shock, unable to process the situation, as a tall black shadow inside was desperately threatening Chuvan's safety. The woman and my favorite ass, their fear smells absolutely amazing. The hoarse voice coming from his mouth with perfectly white teeth looks incredibly fierce. You both are women and children. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Bing immediately gathered black energy into her palm and charged straight at them. Their joy doubled, but at the most critical moment, something suddenly rushed in and blocked the way, causing a fierce collision that sent a cloud of dust billowing from his head. Because of the suddenness of the situation, my actions were temporarily delayed, and it was Ling Feng in his unleashed form who managed to save the person just in time. The opponent was stunned and exclaimed, "The bloodline of the flaming dragon." Luke Bin angrily attacked again. Someone else came to die, and he was ready to fight at any moment when suddenly a bolt of lightning struck through Chun-Yi's mind, as if he had just discovered something unusual from afar. He decisively breaks free from the medical bandages, slowly floating in the water stream amid splashes. The Void Beast leading without deception. Just seconds later, Chun-Yi appears fully dressed and ready. His serious voice issues a command. The teleportation space activates and Chuvan is located. His current expression is full of seriousness as Xiaokui's life value continues to decrease, proving that Xiaovan has suffered more injuries, so there's no need to waste words on the positioning. The Void Beast closes its eyes tightly to focus on sensing its spirit, and the butterfly-shaped pattern quickly appears clearly. It revealed everything from the start to prevent future disasters. I will do my best to protect your body. But But after teleportation, how much damage you actually took? Only you can pray for yourself. Suddenly, the space showed a fragile, glass-like surface. Chunyi's figure then plunged straight down. Soon, the tense battle between Lingfeng and Lu Bing could be seen. Although he was at a disadvantage, he still kindly asked about the person behind him. "Little girl, can you still stand up?" Chuvan hesitated before confirming. "All right," the other side then made a proposal. "Go find your brother quickly." He faced an equally matched opponent and had already sustained quite a few injuries on his face. The little demon really doesn't know how to live or die. For a woman, he would risk everything and become like this. Is it worth it? Lin Feng struggled to breathe heavily. Is it worth it or not? Then he suddenly unleashed a massive spark that pierced through the enemy's entire body. You can't control it anymore. Lu Bing seems to have absorbed the full fury of the dragon and has truly transformed into dust. All that remains are desperate screams of agony. Ha ha ha. The rising heat dissipates into the cold night breeze. Lin Feng brushes his hand over the hot blood dripping down his chin, the wetness and burning sensation sharpening his mind amid the chaos. Chuvan quickly threw herself into Chunyi's arms as soon as they reunited, but it seemed he hadn't fully recovered yet, and his face suddenly darkened considerably. She hurriedly recounted everything. "Finally, you're here. That person was so terrifying earlier, he hurt Xiaokui." Chunyi gently stroked his sister's head to comfort her and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Suddenly, all attention was drawn to Lin Feng trembling and struggling from afar. Why is Tam Lin Feng here? Still, he managed to taunt them. Damn, the savior has finally arrived. This brother of yours truly deserves his position. I thought your little sister would turn into a roasted pigeon. Chuvan just stood in between them, defending him and saying, "You're not allowed to speak of my brother that way." Lin Feng only smirked sarcastically. "Little sister, your words really hurt me. After all, I risked my life for you." However, her stance remains very firm. "I will definitely repay her for saving my life. But you are not allowed to say that. Since we were young, no matter what danger we faced, my brother always protected me first. He is the best brother in the world." The guy struggles to stop the bleeding from his chest wound with his hands. "Hey, Chu family, your sister actually knows how to be grateful. Why is it that when she comes to your place, she doesn't even say thank you?" Each drop of plasma slowly dripped onto the cold ground, accompanied by deliberately pointed words. Is this all the Holy Knight's wind power can do? Chu Van once again tried to protest angrily, but Chunyi grabbed his shoulder to stop him. "Xiao Van, he is Du Kaiyan and has a good sister like that, so he's not happy inside, which is why he's acting crazy here." The two brothers continued to perform a game of catch and throw. Although Shen Linfeng truly saved Xiao Van, this could be a form of suffering and endurance. It's a typical psychological tactic to obtain something but not actually get it. Is it really denying its value? Completely accurate, which makes Lin Feng furious and mutter, "You're so full of yourself I almost want to vomit blood talking nonsense. I envy you." Haha, how could I envy you? Because he pushed himself too hard, he temporarily lost consciousness. His eyes turned completely white, like an empty shell. When Lin Feng's body lost balance and fell, the stake pierced through his abdomen, becoming a support that held his body firmly suspended in midair. The dark red liquid flowed like molten steel as he slipped down by inertia. Chunyi only stared in horror at the entire terrifying scene from start to finish, gently pressing Chu Van's head against his chest to protect her from psychological trauma. The weak voice suddenly sounded again. "Chunyi, don't dawdle anymore. Save me quickly, I haven't logged out yet. Don't just stand there like a piece of wood." He only responded with another taunting remark. Tam Lin Feng, despite being injured like that, still has the nerve to act tough. It seems his wounds aren't serious. Then he calmly exposes Lin Feng's unusual behavior. "Compared to you, I am even more curious why you appeared at my house and just happened to catch Chu Yun off guard being ambushed." I didn't even bother to say a word. For a moment, memories flooded back in my mind like a rewinded film. Do you know? Recently, there's been a popular way called the hero's reflection path. What is that? It turns out Lin Feng had been listening in on lively discussions and went to visit the former residence of a strongman, where he sensed the traces of the strength that had been left behind. If we could learn even a little, wouldn't our strength increase? What the hell is that? Don't try to fool me. What would I gain from fooling you? There are many people going around lately. He just coughs and makes up some excuse. Cough, cough, cough. Can I just pass by? Do you really think the whole world is like you? Everywhere you go, people will flatter you and secretly think that such an embarrassing reason is absolutely inexpressible. Shuwen suddenly felt extremely alarmed as Chunyi's body gradually grew heavy. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" He is now completely pale from exhaustion, but still manages to leave a final comforting word. Sorry, I scared you. Her arm, covered in tangled yellow veins, was oozing thick, sticky liquid. She called out to him in a trembling voice. A piercing sound suddenly echoes through the deadly silence, witnessing Chungi lying motionless with countless wounds all over his body. Shuvan was terrified, quickly covering her mouth to stop her sobs as tears welled up and rolled down her cheeks. In her frantic panic, she grabbed the nearby phone like a lifebuoy, her voice trembling. What should I do now? Chuvan just made a call, tears streaming down her face as she sobbed and begged, Brother, don't scare me. Answer the phone quickly. Suddenly, a loud teasing voice sounded from behind, making Chuvan even more panic-stricken. Chunya, this room is more lively than a battlefield. It turns out the person who just arrived is Wang Hui. He stepped closer, snatched the phone from Chuvan's hand and reassured her, Don't worry, let me handle this. Just then, Son Nian rushed in anxiously from outside, shouting loudly, Brother Chungi. Quickly, she helped Chungi up and handed him a strange green liquid, worriedly saying, Brother Chungi, drink this quickly, it will be better. Wang Hui was also busy, skillfully using his energy to heal Chungi, constantly grumbling. Kid, you really know how to torment yourself. I just pulled you out of the underworld, yet you didn't have the courage to use protective magic and rushed into chaos, surviving is a miracle. I'm not a healer, I can only help you barely hold your wounds together. After a moment of intense treatment, Chungi finally regained consciousness, dazedly looking at the people in front of him, unable to help but wonder. Teacher, Sonian, why are they here now? The Void Beast knew you were badly injured after traveling through the chaotic time and space, and after bringing you here, it quickly came to find me. I was still with Sonian at that time, so I followed it here. This breath is exactly like that of the heretic in Longfong County, but they weren't after you. They were ambushing Chuvan. I guess they don't know about what happened in Longfong County. They just saw your face and want to take out Chuvan to vent their anger. Vuong Hui urgently reports that the military has secretly launched a nationwide purge, targeting the Holy Spirit sect. The enemy is in the shadows while we are in the light, and we can no longer stay here. You need to go to the Chu family's house immediately. Chungi fully agreed upon hearing this. Going to the Chu family is a good opportunity to bring Xiaoyun home, where she will be very safe. Although feeling a bit uncomfortable, Wang Hui still worried about Chungi's wound and said, You're too badly injured now to undergo any teleportation, so you can only sit in the shared Tiankong Hu spaceship nearby to go to the Chu family. The skyship is an A-grade safe ship equipped with protective weapons. It can reach the Chu territory within 48 hours. I will notify the Chu people to meet you at the skyport. So Nian immediately replied, I'm going too. This time I have to go protect Brother Chungi. As everyone discussed, a sudden voice rang out. Vuong Hui also seemed to notice that strange sound, so he continued speaking while scanning around. We don't know how much the Holy Spirit Church has infiltrated, so your trip must be disguised as ordinary tourists. The less obvious, the better. Then that bizarre sound rang out again. Hey, can't you see me? Did I disappear? Did I become transparent? Do you think I'm just air? I'm also injured. Vuong Hui stepped forward to examine the other person before rubbing his forehead and chuckling. Let me see how your wounds are. Aren't you the young guy who was defeated by Chungi in the freshman match? Lin Fong said with a forced smile. Thank you, Principal, for your concern. I protest. On what grounds does he sit in the wheelchair disguised as a young master, while someone like me, a descendant of the bloodline of the Flaming Dragon, has to serve him? Unfazed, Sonayan looked directly into Tam Lin Fong's eyes and said coldly, Every word carrying an extra risk. She originally didn't want to take you along if you hadn't caused trouble. Hearing that, Tam Lin Fong immediately jumped up, his tone full of dissatisfaction. The principal was urgently summoned and specifically ordered me to participate in this action. She thinks I want to confirm my bloodline as a flame dragon. As he was speaking, Chuvan suddenly interrupted with excitement. The spaceship has arrived and a thick fog covers the front, completely obscuring the view. After a long while, the fog gradually cleared, revealing the scene behind it. The mist before their eyes was a massive spaceship, far beyond all imagination. A large flying octopus with golden tentacles gracefully descends from the ship, and upon seeing it, Chuvan excitedly rushes forward, shouting non-stop, It's a big flying octopus. Hello, flying octopus fairy. She excitedly points ahead and says enthusiastically to Chu Yingi, Look, brother, the tentacle is still glowing. Hearing that, Sonian calmly explained, It's the energy light charging up. The spaceship stops here because it needs to recharge energy. Only with enough demonic energy can it take off. Moreover, these tentacles have additional functions. While waiting for passengers, the stairs can transform into a shield and even shoot out energy blasts in battle. And in the blink of an eye, they stepped onto the spaceship, which inside was a world of luxurious and breathtaking comfort. At that moment, the loudspeaker announced urgently that the spaceport passengers should be aware that the boarding channel would close immediately. Please check your tickets if you haven't already. Take this time to verify them. Seeing that Chung-hee looked unwell, So Nian worried that his injury might flare up again, quickly supporting his arm and gently asking, Chung-hee, do you want to go back to your room to rest? Operating the spaceship causes some discomfort, but the room is reinforced with a specialized barrier. Hearing this concern, Chung-gee's lips curl into a gentle smile. Chung-gee deliberately teased Son Hyen, saying, Little Hyen, are you trying to see if I've become a child and need protection? This made Son Hyen's cheeks blush as she stammered to explain. I didn't mean it that way. I just was worried you wouldn't feel well. On this journey, you worry about me being hungry, then about the sun shining on me, and even pinch me to make me take medicine. You know your body better than anyone else, so there's no need to worry too much. Suddenly, a flickering figure appeared. A girl dressed in Diem Rua attire approached and exclaimed, So beautiful. Without any hesitation, she reached out to caress Chung-gee's face. See how smooth it is, it's even whiter than snow. Her eyes revealed both desire and pity as she seductively said, I find it both pleasing and heartbreaking. You might as well follow her. She will invite the best priest to heal this disabled body of yours. Hearing those words, the three people accompanying Chung-gee were all stunned, their faces showing disbelief. So Nian quickly regained her composure, her eyes flashing with anger, and immediately swung the whip at the woman with incredible speed. Furious at her disrespectful act, So Nian growled, her eyes blazing, Take your dirty hands away or I will cut them off. Yenla gazed at her meticulously cared-for hands and let out a sigh full of regret. She sneered and said mockingly, The little guard has really moved. I just wanted to invite the young master for some tea and a chat. But since your master hasn't spoken yet, what are you so anxious about? Oh dear, young master, could it be that the guard is your lover? So Nian gritted her teeth, her face full of disdain, as if she was ready to rush forward and tear her apart. No wonder. I just touched you a little and her eyes looked like she wanted to eat me alive. If your sister likes men, just say it directly. I understand this feeling the best. Just as So Nian was about to lose control and charge again, Chung-gee quickly grabbed her hand and softly called her name. So Nian. Chung-gee glanced at the prominently displayed warning sign and kindly reminded So Nian. She's provoking him. Don't fall for her tricks. Because the sign clearly states that fighting is strictly prohibited on the ship, anyone who disobeys will be detained and imprisoned in the lowest deck of the boat. After reassuring So Nian, he turned to the flamboyant woman and gave a sinister smile. If Madam enjoys playing, she might as well go to the third-class cabin, where there are entertainment options more suitable for her. I'm afraid this body of mine can't handle her enthusiasm. On the surface, he was speaking politely, but inside he kept wary of the woman in front of him, deliberately speaking casually to hide his true intentions. She is now observing the four of us, and her purpose is definitely not as simple as just joking around. The flamboyantly dressed woman also has her own thoughts. The third-class cabin is filled with unskilled porters. Are they just using these filthy, lowly people to insult me? Thinking that, she responded, Little young master also knows how to spoil the scenery, so I no longer feel like enjoying myself. Before leaving, she didn't forget to threaten. Everyone calls me Madam Hong. There's nothing in this world I can't get. Soon, you will willingly serve me. Wherever Madam Hong goes, her staff bow respectfully and flatteringly greet her. When Su Nian turned to say something to Chung-gee, he quickly interrupted her and turned to ask Tam Lin Fong. The necklace on her wrist looks unusual, and there's a bit of moisture on it. Have you ever seen it before? Tam Lin Fong immediately replied, I have seen it before. It's a symbol of the Mermaid Trading Guild. Tam Lin Fong also added with extensive knowledge that Kuang So Nhian, who travels across provinces every year, must be unaware that the Mermaid Merchant Guild is a wealthy financial conglomerate recently based in Jiangbei, outwardly legitimate but secretly involved in illegal activities such as targeting women with special bloodlines who are very beautiful, kidnapping them to become entertainers and selling them, with the unfortunate victims either raised in decadent noble households or tortured to death in brutal transactions. The woman claiming to be Lady Hong might be a minor leader of the guild, not of low rank. I heard that the boss of the Mermaid Beauty Guild has eyes and ears everywhere, with complicated connections behind the scenes. Even my father warned me not to provoke them easily, so it's best to avoid if possible. As for what he's keeping inside, the person in charge of Tianlan Province, the Mermaid Beauty Guild, and the Tianlan Chu family had a conflict 3 years ago. The Chu family lost. Tam Lin Fong hesitated, a doubt rising in his mind. Should I tell Chung-gee about this or not? After hearing Tam Lin Fong's confessions, Chung-gee pondered deeply, trying to piece together the scattered events. It turns out Lady Hong's words are hard to listen to. She provoked So Nian to test her trump card and assess the value of the goods. The four of us, Chu Van is the weakest. If we want to catch Chu Van, that will be our best breakthrough point. After a moment of silence, Chun Yi finally made a suggestion. Tam Lin Fong, you've been on the boat for 2 days. Can't you stay by Chu Van's side and protect her? Lady Hong is ruthless and might try to take her back elsewhere. I'm worried she might attack Chu Van. Hearing that, Tam Lin Fong immediately nodded eagerly. Don't worry, I can't even watch over a little girl like her. The spaceship glided silently, as if passing through an endless silver galaxy. The cleaning staff pushes her cart along the hotel corridor, and right behind her, a blazing red light suddenly erupts, tearing through the darkness. A strange beam of light suddenly burst into So Nian and Chu Van's cramped bedroom, illuminating the entire room. Then, the strange luminous light searches for Tam Lin Fong's room. The blood-red glow gradually engulfs every corner of the room. So the intruder was actually Lady Hong. Her gaze swept over everyone like a venomous spider, sizing up its fat prey. Young master, I have arrived. Her greedy gaze first lingers on Chu Van. I've long recognized that you possess demonic bloodline, which is quite rare and can fetch a high price. Then Hong Fun Han turned to So Nian, another young girl and a rare beauty. Then Madame Hong approached Tam Lin Fong, her hand shamelessly groping his abdomen before making a crude comment. This young man may look ordinary, but he has a strong body and can work in the mines to extract ore for 10 years. Her words like a bucket of cold water splashed directly into Tam Lin Fong's face, making him feel utterly humiliated. His anger erupted, and your entire family has very ordinary looks. As soon as he spat out a vicious curse, he kicked Hong Madam hard in the stomach. Seeing Tam Lin Fong's furious reaction, she sneered contemptuously. The anger in Tam Lin Fong's heart still boils fiercely, showing no signs of cooling down. He lunges forward again, voice hoarse. Who are you calling ordinary looking? So neither of them backed down. They charged into a tense, direct confrontation. At that very moment, a strange streak of light suddenly burst through the night. Tam Lin Fong clenched his teeth and gritted them, his rage burning fiercely as he continued to attack relentlessly. Lady Hong swiftly dodged the deadly strike, not forgetting to use her soft silk to tighten around her opponent. Meanwhile, So Nian has also woken up and joined the fight. Unexpectedly, a wild wolf suddenly appeared out of nowhere and attacked Madame Hong. As soon as it charged into battle, its snout was tightly wrapped by her silk scarf. Seeing this dangerous scene, So Nian shouted in panic, Xiao Koi. Cornered and desperate, Madame Hong finally realized the truth and bitterly exclaimed, So, it was all a lie to deceive me. Lady Hong's cold eyes watched the enemy with her hand tightly gripping the flame and whispered, Bloodline of the Flame Dragon. Then her sharp gaze shifted to Su Nian and Xiaokui, her lips curling slightly. Demonic bloodline. I fear besides beauty, you're not so simple. At that moment, Aunt Chu helped Chungi in, and he bowed respectfully to thank Lady Hong. So that the Heavenly Void security system cannot detect the movements inside, we can act. However, that doesn't seem to irritate Lady Hong. On the contrary, she sneered and said, What does her actions matter? A little kid with a mouth still smelling of milk. Today, I will show you what real pressure is. Before Madame Hong can cause trouble, Shen Linfeng rushes forward at an incredible speed. She was not someone easily bullied, and discovering she had been used made her extremely angry. Lady Hong gritted her teeth, her bloodline exhausted, her original appearance ruined, and her red hair tattered. Everyone else, don't pretend to be hurt. Shen Lingfeng angrily throws a fiery punch at her, growling, Enough of your arrogance. But unfortunately, what he touched was only a thin piece of silk. It quickly vanished, leaving his punch deflated. In just a moment, the silk suddenly formed into a human figure, silently appearing behind him, ready for a deadly counterattack. A powerful and decisive strike was launched directly at Tam Lin Fong with immense force. Seizing the opportunity, So Nian immediately launched a swift attack towards Madame Hong's illusionary chain attack. But unexpectedly, as she closed in, she was tightly constricted by the silk ropes, unable to move. Her entire body from her legs to her torso was tightly wrapped in white silk threads like a cocoon, with no gap to escape. Unfazed, Lady Hong let out a sneering laugh, her eyes full of mockery. Little beauty, how does it feel to be wrapped by your sister's silk? As the silk puppet prepares to attack So Nian with sharp threads from afar, she desperately believes she has exhausted all options to fight back. A deadly blow strikes down on So Nian's fragile back. Lady Hong turns her gaze to Chungi, crossing her arms with a satisfied look, waiting to see the show. Little young master, do you still have any way out? Hurry up and use it, or I won't wait anymore. This time you've provoked me, and I will make you a warning example. Every time the silk puppet attacks, So Nian has to use her magic to counter it. If this continues, her magic power will be depleted very quickly. The tool the master gave should be able to destroy the space created by Lady Hong, but using only the tool, the entire chamber could be blown apart, and the security team would definitely rush in. It's safer to wait for her to get closer and use another tool to trap her. As for So Nian, she is struggling to withstand the brutal attacks from the silk puppets. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with a deep red, as if an immense hidden power was awakening. Lady Hong's hand reached out, accompanied by a seductive pink mist, as she continued to lure her in. Stop resisting and use my power quickly. So Nian gasped, each heavy breath a warning. Move aside. Why do you have to reject me like that? I am myself, and you are yourself. Moreover, think about Chungi, he is still seriously injured now. Tam Lin Fong is just a useless chatterbox. You are the only one who can protect him. Are you really that selfish? Are you even concerned about Chungi's life anymore? So Nian struggled to speak as Madame Hong tightened her grip around her neck. No, the more she sees you like that, the more she tries to persuade you. Chungi once risked his life for you, and now he's caught in a trap, but you pretend there's nothing you can do. Look at him, he can't even stand up, yet he still wants to protect you. She sneered contemptuously before uttering bitter words. But what about you? You can't even escape this old silk, so what right do you have to protect him? Give up suppression and let the true demonic power emerge. On the other side, Chungi quietly activates a treasure, which in his hand radiates mysterious light. Suddenly, a deafening explosion tore through the silence enveloping the space. The silk puppets were thrown into the air, and at the same time, a sinister laugh echoed everywhere. A familiar figure approaches, blending the innocence of So Nian with the allure of Madame Hong, smiling charmingly as he speaks. Chungi hasn't seen him in a long time. Chungi was stunned, so amazed he couldn't believe his eyes. Then he suddenly realized that the girl in front of him was her, the strange breath that had always been inside So Nian. Even Madame Hong couldn't hide the shock clearly visible on her face. The twin demonic bloodlines flickered with greed, a sinister smile spreading across her lips. This is a top-tier talent, truly the best of the best. Chungi is still stunned, still in shock at what is happening before his eyes. Tam Lin Fong also stared blankly at So Nian, her beauty and newfound power making it impossible for him to look away. Chu Van and Tiu Koi were completely silent, witnessing this extraordinary scene and unable to speak. After fully mastering her new power, So Nian coldly said, "You want to harm Chungi, don't you? Just a low-level 30 repairer." She clearly exposed Madame Hong's rank as a level 30 golem master. Madame Hong immediately retorted with arrogance, "Just a bloodline of enchantment. Do you really think you can rebel?" As she finished speaking, she swung countless sharp silken threads to attack So Nian. The enchanted clone at the Mermaid Trade Guild is enough for an entire cold storage. Seeing So Nian in a disadvantaged position, Chungi couldn't contain his anxiety and shouted. So Nian responded with a slight smirk, a mocking smile on her face. Her hand gently but decisively touched the flying silks, a confident move, her slender, graceful legs swiftly tearing the soft silks into shreds. As Zontrung should stay in the cage, Madame Hong suddenly seemed to realize something as she watched the overwhelming power burst from her opponent. This is the domain. More precisely, what she is witnessing is actually a demonic rune field, Tu U Yen, a primordial skill of the pure-blooded demon sorcerers within the domain, where all of the enemy's combat abilities are weakened in multiple aspects. Chungi stood silently to the side, his eyes showing extreme shock as he sensed that Xiaonian's current aura was 10 times stronger than before. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Madame Hong desperately unleashed countless silk puppets to try to stop her opponent. On So Nian's delicate face, there is not a hint of panic. She calmly raises her jade hand, making a gesture as if controlling something invisible. At that moment, Lady Honglin felt impending disaster as a terrifying force surged from the ground, knocking her away. What? A giant stone hand suddenly appears, and T clenches his fist, choking her. The hand clenched so tightly that Madame Hong's face kept turning red, and gradually more fragments of her distant memories appeared in her mind. After a moment, she spat out a weak stream of blood and asked, "What have you done to me?" So Nian, with a gleam of joy in her eyes as she watches Madame Hong's distressed state, mockingly says, "Helping you recall your youth, how adorable you are right now. This is what truly frightens others." Traumatic memories forcibly taken, draining her vitality and shattering negative fragments to create a mental shock to the target. In her ultimate despair, Lady Hong nearly loses her mind, crying out, searching for her hidden mental memories, "Destroying my brain. She can't resist the mental torture any longer. Lady Hong screams wildly, pretending to be innocent. What a joke. The bloodthirsty demonic twin is truly a monster among monsters. If the kid you care about saw your true face. Hearing those poisonous words, So Nian was not intimidated at all and even wanted to end this game quickly with her next move, the Death Abyss Demon Sword. A strange energy suddenly surged, spreading and constricting Madame Hong in an invisible trap. Madame Hong's face changed color. Her eyes widened in horror, showing utter shock. Seeing her opponent's terrified expression, So Nian couldn't help but let out a sneering laugh of amusement. Hearing Madame Hong's meaningless provocation, she smirked and replied, "What good does it do to keep provoking me? In my domain, I call that character. End it now." The power. So Nian unleashes grows more intense, overwhelming everything around her, causing it to shake and shatter into pieces. And then on Lady Hong's face, the traces of time began to show, with her youthful beauty gradually fading into wrinkles. In just a moment, her skin suddenly showed deep cracks, like an old porcelain statue about to shatter, looking battered and completely lifeless. It turns out the one who just collapsed was only a sacrificial pawn of Lady Hong. She still sat there calmly, leisurely smoking her pipe, gently exhaling a puff of smoke, stretching and twisting her body gracefully to shake off the fatigue surrounding her, then softly muttering with a hint of amusement. Second Lord of the Demon Flame Dragon, the Chu family. Her scrutinizing gaze on the newcomers suddenly sparked an idea in Lady Hong. Could it be related to the Chu family Tian Lan? After a moment of contemplation, she ordered her subordinates to inform the old man that I would personally choose this year's gift. On the other side, So Nian still acted coquettishly, her sweet voice deliberately drawn out. Chu Ngi Chu Van immediately wanted to step forward when he sensed something was wrong. "Brother Shen, Nian seems to be acting strangely." Hamlin Fong quickly stops her. "Don't go over there, she's very dangerous right now." Soren, with a different appearance, stubbornly holding on to Chun Ngi, says, "You agreed to come find me? Nini has been waiting for you for a long time." Chun-gi seemed not to hear, his indifferent gaze softly asking, "When did it start?" So Nian stepped closer, signaling for silence, then gently interrupted Chun-gi. "So you will remember, right?" A fleeting memory flashes through Chun-gi's mind of his closeness with So Nian. The image of their kiss appears clearly, and he suddenly realizes that she was the one who was with him during the moment he nearly turned into a demon. Chun-gi was stunned, his eyes fixed on the figure before him, stammering. It was at that moment that she saved a final breath for me, allowing me to resist the forbidden spell and subdue the void beast. So Nian's eyes sparkled with joy as she smiled brightly. "Brother Chunungi, you remember me now? I'm so happy." Tamlin Fong suddenly charged from behind with overwhelming force, roaring in fury as he released Chunungi, and immediately Son Hyan countered with a lightning-fast punch. "Are you really that angry, little fire dragon? We are teammates." Even though I was knocked senseless, Tamlin Fong still tried to respond with a voice full of indignation. "Stop pretending in front of me. You're not Yuang Son Hyan at all, even though you both possess bloodline power. Do you think I don't know you're a monster or what?" As they argued, he suddenly froze, his eyes dazed as if he had just witnessed something horrifying. He was terrified as he saw Son Hyan raise her fist filled with destructive power, ready to strike down. Her voice was cold enough to send shivers down the spine. "Do you believe I will tear out your tongue to use as bait or not?" Chungi panicked and shouted urgently, "Xiao Nian!" Wait a moment. Luckily, Tam Lin Fong dodged that deadly attack in time. So Nian seems determined not to let Tam Lin Fong go, chasing him at a terrifying speed. This time, he braced for the blow, his body echoing with impact, face filled with extreme pain. "Did I make you so angry that you lost control?" "Monster." Chungi watched as the two of them were so frightened they couldn't control their coughing. So Nian, her anger unleashed through a series of punches to Tam Lin Fong's face, leaving him completely unable to fight back. Her gaze fixed intently on him like a predator stalking its prey. Unaware of the situation, her hand clenched tighter, twisting Tam Lin Fong's hair. So Nian glanced at the strange thing hiding behind him, unable to hide her sarcasm. "Your claws are so dull that they didn't even scratch Lady Hong's skin, and now you want to hurt me." VM Long still remains as arrogant and proud as ever. From behind, Chungi shouted loudly and threw something he was holding forward, stopping his hand. A dazzling golden halo suddenly shone brightly, which was a holy power shield that could be recharged without consuming magic energy. In an instant, he deployed the holy power shield to counter demonic energy and physical attacks, and after using it once, he needed to recharge it with the source energy given by Principal Vuong Hui. Chunungi struggled to stand up from the wheelchair, his tone incredibly gentle, almost begging. Xiaonian, don't hurt him. Shungi, I did all this to save you. If you fall under the demon's spell, the mission the principal gave me will fail. I'm telling you, she's not the Kuang So Nian you know, but a consciousness that has merged with the bloodline and taken control. If she doesn't disappear, Kuang So Nian will truly be in danger of losing her life. I didn't expect that. Without hesitation, the girl in front of us immediately confessed, "That's right, I am not Kuang So Nian." A worthless person like her can't even protect herself, crying like a dog when begging me to go out and save you. Hearing such venomous words, Chungi clenched her wrist tightly and sharply told her to shut up. More than anyone, your heart understands So Nian better than anyone. Chungi roared. She only dared to laugh at me because she risked everything to save me and ignored her bloodline power. You are not allowed to insult her. Xiaonian is the most resilient girl I have ever met. I support and understand all of her choices. After his words were filled with emotion, Chungi slowly let go of her. His eyes were full of complexity. Thank you for saving me 3 times. Once in the dungeon, once in the new student tournament secret realm, and once just now. If I can, I will repay you 3 times. But can you let Xiaonian return? Without hesitation, Chungi wholeheartedly expressed his earnest wish. Tell me how I can make her return to where she needs to go. Hearing him say that, the girl paused for a moment, then softly said, You, the lucky guy. Suddenly, So Nian gave Chungi a gentle kiss on the cheek. This is the first time you have repaid me. Shen Lingfeng witnessed the scene and quickly covered Chu Van's innocent eyes. At that moment, she gradually disappeared into nothingness, but before vanishing completely, a cold voice echoed, directed at Chungi. The price to summon me, she cannot pay. Hearing that, Chungi slightly furrowed his brow, a vague sense of worry rising in his heart. Every time she lost control, it was to protect him. But in the end, what was the cost? A moment later, So Nian, appearing normal again, was safely in Chungi's hands. He holds her in his arms and whispers, Tamlin Fong. Hearing his name called, Tamlin Fong startles. What is he doing? Aren't you worried that the old man is about to be disfigured? Following your assassin team, sooner or later he'll be tricked into the cremation chamber. Chungi paid little attention to his annoyed attitude and continued. What exactly do you mean by mixed bloodline consciousness? Tamlin Fong adjusted his tight shoulder and replied, I don't really understand the details either. My family head said that high-level bloodlines are like sealed old demons with strong hosts. They are helpers, main hosts, and they are actually evil death demons. This term made Chungi feel very unfamiliar. Demon of death. Tamlin Fong did not hesitate and confirmed, yes if not. Do you think why Kuang So Nian turned into a different person? People speculate that some believe this mixed consciousness is the emergence of a second insane personality, while others say that within the bloodline there is a hidden remnant of an ancient ancestor's soul taking the opportunity to seize the body and reincarnate. The specific situation is hard to say, but it can be confirmed that repeatedly using bloodline power beyond one's level can either drive a person insane or turn them into someone else. And there is even a possibility that the powers within the body repel each other, tormenting the individual to death. He pondered, then continued. So recently, you haven't been focused because you couldn't suppress the conflicting consciousness, right? Still, Chungi still wants to ask Tamlin Fong if he knows any way to resolve the conflicting consciousness. And the answer, as expected, is that if I knew how to save her, I would have acted earlier. But suddenly Chu Van, standing behind him, asked, Brother, you definitely know how to save Sister Ning, right? Her words left Tamlin Fong at a loss for what to do. I am not sure either. Questioned intensely by his 2 cousins, Shen Lingfeng felt dizzy and annoyed as he responded. He returned to the Chu family to ask the head of the Chu clan, those old men have lived half their lives. What strange things haven't they seen? Moreover, if the Chu family can't handle it, go to the Kuang family. The Kuang family is big and powerful. They can settle her small problem in just a minute. At the same time, urgent footsteps echoed from outside as a team of spaceship guards hurriedly rushed toward the scene of the dispute. As soon as they arrived, they charged straight in, their voices stern and commanding. Who is still fighting here and disrupting the order of the Celestial Navy? The guard shouted loudly, You better tell me the truth. The Heavenly Void Pavilion is not a place where you rich young masters can do whatever you want. Both Chungi and Chu Van remained silent, as neither knew how to respond appropriately. They simultaneously pointed at Tamlin Fong, each thinking that he was the one to be blamed. As soon as he finished speaking, the guards rushed in to escort him out. Shen Lingfeng struggled and shouted, Do you have any conscience for destroying? On the lower floor of the skyship, Shen Lingfeng was crying without tears. I am so wronged. On what basis does Mo Kuang So Nian think she can blame me? When I get out, I'll even take her wheelchair away. Time quietly passes, and finally the familiar announcement sounds. Tiankong Pavilion has arrived at Tiankong Port. Please line up in order. The person who was arrested a few days ago is now standing very neatly in front of everyone, clearly showing that he is someone who paid a large sum to be released. Tam Lin Fong looked at the crowd below and said in a low voice to Chungi, Chu Hang is a well-known figure of the Chu family after all, yet he was sent to pick you up. You really have some face. Indeed, there were already a few people waiting for them at the dock, including a young girl enthusiastically waving to greet them. Seeing that Hugh Bok beside him was acting overly excited, Chu Hang quickly reminded him in a low voice, Hugh Bok, be modest. This matter is strictly confidential and must not be discovered by others. As the figure from the boat became clearer, Chu Hang stepped forward to greet him with a warm smile and said, Finally you're here, second young master. You've worked hard. Get in the car and rest first. Hearing Chu Hang's familiar way of addressing him, Chungi was a bit surprised, shyly scratching his head and replying, Nihingi, are we really that close? Sorry to bother you. Soon the luxury car started moving at an incredibly fast speed. Behind it, only a cloud of dust remained, gradually dispersing into the distance. Lady Hong unexpectedly chasing all the way here, her eyes flashing with greed as she muttered, Chungi, the top freshman of Tuhang University, Wang Hui's direct disciple. So it turns out the Chu family secretly hides such a genius. If I could use him, my status in the business guild would surely rise a level. So Nian carefully observed the scene inside, and immediately recognized what it was, softly exclaiming, This is an Esther-level ice spider artifact. Chu Hang chuckled and said, Miss Kuang really has good judgment. What President Wang said is true. This shield can block all mental eavesdropping. Chungi politely replied, You're wasting your effort. Chu Hang also politely waved his hand and said, No, it's nothing. It's what I should do. Another hand of his kept signaling to the person beside him, as if to say, Don't be slow like that. Shall I act now? Receiving the signal, she turned to Chu Van with a bright smile and said, Little Van, I am your cousin Chu Hiu Bak. This is the first gift I give you. I hope you will like it. Chu Hang sat quietly on the side, secretly calculating. Although Chu Ni was reluctant to reveal his ice-cold system professionally, allowing Chu Van to practice within the Chu family was a good sign. As long as he can win her over, Chu Ningyi will naturally be drawn in. Chu Van politely responded to the gift, saying, Hello, cousin. Thank you, cousin. Seeing Chu Van's joyful expression when opening the gift, Chu Hang couldn't help but feel proud, his mind filled with deep plans. Chu Ningyi's talent is outstanding, backed by Principal Wang Hui and the Tianyu Guild. If he could regularly visit and support the family, the Chu family could surely rise again to the top power alongside Chu Ningyi. Nhi, I have told you before that the power of the Chu family is mainly divided between the clan leader and the Ice Dragon Tower Elder Council, which the clan leader presides over, holding the inner inheritance and central resources. The Elder Council is led by the third Elder Chu Fong, who oversees the cultivation resources for external disciples. The old clan leader and the Elder Council often clash, as the clan leader fears someone coveting your talent and ruining everything. He lowered his voice, his expression serious, so the only people who can coordinate the support for you are me and understand white. The secret path we take is unknown even to the guard patrols. After hearing this, Chungi just smirked and casually asked, It's pointless, Chu Hang. What kind of place is the Ice Dragon Abyss that your master mentioned? Hearing your question, Chu Hang quickly replied, That is the ancestral tomb of the Chu family, where Wang Ha is buried. Not stopping there, he continued to tell, his tone full of pride. Our ancestor, when he was young in the northern ice field, once encountered an ice dragon named Shuang Ha, and Shuang Ha's entire body is harder than mystical metal, capable of cracking entire glaciers. The ancestral spirit spent a year fighting it in the ice, battling 49 times, and finally sealed a contract with his own blood to tame it as a mount. Then the demon clan attacked, and Wang Na, carrying the ancestor, charged forward. In the final snow demon battle, Shuang Na retreated to protect the clansmen, using his dragon body to block the entrance of the demon tomb. Waiting for the ancestor to bring the person back, Shuang Ha's body was dead, but its soul still remained. But this was a difficult problem. The ancestor was afraid that its soul would disperse, so it used the long spear sword Kakjia Fong to seal and imprison Shuang Ha's soul within its own dragon body. The ancestor originally planned to rescue Shuang Ha after finding a way to revive itself. Who could have known that in the chaos afterward, the celestial ancestor's whereabouts would be unknown, and then Zhong Ha's body and soul would also transform into a mysterious realm. The conversation on the carriage continued until the wheels crushed through the first thin layer of ice, signaling that the carriage had entered a path covered in pure white snow. Chu Hang slowly continued, gazing into the distance. Banglong Yu Yen now has outer walls made of dragon scales from Shuangna. The ice pillar in the middle is its bones, and the ice lake is its blood. The secret realm is divided into 3 levels, and all descendants of the Chu family can enter the ice dragon abyss to face the trials. If they reach the central area or the 3rd level, they can directly enter the inner sanctum. Hearing this, Chungi immediately interrupted him. Is Shuangna's remnant soul still actively monitoring the human race now? Hearing his question, Chu Hong responded without hesitation. Of course, in previous years, every descendant of the Chu family could enter the ice dragon abyss for training, but the concentration of the cold ice bloodline was not enough, so most of the Chu family members could only go to the outer part of the ice dragon abyss. When I was 30 and entered the 3rd level, the remnants of Shuangna broke 3 of my ribs and threw me out. After the wounds healed, my bloodline concentration increased by 15%. Chu Hong also made it clear to Chungi that as long as he could reach the 3rd level, he would gain enormous benefits. But there would also be risks. Shuangna was unaware of the Chu family's bloodline, and 50 years ago a 3rd-tier elder once entered the 3rd level and was instantly frozen into an ice pillar by Huangna's fierce dragon breath. Chu Hong carefully explained, "Nhi, you need to reach the 3rd level where Zhuangna's remnant soul is, and if you want to subdue it, you must unleash the unstoppable power of the old ancestor from that year. Only then can Zhuangna bow its head." Chu Hong continued to ask Han, "When do you plan to enter Banglong Uyen? If you don't feel well right now? There is a secret base near Banglong Uyen where you can rest temporarily." Chungi didn't rush to reply, silently observing the system panel, his divine power status depleted. All attributes reset to last for 10 days. The countdown shows 3 minutes and 52 seconds, and Chungi quietly calculates that is just enough time. The car comes to a stop somewhere. Chungi calmly said, "No need, we can now enter Banglong Uyen." He and everyone else got out of the car, the cold atmosphere enveloping everything. So Nian approached Chungi, feeling very worried for him, and shyly asked if she could go with him. Chungi politely declined, saying, "Wait for me outside. Trust me." Then he turned to Lin Fong, who understood his meaning before he could speak. "All right, I understand. I will take good care of this little girl." Chungi looked at Chu Hong, not forgetting to thank him. "Thank you, Uncle Hang." Then he walked away alone, seriously preparing for what's to come. System notification. The innate exceptional dry accumulation is recovering all attributes. Chungi's name, profession, talent decision maker, level 30, 12,000 by 1 million. A faint shape of a sword gradually appears in Chungi's hand. It is called the Bamboo Blessing Weapon, Lamin Truk Fuk, a divine gift. Chungi firmly grasps the sword in his hand, walking forward with confidence and emanating a powerful aura. There are butterflies fluttering around a block of ice, and coiled around it is a serpent-like monster with shimmering blue scales. It also has 2 hands holding a sharp dagger. Not just one, but many such creatures are gathered here. They are called Level 25 Ice Serpent humans, with golden talent, ice and earth thunder skills, and a coordinated ice serpent assault. Chungi has now arrived, swinging his sword to warm up, and calmly speaks. 10 days without being able to move freely, my bones are almost shattered. The ice snakes saw Chungi and rushed to attack, their fierce teeth and tongues like hungry beasts after years of starvation. Chungi, fearless, said with interest, "Let's see what you can do to get me started." Chungi swiftly cut through several of the ice snakes. His attack was very fast, creating a blinding flash of lightning amidst the thick dust and smoke. The ice snakes still charged forward relentlessly. Chungi unleashes his ultimate move, Divine Wind and Storm, creating a massive tornado that swirls all the ice snakes into one spot. On this side, a chunk of ice shows signs of cracking. In the cold, snowy space, there is a monster with its head frozen, lying still like a coiled dragon. It is a level 55 gold talent ice abyssal snake, with skills of ice and earth, and ice spike chains scattering that distort the magnetic field. Chungi's tornado is approaching it. Chungi shouts loudly, determined, with a blazing gaze. The power of the light erupts, swallowing the monster whole. Its massive body falls behind Chungi. He showed no emotion, only walking away, calmly. By morning, the snow had stopped falling, and the space became brighter and more open. Chungi is still here, walking and observing, feeling a familiar sense about this place. The void beast appears and explains, "It's because of the icy bloodline within your body, the ice-type profession has long been frozen here." Chungi cheerfully greets, "I haven't seen you in a long time." He expresses his gratitude, "The last time you called the master, I still haven't thanked you." Void Beast straightforwardly replied, "Don't torment me anymore. Consider it my thanks, if you die before fulfilling the 1-year promise." Seeing that it was not to their liking, Both sides fell silent and looked at each other. Just then, a group of monsters suddenly appeared and surrounded them. Chu Eunhee and the Void Beast still stare at each other as the Void Beast unleashes its attack, and Void Iron Sand appears with beams of light cutting through the monsters, destroying them all. Knowing the Void Beast is protecting him, Chu Eunhee calmly responds. "Thank you," the Void Beast replied coldly. "Just a bunch of trash. But the danger is not over yet. The monsters from earlier have not been completely defeated and are breaking the ice with their massive bodies." Chungi's position is shattered, and he struggles to keep his balance to avoid falling. It seemed Chungi would fall, but he managed to jump onto another falling iceberg. In this situation, Chungi decided to dive into the abyss, wondering at the scene before him. Under the ice, countless figures stand there holding swords and shields, appearing to be warriors. Lamhan saw a skull wearing a crown glow with a blue light. It sits there with great dignity and majesty, seeming to be the leader here. Chungi silently admires. Demon race. The ice chunks then fell in front of the demon clan, revealing skeletons clad in warrior armor known as Ice Abyss Cores, level 35. With legendary talent, core skills, violent aura, encased in ice, containing the remains of the great demon army that perished beneath the ice dragon bone during the demon invasion. Sensing movement, it awakened, body glowing blue. Chungi stepped out from the ice pile, casting a detection spell, and a small circle appeared before him to assess the situation. At least 200,000 demon clans risking their lives, equivalent to a suicide attempt. Moreover, you have only reached the second level of the secret realm, and must conserve your strength. The skeletons were searching for something when one of them spoke and someone rushed in. Chungi, undeterred, unleashes divine power, blessing Lamin, with dangerous beams of light radiating from his hands and an overwhelming aura emanating from his body. Chungi confidently said, "The ice element concentration here is 10 times higher than outside enough to bury them all." Then he unleashed his power, causing the beams of light to flicker across the gloomy sky. Sensing the danger, the leader shouted a warning for everyone to stay alert. Suddenly, the combined power formed a tornado, from which a giant hand appeared and forcefully pressed down on the group of monsters, crushing them. Beneath the thick fog of snow and ice, some remaining skeletons continue to charge forward. Chungi keeps unleashing his attacks, his eyes shining brightly, shouting, "Freeze!" as a powerful vortex quickly forms around him, with a sparkling beam of light appearing at the center, from which countless sharp ice shards grow and encircle the demon tribe. Chungi waved his hand, continuing to control the divine wind and storm. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept up shards of ice, splitting the demon tribe into pieces and forming tornadoes that carried away many skeletons. The chieftain was furious and shouted, "You petty rats hiding your heads and tails. Our clan's battle spirit can never be extinguished. How can you let these ants provoke us?" The skeletons then kept smashing against their stretcher, and the more they hit, the more strange soul fragments flew out. On the tall, sturdy walls, a row of skeletons stands emitting a blue glow. Chungi, puzzled, keeps his eyes fixed on the undead bones, wondering what's wrong with them. The skeletons suddenly reassembled into a huge, terrifying skeleton. The symbiotic bone army of the demon clan, which had died many years ago, developed its own skills, channeling power into fallen comrades, resonating life force, and rebirthing alongside them. He was a bit terrified by the enormous creature before him and muttered a few words, the fragments pieced together. Could these bone spirits be immortal? But it really hasn't received any news that killing the Ice Origin Ghost will increase experience. The large eye in the middle of the fused skeleton's forehead flashes, and it suddenly speaks. Found it. Zhang Yi showed some skill, bravely drew his sword, and said, "The legendary level isn't simple, but I don't believe it." His sword pointed straight at the coexisting skeleton, emitting a dazzling golden light that blinded the eyes. Zhang struggled to continue, saying, "Cannot kill the person." The light on the bone tower remained steady, shining brightly like the sun illuminating all the lands together. The small skeletons start jumping chaotically downwards, as if they were instructed to do so, each wearing armor and wielding different weapons. The small skeleton falls freely over the central node. He swings his sword a few times, creating a crackling pattern, his gaze always maintaining a serious, cold expression. The symbiotic skeleton watches everything unfold carefully, as Chungi jumps into the air to land his foot on the wooden bridge. He moves with lightning speed, his cold face rushing toward the living corpse. Chungi stops right in front of its huge eyes. He raised his sword, and it suddenly opened its mouth wide as if plotting some dark scheme. Chungi didn't care what it was doing, and immediately jumped up, sword in hand, determined to kill the symbiotic corpse. Suddenly he froze for a moment, cold sweat starting to run down his face. Chungi recalled the days gone by, his eyes filled with sadness and a hint of regret as he gazed aimlessly at everything around him. The continuous cries nearby are ringing out. Tatu is about to be overwhelmed. Hurry and come to the rescue. Chungi walks forward absent-mindedly, a tall man behind him trying to catch up. He walked up, patted Chungi on the shoulder, and said something. Chungon hesitated, confused, and looked back to see what. Chungi's gaze was once again drawn to a young man shooting a bow, whose stomach was knocked out of the way as he passed by. The loud voice of the big man still did not stop, taking the opportunity to buy time for Lord Shuangha. A pink and purple vortex suddenly appeared, surprising everyone around it. It was the demon race's teleportation gate. The skeletons in armor-wielding hammers rushed down from the vortex. The scribes also faced no hesitation, ready to fight bravely against the hardships and challenges ahead. The descendants of the Chu family obey the order to fight to the death. We must not let the demon race escape from my heavenly orchid territory. A knight was knocked away by a grenade hammer into his stomach and flew far away. The huge man continued fighting fiercely while speaking, sacrificing himself with Tianlan, as a massive white and blue dragon appeared in the sky. His voice still echoed loudly as he perished with Tianlan. The dragon opened its mouth to reveal a blue gem-like object. It shoots the blue beam straight down to the ground. Everything returns to how it was. Everyone around cheers happily. Shuangha, the Great One has arrived. We are saved. Shuangha, Chungi said with a look of shock and disappointment in his eyes. So now am I not still on the battlefield from 100 years ago, when the demon race invaded? Shuangha curled up amidst the lights shining around it. It angrily swoops down to the ground and looks closely at the knights, when suddenly several swords fly out of nowhere and strike Shuangha's stomach. It roared in pain and agony, causing the knights to be thrown into disarray. The people in the distance looked on in panic as the armored skeleton waved its long sword that stretched tens of meters. It has begun to strike with that sword, piercing through several knights in a row. Chungi now looks like a wolf, his eyes full of resentment as he screams. Chaos of the demon race. The armored skeleton rides a black crow and soars away as the English voice echoes, "Go die." Before reaching the destination, it was bitten by Zhuangna on the raven's wing, causing the skeleton to fall. The remaining raven was useless. Zhuangna immediately struck down mercilessly. It glanced at the bleeding wounds from the earlier sword slashes. Zhuangna's gaze turns upward to the sky, where a pink vortex with a skeleton at its center appears, each face peeking out. Suna observes intently, as if sensing something, and then thinks, that breath belongs to the heavenly demon. His thoughts echoed repeatedly. If they let them break in, the entire Tianlan territory would become a demon realm, and all living beings would become nourishment for the demon race. Furious, Shuangna stomped his foot, causing the floor to shatter into pieces, thinking, I can't let them break through. Let them. If the demon tide is hard to stop, it will fly away swiftly, and while still contemplating, it will use the dragon altar for sacrifice. Zhuangha flies straight to the armored skeleton sitting peacefully in the center of the vortex. It flew straight into the pit, engulfing both it and the corpse inside, as the whirlpool closed its door and emitted a dazzling pink light. Chungi stood there, raising his elbow to shield his eyes from the blinding light. His immense power caused the ground to collapse and shatter into pieces. The door flickered and began to shrink, everyone watching intently without blinking. After a while, the door faded away and disappeared, and everyone cheered softly, saying, "The teleportation door is gone." They all rejoiced and cheered. The demon race has been repelled by Lord Zhuangna. That's great. We've held the Tianlan defense line. Only Chungi remains lost in thought. He just threw the dragon core into the teleportation door and caused an explosion. The cheers continue to ring out around us. Long live Lord Shuangha. As long as Shuangha remains, Tianlan will endure. He looked at the chaos after the battle with a happy heart. Good. I haven't let your promise down. Suddenly, someone called from behind, making Chungi quickly turn around. Zhuangna, a handsome man running over, made him think. He is the ancestor of the Chu family. Chungi snapped out of his memories as a large, sharp sword swung toward him. Chungi quickly grabbed his weapon to block its powerful attack, then darted away to dodge and landed on the ice surface. The light from the monster's side made him uncomfortable as he spoke. What is inside this place? A blue glow is emanating from within the skeletons, revealing something that leaves him in awe. Long Lan. Chungi chuckled dismissively, speaking with a smug smile. Why didn't I notice earlier that these bone demons moved so perfectly and attacked in such a uniform way? Chungi looked at the fragile skeleton of the monster. He pondered for a long time before Chungi confidently smiled and affirmed that they were indeed the masterminds behind Zhuangna's tragic death. How could Chu family's ancestors allow enemies to die so easily? Sunlight shines on the motionless skeleton, and his voice continues evenly. After shattering the main body, it becomes a cyclic curse. Endless resurrection is achieved by using Xiongna's dragon scales as energy to control, turning them into tomb guardians for Xiongna. Once someone uses force to charge in, they will be attacked, and these bone spirits will recombine after being shattered. Chungi muttered as he walked. Even a second-tier expert would find it hard to withstand such a draining battle. No wonder the descendants of the Chu family often stop at the second barrier. By abandoning their attack and appearing in a harmless state, these mindless things will naturally lose their target. He walks step by step on the thick snow, thinking that this is truly a very clever and complex way of revenge, using the enemy's body as a barrier and punishing them with their most despicable dying states. This revenge is even more brutal than killing. The cold wind blows, making Chungi close one eye, but it can't stop the thought from surfacing. The ancestor of the Chu family stands firm in the freezing snow. One day I will definitely become stronger than you. Chungi stood on the snowy mountain peak, looking down at Shuangha's massive skeleton, then threw himself straight down to the ground, but was suddenly pushed back by an invisible force. Chungi was repeatedly slammed against the rocks, painfully trying to recover and confused by everything happening, thinking to himself, "What just happened? Who are you? Why did you rush into this place? Is it the chaos trap that locked me in this crack in the ice that sent you here?" Chungi struggled to his feet and called out twice. Xiongna, with her anger and bared fangs, threatened him. "Are you here to mock me? A level 30 trash soldier isn't even worthy of giving me a demon claw. You bunch of parasites, only knowing how to absorb the power of the Dragon Clan. Your blood is boiling red like those murderers. The more it's angered, the more it opens its mouth to insult. You all want to see me go crazy. Hamnam selfishly does whatever he pleases, ignoring my body and trying to turn me into a weapon." Chungi tried to explain. "Wait a moment. I am a bloodline of the Chu family. I am here too." But Xiongna cut him off angrily and still complained. The bloodline of the Chu family is still the bloodline of the Chu family. Xiongna's anger grew even more, and he started attacking. "How much longer do you want to keep fooling me? You trash! I want to cut you into 100 pieces." Its attack made it hard for him to dodge. Chungi secretly sighed. "Xiongna, do you still remember? That year, you destroyed the Dragon Core to close the Demon Race's teleportation gate. You were the hero of the Chu family." Yet Xiongxia still refused to listen and immediately criticized, saying, "Nonsense. The Dragon Core is the heart of our long race. How could it be extracted by oneself? It's obvious that you all stole my Dragon Core and are here deceiving me, pretending everything is just lies, as the attacks grow faster and shoot straight down onto the ice, shattering it. It screams, 'I want to tear apart everyone who betrayed me.'" Chungi, despite the pain, tries to comfort it. "Yangya, calm down and listen to me. Do you still remember?" It swings its large tail toward him. "Go away." Chungi was thrown back quite a distance, but still stood firm. He silently thought to himself that the Shuangha had lost its memory, and that the long confinement had caused it suffering, blaming everything on the nearby person. Its mind was completely chaotic, truly worthy of being the ancestral contract demon pet. 100 years later, the remaining dragon soul power still makes others feel uneasy. He frowns, injured but unyielding, believing that his rank and strength are lower than Shuangna. "The only thing I want is to give up here is impossible. If I have reached Banglong Uyen, I will definitely not return empty-handed." Chungi revealed a glowing cross-shaped mark on his forehead and shouted loudly to provoke. "Do you want to be a little angry? Then come and fight. Fight until you remember and stop." He cast a spell, unleashing a blinding golden energy as the immense power of Chungi and Xiongna collided head-on. It unleashes a powerful blast of energy, charging straight at him and creating a cloud of white snow. From the white fog, Chungi rushes forward with his sword. "Come here. The ancestors of the Chu family can make a contract with you, and I can also let you acknowledge your ancestors." The continuous slashes of the sword, the lightning sword on the other side, while Lin Fong calmly enjoys the dragon-shaped ice cream. Lin Fong kept sneaking bites of Chu family's exclusive ice cream and said, "I've been here 3 days and 3 nights already. I'm about to become a lonely fool." So Nian glared annoyedly at him through the glass door, threatening. "You don't need your tongue anymore?" Lin Fong's face darkened. His teeth clenched so tightly they looked deformed as he continued to spout nonsense. "So, you're Kuang So Nian now." Suddenly, Hio Bak. Hot Hai hurriedly ran in, pushed open the door and shouted, "Something's wrong. You all need to leave quickly." They looked at each other in confusion and asked, "What's going on?" She didn't answer but stormed inside, rambling on non-stop. "Since she hasn't arrived here yet, my father told me to get you out of here quickly. Where is Xiao Yuan right now?" Lin Fong grew impatient and kept asking repeatedly, "What does this mean? Tell me clearly." Understanding Bai tightly holds So Nian's hand with a worried expression and says, "This can't be explained. Follow me immediately." She calmly responded to the request. If she didn't speak, we simply couldn't provide a solution. Moreover, Chungi is still at Banglong Uyen, so I absolutely cannot leave here easily. That's right, Shen Lingfeng. I'm not someone useless either. Tell me what happened, and I will do my best to help if I can. Huibai panicked, waving his hands and explaining, "No, I didn't mean anything else. This isn't something you can control. If you don't leave now, it will really be too late." Xu Hong's attack struck directly, passing by Lady Hong and catching her off guard. He said seriously, "Madam Hong, the territory of the Tianlanchu family does not allow you to act arrogantly." Lin Fong and So Nian transform their forms and powers, with thin, sharp threads wrapping skillfully around Lady Hong's fingers. She sneers and says, "Chu Hong, to suppress the frozen bloodline, your strength is not even a third of level 40, and you still want to stop me?" Chu Hong shields Chu Van from behind, trying to stay calm as he says that even if the Chu family faces difficulties, outsiders are not allowed to harm our guests. He thought to himself that Chungi was still in a critical breakthrough period at Binglong Yuan, and absolutely couldn't let Madam Hong ruin things. At worst, he would risk damaging his meridians by freezing them, but he had to hold out until Chuangi came out. In a different scene, she muttered her lips. Where is she trying to go? Lady Hong casually leans her shoulder against the doorframe and speaks again. "It's been a long time, girl." All three of them understood Bach. Lin Fong and So Nian were so shocked they froze in place and exclaimed, "She is still alive." Half an hour ago, in a spacious, luxurious room with a touch of tradition, Lady Hong and a few others, along with the elder patriarch of the Chu family, are sitting and chatting. Lady Hong speaks first. "This is the Han Yu Tin of this year." Another voice said, "Please, Madam Hong, just say the word, and I will send someone to fetch it." Next to them are shining treasure chests containing rare, consumable items of energy crystallization level tier. Another elder, Chu Fong, the third elder of the Chu family, called out, "Where is everyone? Bring it up here," and the person sitting next to him is Chu Hong. A group of people carried up treasures one after another, the mysterious snow silkworm tie, which can be used to craft equipment that grants the gear the ability to hide effectively. The mysterious ice jade can temper weapons, and may also include frozen paralysis effects. He continued to tell her that, based on last year's promise, the treasures from heaven and earth have also been prepared fully. Lady Hong chuckled softly, and, having already anticipated this, replied sarcastically, "These are not enough." "Madam Hong, what do you mean by that?" "Our Chu family dedicates all our efforts each year to collecting valuable items for exchange with you." The item she holds is a cold ice fierce spear, requiring level 30 with a base attack attribute of 350. He thought to himself that the ice attribute attack bonus was 120. Lady Hong is greedy. Her demands keep increasing every year. What trick is she up to this year? She breaks the treasure and says, "I'm tired of this kind of flashy-looking item." This year, the exchange will be for a different kind. If the Chu family head agrees, a whole year's worth of Han Tuixing will be enough. The elder of the Chu family still kindly asked, "What does Lady Hong want to exchange?" Chu Hong beside him suspected silently, something is not right. Madam Hong spoke in a calm voice. "One living person," he asked again. "Who is the living person?" She calmly replied, "Chungi." Hearing that, Chu Hong lost his composure. "What? Calm down and continue. Lady Hong is joking. How can a living person be traded?" But inside Chu Hong's heart, he was worried. Why would Madam Hong care about Chungi? She coldly responded, "Just joking. You're really funny. Saving your clan's life. Isn't that a great deal?" The head of the Chu family immediately insisted, "Lady Hong, please go back. Chungi is a junior of the Chu family and must not be traded." Lady Hong coldly ignored him and only fiddled with her nails before replying, "If you refuse to hand him over, can your Chu family last 2 months?" The elder then turned to speak to the clan leader. "Last year, 3 children died prematurely because of frozen bloodlines. Chief, if the supply of Han Yutin is cut off, the old man worries that the Mummet Trading Guild has a mineral vein producing Han Yutin. The Chu family's bloodline curse of ice is growing weaker, and they not only need Han Yutin to quickly strengthen their bloodline concentration for rapid cultivation, but also to improve the freezing condition of their bloodline. Therefore, the Chu family cannot afford to continue exchanging large amounts of resources with the Mummet Trading Guild every year." In the end, he revealed, "Don't say any more. If the bloodline is cut off, the Chu family will definitely not become useless pawns to sell people to save themselves." The elder of the Chu family, hearing this, refused to accept it, and said, "Troop leader, even if you don't think of us old folks, you must consider the children in the clan. Chu Ningi is indeed a genius, but he is still too young. He cannot save the entire Chu family." Hearing that, he was dissatisfied and stood up shouting, "Our Chu family can only rise again if we survive. If someone dies, there's nothing left. The old man still spoke in a calm voice. Chunagi has never been protected by the clan. He shouldn't be a burden to it. The elder still raised his voice. Clan leader, the children can't wait any longer. But the old man remained resolute. Madam Hong, please go back. He thought to himself, you fool. Lady Hong is forcing me to choose between Chungi and the Chu family, clearly seeing a bright future ahead for Chungi. If I cannot protect Chungi, the Chu family will have no way to support me, Hong Funan said coldly with a changed attitude. Very well, if the Chu family wants to protect Chungi, from today on she will stand up and leave with her attendants, cutting off the supply of Han Yujing so that both the Chu family and your old man will be destroyed. The thick silk threads of Lady Hong tightly wrapped around Hiu Bak's neck, causing her to gasp and lose consciousness. She lay motionless on the floor, recalling the wicked things that had happened before, and sneered, the Chu family head daring to signal Chu Hang in front of me, does he think I am blind? So Nai Yin hurriedly ran over in worry. Hiu Bak Lin Fong refused to give up and quickly shouted, I will let you die at my hands this time. Her entourage charged forward, bodies entangled like silk threads, but Lin Fong remained undaunted, launching continuous attacks. The others rushed toward So Nian, and with just a few strikes she shattered them into hundreds of pieces. The fragments scattered across the floor. Lin Fong begins to cast a spell. He transforms into a wall of fire to protect the other two, and she smugly says, 3 days apart, and you've actually learned to coordinate your attacks. It seems you've trained, and it's a bit interesting. I'm liking you more and more. Madame Hong thought to herself that the enchanting girl and the flame dragon both showed signs of breakthroughs. She spoke, in a way, you are geniuses, but unfortunately the treasure is right in front of you, and in the end, you will become dust. So Nian helped Hiu Bak up while secretly thinking that she had to divert her attention to protect Hiu Bak, which limited her movements. Wasn't this woman already eliminated before? Why is she appearing at the Chu family now? She kept thinking, without realizing that a cord was gradually approaching her. Hiu Bak cannot be said to be her. The cords are getting closer, but So Nian still doesn't notice. So Mr. Chungi at the Chu family isn't the cords wrapping tightly around her. Lady Hong's voice rang out, just a bit lacking in combat experience. Even Lin Fong was caught by the cords from the ground. She continued speaking, saying, I am young lady Tikthio Jia, a genius, but also useless from your clans. Let me personally handle you after the initiation. The rope pulls So Nian out, and she keeps speaking. Where did your enchantress girl's power go last time? Lin Fong was slammed against the wall. I really like the fire of yours, little fire dragon. Both of you are pulled up to a height where you can't move. Lady Hong sneers. You're still a bit short of surpassing my Hu Qian level. She asked seriously, tell me where Chungi is. He ignored her and shouted, let me go, or I'll burn you to death. Hong Funan slowly approached the curtain and continued speaking. I heard that he single-handedly charged into the Guangfang mountain range to save Chungi's sister. With her there, I don't believe Chungi won't come out. The man shouted angrily, you are not allowed to touch her. Behind the curtain, Chu Van is hiding, but he has been discovered by Madame Hong. Can you still see your brother in the distance? Soren refuses to stand still and still tries her best to shout out, give me your power one more time. Red threads are wrapped around Hong Lady's hand. This time she is truly angry, so I will show you what real suppression looks like. A blue sweat stain appeared on Chu Hang's face as he said it was really exhausting because Chunungi didn't hesitate to use so many puppets. As the puppets approach, Chu Hang jumps up holding a chain and shouts, Huang So Nian, Tam Lin Fong, go take Chu Van and Hiu Bak away. I will hold them off here. Lady Hong sees him trying to escape and screams to leave the living behind. So, Nian is holding Chu Van in her arms, and Lin Fong is tightly embracing Ha Bak while shouting. At this moment, Chungi is holding a sphere of power in his hand, looking at the monster in front of him, then shouting, give me the holy book's combined attack. Then Chungi quickly dodged to the side. Another wave of energy immediately swept past, and he raised his hand forward, using a single move to counter his opponent. Holy light, cross, he shouted. Serve the demon! Before being struck, only the approaching figure of Chungi remained in the monster's eyes. It weakly called out, Master. A punch with enormous power was delivered. The divine spear after the attack, everything around fell silent, only dust billowing in the air. Chungi stood on the ground and coldly said, finally, it is quiet now. The giant beast asked him, who are you? Chungi did not hide anything and straightforwardly revealed his identity. I am Chungi, the descendant of Chu Pam. I sit down to let my body recover gradually, then begin recounting the crimes committed by the monster. 100 years ago, you destroyed the demon teleportation gate with your life to bring peace to Tianlan, and my ancestor was your master. Chu Fam searched alone for a way to save you after sealing your body and soul here, but he has also disappeared. Follow me and I will make you happy. Your soul is trapped here and gradually losing its reason. I have no choice but to use some tricks to help you recover. After learning everything, the dragon closed its eyes and sadly replied, I guess that's how it is. If the dragon core is shattered, how can it be revived? He didn't believe it. It's been 100 years, and the owner as well. Then it looked directly at Chungyi and asked, Are you here to find me because of the dragon soul? Xiongha explains that your foundation is damaged and needs pure energy to restore it. Merging with the dragon soul will make you experience the suffering of Wan He Fei Tam, with your body torn apart countless times. Are you willing to accept that? Chungyi hesitated, nodded and replied that he was willing, if compared to physical pain, helplessness, and weakness that prevent him from protecting the one he loves are the greatest suffering. After hearing this, Xiongha couldn't help but admire. Chu family's young master has real skill. It sends a surge of power to Chungyi and Yelin. Let's go. An orange vortex swirling with blue sparks suddenly appears, as the frozen blood vessels seem to be gradually restored. Chunahi's entire body is emitting a stream of green smoke, and inside, the ice covering his blood vessels begins to break apart. Chungyi clenched his eyes shut, gritted his teeth, and showed clear signs of pain. Xiongha immediately calmed him, urging him to hold on. Your meridians are shattered. If you don't find me, you won't survive for a month. The green spots are also moving in to reconstruct Chungyi's bones, and gradually healing the deep cracks and wounds inside. But Chungyi had to endure terrible pain, blood streaming from his eyes, nose, and mouth. That blue light is continuously flowing in to heal Chungyi's heart. Chuyuan smiles, a look of joy on his face. The whole group of Halan is the same, so Nian squinted one eye, surprised as she looked behind. The pitch-black night seems to be tearing apart as a faint figure stands before the giant dragon. A series of notifications appear. Long soul band 100% merged, foundation fully restored, and fire elemental body power increased by 500%. At this moment, 2 dragon horns appeared on Chungyi's head, congratulating him on perfectly completing the hidden second transformation mission and awarding the dragon god domain skill. Yang Ya instructed him to replace her and protect Tianlan. Madame Hong used the tangled ropes on her hands to bind the girl's body, then stepped forward, loosening the ropes so that she fell straight to the ground. Madame Hong throws the red silk in her hand towards Chuyun and softly coaxes her. Good girl, come here, I won't hurt you. Chuyun's body is tightly bound by the red silk. Madame Hong ordered, Good girl, take me to see your brother. At that moment, a dirty hand reached out and grabbed her ankle. Get out. Even though Zhao Viamlong is about to die, he's still stubborn and wants to be the messenger to protect Hoa. Lin Fong uses his last bit of strength to stop Madame Hong from taking Chu Van away. She must not be harmed. Lady Hong disdainfully ordered, You now look like a mourning dog who can't even protect yourself, let alone others. It's truly laughable. Despite being exhausted, Lin Fong still resolutely protected Chu Van. What the hell do you understand? Tam Lin Fong, even if I die, I will not let you lay a finger on her. Madame Hong ordered coldly, Release him. Lin Fong shouted, I won't let go. Seeing him keep blinking like that, Madame Hong stomped her foot down hard on the hand holding her leg. So what? Despite the pain, Lin Fong still clenched her fists tightly and refused to let go, while tears streamed down Chu Van's face. She tearfully said, Mr. Tam, let go. Don't worry about me. Please let go quickly. My brother won't blame you. Lin Fong opened her mouth and shouted, then bit down hard on Madame Hong's leg. Don't let go. You crazy idiot. Lin Fong braced his hands on the ground to stop himself after that kick. Chu Van anxiously shouted. Mr. Tam Hong ponders. This young man is even tougher than I imagined, capable of making the proud bloodline of the Flame Dragon wholeheartedly submit. This Chungyi really is an extremely valuable person. Lady Hong hates him and snaps her fingers. I have no interest in those who don't know life or death. If she hurried to reincarnate, she would wrap the rope around Lin Fong's neck, then goodbye forever. The rope begins to tighten around Lin Fong's neck. He glares with wide eyes, mouth agape, his face showing clear pain. Chu Van shouted in fear, Brother Tam, run quickly. Seeing that Lin Fong seemed to be unconscious, Chu Van cried out loudly, turning to beg Hong Madam not to hurt him, I will go with you. At that moment, a huge pressure suddenly appeared. Lady Hong was also affected by that oppressive aura. She fearfully said, That's a terrifying pressure. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive burst of power surged forward, striking Lady Hong directly. Chungyi, with golden wings and dragon horns on his head, suddenly appeared to save Chu Van. Chu Van, I can't believe it, brother. Chungi looks at Lin Feng's battered body, full of wounds, and whispers to himself. Tom Lin Feng and So Nian are also pierced through with many tangled cords. Xiaonie and Chunyi looks at Hubok and Chuheng lying unconscious on the ground. Xiaobai, Uncle Hang, he gently blows out a puff of smoke. Immediately, Chunyi's eyes changed, one yellow and one blue. He used his power to transform into an iron chain, divine thunder, and heavenly prison light. Lady Hong's eyes widen. She licks her lips, her face filled with excitement as she sees Chuengi appear. Many puppets emerge from her hands. All those puppets look just like Lady Hong. Chunyi, at last you have come out. All the puppets that approached were easily defeated by Chunyi. Madame Hong appeared behind Chunyi without her knowing. She advises him to obediently go home with me. Chunyi didn't respond. He pushed down with his foot, causing the ground beneath to shatter. Immediately, a surge of power cut across Lady Hong's neck. Chunyi, holding his sister in his arms, used his strength to push the opponent away. Lady Hong thought to herself in fear, her power truly terrifying. Besides the destroyed puppets, a few of her high-level puppets still remained, but they were struggling to dodge Chunyi's attacks. Those level 20 puppets are fine, but the level 30 elite puppet and the level 40 guard puppet are my painstakingly crafted creations. Yet he let my soldiers be powerless to fight back. Thinking quickly, she immediately leapt forward. Lady Hong threw out a series of tangled ropes, her eyes wide with madness, shouting, "This is impossible! You just reached level 30. There's no way you can surpass the 15-level gap. It really makes people want it even more." She ordered one of her puppets to imprison him, and the ropes formed a giant red sphere, trapping Chunyi and Chuvan inside. Lady Hong still remains confident in her move, holding an item to block, and says, "Even if you can fight above your level, so what?" Then she and her puppet rush forward to strike the red sphere fiercely. Although trapped inside, Chunyi was not afraid and calmly shouted, "Divine wind and thunder." An immediate explosion erupted, shattering the giant sphere. The aftershock of the explosion kept spreading, but the area where Chunyi was standing remained calm. Madame Hong quickly devised another plan. This was no longer a power that could be compared to their rank. "The situation is unstable. I'm retreating now." Chunyi coldly approached her and shouted, "Yang Na!" Realizing the situation was dire, Madame Hong quickly yelled, "Wait a moment." She issued a threat to Chunyi. "Chunyi, if you dare to touch me, the Mercenary Guild will definitely not forgive you. This is the highest wanted order from the Guild. As soon as I tear it apart, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will be hunted down to your death." Madame Hong is sure Chunyi will be frightened, so she continues to threaten. "I guess you don't want the Chu family to get involved, right?" The dragon's eyes, full of killing intent, stared straight at her. Madame Hong trembled in fear, wondering what kind of monster that was. Knowing she had encountered a strong opponent this time, she clasped her hands and forced a smile, hurriedly begging for mercy. Chunyi misunderstood. It was all a misunderstanding. When the dragon's grip tightened around her, Madame Hong quickly explained, "I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched Chu Yun. I shouldn't have hurt Kuong, So Nian, or anyone else. I shouldn't have confronted you. If you spare my life, I am willing to give you all the Han Tui Tin I have. I am willing to share the Han Tui Tin mineral vein of the Merchant Guild with Chuga." Chunyi asked again, suspicious about the mineral vein. Madame Hong affirmed that the mineral vein produces enough Han Yu Tin once every 1,000 years for the Chu family to use for 100 years. Just think about it. With this mineral vein, the Chu family wouldn't have to suffer from bloodline freezing, and you can focus on cultivation, so why bother with someone as insignificant as me? To stay alive, Madame Hong even said I could become your subordinate. Just say the word, and I would climb mountains of swords and cross seas of fire without hesitation. But deep down, she secretly thought that as long as the puppet string touched her, she could move and change in an instant to return to the Trade Guild's residence. Just a little more time, just a little longer. After hearing what she said, Chunyi clenched his lips tightly, secretly thinking how someone like Hong Fu-nu could suddenly beg for forgiveness unless there was a trap. After thinking, he immediately rejected her offer. No need, true strongmen are not afraid of threats or temptation. Lady Hong was stunned and incredulous as she spoke. Chunyi waved his hand, unleashing a massive surge of power. She hurriedly used the ropes to create a shield in front of herself, but Chunyi's power easily shattered that barrier. Madame Hong stared in disbelief at what was happening before her eyes. Before being struck, she could only think that this was no ordinary holy knight, clearly a divine being cloaked in holy light. Truly unbelievable. After finishing, Madame Hong and Chunyi laid Chuvan on the ground, then used their strength to break free from the ropes holding her and spread their arms to support her. Looking at the unconscious girl inside, Chunyi gently said, "I'm back." Lin Feng couldn't believe that even with all his effort, he still couldn't win. Chungi only used a few moves to defeat her, so what exactly did it take? The man looked confused until Chungi approached and could finally resemble him. Chungi bowed his head, placing a hand on his chest in gratitude and saying, "Thank you." He sincerely thanked Lin Fong, thanking him for risking everything to protect my sister. After hearing that, Lin Fong suddenly smiled, then burst out laughing. "Then hurry up and treat me, my blood is almost dried up." Meanwhile, Chu clan leader is standing in front of a giant painting, lost in thought. The painting in front of him is of Chungi. At this moment, someone calls Chu Tok Trung. Chief Chu looked at Chungi behind him and said, "You're here now. This is our first official meeting, and for you to see this disaster, I, the clan leader, am incompetent and truly ashamed." Not caring about the polite words of Chief Chu, Chungi directly asked the main question. "There's no need for pleasantries. I want to ask why the Chu family needs Han Yuxing. The Chu family must have absolute strength to protect Chu Van, or I won't let Chu Van return to the Chu family. Do you think Chu Tok Truong that Chu Hong told you this?" Chungi replied that Chu Hong had mentioned this before, but didn't explain it clearly. He secretly observed Chungi and felt very surprised. This child had just gone through a fierce battle, yet his aura was as steady as a deep lake. The coldness in his eyes was 100 times stronger than that of the young boys raised in warm homes. The head of the Chu clan said that this not only greatly reduced the rate of awakening the Chu family's ice bloodline, but also caused the descendants of the Chu family to have weak physiques that could not withstand the backlash of their bloodline's freezing ability. The Chu family loses someone every year due to bloodline freezing. So Chungi's younger sister, Chu Yun, once fell ill with the mildest form of bloodline freezing, so she was able to be treated with extreme cold ice chain. Most of the Chu family descendants can only suppress their bloodline freezing with cold dew spirit. The clan leader continued. Hong Fun Han relies on this weakness to dare to increase offerings every year, and this time she is even more overbearing, wanting to exchange your life for cold Tui spirit. His cold voice continued to echo. Before the old man could finish, Chungi interrupted and said from today on, "There's no need to submit it anymore." Chief Chu, leaning on his cane, looked in a direction and began explaining to Chungi that banishing Madame Hong could only solve the immediate problem. "The powerful business alliance behind Lady Hong is holding Kwang Han tweeting, and we have to beg." Chungi announced an important news. Lady Hong is dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Tok Truong Chu's face immediately changed. He stared in disbelief and shouted, "What did you say?" Faced with that shocking news, the clan leader Chu trembled and blinked, claiming she was a second-tier Koi Loi Master level 45 with hundreds of puppets guarding her, making it impossible even if you broke through at Bang Long Uyen. Chungi calmly explained that she was too overconfident, bringing no reinforcements, and moreover, Bang Long Uyen allowed my ice skill to level up 3 times stronger. Chu Inghe gathered his strength and presented it to Chief Chu. More importantly, I awakened Suang Ha in Bang Long Uyen. Chief Chu's eyes widened as he joyfully asked, "Suang Ha has awakened. Does it still remember the ancestors?" Chunhi, on behalf of Shuang Ha, replied, "It remembers that it restored my body and helped me defeat Lady Hong, but its dragon soul is extremely weak, so I sealed it inside my body and won't wake it unless necessary." Hearing this, Chief Chu straightened up and kept laughing loudly. He was so happy that he threw the empty staff on his hand to the ground, then suddenly knelt down, clasped his hands in front of the portrait, and saluted. "Ancestor, can you hear me?" Even at a young age, he gained Huang Ha's recognition. This spirit and opportunity are even beyond what the ancestors could compare to. The younger generation is promising, thought Chief Chu with pride, initially believing he was just exceptionally talented, but now realizing he could truly reach this level. He raised both hands to the sky and shouted happily, "Heaven is not against the Chu family." Chunyi, holding his staff, nervously said, "Clan leader, maybe we should stand up first." After he helped me up, the clan leader Chu smiled and said, "Sorry for laughing at you, I was too excited earlier." Then Chunungi suddenly asked, "Please tell me the inside story of the trade guild." He thought to himself that the demonic sect had taken notice of Chu Yun, and he couldn't always keep Chu Yun by his side. If he could help the Chu family resolve the trade guild issue, that would be the safest place for Chu Yun. Chief Chu no longer concealed anything from Chunyi now. He stroked his beard and began to share what he knew. The trade guild is just a small shop on the corner, run by a low-level martial artist named Liu Yuan, who makes a living smuggling ore. The turning point was the winter of 10 years ago. He said that Hak Fong Kok experienced a 100-year snowstorm and all trade routes were frozen. Lu Tuyen and his men entered the mountain. Half a month later, only Lu Tuyen came out from inside. Since then, he suddenly had endless Han Tui crystal, Huyanbing jade, Liu Shuang stone, and even 100-year-old rare Quang Tin silver, all of which he could produce. Clan leader Chu took out a wooden box for Chunyi to see. Liu Yin claimed to have found a mineral vein but didn't know how he gained the mining rights. Over the years, some people have tried to sneak into the cave to explore, not because they got lost, but because they froze outside the entrance. No one has ever seen the so-called cave entrance. After hearing this, Chungi realized a problem. It's too much of a coincidence. The chief's face grew very serious, and he continued. It just so happens to be at the back. 3 years ago, we could still buy a stable amount of Han Yujing from Dushang. Although it was a bit expensive, it was enough for emergencies within the clan. But in the spring of that year, Dushang suddenly disappeared collectively, and there was no place on the market selling Han Yujing. It was at that moment, just when we were worried, that Madame Hong came directly to our door and made them an offer. Madame Hong said they have mineral veins and Binglong supplies at half the price. The main condition is that the Chu family must help them deal with a few minor troubles. Chungi hesitated and said, "Small trouble." Clan leader Chu recalled past memories and explained plainly that it was to make the Chu family take action to suppress the smaller clans that refused to submit to the trade union in Tianlan province. He continued, most of these small clans have bloodline flaws, and the trade union, to supply them with cultivation resources, pays the price of handing over the most gifted children in the clan. But those children never return home after they leave. Those families hate the trade guild but are afraid it will cut off their resource supply, so they take their anger out on the Chu family, the guild's pawns. Over the past 2 years, Chu family's descendants who go out often face covert trouble from others. This move by the trade guild is to completely isolate us without any help. After hearing this, Chungi stroked his chin and began to speculate about the true conspiracy behind this story. First disrupting the supply routes, then offering low prices to show goodwill, and finally using the Chu family to wipe out the alien clans, ultimately turning the Chu family into a target for criticism. The clan leader Chu confirmed, yes, every time the trade guild delivers goods, new conditions are added. We clearly know it's a trap, but the children in the tribe waiting for Han Tuitin to save them can only close their eyes and accept it. He takes out a Han Tuitin and shows it to Chungi. Look at this. This is the Hanyu crystal from last year's trade fair. The Hanyu crystal from 3 years ago was still a pure blue, but over the past 2 years it has gradually taken on a bit of black. Chungi reached out and took the Han Tui. Clan leader Chu continued, Madame Hong said this is natural impurity from deep within the mineral veins, but our alchemist believes these Han Tui are like they have been corroded by something. When Chungi touched the Han Tutin, a golden mist suddenly appeared and wrapped around his finger, spreading its power outward. Strangely, behind the golden aura there was also a thick black aura, but soon after, the black aura was also dispersed by the golden one. Chungi thought to himself that the demonic energy was very faint, giving him a very familiar feeling, and he was sure he had encountered a similar breath somewhere before. Suddenly he remembered something. There was one more thing. Madame Hong once said a sentence to me. Clan leader Chu interrupted him. Wait until the Lord wakes up. Your Chu family's words are just empty talk. Chungi guessed that the Lord was not Lu Tuyen, but Tokchuang Chu immediately denied it. Being able to produce so many rare items and making Hong Funyan, a level 45 repair master, willingly become a pawn, there must be someone truly in control behind the scenes. Lu Tuyen still doesn't deserve it. Chungi clenched his fist and said, Oh, I know it. Now Madame Hong is dead, the trade guild won't let this go. The consequences I caused, I will bear them myself. Hearing this, clan leader Chu shouted excitedly, Why would you say that? You are a bloodline of the Chu family, with a bloodline like your ancestors. The old man patted Chungi on the shoulder and affirmed, Your matter is the matter of the Chu family. And in times of great turmoil, the Chu family will stand with you. Chungi smiled and took the hand on his shoulder, saying, I understand the chief's intentions. I just see you turn your back and walk towards your teammates. I have never been alone. Lin Fong closed his eyes and complained, really slow, and Thiet Tam told him directly, Ngi Kya, the principal said there's something at your place. Just pack up our bags and throw them over here. Shuungi's teammates are all level 23 spiritual mages, level 24 wizards, and level 24 warriors. Seeing this, Chunungi couldn't help but be surprised. It's been 2 months and you've made quite a bit of progress. Drixin chuckled loudly and patted his chest, saying, Of course, we follow second brother, so we can't cause any trouble. Halan placed her hands on Lin Hai's shoulders, her eyes seeming to hide something, and said, On the way. Lin Hai also said she wanted to ask for your expertise in ice magic, so why are you so afraid now that you've just met? Lin Hai clasped her hands in front of her chest, looking shy and hesitant. Anya, standing in the lush green courtyard with your flawless handsome face, you look even more striking with your gentle smile. You lead the way, urging us to hurry as the situation becomes urgent. The group behind continued to follow, while standing behind the lively crowd talking was an old man leaning on his cane. silently observing. The old man's eyes looked gently at Chungi's group and softly said, "Chungi, you really resemble your ancestors." The crowd was chatting loudly among themselves. "I want to bring some snacks to eat on the way." "Is Hakfong Mountain cold or not? I have a pair of very beautiful shoes that are perfect for snowy areas." The young master is not afraid of the cold. Our family has a very strong ability to resist the cold. Chungi stood outside lost in thought, suddenly feeling useless. Then his eyes seemed to brighten a little, a look of contemplation appearing in them. "If it had been before, I would have sneaked in alone. The map appears with the route clearly marked. After all, the demonic aura of Blackwind Cave is ineffective against me. If I encounter an enemy several times stronger than myself, I can also rely on the full power of the Void Beast to retreat." The image of a man holding a girl in his arms appears after killing Madame Hong, and apart from the usual mission notification, the system's activity has been absent for a long time, as if an enforced order has completely sealed off this self-directed path. The bright yellow system panel appears before my eyes, reminding me to activate the mission deadline. Together with his teammates, they uncovered the secret of the Trading Guild, and each participant would earn an S+ skill book as a reward. Junnuo Shenzhen lay in his underwear, panting heavily. In front of me is a glowing system panel, known as the strongest support system. Its representative will not make meaningless arrangements. This time, what it wants might not be the mission itself. A common trait with my teammates. In my mind, I see my teammates covered in injuries and unconscious. My teammates always think they are strong enough to protect everyone they love, but they forget that being truly strong is the real key. His eyes flash with danger. The appearance of Madame Hong makes him realize that even a mighty master like Hung can sometimes doze off. At that moment, if there had been no one left by his side, even a dog would come to bite him a few times. So Tom shouted to bring him back to reality. "If Ingi doesn't go, it will really get dark." Seeing his condition, So Nian worriedly approaches. "Brother Chungi, are you okay?" Chungi closed his eyes and replied, "I'm fine, let's go." He turned to everyone and shouted, "Let's go to the teleportation array." Before the door closed, someone responded, "It's about time, and now someone else is interfering. Shouldn't we go have a meal first? I'm hungry." The image of his teammates marching forward while still turning back to smile at him. He feels proud of Wei Zhetong's brave and courageous spirit. Tong Halan boasts, but is meticulous. Tam Lin Fong is speechless, but full of enthusiasm. Dao Lin Hai is embarrassed, but resilient. Xiao Nian is gentle and persistent. They are all good teammates of mine, the backbone that allows Commander Hong to rest assured and sleep peacefully. Teammates are not a burden. Time passes quickly, and a day later, the scenery has changed. The mountains are covered in white snow, but in stark contrast, a sea of red bones dominates the landscape. Blackwind Gorge. By the end of the year, it will be covered in snow, with thick blood mist inside, and few who enter can retreat unscathed. A military-style vehicle speeds across the snow-covered road, but what's even stranger is the den of the Rainstorm Merchant Guild. There are no guards here again. Liu Wen also doesn't seem to fear that the secret inside the canyon will be exposed. Chungi's team gathered together, everyone wearing thick coats, so Nian said, "This is the place." The public map only marks the inside of the cup, and the structure inside is empty. He calmly puts his hand in his pocket and guesses. Chungi reached out and summoned a blue butterfly, giving it a command to locate the stubborn one quickly. Yes, the skill information panel appears. The positioning skill uses your own magic power to create a magic array that marks the coordinates of space. Void creatures can use their sensing ability to perform positioning. Tear through the void and arrive instantly at the designated location. He deliberately raised his hands to his face to breathe hot air. This strange place seems to have wind that carries thorns. Hearing that, Chungi thought to himself, yes, that's right. But it's still 3 times colder than Banglong Uyin. He activated a skill that made himself and everyone glow with a golden light. Bestow the blessing of the bamboo weapon of courage. Blessings from the gods. Protection blessings. Remember to stay alert. Lin Fong gazed at the light on his body and silently marveled. This was the first time he received his skill enhancement. As expected, just like they said, his information panel appeared, showing his name as Tam Lin Fong, level 22 Berserker, with strength 204 plus 61 increased by 30%, speed 190 plus 57 increased by 30%, physique 27 plus 63 increased by 30%, and willpower 170 plus 51 increased by 30%. When someone is discussing skills, their combat power directly increases. It just so happens that we can test it later. The small, seemingly soulful threads are gradually approaching the leg of someone in the back team, and Lin Hai is dragged away in panic, raising her hand to call for help. What's going on? Wai Fong. Chungi tightly embraces Lin Hai, his other hand cutting the strings into a beautiful golden line. He lifts her up like Princess Q from the ground. Lin Hai awkwardly said, Thank you, Ni. Lin Fong looked at the wires growing from the cliff wall, constantly wriggling with suspicion. What kind of monster is this? It somewhat resembles Lady Hong's puppet strings. Could she still be alive? Chun-gi stepped forward with a serious expression, raising his hand to channel some of his spiritual power into the wire in front of him. The cords, covered in spiritual energy and sparking with electricity, contract. They're not puppet strings, but the tentacles of a living creature. Chun-gi turned around as Ha-lan used her spiritual technique to pass through the wall a bit. Ha-lan activates her technique, her whole body soaring with glowing talismans floating around her, embodying the essence of the celestial and earthly mysteries, the fundamental power of all things. She clasped her hands together and pushed forward. The talismans fly in that direction, sticking to the cliff face in neat rows. The talismans are arranged into a bagua pattern emitting a dazzling golden light. Ha-lan shouted loudly as the formation activated, her whole body levitating and creating gusts of wind. Everyone's faces showed concern. They share the same thought. Could this entire snow mountain be? The mountain disappears, and in front of Ha-lan are tentacles intertwined with hundreds of eyes, looking truly terrifying. These things suddenly had tentacles flying around in circles like arrows. Seeing that, Ha-lan waved her hand in the air to draw a talisman, with thunder rumbling faintly, summoning a spell to suppress the evil and protect the formation. A giant talisman appears before her, blocking the attack of the tentacles, the spirit talisman of exorcism. After stopping the attack, black streaks emerge on the talisman. From those black streaks, the talisman gradually erodes and vaporizes. The talisman is destroyed. Ha-lan soared into the air, dodging the tentacles rushing toward her. Their sticky substance could absorb spiritual energy. She silently thought that spiritual techniques are fundamentally based on controlling spiritual energy. This thing severely restricts her actions. Chun-gi was momentarily startled when he saw the scene in front of him. The tentacles surrounded Chun-gi's group. Everyone remained alert and cautious, while Lin Fong was caught off guard by this situation. Lin Fong angrily creates a fireball, his hair changing color and flowing like flames ready to burn everything. Disgusting. The flames like waves rush toward the tentacles, reaching out fiercely. It seems the flames have no effect as the tentacles continue to reach out. Lin Fong clicked his tongue at that. Among the tentacles, terrifying eyes and shadowy figures like puppets resembling humans surround the area from all directions. Their bodies are entwined tentacles with black faces and glowing white eyes, moving forward soullessly and frighteningly. Tam Thiet eagerly prepares to fight just in time, with So Nian beside her, her face cold as she grips her sword, ready to draw at any moment. Chun-gi intervened, and a golden light appeared, along with a notification displaying the divine talent Sword Heart S+. Holy Light Guardian, I will handle this. You all stay still and do not move. It seems they are afraid of the Holy Light. With his sword in hand, he charges like a storm, swiftly taking down each enemy before they can react. Chun-gi concludes after eliminating most of the enemies that the weapon has no reaction, is effective against physical attacks, and calls out loudly for Thiet Tam and So Nian. Thiet Tam and So Nian rushed forward with weapons in hand after hearing Chun-gi's call. He assigned them roles, Thiet Tam to break through the defenses head-on, So Nian to follow behind. The three of us will hold the three corners of the formation. Thiet Tam is excited. Now it's my turn to show what I can do. Chun-gi orders the others to stay inside the light and not to come out. Lin Fong was dissatisfied. He looked a bit annoyed and pointed at himself, eager to join the fight. Wait a moment, I am a battle fanatic, not just someone who uses fire. Lin Fong summoned a sharp red spear surrounded by sparks, smiling with excitement. Chong-eun-hee moves closer to Lin Hai and Ha-lan. Tam Lin Fong and we are together. Lin Hai and Ha-lan observe the enemy's weak points from the rear. Lin Hai and Ha-lan turn back together and respond clearly. Lin Fong jumps quickly behind, creating dazzling golden circles. The young master is also here. Thiet Tam jumps up, raising the large axe in his hand towards the eye inside the black tentacles breaking through the wall. After the spear tip cut into the tentacles and gradually disappeared, she smiled happily. This move was effective. Next to Lin Fong and So Nian, they were also formidable, with him using his spear to skewer the monsters like pieces of meat while shouting loudly. How strong is the young master, while she keeps swinging her sword to cut the monsters in half. Chun-gi brandishes his golden sword fiercely, causing the monsters to vanish as Lin Fong and Thiet Tam continue their relentless attack. The black tentacles writhing and tangled together, Chun-gi quietly observed and realized that the monster and the cords seemed uncuttable. Cut one off, and a new monster would jump out or crawl out from the mountain slope. Lin Hai quickly saw a dark object fly past her like a gust of wind. But with her agility, she swiftly glanced and noticed her momentarily pause, which was Lin Hai returning to Chun-gi's battle and calling out loudly, "Brother Ningi!" Chungi approached, and Lin Hui held out the token in her hand. Nay. On the monster's body, he saw the token from the Thienlan Khan family, and next to Ha Lan, he picked up a piece of cloth with characters engraved on it, analyzing in his mind that most likely these are from small clans, probably sent to find someone from the Black Wind sect. Therefore, these silver threads not only drain demonic and spiritual energy, but also seem to consume life force. Eventually, even the bones are altered. Realizing this, he took a stance, swinging his sword back with force, knowing that the source of the silver threads is in the mountain, with each monster's thread connected to the wall. From that stance, Chungi swung his sword powerfully to carve a path ahead, not to attack the monster, but to cut the cords, splitting the ground into a crack. Let me see if there's something hidden inside. The surface of the broken stones with symbols crumbled and collapsed rapidly, while Chungi's team stood unharmed inside a protective barrier amidst the falling hail directly above them. The smoke gradually dissipated after the collapse, revealing the scene behind it more clearly. Lin Fong and Thiet Tam suddenly froze, their pupils dilating as they gasped. This is the dissipating smoke, and beneath their feet are half-buried, half-floating skeletons on the ground. Around them are massive ice blocks, each reflecting their images inside. Tief Tam slung his weapon over his shoulder, puzzled, as that was just an illusion earlier. Chungi walked away, his image reflected on the ice blocks. He denies that it is an illusion. Standing in front of the ice block, he states his conclusion that it is a disguise for the entrance to the dungeon. Chungi explained, Black Wind Gorge is not a natural mountain range, but a hidden instance that combines with the Blue Spirit. Only it's so well integrated that no one has discovered this secret, and everyone is focused on listening. Chungi thoughtfully raised his hand and analyzed. No, Liu Tuyen discovered this secret, and the Thuong Hoi dared to leave Black Wind Gorge unguarded because they knew the instance itself was the best protector, capable of turning intruders into nourishment. Lin Hai realized that all the monsters we encountered earlier were actually people who had entered here and turned into monsters. Chungi does not deny it, his hand gently touching the ice to create ripples. Yes, the monster at the first door is a mountain, and those who enter and die become part of the mountain. A flash of light flickers from where he touched. He warns everyone to prepare. The second monster is coming soon. The shattered glass above their heads sparkled as everyone backed into a circle, ready for battle. Lin Fong shouted, This broken mirror is a sneaky trap. Chungi orders Lin Hai to add 2 layers of ice and earth defenses to prevent them from taking the bait in muddy waters. She quickly responds, on each shard of broken glass reflecting the team full of worry and vigilance. Chungi, with a worried expression, gazes straight ahead, waiting to see what is coming as the bones gradually dissolve. From the smoke, a figure is gradually approaching him. In another area, Lin Hai is surrounded by towering trees. She looked around anxiously and called out, Nghi, Tio Lan, where is everyone? Lin Hai clutched her staff tightly, staying alert as she surveyed her surroundings, and the scene shifted to Lin Fong. His upper body is bare, fists clenched in anger. What disgusting monster is this again? And then to Ha Lan, she's hiding behind a pillar with a large talisman in her hand, the essence of the heavenly and earth mystical sect, the foundation of all energies. Moving to So Nian's location, she stands on a transparent flat surface, gripping her sword tightly and shouting loudly. On Thiet Tam's side, she swings her blade among the broken tombs and mountain-shattering stones. The move drops on someone identical to Thiet Tam, who braces against the shock, causing the ground to crack and shake violently. She yells angrily, Illusion magic? The reassembler can even learn my strength. The person facing her, with a face identical to hers but a vacant gaze, repeated exactly what she just said. Magic? Even the skills of my father's recreator are something I've learned. Tam Thiet sneered with disgust and contempt, saying, I feel sick. She pulls her axe back from the similar axe and clenches her remaining fist to strike fiercely. The clone quickly throws a punch again, but she kicks hard from behind, catching the clone off guard. Hit by a powerful force, the clone was thrown violently into the tombstones, shattering them into pieces. Thiet Tam stepped forward, sneering and insulting. Stupid fool, unable to comprehend fake moves. The clone lies among the wreckage, still in a daze, repeating stupid fool, not understanding the fake moves. Thiet Tam looks down from above, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow in helplessness. She only knows how to buy complete moves. She doesn't know how to borrow strength or change techniques. Suddenly, a powerful shockwave erupted, and Thiet Tam stood defensively, covering her face with her hands, as the clone launched an attack from the smoke, but was blocked by her. While fighting the clone, Thiet Tam realized she could sense her learning speed increasing, so she had to strike fast to win quickly. The scene shifts to Lin Fong. where a blinding light pierces the ground. Long, Lin Feng's dragon-scale arm is being pushed away. Why not learn anymore and start throwing a tantrum over the fire dragon strike of the young master? His clone jumps in, but Lin Feng quickly leaps away. Lin Feng now looks like a half-dragon, his weapon blazing like fire. Today I will show you the difference between the original and the counterfeit. He swung a powerful strike, but the clone quickly dodged. Suddenly, a similar spear appeared in the clone's hand. Lin Feng sneered dismissively, quickly replicating as he advanced toward the spear in his hand like a blazing drill. If you're going to learn the technique, then I'll let you learn it all. The fiery drill grows larger and more powerful, heading straight for the divine strike. The two spears clash with a blinding flash of light, causing the surrounding ground to crack and shatter into pieces. From the pile of broken items, the clone launched a horizontal attack, but Lin Feng ducked to avoid it. Lin Feng firmly grasped his spear, preparing for the next strike. Following the momentum, his spear spun in a circle of fire to block the clone's attack as the clone slowly approached, bringing the spear tip to touch the fire circle. He skillfully dodged each ring of fire with an expressionless face. The spear thrust straight into Lin Feng's chest, causing blood to spurt out. Lin Feng's whole body is blazing with light, his face darkening with glowing eyes. You can also recover the technique you completed, but you can't keep up with the transformation of the flame dragon force within my body. As if he didn't feel any pain, he clenched his hand around the spear tip embedded in his chest. Does the clone still have that expressionless face staring at him? Lin Feng shouted, "You fool, you idiot." Behind him, the golden whirlwind grew brighter, and the image of the dragon appeared clearly, making him look like a god ready to punish the evil and make them perish. Elsewhere, the talismans fly swiftly like sharp blades, causing a massive explosion and a cloud of smoke that obscures everything. Harlan, wounded and clutching a talisman hidden under her shirt, nervously looks toward the smoke when suddenly 3 talismans forming a shape rush at her, startling her to turn away quickly as they explode in a big blast, her clone's face still expressionless. "Ah," Harlan sneered as she ran around, saying, "I thought you were quite capable, but Taoist charms aren't for someone like you." She kept moving and suddenly bit her hand hard, bleeding. Taoist talismans require the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. You can imitate the form, but not the spirit. Around her, the raindrops condensed and shone as they floated in the air. "Look at this rain, this wind. Both are part of the way of the heart." She shouted loudly, "You have no heart and do not understand the reverence and authority of the way, so you cannot use the natural order of heaven and earth. There are many imitation talismans, but they are just empty shells, and the raindrops quickly fly toward the clone. The clone also bit her hand to copy her move, but only tentacles emerged from the bite mark. The clone's eyes widened in horror. This was impossible. The entire clone's body was pierced through, and horrifying tentacles emerged along with it. "Lin Hai, little sister, stop struggling. Even if I restore you, you won't be able to fight back against me." She looked down at her wounded legs and silently analyzed that in just 10 minutes, you went from restoring your voice, appearance, and basic skills to being able to actively attack, even setting traps just for me. Your growth rate is astonishingly fast, but if you're a dungeon monster, there's no way you wouldn't have a way to counterattack. The clone launched a series of attacks, and Lin Hai could only dodge quickly for now. The clone was smug, "See, you're still dodging?" She launches attacks like icy spears while luring me in. "Sister Lin Hai, come to my side so we can become one." Lin Hai looked at those ice spikes and realized they had no bone patterns. She suddenly jolted as if she had just remembered something. "I see now." The clone boldly approaches. Lin Hai, holding her staff with both hands, loudly said, "I have been suspicious from the start. How powerful a skill must be to fully replicate someone else's strength over decades. Turns out you only copy the outer shell but cannot replicate my precise control over the element." Blood keeps dripping from her body. The confusing clone asks, "What do you mean?" Lin Hai places her hand on the tree trunk, creating patterns that run along it. Behind the tree, a blazing blue flame erupts, resembling ice element. Beginners can only summon water orbs, experts can condense water needles, but you use ice element so roughly that even the basic bone pattern is missing, showing how crude your understanding of the element is. But you won't learn. It's not about the details. From that crack, the ice extends straight to the face of the clone, Lin Hai shouted. "The power of a full element mage is to make the elements cooperate." Lin Hai furrowed her brow and opened her mouth in shock at the scene before her. In front of her were numerous magic formations of all kinds. A faint voice echoes, "Magic is not a rote technique, it is the element of understanding. I believe I can give you time. You can also recreate these spells." Then a dazzling light suddenly appeared. "But why should I give you time?" The imposter Ling Hai was simply erased by that flash of light. Nearby, Chunyi is also facing off against the imposter of himself, the holy wind and storm. Their swords clashed directly. Because of that collision, a huge explosion occurred. From within the smoke, two dazzling beams of light suddenly flashed. Chungi was surprised to think that using the Holy Cross skill along with the previous skill just half a second apart, with a slight deviation of 0.1 degrees from the previous move, his accuracy simulation kept improving. When facing his opponent, he discovered a point where the movement no longer had mechanical flaws, but more interestingly, engaging with him allowed him to sense that he was still exploiting his weakness. Thinking quickly, Chungi drew his sword and charged forward. As they trained and grew stronger at such a rapid pace, it was impossible to ignore their rivalry. The two continuously clashed in the air, their strength seemingly evenly matched, with no one willing to admit defeat. Why is the simulation this time half a second slower? So it turns out that delaying when reproducing attribute skills will increase more. Will your data merge with other information and cause chaos? Chungi clenched his teeth in anger and coldly looked at the person who looked exactly like him in front of him. Chungi fake drew his sword and placed it on the ground. Chungi coldly said, "You don't like talking, so you just repeat like a machine." He asked coldly, "What do you want to take from me?" The imposter Chungi stroked his chin and looked dazed before speaking, roughly smiling a very sinister smile, just to see how far your body replication could go. In the face of Chungi's power, the imposter confidently declared, "I know everything about you. You can't kill me." Chungi replied with disdain, "Is that so? The country I was born in has an ancient saying." He raises his hand forward, with golden threads wrapping around his fingers as he boasts, risking biting his tongue. By now, a large hole has appeared in the imposter's stomach, and his entire body is beginning to crack and shatter. "You knew all along." Chungi calmly explains that from the start of the fight, this mirror has been reflecting on him, and every delay on your part causes a counterattack from the mirror. Therefore, everything you learned came from my actual observation of this mirror. Although you concealed it intensely, using continuous attack skills to distract me, weakening its existence. But don't forget that you come from me. I know everything about you. Lin Hai looked to the side in surprise as Chungi slowly stepped out of the smoke. Lin Hai hurriedly ran over to him. "Ngi, you finally came out." Lin Hai was extremely anxious and hurriedly urged Chungi to go and save Sister Nian. Chungi asked anxiously what happened to little Nian, as So Nian was now confronting the demon within herself. She smiled and said that she was still holding back, constantly provoking Zunian to the point that even her own bloodline power dared not be fully unleashed. "So are you really a female genius if you're this afraid? Let me help you." Soren thought to herself, "I absolutely cannot lose control again." But the mysterious voice said that you can't dodge her next attack. So, Nian tries to suppress her desire, at least to stay alert and complete this mission with Chungi. The mysterious voice continues to echo. Chungi sees that you being defeated will disappoint him. He keeps tempting So Nian, claiming that I am your true strength. So Nian clenched her eyes shut and shouted, "Get out of here! My strength! I say it's my nature." The demon with the sword charged forward and said, "It's my nature. Then try blocking me with your hands that dare not unleash your bloodline." She swung her sword, but So Nian managed to dodge, and the demon's blade was deflected. Even though that attack failed, the demon kept attacking without giving up. "Look how close we are now," she said with a smile, revealing all the hidden fears that So Nian has been hiding. "The things you fear too much, Chungi's gaze, the fear of losing control, while I fear nothing." Another sword strikes, and So Nian leaps up, continuing to dodge. The swordsmanship you practice, no matter how skilled and powerful magic, you dare not use your bloodline. Fundamentally, it's no different from an ordinary fake profession. That oppressive demon keeps pushing So Nian's limits. That's right. In your memories, your Chungi told you that kindness is not a weakness. She asks, "But your kindness is still being suppressed by me. Once I crush you, will he still remember the gentle fool you once were?" So Nian muttered, "I am not, I can't," and the mysterious voice rang out once more. "Look, this is the end result of you oppressing me to let me out. But it's just a clone that doesn't understand anything, thinking that holding a little demonic power makes it bold enough to cause chaos. I can tear her apart or protect her," Lin Hai said worriedly to Chungi. "After killing the clone, we return to the original place and discover that these mirrors can show each person's fight with the clone. Clearly Nian is stronger than us, so why is she still being suppressed by the clone?" Halan explains that the longer the time, the stronger the reconstruction becomes, and it will also develop its own consciousness. Nian is still in great danger. Lin Fong felt very confused, unable to hear their conversation, but from the situation it didn't seem right. Why is she enduring and not using her bloodline power? Chungi silently thought he knew better than anyone else. Xiaonian is still struggling with herself. Xiaonian is not suppressed because of insufficient strength, but because she has lost control many times before and is afraid to use her bloodline power. The advantage of the recovery form is only one, with no taboos. It might unleash all its power without any restraint. Lin Feng, furious, smashed the mirror in front of him and struck out. Why bother being polite to that fake? Thiet Tam is feeling more and more worried. What should Ungi do now? Can he smash this mirror? Chungi didn't answer the question, but thought to himself that the world inside the mirror might invade Xiaonian's consciousness, and forcibly breaking the mirror could harm her. He stepped forward and said that normally there's no way to save her, only to forcibly break the barrier. Chungi warned the others to stay as far away as possible, and then began transforming before smashing the mirror in front of him. Lin Hai and the others were also stunned by what they saw, thinking this was an enforced destruction of the second body's energy node, using sabotage of the copy to save Nian outside. The demon pressed down hard on So Nian and contemptuously said, "Look at how miserable you look." So Nian weakly coughed and looked to the side in fear, as if something was flashing in front of her. That beam of light shot straight at them, and then the demon disappeared. So Nian squinted, exhausted as she sat up. Shunigi reaches out his hand outside the mirror, smiling gently to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here now." Hearing this, So Nian bites her lip, her face filled with sadness. At this moment, the space around her suddenly changed as if something was cracking open. So Nian stared in horror at the scene before her, desperately stabbing her sword to break the wall that was holding her captive. But when she finally escaped, So Nian attacked Chungi with her sword. Chungi was stunned by everything happening before his eyes and silently called out to So Nian. To prevent So Nian from getting hurt, Chungi could only raise his fist to block her attack, but with just that strike, she was easily knocked back. The others were also stunned, open-mouthed in disbelief. After the collision, So Nian fell straight to the ground, causing the ground behind her to shatter completely. Chungi seriously thought that holy light would burn her. What is happening? Her body shouldn't be afraid of the holy light. Once again, So Nian drew her sword and charged forward to attack. Chuangi uses holy light to deal with her. He withdraws holy light, realizing that lightning and holy light would harm Xiaonian. Then he raised his hand and released a stream of blue smoke. The smoke formed into small cords that tightly bound Zonian's hands and then continued to restrain her legs. At this moment, Zonian's body is tightly bound. This is the only way I can think of to limit her movements without hurting him. Shunji stepped closer and called out, "Xiaonian, look at me." Suddenly, the surrounding walls began to dissolve. This scene left Chungi's group feeling confused as the fragments of the wall gradually reformed into the face of a stranger. Then a voice filled with anger rang out, disrupting the rules of the instance and initiating the process to erase the middle core. That face was the cursed Silver, level 20, with a cursed talent, Silver spit skill, a clone with thorn-like killing images, the level 30 magma soldier with a golden talent, magma collision skill that hardens, trampling war, the puppet caught dying, level 34 with golden talent and spine-piercing thorn skill, entwined with vines, fights the skeleton warrior, level 23 with cursed talent, with skills to shred and seize will, and to freeze water monsters. Level 33 gold quality creature with acid spit and regenerative abilities. Lin Hai jumps in to hold off the monsters and easily cuts them in half with her sword. But after being cut apart, their bodies are gradually being sewn back together. Lin Hai shouted, "They're still merging. Silver Bangle is still forcing them to be stitched together." Halan takes out a talisman and begins to cast a spell. Bingding issues a fire command, dispersing evil spirits and breaking illusions, activating the spirit talisman to dispel the curse. Immediately, the monster started to burn. Tetam ran forward with his axe. She swung her weapon directly at her opponent's head. Thiet Tam threw his axe, turning it into an arrow that swept through all the monsters it passed. Lin Feng sneered coldly and caught the monster with his bare hands. Chungi secretly thought that these silver threads were also being controlled by something. He looked directly at So Nian, realizing that the core logic of all dungeons is to choose the strongest, just like the first gate where the loser is controlled by silver threads and turned into monsters. Although he forcibly destroyed the energy node of the second gate, Tu Nian's mental check couldn't completely free her. There are many silver threads around So Nian's body, and the bloodline of the demon witch is unstable, which just happens to allow the instance to take advantage of the chaos and control her consciousness. The manipulator sees himself as the greatest threat and cannot release all the monsters to clear the final boss of the instance himself. Chungi summons his power, determined to capture the mastermind behind everything. Those who manipulate with mental strength often hide their true form well and are not easy to reveal, but to fully free Zhao Nian, he must force the final boss out. He looked at So Nian and said, Sorry, Xiaonian. What I'm about to do might make you unhappy for a while. A wall suddenly slammed into the ground, followed by another wall appearing beside it. The walls come together to form a box surrounding So Nian in the middle. Chungi stands outside, coldly watching the box, then turns to Halan and tells her to use a dispersal talisman to cover Tiunian's energy. Halan shouted, "It's coming." She took out 3 talismans at once, preparing to follow Chunungi's instructions. Heaven and earth have boundaries. The flow of energy has its limits. External evil spirits gather, internal chaos and unrest prevail. 3 talismans are arranged in 3 directions to form a protective barrier in the middle. This is a sacred decree forbidding interference. Second brother, there are too many monsters. If this keeps up, we won't be able to hold out much longer. Lin Feng also starts to feel uneasy. More and more keep coming. He continued, "This can devour and evolve each other." Chunungi thought to himself, "We can't kill them all. If the dungeon releases all the monsters, they won't last half an hour against them and will run out of energy, and I also have to split my focus to protect them." After thinking, he closed his eyes tightly and gathered a surge of power in front of his chest. So now is not the time to preserve his strength. To resolve this, he must use the most direct and powerful method. Chunhee warns the others to step back, use everyone's strongest windshield to protect themselves, and not to be distracted no matter what they see. The Spirit Wind, Spirit High, Halan, and Thiet Tom all shouted loudly in unison. Spirit Wind continued, "Young master, I understand. Just focus on doing your part." At this moment, Chuungi is surrounded by a massive surge of power. From inside the box, Sonian looks out as the surrounding energy continues to expand outward around Chunungi. Before that enormous pressure, the monsters suddenly froze, then gradually disappeared. Their outer bodies dissolved to reveal the threads inside. Tiefin exclaimed in disbelief, "What is that thing?" Those monsters aren't disappearing, they're gradually merging back into one. "Is this dungeon trying to merge all the monsters into one entity?" Lin Hai said. "My magic spell, its energy is like a whirlpool still at the center of the silver ring, twice as powerful as all the monsters combined before." Chungi takes a deep breath as a series of dazzling beams suddenly appear from the sky. A level S divine summon with enormous white wings spanning the sky appears, and a person in silver armor holding a bow aims directly at the enemy. There are many silver-armored knights standing behind Chunungi. Lin Feng pointed in that direction and asked in surprise, "That young guy Chunungi can even summon such high-level allies?" Thiet Tam continued, "Is this the ultimate skill of the Holy Knight?" Lin Hai thought to herself, "The power is truly terrifying, even causing the chaotic dungeon space to freeze in an instant." After being stalled by Chungi's power, the giant monster roared once more. Chungi clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "Summoning angels for a moment cost me 30% of my life force, and every second they exist drains my spiritual energy. After this is over, I must upgrade the summoning god skill and lower its cost." I shout orders for the Holy Knights to eliminate all the monsters. Immediately, a barrage of arrows was shot out, all aiming at a single target, the giant monster. The monster raised its hand to block the arrows, but under that immense power it was quickly defeated. The beam of light still showed no sign of stopping and continued rushing forward. Lin Hai exclaims, "That's too powerful. Such strength exceeds the limits of the dungeon's endurance." Halan feels worried, but Brother Ngi can't hold on much longer. Summoning this level of creature consumes mental energy destructively. After dealing with the monster, Chungi breathes a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Sonian. "Leaving those to the angels is enough. I have only one target." Thinking it through, he walked straight toward her, unleashing a surge of power before giving the order. "Count to 3 and come out. If you're a second late, I'll destroy this place." Sonian coldly pursed her lips and looked at him. Chungi begins counting, 1, 2. When the final number is called, a huge shadow appears behind Sonian. "Ah, Chunhee. So the boss you mentioned finally revealed his face. You were right. When you saw the boss's body turn black, Chungi realized it was contaminated by a shadow creature. The pessimism. Manipulator is now contaminated at level 50 with legendary talent, and his skills are unknown." Chungi looked at the boss of the dungeon coldly. The mind-eating creature observed and found Chungi somewhat interesting. "It says that after so many years of people rushing in here, you are the youngest among the strong, but your aura is even more formidable than those older ones. The shadow manipulator uses a lot of silver to control Sonian." Chuanahoy grit his teeth and raised his hand to cover his eyes. The Pei Tam Gia leaned in close, reassuring Chunungi, "Don't be so tense, I'm not here to fight you." He looked behind him and then said, "On the contrary, I want to give you a choice." Hearing this, Chungi widened his eyes in disbelief, as many treasures appeared before him all at once. Purification Spirit contains pure cleansing energy that can remove all curses and suppress the violent bloodline power, stabilizing abnormal physiques. The Crimson Dragon Pearl contains fiery chaotic energy that can be directly infused into weapons, increasing fire damage by 50%. The mysterious metal core with high-density space wave can create protective barriers and reduce skill cooldowns by 15%. Tuklin Nyasi contains a breath of life, embedded with defensive tools that can automatically restore health points. For healing professions, its effectiveness doubles. After summoning, it creates a protective barrier within a 10-meter radius that lasts for 10 seconds, reveals enemy weaknesses for an hour, and allows insight into their level and vulnerabilities. Lin Hai excitedly said, "If the dragon spirit wants to resonate on my ancestors' dragon pattern armor, one punch can't blow those monsters apart." Halan was also very happy when seeing the item she wanted. The healing and defense systems, truly a masterful creation. Chungi coldly thought that the Chu family's eternal purification crystal was just a trivial creation. He was somewhat tempted by that item before, but Tin Tam Da was entirely made out of accident. Wei Tenja put her arm around Chungi's shoulder and was moved. Just look at how uncomfortable she was. One drop of Tin Tam Da could let her sleep peacefully for several nights, so she wouldn't have to fear her bloodline exploding anymore. It tries to persuade Chungi, "These are just appetizers, you can come closer to me. Prove that you have passed the dungeon challenge. This is your reward. Take the reward and leave here." Faced with those temptations, Chungi realized it was a trap. If I choose to stop here, I could indeed gain immediate benefits, but I remember the battles risking our lives with my teammates, the mission constraints, and exposing the secrets of the Moment Trading Guild with my comrades. These things are indeed very tempting, but it seems you have misunderstood something. He drew his sword and struck his enemy with a single blow. "I didn't come to Blackwind Gorge for the reward. I attack while saying the system's mission is fine, my teammate's enemy is okay, and even the Chu family curse can't be solved by your charity. Are you planning to give up the reward so easily?" Chungi replied, "You know everything around me, even the Chu family's curse. It's hard not to suspect this is a trap aimed at me." Chungi's body began to transform as he muttered, "I want both the Purification Spirit and the Calm Heart Knight. I declare coldly, they must die." After the Long Divine Realm spoke, Chungi charged forward with his sword and cut Wei Tamjia in half. The ground beneath suddenly shattered. Wei Tamjia stretches out his arms and merges with the ground below. A giant stone monster appears in front of Chungi. Wei Tamjia didn't hesitate and threw a powerful punch at the ground, causing the earth and rocks to shake and shatter instantly. In an instant, everything seemed to be engulfed in chaos. Chungi also quickly escaped, avoiding falling into the deep abyss, but it seemed that So Nian was not as lucky as him. She falls without any defense, and in her panic, So Nian shouts loudly, "Chungi, Chungi!" Hearing her call, also loses his composure. So, Nihian Chungi quickly rushed toward her, grabbing her swiftly, but as soon as he touched her, he fell into the void. Seeing this, he immediately knew what it was. Trying to use illusions to confuse me? Furious, Chungi directly struck the Fei Tamjia, but he quickly realized it was not panicked at all. In fact, it was sneering. Just this little skill. Chungi heard that and replied in a low voice, "You'll find out if you try." The Heart Eater began a new move, and a white lightning-like light started flashing in its eyes. "I originally wanted to reward you and let you leave, but I truly cannot see the truth." Different faces appeared in the mind of the Heart Devourer as he erased the sequence, saying, "I have finished learning. Try with them." Then it suddenly lunged forward, causing those images to shatter. But suddenly, the malevolent spirit sensed something. What was it? Chu Ningji appears with his friends from behind him. "I have never fought you one-on-one before." As soon as those words ended, a blue dragon appeared, and the soldiers behind Chunyi also continued to shoot arrows. Shuangna also bravely advances to attack with the soldiers, all aiming at the shadow monster, fighting it through the thick smoke. In an instant, its image gradually disappeared. No, an explosion followed, shattering the surrounding rocks into pieces. The dust before him suddenly obscured everything, and unexpectedly, shards of glass appeared, leaving Chunyi extremely surprised. These shards of glass still haven't disappeared. Through a piece of mirror, Chunyi sees the image of a man kneeling down. This image reminds him of someone. As Chunyi tries to touch it, a golden energy suddenly envelops him. The timeline begins to rewind. 10 years ago, a man was kneeling before something at Blackwind Cave. The black tentacles covering the man then echo with a voice saying, "You want to save your daughter." The man, though afraid, still tries to respond. The best priest of Tianlan said, "Without the 1,000-year Huyanbang Gotch, it won't survive until spring. I heard your legend at the black market and specially invited you to the blessing committee." The monster was very pleased. This blessing token is excellent. I can give you enough assets to buy herbs throughout the city, but you must help me with 3 tasks. Hearing that, the man trembled and clenched his trembling hand, trying to ask, "What is it?" Suddenly, countless gems fell from above, along with the monster's demand to use these assets to attract more people to Black Wind Cave. The vitality of the weak is the nourishment that feeds me, and the soul of the strong can become my gatekeeper. The man, with a look of disbelief upon hearing this, wants to kill them. The monster laughed loudly at this, bringing its sharp teeth close to his face. Don't worry, they came here voluntarily, isn't that right? Anyway, who can resist the temptation of a night of wealth? So when he returned, he told his friend that in Blackwind Gorge, they had mined mystic crystal stones, each worth exchanging for 1,000 mid-tier disciples. The friend wondered if there would be no more shadows once they entered there, just like last year when old Wang V led a team here and there were no bones left. The man then tried to persuade them, saying, "They just took the wrong path. I found a mineral vein and still need more people. Join me." The mined ore will be divided into 3 parts for your benefit. As a result, more and more people were killed by monsters with the man's help, causing him to become so terrified that he kept vomiting. Tears kept falling from his eyes along with regret. This is karma. Creating karma means they are greedy themselves, and the monsters see nothing wrong with it. Do you think they came to Blackwind Valley for nothing? To help you, he only wanted to step on others' bones to get rich. And he didn't stop there, he kept trying to lure others. Elder Feng, the price is negotiable, I just need your help to spread the word. Soon after, chaos erupted in his house. What happened, boss? The North City Guild said that if we can't deliver at least 80% of the benefits, they won't let us continue. We have no support, relying only on these thugs could get us all killed. The man was furious upon hearing this. This only makes him more ruthless, despite the pleas of others. Boss Liu is a petty man, I was blind to it. Please forgive me. From now on, whatever you say the North City Guild will do. I was wrong, Boss Liu. From now on, whatever you say I will do. He listened to the terrified screams of the others. Please forgive me, and I will no longer feel regret. The way he stands in front of the monster no longer shows fear. Lord Liu Yuan clearly expressed his opinion. I want to establish a trading guild mainly involved in mining and ore trading. Silently, they also selected the person who met the standards to enter the cave. The monster naturally did not refuse. All right then, what should I name it? The name he gave was Mermaid Dream Beauty. This time the monster was a bit puzzled after hearing it and wondered why it was called that. Liu Yuan didn't think much and replied, I have been to the sea and encountered the sea demons. They look like fairies and sing beautifully but can also hypnotize people into jumping into the sea, causing the boat to hit the rocks. That time, I was the only one left alive holding the boat. The monster immediately spat out something that looked like human bones after hearing him. That guy is also quite lucky. Not long after, his business started to make a lot of progress. Boss, this is the list of products harvested over the past month. Han Tuitin has enough offerings for the Chu family, plus an additional 17 sets of nutrient residues in the cup. Liu Yuan was very satisfied as he took the list and replied, I understand he has carefully reviewed it, and concluded that the quality of this nutritional order is a bit poor. Next time, let Madame Hong choose more carefully and don't let any trivial matters be submitted. The assistant responded very respectfully after hearing this. Yes, and it didn't stop there. Liu Yuan also increased the price by 2% this year. These are all the things Chung-Yi has experienced during this period. This surprises me a bit. These shards clearly record the karma of 10 years in such detail. The shards of glass kept falling more and more, swirling into a vortex in Chung-Yi's hand, and soon a purple stone appeared in his palm. The blue dragon that appeared earlier also showed you that this is the core of the dungeon. Owning it is equivalent to owning the entire dungeon. Even many guilds of similar size might not have a dungeon. Now you have a huge advantage from this. Obtaining the Prison Eye Crystal, unlocking 30% control over the dungeon, and being able to manipulate the fundamental rules of the space. Swang also told him more useful information that in the future you won't have to worry about resources. The dungeon is like a gold mine, a money-making machine. Kid, your luck is very good. Now try using your mental power to sense the dungeon and its connection. Surrounding him are circles of energy, creating an incredibly spectacular scene. Lin Hai is carefully holding Sun Yen, who is also affected by this energy source. The circle of power grows bigger and spreads wider, and Chung-Yi also tries harder to focus, seeing more and more. I feel like I can see every blade of grass in the dungeon without using my eyes. It seems I can control everything inside the dungeon. As the power erupts, a small figure appears nearby. Chung-Yi's eyes gradually close tighter, as if lost in his thoughts. But what he saw next was Chu Van right in front of him. Why are you here? Chu Van turned to him gently and said, I was worried about you, so I looked up the training route online and came here. Chungi, hearing this, was angry and helpless, unable to speak. Chuvan nervously apologized to him, saying sorry. Suna also came to join the fun, saying, "Your courage is impressive for a young girl and your luck is quite good. Now you can control the dungeon, and even if you leave her here, nothing will happen. In this situation, I have nothing to say except to remind you to behave, or I will take you back." As soon as the announcement was made, they were immediately transported, with the mission deadline and teammates revealing the secrets of Merchant Guild M, and each participant receiving an S-rank skill book as a reward. The contribution points are now complete, and the system's reward is granted. Chungi's friends were also very surprised to see Chu Yun. "Why did you come here?" Tum Lin Fong still sternly warned her. "It's dangerous here. What are you doing following me? This is not a place to play." As he finished speaking, Chungi threw the notice over and handed his sister to him. "Tam Lin Fong, protect my sister well." Tam Lin Fong caught it quickly and agreed immediately without hesitation. "Do I even need to say more? What is this?" Before Chungi could answer, all the information appeared on the screen. The Bloodthirst Rage. Level 1 gathers the blood energy from the enemy's body to form a blood condensation pearl. The pearl then gathers into a soul blood sphere and is thrown at the enemy, causing intense blood energy and an explosion. Tom Lin Fong saw this as if a catastrophe was imminent, an S-rank skill book. Halan, standing from afar, was also extremely surprised to hear this. "What?" Chungi also quickly handed her another book, one that belonged to everyone. Halan looked at the book in her hand, unable to believe her eyes. This really is a level that even Sin Hai would be surprised by. With something so valuable, why would they give it to us? This is also what Halan wanted to ask. "Ni, do you know how much this is worth?" The black market price for one is also around 7 million mid-tier coins, and you have to fight for it. Chungi considers this matter insignificant. The reward is hidden and divided according to your class to pass the dungeon. Shen Lingfeng immediately asked in confusion, "You're giving us this much? Even our Tam family only owns 3 S-rank skill books." Halan thought this reward was too great and valuable for her. "We went in here together to do some trivial tasks. How could we take such a good item?" Clearly, this is extremely powerful. The level 1's triple absolute formation summons the triple absolute formation, causing all enemies inside to enter a cursed state. Even if the value of life is halved, Chunyi still tries to persuade her to accept this gift. The dungeon is a team effort, and the credit can't be claimed by just one person. Lin Hai still felt she didn't deserve to have this, but it was too precious. Even with the limitations of her class, she could sell it for a lot of money. The item she was holding was a level 1 Forbidden Zone element that creates a space barrier. Summoning the crystallized element causes a second explosion, inflicting heavy damage on the enemy. Chunyi gently pats her head and smiles, saying, "Money isn't more important than life, and the road ahead will only get harder, so I can't let everyone risk everything with me empty-handed." DM Shenlin Feng, he happily accepted this gift. "Very interesting. Next time, no matter who you face, I will charge in alone." After hearing that, Chunyi only coughed awkwardly and said nothing. Thiet Tam happily hugged the book in his hands. "This is my first S-rank skill book. In future dungeons, I will lead the charge." Shallan is very excited on the side. "I will master the 3 extremes formation thoroughly, and I will definitely not cause any trouble." Lin Hai naturally feels the same way as the other two. "I do too." Tam Lin Fong couldn't help but show off to Thiet Tam. Watch her absorb the enemy's blood energy and then use it to create an explosion. "How cool is that?" Thiet Tam couldn't help but retort back. "I can directly eliminate low-level enemies. You still need to save your strength. You're too weak." What she is holding is the level 1 Frenzy Orchid that causes a tremor on the ground, dealing massive damage to enemies within its range, with lower-level opponents directly disoriented. Chunhee, hearing their constant chatter, couldn't help but speak up to stop them. "Fine, we've agreed. First strengthen our skills, then go meet the big shot hiding deep inside." Tham Lin Fong, upon hearing this, started to boast, "Watch me learn it all in just 10 minutes. Thiet Tam immediately retorted, "Are you bragging? I can master the basics in 5 minutes. Halan beside me also spoke up. "Let's get ready too. Don't let them compare us." Suddenly, a hand grabbed Chungi's shirt. So Nian looked at him and smiled happily, praising him as someone who always manages to bring everyone together. Seeing her praise, Chungi forced a faint smile and said, "Maybe because we are teammates, I almost forgot about this. What I took out is the Tintumdicha calming agent that suppresses bloodline power and stabilizes abnormal physical conditions. This is what I want to give to So Nian. Your bloodline issue can't be fully resolved for now, so take this as a precaution for when you need it." And not stopping there, he looked into So Nian's eyes and said with a stern tone, "Little Nian, I will do everything I can to prevent you from falling into danger. So Nian, hearing his words, was so moved that tears kept falling. Chungi was extremely panicked and confused, asking, "Why are you crying again? Did I say something wrong or not?" So Nian looked up at him with teary eyes and gently replied, "I trust you, Chungi." But at the headquarters of the Merchant Guild on the rooftop, many researchers are gathered around a huge stone emitting strange energy. This energy suddenly attacks the researchers, but they seem unaware of their current situation and still move closer to the source of the energy. "Boss, look at this," the man calmly replied. "The core instance of the crystal glass and the one in Blackwind Gorge have been linked for 10 years, and this kind of chaos has never happened before." The person is Chungi's acquaintance, Lu Tuyen. The great master guarding Blackwind Cave is as solid as a wall. Those who rushed in are just nutrients delivered straight to Lu Tuyen's door, but now there's chaotic energy. Could an unexpected accident have occurred inside? Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror as he witnessed something terrifying. A researcher was thrown against the wall by that energy source, suffering immense pain. The chaos caused everyone around to fall, and one person couldn't help but exclaim, "It's over." Lu Tuyen also sensed that something was about to happen and immediately ordered his subordinates to inform Madame Hong to quickly go to Blackwind Gorge and investigate what exactly was still causing the chaos. The subordinate, hearing this, dared not say more. "Yes, boss." Lady Hong was still in disarrayed clothes and messy hair at this moment, clutching her wound in pain. Damn that holy night. If I hadn't been cautious all along and spent a lot of money on a resurrection device, I would have definitely died this time. Unfortunately, the resurrection tool can only recreate the body and cannot bring me to full strength. Now, let alone controlling the golem array, I can't even manipulate the corpses. My power isn't enough. For half a year, I've only been healing at the stronghold, and no one is allowed to leave. Unexpectedly, as soon as she thought of this, a message was sent to her immediately. The boss ordered her to investigate the abnormal energy of Blackwind Cave and report the results, quickly. This news hit Madame Hong like a thunderbolt. Going to Blackwind Peak now, this matter is probably beyond her current strength. The abnormal energy at Blackwind Valley must be Chunungi still causing trouble. If Thuong Hoi finds out I am seriously injured, they will sense my weakness like hunting dogs smelling blood and will attack to tear apart the power I have struggled to build. I have to admit how much effort it took me to reach this position. I absolutely cannot let it all go to waste. But she also can't ignore Lu Tuyen's orders. Carrying her anger, she could only force herself to get up and follow his instructions. Like a drifting reed, her life was not in her own hands. Get ready for the car. On Chungi's side, he is still trying to absorb the power. Strange details keep appearing in his mind, and the prison remains vigilant over the dark creatures. The inner secrets of the dark creature must be hidden within these shards. Finding it means uncovering the enemy's fate, but something inside it caught his attention. Chungi slowly reached out to touch it because he was extremely curious. As soon as he touched it, he felt like falling into an abyss of demons, with countless evil hands grabbing him. Chungi's image began to appear through shards of glass, the scene becoming hazy with everything surrounding him. Chungi opened his eyes, lips pressed tightly, overwhelmed by the chaos of the news, and something was still blocking him. His eyes are as sharp as a dagger, glowing with an emerald blue hue, focused and determined, trying to listen and observe amid the storm if he can find a signal, while Chungi senses the noise filter is too cluttered. The image shows a man lying on his back with tentacles wrapped around his body, even entering his mouth, on fragments of memories and ritual objects. A large shard in front of him reveals a gate like a black hole pulling giant stones from the ground into a passage. On another shard, a horde of monsters with various shapes and snarling teeth emerges, with fragments rushing toward them continuously. They rush forward with blinding light, forcing Chungi to cover his face. He suddenly jerks awake, eyes wide, gasping as if he has seen something terrifying. Cold sweat keeps dripping down his face. His hand holds the stone, eyes filled with contemplation. Swangna beside him saw his condition and asked, "What did you see?" "Why do you look so grim?" The passage, I understand now. Blaming the demonic aura in Han Tuitin for making me feel strangely familiar. Swangna wasn't quite sure and looked back, asking, "What do you mean?" "A few months ago, I fought against the demon race and secretly entered the central fissure in the Windstorm mountain range. The breath here is exactly the same as theirs. Is that why you think the demon race sees through this crystal core?" A giant mouth filled with sharp teeth and surrounding tentacles is smiling eerily, eyeing the earth. "Yes, and it's even worse than you imagined. Through observing the memories of the prison core, I discovered that the dark creature is a nascent interdimensional gate, transferring resources from another world to Lam Tin, allowing the Merchant Guild to willingly offer living beings, what they call life force, actually sacrificial offerings to open a true passage. A horde of monsters covering the entire space, waiting for prey. Once they absorb enough life energy, a complete door can be opened, allowing a large influx of demons to pass through. Swangna gently lowered her head, just like 100 years ago, and turned to ask Chungi, "Do you feel afraid?" Chungi's eyes remained fixed on the gem in his hand, not out of fear, but caution. Excitement cannot solve problems. They just went through a fierce battle, and the strength they gained is still unfamiliar, so their condition is not at its best. His face is full of determination as he clenches his fist and ventures forward on his own, not with bravery, but with foolishness. It's not that it's unbeatable, just that both I and they need time to become stronger than we are now. Suna agrees with his thinking, but still has some doubts. Caution is the first important step for hunters to survive. So how do you plan to help them adapt? Sitting still won't develop your skills. Chungi raised the gem to eye level, his eyes dangerous with a knowing smile. Of course, it's not about sitting still. Don't you think this entire prison is the perfect training ground? Images appeared after his words, suggesting I could initially manipulate it or generate some opponents for simulation, allowing everyone to safely experience the power and techniques of S-rank skills. He also proposed additional possibilities, even applying some pressure to test the limits. Master Na listened to the plan and chuckled, saying, "That sounds interesting." Chuangji stepped closer to his teammates and loudly announced, "The plan has changed. We won't be going inside for now." Lin Feng looked confused and asked back why Chungi explained his reason. "The things inside are very powerful, even more so than any enemy we've ever faced. I don't want anyone to get hurt or worse because of inadequate preparation." He also shared his plans before the upcoming battle. Before the final move, you all need to undergo special training. Thea Tam, with his hands behind his head, looked confused. What kind of special training is this hellish place doing? On the contrary, hearing this, Lin Feng became even more excited, his eyes shining, fists clenched. Special training, how will it be conducted? An imagined scene appears, Chu Nungi with a blank face, controlling a puppet to attack. I will follow the dungeon energy to create a simulated opponent with strength equal to or even greater than yours. Aiming for endless combat that approaches reality, using all your potential and fully mastering the power you've just gained. The more Lin Feng listened, the more excited he became, jumping up and down with a big smile, saying, "Simulation battle, this is great. I will be the first." Lin Hai nervously raised her hand to stop him. "Tom Lin Feng, your wound has just healed, and it seems you're very eager for the training." Lin Feng's appearance shows he's completely healthy. The small wound has long since healed. Chungi solemnly reaffirmed, "Tam Lin Feng, this is not a game. The pain and pressure of the simulation battle are real. I will adjust the difficulty based on your reactions, and you may die many times." Lin Feng, far from being intimidated or afraid, seems even more determined and eager. Chungi breathes a sigh of relief and smiles with satisfaction as he sees his teammate unshaken and eagerly awaiting the plan he devised. He activates his power, and the gem rises with swirling golden light converging before everyone's eyes. The light enveloped Lin Feng entirely. He stood there without any panic or change in expression, as the purple smoke dissolved to reveal Lin Feng's figure in a cavern-like space. From behind a figure wrapped in bandages, wielding a sword, he swiftly charged forward. Lin Feng, with his sharp senses, immediately spun around. A notification appears, indicating a simulation, a haunting obsession, level 35, golden talent, obsession skill, a critical hit cut off. All of his hair changes color like flames, with long, pointed ears like a demon's, and large horns grow on his head. With a half-beast appearance, Lin Feng condensed a fireball in his hand and threw a fiery punch at the previous enemy. The fire punch hit, but the opponent vanished like a streak of light, avoiding his attack. Seeing that, Lin Feng's eyes briefly showed surprise. He launched attacks in all directions, but the enemy dodged so quickly that he spun around in a blur. Lin Feng clearly sees that the enemy's strength is furious and powerful, and he throws a strong punch, obsessive and annoying. Suddenly, a sword slashes across his neck, causing it to bleed. Lin Feng was surprised by such overwhelming speed. Could it really be that fast? Lin Feng throws a powerful punch again, but is quickly dodged by the bandaged arrow. Outside, Chungi Taidan channels his energy to maintain the formation. His eyes carefully observe the reflected images of Lin Feng's battle. It turns out he can also sense the traces of the fight, allowing him to make adjustments to the simulation and the scene. Tam Lin Feng is not familiar with the obsession system, so he must first lower the environmental disturbances, wait for him to adapt, then increase the difficulty. During the battle, when the enemy tries to get close, Lin Feng spews fire like a dragon to burn him. After being burned by the dragon's flames, the ice-wrapped enemy disintegrated into ashes. But it's not over yet. Behind Lin Feng, he cast a contemptuous glance. still having to lead to form a team. Outside, Chunyi asked everyone around as the energy poured into the gem grew stronger. Are you ready? Halan, Lin Hai, and Thiet Tamso Nian are enveloped by that power, each showing determination. They are transported away, leaving Chuvan alone with the puppy. Chuvan's face looked a bit dazed as she turned her head side to side. Her eyes, along with the wolf cub, looked at Chunyi with anticipation. But understanding her thoughts, he straightforwardly said, "Don't even dream about it." Rejected without mercy, her face showed disappointment and her mouth pouted. Since she couldn't be transported away, Chuvan sat down to make a snowman. Master Na asked Chunyi, who was observing, "Kid, how does it feel to manipulate this crystal eye?" The images of everyone's battles appeared clearly before him, very miraculous, like holding a key that was both heavy and perfectly suited. He looked at the object in his hand and expressed his feeling after using it. It was faint, but indeed he could sense a connection deepening. Each time you build and maintain it, the connection of this space will become clear, and the power to manipulate seems to increase a bit more. Suangna is satisfied but keeps a stiff mouth, as if you also have some talent. Remember, this is like a new arm growing out of you. The more you use and practice it, the easier it will be to control. Wait until you can master it completely, then every plant and thing in this prison dimension will be controlled by your will. While they were talking, Chuvan nearby was bowing in worship to the snow person who just responded. Chuvan looked up with eyes no longer innocent but full of killing intent as she cut off the snowman's head. The person beside her continued talking. That was the true power of the dungeon master. Chunyi confidently declared before the majestic green dragon, "I can do it." Chuvan here gasped for breath as she ran toward the spot where the snowman's head had fallen. She bent down to hug a snowball as big as her body right against an ice wall, which reflected the image of a group of people approaching. Chuvan's eyes widened in panic, cold sweat dripping down her face, and she fell backward in terror. The little wolf beside her growls threateningly. She screams, "Kaka!" Chunyi swiftly cut through the ice wall in front of her without any unnecessary movement. After shattering what was before him, he looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Chuvan stood up, clutching his arm tightly, unable to hide her fear, and pointed ahead, saying, "She's the one. She's coming. The wicked woman in red is in the bed." Both of them looked at the ice block in front of them, and she confirmed that she was inside the mirror. The scene shifts to the entrance of Blackwind Gorge. A woman dressed in a floral red silk sash, her eyes showing clear fatigue. Behind her are strong-built people, wrapped tightly in red cloth. She ordered, "6 of you go ahead and scout. Be careful to hide your figures and avoid detection." The path ahead is foggy with snow, looking dangerous as if something is lurking behind. Perhaps sensing the strange aura, Lady Hong suddenly raised her hand to stop. Wait a moment. The two from the front entered the cave while the other two circled around to the back, sneaking in through a crack behind. She looked down with exhaustion and worry. The other two will protect me. Chunyi silently observes, thinking that his mental power connected with the depth of the prison crystal core, and his sensing ability could extend all the way to Blackwind Cave. It's like Hak Fong Kok has installed all the cameras. No matter how many ways she tries, she can't escape from our grasp. His cold gaze reflects the intruder's figures. She still hasn't died. Her breathing is extremely chaotic, probably using a secret technique to revive, but she hasn't fully recovered yet. He turned to pat his sister's head to comfort her, her condition so bad it was hard to believe, completely falling into the trap herself. "Tiuvan, don't be afraid. I'll show you a game." Chuvan felt somewhat reassured and asked back, "What kind of game are you playing?" Chunyi, with a thoughtful expression, replied, "Cat catching mice." On Lady Hong's side, she was hiding and observing, sensing that something was off. Too quiet. With her instincts, she seemed to realize something, and she felt like she was being watched from all directions, as if the entire valley was monitoring her. "We must find the unusual source before we can report back to the boss." She ordered the 2 red-banded men to move forward. "You guys go ahead and watch your surroundings." The 2 with red bandages quickly run along the ice wall, while Madame Hong below sighs. The first door has been completely destroyed. Standing and watching the split ice surface, she guessed it was cut in half by a sword, with some familiar energy fluctuations still remaining. From the tentacles, faint golden light emanated. They struggle and twist as if hoping to be saved. She suddenly breaks on the ground, kicking up smoke as she sees what's in front of her. Vines covered in golden light sprouted from the ground. Hongtai gritted her teeth and said, "Holy light, it's really him causing trouble." She looked at the ring on her hand, contemplating her options. Should she report to the boss first so he can handle it? No, doing that would reveal my position, and I wouldn't be able to complete the mission either. It's better to contact the hidden surveillance point inside the canyon to check the situation first. If I could find Chungi's location, it would be better. But unexpectedly, her bracelet kept turning red, signaling a failed connection. A failed connection. She couldn't believe it. Could the highest-level secret report from the Merchant Guild be blocked by interference space? No way. Madame Hong closed her eyes, and two hands appeared with red strings like puppets trying to control the puppets. The puppets' strings rely on soul energy links and are unaffected by abnormal energy barriers. Although since entering the cave, a certain pressure has always existed that greatly hampers the connection. The red cords cover everything, and the two bandaged figures flicker faintly but are still perceptible. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light makes the two bandaged figures turn to look. At the same time, she suddenly spat blood in suspicion, and the connection disappeared. The two red-banded figures continued to climb over mountain cliffs until suddenly two powerful forces pushed them apart like loose threads. Her face darkened in fear, and the other two also wondered if Chungi truly possessed spatial abilities, or if the intruder was more than one person. Lady Hong clenched her teeth in anger, her fist tightening as she quickly took down 4 combat puppets, leaving no time for reaction. With my current state, I definitely can't guarantee victory against him. Suddenly, a girl with 2 braids looked down from above. "Why does your face look so pale, Sister Hong?" Lady Hong quickly turned to question her. "What are you doing here?" The person beside her quickly stepped down to the ground. "The temple attendants from the sect are passing by here." An Keech looks sympathetic. "In the past, you were bedridden due to illness, and I was the one who helped gather the offerings from the sect. My task this time will also be taken over by me, right? Lady Hong." Madame Hong is angry and suspicious. "Did you kill my puppet?" An Keech is unhappy, gently stroking his braid. "What is Lady Hong saying that no one can understand? Looks like you've run into big trouble, huh? Hurry back to recover. Maybe only one intruder is involved. Don't die here." Lady Hong's face grew paler, but her sharp tongue remained unchanged. An Keech smiled mischievously. "It might be that you've been following me for too long. You're used to my voice." Madame Hong and a few puppets ran in the opposite direction. "All right, you go ahead and keep investigating." Suddenly, a block of ice fell right in front of Lady Hong, making her stumble back. She quickly retreated in panic, while An Keech looked up at the sky with surprise mixed with suspicion. From the sky, dozens of people like her are falling down. Are there that many clones? When the clone attacks, she quickly dodges and shouts, "Why do you still have a puppet like that?" "Hey, Lady Hong, explain yourself a little." Lady Hong stood dazed, looking at her reflection in the ice, appearing exhausted and fragile, while screams echoed within the ice and her face looked blank. "Lady Hong, Lady Hong, I beg you to spare me. We are best friends. Why are you pushing me away? Lady Hong, you have sacrificed even your own people for power. Over here, the image still fights against increasingly stronger copies that are screaming and becoming more powerful. Unlike the dead puppet in front of her, what kind of expert did Madame Hong use to craft this one?" The girl kept using various techniques to block the attacks of the puppets, but in a short time, they quickly learned the skills and fought back. Angered by the provocation, overwhelming waves of power radiated from her. Staring fiercely at the puppets, she gritted each word, "Defeated by your imposters. How can I still have a place in the guild, then?" Then she raised both hands, releasing a tremendous burst of power. "I've endured quite a bit of hardship compared to you, Lady Hong." Hong, don't let those gold and silver treasures deceive you. Do you forget the corn cake we had in the poor district? Please, I beg you, spare me. I won't say anything. I can leave this place immediately and never return to Tinlan Province. Your subordinates have kidnapped my fiancée, and if I don't cooperate, they'll strip her and parade her through the streets. Be gentle when you strike. I will definitely reveal everything I know. Don't be reckless. My 10-year-old son is still waiting for me in the mansion. If you kill me, he will be an orphan. Please have mercy on the child's feelings, and let me keep my life, even if I have to become a courtesan, just to see him grow up. Even if you keep my body intact, can I bow my head to my mother and then die? Lady Hong, you would kill even your own people for the sake of status. Master Liu offers you wealth and honor, but is that more important than our 20 years of friendship? Are you reaching out? The little one is hungry, isn't he? Wipe the blood off your face and follow me. From now on, you'll have a name. Hong." For a moment, the adoptive mother's tears streamed down her face as her voice choked. Then, in an instant, the woman's expression changed. Her eyes filled with hatred, and she charged straight at the adoptive mother. "I never expected that ungrateful person would even harm me. I taught you, but everything was used against me." Lady Hong immediately raised her hand to block the attack and pushed him away. She threw out red cloths tightly wrapped around a giant skull to control it. Madame Hong panicked, shouting back at the words of the people just now. "Now I can live in a house with a gold-tiled floor, where people kneel to offer me bird's nest. A Hong who was given corn cakes has already died in the cold wind of the poor district. I've put so much effort into managing the affairs of Tianlan province. How could I leave hidden dangers outside? If I could still keep my body intact to let you fulfill your filial duties, wouldn't my reputation in Tianlan province over the years be nothing but a joke? Instead of trusting your momentary sincerity and clinging to Buddha, better for you to see her pay the price for your stubbornness, so you will remember. Confronting me has always brought harm to those around you. Going to become a courtesan, do you also deserve to say that? My place is not a charity, I won't let you pay the price, you're already dead. He became an orphan, and you, a mother, are the one who personally harmed him. What does that have to do with me? Lord Liu granted me wealth and honor, but it wasn't given freely. I used my brains and tactics to earn it, which is much more real than the hollow, fleeting 20 years of friendship you speak of. Calling me ungrateful is also something you nurtured yourself. If you truly cared about me, you would have found a way to rise together back then, instead of just protecting your pitiful, peaceful life. Tell me not to have illusions. Clearly, you can't keep up with my pace and still want to drag me down into the mud. She shouted her final words as she controlled the skull to unleash a massive burst of energy that shattered the illusions before her, seemingly also her haunting nightmares. The burst of energy shot through the mirror and flew outward, but the mirror also reflected the light back, causing it to rebound. The shadow figure suddenly appeared behind her, almost being killed by those reanimated enemies. Now it's your turn to give me an explanation, isn't it? Lady Hong wrapped her tightly with cloth. The previous energy source shot out earlier has now returned, a flash of light, and she steps into another illusion. This place is desolate and ruined. This is my memory. How could I be here? Behind Madame Hong, a monster opened its giant mouth as if to swallow her whole. She angrily turned back. Damn it, it still won't stop, right? But the monster from before has disappeared, leaving only a mirror behind. The maze of statues also has illusion magic. It's just a trick to trap me. Strands of red thread gradually emerge from her arm, her eyes cold. You think I'll admit defeat that easily? Gradually, the puppets created by Lady Hong began to appear, with the Guardian appearing as a level 35 guard puppet. She orders to smash these mirrors before the puppet can cut into one. The mirror reflects its image, creating a black clone of the puppet that appears from its shadow. The puppet seems to sense something and glances back, and a fierce battle erupts on both sides. The sounds of fists and weapons clashing make even outsiders feel goosebumps. On the other side, Lady Hong panic-stricken as she watches her puppets suddenly turn on each other in a frenzy. Stop! Stop fighting! What's wrong with you? You are my puppets. Listen to my orders and stop. Seeing the armor on the puppets gradually shattering, she shouted loudly, Stop! I said stop. No matter what she says, they keep fighting wildly. In the end, they finally stopped, but they were covered in injuries. Lady Hong tremblingly asked, What do you all really want to do? Suddenly, a puppet looked at Madame Hong with a strange smile, and then everything disappeared. Her mind was tense like a stretched string, and she looked around in fear. This was not illusion magic, but control. He could even control her puppets. What kind of power was this? Lady Hong was sweating with worry, desperately thinking. Chungi's master control over Black Wind Cave far exceeded her understanding, and now she was completely alone. The only thing she could do now was run. She had to escape immediately and report the information from this place to her master, who would find a way. Lady Hong ran quickly back to the old path. He must have a way. The ground beneath her feet cracked into many fissures. She looked down in shock and found that the path from before had disappeared. It had turned into an ice bridge, and the slippery surface caused Lady Hong to slip straight down, fearing that even the control cord might snap. After a while, she finally stopped, but she crashed straight into a solid wall. Madame Hong helplessly looked up. The puppet strings disturbed, and he was still not done playing with me. Now I am a bug crawling into your web. A toy in your hand, do whatever you want. Chunyi, if you're brave, come out and kill me. Don't hide like a coward. Out here, he uses his illusion control to see Madame Hong's miserable face. Chungi calls out loud enough for her to hear. Struggle, like those you once saw as sacrifices. Feel this despair. He manipulates the mirrors so she can see her current appearance. This hall is specially designed for you. Madame Hong begins to negotiate with Chunungi. The power of the trade guild is beyond your imagination, and the boss still has a trump card in his hand. Let me go, and I can help you plead in front of Boss Liu. He replied indifferently, showing no interest. No longer the calmness from before, she shouted out. Chungi, the Thuong Hoi army is coming right now. You can't lock me up. The entire trade guild is just one entity. Chungi, you can't control everything. Let's see how you can stop me. She suddenly unleashed a great power, shouting loud enough for the outside to hear. Even if I die, I will destroy this place. The explosion left Lady Hong battered and confused in the smoke, feeling as if she had lost something important. When she regained her senses, she looked down and immediately realized her legs were completely gone. Chungi's cold voice then rang out. "Want to die? I haven't agreed to that yet." Madame Hong gently stroked her head, helplessly smiling as tears streamed down her face. "Are you really a demon?" "Just kill me directly," he replied calmly. "Isn't watching the prey struggle in despair your favorite thing to do? So now it's your own turn to desperately want to die. Your humanity is also double standard. If you can control Blackwind Cave, then the woman earlier was also killed by you, right?" She lowered her head and muttered, "You want to take my place just like she did. Chu Hang and Chu Hu Bak are still at the Chu family, right?" She involuntarily looked up to the sky as if she could see the person outside with a confident tone. "Yes." An assertive statement aimed directly at Chu Van makes her flinch slightly, feeling uneasy. "And your sister is also here." At that moment, chains shining with a blue light appeared all around, rushing straight toward Lady Hong, making her quite tense. The chains immediately lifted Madame Hong's battered body, forming a tight web that held her in place, while Chungi's tone grew gentler, but his face remained expressionless. Then he glanced at the sister standing behind. "Xiaoyun, don't look anymore. I'll handle it very quickly." Chu Van hesitated for a moment before turning her head, then bravely stepped forward and said to her brother, "Leave it to me." Chungi looked back with a surprised expression. Little Van clenched her fist tightly. "I was afraid of her because she once tried to kidnap me and harm my brother and sister Tuni. But if I keep being afraid of her, she will always be my nightmare. I can't keep living in fear. Let me go." Chungi gently stroked Chu Van's hair and softly spoke to her, comforting her with a gentle pat on the head. "All right, I will be by your side." After saying that, he immediately teleported both of them in front of Madame Hong, who was chained and restrained all over her body. She looked excited, as if she had predicted this. "Are the young girl and the little girl here?" Lady Hong sneered as she looked at the two brothers in front of her, feeling well protected by others. "Do you also want to come and kill me?" Her face twisted into a crazed smile as she shouted loudly, "Do you dare not?" Mrs. Hong struggled fiercely, causing the chains to tighten around her and burst blood vessels. The wound on her leg was caused by the chains being too tight, resulting in continuous bleeding. A few drops of blood splattered onto Chu Van's face. She brushed away the blood on her face as if also brushing away her own fear. "Ugly woman." Chu Van quickly creates an ice crystal and declares, "I'm not afraid of you." Lady Hong smirked, relying only on this old and broken thing. "Back then, you hid behind Chungi crying, I still remember. Now you dare to point a weapon at me." Chu Van was unaffected by her words. She controlled the ice crystal from her hand, piercing through her, causing the chain to shatter. Despite her severe injuries, she still crazily declared, "I am Lady Hong Chunyi, and the Chu family originally belonged to me." Madame Hong just smiled as she held a shard of ice crystal in her hand. "How could she possibly lose to your little girl?" Madame Hong throws a sharp ice crystal directly at Chu Van. "Drop dead." Chunyi watched as Bang Huang shouted loudly, "Little Van!" A surge of power radiated from Chu Van. She was not afraid, and immediately shrank the ice crystal, "Not allowing you to appear before my brother again." After saying that, Chu Van directly shattered the 1,000 ice crystals into pieces. Immediately after, countless ice crystals pierced through Lady Hong's body, blood splattering everywhere, her eyes rolling back white, and then small shards of glass rushed toward her body, quickly absorbing her blood. "Brother, from now on I don't want others to use me to threaten you anymore." Feeling my sister's fear, I gently hugged her from behind. "Everything is over now. You did very well, Xiaoyun. You've grown up." Hearing her brother's comforting words, Chu Van's eyes welled with tears as she held his hand tightly. Chunyi continued to softly praise his sister. While she still could, Lady Hong quietly disappeared, no longer the young girl who was always protected. On another side, there was a map covered with red dots, and a man sitting on a chair was observing it. At the same time, a girl stepped out of the shadows and quietly stood behind Liu Yuan. His voice was indifferent. "I know, her value is gone anyway. The intruder this time isn't an ordinary one." Liu Yuan frowned as he looked at the compass in his hand. The secret there had already been exposed. The Dark Compass is a level artifact forged from the bones of the demon race and the crystal of Deep Abyss. Heartcore is embedded with a fragment of the Demon Lord's soul. Whoever possesses it can use a fusion artifact with the Demon Lord's energy, greatly increasing their dark energy level. Looking at the dense lightning on the compass, Liu Wen called out, "Dark Deer!" Immediately, a group of people appeared, kneeling on one knee, waiting for his command. Their eyes seem willing to do anything he commands. The Shadow Deer team includes level 41 Dark Spirit of Wind, level 42 Spirit Summoner, level 43 Dark Warrior Thatch Kai, level 42 Dark Blood Swordsman, and level 40 Incubus Assassin. Liu Yin sat in the chair, his cold eyes propped on his chin, and said, "The chaos at Black Wind Cave must be dealt with quickly. Our master is still sleeping, so do not disturb him. Use the fastest speed to eliminate the intruders." Liu Tuyen raised his hand, and in midair appeared red pills for each person, which could be used with blood elixir pills to activate their potential when needed. A blond man stood up with his hands clasped together. "Rest assured, boss, the assassin will make sure the intruder never returns." He suddenly shouted, "You useless trash!" Liu Yuan stood up and waved his hand, a stream of purple energy enveloping those people. "Go." His voice deepened as he ordered to find and eliminate the troublemakers. A blurry image appeared in a place resembling an endless hell beneath the underworld, where the flames burning and sizzling suddenly erupt with a complaint, "It's too noisy." Behind Madame Hong, dozens of others are tied up, their hands bound tightly behind their backs and unable to move. The next scene shows her kneeling humbly before a man. "This month, 177 people have been offered to the master." Then all the fragments of memory shattered as if they never existed. Chunyi, full of anger, cursed, "The trade guild is damnable." His cold blue eyes emitted a faint blue light, and a sudden surge of murderous intent rose from his gaze like a tide. That female assassin was not absorbed by the dungeon when she died. The news of Lady Hong's death must have been known by the trade guild. I suspect Liu Tuyen is still on his way here to kill him. As for the trade of using living people for sacrifices and dealings with demons, these pieces of evidence are best handed over to the master. He waved his hand to open his screen, as only he could mobilize his power the fastest to stop Liu Yuan and completely eliminate the merchant guild. Wang Hui quickly received the device on the other side. "Chunyi, why did you contact me at this time? Please honestly report the situation." "Master, it's an urgent matter. I discovered a secret at the heart of the Moment Trade Guild in Blackwind Gorge. Be careful to recount everything. The Moment Trade Guild uses living people to nurture the dark creatures in Blackwind Valley, but still secretly hides some things. I can't tell the story of the glass prison heart for now, so I have to pass the information I found to Madame Hong instead." Thinking this through, Chunyi lied without hesitation and recounted everything. "The information I obtained from Lady Hong confirms that this dark creature is a still-growing interdimensional gate. The sacrificial purpose is to accelerate the formation of this gate. Once it matures, the demon race behind it will continuously pour out, and Zhongxia country will face the same threat as 100 years ago." Wang Hui, after hearing this, showed no expression and coldly crossed his arms before asking, "What is the current situation of the otherworldly door?" Trung honestly reported that it had absorbed too much energy and was now in a hibernation digestion phase. "This digestion process is our final limit. Once completed, the door will be thoroughly reinforced." After understanding the full situation there, Wang Hui immediately nodded and ordered his team. "Got it. I will use my highest authority to contact the military side right away. They will send the sharp troops to block Blackwind Gorge as quickly as possible, and all of you must immediately retreat now. This is an order." Chunyi still hesitated slightly but had not finished speaking when streaks of blood-red lightning began to appear in the sky. Duong Truyen immediately encountered a problem, and the connection device between him and Wang Hui was completely cut off. Liu Tuyen has arrived, and much faster than expected. The others in the team reacted very quickly to this kind of anomaly and soon appeared after Chunyi's call. So Nian looked up, a bit doubtful, but still wanting him to confirm again. "Engi here. You're not answering her questions but turning away to call everyone over to Zi the Langkin. Come here quickly. There's an emergency." In the lens, there is an image of Liu Yuan's group approaching from afar. Chunyi carefully speaks to arrange for everyone to escape. "Listen carefully, everyone. He brought 5 subordinates above level 40, himself at level 46. The gap is too big. Direct confrontation would be futile. I will get you out of here first. I'll wait for the army to arrive." Before I could finish speaking, Ling Feng shouted insistently, "I won't go. If you want to go, then take them and leave. I am a man. Training is not about turning around and running away. Besides, leaving you here alone to be a hero." Dream on, Chunyi isn't grateful at all. Instead, he's seriously scolding. "Shen Lingfeng, this is not the time to be angry, the gap between level 40 and 26. But not only Lin Feng, even a gentle girl like So Nian usually objects. Chunyi, I will stay too." Not just her, but everyone else also firmly speaks up, determined to help with all their might. "We are a team. No one should bear the danger alone. We also want to help, and we can't keep relying on you to protect us all the time. We all have S-rank skills. Staying here will definitely help." "Yes." Chunungi surprisingly shows no signs of being moved, his dead fish face stretching out in a look of utter boredom as he gazes at them. This brave group with low ranks but courage is really a headache. I won't stop them anymore, but I still gave a long speech and plenty of instructions before agreeing. "All right, if everyone has decided to stay, I will adjust the plan. I will forcibly distort space to separate Liu Yuan and his subordinates, dividing the 5 of you into different areas so each of you can handle one person. Even though I am here to help, you must remember this is not a drill, but real combat. You must use all your strength. The most important thing is not to fight to the death. Your first goal is to buy enough time until the army arrives. If you feel you can't take it anymore, immediately call for my help and I will move you out. Understood? Even if you're exhausted, it won't make their team lose hope. Instead, you'll be filled with fighting spirit. It should have been like this from the start. Yes, I understand. Rest assured, we will handle it. At this moment, Lu Yuan slowly approached, and when he saw everyone standing there indifferent, he snapped in fury, a dense death aura erupting behind him. Get out of here, you fools who don't know life or death. Chungi spread his hand and began to open his own cubic space. At almost the same time, the group on Lu Tuyan's side was surrounded by golden beams of light. A strange formation pattern gradually appeared beneath their feet. Sensing the fading aura of his subordinates, Liu Yuan only needed a glance to understand its nature. The space distorted, and soon after, the shadow clone was teleported to a ruined dimension. Suonian had been waiting in ambush, and as soon as the enemy appeared, she leapt forward, swinging her great sword high. But her strike only damaged an illusory shadow, while the true form of the image remained completely safe. So this little one is a girl. She smirks, her face showing no worry or fear, only arrogance because of her level 40. Unfortunately, a mere level 26 is nothing to me. So Nian didn't reply. Her great sword spun around, and the tip shot forward like a bullet, but it only struck another layer of illusion. But she remains undeterred, her violet eyes growing even colder with determination, as she swiftly spins her wrist and lunges forward for another strike. Can you see through my chaos shadow step? Just like before, so Nian didn't say a word but simply turned her sword hilt, then swung the blade with both hands, chopping into her opponent's sleeve like an axe, while the illusionary image safely stood on flat ground, causing So Nian to start losing her composure despite trying to stay calm. Even though a level 40 assassin isn't necessarily skilled in brute strength, their power is still astonishing, but fighting them wouldn't be easy. Chuungi watched the entire battle from afar, closed his eyes, and silently gave her directions. Xiao Nian, you can't fight back. Her speed and strength are far beyond yours, but you can use your sensitive sensing power to lock her position and then force her to reveal herself with your sword formation. The advantage of an assassin lies in stealth. Once she can't hide herself, her strength will be greatly diminished. The illusion was relentlessly attacked by So Nian in a furious rage. This time she no longer dodged but directly launched a deadly attack. Facing the sharp steel pieces thrown at her, So Nian simply forcefully drove her sword straight into the ground. Everything around seemed to slow down to the extreme. The steel fragments hit her sword's blade and were once again deflected back. A circle of talismans expanded beneath So Nian's feet. The U-Spirit, taking her own form, began to disrupt the battle. This move is the Soul Phantom Sword formation. To explain a bit about this sword technique, the Soul Phantom Sword Level 1 summons a sword spirit to attack enemies and can also create a ratio of restraint to induce poisoning in opponents. When the sword spirit disappears, it will unleash a final blow, so no matter how many illusions of a fake body the shadow attack creates, they are all cut down by the ghostly sword image and do not return anything. She still arrogantly opened her mouth, but her level 26 formation was already cut vertically by her sword shadow. The illusion was stunned, unable to believe it as it felt a sharp pain in her chest. Ooh, what? Only now is she starting to feel fear as she looks at the strange formation in front of her. Every second I stay inside the battle, my speed drops lower and lower, and I can't maintain the perfect stealth state. Moreover, feeling the wound on my mouth being gradually corroded, her face suddenly turned pale, and sweat poured down like rain. This damn girl actually poisons her sword, but then the shadow attack suddenly burrows underground, as if she can pass through any terrain. She quickly resurfaced again, with a perfect body untouched by any wounds. Although my level is high, my assassination skills are suppressed and can only be countered within this main formation, leaving me no choice but to be restrained to the point of losing my life. Ankeech speaks to himself as his body keeps rushing toward So Nian. This central formation must belong to that damn girl. Kill her, and the formation will collapse. She swung her hand to stab into her stomach, shouting cruelly as if she had already secured victory. By this point, the Shadow Killer still hadn't realized the situation and was still arrogantly looking down on the level difference. Look, being lower level isn't everything, because So Nian suddenly gripped the girl's wrist tightly and pulled it out of her stomach, causing her to be shocked. What are you doing? So Nian held her tightly, ignoring the blood soaking through her clothes. At this moment, the sword on her head seems to be grasped by dozens of hands at once, pointing straight up to the sky. So Nian stares intently at her, ending this game with a final move to checkmate, the Soul Sword of Ultimate Victory. At the same time, on another battlefield, the ground was now full of long, deep holes, as if it had just been turned over by someone. A deafening roar echoed as Lin Feng's fierce dragon claws were completely blocked by the opponent's sturdy steel shield. But he remained undaunted. In fact, he seemed to be injecting chicken blood and growing more and more spirited. "My old man's flaming dragon kneel. I want to see how many of your shields this can block." His two hidden states immediately activate: Blood Frenzy and Crimson Flame Fist. Lin Feng's opponent is a blonde-haired man, holding his shield tightly in one hand and gripping his spear with the other as he charges forward, cursing. Deep Insect. Lin Feng quickly uses dragon energy to create a barrier blocking its spear tip. In an instant, the entire battlefield split into two different shades of power, but Thach Kai's spear tip seemed sharper than Lin Feng had expected. Although he tried to block it, the attack only prolonged rather than ended. Instead, he was gradually pushed back. Long Tuan's spear tip had already begun to show cracks as it pierced forward. Chunghi Lin-ung from afar quickly transmitted a warning. "Lin Feng, he's a level 43 Dark Warrior with physical defense and strength that can withstand direct attacks, so fighting him head-on will definitely lead to defeat. Use the Dragon Claw to burn him, drain him, provoke him. Your chance lies in the opening after he goes into a frenzy." Thach Kai, confident of victory, smirked and began to act superior, pretending to regret. This was the first time he encountered someone whose movements were even more clumsy than his own. His powerful and decisive move concealed any weakness. And despite being young and reaching level 26, unfortunately, Thach Kai exerted more force in his muscles to thrust his spear forward again. "If it's a matter of strength, I won't lose." Remembering Chungi's warning, Lin Feng begins to change his attack direction. As soon as he withdrew Long Shield, he immediately punched hard into the ground and said, "I won't risk my life with you." Thach Kai was momentarily stunned by Lin Feng's seemingly impulsive action, combined with the thick dust and smoke rising, and saw this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Feng charged forward without hesitation, exploiting an opening. He opened his mouth, attacking as Chungi advised, and Long Tuk realized the attack was too dangerous, so Thach Kai quickly swung his spear to force him to dodge. Long Tuk also disappeared because of that. Thach Kai, however, became even more frantic, stomping his foot on the ground and then forcefully spinning around, using the power from his heels to launch himself forward. Lam Lam, holding a shining spear, roars, deliberately leaving an opening. Do you think a level 43 fight would be that simple? Thach Kai, kum nhan ro ngoi hiem tu Lin Feng, voi wang dam mui thuong dat man ve fia han, chet di. Chitik rang Lin Feng mang giai hoka thiu kwong. Thanda Lin hoat ni tran tung kudam, van kon ko te mang lai. Tan ho, kon ruasat kong ningawan goan, suit nuala bingoi choi rua. But that was only on the surface. Secretly, he was more worried about the times he almost couldn't dodge that spear thrust. Over time, the absolute gap in rank and strength became clear. If this keeps up, my blood will eventually run dry. At last, the unlucky moment arrived, and Lin Feng, no longer agile enough, was knocked back by Thach Kai. But unexpectedly, Chungi had been waiting for this moment all along, and now his strength had increased, yet his defenses had become fragmented. Lin Feng heard the warnings, struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and laughed loudly. Watching Thach Kai charging forward without giving anyone a moment to breathe, he still challenged him with a big smile, saying, "The harder you hit, the more excited I get." Lin Feng's hand reaches out. This is the moment for him to return all these wounds. "Didn't you say you liked using strength to force me? Today, I will let you taste what it means to settle a blood debt with blood." Thach Kai, after entering a berserk state, was no longer rational enough to see through this attack. Immediately, the entire battlefield turned into a pool of dark crimson blood. Blood seemed to pour down from the sky or rise up from the ground, covering everything. After Lin Feng's shout, blood droplets as big as buns began to rush in from all directions. He couldn't dodge them, or rather, he was completely unable to avoid being covered by these blood droplets. Feeling his strength gradually being drained, his pupils began to contract in panic. They are still draining his life force and power. What kind of evil technique is this? Lin Feng didn't bother explaining and just stood there laughing happily. Iron Turtle, even with its tough shell, is useless. Go ahead and taste the flavor of your own power. Then he muttered and read out the 4 characters Duk Huyet Chino, explaining a bit about this power. Duk Huyet Chino. Level 1 absorbs blood energy to form blood mirror beads from the enemy's body. The blood pearl spheres gather and form soul blood spheres that are thrown at the enemy, capable of causing a fierce blood energy explosion. So all the soul blood spheres attached to Thach Kai's body simultaneously explode, creating a thick layer of red bones covering the entire area. Outside the original space, Chungi was constantly busy observing everyone's situation in each separate space through a telescope. The first 4 space fragments, with his help, were gradually progressing smoothly. But over on Halan's side, things started to go wrong. A skeleton broke through her protective barrier and rushed toward her, intent on tearing her apart. Fortunately, Chungi outside detected this in time. Halan is in danger. He channels his power into his polyhedral orb, beginning to protect her from afar. Guardian Light. Immediately, a powerful radiant barrier appeared around Halan, blocking the terrifying hand of the skeleton, and with the power of holy light, it easily purified the white skeleton, causing it to scream in pain. In the end, that unfortunate skeleton could only turn into scattered bones beside the protective barrier that Chungi casually created. Halan was filled with gratitude, but still didn't want to give up, and continued fighting for her friends. "Thanks, I can still hold on." Chungi didn't reply, quickly scanning the situation of his teammates in the remaining 4 directions of space, while maintaining control of the 5 battlefields. The consumption of mental energy is even greater than expected. Luckily, others are temporarily not in life-threatening danger. In the 6th space, your sister Chuvan is extremely safe, playing happily with the puppy. That makes Chungi feel more at ease. It's still very safe here. Now it's time to deal with the biggest problem. The biggest trouble, of course, is the content inside the largest viewing crystal in front of him, where Liu Yuan fights more fiercely, cutting down 10,000 enemies effortlessly. To stop him from advancing and buy time for his allies to defeat the enemy, Chungi had no choice but to call Pei out to assist the summoned guardians. From underground, hundreds of monsters of various sizes and species began to roar. They stretched their long, twisted arms to break through the earth and rocks, appearing like a writhing swarm. The number of guardians keeps increasing, and within a radius of thousands of meters, there is no place where they do not appear. And those guards now have only one task: to stop him as you commanded. Amidst the dangerous land, one foot still steps forward calmly without any fear. Lu Tuyin put his hands in his pockets, his sharp gaze disdainfully scanning the writhing tentacles on the ground as a terrifying aura emanated from him, causing the surrounding earth to tremble and the air to grow thick with tension. As the dust begins to settle, the figure of Lady Hong gradually appears there, her eyes flashing with a deadly crimson glow. "Well done, Madam Hong." He raised his hand to shoulder level, his eyes cold and stern, and said, "You won't die peacefully." The purple spiritual energy shot out, quickly controlling Lady Hong and pushing her back, forcing her body down hard onto the ground. Liu Yuan continued speaking. "Don't hide behind anymore. Come out and die." As he finished, a strange compass appeared in his hand, and streams of blood-red spiritual energy surged up in front of his indifferent face. They gathered together, forming a giant blood-red magic avatar right behind him. Lu Tuyin raises his arm to shoulder height, and the arm of the magic avatar lifts in unison. Liu Yuan then struck directly with his palm, shouting loudly, and the demon avatar unleashed a powerful palm strike, destroying a large area in front of him with loud explosions. As everything shattered, Chungi's body suddenly floated in mid-air, and a strike was launched at him, with a dazzling golden light unexpectedly emanating from his forehead. Then a barrier appeared in front of Chungi, blocking the attack just now. Lu Tuyin looked up and said, "A level 30 little beast can withstand 50% of my power. Your secret is even more interesting than I imagined." The barrier in front of him gradually dissipated after blocking a powerful strike, and in an instant, he leapt into the air, landing right in front of Chungi. As soon as Lu Tuyin launched his attack, he instantly moved behind him. Lu Tuyin frowned, turned his head, and said with suspicion, "Stealing the prison eye and using it to this extent. Should I praise you as a once-in-a-century genius, or call you a fool who doesn't know life from death?" Chungi replied calmly, "You, Mr. Lu, are too kind compared to your great achievements. You use living people to sacrifice and nurture the gate to another world. These tricks of mine are not worth mentioning." He thought to himself that if he had known those monsters couldn't stop Lu Tuyin, sending them out was just a way to buy some time. He replied, "That useless Madam Hong, before she died, revealed quite a few things to you." Chunhi responds, "You are close to death and always try to exchange secrets for a chance to survive. It seems he doesn't know how to grasp the prison eye crystal, which can reveal past memories." Liu Wen raised his hand to gather energy, his face excited and threatening. "Hand him over. I can make your death easier, even give you a chance to fight for me. A talent like you, dying is a pity. Having long since become a dog, have you even forgotten the spirit of being human? Only those who know when to adapt are true heroes. As long as I agree, I can make the demon race awaken sooner, and then the entire Blackwind Valley will be seized, and you won't survive." You dare not. Isn't everything the Thuong Guild does just to spread false rumors before the master wakes up to hide the secret? And Chungi's voice continued to echo. The master isn't ready yet, and a lackey like you has no inner strength to see the light. After hearing that, Lu Tuyen's face was covered with bulging veins in anger. His brow furrowed fiercely. He swung his hand and shouted loudly, I will definitely extract your soul and make you taste the feeling of living worse than dying. Just before Lu Tuyen could make his move, a blazing golden formation appeared above his head. Then the dazzling beam of light shot straight down. Lu Tuyen quickly raised his hand, using his power to try to block it. The golden magic avatar appears, raising its hand to summon a sword, then lifts it high, ready to strike down. The target of this enormous spear is Lu Tuyen, who is inside the red barrier. Liu Tuyen, with glowing red eyes, shouted, The Hell Crimson Flow, using the dark energy of an extremely large area to form a device with a built-in flow of destructive energy and corrosive properties. Chuningyi stood observing, as a bright spot appeared and expanded inside the red sphere, activating level 5 Righteous Judgment, opening the Divine Magic Circle, and a luminous blade descended from the sky, ambushing enemies within the formation. Finally, the Righteous Angel launched a long light attribute spear, creating a devastating wound. Liu Wen's voice echoes deep in the space, taking the initiative to strike first, truly an instinct for combat excellence. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, this bit of intelligence is meaningless. Just before the attack hits his body, Chungi clasped his hands in front of him. Shards of mirror-like glass appeared with Lu Tuyen's face reflected on them. Then the shards were shattered by a blazing red spiritual energy. The deadly attack is coming. Chungi must jump up and retreat to avoid it, finally landing at a safe distance from the impact. Chungi clutching his chest in pain, a streak of blood at the corner of his mouth. Lu Tuyen and his compass coldly declare, Very well, a level 30 ant, yet you managed to hurt me. Let's end it here. He uses fusion to temporarily seize the Demon Lord's energy, greatly increasing all attributes. Lu Tuyen, with his fiery red mage behind him, sighs and says, Being able to force me to use the power of the original compass, you should be proud. He raised his hand and declared destruction. Chuningyi widened his eyes in shock, staring as the incoming aura created a powerful pressure wave. Liu Tuyen's palm force directly hits his target, causing devastating destruction. Chunyi's body is forcefully pushed back and sent flying powerless. As the surge of power subsides and the dust clears, he slides across the ground, leaning on his hand to keep from falling. Zhang Enki looks up and thinks to himself, Level 46, combined with the death tool, the nature of the power has already begun to mutate. Even though my class is effective against his dark energy, with such a difference in levels I can't be sure of winning. He frowned deeply, then shouted with determination, Iron Heart! So, it turns out that in that other dimension, she is in a disadvantaged position, with a sword swinging toward her neck. Chungi hurriedly intervened, knocking the sword away and averting the danger. So you've been using the glass prison to maintain the 5 space mirrors all along. I thought your signals could attack for a long time, but couldn't break through your home base defenses. They want to go out, but it will take time. However, with your distraction, how can you possibly defeat me? Chuningyi stood up and replied coldly, You don't need to worry. He silently thought to himself, while maintaining the 5 space-time glass statues and fighting Lu Tuyen. His mental energy was drained, so he had no choice but to gamble, withdrawing some of his mental power from the glass statues and fully controlling the prison cage. Lu Tuyen leapt to the red axe and swung it high, saying, Today I will show you that the gap between level 30 and level 46 is worlds apart, as he struck down, causing the ground to shatter and debris to fly everywhere. Chungi quickly retreated and immediately counterattacked, unleashing a strike of golden lightning aimed directly at Lu Tuyen, his sharp eyes fixed unwaveringly on the target. Chungi's iron chain lock is driven into the ground, sealing off the area around Lu Tuyen on all sides. The Divine Thunder, Heavenly Prison Radiance, S-Purge, Level 3, manipulates the Divine Thunder to form a prison, trapping the enemy in place. He created enough distance to safely lean his whole body against the large stone behind him. Chungi used it as a foothold to leap forward with all his might, but at the center of the sharp iron chains, a blazing red light was aiming precisely, and a fierce blast shattered the prison he painstakingly built, destroying the sword in his hand. A thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead, his hand still outstretched, ready to unleash the divine attack. The giant hand reached out to block Lu Tuyen's dark red light, but its destructive power was so strong that even the divine hand was shattered. Chungi grit his teeth and endured the pain that spread through him, ignoring the blood mixing into the air as Na opened his mouth wide and reached out from behind to support him. I will come to help you. The three great powers clash, causing a massive explosion that sweeps across the ground. Shuangna and Chungi fell to the ground, their bodies returning to their original forms after transformation, while Shuangna gradually disappeared. He struggled to sit up, trembling as he looked at Shuangna in front of him. Shuangna returns! Chungi waits for him to successfully retreat, then Liu Tuyan also flies over. A dying soul about to disperse, you really are seeking your own death. You're not bad, but it's a pity you met me. All your trump cards are nothing in front of me. He glanced at the floating shards of glass in the middle of the scene with suspicion. On each piece of glass, images from different dimensions appear, some with feathers piercing the body, others showing Lin Fong beaten and collapsed on the ground, unable to lift his head. Halan is no better than her teammates. She is being beaten and dragged around by a bunch of dry corpses. In the fourth dimension of space, Lin Dong was pierced by countless arrows stuck in the wall like targets. Tiat Tam was also stabbed with a sword, collapsed among the wreckage, seemingly unconscious. Liu Yuan chuckled mockingly, unable to protect himself, let alone others. It's truly laughable. Just a flick of his hand was enough to crush Chungi under the weight of gravity. You now have no right even to save them. Your hand clenched tightly, gripping the ground to withstand that 1,000-pound weight. He shouted defiantly, his eyes refusing to submit. The divine thunder, the death of the heavenly revelation. Level 3. Assuming the stance of the divine revelation, the resistance to abnormal states increases by 60%. The damage of the lightning skill is upgraded to 60%, lasting 15 seconds, and once again he dons a magnificent armor, leaping to strike at Liu Tuyan. A strike from you sends him flying back, avoiding the attack, the destructive power of the move shattering the surrounding earth and rocks, but Liu Tuyan easily grabs your wrist. He casually lands a blow that causes your weapon to fall, and he smiles triumphantly. Liu Tuyan suddenly attacks directly at Chungi's face, crushing the mask he wears with one hand, then holds up the shard of glass reflecting Ling Dong, pierced by countless arrows in front of him. Listen here, look here, feel your comrades heading towards destruction. Experience the helplessness deep in your bones. Liu Tuyan finished speaking, then shattered the glass with a loud crack, causing countless cracks to spread across its surface. Chungi's eyes were bloodshot with anger, veins bulging on his face, but he couldn't escape from his grasp. A screeching sound rang out, and the atmosphere became terrifying. Liu Tuyan was surprisingly startled, his eyes showing surprise. A tall door with mysterious dragon carvings appears in the space, and he looks to the side with a worried expression. This disturbance isn't right. Chungi looked at the glass panels, shaking violently. The energy of the prison glass had become extremely unstable. At this moment, a dark red beam of light burst out from the void, twisting like a whirlpool soaring into the sky. The new energy source attacked them, causing Liu Yuan to quickly let go of him to shield himself. Chungi collapsed on the ground. His wrist, which Liu Tuyan had grabbed earlier, had turned terrifyingly black. The terrifying mental attack was pure, primitive, and made souls tremble, at least for those above level 60. Liu Tuyan, panicked, looked at the newly appeared gate and said, "No, this can't be. Clearly the digestion period isn't over yet, so how could I wake up earlier? Is it because of the energy from earlier? Great one, please be patient. I haven't finished preparing the offerings for you yet." That red gate creaked open, but no response came except for a rush of thick black fumes. The tentacles also began to extend, as if eager to escape from inside. Chungi, panting as he tended to the wound on his right wrist, looked at the shattered glass. The space shield of the prison core couldn't withstand this level of disruptive energy. All the spaces are in chaos, and everyone inside has fallen into the same dark void. The space has been erased. Has your side also finished dealing with it? Blood recognition. At the same time, those black tentacles stabbed into the ground, causing the earth to crack open into large fissures. That thing grows everywhere like mushrooms after rain, trapping a group of people on the ground. Its fierce tentacles shatter large rocks, and its screeching voice screams, "Hunger, food, energy, food." The girls hiding behind each other looked up at the creature covering the sky above them. As debris was scattered by its blows, and its massive body struggled to emerge from the crack like a deep abyss. Huyetnan looked both terrified and amazed at the massive thing destroying everything. When did that tentacle of Han Tuitin wrap around a girl and lift her up to the sky? She screams in panic, "Save me, Captain!" He was terrified by the scene, shouting her name loudly. Fong Huyen Liu Tuyen also watched and muttered to himself. Thach Kai. He returned to his normal state, his indifferent eyes showing no emotion. If the master sees us, he will consider us his lucky stars. He turns around and leaves this place in the hands of his servants. "You stay here and protect the master. I'll go back to get a batch of supplies and offerings." "Boss, are you abandoning us?" he shouted loudly from the teleportation array. "I'm just gathering more food to comfort the master." The The tentacles of that thing are getting thicker and thicker, almost covering the entire ground, and it needs even more food. He coldly ordered them to kill those people and raise them for the master. But the other guy, entangled by the tentacles, resisted and refused to obey. "No, let me go." The whole group of blood disciples frantically ran away, escaping the influence of that thing. Quickly use the blood talisman, Dan. He hurriedly throws the blood talisman into his mouth, the dark red pill lodged between his teeth. He just swallowed it down, and his power erupted instantly, his pupils turning blood red as he spun around and wielded his spear straight ahead. The five of Chungi stood beneath the shadow cast by that massive body, all silent as countless eyes suddenly opened, each with a different expression. Hungry, craving delicacies, pure, and suddenly, a tentacle-sensing So Nian attacked her. Almost immediately, Chungi was the first to react and step forward. He held So Nian in his arms and carried her away from the attack. Chungi turned around and held her tightly, using his strong back to absorb all the attacks to protect her in his arms. Brother Chungi. Chungi clenched his teeth to prevent the foul blood from flooding into his mouth. He turned his head to look at what just shattered his shield. The corrosive power is really strong, and the holy power is still depleting rapidly. What Lu Tuyen calls the Master seems to be going crazy. It growled and snarled, kicking up dust as it stole food. Its tentacles struck again at Chungi and So Nian. Deserve to die. Jishin and Xiaolan are both panicking, but the distance is too great, and they can only call out names in helplessness. Brother Nhi Chunhi. Chunhi is exhausted. He struggled to keep his eyelids from closing and muttered some fragmented divine words. At that moment, a blue beam of light appeared. Its powerful light illuminates the entire area. 5 beams from above pierce through the tentacles, forcefully and decisively destroying part of its body. Then countless blue beams of light shot down, smashing the dark monster to pieces against the wall. Chungi looked up in surprise at the magnificent scene before him, finally seeing some light shining on his desperate face. A large ship disperses the fog and approaches. This is the western-northwest war zone of the demonic hunter city in Jiangxia country. All non-military units immediately put down their weapons and surrendered. Teacher Vuong and Ham Sun, standing high on the spaceship, arrived just in time to assist. The side door of the spaceship gradually opens, releasing white smoke into the air as the engine sounds echo. 2 rows of people in white armor with advanced weapons step forward on command. They quickly jumped down from the spaceship, all appearing remarkably professional and calm. The landing team begins fighting monsters as more troops arrive to support. The captain separates and heads straight for Chungi's group, pulling out a crystal ball with a worried look in his eyes. Chungi's classmate here is dangerous. Please immediately cooperate with me to withdraw to a safe location. After speaking, he threw the sphere directly at them at high speed, leaving a faint blue streak. The crystal ball shattered, and light enveloped the 5 members of Chungi's group inside. 4 orbs formed, surrounding them and lifting them into 4 separate groups. Chu Ungi holds So Nian in his arms, but still anxiously warns those remaining. It's not good. The energy reaction of that thing is still increasing. It's already angered. As your words ended, the monster's tentacles wildly swept through, making it difficult for the fighter jets to approach, with each one being blown up one after another in the narrow space. After the thick smoke of the explosion clears, the strange-looking monsters rise and look towards the rescuers. Their numbers inexplicably keep increasing, and they all rush forward wildly, one after another being shot down by laser guns. The bullets pass through their bodies and turn them to dust. The reinforcement team remains steadfast, with no one retreating or panicking despite the overwhelming numbers. Fighter jets are deployed again, raining down bullets like a storm, plunging everything into a sea of fire. Hamsun stands in command, sternly saying, "Squad 1 and 2, lay down covering fire on the monsters, close the gate on them. 3rd Squad, sweep around and disperse the monsters. 4th Squad, set up a barrier to isolate and block the area." As he finished giving the orders, Teacher Vuong arrived. "Hamsun, the situation is more complicated than we thought, and its level of awakening is extremely high." He turned to look at him and said, "It's okay. Even if the door is fully formed, it must be sealed today." After speaking, he turned back and looked straight ahead. "Your good student has arrived." As expected, Chungi, carrying So Nian and the others, safely descended from the boat. He immediately looked at Teacher Vuong with concern and called out. The medical team leader arrived to assist, and everyone immediately got to work, treating wounds and restoring the team members' strength. A person kneeling to check on So Nian's condition frowns worriedly. "Don't move. She is severely poisoned. The toxin has already entered her bloodstream." His teammate holding the scepter supported and commented at the same time. "This poison will take at least half an hour to completely eradicate." Chungi saw Ruonian weakly open her eyes and look at him. "Chungi, I'm fine. You should focus on your own task first." At this moment, Master Vuong approached them, clasping his hands behind his back and calmly said, "Don't try to force it anymore. Follow the treatment plan. We will take over the battlefield." Chungi looked at him. "Master, that door is still absorbing energy attacks. If it continues to explode like this, something will happen. I can see clearly from below that every time the fireballs hit it, the black smoke outside the door thickens." Hamsun calmly speaks to reassure Chungi. "Kid, I understand your worry." He remained expressionless, only his eyebrows furrowing deeper, but in my dictionary there's nothing a single cannon can't solve. If there is, it means adding another cannon. Chungi tried to stop him. "Wait a moment. It's not an ordinary portal, but Hamsun has returned to command the battle. All units attention. The firepower will switch to a chaotic saturation attack with random elemental energy changes every 30 seconds. The barrier of the space lock will protect us. Not a single mosquito is allowed to fly out." The firepower team decisively obeyed his command. "Understood." The members of the barrier team also shouted loudly like thunder. "Yes, sir. Each and every one is filled with fighting spirit, determined to go all the way." "Yes, sir." The fighter jets keep unleashing their fire. The bullets rained down relentlessly like an endless storm, all targeting a single point, causing it to explode. And then, following Sun's orders, the firepower shifted constantly, with grenades launched continuously, fueling an unending explosion. A group of officials holding scepters stands in a straight line, each walking with a serious and commanding presence. Following Sun's orders, they begin to set up formations, with numerous colorful barrier arrays covering the sky, all of them being elemental cannon formations. Colorful bursts of fire aimed at the monsters and shot down. Big and small explosions tore apart the monsters' formation, one after another. They were pushed back by the powerful explosion. The blast grew larger and larger, obscuring their view more or less. A series of fighter jets bombarding the large and small red engines collided, causing chaos in the entire space. Those fighters seemed to detach from the server, all falling uncontrollably. Then everything exploded again, shaking a vast area with blinding light. Suddenly, amidst the rain of bombs and bullets, Koi Hong appeared, wielding his sword techniques. He charged to fight the dark tentacles of that thing, slicing them to pieces. Koi Hong landed on the ground, and as his feet touched down, the debris also fell around him. He stood there, tense, staring ahead, too afraid to blink, but at this moment he probably realized how tiny he was compared to that strange creature. Koi Hong's pupils turned purple, and in his eyes was a reflection of a vortex that seemed to swallow his soul. He stood there, stunned, turning himself into a target for the crazed monster that was frantically clawing. A series of blue lights shot out chaotically from that mouth-like thing, but all of their targets were the high-altitude fighters of Hamsun's team. And on the ground, the white-armored soldiers are no different from Koi Hong, as Hamsun anxiously watches the screen turn red before his eyes. This old door actually reflected all of our attacks back out. A team member urgently reported the battle situation. General New, the target's evolution speed is far beyond expectations. Its resistance to physical and energy attacks continues to increase. Master Wang saw the situation was not good and said, "Hamsun cannot use normal firepower. We need to quickly destroy its core." He also pondered deeply. In the past, dealing with the alien door always involved sacrificing soldiers to test. Each time we attack a region and observe its reaction, we can only find the exact location of the core after killing thousands of people. His voice ringing in Chun-Yi's ears makes him startle. "Squad 9, please prepare. The search for the core will begin in 1 minute." You haven't let go of Sonian, but you look up worriedly at the two of them. "Teacher, the core you mentioned is the one with intense energy fluctuations and the most unstable point, right?" Teacher Vuong quickly explained, "Yes, the core is the energy center of the otherworldly gate and also its weakest point. As long as the core is destroyed, the door will automatically collapse. This is the experience summarized by the military over the past hundreds of years." After his explanation, Chun-Yi suddenly said something that made both of them look at him in shock. "Maybe I know where the core is." He took out a cube and let it hover in his hand. The core of the prison had previously absorbed the dark energy from this door. Within the core, there are remaining energy seals and sources. Through it, I can vaguely sense a convergence point of energy in the door that reacts to all attacks. Hamsun knelt in front of him, knowing that the vague location of the core was not enough, and the space around the door was distorted by a force field. All attacks would be deflected and not hit the core directly. Chun-Yi silently looked at his own prison core, as if contemplating his words, then clenched his fist and withdrew the object, a look of determination in his eyes. "I can try to open a shortcut, temporarily, directly enter the door to find and mark the core, but the army must launch a full-force attack to distract it, preventing it from noticing my movements." Master Vuong immediately frowned and objected. "Too dangerous. No way." Teacher, there are no other options now. This door is still evolving, and if we delay any longer, more people will have to sacrifice. I am determined and surprisingly calm. Teacher, some paths must be taken by someone first. But behind them, Ling Feng and Tiet Tam stepped forward boldly saying, including me and second brother, we will charge together. One more person means more strength. He angrily scolded, stop being reckless, I don't agree. You guys are only allowed in with what you've been given, you're just asking for death if you go in there. Hamsun looked at Chungi. Do you know the risk you're taking? The dark energy inside the door could cause you to lose your consciousness and turn into a monster that only knows how to slaughter. Chungi is more serious than ever, I know, but I have to try. He saw that you were determined to stick to your opinion, so he patted your shoulder and smiled happily. Very brave. If you can survive and come back, I will treat you to the best wine. With that, Hamsun turned back, and the battle with countless screens showing warning alerts appeared before him. All troops follow orders and activate the highest firepower project. All main cannons on the warships fire at that door for me. All the illusionists with light attributes step forward, using magic to purify and suppress its demonic energy, drawing its attention. Everyone united and followed his command to summon a giant sphere. The formation changed, with the light mage still gathering in front, using the name of Holy Light to purify all darkness, preparing to strike together. The artillery team quickly recharged and prepared to fire. The main gun finished charging, locked onto the core of the alien gate, and waited for my command to unleash a full-scale attack. As the defenses of the professional team are repeatedly attacked and nearly overwhelmed, the water mage adds to the defenses. Don't let the breakthrough beams pierce the line. At this moment, Teacher Vuong stands behind, supporting Chumungi, focusing energy on his prison core. I will supplement and stabilize the holy power for you. You just let go, and do your part. The prison cell rapidly glowed from the energy Chungi provided, sweat pouring down his face as his clenched teeth revealed the immense pressure weighing heavily on his body and mind. His eyes suddenly snapped open, the light in them turning a brilliant gold like gold as he transformed into a blazing beam of light rushing past elite soldiers and entering the gate. Chungi transformed his consciousness into that wise light to find the core and stop it. The fake professionals all tried their best, each bravely attracting its attention toward themselves. Forbidden spell of the Earth's great shield. From the opening of the interdimensional gate, a tall figure with long horns on his head is trying to break through and come out. It clings tightly to the door with its claws, trying to break free. Chungi is now just a humanoid light figure floating in the smoky sky. You arc through the air above the monsters, moving deeper inside. Finally, you find a giant sphere connected below by countless cords and surrounded by a dense mass of monsters. The monster stood there. That sphere seemed to have a consciousness. As Chungi's golden beam of light prepares to strike, it suddenly opens its eye. Chungi startles, his body tensing up as the eye glares directly at him. It's not good if we're detected, and the eye senses the intruder and switches to combat mode to deal with the stranger. It shot out countless black tentacles toward Chungi, making it difficult for him to dodge the relentless attacks. Its tentacles stab into the ground, destroying the space where the monsters below are standing. They also begin to realize that a stranger has entered this place, and they rush madly to catch and tear him apart. At the same time, the prison cell in front of Chungi's chest emitted an even brighter, blinding light, forming a fragile shield to protect him from the flames spat out by the monsters. Chungi, after that shield, is temporarily safe, but layer after layer is about to be torn apart by them. He doesn't wait for death. Calmly, he aims precisely at the main target. His whole body like a golden arrow rushing towards the glaring eye, striking through the center of the sphere and the eye inside the gate. At the same time, the gate begins to close, a golden beam of light tearing through the air, rushing outward. Master Vuong, who has been watching and saw you escape, immediately shouts, Hamsun. Chungi succeeded. Hamsun operates the screen to keep up with the rapid progress, adjusting the soldiers and artillery, activating the highest authority, and in 10 seconds, marking and firing. His finger is placed right on the starting symbol as the countdown numbers shrink. The eye inside the gate seems to go mad, and a wave of shockwave erupts outward, expressing its fury. Everything was pulled inside the gate. Everyone hurriedly held each other tight to stay safe. Attention, soldiers. The portal has suddenly gone out of control. Stay steady. The shockwave is causing disarray in the formation. Radar is down. Urgently descend. The propulsion system is ineffective, and the steering system is also malfunctioning. The soldiers lowered their spear tips to the ground, using it as a reference point. The preacher arrived, the wounded retreated behind, soldiers keep their position on the front left. The mage is gathering mana for the main attack. Hamsun is tense, his eyes wide as he watches the countdown to 0. All the main ship's firepower, following his command, opened fire as a destructive beam tore through the sky. It charges through the gate like a fierce storm, tearing up the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. The main target of the artillery fire is the eye Chungi marked earlier. The strange demons could only watch helplessly as the core of the gate absorbed their own power to resist. Chungi was utterly shocked by this scene. He is still devouring demons to block the attack. Hansun clenched his teeth and shouted, "All units open fire while it's weakened, take its life." He finished speaking, and the firepower of the small ships concentrated to support and fire a barrage towards the core. The professional team also exerted their limited strength, each trying to stand firm. All their firepower was concentrated on this strike, aiming directly at that eye to break it open. Master Vuong also stepped forward, hands forming seals with his beautiful eyes closed. When he opened his eyes, they had turned into a cold golden hue full of divine power, and from the void a layer of golden clouds appeared, with Teacher Vuong's sword tip emerging before that immense pressure. But that core still twists everything to patch the damaged spot. Is he still repairing the demon gate below the stars? Now Chungi finally looked up, drawn by the light of the sword technique called by Master Vuong Triu, which is the legendary weapon of Master Thaong Tai Kuyet. He, the celestial immortal, floats in the sky surrounded by golden divine light. I am the guardian of order, the sword of divine judgment of evil, using the name of light to grant you strength. His large sword struck the ground, cracking the earth and filling the sky with dust and smoke, purifying everything completely, the sacred weapon punishing the crime. It seems to be the strongest blow, piercing through the core, trying to mend itself. At the same time, Chungi also coughed up blood, red blood splattering all over the prison core in front of him. So Nien, who had recovered a bit, sat by his side, anxiously watching Chungi collapse. Brother Chungi Hamsun looked at you, realizing that your consciousness had been destroyed by the alien door, and now your spirit was severely wounded, requiring urgent and deeper treatment. He immediately ordered the spellcasters to assist Chungi and quickly prepare the spaceship to sustain life at the highest standards. Chungi persisted a little longer. Hamsun did not hesitate, immediately giving orders and coordinating everyone. Attention all troops, the interdimensional gate has been destroyed, clear the battlefield and tend to the wounded. Just as Hamsun said, the core was truly destroyed, with a large, deep hole in the middle, but they underestimated it. Tiny red silk-like strands were extending out from the core, filled with rage. The invaders are shameless once again, as the portal turns red, and countless red threads stretch out, wrapping around it. The door is impossible. Chungi, hearing that voice, forced himself to hold his trembling body and spoke to Hamsun. It is still exploiting the blood and flesh of the demon race to reconnect the new interdimensional gate. Master Vuong sensed the danger and immediately intervened, expanding the punishment field to purify. The golden purification light in the shape of a lotus circle bicircle swept across a vast area. He closed his eyes, but his brows remained tightly furrowed as he controlled his magic power. Following Master Vuong's order, the purifying field expands and sends its rays downward. The monsters from the other world scream and struggle as the light passes through everything, piercing the core and turning it into a sieve amid angry shouts. Lamtin people, do you think destroying it is enough? The more cracks appear everywhere, the more we will reclaim what is ours. The core explodes, everything turns to nothingness, and you will all pay the price in the end. The monsters following it cannot escape their fate of being purified, and although they all scramble to run, not a single one escapes. In the end, only a deep pit and a blazing red sphere swirling inside remained. Chungi was placed in a treatment chamber. So Nihien anxiously watched from the side, and seeing Master Vuong enter, she looked up and asked. Master Vuong guessed what Chungi wanted to ask, so he interrupted to encourage him. Don't worry, with the reinforcement of holy light and the healing transmission, he will wake up very soon. Chungi is finally regaining consciousness, his tired eyes slowly opening, and he struggles to speak through his breathing mask, each word difficult. Teacher, say it. We are the ones. Teacher Vuong suspects, repeating the last words plainly. The thief who robbed him turns into a golden light in his hand, still speaking kindly, closing his eyes, keeping the boy's mind steady. Leave everything else to me. A warm light from Teacher Vuong's palm shines on Chungi's face in the incubator. After everything is settled, Teacher Vuong looks at Sonian and says, You stay here and keep watch. The master went to check the cleanup status of the battlefield. She looked at him worriedly. I will always be by his side. Meanwhile, outside, everything was temporarily settled. The injured were resting and healing, while others divided between work and rest. Ham-sun, reviewing the information, eagerly watched as Master Wang approached. "Old friend, this time we're lucky to have you. Mainly Chung-yi found the location of the core. I was just doing my duty. How are the casualties and the situation on the battlefield?" He showed everything to Master Wang, over 30 people dead and more than 120 injured, with the most casualties among the mages. Luckily, the dimensional gate was completely destroyed, preventing the monsters from escaping. Considered a stroke of luck in misfortune. Master Wang looked at the list of the fallen and reminded Ham-sun to record the names of the fallen soldiers, then personally go to their families to offer condolences. As soon as they finished speaking, the screen displayed a call from Squad Leader Wang and Squad Leader Niu. "An emergency situation. We detected energy fluctuations from the crack in the abandoned Mado mine area. Is there a demon creature spilling out? How are the civilians doing in the initial attack?" Ham-sun raised an eyebrow, temporarily reporting no monsters. "The mine area has been abandoned. A 5-kilometer radius has already been sealed off as an emergency measure by the headquarters. Please have the 2 team leaders immediately lead the Spirit Blade to assess and handle the situation." He immediately agreed. "All right, we will set out right away," but Ham-sun was a bit hesitant. "Old Master Wang, the emergency situation with that young Chung-yi and his dark energy control is something we've never encountered before. If he can manage it, Teacher Wang would strongly oppose your opinion." "No, you can't." He looked at him, wanting to say something, but not knowing how to put it right. "Why are the soldiers of the Ham-sun army dressed in military uniforms and armed for battle? Isn't it so that it's to give the children a chance to grow up peacefully? They shouldn't have to carry the burdens that we are supposed to bear at the age of 19. Is all the weight of this world on them?" The memories of the young people in those military uniforms flashed through his mind. 20 years ago, I led a student like him who could clearly sense the dark energy. That child was only 25 years old, and back then we saw him as a test machine. But in the end, we couldn't even find a complete corpse. Master Wang said firmly, his cold aura flowing with each word. "Chung-yi is not a tool. He is someone who can change the course of war. That is why we can't use him as a disposable tool when his wings haven't fully grown yet. Now, even if the sky falls, it will be up to us tall guys to hold it up." Originally serious, Ham-sun suddenly laughed and punched him. "Damn it, you're right, I was just too impatient. Let's go and crush that damn thing first." Master Wang raised his head and tidied up his clothes neatly. "Don't use such force. Announce below that all members who can act have 5 minutes to gather and resupply here for the logistics team." The 2 of them, with determined and cold eyes like predators, looked in the same direction. The next battle has begun. Outside, a new battle has begun. But inside the treatment room, a quiet figure stands there, slender fingers with black rings gently touching the glass, eyes closed, looking much more obedient than usual, as if covered in thorns. Ms. Tin leaned close to the incubator, observing Chung-yi's peaceful face. This handsome face actually makes many girls very fond of him. Even my niece is so eager to get to know him. She was so focused on talking that she didn't notice Chung-yi's arm raising, but I had already advised the girl to give up. When Ko-tin saw the boy waking up drowsily, she panicked and turned away quickly, one hand covering her small mouth to hide her embarrassment. She turned around and pretended to smile. "Classmate Chung-yi, are you awake now?" Chung-yi looked at her confused, the little officer. "Did the teacher give any instructions?" "How do you know?" You mischievously look at her, smiling as you jump out of the treatment cage. "The teacher isn't here. Instead, it's Miss Than Tin. Not in the military uniform waiting for me to wake up. I guess the teacher must have encountered something urgent, right? I'm used to it." Tin Ngoi crossed her legs on the chair. Now the chairman was on his way to the Mao crack. The Hak Fong Kok incident far exceeded the chairman's expectations. The original intention of the hall leader was to let you borrow the Long Uyan token from the Chu family to strengthen the foundation of the second transmission, never expecting to drag you into a war of such scale. The hall leader feels very guilty about this. He hopes you can rest temporarily at the Chu family, and the rest can wait until the hall leader returns to discuss. She continued casually. "Additionally, the hall leader specifically asked me to tell you that Liu Tuyan has been taken by the military and will be brought to a military court another day. The Mingyan forces under his command have been dealt with by the military. Although a few peripheral factions escaped, they achieved nothing, so there's no need to worry about revenge." She then produced a token, and this time you should try to save Van Tin, who has outstanding merits. The military decided that all rights and usage of other areas of Fongkok officially fall under your management. This is the land deed. The guild leader also said that the item from this place might resolve the immediate danger for the Chu family. Chun-gi took the land deed that she handed to him. "The teachers are those lost Han Tin Tui. As expected, the teachers know everything." She approached Chun-gi. looked at him and the talisman in his hand, and the message and item had already been passed on. End of story. As she brushed past Chungi, her flirtatious eyes looked at him. Classmate Chungi asked him one last time, "Are you really not considering joining the Heavenly Vu Guild?" He coldly and decisively turned away without hesitation as she stepped out the door, her high heels clicking over the threshold before she left. Chungi crossed his arms and let out a sigh of annoyance as she disappeared from sight. He took out the crystal prison core to check, and the power of the second transformation in the face of real war was still too small. Yang Na appeared beside him, and on the way to Dingfeng, the lonely wolf would finally run out of strength. Borrowing power is not cowardice. Swangna, the path I walk is extraordinary and difficult. I need one. My gaze is firm and resolute as I look into that emerald green light. The country is absolutely in control. Chungi is welcomed home by the whole family. The corridor of the Chu family, your older brother suddenly let Xiaokuru take you home. Did you think something happened to me? He gently hugs Chuvan. I'm afraid that the fighting at Black Wind Sect might involve you. Chungi looked at the two with a grateful expression. Thank you both. Taking care of Van Ni is what we should do. Your letter arrangement is also settled. Chuang pointed behind and invited him. Follow me and you'll be sure. Shu Yun, being young and inexperienced, asked Chunagi suspiciously what our brother is doing there. You gently stroke your sister's head and go to the heart of the Chu family's power to take back everything that belongs to her. Now, in the main room, many people are already seated around a round table. Chief, why did you suddenly summon us? I heard today that Lady Hong has died. What? So what should our Hantuitin do? There are dozens of children in the clan waiting to suppress their bloodlines. Clan leader, this matter concerns the survival of the family, and we must quickly find a new path. The elder looked at the clan leader thoughtfully, the chair of authority left empty, while the old man sat silently to one side. Is he waiting for someone? Something about this situation feels off. Just as he was questioning, a sound rang out, drawing everyone's attention to one side. The large door opens and several figures enter amidst the astonished gazes of everyone present, with Chungi leading Chu Van, followed by Chu Hung and Hu Bak. Elder Tam's brow furrowed even more deeply as he saw the newcomer, his gaze fixed intently on the person who just entered. Chungi walks up to the clan leader, smiles, and bows to him. Clan leader, Ngi is here. Please sit down. He followed the instructions, one hand pulling out the vacant seat at the head of the table and sitting down. Chungi looked serious, his hand clasped together, quietly sitting at the head position, observing the people around the round table. Elder Third, do you think you can just sit here like that? Do you still have any respect for your elders in your eyes? Second elder beside him gently held his shoulder and smiled softly. You are right to carry a high bloodline, but you can't overstep your authority like that. Chunchi leans on the table, his eyes like a wolf leading the pack. And today, I am not here to chat with you all. I want the Chu family to promise me something. Every word you said surprised even the little girl. Chu Van will be the heir for the next generation of the Chu family. The Chu family must dedicate all the best resources of the entire clan to nurture Chu Van. Chu Van will have the priority to control everything of the Chu family in the future. Reckless. How important is the heir? The Chu family has been passed down for hundreds of years. How could they be willing to let someone return to the main line and only be a minor player? Clan leader, you must uphold justice. This is truly a trap set by those with ulterior motives. Having some talent does not mean one is ignorant of the world's dangers, and they still want to hand over the centuries-old legacy of the Chu family to a mere brat. Chu Hong calmly said, I can prove that the bloodline concentration of the Chu family is indeed 3 times higher than mine. With her here, the Chu family might even regain its glory. Bak also nodded in agreement. Chu Van's younger sister is very talented. Last week I taught her Hanbing Jue, and she mastered it in a day. Chungi's tension rises. Chu Van, being of Hanbing bloodline, is a legitimate member of the Chu clan, but whether she can become the heir remains uncertain. The pressure emanating from him filled the room, silencing everyone. That power made the third elder cover his face but still stubbornly try to look fierce and rebellious. Yet he dared to make a move during the council meeting. At that moment, a surge of internal energy quickly encircled the place where everyone was sitting. Chunyi's eyes seemed shrouded in a foggy bone haze as he stared intently at his opponent. From within Chungi's body, that internal energy burst out wildly, causing everyone to be momentarily terrified. No one dared to speak a word, and all sat silently in place. The overwhelming aura also knocked the third elder back, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, and at this moment, Chungi's power manifested as a fleeting blue dragon. The protective barrier in front of him gradually cracked open, and for the first time, the fear in the third elder's eyes could no longer be hidden. He quickly spoke loudly. Chu Van is still young and he just recently returned to the clan, making him too careless to be appointed as heir. So where do we put the other talented disciples of the Chu family? I don't agree. Tam Elder's mind thought silently. This pressure clearly just passed the second transformation, so why is it already on par with level 40, and there's also this ice dragon, with that appearance, and that dragon might? Shuanqi coldly said, ending the argument here. Without destroying the old rules, relying on survival, you will never truly understand. Sitting among the crowd, he confidently declared, I am the new rule. The clan leader sitting beside him fell into deep thought, his aura encompassing everything, expanding naturally. The growth rate of this young boy is truly astonishing. Chungi continued, every year the Chu family pays a heavy price to the Me Trading Guild for Han Tuixing. Now all the veins of the Black Wind Cave Trading Guild belong to me, and the amount of spirit stones inside far exceeds your imagination. I will grant the Chu family authority. A trusted member of the clan will go into Blackwind Gorge to mine. With these resources, the bloodline of the Chu family can ensure that countless future generations have nothing to worry about. But this is only the beginning. I will definitely find a way to break the curse. The clan leader then instructed, just as Chungi said, Hang Ni, today you choose 100 clan members to go to Hakfongkok to station, and make sure to transport the spirit stones quickly. Yes, you should be happy. Heaven will not destroy the Chu family, and neither will I. The entire Chu family must remember this great favor from you. Second elder looked a bit confused, but isn't this just another form of submission? Relying on strength to forcefully seize power, Chungi's eyes turned cold as he asked again, Submission is something I will never grant you in this world. Then he said again, Elder Third, every year the Chu family spends a lot of money to buy dungeons for the disciples, investing countless resources and sacrifices to compete for entry into the secret realm. This is the normal state of a family. All noble clans are like this. What is the point of asking this? Chungi then said, if the Chu family from now on owns a fully mature instance of its own and can gain recognition of the eternal rule after passing through it, what then? Then everyone suddenly fell silent, and Elder Tam burst out laughing loudly, seeming to disagree with you. Then he stood up abruptly and said, I think you're still young, but already mentally ill. 9 out of 10 of the dungeons in Zhongxia are controlled by the 3 major guilds and the army. The families with their own copies, counted on one hand, are all top ancient clans. And are you trying to tell me that you have one too? Whether Chungi is truly using internal energy or not is obvious at a glance. As soon as he finished speaking, those small blocks immediately gathered into a large mass. The spherical armor flies up, radiating 7 colored lights around it. Then it transforms into a large block of ice. According to Chungi, it's a prison-grade gold strength. Normal difficulty, nightmare difficulty, requiring levels 15 to 35 with 1 to 10 players. I have set up a permanent dungeon entrance in the center of the Chu family so that the descendants can train there any time. This is my second promise. Jibai was so surprised she covered her mouth. It's truly a private dungeon. This is an imperial resource that even major clans might not possess. Chu Hang added, that's right. Every month, to allow the clan leader's disciples to train in the dungeon, my Chu family has to give up more than half of our profits. If we owned a private dungeon, it would mean Chu Yun secretly lost out. Han Yuding has already been helping in times of trouble. This private dungeon truly provides our Chu family with an endless path of training. Before he finished speaking, he turned around and walked away. No need to look at anyone's face. No need to spend another penny. He stared intently at those people. Does the elder of the 3 dare to test the quality of someone like me who is mentally ill? Now he finally thinks that door cannot be fake. It must be real. He not only obtained the resources but also changed the fate of the Chu family. The young man in front of us is truly deep and unpredictable in strength. Beyond my understanding, everyone immediately said, no need. We were blind before. Miss Chu Van will be the heir, and I agree 100,000 times. Ngai is truly talented, a genius with a heart as vast as the sky, truly blessed by heaven for our Chu family. Of course, that's only right and fully deserved. The clan leader then said that if no one else objected, from today on, Chu Van would be the sole young master of the Chu family. Chunai added that meeting her was like meeting me, and his orders are supreme. Switching to this side, the aura keeps emanating. Chungi sits there practicing internal energy idly, with Chu family descendants mostly between levels 13 and 20. So the basic parameters of such a simple demon beast type are not too high. The best environment for the dungeon is set in the ice crossing area suitable for the Chu family. The level of the ice demon wolf in the first checkpoint is set at level 10, with low IQ and a large number. Upon death, it self-destructs to create a small icy bone zone that slows movement, and through evaluation, it will be linked by multiple icy bones. To score high, you must learn to control the distance and keep the rhythm without standing still. The second door's environment will turn into a constantly changing ice crystal maze. The monster adopts the characteristics of the ice spirit's shield, attacking only from the front, which is very ineffective, forcing them to find its weakness and learn to observe. This is the best place. And there's another spot too. The boy told himself that if the boss is too tricky, he would use the pink mist illusion after Lady Hong's death, absorbed and transformed by the prison crystal. She has exploited the Chu family for so many years, now using her entire image to train the Chu family's descendants as her final contribution. Then, the crystal shard in front of him immediately began to glow, as if all the power of heaven and earth was pouring into it, emitting a cool light that even the spiritual beasts roared in delight, accompanied by brilliant golden streaks of light. Saying, with only 35% control, it can be this accurate. Chuungi couldn't hide his satisfaction. 35% allows me to resemble the master of the dungeon. If I had full control at 100%, could I change the dungeon's low-level growth rules? Even the monsters, powers, and the real areas are brought into reality. Suddenly, something struck his head hard, causing Chungi to cry out in pain. So, it was Yongya who hit you. You designed the instance to help the Chu family become stronger, not to satisfy your own primal desires. Remember, a true powerhouse controls their strength. They are not consumed by it. Chungi wipes his sweat. I know, you are always right. At this moment, the figure of the big cat slowly stepped out. Shuvan looked at him coldly, her eyes deep and intense. Your older brother just saw her and walked over. Vanni, this outfit suits you very well. Tomorrow is the ceremony. Why do you seem so energetic? Chuvan quickly told Kunungi that these days, wherever they went, people would smile and greet her as young lady and ask her to take care. Then she paused and continued. But do I really have what it takes to bear the responsibility of being the young lady? Hearing that, Chungi couldn't hide his surprise. Silly girl, you have never and will never make me disappointed. Vanni, do you know what the Chu family is like? She raised her hand to hold Chuvan's hand and asked again what she resembled. Chungi replied coldly, like a giant ship trapped in an old dream, shining on the outside but broken inside, even begging Han Tui-tin to reluctantly save her from the enemy. But we shouldn't laugh at the Chu family because we are also passengers on the boat. Without this boat, there would be others. If the storm passes peacefully, we can still live a calm life. But in Blackwind Valley, I saw real war. If I compare the battles, the trials I went through before were just a game in Anki. When the real storm hits, everyone on the old boat will run away. He patiently advised the girl to wait and beg the strong for protection. Fate is always in the hands of others. Vanni, we can't just be passengers on the boat. We need to be the ones steering it. The power of the individual ultimately has its limits. He needs a force that belongs to himself. Chuvan also expressed her thoughts, but building a new force requires too much time and resources. Since the Chu family already has a solid foundation, it is the most ideal starting point. She now feels a bit confused, so her brother's choice to help the Chu family is to turn it into our vessel. Chuungi also didn't hide it, that's right. But if he wanted this ancient ship to be reborn and follow his command, it needed a key point. After finishing his words, he immediately closed his eyes. At this moment, a yellow seal appeared on Chungi's forehead as he gently touched Chuvan's forehead, her gaze seeming somewhat hazy. Looking at the mark on her forehead, Chungi then said, "Your high-purity bloodline of ice-cold essence." And he seriously told Chuvan, "I will not pass on the position for the Chu family. The clan leader and elders trusting you will also worry about outsiders taking power. Venni, you are the perfect and only link connecting me to the Chu family. You are the legitimate heir recognized by everyone in the Chu family, holding the power to fully gather the strength of the Chu family, forming the strongest alliance with him." Hearing this, tears streamed down Chuvan's face. "I understand, brother. If I am forever the little sister you protect from behind, needing you to go back to Boba, then awakening this bloodline means nothing. Rest assured, I will become your most reliable and capable right hand, and I can bear this responsibility." Chungi reached out and caressed her cheek. "All right, from now on we will fight side by side as brothers." Chuvan pouting, "I am now the young lady boss, so you can't pinch my face anymore." Chunai chuckled. All right, the young lady boss says so." Yangya secretly admired, does this young guy have a skill to hypnotize people's hearts? Just a few words to stir up the young lady's passionate enthusiasm, preparing to expand his territory. The scene shifts elsewhere. A loud voice announces, "Chu Van, descendant of the Chu family, step onto the stage for the ceremony." Two girls stand below, one anxious and shy, the other appearing somewhat proud. From outside, Chu Van, who is pregnant, slowly walks inside. Everyone quickly starts whispering, "Is she the one about to become our young lady?" She looks so delicate, but even though she's young, her presence is extraordinary. Haven't you heard? Her purity level of the ice-cold bloodline is up to 70%. What does having a high purity level of the bloodline do? Managing the family clan doesn't rely on bloodline. To put it simply, her biological older brother is the top scorer in this year's university entrance exam and is still over there watching the outsiders. And she discovered an unclaimed dungeon offering it to the newly established family to become the heir. A ghost town dungeon? No wonder. If I had a dungeon, I would go to the army to demand a position. That's just your little scheme, Lin Fong muttered. These people dare to talk behind my back, cowards. Halan stood beside him and added, Tam Lin Fong, I've noticed you protect little Van Ni even more than Ni does. The girl then stepped forward and said, Chu Van greets the clan leader. He then said, Today I declare in the name of the clan leader that Chu Van is appointed as the young master of our Chu family. Meeting the young master is like meeting the clan leader, and everything within the clan will obey the young master's command. He turned his back and told Chu Van to kneel and worship the goddess, saying that a respectful bow and a sincere prayer for longevity would suffice, and quickly follow his instructions to kneel. The descendant of the Chu family, Chu Van, respectfully worships the goddess Hanbang and appoints himself as the young master of the Chu family. Meeting the young master is like meeting the clan leader. Everything in the clan will obey his command. Here I vow to accept the wisdom of my ancestors, not to shame my bloodline's duty, not to betray the trust of my people, to fear no future dangers, to seek no personal glory, but to strive for the prosperity of the Chu family and the goddess above. With this heart and this mind, heaven and earth can bear witness. If I betray my oath, I wish to be shattered by Hanbing and forever lose my bloodline power. Seeing the surrounding seals on Chu Van, he immediately asked, What is this? Everyone was suddenly in an uproar. Is there a problem with the ritual? The goddess does not acknowledge her. She is unremarkable and has angered the goddess. Seeing Chun-Yi go up and So-Nien follow, she said, Second brother, don't worry. This isn't a bad thing. It's the divine blessing caused by the pure bloodline resonance of little Van Ni. Then she pointed over and said to him, Look over here, Chu Van is truly safe. She knelt before the goddess statue, still unscathed and unharmed. Suddenly, the statue spoke. Use this bloodline to freeze everything that obstructs. To protect your vow, Hanbing will become your power. Chu Van immediately raised her hand, the source of power wrapping around her arm, the snowflake symbol on her body enlarging, and her body soaring into the air. The clan leader was amazed by the divine phenomenon. This is the awakening of a S-rank innate talent. The divine blessing ritual is recorded in the book. Then he looked at Chu Van with curiosity and asked, Young master, what is your current innate talent? At the same time, the system panel quickly announced the inheritance of the S-ranked ice goddess, and hearing this, he was overjoyed. Yes, this is the same innate talent as my ancestor when he first established the Chu family. The ancestral hero's glory restores the Chu family. Everyone is cheering. Heaven bless the Chu family, heaven bless the Chu family, heaven bless the Chu family. S-rank talent, a legendary talent. My Chu family has hope for revival. At this moment, Chu Van finally regained her courage and slowly stepped forward. Fellow clansmen, I am Chu Van. I know I am still young and unqualified, and suddenly being in this position makes me a little afraid. Today, the goddess's blessing is not because I am special, but because my Chu family needs hope, change, and a completely new future. Starting today, I am willing to walk alongside you all. The resources we have and the strength we possess, our path to becoming stronger, is right beneath our feet. Everyone now shouted and accepted her. Young lady, young lady. Young Miss So-Nien is happy. Xiao Van Ni has grown up. Chun-Yi is pleased. She has always been brave. She just needed a chance. Above, Chu Van then paused to gather her inner strength before forcefully striking it forward. A majestic scene quickly unfolded before everyone's eyes. The crowd watched in silence, truly in awe. This is a diamond-level challenge, with normal difficulty, nightmare difficulty, requiring levels 15 to 35, and ranks 11 to 10. Pointing to the ice sheet she just created, Chu Van then said, Beyond this door is one of the foundations of the Chu family's future, the Trial of the Abyss, which will become our strongest sharpening stone. The young master, with a serious and commanding expression, furrowed her brows and acted like a true young master. Starting today, the glass prison will establish an accumulation score leaderboard for the top 3 in the monthly points, regardless of background or origin, allowing entry into the treasure vault to select any precious item. Those ranked in the top 10 will prioritize using the purest Hanyu spirit essence for cultivation. I, Xu Yun, promise here that all resources will belong to those who work hard for the family. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up, and she had completely convinced everyone. After those words, everyone cheered again. The crowd below was noisy, whether internal or external disciples. I'm not hearing things, right? In the past, you had to give gifts to the elders to be chosen for the trial dungeon, but now everyone can. Finally, There's no need for connections. I will rely on strength to obtain resources. I still remember last year when we risked our lives in the dungeon of our evil wolf guild, and 7 parts of the harvest were taken away. Now we have our own diamond-level dungeon. The third elder then continued. First, there is the divine blessing ritual to establish legitimacy, then revealing the conquest dungeon to win people's hearts. Especially this accumulated score chart is amazing, directly breaking the internal faction's control over the low-level resources. The enthusiastic mobilization of everyone made Chunyi think deeply. This young girl is definitely not an ordinary person. He thought to himself with satisfaction. Chu family, a real transformation is coming. Chu Yun stands and loudly declares, anyone willing to be the vanguard for the Chu family, the first to step into this new journey. Everyone started to discuss and gossip. You go ahead first. I still don't know if it will be safe or not. What do we do if we get in and can't get out? Just as the young men hesitated, a girl volunteered. I will scout the way for you. Chu Yun was surprised that she was the first to volunteer, so her eyes also showed some astonishment. Hyo Bak immediately leapt forward and stood in front of Chu Van before turning to enter, saying, Young master, the Chu family has been suppressed for so many years. I don't want to be destroyed in our era, so keep the top 10 rewards for me. At this point, everyone was no longer confused. Young master, I also want to enter the dungeon to prove myself. Young master, we should go too. Forming a team will be even safer. In front of Chungi's contemplative gaze, everyone said, I want that little guy from the Lin family to see how I find him. At the same time, he quietly concentrates his internal energy. From the sky, a large screen gradually appeared, and a gasp of amazement sounded, as if it was possible to observe the inside. Watching live, isn't this a high-level technique from the military side? In the future, we can learn tricks from masters without worrying about dying in uncertainty. What exactly is our young master's background? And everyone begins to enter the Huangfang profession of the mage at level 18, easy difficulty, 4 players team up. Chu Riran, a level 18 mage, also joins the easy difficulty challenge with a team of 4. Mo, an assassin at level 18 difficulty, team of 4. Chu Dong Ni, a level 18 level priest, team of 4. Inside, thick fog surrounds the mountain where monsters are already waiting. It seems they are also preparing to attack. Neo Nian said, there are many of them. Moving very quickly through the fog, the wolves have no intention of stopping. They are heading towards everyone and gradually passing by. Xiaobai hurriedly, Huang Fan used the Earthquake Fist to restrict their charge. Ru Nianbang cast a spell to cover the rear, disrupting their vision. Mac wait for the skull to be lifted, then run away, prioritize taking down the slowed wolf. Huang Fam quickly responds. Immediately after Hugh Bak's words, everyone began to channel their inner strength, while Huang Fam simultaneously used the Earthquake Fist technique to shake the ground ahead, causing minor damage and significantly slowing down the enemies. Everyone is fighting fiercely, and the snow inside is starting to break apart. Mac also refuses to fall behind, and she immediately steps forward. Mac's gaze was even colder than the snow wolf's. She looked at it and simultaneously observed its weak points. But even as the deep cut was made, the wolf remained unharmed, which surprised her. How could that be? A loud explosion sounded, and she was thrown back like that. Mac's blood kept flowing out, and a long strip of her leg was torn. Just as Mac was about to fall, a voice rang out. Holy light protection. Now Mac realizes that the guardian wolf cannot be pierced, and the explosion will also bring negative effects. Everyone, be careful. The system is warning that the bone chill is affecting movement speed, reducing it by 30% for 10 seconds. Understand Bach is directing from behind to change tactics. Huang Fam uses pushback and control to dominate, creating a solo environment by using ice chains to extend attacks on the wolves' legs, limiting their movement, while Mac swims into control, prioritizing dealing with the bloodthirsty wolves about to self-destruct. Everyone outside was excited, only understanding that Bai, although a preacher, has a very powerful control ability, reacts too quickly, and the self-destruction is terrifying, covering such a large area and also causing a strong slowdown. Looking at Mac's direction, after suffering a loss once, her attack route can be completely predicted. The coordination of the 4 of them is truly flawless. The clan leader is also quite satisfied. I understand now this challenge is about control and teamwork. One person alone definitely can't handle it. He silently observes Chungi with his armor and self-destruct mechanism. This dungeon is incredibly sophisticated. It's not just leveling up, it's about learning how to become a true warrior on the edge of a blade. Chungi is truly that selfless, sacrificing such an important treasure for the young master's position. Am I really just a petty person judging a noble heart? Senior elder. Tam doesn't believe it. No way, he must have other motives that I haven't seen yet. Inside, only 10 minutes had passed, and the wolves had been completely wiped out. The system then announced that after defeating a few beasts, their rewards would also increase. Xiaobai looked at the system panel and was quite surprised. Everyone was happy, saying, "Well done, Xiaobai, you leveled up directly. I still need 1,000 more experience to reach level 9. I will need to spend more at the next door to coordinate everyone well. Without everyone, I wouldn't have gained so much experience." Finally, Hyubak regained her confidence. "Let's go to the second door and make sure everyone levels up." The crowd is excited. That's the level up light. Miss Hyubak actually leveled up directly inside the dungeon. I see it. I leveled up. I might as well go in for another upgrade. No point waiting any longer. Let's risk it. I'm also going in to level up. I need a team, looking for a powerful tank capable of causing explosive damage. The bishop is recruiting teammates to ensure a guaranteed victory. Saint Father, what do you want? The kindness Chu family cannot fulfill. We have our own dungeon, so there's no need to worry about experience anymore. In the future, Chu family's strength will definitely increase, rapidly. Young master, this level up of Xiaobai speaks louder than 1,000 words, and everyone's enthusiasm has been ignited. The ceremony ends here. Those who want to enter the dungeon should register their team first, and in half an hour, the first group will appear, with everyone cheering excitedly. Yes, thank you. Young master. Young master's brother. I think dealing with the Ice Spirit Wolf should focus on controlling its strongest skill first. High-level mages should find a stable leader. Others look for teammates, and support can come from behind. Chuingyi stood behind, watching everyone discuss intensely. Now he focused his internal energy, handing over the spirit stones to the third elder, managing the dungeon to the clan leader, and transferring control of the supernal prison base to Van Ni. Benefits and power are separated and balanced. Only by supporting Van Ni together can they obtain the resources each desires, while holding ultimate authority and the absolute strength of the prison overseer overseeing everything. The only thing is that Xiaoyun's awakening of the S-level Ice Goddess inheritance was beyond my expectations. The resources required for S-level talent are huge, so next time I meet the master, I need to get some benefits. I remember seeing a 5,000-year-old ice pill in his secret chamber last time. After returning, Chuningyi sat on the bed and circulated his internal energy. The system then announced that the daily SSS level mission was complete, awarding 20 free attribute points and 10 level A recovery potions. After a moment, he sighed and took out his personal profile. So a series of information appeared. Chungi calculated that after so many days in Tianla, his experience value had only increased by 200,000 taler, still far from the next level. He reached up to the system panel, brushed his hand across to scan through various other pieces of information. Chungi quietly calculated that these A, B, and C+ level medicines and basic equipment were already confusing enough for him, so he might as well save them for the family's reward vault. The stronger they are, the more solid Van Ni's foundation in the Chu family will be. Duong Nia appeared at the same time, puzzled, and said, "The brotherly bond is so deep. I thought you were giving Van Ni the true core. Swangha, have you noticed that I've become stronger myself?" The control level shows no reaction at all, but initially the devouring red lady increased by 50%. At this point, I feel a bit awkward and have a hypothesis. Perhaps the devouring prison itself is an incomplete product, needing to devour powerful beings and absorb their strength to fully mature. So it may look like I increased the control level on the surface, but in fact I was upgrading its completion level. According to your reasoning, the previous signals from Blackwind Cave didn't let the prison tower swallow the core, which is a pity. Shuangha replied, "Yes, and Lu Tuyen is the strongest opponent I have ever faced. If the prison could devour him, the harvest would be truly remarkable." Stop for a moment. Then he added, "Don't forget. Although Liu Tuyen's rank isn't high, he can borrow the power of the Demon Lord. If it weren't for the military's interference this time, the outcome is still uncertain. Pursue strength, but don't let greed cloud your judgment. Quickly stand tall and reassure him. Don't worry the enemy who might let me in hasn't been born yet." Yang Na coldly said right after, "That arrogant little brat." Chunungi glanced over and then added, "At the gate of the Black Wind Cave boundary." Before you could finish speaking, someone outside was knocking on the door. "Young master, there is a butler from the Huang family here. Miss Kuang So Nian asked you to go over there." You secretly wondered why the Kuang family's steward was so late. As soon as Chungi opened the door, he immediately asked, "Uncle Fuch, why are you here?" Old servant Fuck just entered and said, "I greet the young lady. You are quite diligent despite being in this small Chu family. Perhaps you just finished training, right?" Sornian continued, "Your daily practice isn't bad either, Fuch. You must have had a hard journey." Maybe we should go rest and have a cup of tea for a bit. He took out a handkerchief, his movements very skillful. Shu Fuk just wiped away his tears. The lady of the house remembers the young lady, and with the upcoming internal competition of the family, there are many things that require the young lady to return to the family to prepare, especially ordering the old servant to come here to pick her up to go back to the residence. So Nian quickly said, I naturally remember the family competition, but I just spoke with my mother on the phone yesterday, and she didn't mention anything about me returning. As soon as Son Hien finished speaking, Chu Fuch also stopped crying. He smiled brightly and said, perhaps the lady wishes to give the young lady a surprise. The affairs within the clan are piling up like a mountain, so please forgive us and quickly set out with me. At the same time, Chunyi stepped forward and asked, Xiaonian, is this senior from your clan? So Nian quickly responded, yes, Uncle Fuk has watched me grow up since I was little. Chunyi smiled warmly and shook hands. Hello, Uncle Fuch. I am Chunyi. Is there something you need to discuss this time? He also secretly admired how strong he was. Uncle Fu kept a smile on his face, but he was also quietly contemplating. So Nian quickly responded, Chunyi, I need to go back for a while to visit my mother. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised. Mom? Chunyi smiled brightly and hugged her. Yes, good news. Just follow me and I'll take you to visit Auntie here and there. Master Chu respectfully bowed his head, truly understanding people's hearts. Then Chunyi secretly transmitted internal energy to her, saying, Little Nian, thank you for always being by my side. Shu Fuk's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he couldn't help but frown at the current situation. So Nian also sensed the unusual change. She looked blankly at her body, emitting a golden light, and then said, Only Chunyi can use holy light to dry his hair. You also don't refuse to be cautious. If you encounter any difficulties, call me immediately. Uncle Fuss, standing nearby, grew impatient. Miss, we should set off now. Soren blushed with embarrassment. Ah, okay. I've changed clothes and we're leaving now. Before leaving immediately afterwards, she said, Chunhee, wait for me to come back with Tintu's special spicy rabbit head dish for you. I guarantee it will make you so spicy you'll spit fire. At the same time, Shuangha appeared. What's wrong? Do you feel like something's off? The smile on his face immediately disappeared. And Chunhee looked serious but couldn't say why, only feeling that the hurried departure from Tintu Shuyen and Tian Lan via the state's teleportation arrays was unusual. That evening, the place where Chunhee stayed remained very quiet. You look at Shuangha and then say, Right. I wanted to ask you earlier, before that demonic gate was destroyed, did it say that the Dark Star was the thief? You've lived 100 years. Do you know what really happened? He said, My memories before the eternal descent are a mess, filled with crying and anger, with no clear who is who. At the same time, a voice rang out, We've been searching for this problem for decades. Seeing Master Vuong approaching, Chunhee immediately said, Master, you're injured? He replied softly, Yes. He recounted that the Kraken Mado had temporarily closed, but the cost we paid far exceeded expectations. The light magic mage's hope is the heaviest, and their holy light's ability to counter magic energy makes them prime targets for attack. Then, Teacher Vuong threw another object. This is the core of the level 48 Demon Lord within the Madu Rift. Feel the energy inside it a little. Looking at what was in his hand, Chunhee hesitated for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up with a bright gleam. Inside the monster standing tall above, a dark light quickly shoots out from within that thing. Chunhee stared blankly as that thing surged straight onto his face, and it didn't stop there. 2 beams of light rising up like that. He just stood there, his expression full of disbelief. In the end, Chunhee couldn't hold back and threw it to the ground. Teacher Wang said, The same energy as the demons of Blackwind Peak means they come from the same other world and possibly the same power. He looked up, meaning that the demon from another world was using unprecedented strength and scale to try to enter our world. The scene shifts to the army and the top guild, who have entered the battlefield of another world multiple times, discovering some ruins that are not demon architecture but abandoned city sites. His civilization's remnants are connected to the lost ancient civilization of Lamtin. The combined intelligence from hundreds of extraterrestrial relics makes it almost certain. Master Vuong told Chunhee about a distant era beyond imagination when a super-ancient Lamtin civilization waged colonial wars. Chunhee asked, So what exactly is the eternal game? Is our current world an accident or a long-standing conspiracy? Then Teacher Wang added, Why did the eternal game descend? With our strength, we still cannot know for sure. The only thing we can be certain of is that we have inherited a heavy and dangerous legacy, a beginning filled with sin and hatred. He gazes intently at you, making sure you're well prepared. Chunhee, this world needs you. Master Wang summoned a blue planet again and told you to look. He explained that medium-sized cracks are opposed by the army and the guild, but we basically have no time to pay attention to small cracks. Last week, a small village in the south was attacked by a demon dog emerging from 3 small cracks. These small cracks only killed more than half of the people. Our defenses are gradually being taken over. If this continues, without waiting for the medium-sized rift to break through, civilians will fall into fear. This is why the teacher came to find you. Chunki got straight to the point, asking what you need to do. Vuong-sensei smiled faintly. Those with achievements or potential at the Hidden Dragon platform have no right to claim it unless recognized by the highest authorities. You and your team at Blackwind Valley proved you already have the ability to destroy small cracks. The military decided to open Taiem Long for you, which contains the mission to handle small cracks. Looking directly at him, Teacher Vuong asked straightforwardly, "Do you dare to accept it?" Chunungi confidently replied, "What's there to be afraid of?" He told him, "I've helped you take a leave of absence from school, and you can return before the final exam. Remember, if you encounter a crack you can't handle, contact the military immediately." Chunungi smiled brightly, saying, "Don't worry, we won't let you down." But that night, Chunungi returned to his room alone. Teacher Vuong proudly texted him that they had obtained the 5,000-year drug tape. Chunungi quickly clenched his fists, and the 2 blocks of ice immediately disappeared. The system then announced that Han's identity verification was successful for login, and he silently looked at the system screen, which prompted him to enter his own data. Following the instructions, Chungi immediately entered the data into the above table and slowly sat down on the bed, continuing to watch a series of system screens displaying a series of characters. He silently thought that small cracks are even more dangerous than dungeons and have their own value, making them the perfect whetstone. More importantly, these cracks might hide surprises to give the prison a good feast, so he calculated and entered the data. Then the special hell training officially begins. It is now late at night, the full moon hangs high in the sky, and deep in the forest, a group of people are moving forward from the shadows. At the same time, the ground cracked open and dust billowed up, startling them. Seeing the beast emerge, they nervously asked each other, "What is that?" "Monster, a monster." As soon as he finished speaking, the beast lunged at everyone with a greedy look, and immediately a powerful beam of light shot straight at its body. One of them was so scared that they fell to the ground, but luckily the creature was taken down immediately. He quickly looked around to see who had saved them. The atmosphere has eased up a bit now. Chungi descends from above and says, "Don't be reckless, focus on coordination." The monsters quickly charged forward after seeing their comrades defeated. Lin Fong swiftly flew over, already waiting for this moment. How could a puppet in a glass prison compare to a real demon's pleasure? Blood frenzy and violence, Viam Long's body, he strikes fiercely with the crimson flame fist at the beasts, shouting excitedly, "Die, you bastards!" Everyone has started to get drunk. The power of the Great Hall, listen to my command, tear them apart and keep attacking. Halan also has a beast here. Tiendi Huyen Tong, its aura is evil, there's no time left. As soon as it bites, luckily a shield appears to block it. "Yes, Captain." Lin Fong, after tearing apart the monster, praised casually. Looking at that detail, Chunungi calmly replied, "Lin Fong, the energy of the Red Flame Fist has decreased by 17% after 2 pointless and exhausting training sessions, so I increased the training to 1 hour to consolidate your strength." Hearing this, Lin Fong couldn't help but smile brightly. And finally, just 15 minutes later, the monsters were all fallen, their bodies scattered across the ground. Immediately, they quickly absorbed it back, the dungeon absorbing the energy of the Hellhound. The control power of the prison I-Core has increased to 36%. Upon inspection, new guards have been added, and the hellish demon dogs have been brought into the data storage of the instance. Chunungi seems satisfied that he has completed the mission. The next crack is located 50 kilometers away from the starting point. The people there looked at Chungi's back in amazement. Who are they? Maybe he's from the army, right? That's really impressive. Those are all 3rd-level demon dogs. Over here, Ling Feng suddenly looked stunned, his eyes wide with shock, as if he was about to faint. He fell back and said, "1 drop is not even there, I can't even force out a fire spirit seed." Everyone quickly told him, "Second brother, there are too many people hiding poison. We can't kill them all, it's simply impossible." My mental energy is about to run out, I agree. My hands are trembling, I can't draw sadness anymore. Then everyone was suddenly bathed in a healing light. Lin Feng's face gradually softened as he felt his breathing becoming easier. He then stretched contentedly, the fatigue gone. "That feels great." Chungi said his stamina and magic power recovered to 85%, with 27 poison seals remaining. The deadline to clear everything is 1 minute, and the entire prison training enhancement will take 2 hours. Hearing Chunyi speak, everyone was stunned and asked again. 1 minute, watching the monsters, Lin Feng shouted loudly, then Liu Halan followed and said, "Captain, the breeding team's beast can't be used like this." Unwilling. Halan yelled loudly. This is exploitation. It's exploitation. Chungi urgently warned Tong Halao that if her current trajectory deviated by more than 15 millimeters, she would be hit in the back by the ambusher's acid spray. Immediately afterward, Halao quickly obeyed and dodged to the side. The acid there has corroded the ground into a large pink hole. Halan looked and also jumped back in fear. But it didn't stop there, as some acid had already splashed onto her upper back. Chungi's gaze was as cold as ice. He looked at her intently. Halan was also frightened by that gaze. Thanks to the captain's reminder, those last monsters from behind have finally been defeated by you. Chungi quickly ran over. The success rate of this battle team's skills continues to fall below 40%. He quickly heals everyone. His determination has blocked 17 attacks that could be dodged, relying too much on defense and wasting stamina. Chungi said, Lin Hai, you released magic 3 times in poor positions, risking injuring teammate Halan. When Lin Fong was surrounded from multiple sides, her control was too late, causing him to drain too much stamina. Only when Lin Feng's magic was nearly depleted did he force VM Long's body to kill the only mutated creature alone, avoiding the team being dragged into a longer and more dangerous battle. He was deeply serious about remembering this feeling of exploiting potential in this desperate situation, as this moment was the key to the second transformation. Everyone takes a 5-minute break before entering today's special prison training. They lie on the ground. Yes, Captain. Time flies quickly. Haven't you seen what a month has passed? That outer disciple of the Chu family is actually going to support level B demons. It's really extravagant. Everyone is abuzz. I heard they have a diamond level dungeon, and both inner and outer disciples can enter. This time, my clearance time was shortened by a minute, and the clan leader rewarded me with this short-range B-level demonic auxiliary band. Every day spent inside will also attract a bunch of experts. With this situation, Chu is here to make a comeback. Chuingi continued, if we surrender 50 of what we obtain from the dungeon, outsiders like us can also enter the dungeon. This is even more advantageous than the evil wolf guild. Let's go register. At the same time, a powerful aura quickly emerged, making everyone alert. A large vehicle crashes in, kicking up thick clouds of dust, and it seems the driver shows no mercy. The Chungi group was momentarily stunned. Then soon a person slowly stepped down from the vehicle below, swaggering, where is the steward of the Chu family? Get out of here for me. Understand, Bai stepped forward. Dark Wolf Guild, what are you doing at the Chu family? Are you all up to something? What are you pretending to be clueless about? The operation of the Tianlan province's instance dungeons has always been managed by our evil Wolf Guild. After finishing, he knocked down a Chu family member nearby. You Chu family don't understand the rules, stealing our business. He sneered and said, isn't it only fair that you give us an explanation? Biao Biao frowned and said, the dungeon is private property of our Chu family, so why should we have to explain to you? When the evil Wolf Guild dominates the instance and exploits other forces, why would they talk about morality? Hearing her words, they sneer, and he laughs loudly. Morality, girl from Tianlan province. The fist of our evil Wolf Guild is the true morality. Today, either we take over the family dungeon, or we will wipe out the Chu family. Understanding Bai began to channel her inner strength. It seems she had been tolerating everything for the dungeon before, causing him to forget who the real king was. At the same time, a hand quickly reached out to push Hobai aside. Ling Feng sneered arrogantly. Where did this stray dog come from, barking loudly at someone else's door? Look at him, you fool. Your fur isn't even long enough, and you still dare to interfere in my affairs. Do you know who I am? Little hero. Lin Feng smiled and held up 3 fingers, saying, my young master will count to 3, and then you and your dog get out of my sight. Finally, they were furious. Come and die for me to destroy this brat first. Then he swung his weapon fiercely at Lin Feng. You're not so innocent either. I gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it. Determined, she immediately struck the 2 guys with a powerful blow. They froze in place, and with a single hit, both of the attackers immediately collapsed to the ground. The furious ones glared and charged together, and as he said, the 2 behind immediately rushed toward Lin Feng. Halan gazed intently at her opponent, then swiftly cast 2 talismans, the Universe and Heaven's Power, the 5 Elements Stabilization, the Gravity Cover, and the Delay Cover. Both of them charged forward angrily, ignoring the talismans flying toward them. But now the words from the talismans burst out and tightly bound both of them. The next 2 guys were knocked down by Halan and fell straight to the ground. Standing there in shock, they watched their companions be defeated so easily, and now they were beginning to feel fear. What? Who are these people anyway? But it didn't end there. A fleeting figure suddenly appeared from behind, and it was Lin Feng. He didn't hesitate to strike directly at the bewildered eyes, his voice trembling with fear. Level 27. After saying that, he was immediately punched so hard he saw stars. Lin Fong scoffs and asks again. Level 27 is enough for someone to drink a bottle. Lee Hachiro was so frightened that he covered his face with his hands. In just one punch, a vice president of the Level 33 guild was defeated by a young man of Level 27. At the same time, they instantly transformed into a white wolf. He lunged forward, growling, and punched. This little bit of damage is just enough to scratch me. Keep your mouth open so I can see if I'll tear it apart or not. But as he lunged forward, he was immediately blocked by two talismans, trapped by the lines of writing and filled with rage. It's too heavy. Seeing that Understand White Pavilion hasn't given up, he roared and kept going. I still have teeth. Lin Hai immediately blocked and said, "Raise the stone wall." A small mountain suddenly juts up, causing him pain as if his mouth is about to be torn apart. Lin Fong sneers. This is just bullying. I, a wealthy young master, look down on someone like you. Halan and Lin Hai join forces, boosting fire attributes and 5 thunder protection. Lin Fong angrily slams him hard in the face while despising the beast. As he finishes, fresh blood sprays from his face, and he can only close his eyes and endure, lying scattered on the ground in panic. Monster, these people are definitely monsters. Lin Fong looked at him with such little ability, yet daring to be arrogant at the Chu family. Should I praise you for being naive or foolish? He lowered his face to the ground, secretly afraid. These people are definitely not just level 27. Their combat skills and fighting awareness must have been honed through countless battles. The benefits this dungeon offers are truly significant. The next day, this little brat still refused to accept it. 4 against 1 barely managed to tie with me. Our guild leader is a level 42 Dark Knight. He won't let you off easily. After finishing, someone quickly spun their weapon from afar and obediently brought out the dungeon to prevent our boss from killing the Chu family members. After that, the spear was planted right at the intersection of the Ling Feng, and he calmly looked at him before I quickly asked, "Do you want to die?" Chunki calmly replied from above, "No need." Then he said to him, "Go back and tell your guild leader to guard his territory carefully. If you dare to bother us again, it won't be me who will deal with it, but our captain." Inside, a constant murmur of voices from a group of people could be heard. We risked everything. Almost the entire army was destroyed just to get this. You guys ask for 80% just for speaking up. Isn't that just like stealing? Big brother, according to the previous rules, we will pay 70% and the rest for the brothers to buy medicine and equipment. Vote forcefully kicks him in the chest and then shouts loudly, "Hey, watch your mouth." Everyone is startled. "Captain," Vote said coldly, "the dungeon is our guild's territory and we must follow our rules. Either pay 80% or stay here forever." Now everyone is beaten to a pulp and looks at him with hatred, and his teammates immediately step in to stop him. Forget about the captain. Last week someone rebelled and was directly imprisoned in the instance, no longer able to go out. Both of them were smiling brightly. That crazy guy with fire had torn everything apart, and when the time came, Chu family's men would kill them all. The women and the instance would belong to us. But as soon as the yellow butterfly passed by, those two immediately spat blood and collapsed. They moved to another direction, and 2 men were guarding the entrance. But as soon as that golden light appeared, they were both thrown back. That screaming guy is the leader of the Evil Wolf Guild, a level 42 Dark Knight. How dare he embarrass the Evil Wolf Guild? This cannot be overlooked. Nganjia nearby said, according to Vice President Cap's description, we can't underestimate the opponent's strength, especially Chungi. I think Baingan also agreed, as news came from the Blood Ring side that they refused to accept the mission because the risk was too high. Both are level 32 Cursed Sorcerers and Thief level 32. I look down on Lei Hai, a bunch of useless, cowardly leaders. As I see it, summon the brothers directly. Attack Chu family at night, leave no one alive. He holds his position. The heavy armor warrior at level 33, Flamelight, refused to accept defeat and saw surrender as a cowardly move. The Blood Ring lacked courage and contacted the people from Poison Hound and Steel Fist, telling them, "Chu family's fat piece of meat. My fierce wolf is willing to share some benefits. I want everyone to know." Offending the Evil Wolf Guild, they licked their fingers. "Chairman, just killing them would be too easy. After destroying the Chu family, we'll make sure to humiliate Chu Yubai first." That's right. Next to Chunji, there are also a girl surnamed Tang and a girl surnamed Tang, all tied up. I want to leave them alive. Before I finish speaking, a golden light immediately constricts around his neck. The older man's eyes widened, and he roared in anger. "Who is it?" But immediately afterward, he spat out a large mouthful of blood like a fountain. They quickly covered their necks with their hands. At this moment, Chungi appeared and coldly said, It seems the lessons from earlier today were too gentle. Chungi slowly steps forward and coldly says, "The core members outside have been dealt with thoroughly. These low-level fish, if they don't resist, just knock them out. As for these people, I'll take care of them." Lin Fong was pleased, just waiting for this statement. Ngongia is now staring intently at you. "You are Chungi, just a small third-year student, yet you dare to barge into my territory?" Vo Te Sung Fong charges forward, channeling his inner strength into the angel's body. Ngongia also activates his inner power, but he remains in a state of constant astonishment. "My curse has been suppressed. How can this divine power be so strong?" And the next attack strikes directly at him. The punishment of the light. In less than 5 seconds, the Nagan family's body was burned black and fell, terrifying everyone else. Loi Hai quickly blocks in front of himself, a fortress of steel, charging wildly. "Damn it, die for me." But at this moment, Chungi casually flicks him away with a light touch. At the same time, Bai Yin secretly struck from behind Chungi, but like the others, she was immediately sent flying. Chungi leaps up and strikes again with a holy cross of light. Despite trying to defend, it seems Lei Hai is no match for him. "Chungi, I want you to pay with your life for another domain's curse." Seeing his comrades fall, VM Kwang couldn't help but shudder and stared intently at you, shouting loudly, "Chungi, I want you to pay with your life." A devil-faced fish lunged at him and he roared loudly, "Die!" The soul of Tuliet is severed. Looking at the big fish in front of him, Chungi couldn't help but disdainfully struggle in vain. With that, he gathered his inner strength and struck back at his opponent. Vem Kwang's weapon shattered, and he looked stunned with fear, but he still refused to give up. "No way, your strength. You can't be a level 3. Chungi coldly looked at him and said, "Do I allow you to leave now?" After finishing, VM Kwang was tightly bound. Chungi used a righteous judgment move. Tears streamed down his face as VM Kwang shouted loudly, "No, no." As soon as he finished speaking, a blazing light like the sun suddenly descended upon him. Watching VM Kwang fall, Chungi still looked at him intently with a cold face. At this moment, you quickly stop accumulating internal energy, absorb high-level energy, increase control level of the prison, crystal core by 38%, gain a new defensive dungeon, dark knight, haunted visitor, cursed sorcerer, heavily armored warrior, check if the unclaimed dungeon center wants to merge. Chungi quickly said, "Merge!" But at the same time, a powerful light burst out from inside the underground cage. Seeing that thing flying straight toward him, Chungi was stunned. What does it want to do? Staring at it intently, he was a bit surprised. Chungi thought to himself that if it became a stray object, its consciousness of resistance would still not vanish. A flash of golden light flickered in your eyes. Chungi widened his eyes and sensed it, and at that moment the golden light merged with the green energy. In no time at all, the two began to photosynthesize. The system immediately announced success, merging to obtain the Thunderous Forest dungeon. He silently thought that the prison core could only summon one instance. Having a second instance would give him more options, but the content of the available instance was unique. If I release it for the Chu family to use, other forces will definitely think that the Chu family is framing the evil guild. So for now, I can't make it public to prevent others from watching the Chu family rise up and causing chaos. Before he could finish his thoughts, cracks suddenly appeared where he stood, and Chungi found himself falling completely. Looking at the objects below, Chungi was slightly surprised and quickly used his appraisal technique. He could see everything inside those boxes. Chungi quickly deduced that this amount far exceeds the usual accumulation of an ordinary guild, indicating that low-level professional imposters are being exploited to such a tragic extent on a daily basis. Without hesitation, he immediately raised his voice. Then Chungi took a walk around here, looking very relaxed. As he accidentally stepped on a stone, a magnificent scene suddenly appeared. Chungi looked momentarily stunned, as if hypnotized. At the same time, a figure in yellow suddenly rushed past, startling him. Chungi silently marveled, wondering what that armor was. Now, the armors immediately looked ahead. The smaller ones around also began to prepare, and they started to aim and fire. At this moment, the monsters were all defeated, their limbs cut off. The system then sounded, asking if you wanted to undergo the inheritance test of the Celestial Triumph Dragon Knight, personally experience the power of war, and face the nightmare of destruction. Chungi silently pondered that the inheritance of the Celestial Revelation Dragon Knight, whatever it might be, could not be ignored. Then he said, "I accept." Immediately after, a surge of aura appeared, causing him to squint involuntarily. Chungi felt as if he had been infused with power. Is this the strength of the Celestial Revelation Dragon Knight? And now the system immediately appears, assigning the mission to kill the Demon King. Chungi prepared for battle. Come on. At that moment, the beast charged forward and bit down hard on the bone. Its tentacles extend and wrap around the opponent's body. Now, a shining weapon appears in Chungi's hand as he decisively charges forward, fiercely striking the monster like a brave general. Chungi continuously swung his sword. It seemed that in the face of that pressure, the demon beast was also a bit stunned as its tendrils were cut into pieces. With a bright gaze, Chungi skillfully shouts to summon. The dragon roars, obeying his command, while Yangnha immediately blows out a powerful internal force. The monster was suppressed and unable to resist at all. Not stopping there, you and Shuangna immediately charged at it, raising your swords high above Chungi's head and shouting to strike down. Immediately after, the mission was successful, and Chungi returned to the present. Picking up the stone at his feet, he silently pondered the destructive power of this universe-shattering force. He silently thought that during his fight with Liu Tuyin, he also once unleashed the form of the heavenly revelation armor. Chungi looked grim. The armor worn by knights of different classes was all crafted by armor mages and was completely different from his situation. He looked grim and calculating, and no matter what method he used to force himself to unleash his potential, he couldn't enter that state again. The system announced that the hidden inheritance mission of the Heavenly Revelation Dragon Knight had been activated. He frowned, so it was a hidden mission. The hidden mission from the system had been activated earlier, and the reward was top-tier resources. Whether it's for this inheritance or the reward from the Soul War system, I must get that badge. Now you calmly walk out of the room. Below are the scattered corpses. The Spirit Wind Gang had been waiting outside for a while. Everyone was chatting happily. As soon as they saw you finish, all the central members had been wiped out. Not a single one escaped, and they also found quite a few equipment and potions. Chungi said to keep these guys for the outsiders and the imposters. He was surprised that these equipment and medicines weren't bad at all. You reply, better to share the small profit with these people and eliminate the remaining influence of the evil wolf. If there's something more important than this, you should go see it. Ting Tam was surprised. What is that? Chungi said, this is what I found in the treasure chest. I feel like something's not right about this. Have you ever seen anything like this before? Halan looked intently, as if she had realized something. I have seen something similar before, Chungi quickly asked. When? Where did you see it? Halan thought to herself. Maybe when I was about 6 years old, a fireball suddenly fell behind our Sex Mountain with great force, burning down more than half the forest. When the fireball was burned away, only this iron helmet remained inside, and the shape and patterns on the stone table were exactly the same. The elders in the clan all thought it was a treasure and took turns examining it, but none of them could figure out how to use it. According to what Halan said, putting it on doesn't increase attributes or activate any skills, making it look like an ordinary piece of jewelry. Although it seems useless because of its special appearance, the elders still believe it is an untapped treasure and keep it in the family's treasure vault. Eungi quietly thought to himself that if Halan was right, this iron hat was the hidden target of the War Spirit mission. But getting into the Van Tuong Tong Baokach of the major clans and sects was not as easy as entering the secret chamber of the evil guild. Halan smiled brightly. Do you want to go into the Van Tuong Tong Baokach with these iron hats? He quickly replied. Yes, it is related to a very important mission. Ling Feng quickly added, is it the mission of the Hidden Dragon platform again? I think it's only a minor crack mission there, he replied while pondering silently. Yeah, I can't tell them I have a system. It's fine to let them misunderstand. Halan happily said, so your luck is really good. Our sect holds a tournament every 3 years, and the champion can choose any treasure they want. When will it be held? She then calmly said, tomorrow. Chungi's face suddenly changed, and he shouted, tomorrow? The scene shifts to another location where the teleportation array is still functioning, as Chungi's group quickly emerges from the teleportation. Lin Feng turned pale, covering his face with both hands, saying, this is the 5th teleportation formation already. I've vomited up all my dinner. Xixin, standing beside him, also added, the timing isn't too tight. Sham Lin Feng, please hold on a little longer. Lin Hai also seems to be struggling. Lan, I feel like everyone I see is still caught in a cycle. Halan comforted her nearby. The next teleportation array is coming up. It's the Holy Spirit Gorge Temple. Halan stood beside him happily, then activated 3 more teleportation arrays to arrive. Chungi looked back and coldly ordered, taking the opportunity to continue on his way. Everyone obediently responded immediately, yes, Captain, obeying the captain's orders. Chudich was secretly thinking that in order to arrive in time for the sect competition starting tomorrow, we had to constantly use the teleportation array to cover extremely long distances within a limited time, causing multiple space ruptures, which greatly exceeded expectations in terms of mental and physical strain. It seems that in the future we need to implement measures to counteract interference during training. A blue light quickly spread out on this side, moving diagonally around in a very surreal manner. As soon as he arrived, Ling Feng couldn't bear it and covered his face, feeling extremely nauseous. In the end, he couldn't hold it in and vomited, while Halan happily stretched. All right, everyone, the teleportation array ends here. Let's go to Thiendao sect. A renowned reputation. This is the great protective formation of the Heavenly Path sect, separating inside and outside, forming its own heaven and earth. There is no teleportation array in the world that can directly reach the mountain gate. Halan said, according to the sect's rules, to show respect for the Guardian formation, we just need to sincerely walk this last stretch. Lin Feng looked confused and asked what he was saying. Chungyi quietly thought that maybe he could reach the arena within 100 kilometers if he sped up. Now, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before shouting loudly, "Is there a mistake?" Halan covered her mouth, a cunning smile spreading across her face as she raised the card in her hand and said, "Just kidding, you look so scared. Our spiritual master definitely has a special way to enter." Then she stopped gathering her internal energy and said, "Look carefully. The clouds are the path. The wind is the ally. The talisman is the guide. The aura is the reliance, riding the wings of heaven and earth, commanding the flow of spiritual energy." The paper bead quickly appeared according to Halan's words. It soared high into the sky. Lin Hai watched this scene and couldn't help but marvel. "It's beautiful." "Hurry up, the duration of the magic bird charm is limited, so we will fly directly from Kaohsiung. This is the VIP passage for the Spirit Master." As soon as I got on, the paper soared straight into the central hub. Everyone was delighted. Guofai Hawk flew even faster than spiritual beasts. The Spirit Master is truly convenient, able to conjure anything they want, which is really not bad, and much more comfortable than teleportation arrays. Chungyi looked at Halan with a gentle gaze and couldn't help but ask directly, "Halan, do you not want to return to the sect?" Halan quickly turned away. "Why would I not want to go back to the place I grew up? Since we set out, you've become more open than usual, but your smile has been forced. And every time we mention the sect competition, your eyes instinctively avoid it." Leaning close to Halan, he asked, her expression seeming to always cheer herself on. "Halan, is there something inside that she fears?" She felt her face turning red, and she knew he had noticed. Chungyi. Halan secretly admired, very perceptive. Lin Feng then said, "The final winner of the match can enter the 10,000 Images Treasure Pavilion to choose any treasure they want." Halan replied, and she was even able to obtain the 9 Flames Thunder technique, the most powerful secret method passed down by the ancestral master. He asked in surprise. The 9 Flames Thunder technique sounds very formidable, and she explained it as extremely powerful. Lin Taoist Master. Obtaining this thunder technique means that even with a lower level, he can craft high-grade talismans and pills. Just relying on these secret treasures, we can easily acquire large amounts of resources from the outside world and become self-sufficient, focusing solely on seeking the heavenly way. This is also the reason why spirit masters are respected within the major forces. Chungyi secretly marveled, self-sufficient and not relying on others. No wonder Halan was so sad. At 12 years old, she ranked first in the competition. According to her, everyone in the sect was surrounding her at that time. The elders personally led her to the ancestral statue to inherit the secret technique, and everyone believed that Halan would be the pillar of the next generation of the Heavenly Path sect. And this also surprised the elders present there. Everyone was stunned. She recalls that year, but during the final inheritance ritual, in front of everyone, the ancestral statue refused her, and Halan couldn't inherit the 9 Flames Thunder seal. As she spoke, she felt deep sadness, and all the elders examined her but couldn't find any reason, as if her very existence was not recognized by the ancestral master's inheritance. So, in just one night, I went from being a highly praised genius to the most peculiar disciple in the sect. At this point, Halan was not crying, but her eyes looked vacant. At the same time, a loud cry rang out, startling Halan and making her look over. Seeing her teammate sobbing, Halan was at a loss. Lin Hai. Lin Hai couldn't help but rush over and hug Halan. "We've lived together for so long, I just realized she hasn't had an easy life before." Lan, from now on I will treat you twice as well. Maybe the statue of the ancestor is just confused. You can't see that she's a good seed. She's the most wonderful person. Halan had to comfort that sensitive girl in return. "It's been so long now. I've already moved on. Don't you think I'm doing pretty well now?" Chungyi happily said it was because the path of the heavenly way had to be cut off that she left to take the university entrance exam. Entering Tuhang University, Halan smiled brightly and said, "Give me a new opportunity there and let me meet everyone. You are satisfied and very pleased. So let the world of the heavenly path see clearly how brightly the one they abandoned back then is shining now. After a while of talking, the paper ball finally moved into the next teleportation array. The scenery here is like a fairyland, and everyone has been present here for some time. Chungi's paper charm is still moving forward, and everyone is excited. At the same time, a sarcastic voice suddenly sounded, startling Halan. Oh, I thought it was someone important. The figure riding the phoenix flew past. It's the genius of our Heavenly Way sect, whom we haven't seen in 100 years, yet was personally turned away by the ancestor outside the gate. Tongs Halen, Sister Tongs, isn't it? He is Tran Loi, the second disciple of the headmaster. What's wrong? Can't you study at university abroad anymore? Although Halan seems to dislike him, she still maintains courtesy. It's been a long time since she last saw second senior brother Tran. But Tran Loi looked down on him and said, "Don't call me that affectionately. Even the ancestor master doesn't acknowledge you. I don't accept it either. Tell me, are you unable to stand being outside anymore and want to come back here to find resources?" Lin Feng couldn't hold back and made his move, immediately causing flames to erupt and startling Tran Loi. My phoenix wing. Realizing the problem, Tran Loi immediately shouted, "Holy Spring, return!" So the water quickly poured down onto that phoenix. Lin Feng chuckled happily. Watching your miserable state really looks like a chicken falling into water, perfectly matching those wings you had just now. Tran Loi was annoyed. You. Ling Feng kept teasing him. Wrong. Maybe just teasing. Not you. You. He secretly frowns, annoying, except for the guy on the left whose strength isn't clear. Everyone else is just second-tier trash and doesn't deserve to provoke me. If it weren't for the match, soon they would all learn how powerful I am. Tran Loi then mocked. Tong Halan, judging by your route, you must be planning to visit your stubborn master, right? But I advise you not to waste your energy. If you go now, you probably won't even find a shadow. Halan was startled and hurriedly asked, "What happened to my master? Tell me clearly." He chuckled happily. "Isn't it obvious that you should go see for yourself?" "Young master, I don't have time to waste arguing with you," Halan shouted. Tran Loi quickly stepped in front of Halan and asked, "Do I allow you to leave now?" Tran Loi was momentarily surprised, his eyes fixed intently on Chuang-gi, showing a hint of astonishment. At the same time, golden chains quickly shot out, tightening around him, pulling him close to the boy and releasing him in front of him. Chun-gi slowly stepped forward. Tran Loi slowly raised his face and threatened, "You dare to attack in the Heavenly Path sect and seek death?" But after those words, cold, fierce eyes looked at him like wolves. "Are you joking? This pressure is actually even more terrifying than the sect master losing his temper." "Who exactly is he?" Chun-gi said coldly, staring intently at him. "What are you looking for?" Tran Loi trembled, immediately lowering his head without a doubt that if he moved even slightly, he would turn into a corpse in an instant, and the aura of the three behind him would change in an instant. Damn it, where did Tong Halan find these monsters? Fine. He won't suffer any loss for now. I'll hold back this anger and report it to the headmaster to punish her. Then he carefully said, "Find Tu Li Vien. If you make a move inside Tiandafai Tu Li Vien, they won't spare you." Tran Loi then turned to disdain. "Tong Halan. If you want to know, I'll tell you." After she went down the mountain, the master allowed her senior apprentice to take on more disciples to pass on the teachings, but the senior apprentice refused to agree, and every time he spoke, her face turned pale. Over the years, because of her, he has never practiced the proper way, neither cultivating energy nor alchemy. His cultivation level has made no progress, and he spends all day studying useless ancient books. The sect master, furious, punished him 3 months ago to guard the treasure vault at the 10,000 Images Pavilion, forbidding him from practicing alchemy, cultivating energy, or cultivating himself, and suspending all sect offerings. That's all I know. Lin Hai quickly went up to comfort him. Halan Shuniki coldly said, "Get out." Unwilling, but he had no choice but to turn away. Halan added, "After I was rejected by the ancestral deity statue that year, the entire sect considered me an outsider. Only my master never gave up, traveling everywhere to study ancient texts to find the cause. In the end, it was my master who advised me to leave and seek my destiny in the outside world. My master is the only burden in my sect." Tran Loi left those words behind. "Song Halan, I can't believe you're allowing outsiders to attack your fellow disciples, only because you pity your poor master and don't want to fight back," Lin Feng shouted loudly. "Boy, don't even think about running away." With that, he threw a powerful attack towards Tran Loi. He shouted immediately, "Oh no, Than Tuyen Lai Huat Thui Chiu Lai Fu," using water magic. Halan started to lose his composure. Nanya, I have to go to the treasure vault immediately. Please, agree quickly. All right, then everyone change direction. Hajie speeds to the scene, and the scene shifts to the Heavenly Way sect and the 10,000 Images Treasure Pavilion. Halan immediately shouted, 12 Origins Spirit Dispelling Array, and the head of the sect actually used the internal affairs security measures. I fear my master's situation is even more dangerous than I imagined. Master, you must stay safe. I am here to save you. The intruder stopped and Halan arrived, saying, I am looking for Elder Bao. If you try to stop me, don't blame me for being rude. Lam Huyen shouted from below, this is a treasure vault. Anyone who enters illegally will be killed without mercy. According to him, everyone took out talismans with thunder and lightning, earthfire 8 trigrams guiding the aura of heaven and earth, phoenixes in 3 shades of green, and the 12 yang mighty thunderfire forming a net. Following Lam Huyen's instructions, the talismans all flew up together. And so a large net quickly spread out towards the paper ball. Chunyi looked at Halan. Is she confident? She is determined. After finishing, she quickly raised her hand to the middle of the knot. Halan's hand was extremely skillful, and her internal energy also enveloped her entire body. And immediately, several red talismans appeared in the air. They were quickly summoned, and the net began to be pulled in. Halan shouted loudly, absorbing. Lam Huyen was sweating. It was the Taoist spell-breaking shield, not something that only the hereditary elders could cultivate. Could she be the one? His eyes showed a hint of confusion as sweat broke out on his forehead. Halan rushed over and slapped him, offending him. Without hesitation, her hand swung straight at Lam Huyen's face. The others saw this and immediately rushed forward, shouting loudly, Sule! And so, a deafening explosion erupted, and Halan flew towards him. Halan pressed the talisman firmly onto the opponent, using Suloi. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, and at the same time, a sword swiftly slashed towards her temple. Lam Huyen, from behind Halan, wielding a sword, aimed at her. But immediately after, Halan grasped the sword tightly with just 2 fingers. She kicked fiercely with her foot, sending Lam Huyen flying into the air. Lam Huyen keeps attacking Halan, but she easily dodges every strike. Then Halan tightly grips her sword and leaps into the air, ready to strike. She bit her thumb, a small stream of bright red blood flowing out as Halan spoke, dripping onto her sword. Senior brother, may I borrow your sword for a moment? She quickly brandished her sword with lightning speed, attacking Lam Huyen, leaving him unable to defend against any strikes. Halan paused calmly and said, I am eager to visit the master and do not want my fellow disciples to get hurt. Please do not stop me. Lam Huyen summoned many swords with his inner strength, ready to attack Halan. Then it's not allowed. The headmaster forbade anyone from doing so. She stepped onto the ladder and said, heavy pressure first. Lam Huyen sweatfully looked at the coin on his shoulder, activating the spell's power as he shouted earlier, it's the 8 trigrams defensive formation. Everyone get out now. The coins had also appeared on the other disciples. The talisman in Halan's hand burst into flames as she coldly recited the spell, and a dazzling surge of power enveloped everyone. Halan coldly said, Sunnis. She solemnly placed her hand on the wall, staring intently inside as if contemplating something. Lam Huyen shouted loudly to warn. The 12 primordial gods' spirit sealing array is at the door. Even if you control them, we can't remove it. Halan skillfully pressed 2 fingers against the wall, and after a moment, the dazzling golden wall gradually disappeared. She coldly glanced at them and said, I passed the selection of the 12 primordial gods when I was 8 years old, and I only had a bad relationship with the 11 senior brothers and sisters back then. Lam Huyen's sweat dropped and lay on the ground, secretly terrified. Monster. Master. Amidst the clutter, Tu Yetngen lazily nibbles on a pastry while looking at the chicken drumstick on the paper roll. She glances at the source of the lazy sound and asks, Who is that? My good girl, why are you only coming back now? Halan Duongdong looked at her with tears in his eyes. Master, they say you've been punished here, forced to serve and suffer. I still think, and Tu Yetngen chuckled happily, you're not really suffering, are you, you silly child? Do you think your master looks like he's really suffering? Here in the quiet place, no one disturbs, and I happen to be studying something I find interesting. She continued, As for offerings, your master just draws some talismans and makes a few more things. Isn't that enough to exchange for some snacks? Lin Hai whispered, Brother Nungi, do you think Lan's master resembles Chungi a bit? Ungi responded softly, Rejuvenating through cultivation might not be the same as us. Master, these are the friends I met outside, whom I can entrust with life and death. The group of Chungi then bowed their hands together and said, I humbly greet the 3 elders. Tuyetnin couldn't help but praise, with a level 32 tactical decision, a level 29 berserker, a level 28 warrior, and a level 28 mage. Young, but already so accomplished, truly remarkable, all diligent children pushing forward. Then she patted Halan's shoulder repeatedly, praising her, and Lunni also leveled up to 29 in a short time. That's amazing. You must have endured a lot outside, right? Halan modestly said. It's all thanks to Captain Ni, who has always trained us to level up, and this time we want to help him get the item from the treasure vault. Tuyetningen continued. The treasury of the treasure pavilion is sealed by the headmaster's decree. No one can open it. That's the rule. She replied, I understand, so I want to participate in this sect competition. They entered the treasure pavilion openly and legitimately. After hearing Halan's words, Tuyetnin immediately took a bite of the cake in her hand. She confidently declared with her hands on her hips, Master will help me. The scene shifts to the sky with dark clouds mixed with faint light. Below is the Heavenly Way sect, a grand and vast martial arts arena in the central martial arts field, led by Yang Zi, who stands with his hands behind his back, looking down from above. Master Nguyen sternly orders, the time has come. Close the bat tri array. As he finishes speaking, he clasps his hands and channels his internal energy. Wait a moment, that person shouted, and a surge of spiritual power shot towards the Heavenly Word Pond. That person quickly registered on the Heavenly Self Pavilion using spiritual power. Tuyetni crossed her arms and smiled smugly. Registering, I will have my disciple Tong Halan register. The master paused, pointing up, and said, Third Elder, that is the Heavenly Self Pavilion. Oh my God, they threw him into the Heavenly Self-Restrained area? That's the arena for second-tier experts. Yuexing looked on in confusion as everyone around discussed. Tam Elder always surprises people with his actions. Senior Bao, are you pretending to be confused? She suddenly panicked. Oh dear, you're old. Your hands are trembling. How did you throw it wrong? This time I failed. Forget it, Chancellor. Hurry up and help me get it back. I want to throw it again. Chungi crossed his arms and told Halan that when the token entered the mysterious self-pond, a spiritual force struck it to allow it to enter the Heavenly Self-Pond. She was startled and secretly amazed. Does someone want to use the Heavenly Self-Pond to eliminate her? Halan looked at him and asked, Do you see clearly the source of the linked energy? He replied, Coming from the high platform, the technique is very secret. I understand. Yangzi calmly stepped forward. You have many witnesses. You, as an elder, how can you treat the rules of the sect like a child's game? Yuexing confidently replied, Senior brother, the rules only state that the card falls wherever. It doesn't say you can't slip. I slipped. It was an accident. How can an accident be counted? I want to throw again, and the three elders hurriedly intervened in panic. Senior Sister Bao, rules cannot be broken. It's better to let Master Tong withdraw from the fight, as all the experts inside Tiantu Tree are second-tier cultivators above level 30. If she goes up, she's just seeking death, Junior Sister. Powerhouses of the second tier can harness the support of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. She has no chance of winning. Yes, it's still possible to take out the token and withdraw from the match now. Yangzi coldly said, If you are afraid to continue now, I can allow you to leave this meaningless fight. Zhuaning looked at her worriedly. Lanhe, we, Halan, bowing our hands, speak seriously, master and senior monks. She calmly said, If the card has fallen into the Heavenly Word Pond, then that is fate. The disciple is willing to accept this outcome. Entering the Heavenly Word Retreat to participate in the match, Halan secretly wondered who among the second, fourth, and fifth elders, or the sixth elder, would want to harm her now that she had just returned to the sect. She continued, And I also invite the sect master and the elders to witness firsthand whether the years I spent outside the sect were a waste of time. The onlookers murmured in disbelief, saying she was crazy for truly accepting it, risking her life just to show off, not caring about her dignity, someone abandoned by her founder, seeking shame for herself. Yangzi spread his arms wide and declared, If your mind is set, I will follow your wishes. The match officially begins. As he finished speaking, the fight also officially started. The first match at Tiantu Tree begins now. Tong Halan faces Leijia in the opening duel. The disciples around started to whisper. Loitrak senior brother, the main disciple of the sect master, is finished for sure. She's dead. If Loi senior brother intervenes, she won't survive unscathed. She's seeking her own death. No one to blame but herself. This match is meaningless now. Tran Loi smirked maliciously, secretly pleased. Tong Halan, let's see how you'll handle this time. Lin Fang looked at them with a disdainful, cross-armed posture, like a bunch of frogs sitting at the bottom of a well. Lin Hai asked nervously, Is he very powerful? Halan smiled and replied, "Just the top of the new students, not enough to scare me." Tuyetngen gently patted her head. "Go on, kid." Halan smiles and responds, quickly stepping onto the arena, ready to face the challenge. Suddenly, a streak of purple lightning strikes down from the sky. Loi Trach contemptuously said from the lightning bolt, "Sister Tongsu, you can still save face if you admit defeat now." Halan cast her talismans around her, no more words, and began to move. Immediately, Loi Trash launched an attack at Halan, but she quickly dodged to the back. He watched her movements intently, directing his purple lightning strike towards her. Halan jumps high, launching talismans at him, but Loi Trach uses his lightning whip to block them. Below the arena, Chungi rests his chin in his hand, quietly analyzing the fight. He is still using a confined attack range to restrict Halan's space to fight back, but the spiritual energy released is too violent, far beyond what is necessary, wasting at least 1/3 of its power on this show of force and pointless cover. He is already at level 35. His control over spiritual power shouldn't be so rough. Could it be that Tong Hala has made his heart become chaotic? Lin Hai secretly cheers. "Lan, be careful." Tuyetngen, clutching her face in panic, breaks the protective talisman. Loi Trach, holding his weapon, wonders why she hasn't attacked her yet, even though his speed has doubled. This lightning transformation consumes too much energy for the mind to sustain for long, and bright blue lightning sparks appeared beneath Leijon's feet. He leapt into the air and shouted, "I want to see where you run to." The disciples below were stunned to see it. Brother Lei's ultimate technique, the Thunder Prison of Madness, its power, speed, angle, and level are textbook perfect. Yangzi silently thought that the spiritual energy was raging and the divine power astonishing, but the lack of concentration wasted at least 30% of its strength. At this moment, Halan raised a talisman and focused on the purple spiritual currents surrounding Loi Trach, engulfing him completely. Immediately after, a huge, dazzling yellow flower appeared beneath Halan's feet. Shui Nenging couldn't help but be surprised, transforming into a whirlpool of energy. This girl's mind has definitely opened up more after going out once. Loi Trach's lightning shot towards the golden lotus. Yukineng raised her voice to analyze. Within the lightning, the sturdy electric energy was guided by the surrounding petals, splitting into smaller lightning bolts and dispersing outward. The lightning strikes didn't faze the golden lotus at all. The 4 elders and the second elder praised one after another, circulating their spiritual energy inward, using techniques to break the force. Very impressive. What kind of opportunity did young Halan encounter outside? Loi Trach shouted angrily. "It's all tricks. Hard to reach a noble place. Kun Yuan, follow my command." Po Ling releases her formation beneath Halan, causing the ground to crack and shatter into large pieces. Suddenly, a giant sharp stone pillar appeared in front of Halan, suddenly piercing through the ground at an extremely fast speed, forming a massive fist full of power ready to attack her. Halan immediately used her magic, causing the spiritual energy to halt, but the gap was too large. Tuyetngen crossed her arms and asked, "What is the basic spirit-gathering talisman doing drawing it now?" Halan quickly drew a talisman, causing the myriad images to reverse and gather spiritual energy. The stone fist facing the talisman froze and stood still. In the next moment, her fist shattered and fell to the ground, causing rocks and dust to scatter everywhere. The onlookers exclaimed in shock. That girl used the spirit-converging talisman to drain the spiritual energy from the earth-blessing array. What's she joking about? Isn't the spirit-gathering talisman only able to gently gather spiritual energy to assist cultivation? Can it still be used like this? Tuyetnin coughs and explains it's not about using the energy of heaven and earth, it's a superb formation. This technique truly lives up to being the disciple of Bao Tuyet. The second elder's face showed obvious panic as she used the spirit-gathering talisman to drain the spiritual energy from the earth-blessing array. Loi Trach's face contorted as he shouted loudly, "Evil sect of the Bang Mon, let's see how you can withstand this move." He recited many talismans to attack. "Nine-tailed Thunderlord, obey my command and the sky will be filled with talismans and thunderclaps." A bolt of lightning strikes down, causing the surrounding earth and rocks to crack and scatter. Halan is surrounded by lightning, standing still within the circle. Halan begins to channel her inner strength to attack. The heaven and earth positioning, mountain and river energy flow, star movement harmonizing. Immediately, a loud explosion erupts, scattering rocks and dust everywhere. Loi Trach looked on in amazement, silently wondering how such a formation could be arranged. Behind him, Halan appeared, her lightning domain unable to shape sword energy properly, lacking moisture to be smooth, only retaining the wild, destructive fury of lightning and fire. The 5 elements are out of balance, and the foundation has shifted. Lei Jie immediately unleashed a lightning strike at her, rambling incoherently, but Halan easily dodged away. She immediately threw out talismans and formations based on the principles of mutual generations and restraint, rooted in their intrinsic observation. The talismans seemed to have a consciousness and flew straight up. They directly attacked Leja's formation, and a series of loud explosions echoed non-stop. Leja looked up in horror. Lei Vuk's magic is broken. No way. What kind of evil magic are you using? Halan stood still, looking at him. Senior brother Loitrak, your lightning technique only has form but no spirit. You only see the fury of power but have never understood the rune formation. Loitrak bitterly clenched his lips, glaring at Halan with dissatisfaction. Recalling his past at age 12 when he defeated a level 15 opponent at the Thunder platform of the Imperial Court, with talent far beyond his peers. A promising future that everyone watched since you joined the Heavenly Path sect. I have trained for 5 years in hardship, yet you appeared in an instant and shattered the pillar of the future of the Heavenly Tao sect. Yes, your potential is limitless and you easily take everything that belongs to me. At that moment, I even thanked the ancestor for finally exposing your false facade as a genius. You left, and finally the world became peaceful. I became the only focus of the Heavenly Tao sect, the only genius I fought desperately for, seized every opportunity to stand here. But why did you come back? Loitrak shouted wildly. Tong Halan, you shouldn't come back, and you definitely shouldn't look at me with those eyes. Halan coldly glanced down at him from above. Loitrak shouted loudly, his clothes tearing apart. 9 flames. Divine thunder burn my bloodline. Help me. His body swells. Loitrak's eyes widen as he screams upward. Leilong's form, a huge dragon with blazing eyes, appears, and lightning surrounding it creates an overwhelming aura. The disciples were stunned by the scene. This was the final move of the 9 Flames Thunder technique. Destroying the World Thunder Dragon, Brother Lei Jie, has Master Loitrak reached this level? He's gone crazy. This will lead to a murder. Halan remains unfazed, standing still and watching the situation unfold. Tu Yetingen crossed his arms, silently criticizing. Forcing an upgrade has damaged his foundation. After this battle, he will need a long time to recover from his hidden wounds. Elder Second, panic-stricken, shouted, Loitrak, immediately disperse your spiritual power. Do you want to destroy your Tao root forever? Loitrak thought to himself, this is my ultimate move. I never intended to use it, but now I just need to completely annihilate Tong Halan. Halan raised a finger and coldly said, stubborn. Below, the talismans shone brightly in response to her command. Immediately, the talismans flew up at the command of their master. She closed her eyes, raised her hand to control the charms, dispersing the spirits, gathering them into formations and converging myriad symbols. Thousands of talismans intersecting and weaving together floated in the sky. Loitrak's face twisted in madness as he laughed wildly, thinking to himself, everything will vanish into smoke. The dragon immediately charged forward to attack. Halan concentrates deeply, using her inner strength to form the seal, creating a divine net. A net made of thousands of charms immediately traps the dragon. After a moment, the net captured the dragon, forming a sphere. Halan made a hand sign and softly said, disperse. The sphere then glowed with flashes of light from within. She stared intently at that sphere and then raised her hand to recite the spell. Inside the sphere, numerous streams of spiritual energy flash and attack the dragon. Halan's hands form 5 calming petals, and the dragon inside the sphere gradually dissolves into nothingness. The people below watched the battle intently, not even closing their eyes, as Halan raised his hand and shouted directly at the crystal ball. The 5 elements cycle in reverse, reversing the original order, as a massive explosion erupts violently. Loitrak desperately shouted, my dragon of thunder cannot be lost. He immediately spat out a large amount of blood, probably reaching Loitrak's limit. The dragon destroying you is not because of some profound and unpredictable talisman, but because you simply didn't bother to use your foundation. Loitrak still kept his head bowed and softly said, I lost. Duongtu stood on the high steps, hands clasped behind his back, staring down silently. He looked down with a cold face and slowly said, this battle Duongtu declares Tong Halan the winner. The group below Chunungi couldn't hide their joy, but then he continued, but winning is useless, causing Chunungi's group to quickly hide their smiles. Yangzi's cold eyes looked down and said, Tong's Hala. Lun, you are the founder of our sect, and under the watch of many people, you refused the inheritance with thunder. This is the destiny that heaven has not given. If heaven does not grant you fate, you are not destined for the Heavenly Tao sect. If it weren't for the compassion of the third elder, your head-cutting incident should have led to your expulsion from the sect back then. Halan clenched his fists and explained. The sect leader. The truth about that incident still remains unclear to this day. Today, the disciple was lucky to win. Perhaps this can be explained. The great way of the 3,000 heavens may not only be the path handed down by the ancestor. He coldly said, "You talk nonsense. Today you use techniques to break the foundation of the heavenly gate, proving you are on the wrong path. The founder rejected you because he saw through your true nature." Yangzi straightforwardly declared, "Your victory is not recognized by the heavenly Tao sect, but considering your master, I will not strip you of your cultivation. But from now on, you and the heavenly Tao sect are sworn enemies. From this moment on, you are forever forbidden to enter the mountain gate." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful force descended, causing Halan to spit out a mouthful of blood due to this oppressive aura. Tuyet Nge hurriedly ran over. Her disciple, Lin Fong and Lin Hai, shouted in panic, "Halan!" Tuyet Nge tremblingly asked, "What are you doing?" The fourth elder advised, "Do not cause trouble. Follow the headmaster's brother's instructions. Song Halan will be fine." She summoned numerous talismans, ready to fight. "You dare!" At level 55, bullying a level 29 child and wasting time, causing her cultivation to suffer damage that will be hard to recover from for her entire life. If your junior brother doesn't step aside, don't blame me for acting. Lin Hai sweat and stared ahead, shouting, "It's Ngi." Chungi channels his spiritual power to create a shield to protect Halan, who kneels on one knee and calls out, "Brother Ngi." He coldly scoffs, "What a heavenly way sect you are, who appointed the destiny you speak of. Is it you, or that silent statue of a god?" Chungi asked coldly, "What the righteous path you mention really is. Is it the thunder decision that is conservative, the sole ruler, or the great way of thousands and tens of thousands of cultivators in the world?" He pointed directly at Duongtu and said loudly, "Tong Halan used level 29 to defeat level 35, relying on your foundation based on the reason that she comprehended while countless eyes are watching. You use a wrong path to lightly threaten to kill everyone, and the heavenly mandate is just a joke? Your family is the sect master, but you don't value talent, don't reason, and instead oppress people. Are you truly protecting the teachings of the ancestor or just defending the highest authority and the nine-crown throne?" There is no longer any doubt from your headmaster. Duongtu shouted loudly and launched an attack. How rude, arrogant junior, daring to insult the head of the sect and the ancestor. Chungi scoffs in disdain, wondering if I hit the mark, and turned shame into anger. You stare at him coldly and say, "It seems that the Heavenly Way sect is all about injustice, breaking promises and bullying the weak." Tuyet Ngen suddenly opens her mouth and loudly praises, "Well said." She suddenly jumped up, holding 2 talismans in her hands, ready to attack. That's enough with the insults. My disciple went outside through all hardships, found her own way, and returned. You stubborn old men, without asking why, want to cut off her head. She threw her attack while cursing, "The destiny of fools." Back then at the ancestral statue, who dared to boast they had investigated everything clearly. You only follow the rules of the ancestors, but forget that their rules were made to understand the truth and teach, not to oppress and seize power. Yangzi sternly said, "Bao Tu Yet Ngen, you repeatedly violate the sect rules, disrespect your elders, defame the founder, and show clear signs of rebellion. Today I will use the 9 transformation spirit furnace to execute you in the name of Thunli sect." The 2 elders behind shouted loudly, "Master, senior brother, think carefully." But Duongtu didn't hesitate, and sealed the 9 transformation dung, causing it to expand rapidly, about to crush the 3 below. Tuyet Nge gritted her teeth and thought to herself that the 9 transformation spirit refining tower is Huyen Duongtu's life treasure, capable of transforming metal into iron, refining all things and burning the soul. Yet this old man truly has murderous intent. She raised her hand and used her internal energy to send Halan away, saying, "Let's go." When Halan and Chungi landed, she immediately shouted, "Master, speak up. Trust your master. Don't let her distract you." Tuyet Nan clasped her hands together and shouted, "I won't be so easily subdued." She immediately formed seals, set up a formation, heaven and earth, Tun and Can. The 4 symbols. Seal rises. A huge wall appears to block 9 transformations from advancing. Yangzi sneers disdainfully, "Just a few weak talents." As he finishes speaking, a dragon-shaped flame appears around 9 transformations, and both the flame dragon and 9 transformations launch a fierce attack against the wall. A blinding light flashes, making it impossible for anyone to see clearly. Tuyet Nan bit her thumb and said, "Still not finished." She used her inner strength to perform the Lai, Kam Dai Tran, and Van Tong Hoa Sin commands. Dozens of dazzling phoenixes soared up, clashing with the fire dragon, which relentlessly cut into the phoenixes, tipping the battle in favor of the fire dragon. Your Taoist technique has indeed reached the stage of transforming the 5 elements into different forms. This creation of myriad phenomena is as easy as turning over a hand, perfect and harmonious. If you focus solely on the orthodox path, someday you might just be able to surpass me. He raised his hand and continued, unfortunately, the 9 Transformation Spirit Refining Tower is a treasured artifact of the sect, containing some pure yang principles, so even if your myriad techniques are quick and flexible, in front of the primal power they are ultimately just eggs against a stone. The 9 transformations immediately suppress and crush them, causing the phoenixes to scatter in chaos, and the raging fire dragon bites fiercely at the phoenix. The 9 transformations successfully flattened Tuyetngen, shattering the surrounding earth and rocks into pieces. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, her body limp as she fell backward. Halan couldn't hold back her tears, crying out in despair. "Master." Tuyetngen turned her head, smiling through tears as she scolded, "Don't be such a fool, why are you crying? My master, no matter good or bad, is also a third-tier spirit tuner. This old tower is far from capable of refining me." She threw an object toward Halan and said, "Over the years, I have read all the forbidden scriptures and secret manuals in the treasure vault, using every method to investigate, and the only thing that has a mysterious resonance with you is definitely not an ordinary object. You must keep it safe and take your friends away from the Heavenly Path sect and never come back here." Halan hurriedly ran away, shouting in protest, "No, I won't leave, master." 9 revolutions. Dung forcefully presses down on the ground, causing dust and dirt to scatter. Halantan's tears keep falling as she painfully witnesses the scene before her. Yangzi looked down with a satisfied smile, holding the object Tuyetnin just threw, which was now in Chuningyi's hand. The system notification confirmed it was a war spirit, updating the mission progress, and he silently thought this was his target for this trip, the war spirit. It is still trembling, not the desire of a master. Chuningyi frowned, holding the helmet in his hand, but it is a conduit capable of withstanding the will of war. He quickly put it on himself to prepare for battle. Now, a burst of energy from the helmet radiated out. Chunyi continued, "I am your conduit." A wave of power from him surged upward, emanating an overwhelming pressure. The onlookers were stunned and bewildered by what they saw. Halan, crying, also stopped and looked back in confusion at that power. At this moment, Chungi was fully armored. He was not afraid and charged straight at the fire dragons. They open their mouths wide to swallow Chungi. A loud explosion erupts as he channels his inner strength and strikes, unleashing a wave of energy that spreads across the space. 9 transformations. Dung was thrown into chaos and nearly fell over from Chungi's power. A loud explosion rang out again, causing the surrounding rocks and dirt to fly away. Yangzi, clutching her chest, coughing blood. How could this be? What kind of power is that? Snoching slowly steps forward, telling Snoching, "I have to go back again." Now, when I look at her, Halan hesitates. "Master, as far as I remember, a few years ago I endured all the cold stares, mockery, and gossip within our sect. After being rejected by the ancestor statue, countless nights I doubted myself alone, helpless and uncertain about the true path of the lightning law. All emotions and scenes converged in this moment, as if something had shattered them. It shatters, I understand now. The people over there are excited. Are you all right, sect master?" Halan muttered to herself, "What is thunder?" Watching the snow as the crowd talked among themselves, absolutely not surrendering to the spellbound tool of imprisonment in the form of a charm. At this moment, Halan slowly charges forward, driven by Luke Thien to repel filth, uphold justice, and break free from chains, while Lin Hai and Thiet Tam stand nearby watching her. Now Halan's eyes turn cold as she says, "If the founder of this sect truly carried a heart of justice and protection when establishing it, then open your eyes and see how righteousness is blinded by desire and how morality is distorted by power. I scream out loud and tell everyone present below the stands, is she crazy?" Halan continued to shout, "What do you mean by the true way of thunder law?" From beyond the horizon, a golden light shone down like a galaxy and a strong wind began to rise. The surrounding trees also couldn't help but shake violently. Not only that, but the demon beast seemed to sense something. The magic weapons and weapons in the hands of the disciples also reacted, startling everyone. What is happening? My magic treasure is still trembling, and my Bagua mirror is the same. Immediately after, they all had a shock. "Oh my God, look quickly, it's the Grand Master, truly a saint." As she gazed intently at Halan, Tuyetnin also couldn't help but be stunned. The trembling disciple stammered and hesitated before saying, "Grand Master." The disciples below immediately knelt down and shouted, "The Grand Master is above." The old master doesn't look pleased. He channels his inner strength toward Halan, who stares blankly, her eyes fixed straight ahead at Kao for a brief moment. Then the pain hit her, and Halan couldn't hold back her scream. Tuyetningen was frightened, and also shouted loudly, "Lan He." Sweat dripped down Halan's forehead as she couldn't hold back, feeling completely powerless. The voice from the sky echoed, Fool, when faced with power, you talk of justice. Experiencing injustice reveals your true nature. Are you enlightened about the true essence of thunder law and true intent? At this moment, Halan feels as if her whole body has been cleansed, her hair growing longer, and her clothes torn apart. He added, "The Heavenly Way sect inherits my lineage but gradually loses my soul. Today I will use the remaining divine power to prove to you to continue the lineage and wield the Heavenly Thunder Authority, the fate of heaven and earth." Now looking at Halan, she is incredibly enchanting. She stands in midair with an imposing and majestic aura. The ground couldn't withstand this pressure and finally shattered into countless pieces. Even Chun-Yi, standing nearby, couldn't help but marvel inwardly, worried that his teammate might be hurt by the tremor. Chun-Yi quickly flew forward to block the attack. On this side, she respectfully is Taoist Lei Kun, disciple of Song Ha-Lan, thanking the Ancestor Master. Duong Tu looked on in confusion, the remnants of the Grand Master's legacy allowing her to directly undergo the second transformation, and even aligning with the hidden profession of the Grand Master. The Grand Master, a saintly figure, personally passed down the lineage. The voice of the ancestor then echoed back from the middle of the hall. Huyen Duong quickly knelt down respectfully and loudly declared, "I have a disciple." His voice then made Duong Tu fear. "You are supposed to protect the sect, but power gradually corrupts your heart and clouds your judgment. Obstinate conservatism suppresses geniuses, almost destroying the inheritance of the sect. This crime deserves punishment." Duong Tu's face turned pale, and he stammered to say more. "My Grandmaster." Before he could finish speaking, a burst of power struck him down and said, "I sentence you to a ban on cultivation, sealing your cultivation level to the lowest layer of the extinction thunder abyss. Having been cleansed of his mind by the 10,000 lightning for 10 years, if he has not yet awakened, he will not be allowed to leave the abyss of annihilation. Lightning." Duong Tu was terrified beyond measure. "No, Master, please forgive me. I know I was wrong," and the second elder was so shocked he almost fainted. The senior brother, who is the head of the sect, is already at level 55, but in front of the remnants of the master, he is as helpless as a child. Then he added, "The temporary position of sect leader will be discussed among the elders. Any major matter of the sect requires the approval of the Thunder Watch Taoist, Song Ha-Lan." Then the founder looked at Halan and said, "Your cultivation has reached level 50. Your mind is clear and bright. The day of the Great Thunder Watch is when you will hold the heavenly way and bring glory to the sect." The second elder respectfully replied, "I will follow the founder's command." The Grand Master then turned his gaze to Chun-Gi. "This young disciple carries many kinds of destiny, summoning the war thunder, awakening my residual consciousness into a manifestation, and this feat is truly magnificent." As he finished speaking, the ancestor gradually disappeared, looking very satisfied, and before completely vanishing, he kept repeating himself, "Very impressive." After the master disappeared, everyone silently looked at Ha-Lan. Shuneng happily rushed over and embraced Ha-Lan. Good, my dear Lan. Even the Grand Master has acknowledged you. You are truly the legitimate one." Lin Hai and the others are also happy for her. Lan is amazing. Ha-Lan just now looked so cool. Now it seems she has regained her usual confidence. "Master," Lin Hai Tuyet Tam. A tear falls and Ha-Lan smiles brightly. "I think I've found my path now." Chung-Yi quickly descended from above to her side. The armor was removed and the system display appeared immediately after. He successfully completed the mission to conceal the inheritance of the Heavenly Triumph Dragon War Spirit Knight. Lin Feng quickly smiled and said, "This priestess girl also wants to run a major sect like that." Chun-Gi casually retorted, "Aren't you also someone who likes to have fun?" He frowned and looked at what? Suddenly, a fog of mist appeared from afar, surrounding everyone in a strange way. In front of them, a long-haired blonde girl was standing, facing away. There are 2 children on each side helping her brush her hair. Sweat suddenly drips down the woman's face as she silently thinks to herself that this breath is her quick use of her skills to observe the situation. The Celestial Triumph. Dragon Knight, the greatest war hero I trusted most, died in the final battle, holding power across the 10,000 heavenly worlds. She paused her internal energy, then immediately summoned a faint golden light and stood firmly in her position. Then she said again, "I never thought that the inheritance broken for 10,000 years would be restored on this ordinary young man," and from the main hall her power continued to radiate outward from her position. From the sky the golden light carried a voice saying, "Chungi, if you can find the second fragment of the war, proving you truly have the qualification and destiny to bear this power, I will personally pass it on to you." Hearing this, Chungi's eyes suddenly froze, and he was stunned for a few seconds. Seeing you standing there in a daze, Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Did bird droppings fall on your head?" Chungi also didn't hide it and quickly shared his thoughts, feeling as if he had been stared at intensely just now. Lin Feng suddenly looked panic-stricken as he gazed at the hat in Chungi's hand. Huh? Why is it cracked now? He silently thought that resisting the 9 transformations dung refinement tower, even with divine relics, would cause damage, and the hat kept showing more and more cracks. Chungi was worried. The holy light power cannot restore it. On the contrary, it might cause further damage. The mission to hide the legacy of the divine revelation Dragon Knight is clearly likely to be ongoing. Why didn't the next stage activate automatically after finding the iron helmet? Then the system appeared, and he immediately reached out to make a selection. Now Chunyi needs time to fix it before the mission can be reactivated. He understood the problem immediately. So that's how it is. The crack affected the mission activation mechanism, and the iron helmet needs a little fixing. Ling Feng kept marveling, "This helmet is really cool. It's just a bit cracked, but still, gotta admit." Tiandao sect's leader practices qi cultivation and talisman making. After Song Holland finishes handling the sect's affairs, we can ask her, maybe she has a way to fix it. Staring at the hat in his hand, Chunyi hesitated and nodded. Time quickly passed and the deadline arrived. 3 days later, inside the Heavenly Realm Hall, everyone stood silently, the atmosphere extremely solemn. That founding ancestor exuded an imposing aura, his portrait silently watching over his disciples as they focused intently on him, everyone appearing so serious and concentrated that no one dared to even breathe heavily. At this point, Halan loudly declared that since the founding of the Heavenly Way sect by the ancestor, all teachings have been gathered. Vanfap Kwai Tong has existed for 100 years, but for nearly 30 years, the sect has gradually gone astray. Today, the entire sect is convened for this purpose. The black seal left by the founder immediately appeared on her forehead, emanating a majestic aura. She ordered everyone to restore order and clean up the misconduct. Hearing this, the people below respectfully bow their heads and kneel to listen. At the same time, the second elder immediately takes out the scroll from his hand and looks inside as he reads aloud. After 3 days of thorough investigation by the disciplinary committee, it has been confirmed that the former sect leader Huyen Duongtu That Tong committed a grave crime. First, abusing power and arbitrarily relocating resources. Huyen Duongtu managed the sect for 37 years, producing over 70% of the elixirs and 60% of the talismans each year, used for consumption, trial, and other purposes. The secret transportation to his family clan was the Lei family. He also continued to read out the second, changing the inheritance and severing the lineage. To strengthen the Loi family's position in the outside world, Huyen Duongtu used a mixed and disadvantageous spiritual technique as an excuse, sealing 42 sets of inheritance scriptures of Phi Loi Fap and the alchemy and energy system of our Van Fap Kwai Tong, which only exist in name. Hearing this, everyone kept discussing excitedly. Back then, I wanted to learn feng shui and divination, but I couldn't find any scriptures anywhere. It turns out they were sealed. No wonder for decades we only knew about ley law and alchemy. Tuyet Nghien immediately interjected, accusing the third of scheming, oppressing fellow disciples. She loudly declared that Lan Ni's rejection by the ancestral deity's statue was not due to fate, but because this old thief had long planned his grandson as the next patriarch forever. How could they let true geniuses be blocked? Everyone was furious, each one speaking out. My father also once publicly questioned the unfair distribution of resources and the next day was punished to go to the mountain to grow herbs, unable to return for 10 years. Yichiasne and the star student, she is the most sincere and dedicated. Her rare spiritual talent for summoning was accused of being a heretical skill, forcing her to pass on the thunder law. At this moment, Halan added, the remaining charges of bribery, favoritism, false reporting of achievements, and disrespect to the ancestral altar have been recorded in the files and will be posted on the notice board for 3 days for the entire sect to review. I know many people have been forced to participate, either remaining silent or complying. Today, the Law Institute has established the self-disclosure path, where anyone who voluntarily surrenders or reports and exposes others will be judged based on the circumstances for a lighter punishment. As Han Lan spoke, she paused to gather her inner strength. And if no one reports the concealment, who will stubbornly resist? The smile on her face stiffened as she began to threaten, promising severe punishment without mercy. The Spirit Wind group standing nearby looked on with satisfaction. And Lan is truly impressive, embodying the aura of a master, handling everything perfectly. Huyen Duongtu has read enough of the main story at this sect master's place. Now they treat the sect as their own treasure vault to transfer. If it were in our Tam family, it would have been cut off and devoured by demonic beasts long ago. After finishing work with everyone in the sect, Ha-Lan quickly returned. I'm back. Lin Hai rushed over and hugged her tightly. Lan is so impressive, I truly admire her. I also want to look cool like Lan Lan. Lin Fong also has some doubts. That's right, where is Tran Loi? He's Hu Yenduangtu's second disciple, or should I go teach him a lesson? Ha-Lan then said that Tran Loi had admitted to doing many dirty things for Hu Yenduangtu over the years, and according to the sect rules, he was expelled, and his memories related to it erased, and he was probably still carrying out his punishment. Regarding the restoration of the Iron Hat, I found someone in the Heavenly Way sect, the highest level of smithing outside of Hu Yenduangtu, who has been suppressed, Elder Mao Trui, who is living in seclusion behind the mountain. He is there because he couldn't accept Hu Yenduangtu's methods and voluntarily resigned 20 years ago to become the chief of the Forging Hall, living in seclusion behind the mountain. At this point, Ha-Lan continued. 3 days ago, I told Elder MacTroy about the Iron Crown. Today, Elder MacTroy responded to the letter, saying he could mobilize the Earth's core to test it. She explained to everyone that the Thunderfire Furnace is in the forbidden courtyard behind the mountain, and requires at least the spiritual power of 3 elders to maintain the array. My master, the second senior, and I can handle it, but Elder Motrui emphasized that during the restoration, the Iron Hat could produce a strong resonance with the Thunderfire, needing someone with extremely strong mental strength and a person connected to the Iron Hat to stand beside it and stabilize its spiritual consciousness. Who could this person be? Lin Fong wondered in surprise. What? She added. This will only cause extraordinary suffering, like putting a part of your consciousness into a furnace to burn. Now Chuninggi's gaze became serious, and he asked, when does it start? Ha-Lan quickly advised, tomorrow, rest well today, the recovery process will take time and be very taxing on the spirit. And then, finally, the next day arrived quickly. Everyone, along with Ha-Lan, went out towards the back of the mountain to meet that person. As soon as he saw Chungi, Motrui immediately stepped forward. You are Chunungi. The young man respectfully salutes and says, I humbly greet Elder MacTrui. He looks at Chungi and asks, do you know the difference between restoring this item and restoring a normal magic treasure? You also humbly replied, please advise, Elder. MacTrui then said, a normal magic treasure's flaw is in its form, and the material is the supplement, but this one's flaw is in its meaning, and the supplement is in its intention. According to his words, the Earth Core lightning fire is both fierce and strong, capable of destroying everything or tempering the law, but its power is too intense and requires guidance and regulation, hence 4 steps are needed. Step 1. Use the Dung Fu formation to block external disturbances. As soon as he finished speaking, Motrui immediately shouted to open the return formation. The second step, connecting the earth veins, ensuring a stable supply of spiritual energy. Just arrived here, the second elder could no longer stand firm. Now, he continued, step 3, use the will of thunder to forge the crack with lightning power. Stop for a moment. Ma Trui looked over, then shouted to signal. Young Miss Song, lead the lightning. According to MacTrui's instructions, Ha-Lan quickly stopped gathering internal energy. 9 Heaven's Response Origin, 10,000 Thunder's color leads. Then she charged fiercely toward the lotus flower. As soon as she transferred her power into the blossom, it immediately bloomed. MacTrui quickly seized the opportunity, leaping into the air with the heavy hammer in hand, smashing it relentlessly at the lotus flower while telling Chungi, on the 4th day, you need to use the power of holy light as a mediator to harmonize the lightning and fire and resolve the conflict of will inside the iron helmet. According to Motrui, as long as there's a slight mistake, the iron helmet won't shatter, but the spiritual sense inside will be completely eliminated, turning it into a lifeless object. Inside, the Golden Knight's helmet is being continuously patched up by the combined efforts of all 3 people. But as soon as he saw it, Chungi was a bit confused. What's going on? The crack is getting bigger. MacTrui is heading straight for you, then also shouting loudly, Kid, don't move. After finishing, the large hammer in his hand struck Chungi's head hard, leaving him stunned. Ha-Lan looked on anxiously. What are you doing? He quickly reassured him. Don't be afraid. This soul-guiding hammer of mine is meant to force 70% of his consciousness into the Iron Hat. The spirit of this Iron Hat is still resisting recovery. It needs someone to enter its consciousness and subdue it directly. Then a huge explosion followed immediately, like a volcano erupting. Tuyet Ngen frowned and couldn't help but say, Old crazy man, you're betting your life. If his consciousness gets swallowed, then we'll all die together. Watching Chungi above with a focused gaze, he secretly felt terrified. This is the inner boundary of the iron helmet, shattered, chaotic, full of defiance. I speak to it like two true friends. I know you are not willing, but continuing to resist can only lead to your complete destruction. Let me fix you. Let you become whole again." At the same time, a huge warrior figure quickly emerges from the hat, and a deep voice from the core echoes, "Do you dare to look down on the authority of war and think you deserve to control my body?" After finishing, the figure immediately lifts his leg and stomps fiercely toward Chunyi. The boy is startled, quickly raising both hands to block in front of him to prevent being crushed. Halan looked at him in horror as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ngi is bleeding." Mac Trui quickly stopped her and said, "Don't go there now," cutting her off. His consciousness will be trapped inside forever, turning him into a near-dead person. He needs to bear it himself. Inside, Chunyi tries to persuade it. "Your war ended when your former master perished. You should have a new owner." The battle soul could no longer contain its rage and roared wildly, just as the system appeared behind it, judging righteousness, opening a divine magic circle, and a blade of light descended from the sky to ambush the enemy inside the formation. Finally, the righteous angel throws the spear to dispel the light attribute, causing devastating destruction. Now, the battle spirit still stubbornly wants to crush Chunyi underfoot. From above, a blinding golden light suddenly appeared, and Chunyi also quickly dodged and narrowly escaped death. But he didn't stop there. The battle spirit continued to charge forward with unstoppable momentum. He glanced around, and his inner strength immediately manifested within his body. The system panel reappeared, and the Holy Light 10 Commandments, Level 5B, cut through with a strike, causing the battle spirit to quickly dodge aside. Chunyi was unafraid, and he quickly gathered his inner strength once more. The flash punishment can unleash a lightning bolt of light attribute magic onto the designated enemy, with the power of the bolt affected by the user's own light attribute transformation. A battle between a person and a war spirit is extremely fierce, and soon after he strikes another powerful blow at the war spirit. Chunyi immediately vomited blood again, seeming to be seriously injured this time, quickly kneeling down, catching his breath, and wiping the blood from his mouth. Chunyi's eyes grew even colder. But that's not all. A fiery gaze suddenly appeared behind Chunyi, and finally he revealed himself, with the battle spirit charging forward once again. He stared intently at the opponent and shouted loudly, "Then I will let you subdue my fighting spirit." The relentless barrage of attacks collided fiercely, with repentance, divine authority strikes, divine storm winds, and skillful moves all clashing together. The golden crown of the battle spirit gradually emanated immense power, as if reacting to this moment. Standing outside, Halan was amazed. How could the star be so wildly turbulent? Mac Trui immediately added, "Maybe Chunyi is using a special way to comfort it." The black light of the battle spirit now fades, as if it has lost its momentum. At this moment, it gazes intently at you, praising, protecting, strategizing, purifying, and remaining unyielding, yet all these qualities coexist, fierce and diverse in their fighting spirit. In the end, the battle spirit finally accepted you. "I admit it, you truly have the right to carry us." And at this moment, everything quickly recovered. Chunyi's wounds healed instantly, and inside the weapon forge, the hat was also repaired back to normal. The lotus flower in front of Mac Trui is also shining with a brilliant golden light. Seeing this scene, he was so amazed that he was speechless. Mac Trui was so pleased that he smiled brightly. "We did it, and it's actively cooperating to restore and maintain." The final step from the golden hat, a sharp, cold light shot straight into the sky. Everyone present watched intently, all of them stunned and speechless. One of the men couldn't help but speak out. "The sky's anomaly seems to indicate that our Heavenly Path sect witnesses a legendary event once again. And in the end, the golden crown was restored to its pristine, shining condition." Now, the golden crown immediately flew to Chunyi's side as if to accept its master. The system interface displayed that the war spirit crown had been fully restored with perfect condition. Its consciousness regained its owner, equipped with lightning, fire, and flame attributes, greatly increasing resistance to lightning and fire damage, and capable of absorption and transformation, harmonizing with the host's will, boosting the power and judgment of all offensive skills, and the concealment mission was activated. The two inheritance missions of the Heavenly Revelation Long Night, with unyielding will buried deep in the earth vein, beneath the dragon's spine bearing 1,000 pounds, are to find the solid, unyielding foundation of the tiny armor, reminding you to go to the Blackrock Mountain Range, Longchai mining area, where the reward awaits. Master Mo Trui is pleased. Good kid. Not only did he restore it, but he can also have it accept a master. I have been forging weapons for many years. Countless rare items have passed through my hands, but this is the first time I have seen such a strange object. Snowfast immediately ran over afterward. "Are you okay?" Chunyi wiped the blood from his mouth and quickly added, "It's nothing." My mental energy was a bit depleted, but the gains are even greater. This time, we succeeded thanks to the full support of the elders. Chungi respectfully bowed his head and expressed his gratitude, saying, I am inexperienced in forging techniques. Keeping this item in my possession is like a dusty pearl. Today I present it to Elder Mac as a token of my sincerity. He was surprised, with a divine spirit and a noble demeanor. Mac Trui, holding the large stone, looked like his eyes were about to pop out, a divine-grade material for forging, said to grant the ability to bestow fate and self-awareness. Only an S-rank divine object, having such a large piece, is enough to make it a legendary treasure. Chungi happily said, it's yours now. Master Mac Trui happily pats Bao Bao and says, from now on, if you have any matters regarding forging, just come to me. Chungi quickly responds, thank you, Elder Mac. That's right. With this piece of divine crystal you have, I can further strengthen the spirit of this iron helmet and connect it to you. But I need to inherit the thunderfire of my little sister Song and refine it for half a month. He replied casually. Half a month, Halan stood beside him and said, then you should stay at my Tiandao sect first. He turned to look at Halan. After restoring the iron helmet, I received a piece of information that pointed me in the right direction. As for the other components, she hesitated. That's right, many high-level divine weapons have sensing abilities that often reveal the location of other components. Don't worry, leave your helmet to me. Chu Inghe just smiled apologetically. Sorry to trouble you, Halan, but at this moment Halan only smiled happily. Anyway, my master wants me to straighten out the sect, so I can't go with you. Where is the next target? When he finished speaking, Chunyi immediately said, the Heiran Mountains and the Long Teach mining area. Halan was surprised. The Long Teach mining area? I remember they produce black jade steel and earth vein crystals. Lin Hai and the others have just arrived safely. That's great. Lin Feng looked at the girl beside him and then asked, Thea Tam, do you know the Long Teach mining area? Tiem Tam smirked and said, the Long Teach mining area is where my adoptive father, the Wuhuang Town musician, has taken refuge and oversees. Filong hesitated slightly and asked, is Wuhuang Town known for its music and martial arts? And is your adoptive father very powerful? She quickly added, incredibly powerful. 30 years ago, he was already a renowned martial arts master on the central continent. My stepfather, 30 years ago, lost his right arm due to a major incident and has since changed greatly, retreating completely and rarely seeing outsiders. He established strict rules. If the mine area is not at a critical moment of life and death, anyone who enters without permission will be expelled by him personally. Lin Feng then asked, so we're not here to cause trouble, just to make a serious request. Can't we just be clear about what we want? Moreover, my friend's daughter also can't find him, Tit Tam said sadly. Lin Feng, you don't understand him. He's very stubborn. I don't want everyone to make a pointless trip or even cause conflict. Chunyi then added, Tiet Tam, thank you for thinking of me, but I have to go no matter what. If you can't get in, find a way to do so. If he doesn't want to meet, create a reason that makes it impossible for him not to meet. Tuyet Tam then said, yes, the rule is death. The person is alive, just go first, and then decide upon that hearing. This Thiet Tam's eyes suddenly softened, and a bright smile appeared on her face. On this side, Chunyi silently ponders that the Tranhak martial king, after losing his arm and retreating into seclusion, is difficult to read. Perhaps his temper is not the only thing that's strange. There must be a deeper reason behind it. But no matter what, the system's mission has arrived and cannot be abandoned. At this moment, Mo Chui speaks up, saying that the mineral resources from his mining area are all top quality, but ever since he issued the ban, no more products have been coming out. Halan quickly and urgently suggested, let's do this. I will take a few elders of the Heavenly Way sect there with you first. With the reputation of the Heavenly Way sect, maybe he will agree to talk. Mak Chui waved his hand and said, it's useless. Huyan Duangtu had already led people over there and even offered to help him with free alchemy training. Chuni reassured her that the Heavenly Way sect needed her and that this was also a battlefield for her to prove herself, standing firm here so that in the future the entire sect could become her support. Everyone quickly agreed, saying, we will go to the mining area first to scout the way, and in half a month you bring the war spirit to join us. Halan seemed motivated. I understand, Brother Ngi. Everyone go ahead with peace of mind. I will definitely protect this place well and learn what I should so that the Heavenly Way sect can become a support for Brother Ngi in the future. Half a month later, I will definitely bring my iron hat at the right time. Before leaving, Lin Hai couldn't help but shout loudly, Lan, keep it up. We will miss you very much. Remember to eat properly and don't just worry about looking at the talismans. Halan also waved goodbye and wished him a safe journey, telling him to stay in touch if needed. Before leaving, Chunagi glanced and left a blue butterfly. It continued to fly forward, and the blue light was immediately blocked. Chungi glanced over, thinking to himself that the energy of the Great Mountain Protection Formation was abundant, but at the transition point there would be a small gap, just enough for the guiding spirit to leave the next coordinate, which might not be used, but having it prepared wouldn't hurt. In the future, if the Heavenly Tao sect encounters any changes, or if we need to return urgently, there could be an additional path. At this moment, Halan also has her own thoughts. I will definitely become stronger, strong enough to face any challenge in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at Longtish Mine. Please disembark. Before leaving, the driver reminded us to remember to rate us next year. Lin Hai at this moment feels a bit uneasy, sensing that the atmosphere here is very heavy and her breathing is becoming slightly strained. Chungi quietly considers that the mine is quite large, but strangely silent, with no signs of miners or a machinery operating. Tiat Tam led the way, and directly ahead was my adoptive father's residence. Everyone stay close to me, try to speak less so I can handle everything. But just as she was about to leave, Chungi quickly grabbed her hand and pulled Tiat Tam back.